I clearly transformed into a 9S level demon summoner, yet all my classmates mocked me as a dying person, only because demon summoners consume neither mana nor blood, but sacrifice their own lifespan. Even sacrificing 10 years of life only summons low-level demons, while summoning high-level demons requires at least 100 years of lifespan. However, I was extremely excited, because I activated the Supreme Lifespan system. Just by killing living things, I could increase my lifespan. The system detected that over the years, the host has killed 25,000 live chickens, 17,000 live fish, and millions of mosquitoes and bugs, calculating a lifespan reward of 90 years and 125 days. Your current remaining lifespan is 192 years and 299 days. At this moment, my best friend Wang Hao spoke. My son Lin Zhe, do you really want to join the trial dungeon? Nonsense, I finally awakened a 9S level profession, why wouldn't I participate? And I heard that whoever takes first place in this trial can get the qualification to participate in the Western Star Championship. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang in my ears. Ha ha, Wang Hao, are you joking? Lin Zhe with his useless profession wants to get first place? I snorted coldly and smiled. Who did I think it was? Isn't this my defeated opponent Qin Feng? Lin Zhe, what are you pretending to be? Now the whole school already knows that your profession is simply a useless one. Of course, you can try sacrificing your lifespan, perform a public death. Shut up. Don't bother with these dogs, fighting will only get us punished. Lin Zhe, so what if your grades are good? In the end, you're still worthless. You poor bastards living in the old town slums, still dreaming of changing your fate, changing your class through hard work, it's just a foolish fantasy. Hee hee, Qin Feng, you can only bark like a dog now. Since you want to talk about class, with your mere A-level profession, do you dare discuss my 9S level profession? Are you worthy? What did you say? With your useless profession, I could crush you with just a flick of my finger. As he finished speaking, the air around him rapidly grew cold, with ice crystals forming around him. He was an ice mage, a profession skilled in using the ice element. Want to fight? My eyes stared directly at him with determination. Seeing my eyes, Qin Feng suddenly stopped casting, a flash of panic quickly passed across his face. Fight what? You want to trick me into getting punished? No way. This young master won't bother with trash professions like yours. We'll see the trial results soon and know who's stronger. I want to see how long you can keep jumping around. After speaking, he scurried away shamefully. Strange, was it an illusion? Just now, I clearly saw weird red light shining from Lin Zhe's eyes, his gaze filled with the fierce energy of slaughter, as if taking one step forward would put my life in danger. Ha, this Qin Feng is such a coward, Wang Hao laughed, not noticing anything unusual. I withdrew my sharp gaze, returning to my usual joking face. Yeah, I thought he was going to do something big, but he just farted and ran away. Actually, just now, I used an initial skill that came with the demon summoner profession, Demon Gaze. It can cause a fear effect on enemies, preventing them from attacking me. Just then, a prompt appeared in my mind. Ding. You have a new mission, defeat challenger Qin Feng in the trial dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. So the system had this function too, I was delighted. By the way, I haven't told you yet, I awakened as a B-level shield knight. How about it? Let's team up later. I've called 2 people already, we'll help you get first place. I patted his shoulder. Thanks, brother. I'll pass on teaming up this time. I want to try out this profession on my own. Alright then, be careful. Especially watch out for that bastard Qin Feng. I'll be careful, don't worry. I'm aiming for first place. Going solo means getting more experience than sharing it in a team. So I'm worried that teaming up might slow down my leveling speed. Sorry, brother, let me level up first, then I'll help you run dungeons. Without realizing it, we had arrived at the sports field. Look! He's that 9S level useless profession. Is he joining the trial dungeon? Isn't he ashamed enough? If it were me, I'd have found a crack to crawl into. Afterwards, over 100 combat profession students lined up in several long queues at the portal in front of the archway. The great director Lu Jiming began speaking on the stage. Congratulations to the 124 students who awaken combat professions this time. Your leveling progress in the dungeon will be recorded on the ranking board. The city's education committee and various universities will pay attention to this ranking. The student who gets first place will also represent our school in the Western New Star Championship. Accompanied by a rousing march, students began orderly entering the light screen under the archway. Qin Feng and several followers were at the front of the queue, occasionally turning back to look at me, challenging me with their eyes. I directly responded with my middle finger. Soon after, everyone entered the portal. Each small team was randomly teleported to different locations. Welcome to Bloodstained Village. Dungeon suitable for levels 1 to 10, difficulty, normal. Mission description: in the poor village live a group of kind and simple villagers, but they are troubled by the rat people tribe. Please help them repel one group. Time limit, 5 hours. Note, after death or when time ends, you will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon. I looked around and found myself teleported to an overgrown field. I immediately checked my profession panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession faction, Summoning. Rarity, 9S level. Level 1, 0%. Rank, Spirit rank. Health, 800 out of 800. Mana, 1000 of 1000. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Stamina, 80. Intelligence, 80. Spirit, 100. Summon slots, 0. Skill 1, Summon Demon. Description: sacrifice corresponding lifespan to make a contract with a demon, making it your summon beast. After the contract, each summon costs 100 mana points. Skill 2, Demon Gaze. Description: apply a fear effect on a specified target within 10 meters, preventing them from attacking you. Duration 60 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Talent, Demon Affinity. Description: the demons you summon have 100% loyalty to you, and it's also easier to gain the goodwill of the demon race. Item, Demon Book, 9S level. Description: a medium for summoning demons, authored by Ball, the first demon summoner in history, a classic text recording the complete illustrated guide of the demon race. Alright, it's time to summon my first demon. Lindsay opened his inventory and selected the S-grade item, Book of Demons, using it. In the next second, a heavy book, as thick as a brick, instantly appeared in his hands. He opened the first page, which read, "Are you ready to meet the strongest race among all?" He continued to flip through, and on the yellowed pages, various demons were documented. Fire Imp, Hellhound, Succubus, Terror Demon, Eye Demon, Hellfire, and more, a dazzling array, with many varieties. And the further he went, the more powerful and dangerous the demons became. Then he checked the lifespan required for the contracts: Fire Imp 5 years, Hellhound 10 years, Eye Demon 20 years. Even the low-level demons required a hefty price, no wonder everyone said this profession was trash. After all, for others, it might take a lifetime to unleash the true power of this profession. But I have a lifespan of 182 years. Lindsay's lips curled into a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. 5 or 10 years didn't catch his eye. If he was summoning, he would summon something big. Lindsay directly flipped to the back of the book, his gaze locking onto a demon that looked incredibly strong. Flame Demon, lifespan required for contract, 100 years. Description: flame demons are an ancient and powerful group within the demon race, embodying fire and terror. Good, it's decided, it's you. Please confirm, do you sacrifice 100 years of lifespan to contract the flame demon? Yes/no. Yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a 6-pointed star array automatically appeared on the ground in front of Lindsay, emitting blinding light. A blurry figure began to slowly emerge from the array. However, at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of half-human tall monsters appearing nearby. They looked like giant rats that walk on 2 legs, covered in fur, with sharp teeth showing. And they were holding machetes, looking extremely fierce. Ratman Scout. Race, Ratman, F-grade race. Level, LV.1. Health, 200. Skill, /. Just like human professions, races among all beings also have a rating, from F-grade to S-grade, with a total of 7 levels. The higher the rating of a race, the higher its status and strength within all beings. And what Lindsay was facing right now was the lowest F-grade Ratman race. Level 1 monsters, there were about a dozen of them in total. When they saw Lindsay not far away, they all bared their teeth and glared fiercely. Squeak squeak. The leading Ratman let out a sharp cry, as if issuing commands. Then all the Ratmen raised their machetes and charged towards Lindsay. However, Lindsay was completely unflustered, disdainfully saying, "So uncultured, can't you see I'm busy?" In the next second, his eyes sharpened, and the skill, Demonic Gaze, was activated. The Ratmen were suddenly terrified, retreating in panic, some even dropping their weapons. At the same time, a tall figure gradually became clear from the 6-pointed star array before Lindsay. Accompanied by an extremely scorching wind, sparks floated in the air. Then the array disappeared, and a demon, entirely red, appeared in its place. Its form was humanoid, standing over 3 meters tall, with developed muscles and immense strength. On its head were a pair of curved horns, and its skin resembled burning lava. It slowly opened its eyes, and its blazing pupils sparkled with 2 flames that would never extinguish. The moment he saw it, words like these involuntarily flashed in his mind: power, evil, fear, destruction. Summoned beast, Flame Demon. Race, Demon, S-grade. Branch, Flame Demon species. Rarity, A-grade. Level, 60. Health, 280,000. Mana, 80,000. Strength 30,000, Agility 20,000, Stamina 28,000, Intelligence 8,000, Spirit 8,000. Skill 1, Wrath of Flames. Inflicts AoE damage on enemies within 20 meters. Damage value equals strength value *10. Skill 2, Lava Field. Toggle skill, inflicts continuous damage on enemies within 50 meters. Damage value per second equals strength value. Consumes mana per second. Talent, Scorching Wind. Within a 50-meter range, the enemy's fire resistance is reduced by 50%. Lindsay looked at the description of his summoned creature and couldn't help but feel delighted. Good heavens, I'm just a level 1 newbie, and I've summoned a level 60 creature. You have to understand, level 60 is already the level where ordinary professionals break through the 3rd stage. And this value, it's exactly like a boss model. Just then, the flame demon stretched its muscles and slowly spoke. I am Baros, the general of the flame demon clan. Which bug disturbed my peaceful dream and summoned me here? The voice was filled with anger and arrogance. However, when it saw Lindsay, it was stunned. Then, it immediately knelt on one knee. Master, my lord. Career talent triggered, demon affinity, the flame demon's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. Humph, you know what's good for you, Lindsay snorted coldly. I spent a full 100 years of my life on you, you'd better listen to me. I don't want to hear that tone again. Yes, my lord. The flame demon seemed incredibly submissive. With loyalty at 100%, it meant absolute obedience, and there would be no thoughts of betrayal. Even if Lindsay told it to commit suicide now, it would do so without any complaints. At this moment, the group of ratmen, seeing the scene before them, were all dumbfounded. This human just summoned a demon that made people tremble in fear, and now this demon is extremely submissive to him? What kind of monster-level existence is this human? Squeak, squeak. The leading ratman scout squeaked sharply, and the ratmen immediately discarded their helmets and armor to flee. Oh. I almost forgot about you guys. Hearing the noise, Lindsay remembered that there were still some enemies left and immediately ordered the flame demon, go. The flame demon obeyed, its strong and powerful arm slammed the ground, causing the earth within a 20-meter radius to crack, with flames spouting out of the fissures. Immediately, a bunch of damage numbers appeared, minus 299,997, minus 299,998, minus 299,996. Each damage number was 1,500 times the ratman's health. Before the ratmen could even react, they were devoured by the flames, not even leaving a trace. Killed Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, killed Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. Killed Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, killed Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. The kill notifications repeated more than a dozen times. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, 2, gained 5 attribute points. Current remaining lifespan, 83 years 71 days. Lindsay was ecstatic, this is so strong. Now, I just need to level up quickly. Lindsay looked into the distance, his starting teleportation point was still some distance away from the village, so there were fewer monsters here. At this moment, at the village, the Ratman army was surging like a tide. Some students were struggling to resist, with melee fighters responsible for attacking and drawing aggro, mages casting spells, and healers tirelessly casting heals and buffs. These were all the knowledge they had memorized over the past 3 years. However, in real combat, it was vastly different from their usual practice. Especially when facing the dense Ratman army, some students quickly couldn't hold up, their health bars empty, and they were instantly teleported out. Some were so scared they cried out loud, losing all will to fight, and were then killed by the enemy. Others, like Lindsay, were teleported to a farther location and couldn't help but feel relieved. Great. I don't want to die. I'll just lie here and wait for the dungeon time to end automatically. Only Lindsay, seeing the tide of enemies, brightened up, as if he had spotted a limited dish in a buffet restaurant. Flame Demon, let's go. These are walking experience points. PS to the readers here, please add this book to your bookshelf, you can also join my fan group. The story only gets more exciting as it goes on. I'm a level 4 author, so the writing is guaranteed to be good. Chapter 4, please translate for me, what does disaster level first mean? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, on the playground. A few teachers gathered together, discussing the content of this dungeon. This dungeon is actually Bloodstained Village? I heard this is the hardest trial dungeon of all, huh? That's right, Bloodstained Village is a defensive dungeon where we will face a massive invasion of beast waves, which is very challenging for beginners. The final boss, the Ratman triplets, is especially tough. Historically, only a few newcomers have successfully cleared it. Not only that, but the city's education committee has specifically increased the difficulty of the trial dungeon this year, supposedly to give the students ample training. By the way, they have been inside for a while now, hasn't the leaderboard come out yet? Not yet, it's still 2 minutes to go. Since everyone started out at level 1, it will take some time for the system to run the data and generate the leaderboard. No need to look, I bet the first place this time is definitely Qin Feng from Teacher Lu's class. Yeah, after all, Qin Feng is an A-level frost mage, this profession has never performed poorly in the past. Sigh, I really envy Teacher Lu for having such a great student. That's all thanks to Teacher Lu's good teaching. Hearing these words, the Mediterranean teacher who just got on stage smiled proudly. Oh, it's just luck. He is the head of the grade and also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Jiming. Seeing the other teachers congratulating him and flattering him, his face was full of pride and joy. Only Lilan, Linzei, and Wang Hao's homeroom teacher crossed her arms with a worried look and did not join the discussion. One teacher noticed and deliberately stirred the pot. Oh, I wonder how the S-level Linzei in Li Laoshir's class is performing? Isn't Linzei a useless profession? If he doesn't summon demons, he doesn't have any attack skills, his real level is probably about the same as E or D level, far worse than Qin Feng. You think he might impulsively sacrifice his own life? That would be such a loss. Since Lilan is only in her 20s, the youngest among the teachers, the others spoke freely, completely disregarding her feelings. Lu Ximing immediately pretended to be concerned. Everyone, please don't say that, Teacher Li has had a tough time too. That Linzei, how much effort has Teacher Li put into him over the past 3 years, only to end up awakening a useless profession? Sigh. Teacher Li, don't be too sad, you are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Lan's face turned somewhat unhappy upon hearing this. This Lu Ximing, relying on Qin Feng's father being a big company boss, has secretly tilted resources towards Qin Feng over the past 3 years and received a lot of red envelopes. However, every time there's a major exam, Qin Feng still scores lower than Linzei, so Lu Ximing has always felt unsatisfied. Now, having finally found a chance to gloat, he surely would come and make a few snide remarks. But Li Lan currently had no time to care about the teacher's chatter, she only worried about Linzei's performance inside. This kid better not do anything foolish. At that moment, a lot of people in the crowd shouted loudly, "Look, the leaderboard is out." All the teachers immediately stopped their discussions and looked at the LED screen on the podium. Name, character, profession, level progress. First place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A level, level 292%. Second place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, B level, level 263%. Third place, Li Yuan, Greatsword Warrior, C level, level 258%. Fourth place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight, B level, level 254%. Fifth place, Ma Dongmei, Shadow Priest, C level, level 248%. Sixth place, Ai Chang, Explosive Fighter, B level, level 243%. Seventh place, Lu Mei, Monk, D level, level 236%. Eighth place, Linzei, Demon Summoner, S level, level 229%. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Look, didn't I say? Qin Feng really is first. As if you predicted it, even your toe could guess Qin Feng is first. Look at Linzei, he's only 8th. To even get 8th, I think that's a bit too high. He must be leeching off others' experience, he'll probably fall even further behind later. Hearing the discussions, Lu Ximing's expression became even more triumphant, his nose almost reached the sky. A group of teachers again praised, Teacher Lu's class Qin Feng is really amazing, he is now far ahead of the second place, undoubtedly the first with a clear gap. Congratulations, Teacher Lu. This time the title of excellent teacher is definitely yours. Lu Ximing wore a big smile on his face but pretended to be modest, stay low-key, a temporary ranking doesn't mean much. But he thought in his heart, this time I've definitely won, the school's recognition and the rewards from the Qin family are all secured. At this moment, a voice shouted from the crowd, look. That Linzei is rising. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at the leaderboard. Sure enough, Linzei's experience value had already reached 38% of level 2, surpassing the original 7th place. Moreover, that percentage number was rising rapidly like a stopwatch, in just over 10 seconds, he had consecutively surpassed the 6th and 5th places. All the teachers and students were astonished, what is happening? What on earth happened in the copy? Meanwhile, in the bloodstained village instance, inside the village. The students were in a chaotic battle with the Ratman army. In the crowd, Qin Feng wore a luxurious long robe, holding a long staff embedded with gems, and his fingers were adorned with various gemstone rings. All these were high-level gear purchased by his family, bringing significant attribute bonuses, said to be worth several million copper coins. At this moment, several frost shields surrounded his body. This is one of the skills of the frost mage profession, Frost Barrier. At the same time, a spiked ice crystal rapidly condensed in the air, then bang exploded, scattering ice spikes that struck several ratmen at once. This was another of his skills, Ice Blast. Ah, bring it on! Qin Feng arrogantly shouted. He waved his staff, continuously casting ice blasts, while gulping blue potions to restore his mana. The classmates around him looked on in shock. Wow, is this what a wealthy person is like? Look at his gear, he treats big blue potions like they're soda. He's clearly a mage, yet he can attack and defend, he could solo a party, is this the power of an A-class profession? However, some classmates were quite dissatisfied, like Wang Hao and his team. Wang Hao shouted loudly, Qin Feng, why are you stealing my monster? I barely ground it down to half health, and you took it with one ice shard. Wang Hao is a shield knight, and the others in the team also lacked strong damage output. But immediately, Qin Feng's lackey retorted fiercely, steal your monster? Does that monster have your name written on it? Exactly, do you think it will answer you if you call it? Xin Feng, however, was totally absorbed in casting spells, not bothering to pay attention to these lowly people in his eyes. He thought to himself, one of my gear pieces is worth more than your entire family's fortune, why should I negotiate with you to take a monster? What pleased him even more was that since just now, he had not seen Lin Zhe's figure. He boldly guessed that either Lin Zhe was hiding in a corner, or he had already died and been teleported out. Hee, Lin Zhe, weren't you quite arrogant? I'm about to reach level 3, what do you have to compare with me? You should just stay at the bottom and eat dirt. With such thoughts, he felt even more pleased. He arrogantly ordered a lackey, why are you still dazed? Go and lure more monsters. Young Master Qin, there are no more monsters, the lackey replied pitifully. Where are my monsters? He then realized that the monsters invading the village were really becoming fewer and fewer. They had been pouring in just moments ago, but now they were scattered and sparse. Could it be that I've killed all the small monsters? Xin Feng thought proudly. Suddenly, another lackey pointed ahead and shouted, look. What is that? Everyone looked ahead and saw that at the entrance of the village, in the middle of the road where the Ratman army was coming, a large area of ground had turned into lava, with fierce flames burning. Amidst the flames, a tall figure was swinging its fists. It seems that thing has intercepted the entire Ratman Legion, a sharp-eyed classmate shouted. Everyone was shocked. Are you saying he is fighting all the Ratmen alone? How is that possible? Who among us has such strength? Look at his stance, it seems even stronger than Xin Feng. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that big guy must be a boss, probably an opposing force to the Ratmen. At the same time, by the burning ground, Lin Zhe was lying comfortably in the grass, watching the battle. Just earlier, he had led the flame demon in a wild sprint to this place, quickly starting to farm monsters. With one skill, the flame demon burned a large number of Ratmen to death. Moreover, it intercepted the whole advancing army, allowing Lin Zhe to enjoy all the experience alone. Kill Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, kill Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. Kill Ratman Archer, experience plus 10, kill Ratman Archer, lifespan plus 10 days. Kill Ratman Vanguard, experience plus 20, kill Ratman Vanguard, lifespan plus 20 days. At this moment, the notifications from the profession panel and lifespan system were echoing in Lin Zhe's head, making it buzz. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 5, gained 5 assignable attribute points. Ha! How did I level up to 5 just by blinking? Lin Zhe scratched his head. Is this dungeon really this easy? Chapter 5 Boss? Just my summoned beast. After clearing a huge wave of monsters, Lin Zhe found that there were no new enemies coming. The flame demon seemed very restless, looking like it hadn't had enough killing. Just wait back for now. After saying that, Lin Zhe put it back into the item slot. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of everyone in the dungeon. The first wave of enemies has been eliminated, the second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Please note, the strength of the second wave of enemies has increased, please prepare. Lin Zhe called up his attribute panel. Level 5. Life, 840. Mana, 1040. Strength 54, Agility 54, Stamina 84, Intelligence 84, Spirit 104. Each level up increases every attribute by 1 point, plus 5 assignable attribute points. Lin Zhe had leveled up 4 times, so he now had 20 assignable attribute points. For a summoner, attributes like strength, agility, and intelligence won't help much right now, better to play it safe. After thinking, Lin Zhe allocated 15 points to stamina and 5 points to spirit. Thus, his new attributes became Life, 990. Mana, 1090. Strength 54, Agility 54, Stamina 99, Intelligence 84, Spirit 109. This life value is enough to ensure that I won't die if I get attacked in this dungeon. At the same time, the students in the village were very curious about everything that had happened here. What exactly was that huge figure that intercepted the Ratman army? After someone guessed it might be a wild boss, Xin Feng decided to go take a look. If it really is a boss, killing it could earn a lot of experience. At this moment, Xin Feng had already leveled up to level 3, feeling very confident. Besides, relying on his A-rank status, he could dominate in this low-level dungeon. Other students also mustered their courage to go take a look. Gradually, the group approached that place. They saw a large area on the ground had been burned to blackened earth, with charred corpses scattered around, and hot smoke rising from the cracks. But the monster was nowhere to be found, only the figure of a boy remained. When they got closer, everyone recognized that boy. Lin Zhe, why is it him? Everyone showed surprised expressions. Among them, Wang Hao immediately ran to Lin Zhe's side, checking this and that, and asked. Lin Zhe, are you okay? Did you come here to find that boss too? Lin Zhe was a bit confused, boss? What boss? In the crowd, Qin Feng saw Lin Zhe was still alive in the dungeon and instantly felt irked. But it quickly turned into a sneer. A useless class like him, daring to come here to fight a boss, is that possible? I think he came here to pick up monster gear. After all, he is a poor guy who can't afford any equipment. What a pity, the little monster was burned too clean, not a single piece of equipment to pick up, ha! The group of followers and some unaware students laughed along. Lin Zhe, however, did not get angry. He coldly glanced at Qin Feng, dressed in an excessively luxurious white robe, with gems covering his fingers. Then he spoke. I thought it was someone else. I didn't recognize you without you saying anything. Qin Feng, didn't anyone tell you that you look especially like a woman? We've been classmates for 3 years, and I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby, cross-dressing master? What did you say? Qin Feng exploded in anger. His clothes were worth millions, and wherever he went, people envied him for it. He never expected to be humiliated by Lin Zhe. But he quickly calmed down, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ha, Lin Zhe, do you think I would still waste my breath on you? PK is allowed in this instance, I'll make you remember this. As he finished, the air surrounding him rapidly turned cold, and nearby students quickly stepped back, afraid of freezing injuries. Then Wang Hao shouted first, Qin Feng, if you want to fight, you have to get past me first. He immediately stood in front of Lin Zhe. A shield as big as a door suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's hands. Then with a loud thud, it slammed down and created a pit in the ground. Qin Feng sneered, a B-class profession and a rubbish sewer profession, you two really are a perfect match. Just right, you both can die together. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen spiky ice crystal flowers rapidly formed around Lin and Wang. Oh no, too many. Wang Hao's face turned anxious. Lin Zhe, quickly crouch behind my big shield. Yet Lin Zhe showed no sign of panic. He gently patted Wang Hao's shoulder and calmly said, Don't worry, let me handle it. At the same time, the air that had been freezing suddenly began to rise rapidly in temperature. Then, with a loud boom, scalding wind swept out, rapidly melting the ice crystals that were forming. In the next second, a giant figure over 3 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. As the smoke cleared, a terrifying fire demon appeared before everyone, imposing and fearsome. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Some screamed in fear, ah! It's that boss from before. The fire demon exhaled hot air, laughing arrogantly, ah, more new bugs. I was just worried about not having anyone to burn. At this statement, the students took several steps back, some turning to run away. Though they claimed they had come to fight the boss, many were just showing temporary courage. When they truly saw the demon's appearance, they lost all bravery to fight. At this moment, although Qin Feng was also a bit scared, he immediately feigned calmness and shouted to those around him. What are you all afraid of? This boss from a low-level instance can't be that hard. Everyone, let's attack together, soon we'll all have experience points. Then came sounds of loud laughter from the other side. Ha, I was wondering why you kept talking about boss. Turns out it's the fire demon, ha ha ha, you guys crack me up. Lin Zhe was laughing uncontrollably. Lin Zhe, what are you going crazy for? Qin Feng scolded. But he saw Lin Zhe's smile vanish, a hint of mischief flashing on his face as he commanded the fire demon beside him, Go, beat that one who dresses like a woman to death. Yes. My lord, the fire demon responded obediently. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. What, that boss called Lin Zhe what? Master, master? Wait, let me think, that monster can't be Lin Zhe's summoned beast, right? He really sacrificed his life to summon a demon? Everyone was in shock. Qin Feng also found it hard to believe, instantly losing all his mysterious confidence. What do you want to do? Then the fire demon immediately turned into a mad beast, jumping up with its fist the size of a basin, directly smashing towards Qin Feng. Ice shield! Qin Feng shouted the spell in panic. A huge shield made of frost instantly appeared in front of him. However, this ice shield, which had blocked countless ratman attacks, instantly turned to a layer of brittle skin and shattered into countless pieces the moment it came into contact with the fiery demon's fist. In the next second, the cannon-like fist smashed directly into Qin Feng's face. The scorching shockwave spread out, causing Qin Feng, his companion, and other students within a 20-meter radius to suffer greatly. Suddenly, everyone's health bars were empty or severely diminished. Qin Feng fell to the ground, bruised and battered, and if it weren't for his ice shield and the expensive divine armor that could automatically negate one fatal blow, he would have been dead already. However, his health was now down to a single digit. What on earth is happening? He was still in extreme shock. Is this monster really Lin Zhe's summoned beast? No. I can't lose. I can't lose. Qin Feng, nearly going mad, pulled out a big red potion from his item bar and started drinking it like crazy. That Lin Zhe, how could he possibly defeat me? Absolutely impossible. He looked up at the fiery demon, which loomed above him, as if looking at a tiny ant. Oomph, a mere insect thinks it can survive? In the next second, the demon lifted its foot and stomped down heavily. Qin Feng's health, 0. Chapter 6, This Linzai must be cheating. Meanwhile, on the large screen outside the dungeon. First place, Linzai, Demon Summoner, S-Class, level 5 12%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A-Class, level 3 2%. Third place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, B-Class, level 2 78%. Fourth place. In just a few short minutes, all the teachers and students witnessed Linzai's ranking skyrocket from 8th place to 1st. Moreover, he was more than 2 levels ahead of the second place, Qin Feng. Everyone was dumbfounded. Several teachers were even more shocked. What on earth is going on? I have been a teacher for over a decade, and I have never seen someone rise this quickly. Something's not right. Could it be that Linzai really summoned a demon? Doesn't he value his life? Impossible. The great director, Lu Jiming, said with a dark expression, even if he summoned a demon, it could only be a low-level one, there's no way it could achieve such a rapid leveling. Just then, a teacher shouted, "Quick, look! Qin Feng has been teleported out." What? The crowd of teachers and students erupted in chaos again. How could Qin Feng, who was far ahead just a moment ago, suddenly die? Is this dungeon really that difficult? Lu Jiming was even more shocked. He knew Qin Feng's strength and had seen him enter with high-level gear and plenty of potions. How could he come out so quickly? There must be something unusual. Over by the teleportation portal, several students were slumped on the grass, and Qin Feng was among them. Lu Jiming quickly ran to his side. "Qin Feng, what happened in there?" But Qin Feng's eyes were blank, and his expression was dazed, as if he were a fool. Although dying in the dungeon didn't count as real death, the violent scene of being killed by the fiery demon had given him a significant mental blow. "Linzai, it's Linzai," Qin Feng murmured. Lu Jiming's expression froze. "I said there's definitely something wrong with that Linzai." He whispered in Qin Feng's ear, "You rest for now, I will find a way to give you an explanation." Then, he marched back to the teacher area. Linzai must have cheated in the dungeon. Our trial forbids the use of potions other than red and blue ones. Linzai definitely took some buff potion. He should be forcibly teleported out immediately. At this, the teachers were in an uproar. What? Linzai cheated? I knew it. How could someone level up so quickly? If it's cheating, then it makes sense. But Linzai's homeroom teacher, Lilan, frowned and said sternly, "Mr. Lu, please do not slander my student. Linzai has always been of good character, how could he cheat?" Lu Jiming tilted his head back. "Ms. Li, you are Linzai's homeroom teacher, so it can be understood to favor him. But I advise you not to speak so confidently. If he didn't cheat, then explain to everyone how he managed to level up so quickly." Teacher Li paused. Of course, she didn't know what was going on either. Only her intuition told her that Linzai absolutely could not have cheated. Lu Jiming saw Teacher Li lost for words and scoffed, instructing the teacher next to him, "Hurry, go call the technical department and bring Linzai to me. Everything requires evidence, you have no right to do this." Teacher Li argued reasonably. "Oof, Teacher Li, please be aware of your position," Lu Jiming said with arrogance, leaving no room for doubt. "I am the grade director after all, I do have the authority to handle such small matters. Quick, bring Linzai here, don't make me say it a second time." At that moment, a stern voice came from behind, "Let's see who dares." The teachers turned to look and saw an elderly man with silver hair but full of energy approaching. "Principal Lu." The teachers called out in unison, their attitude extremely respectful. The newcomer was Lu Hanlin, the principal of City San Middle School. "Teacher Lu, as the grade director, don't you know that I have personally checked the trial dungeons every year? How could there be any cheating? Are you implying that you doubt my abilities?" Hearing this, Lu Jiming immediately lost his previous bravado, drenched in sweat. Yet, he couldn't lose face, so he continued to argue, "But Linzai's results are indeed too strange." Lu Hanlin interrupted him directly. "Ever since humanity awakened to their professions 100 years ago, there have always been shocking geniuses appearing from time to time. What is so surprising about that? Moreover, if your grade truly has a genius being born, isn't that something to celebrate? Why is your first reaction to suspect him of cheating?" I. Lu Jiming stammered. "Alright, let's continue watching. Whether there's any foul play, I can tell at a glance." Inside the dungeon, Linzai received a prompt. "Kill human profession, data body, lifespan plus 30 days. Ding. You have defeated the challenger Qin Feng, successfully completing the mission. You have won a system lottery once. TCH, turns out Qin Feng's life isn't worth much." Linzai smirked. "Good thing there are system rewards." At the same time, all the people present were stunned by the scene where Linzai commanded the flame demon to kill Qin Feng. The heavily favored challenger Qin Feng was sent away just like that? Everyone's heart was thinking, who said Lin Zhe was a waste of a profession? Isn't this spreading rumors? Oh no, I just mocked him, will he hold a grudge? Wow, Lin Zhe is so cool, actually, I believed in him since the beginning, I just didn't say it. Beside him, Wang Hao also looked confused. My son Lin Zhe, when did you become so powerful? I never said I was weak from the start, right? Lin Zhe shrugged helplessly. Wait, how many years did that demon make you sacrifice? You wouldn't be going to die, would you? Wang Hao suddenly looked worried. Among these people, only Wang Hao truly cared about his safety. Besides, it was also Wang Hao who tried hard to protect him when Qin Feng unleashed the ice explosion. Not much, just a few years. Lin Zhe concocted an answer. He was afraid the real answer of 100 years would either shock others speechless or simply not be believed. Oh, I said your profession isn't weak, it's only been a few years, and you can summon someone so powerful. Fortunately, Wang Hao was easy to fool. By the way, that was too satisfying earlier. Did you see Qin Feng's expression after being knocked down by a punch? He looked like he ate 3 pounds of dung, ha ha. Ha ha ha. I've wanted to teach that kid a lesson for a long time, he loves showing off all day. While the two were laughing and joking, suddenly, a prompt appeared on the interface. Attention, the second wave of enemies is about to arrive. Then, they heard a thunderous rumbling as enemies rushed in like a dark cloud from the distance. The students became alert once again, their expressions tense. Only Lin Zhe rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Here it comes. More experience is coming. By the way, in this short break, let's quickly draw our rewards. Chapter 7, Draw an S-rank talent. Who says summoners are weak? Lin Zhe immediately clicked on the lifespan system and selected the lottery button on the interface. It will consume 1 lottery chance to draw for you. Would you like to consume lifespan for a luck bonus? Consume 10 years of lifespan to guarantee an A rank or above prize. Consume 100 years of lifespan to guarantee an S rank prize. Oh? There's a mechanism to buy guarantees with lifespan? Then let's use 10 years to give it a try. Consuming 10 years of lifespan, starting the lottery. The words in the interface began to scroll, with a lever next to them. Lin Zhe faintly saw that among those words were equipment, skill books, talents, one-time items, and more. He pulled the lever, and the speed of the scrolling words gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped on one entry, Soul Link. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Soul Link, S rank. Talent, Soul Link. Exclusive talent for summoners. Choose a summoned beast to link with, can be switched freely, and you will gain that summoned beast's attributes, skills, and talents, with values equal to 50% of the summoned beasts. This effect remains active even when not summoning. Oh my god. Lin Zhe was shocked. He didn't expect that his first draw would land him an exclusive talent for summoners. For an ordinary summoner, this talent might not seem like much. But for him, a level 5 rookie with a 60-level summoned beast, those stats added together would be quite powerful. Lin Zhe couldn't wait any longer and immediately selected the Flame Demon as his link target. Then he looked at his own attribute panel. Level 5. Health, 140,840. Mana, 44,190. Strength, 15054, Agility, 10054, Stamina, 14084, Intelligence, 4412, Spirit, 4419. He also inherited the Flame Demon's skills and talents. Skill, Flame Wrath. Inflicts AoE damage to enemies within 10 meters, damage value equals strength *5. Skill, Lava Field. Toggle skill that causes continuous damage to enemies within 25 meters, damage value per second equals strength *0.5. It continuously consumes mana per second. Talent, Scorching Airflow. Enemies within a 25-meter radius have their fire resistance reduced by 25%. Now I'm invincible. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. A level 5 rookie inheriting half the stats of a 60-level boss. With over 140,000 health, over 44,000 mana, and strength of 15,000. Plus 2 powerful skills. With these stats, even a normal punch could kill a Keter beast, and just running could surpass the world record for the 100 meters. At that moment, a cold and proud girl's voice rang out behind him, pulling Lin Zhe back to reality. Lin Zhe, I invite you to join my team. Lin Zhe turned around to see a tall girl with flowing long hair and delicate features. He recognized this girl, her name was Xia Shuer, who consistently ranked in the top 10 of her grade. However, compared to him and Qin Feng, she still fell short. For instance, this time, Xia Shuer only awakened a B-level profession, Wind Spirit Archer. Xia Shuer, Lin Zhe, you are very powerful and fully qualified to join my team. Her tone was extremely confident, sounding less like an invitation and more like recruiting a subordinate. Lin Zhe looked at her like she was a fool.
Join your team? What's in it for me? Lin Zhe retorted.
Xia Shuer crossed her arms over her chest, looking proud. You should know that my aunt is the wife of the current head of the Falling Dragon Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, so I.
Sorry, never heard of it.
Lin Zhe interrupted her directly.
You.
Xia Shuer looked as if she had been choked, her face slightly red, and mumbled, ignorant. But soon, she continued. Your performance just now was very good, but the biggest weakness of summoners is that they are too frail. If you were ambushed, no matter how powerful your summoned beast is, it would lead to your downfall. So, you need to join a strong team. In my team, there are tanks and healers, exactly what you are missing.
More importantly, I can ask my aunt to let you join the Dragon Descending Guild. The condition is that you team up with me and help me get first place in this trial.
Lin Zhe directly refused. Sorry, I don't need to team up, and I'm not interested in your guild at all. After saying that, he was about to turn and leave. Xia Shuer didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so cold. She stamped her delicate little foot wrapped in white silk in a hurry. Lin Zhe, you just offended Qin Feng. You should know, with his personality, he will definitely come to take revenge on you. Your strength is pretty good, but with your family background, it's impossible to compete with the Qin family.
So, joining the Dragon Descending Guild would give you support. I'm helping you.
Lin Zhe didn't stop, casually waving his hand. Thanks, I appreciate your kind intentions. Leaving Xia Shuer alone in place, her small face flushed with anger.
This Lin Zhe is really an ungrateful fool.
Just wait to be retaliated against by Qin Feng.
It doesn't matter if you die.
However, Lin Zhe sneered coldly in his heart. Help you get first place?
What do I get? How could you think so beautifully? Ding.
You have a new mission, get first place in this trial instance. Reward, 1 system lottery.
Oh, is this a coincidence?
Lin Zhe was pleasantly surprised, feeling even more motivated. At the same time, the second wave of enemies, accompanied by the booming footsteps, drew closer and closer.
Moreover, this time the enemies were clearly stronger than the first wave.
Every Ratman was riding a grey wolf, holding various weapons, looking mighty and powerful.
Ratman Cavalry. Race, Ratman, F grade. Level 3. Health, 800. Skills, wolf riding, mounted slash, mounted shooting.
Many students, upon seeing this, panicked immediately. Why are they all level 3 monsters?
I'm only level 2. And there are so many of them.
We're doomed, just wait to die.
Help! Why is there no option to surrender after 6 minutes in this broken instance? Many people directly chose to lie down and give up. Of course, their low levels also partly credited to Lin Zhe intercepting all the experience just now.
At this moment, the previously proud Xia Shuer also felt a sense of crisis and immediately instructed her team.
Get ready, let's try to hold on for a few more waves.
At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Look, what is Lin Zhe going to do? Seeing Lin Zhe face the oncoming horde of beasts, casually stepping forward as if taking a leisurely stroll.
Is he crazy? Everyone was baffled. Is he thinking of taking on all the enemies himself again? These monsters are not level 1 weaklings like before.
Xia Shuer saw this and coldly snorted, Lin Zhe, I take back my invitation just now. I didn't expect you to be such a superficial person.
Just a little strength, and you've forgotten who you are? You should know when to stop.
Her eyes were filled with disdain. However, just as the Ratman cavalry marched over Lin Zhe's body, a lava demon reappeared from thin air, causing an explosion in the air.
Boom! The nearby Ratman cavalry was instantly blown to pieces. Lava domain activated.
The fiery demon was surrounded by a scorching domain, causing all nearby enemies to fall into a burning continuous damage effect. Although it was continuous damage, the level 60 fire demon's damage per second was enough to wipe out a level 3 small monster.
Thus, those Ratman cavalry were basically just rushing to their doom. Kill a Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30. Kill 1 Ratman cavalry, lifespan plus 30 days. Kill a Ratman cavalry, experience plus 30. Kill 1 Ratman cavalry, lifespan plus 30 days. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, level 6, awarded 5 assignable attribute points. Lin Zhe's experience bar skyrocketed again.
The students behind him were once again left speechless in shock.
Just now, the disdainful Xia Shuer had a grim expression.
Moreover, despite being on high alert, she hadn't hit a single monster, looking just like a clown.
Alright, Yen Mo, just charge in, Lin Zhe ordered.
Yes. In the next second, Yen Mo shot forward like a fired cannonball, charging straight toward the enemy's direction. Only Lin Zhe remained, standing alone on a field of scorched earth. This Lin Zhe is too powerful. No, it should be said that his summoned beast is too powerful, a student exclaimed from the back. But Xia Shuer noticed a flaw and immediately rebutted, no, he is too careless, by letting his summoned beast go, he puts himself in danger. The summoner's body is so fragile, how can he resist a sneak attack? This Lin Zhe, just as I thought, is nothing but an arrogant and shallow person.
Chapter 8, I truly am a misfortunate summoner. Lin Zhe sat cross-legged calmly on the ground.
Since just now, the experience notifications on the interface hadn't stopped. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 7, gained 5 attribute points to distribute. Wow, this leveling speed is amazing, Lin Zhe thought with joy. Just when he was doing nothing, suddenly a sharp and strange voice sounded.
Ridiculous little human, you dare to obstruct us.
A portal of grey mist opened in the air, and with heavy footsteps, a massive figure stepped out from the door. The first thing that caught the eye was a giant rat man, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, round like a ball and extremely robust. He held 2 giant mace-like weapons in his hands.
Upon closer inspection, on each shoulder of the giant ratman stood one ordinary-sized ratman. One wore a conical hat and held a crossbow.
The other wore a robe and held a wooden staff.
At the same time, each student's interface popped up a message. The second wave of enemies has been defeated, entering the boss battle phase. Everyone was taken aback and then fell into speechlessness. Wait, how did they get defeated? I didn't even touch a monster.
Damn it, it was all taken by that Lin Zhe. Outside the dungeon, in the playground, the feelings of all the teachers and students were also unsettled.
Because at that moment, the leaderboard glaringly displayed. First place, Lin Zhe, Devil Summoner, S grade, level 7, 5%.
Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A grade, level 3, 2%. Third place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, B grade, level 2, 86%. Fourth place. The gap between first and second place had already widened by 4 levels. And clearly, Qin Feng had been teleported out for so long, yet those behind second place had hardly gained any experience.
What on earth is going on?
Is the ranking system malfunctioning? People discussed in confusion.
Even President Liu Hanlin was a bit surprised.
He had never seen such a situation in his decades of teaching. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. Could it be that our school is really about to have an extraordinary genius? However, this second wave of enemies has been specially increased in difficulty and number by the City Education Committee. It won't be so easy.
This is also the newest policy direction, to let newcomers go through more training.
Today's kids are too comfortable, they need to experience a bit of hardship to become strong warriors and pillars of the country.
Liu Hanlin rubbed his beard. Principal, come quickly.
At this moment, a teacher from the technical department exclaimed, they have already begun fighting the boss.
What did you say? Liu Hanlin's face revealed a rare surprise. The computer program indeed displayed, the second wave of enemies has been defeated, entering the boss battle phase. Liu Hanlin's pupils trembled. What's with this speed?
Meanwhile, inside the dungeon.
After the 3 strange ratmen appeared, the interface also provided their information. Boss Ratman Brother 1 Rat Leader. Race, Ratman, F grade. Level, level 6. Health points, 5,000. Skills, Earth-Shattering Strike. Boss Ratman Brother 2 Rat Brother 2. Race, Ratman, F grade. Level, 6. Health points, 3,000. Skill, Fatal Barrage. Boss Ratman 3 Brothers Ratman 3. Race, Ratman, F rank. Level, 8. Health points, 4,000. Skill, Thunder Curse.
The students looked at this level and were also scared that their legs went weak. The 3 bosses are respectively a melee fighter, an archer, and a mage, all reaching level 8.
Is this really a newbie trial dungeon? Everyone, including Xia Shuer, lost confidence, feeling they couldn't possibly win. At this moment, the ratman in the robe let out a sharp voice, human brats, today is your doomsday.
After that, he swung his staff, and bolts of lightning immediately struck towards the students. These level 2 students had no ability to resist and soon began to vanish from the health bars. Seeing that the aggro was drawn to others, Lin Zhe worried that they might share experience points with them.
He immediately shouted, wait, don't attack them. If you have to do something, come at me. Wow, Lin Zhe is so responsible? Many classmates had a new impression of Lin Zhe. But Ratman 3 scoffed coldly, arrogant human, let's fulfill your wish.
Suddenly, a bolt of thunder struck Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe, are you okay?
Wang Hao yelled and was about to rush over.
Don't waste your effort. Xia Shuer said coldly, wasn't that his own fault? Who told him to summon his beast? I think it's time for him to learn a lesson. However, in the next second, Xia Shuer's face turned as ugly as if she had eaten poop.
Lin Zhe stood up as if nothing happened, stretching his muscles.
Ah, it's tingly and a bit comfortable.
Only he could see that his health showed 140868/140870.
Such high attributes meant high defense and elemental resistance, so he only lost 2 health points from the last hit. The Ratman brothers were also shocked by this. Ratman 3 was furious. A mere human, what tricks are you playing? You want to die.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ratman 2 and Ratman 3 leaped from his shoulders, rushing towards Lin Zhe on both sides.
Ratman 1 let out a deafening roar, charging straight for Lin Zhe's face.
At the same time, Ratman 2's crossbow began shooting bolts continuously, and Ratman 3's lightning rained down.
Lin Zhe's health displayed, -2, -1, -3. Are you guys just tickling me? Lin Zhe spread his hands and said. Cunning human, what have you done? Ratman 3 shouted in fury. Had enough fun? It's my turn now.
Lin Zhe's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a terrifying killing intent.
Seeing this, Ratman 3 instinctively took a few steps back. This human youth, why was his killing intent so heavy?
It was as if he had been killing for years.
Not good, retreat quickly. Ratman 3 shouted.
Having said that, he opened a portal and was ready to escape.
You want to run after offending me? Lin Zhe showed a wicked smile.
He immediately mimicked the flame demon and punched the ground, activating the skill, Rage of Flames.
Scorching flames instantly covered a large area around him.
The 3 Ratman bosses were also submerged in it.
Damage numbers, -75,270, -76,680, -75,292, instantly killing them. My life is over. AU. The Ratman 3 brothers, defeated.
Defeated boss Ratman 3 brothers, experience plus 1000, lifespan plus 1000 days. Congratulations on leveling up, current level, 8, gained 5 distributable attribute points.
Current remaining lifespan, 106 years 241 days. Loot acquired, 10,000 copper coins, select 1 equipment reward. 3 options popped up on the screen, Desperate Armor, Desperate Cloak, Desperate Robe, all of C-grade rarity at level 5. Such low-level equipment doesn't really help me much, I'll just pick one to sell. Lin Zhe chose, Desperate Armor. Desperate Armor, Quality, C-grade, Type, Armor, Effect, Defense plus 50, Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 3. But 10,000 copper coins are really nice. I haven't earned that much money since I crossed over. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled. 10,000 copper coins are equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash before he crossed over. On the other side, witnessing Lin Zhe easily take down the 3 bosses, everyone's mouths turned into a big O shape. What exactly is going on with Lin Zhe? Who said that the body of a summoner is weak? Am I dreaming? The summoner defeated the boss directly without using any summoned beasts? And he took down 3 in a row?
Xia Shuer, who had always belittled Lin Zhe, turned pale and red in the face. Lin Zhe brushed off the dust from his body and sighed. Sigh, while others sit back and drink tea as summoners, I have to do it myself. I truly am a poor summoner. The crowd? Is this the legendary Versailles? Lin Zhe, WCNM. Don't make me hit you. In an instant, everyone was furious. Chapter 9 Crisis. Real mode activated. If it weren't for the system message popping up at this moment, everyone would have rushed up to beat Lin Zhe, even if they might not win. Final boss defeated, congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. This time, a total of 16 clearers have emerged, and all clearers receive 500 copper coins. The MVP of this round will receive an additional 1,000 experience and 1,000 copper coins. Seeing that everyone had rewards, the crowd's anger eased a bit. And anyway, it was finally over, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they cast complex glances at Lin Zhe, the MVP must be that guy, he made a profit again. Sure enough, Lin Zhe happily received the MVP reward, and also completed the task of the lifespan system. Ding! Detected that you achieved first place in the trial dungeon, task complete. Reward, draw from the system lottery once. Lin Zhe felt secretly pleased, great, next is the new Star Championship. At this moment, Wang Hao ran to Lin Zhe's side and patted him hard on the back, wow, you hit it pretty deep. Lin Zhe kicked back, now you know how powerful your father is? How about it, want me to take you to grind experience and level up next time? Wang Hao, absolutely, I'll say you still have filial piety. Then, the system continued to remind. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds, the practitioners will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon, 60, 59, 58. Outside the dungeon, on the playground. All the teachers and students were anxiously waiting for the result of the boss battle. I wonder how much longer they can hold on. The 3 boss mechanics are very hard for newbies, it's totally a test for their career path. If they can kill even one, I think that would be pretty good. Principal Lu Hanlin was also quite looking forward to the outcome. At this moment, a strong and powerful voice rang out from behind. Lu Jr. brother, how far has your 3rd class trial progressed? In front of him stood an old man with white hair. Unlike Lou Hanlon's short white hair, this old man's long hair fell over his shoulders, looking quite unruly. He also sported a long beard, perfectly matching his snowy white hair.
He looked like a high-ranking immortal with a transcendental aura.
All the teachers greeted him respectfully, Principal Fong. This man was the principal of the city's first high school, and also Lou Hanlon's senior brother, Fong Wuchen. City 1 and City 3 are quite close, divided by just a road, so the two principals often visited each other.
Seeing Fong Wuchen arrive, Lou Hanlon slightly bowed. Senior brother Fong, has your school's trial ended? That's right. Fong Wuchen let out a hearty laugh. We had two A-class professions emerge this year, Dark Magic Mage and Beast Spirit Warrior.
Their performances were quite good, one leveled up to level 4 and the other to level 5. But those guys from the education committee made the final boss too difficult. They got a bit of health taken and were teleported out, ha ha ha. Fong Wuchen spoke animatedly, visibly satisfied with his students, and clearly had the intention to show off in front of Lou Hanlon. Although City 1 and City 3 are called brother schools, their competition has never ceased. Especially since the current two principals are also senior brothers, they often measure themselves against each other in various aspects. I heard that your third class has produced one S-class and one A-class this year, but that S-class is a demon summoner?
Fong Wucheng patted Lou Hanlon on the shoulder. Hey, that kid might end up going nowhere in this life.
But everyone has their fate, and we cannot interfere, just take it easy.
By the way, how did that A-level perform?
Lou Hanlon shrugged. To be honest, that A-level has already been sent out. Hearing this, Fong Wucheng nearly burst into laughter. Cough cough. Then it seems that this year, the third school is slightly worse than our first school. Junior, you guys need to work harder.
By the way, since that A-level couldn't handle this year's challenge, what are the people still in the challenge doing? They can't all be hiding, right?
I think it's better to take a hit and get sent out earlier, pain is less when it's short. Fong Wucheng stroked his beard, looking quite pleased. At that moment, a teacher rushed over excitedly. Principal Lou, we cleared the challenge.
The students cleared it.
The first place, Lin Zhe, has leveled up to level 8.
What?
Lou Hanlon and Fong Wucheng exclaimed in unison, one in joy, the other in shock.
Cleared it? And leveled up to 8?
Fong Wucheng's face showed disbelief, the excitement from earlier completely vanished.
Who is this Lin Zhe?
At this moment, Lou Hanlon was beaming with pride, saying, Lin Zhe is that S-level, how about that?
Didn't you say he was going nowhere? Fong Wucheng was rendered speechless. Fong Wucheng thought, which idiot told me that profession was useless, making me lose face. After a while, Fong Wucheng asked, wait, that demon summoner, did he really sacrifice his own life to summon a demon?
Lou Hanlon replied, regarding this, I also have my worries, we can only wait until he comes out to ask. Maybe just as you said, everyone has their fate, and we have no right to interfere. Meanwhile, the news of clearing the challenge quickly spread across the entire playground, and everyone in the third school was in an uproar. Everyone began to search for who had cleared the challenge, wondering if they knew anyone. If that person happened to be their friend, they started to boast to those around them.
When they come out, let's have them treat us to some drinks. Absolutely, everyone gets a share.
However, at that moment, a teacher from the technology department ran over to Lou Hanlon with a grave expression and whispered a few words.
What did you say?
Lou Hanlon's face instantly changed from joy to extreme seriousness.
There's a malfunction in the challenge, the students have entered real mode?
Bloodstained village inside the challenge. Just a moment ago, the interface was broadcasting the countdown for the teleportation.
33, 32, 31. However, when it reached 30 seconds, the numbers suddenly froze. At the same time, an alarming red dialog box popped up on everyone's interface. The challenge is about to switch to real mode. Notice, in real mode, death is also real, good luck. The students had not yet grasped what was happening when they felt the whole world go black for a moment. When it shone again, the place they were in had changed its appearance. It had just been daytime, but now it turned to night. A gigantic blood-red moon hung ominously above, creating a feeling of unease. In the desolate night, distant howls of beasts could occasionally be heard, sending chills down their spines. Among the 16 students present, most began to tremble and huddle together. What is happening? Weren't we supposed to be teleported out? How did we enter some real mode? I didn't read that text wrong, did I? If we die here, we're really dead? This can't be a joke from the school to congratulate us on clearing the challenge, right? Whoa, I want to go out, let me out. Lin Zhe was also very surprised. It was the first time he heard that the challenge also had a real mode. And he had never heard that a trial challenge would enter some real mode after clearing it. His expression darkened. Things did not seem simple. By the way, no matter what, let's draw the prize first. Immediately, I pulled up the lottery page and chose to spend 10 years of life to guarantee an A-grade reward. In the center of the page, countless entries began to scroll again. Finally, it settled on an entry, Insight. Chapter 10, What's Wrong with Me Taking Advantage of the Fire? Congratulations! You have drawn the skill, Insight, A grade. Skill, Insight. A general type skill, once activated, can reveal hidden information that the naked eye cannot see, with effects linked to the mental attribute, consuming mana every second. It looks like a non-combat skill, but maybe it's just right for the current situation. Lindsay immediately absorbed the skill scroll. Insight activated. In Lindsay's vision, it was as if an extra layer of filter was added, and whatever he looked at began to show some text descriptions. Grass, a type of plant. Stone, an inorganic substance. Wang Hao, a male human. This word head is quite insightful. When Lindsay looked towards the nearby village, a strange occurrence happened. He saw a wisp of black mist rising up from the village, looking very abnormal. What strange thing is in that village? Lindsay thought to himself. At that moment, noises suddenly came from all directions. The students all noticed the sounds and became highly alert. In the darkness of the night, pairs of blood-red eyes were surrounding them. Lindsay used insight again and found that the surroundings were densely packed with ratmen, but this time they appeared a bit different. Ratman Scout. Race, Ratman, F grade. Level, 15. Health, 4000. Skills, slash, shot, etc. The weak monsters that were just level 1 had suddenly turned into level 15. Their health was even higher than the previous boss. Lindsay's face sank. It seems this real mode is truly not part of this trial, it feels more like a malfunction. Then, a message from the system arrived. Ding! You have a new task. Trigger the final boss of this dungeon and eliminate it. Reward, 1 lottery chance, with this draw guaranteed to be a profession-exclusive S-grade reward. Lindsay looked at the last few words and became interested. Guaranteed S-grade, and it's profession-exclusive? This boss is a sure win. Meanwhile, as the enemies drew closer, the other students also saw the information about the ratmen and were instantly frightened out of their wits. The level 1 scouts have turned into level 15, have they gone mad? Help, I want to get out, is anyone coming to save me? Mom, I don't want to die yet. A few girls directly burst into tears from fear. Beside him, Wang Hao was also panicked. What on earth is going on? But Lindsay remained calm and composed. We must have been teleported to a dungeon that wasn't planned. Wang Hao was shocked. So scary? Can we still get back? Lindsay shook his head. I don't know. You should team up with me for now. Okay. Immediately, Wang Hao and Lindsay formed a team. Then, Lindsay directly summoned the fire demon. Boom! The huge demon appeared out of thin air, and the scorching airflow blew away many ratmen. The fire demon let out a thunderous roar, causing many ratmen to be scared back. Then, he activated the lava domain, causing continuous burn effects on the surrounding enemies. Although those ratmen were level 15, the fire demon's damage was 30,000 per second. Once they entered the domain, they would instantly evaporate. Monsters along the way effortlessly turned into Lindsay's experience. Kill Ratman Soldier, experience plus 80 life plus 150 days. Kill Ratman Soldier, experience plus 80 life plus 150 days. After forming the team, the experience was divided evenly. However, Lindsay didn't mind, since it was related to real death, he wouldn't be stingy for a bit of experience. At the same time, Wang Hao's experience also began to rise by 80. Wang Hao was thrilled. Wow! How did I level up to 4 just by blinking? So this is what it feels like to hold onto a big thigh. I bow to you, my guardian. In the protection of the lava domain, the two of them joked and laughed as they made their way towards the village. It didn't feel dangerous at all, not like being inside a deadly dungeon. Other students saw this and also wanted to enter Lindsay's lava field to seek protection. Lindsay, make a big party, bring us all in. In the dungeon, a team could only have 4 people, but multiple teams could join into one big party, and experience would still be shared from fighting monsters. Lindsay's eyes moved quickly. Sure, you can join. 2,000 copper coins per person. Pay now, no tabs. What? You want money too? Everyone looked troubled. What, you think I owe you something? Lindsay turned to leave. 2,000 copper coins for 1 life. Is that too much? Wait, I'll pay. Most people gritted their teeth and immediately opened the trade window. Lindsay instantly received over 30,000 copper coins, and the sound of money dropping into his bag made his heart happy. At this time, Xia Shuer, who had been silent, finally spoke. Lindsay, aren't you just robbing people in a fire? Your classmates are in danger, and instead of helping them, you're shamelessly making money? Xia Shuer spoke with righteousness, but Lindsay looked at her like she was stupid. This rich girl looks pretty, but it seems like her brain doesn't work well. Lindsay said, fine, you're noble. I didn't force anyone to pay. If you don't want to join, then don't. After that, he led the group of students toward the village.
Seeing Lindsay walking away, the rat soldiers started getting closer again.
Terrified, she quickly ran to catch up. Wait. I agree. I agree. Lindsay turned back. You agree? Sorry, now the price is 20,000. Don't like it, then forget it. Xia Shuer shouted, you.
Just turning around and the price jumped 10 times. But she had no choice, so she silently opened the trade window and accepted it.
Lindsay shrugged. Why were you acting cool if you didn't mean it? Xia Shuer followed behind the team angrily, thinking, I'm so mad.
Lindsay, just wait. Under Lindsay's protection, everyone entered the village. With the special sight of see-through fire and smoke, that black gas was pouring out from one of the small houses. Lindsay thought for a moment and asked Wang how, in that previous dungeon, you were teleported straight into the village.
Did you see any NPCs?
Wang Hao shook his head. No, that village was totally empty, nothing there.
Lindsay frowned. That's strange. The task description said, there are kind and simple villagers living in the village, and the ratmen are invading them. And the reason we're fighting the ratmen is to protect the villagers.
So where did the villagers go?
That task description, wasn't it just some made-up line?
Wang Hao scratched his head.
If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't even remember what it said. Lindsay shook his head seriously. No. According to what we learned in class, all dungeons are data projections of real past events.
But the dungeons sold on the market usually have their data edited or deleted to lower the difficulty. So I guess this so-called real mode is actually the full version of this dungeon. And the reason why there were no villagers in the earlier trial dungeon is exactly because the villagers themselves were problematic. They might have posed even greater threats to us students, so someone deleted them on purpose. Wang Hao stood there stunned, overwhelmed by all the info, his pig-like brain feeling like it was about to overheat. At the same time, outside the dungeon on the school field. When the teachers heard that the dungeon had entered real mode, they all exploded in panic. The teachers in the tech department were running around like ants on a hot pan, trying to force the students out, but nothing worked.
Report to the principal. We still can't find any trace of the students, it's like they vanished into thin air.
Lu Hanlin frowned deeply. I checked this dungeon myself.
Every part was fine. How could it suddenly enter real mode?
Feng Wuchen stroked his beard, feeling quite puzzled. Moreover, it's been many years since I last heard the term real mode. This was a dungeon mode used to train border warriors. However, later on, this mode was discarded because it was too dangerous and uncontrollable. Lu Hanlin nodded. Yes, in real mode, the high levels of monsters are secondary. If they are not defeated for a long time, it could cause spatial cracks that invade reality.
At that moment, Lindsay's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, stepped forward, looking very anxious. Principal Lu, may I ask, what is the survival chance for the students who entered this real mode? Lu Hanlin let out a long sigh.
After several seconds, he reluctantly said, to be honest, very little. Thinking of his more than a dozen students possibly being killed by powerful enemies in the dungeon, Principal Lu felt immense heartache.
Moreover, amongst them was an excellent potential, Lindsay.
Hearing the answer, Teacher Li's eyes filled with tears, and she could no longer hold back her sobs.
Lindsay, you really are such a suffering child. P.S. To the readers who feel okay so far, please add it to your bookshelf. Chapter 11, Kind-Hearted and Simple Villagers. Achoo, Lindsay sneezed. Why do I feel someone is speaking ill of me?
By this time, Lindsay and the students had arrived in front of the house emitting dark smoke. People then noticed that the ratmen automatically stopped after chasing to a certain distance, their blood-red eyes greedily staring at them, but they dared not come closer. It was as if they were wary of something terrible. At this moment, a strange sound came from the house, a buzzing and murmuring, like many people chanting together, but even more eerie and unpredictable than chants.
Just hearing that sound would make one feel uncomfortable.
Perhaps sensing that someone was approaching outside, the chanting inside abruptly stopped.
An old, deep voice echoed out, "Who is here? Why are you sneaking around like those rats? Are you also here to snatch our sacred relic?"
The voice sent shivers down the students' spines.
They began to discuss, who are the people inside the house? Lindsay's eyes sharpened. Whoever it is, can't we just see for ourselves? Flame Demon, go!
In the next second, Flame Demon's fist, like a cannonball, smashed directly against the wall of the house. Boom! A wall was instantly pierced through, bricks and rubble flying everywhere. Inside the small hall, dozens of villagers were gathered. Each person wore a black robe, kneeling on the ground, worshipping a headless statue at the end of the room, looking very strange. Hearing the noise, they slowly stood up and turned towards the crowd outside. Every villager's face was deathly pale, and their eyes were vacant, like walking corpses. Among them, a hunched old man stepped forward and spoke in a chilling voice. It seems a group of disrespectful guests has arrived.
Wang Hao opened his mouth wide. Wow, Lindsay, you were right, these villagers definitely have a problem. How did you guess? Lindsay calmly shrugged. How else do you think I became the top student? Damn, fooled again.
Meanwhile, many students started to check the information about these villagers. Kind villager, simple villager. Race, human, D grade. Level, level 2. Health, 800. Skills, none. Everyone looked at each other, unable to hold back their complaints. Wait, you call this kind and simple? Lindsay was also speechless, immediately using Clear Sight to check. Through the special vision, each villager was enveloped in a ghostly green light, and their true information revealed. Demonized villager. Race, undead, no rating. Level, level 20. Health, 5000. Skills, soul hunger, soul sacrifice. Their real information was indeed hidden. As for why the undead tribe has no ranks, Lindsay had learned about it in textbooks. The undead tribe is excluded from all races. Be careful, these are level 20 undead monsters. Lindsay warned. What? Level 20? Higher than those ratmen. Everyone was terrified. Only the old man let out a series of chilling laughs. He, I thought it was someone important? Turns out to be a bunch of kids below level 10. Are you here like those rats, coveting our sacred artifacts? Lindsay asked with great interest. Sacred artifact? What sacred artifact? The old man said coldly, of course it is the sacred artifact prepared to resurrect the undead duke. No, why am I wasting breath on you, little brat? You are all going to die here today. After saying that, all the villagers began to rub magical orbs with their hands. In an instant, eerie green energy began to gather in the villagers' hands. Then, they pushed their hands forward, and many skull-shaped energy forms were immediately released, floating towards the students. Thirsting Soul. Inflicts spell damage to the target and causes corrosion effects, dealing continuous damage every second while having health recovery effects. Seeing those eerie green skulls, everyone was frightened and scattered in all directions, fearing they would be hit. Only Winehouse stood firm in front of Lindsay, his large shield crashing down with a bang. Guardian Field. An energy force field instantly wrapped around himself and Lindsay, blocking the skull's attacks. Thanks, buddy, but it's not necessary to go through all this trouble. The fire demon on one side casually brushed aside the floating skulls with his hand, filled with disdain. Such small tricks dare to show off. After saying that, the fiery fist was about to smash down hard. Show mercy under the fist. The fire demon was stunned. The one speaking was none other than Lindsay. Lindsay smiled slyly. Wait a minute, let me disband the big team first, so we don't get experience split with these people. Seeing others had already run away, he immediately disbanded the team. We can continue now. With a punch, the fire demon crushed a group of demonized villagers flat. Killed demonized villager, experience plus 100 lifespan plus 200 days. Killed demonized villager, experience plus 100 lifespan plus 200 days. Lindsay and Wanghao's experience began to soar again. Lindsay's message popped up. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 9, gained 5 distributable attribute points. Wanghao laughed heartily. Damn, I'm about to hit level 5. After the fire demon's fist, the entire house became dangerously unstable, and the inside was darkened by the fire. The old man looked at the fire demon in astonishment. You are actually a demon race. Then, he looked at Lindsay. Did you sacrifice your lifespan to summon this demon? Lindsay replied, so what? Truly ignorant little brat, do you know what it means to play with fire? Lindsay grinned. I don't know whether it's self-immolation or not, but you're definitely going to be burned. After saying that, he threw a heavy punch, Flame Fury, at the old man. The old man was slammed into the back wall by the force of the punch, and with a poof, he spat out black blood, collapsing to the ground. I didn't expect a human kid below level 10 could have such power, the old man gasped. But, our death is not the end, but rebirth, the old man sneered. Let me witness your death. In an instant, green energy floated from the deceased villagers and all gathered towards the headless statue on the wall. Lindsay then noticed that the neck of the headless statue was hanging with a necklace, in the center of which was EMB. 2 deep set eye sockets burst forth with green flames. Boss Death Duke, head. Race, undead. Level, 30. Health, 100,000. Skill, obliterating cannon. Roar. A huge skull let out a deafening roar into the sky. Chapter 12, Level 30 Boss Death Duke. Level 30 Boss, 100,000 health? Upon seeing this gigantic skull, the students who were already fleeing scattered even more in panic. The ratmen, who had been watching from a distance, also chose to retreat immediately. After all, a level 30 boss was far too oppressive for them, a slight touch could end their lives. In the ruins, the old man's labored voice echoed again. Run, scream with all your might. The Death Duke will eliminate all of you, our undead race will rise again. You old fool, how come the house collapsed but didn't crush you? And yet you still talk so much? Lindsay retorted. The flame demon coldly snorted. What undead race? Just a worthless thing excluded from all races. As soon as the words were spoken, the skull seemed enraged, and the green flames in its eyes blazed even brighter. Then, its jaw opened slightly, and a green energy cannon was fired toward the flame demon. The flame demon's eyes narrowed, and he jumped away immediately. When the cannon hit the ground, it instantly turned to nothing, leaving no trace behind.
Lindsay asked with concern, "Flame demon, how are you doing? Can you handle it?" But the flame demon had a mighty expression. "My lord, your question is simply insulting." Lindsay, all right, then I'll leave."
The flame demon leaped toward the skull head. The skull wanted to open its mouth to unleash a second energy cannon but was preempted by the flame demon, who threw an uppercut that made its jaw snap shut. With a bang, the energy cannon exploded inside the skull's mouth, causing its entire head to shake violently, losing half of its health. Next, the flame demon delivered a fiery punch that created a huge dent in the skull.
Instant kill.
The green flames vanished, and the giant skull lost its life force, falling to the ground. But the flame demon, driven by fury, wasn't done. His fists pummeled the skull like falling meteors, breaking it into countless bone fragments before he finally stopped. "I didn't expect that humans could already control the demon race in the ruins," the old man said unwillingly, then breathed his last. "You have slain Boss Death Duke, head, experience plus 5,000, lifespan plus 10,000 days.
Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, 10, gained 5 attribute points to distribute.
Loot from boss, 50,000 copper coins, thirsty soul skill book, cursed gemstone necklace, set 1/5.
Your remaining lifespan is 156 years 343 days. Ding. Final boss defeated, mission completed. Reward, 1 lottery draw. This draw guarantees an exclusive S-level reward for your class. Additionally, a prompt appeared. Congratulations. Your summoned beast flame demon leveled up, current level, 61. Goodness, after defeating so many monsters, I finally leveled up by 1.
Lindsay exhaled after reading a long list of messages.
Finally finished.
At this moment, Wang Hao was beside him, full of excitement. "Wow, I just leveled up twice in a row, I'm already level 6.
Lindsay dad, don't say anything. For the next month, I'll cover your meals. Congratulations.
You have successfully cleared the level.
All clearers will receive 1,000 copper coins.
MVP of this round will additionally receive 2,000 experience, 5,000 copper coins." Suddenly, from all around the village, in the grass, in the trees, in the pigsties, in the wells, under the stoves, in the outhouses, cheers erupted from everywhere. These were the hiding places of the students just now.
Did you see? Just now Lindsay took down that level 30 boss all by himself. Wow, Lindsay is so amazing.
I didn't even dare to watch. Lindsay helped us kill the boss, and we got 1,000 copper coins for free. I feel like Lindsay's price was too cheap back then. Everyone was wearing smiles of relief, and their impressions of Lindsay had completely changed.
What do you want to do first after you go out? I want a feast. I want to go home and see Mom.
I need to change my pants because I couldn't hold it in earlier. At last, the message popped up again. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds, and the adventurers will be automatically teleported out. 60, 59, 58.
Outside the dungeon, on the playground.
The tech department was still in a frenzy, dealing with the dungeon malfunction.
During this time, the police also arrived, a team of officers fully armed and on high alert.
Even the chief arrived at the scene to understand the situation, clearly placing great importance on this matter. After all, if the monsters in the real mode weren't dealt with quickly, they could cause spatial rifts, invading reality.
Lou Hanlon asked, "Director Sue, why did the real mode suddenly appear? Do you have any clues?"
A powerful-looking man with a stern face replied, "I suspect this incident might be related to an illegal cult that we're currently investigating. But for now, it's just a personal guess without evidence. The urgent matter right now is to find the whereabouts of the students."
This person was Su Jianxin, the chief of the Tianyu City Police Department.
He sighed deeply and continued, "But Principal Lu, you might need to prepare yourself mentally, those students are likely in grave danger. There have been similar cases in history, and the chances of survival are minimal.
Even if they make it out, they will suffer immense psychological trauma.
Moreover, this incident can almost be determined as a major serious accident, and it is likely to have a negative impact on society. The school also needs to be ready for public relations measures."
Lou Hanlon sighed heavily, "I understand.
Regardless, this accident happened during my tenure, and I will take responsibility for the lives of the 16 students. So, when this is over, I will apologize and compensate the families of the students and the whole society, and I will resign in shame." The surrounding teachers heard this and rushed to dissuade him. "Principal Lu, don't.
It's not your fault." Feng Wuchen also sighed, "Junior Lu, why must you do this?" Lou Hanlon's tone was resolute, "You don't need to say more, I've made up my mind." At that moment, a booming voice came from the playground. They're out. They're out. The students are out, a teacher shouted as he ran over. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lou Hanlon quickly rushed to the teacher and asked, "How many got out?" 16 of them. All of them got out. What? Everyone could hardly believe their ears. How are they doing now? Their mental state? Everyone is very happy.
They said Lindsay defeated the final boss, allowing everyone to teleport out.
When they came out, they even lifted Lindsay up, cheering and celebrating.
This news left all the teachers, the principal, and the officers in stunned silence. They felt what they heard was too unreal. They were shocked to the point of doubting reality.
After several seconds, Lou Hanlon and Su Jianxin spoke simultaneously. Quick! Take me to see the students.
Chapter 13, He lives longer than both of us. After the students came out, the leaderboard on the screen also refreshed the data.
Rank 1, Lindsay, Demon Summoner, S grade, level 10 2%.
Rank 2, Wang Hao, Shield Knight, B grade, level 65%.
Rank 3, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A grade, level 3 2%.
Rank 4, Xia Shuer, Wind Archer, B grade, level 293%.
Rank 5. Look! Lindsay is level 10.
A regular person takes at least a week to reach level 10 after class changing. He reached level 10 in just one dungeon?
What's up with the second place, Wang Hao? Half an hour later, in the principal's office.
Lindsay sat on a genuine leather sofa, facing Lou Hanlon, Feng Wuchen, and Su Jianxin. He had just shared his experiences in the dungeon as detailed as possible. Of course, he said nothing about obtaining the lifespan system.
After listening, the three men were still in a daze. So, you just came out directly like that? Su Jianxin asked.
Yes, mainly because after defeating the boss, I was automatically teleported out, otherwise, I could have farmed some more experience.
Lindsay said regretfully. The three big shots?
All three of them were experienced big shots, yet they had never heard of a student who had just awakened today defeating a level 30 boss alone.
If it's true, this Lindsay might just be an extraordinary genius.
Even in the entire history of the Great Xia country, there's never been anyone like him. After a moment, Su Jianxin was the first to speak. Lindsay, if what you said today is true, then without a doubt, you have made a huge contribution.
I represent the Tianshu City Police Department to thank you.
Lou Hanlon also excitedly said, I also represent all the teachers and students in the school to thank you. Additionally, in my personal capacity, I sincerely thank you.
Hey, you two big shots don't have to be so polite.
Lindsay scratched the back of his head and tentatively asked, I just want to know, is there a reward?
Su Jianxin and Lou Hanlon exchanged a look of surprise. Then, the office burst into hearty laughter.
Ha, you are quite straightforward, I like that. Su Jianxin laughed, don't worry, I'll apply for a reward of 10,000 copper coins for you right away.
Ha ha ha.
Lou Hanlon also laughed, I will propose an application to the school committee, and additionally, I have decided to reward you with 10,000 copper coins out of my own pocket.
That would be too embarrassing.
Lindsay tried hard to hold back his laughter and pretended to be modest.
Ha, Lindsay, my young friend, don't be humble. At that moment, Feng Wuchen interjected, do you know that you have saved my junior's career and reputation? Lou Hanlon sighed lightly, I feel ashamed.
Lindsay, although you will graduate in a little over a month, if you encounter any difficulties or need help in the future, just tell me. Lindsay felt a bit embarrassed by what they said. At this moment, Lindsay thought of something and said seriously, by the way, I have one more question.
Is that real mode just like I guessed?
Su Jianxin nodded, you are very clever, you guessed about 8 or 9 parts correctly. Since the invasion of humanity by the 10,000 races 100 years ago and the awakening of vocational practitioners, various dungeons have randomly appeared across Blue Star.
The content of these dungeons is a data projection of real events that have occurred. At first, all the dungeons completely restored the real events, even the new player trial dungeons like today were based on actual incidents.
So at that time, the casualty rate for newcomers was very high, and it could even cause spatial rifts, allowing the alien races within the dungeons to invade the real world. Until 30 years ago, humanity developed scientific technology for artificial intervention in dungeons, allowing them to modify the data of the dungeons. Just like editing an entire video, modifying and cutting it in various ways, this is how most dungeons on the market are today. Of course, if you still want to experience real combat, you can go to the border battlefield. It's just that the dungeons in the cities no longer use the real mode. As for why the Bloodstained Village dungeon suddenly entered the real mode, that still needs further investigation. Feng Wuchen continued, I wonder how this Bloodstained Village dungeon was chosen as the new player trial dungeon. Perhaps we can find some clues from the education committee. Su Jianxin nodded, old Feng is right, we are just about to investigate. Then, I'll take my leave first and return to arrange the work. After bidding farewell to Su Jianxin, the two elders and one youth continued to chat.
Lou Hanlon frowned and said, "There's still one thing we are all quite concerned about. Lindsay, how many years of your life did that demon cost you? Do you feel any discomfort in your body now? Such as insufficient energy, palpitations, shortness of breath, or other symptoms?"
Of course, Lindsay couldn't honestly admit that he had sacrificed 100 years of his life. "I had to play dumb, actually, it's just 4 or 5 more years to live."
"Don't worry, Principal, I'm good, very good." Lou Hanlon,
Lindsay felt guilty. 10 years, I sacrificed 10 years of my life. Feng Wuchen smiled brightly and said, "You're quite interesting, little friend.
Let me take a look." With that, he grabbed Lindsay's hand. Lindsay was shocked. "Principal Feng can see how long someone will live? My profession is a Taoist, so I naturally understand some yin-yang and 5 elements techniques.
Although I can't calculate an exact number, I can see quite accurately." After saying this, he began to analyze Lindsay's palm and face. About 5 minutes later, Feng Wuchen released Lindsay's hand, his brow furrowed, falling into deep silence.
Lou Hanlon felt nervous. "Brother Feng, say something. How much time does Lindsay have left? Is the situation not optimistic? Should I leave?" "No, little friend, Lindsay's lifespan seems to be longer than ours." Lou Hanlon? After a while, Lou Hanlon expressed relief. "Then I can rest easy.
It can only be said that the demon summoner profession is too rare in history, and we don't really understand it."
Feng Wuchen sighed, stroking his beard. "Little friend Lindsay, why didn't you apply to our first high school back then? But it's only a little over a month until graduation. Transferring to our school now isn't too late. We will provide you with more abundant resources. Give me an L." Lou Hanlon slammed the table to interrupt. "Are you shamelessly trying to poach right in front of me?" Feng Wuchen chuckled. "I'm just joking."
"You're quite serious for your age."
"Lou Hanlon, you old man." Lindsay silently commented aside, "These two brothers are getting old, why are they still acting like kids?" After bickering for a while, Lou Hanlon finally turned to Lindsay seriously. "By the way, I almost forgot to congratulate you on obtaining first place in this trial. In half a month, you will represent our school in the Western New Star competition. In this remaining time, improve your skills." Chapter 14, Draw S-Class Talent, Summon the Second Demon. When Lindsay returned home, it was already evening.
He lived in an old community in the old town. This building was over 30 years old, making it look quite dilapidated.
The small house was left by the deceased parents of the original owner.
In his childhood, the original owner had a happy childhood here. However, when he was 8 years old, the family of 3 encountered an alien invasion during an outing, resulting in the death of his parents, and the original owner nearly lost his life. It was also at that time that Lindsay had taken over the original owner's body, and 10 years had passed in a blink of an eye. In these 10 years, his life could be described as frugal, nothing like the rich and glamorous, with luxury cars, beautiful women, or extraordinary martial arts seen in novels. Fortunately, today, fate finally changed. After entering the house, Lindsay threw down his backpack and collapsed onto the old sofa in the living room. This day felt like it lasted several days. I should check the attribute panel first.
Name, Lindsay. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Level, Level 10, 32%. Rank, Rank 0. Health, 143,390. Mana, 41,590. Strength, 15,309, Agility, 10,159, Stamina, 14,339, Intelligence, 4,139, Spirit, 4,159. Available attribute points, 25. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Scorching Airstream. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Field, Insight Like Fire. Summoning slots, 1/2. Lindsay distributed the 25 attribute points evenly, as he didn't really need those points.
Next, he checked his money balance.
Money, 118,326 copper coins. Almost 120,000.
Lindsay was instantly wide awake. I remember just before today, I only had over 2,000 copper coins left. And this doesn't include the 30,000 copper coins promised by Officer Su and Principal Liu. Lindsay deeply understood that in this society, strength and money are closely linked.
Then, Lindsay opened his inventory.
After defeating the undead Duke, I obtained a skill book called Thirsty Souls. This was the same skill as the energy bodies of the skeletons unleashed by those villagers, a sea-level mage skill. It was useless, so Lindsay decided to sell it at the trading post. The other item was the cursed gem necklace. Lindsay looked at the necklace in his inventory, glowing with a ghostly green light, which seemed just like the one worn around the neck of that headless statue. Cursed gem necklace, set 1/5. Quality, A level. Type, accessory. Effect, strength plus 1000, applies a state of confusion to the wearer, there is a 50% chance of making a mistake when attacking a target, and this effect cannot be removed while worn.
Set effect, 5-piece set? Although the attribute bonus is not bad, this negative effect is way too big, right? I think I will just hold on to it for now.
Next came the part Lindsay was most looking forward to.
He opened the lottery interface.
This time, there was no need to spend any life, and he would definitely get an exclusive S-level reward for his class. He watched as the lottery entries began to roll again, rubbing his hands together before stopping it. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and the prize was locked in place.
Congratulations! You have drawn the talent, Summoning Copy, S-level.
Ha!
What does that mean? Talent, Summoning Copy.
A summoner exclusive talent that allows summoning the same type of summoned beast in multiple forms without limit, taking only one summoning slot. The cost for each summoned beast remains the same, but they share experience and equipment. Lindsay read it several times and, after understanding its meaning, his eyes lit up.
So, even though I only have one summoning slot left, I can infinitely stack the same kind of demon?
Immediately, Lindsay opened his Book of Demons. He still had a little over 156 years of life left, so stacking summons.
Lindsay fixed his gaze on a majestic-looking creature, the Hellhound.
The Hellhound costs 10 years of life to summon one, although it is a low-level demon.
But if he summons multiple, it should have considerable fighting power. Please confirm, will you sacrifice 10 years of life to contract a Hellhound? Yes/no. Yes. Triggering Summoning Copy talent, would you like to continue summoning? Yes. Triggering.
After repeating this process, Lindsay chose 10 times, betting another 100 years of life.
Current remaining life, 56 years 343 days. On the living room floor, a hexagram summoning circle appeared again.
The next moment, 10 large, black dog-like creatures appeared before him, completely filling the already small living room. The black dogs stood half the height of an adult. Their bodies were covered in shiny black short fur, and their strong muscle lines were evident, looking very fierce and battle-ready. The most significant difference from ordinary dogs was their faces, which had 3 long eyes, each with a bright red pupil looking both eerie and cool.
Then, the summoning circle disappeared, and the 10 large black dogs uniformly bent their front legs, performing an elegant bow to Lindsay. Triggered professional talent, Demon Affinity, the loyalty of the Hellhounds automatically reaches 100%. Woof!
The 10 large black dogs rushed towards Lindsay with enthusiasm. Wow, they look fierce but are actually just like dogs.
Summoned Beast, Hellhound. Race, Demon Race, S-level. Branch, Beast Demon Type. Rarity, D-level. Level, 20. Health, 3000. Mana, 1500.
Strength, 200, Agility, 400, Stamina, 300, Intelligence, 260, Spirit, 150.
Skill, Bloodthirsty Bite. Deals damage to a single enemy, equals Agility *5, and inflicts bleeding for the next 10 seconds, dealing damages per second, equals Agility *1. Cooldown time, 10 seconds.
Although the level is not very high, but combined with 10 plus a fire demon, it's basically like forming a legion. Lindsay reached out to pat the forehead of the leading Hellhound, its 3 eerie-looking eyes immediately closed slightly, as if greatly enjoying it. Other Hellhounds saw this and hurriedly rushed over for a pet, creating a very chaotic scene.
Dog thing, go back and rest for now.
Lindsay, unable to handle it, directly put them away into the summoning bar.
That night, Lindsay slept very peacefully. The next day, he didn't get out of bed until after 10 o'clock. Because there was no school today. As third-year high school students, they had already completed their career awakening, and the next month was all free practice time, after which they would return to school for the National Unified exam. However, Lindsay's current goal was still the Western New Star competition happening in half a month. This competition was a major annual event in the western region of the Great Xia Kingdom. At that time, the best students from various high schools would gather together and enter a special dungeon for a competition. Students who performed well would have a great chance of being noticed by key universities nationwide, earning extra points or even direct recommendation. Therefore, what Lindsay needed to do during this time was to continue improving his combat power. After getting up, he opened the chat group and found that there were almost too many new messages. Basically, they were all classmates he wasn't familiar with sending congratulations or expressing their envy. These people, who had scoffed at his profession yesterday, were now immediately flattering him. He chose to ignore them directly. There was also a message from the principal of the first high school, Fengwuchen. Lindsay, have you really considered transferring? The message ended with a cheeky emoji. Lindsay's mouth twitched, what a naughty old man. Wang Hao also sent a message, come on, I promised to treat you to 3 meals today, let's go eat a lot. Lindsay replied directly, I'm going to do a dungeon today, let's talk another day. Wang Hao, wow, you must be the competitive king.
He also received a message from teacher Lindsay, congratulations on qualifying for the competition. I recommend you the following dungeon links, all are suitable for students to level up. Be safe. Lindsay opened the links and found they were all beginner dungeons for level 10, Western Wilderness, Pig Coast, Gulen Forest, and so on. Lindsay shook his head, these simple dungeons would only limit his leveling speed. Although he was only level 10 now, his summoned beasts were not. He wanted to directly challenge dungeons at level 30, 40, or even higher, but these dungeons required profession holders to reach level 20 and break through the first tier to enter. So, the highest level dungeons he could challenge now only went up to level 20. Lindsay searched for strategies online and eventually locked onto a higher difficulty level 20 dungeon, Forbidden Forest. P.S. Dear readers, many of you might feel that this hellhound is a bit weak. Actually, don't worry, it will become very powerful later. Moreover, each summoned beast has its unique role, and my original intention was to give each summoned beast its own characteristics. Trust me, keep reading. Chapter 15, Forbidden Forest. In the northern part of Tianyu City, at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest dungeon. In a square, there stood a traditional Chinese archway, which was the portal to the dungeon. In addition, there were ticket booths, restaurants, souvenir shops, and fountains in the square. This was because, nowadays, almost all dungeons on the market had been contracted by major companies, creating a complete commercial operation. At this moment, many profession holders gathered in the square, and a lot of people were queuing at the ticket booth. In terms of age, they were mostly college students or new members of social guilds, with levels between 18 to 20. Only Lindsay was at level 10. Therefore, when Lindsay stood in line, the eyes of those around him were filled with disdain. It was as if they saw a toddler who had just learned to walk entering an adult's bar, their expressions saying, "Kid, this is not a place for you." At that moment, Lindsay reached the ticket booth. Behind the ticket counter, a lady was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, casually saying, "Look at the camera with your eyes. Verify your identity." Lindsay complied. The lady checked the information, Lindsay, Demon Summoner, level 10. Level 10? The lady finally looked up, seeing a youthful boy before her. The lady immediately scoffed, thinking, where did this little brat come from? Doesn't he know his limitations? However, the lady chose not to discourage him, as long as money was coming in, she didn't care to waste so many words. With a cold face, she said, the ticket is 2,000 copper coins each. Lindsay scanned to pay. The lady slapped a ticket on the counter and called out, next. As Lindsay was about to leave, a poster on the wall behind the lady caught his attention. The poster read, fastest record holder for completing this instance, Zhu Zhongyun, time 1 hour 36 minutes, challenge is welcome. Lindsay paused and asked, excuse me, is there any reward for breaking this speedrun record? The lady was stunned for a second, scanning Lindsay up and down with a slightly disgusted look. What's the matter? You want to set a new record? How will I know if I don't give it a try? Lindsay replied nonchalantly. He. The lady chuckled dryly, unhappily tossing a pamphlet to Lindsay. Here, it's all written there. Alright, hurry up, there's still a line behind. Lindsay didn't argue with her and walked away with the pamphlet. Others in the line immediately began to whisper. Challenging the record? Does he even know who the holder is? It's the president of the Rising Dragon Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, and the boss of this instance, President Chu. Moreover, President Chu has held the record for over 20 years, no one has ever surpassed it in the past 2 decades. You think a level 10 kid can break it? He really doesn't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. While Lindsay walked towards the teleportation portal, he began to read the pamphlet. As it turned out, to perfectly clear this instance, one must defeat 3 bosses within it. If someone sets a new record for perfect clearance, they would be granted a personal meeting with the previous record holder, President Chu of the Rising Dragon Guild, and could choose any one item from the first level of the guild's item storage. However, there was one condition, it must be their first entry into the instance for it to count. So, everyone only has one chance. Ding! You have a new mission, break the speedrun record for the Forbidden Forest instance. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lindsay's eyes brightened. Originally, it was just a casual question, but now, breaking the record was a must. So, he hurried towards the teleportation portal. After entering the portal, Lindsay found himself in a small campsite in a forest. Surrounded by towering trees, the thick branches and leaves blocked the sunlight, making the entire environment seem quite dim. At the same time, 3 small paths extended from the campsite, each leading to different areas of the forest. Welcome to the Forbidden Forest instance. Level restriction, less than or equal to 20. Difficulty, hard. Mission description, a snake disaster has struck the forest. A troop entered to clear the beasts but was tragically killed. Please avenge them to comfort their souls. Time limit, 12 hours. Note, death or expiration of time will automatically teleport you out of the instance. In the campsite, there were 2 NPCs selling food and basic equipment, along with many other players. Lindsay looked at the 3 paths leading in different directions, recalling the introduction in the pamphlet. The Forbidden Forest is divided into 3 major areas: the Misty Marsh, the Heart of the Ancient Tree, and the Deep Nest. Only by defeating the bosses in all 3 areas could one break the record. So, it didn't matter which path he chose to start with. He randomly selected one and walked in. You see that? That kid actually chose to go to the Misty Marsh. People in the campsite began to discuss. Doesn't he know that area gives low experience and is particularly easy to get lost? It's the lowest cost performance area among the 3. Wait, I see he's only level 10, and he doesn't even have a team? Are you crazy? He's probably just an ignorant little kid. Lindsay walked alone on a secluded forest path, with the sunlight above becoming increasingly scarce, and a hazy mist filling the air, making the whole atmosphere feel very eerie and quiet. Moreover, since just now, the path had split, like a maze, and he didn't know which way to go. Lindsay chose to summon hellhounds. In an instant, 10 large black dogs appeared before him, all wagging their tails and rushing toward him, tongues out, eager to lick his face. Stop! Lindsay immediately called off their actions. Although he didn't mind dogs, being licked in the face by creatures from hell felt a bit off inside. Lindsay gave the command, "You all, find the path to the boss." Woof! The 10 large black dogs instantly sprang into action. Sniffing here and there, they raced towards the split paths. Lindsay simply sat down on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, he heard footsteps coming from where he had arrived, followed by a refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Before long, a stunning figure bumped into him. Ah! You scared me! The girl nearly collided with Lindsay and quickly took a step back. Oh, it's a person. I thought it was a monster. The girl patted her chest. Listen to how polite you are, Lindsay commented. He. The girl laughed awkwardly. Sorry, the fog is too thick, I can't see clearly. The girl put away her smile. By the way, why are you here alone? Are you also here to hunt the Earth Dragon? Earth Dragon? Lindsay was confused. Isn't this path leading to the Misty Swamp, to hunt the Swamp Witch? The girl was shocked. What? Did I take the wrong path again? Chapter 16, S-Class Dragon Shepherd, Swamp Witch. Lindsay took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She seemed around his age, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, with her figure beautifully highlighted. Her shoulder-length hair was tied back in a neat ponytail. And her features were definitely among the best he had ever seen in girls. Especially a pair of sparkling big eyes that shone with clarity and foolishness. Oh no! I clearly looked at the guide. How did I take the wrong path again? The girl was going crazy. Lindsay felt a bit speechless. Why have all the beautiful girls he met lately been not so bright? The last one was also that Xia Shuer. However, to be fair, Xia Shuer had somewhat of a superficial beauty, while the girl before him had a fresh, refined charm, totally on a different level. At that moment, the girl spoke to Lindsay again. Classmate, do you know the way? Can we team up? No. Lindsay refused without hesitation. Don't refuse so quickly. Actually, I'm a freshman from the Western War Academy, and I'm an S-Class profession. Oh? Lindsay was a bit surprised. He immediately used his investigation skill to check the girl. Name, Chu Yuyu. Profession, Dragon Shepherd, S-Class. Level, 20, 0 stage. She really is an S-Class profession? How about that? The girl named Chu Yuyu put her hands on her hips, very pleased with herself. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait? You're also S-Class? Lindsay Demon Summoner also a summoning profession? Wait, you're only level 10? Lindsay raised his hands, non-committal. Chu Yuyu puffed out her chest with a smile. Lindsay, according to seniority, you should call me Senior Sister Plus. I happen to be in the summoning profession, and I can teach you a lot of professional knowledge. How about it? Isn't it very tempting? Let's team up. Lindsay, I refuse. Ha, woman, though you have some beauty, you won't affect my speed in breaking the record for clearing the game. You are impossible. Chu Yuyu was so angry her cheeks puffed up. At that moment, a rustling sound came from deep within the forest. The next second, 10 half-adult-sized black dogs rushed out of the bushes swiftly. Each of them has 3 blood-red eyes, looking very oppressive. Ah! Chu Yuyu was suddenly startled. Prepare for battle. But she saw 10 big black dogs pouncing in front of Lindsay, sitting obediently, their tails wagging non-stop. Found the way? Lindsay asked. Woof! One of the big black dogs barked. Chu Yuyu was stunned by the scene before her. These are all your summoned beasts? Wait, they are all level 20? Chu Yuyu was greatly shocked. A level 10 summoner actually summoned 10 level 20 beasts? Even though she was also an S-class, known as a genius, she had never seen such a situation. It was simply explosive. Lindsay stood up. Alright, I'm going to fight the boss now.
Wait. If you don't want to team up, can I walk with you? Shu Yu asked.
To be honest, I'm hopelessly directionally challenged. If I go alone, I might not get out of here by tomorrow.
He had a very clear understanding of himself.
Lindsay, do as you wish, as long as you don't steal my experience. After saying that, he strode forward.
Okay. Shu Yu smiled brightly and immediately followed behind.
The two wandered in the misty forest for a while, encountering some smaller monsters along the way.
They were all easily killed by the hellhounds.
Killed worm monster, experience plus 50 lifespan plus 50 days. Killed shadow squirrel, experience plus 60 lifespan plus 60 days. Killed mushroom spirit, experience plus 70 lifespan plus 70 days. There weren't many monsters, and they posed no difficulty. After about 10 minutes, the two and the 10 dogs finally arrived at a spacious area. Looking around, there was a swamp, in the center of which stood a rundown little house.
We actually got out of the maze this quickly?
Shu Yu said excitedly. I heard others say that the average time for newcomers to this maze map is 2 hours. We only took a little over 10 minutes. Your big black dogs are really useful. Hearing this, the hellhounds all struck cool poses, as if showing off in front of a beautiful woman. What a useless sight.
Lindsay commented. At this moment, a strange voice came from the little house in the swamp center. Ah, do we have new guests?
Accompanied by this were a series of sharp, piercing laughs. Then, an old hunchbacked woman walked out, dirty all over, wrapped in ragged clothes, her hair looking like it hadn't been washed in hundreds of years. In her hand, she carried a staff taller than herself, with several skulls tied to it.
Boss Swamp Witch. Race, human, D grade. Level, 18.
Health, 20,000. Skills, Swamp Bind, Curse Rain. Description: originally a native of this forest, she went mad studying witchcraft after the Snake Clan invaded the forest, trying to expel the outsiders. But in the end, she became a crazed state of attacking anyone regardless of friend or foe. Be careful. Shu Yu instantly became alert. The Swamp Witch's health isn't high, but she specializes in negative effects and can heal herself.
You must not attack, just let me handle this. Lindsay said firmly.
A blush rose on Shu Yu's face. I didn't expect you to be so protective.
No, I just don't want you to steal my experience. You.
Humph. At this moment, the Swamp Witch emitted another strange sound. Hee hee, young people are so full of life, even facing death, they still flirt. The next second, Lindsay and Shu Yu felt the ground beneath them become very soft, their feet sinking into it.
Shu Yu, not good.
We've been hit by a slow effect, movement speed reduced by 80%.
Lindsay remained unflustered. Anyway, I'm not the one fighting. Hellhounds, attack.
10 hellhounds leaped forward like arrows, all biting towards the witch at the same time.
What? These are your summoned beasts? How come there are so many?
The witch was clearly very surprised. Once a bloodthirsty bite caused damage between 1,000 and 1,500, the witch's health bar quickly hit the bottom.
No. It's not over yet. The witch instantly teleported to the roof.
Then she began to chant a difficult spell, waving her long staff, and several skulls clashed together with a clang.
Next, fine black raindrops began to fall in the forest.
This is the witch's second skill, Curse Rain, which will impose random negative effects on the target and heal herself.
Shu Yu explained again.
I didn't expect you to know so much.
Lindsay said casually.
Humph, after all, I'm a top student from the Western War Academy, my studies were not in vain.
Wait, why do I feel a bit uncomfortable being praised by a high school student?
On the other side, 10 large black dogs were all afflicted by negative effects from the rain, blindness, confusion, paralysis, and so on. Their ability to act greatly decreased.
Ah, they're just a few beasts.
The witch laughed proudly on the roof as the rain began to heal her. However, the next moment, her laughter stopped abruptly. She realized she was still losing health, and the rate of loss far exceeded her healing. Bloodthirsty Bite would continue to cause bleeding effects for the next 10 seconds, and the 10 hellhounds meant 10 times the bleeding damage.
No!
The witch cried out in despair, and within seconds, she exploded into blood and died. Kill Boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3,000, lifespan plus 3,000 days. Loot obtained, 2,000 copper coins, skeleton staff, equipment enhancement stone, D grade. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 11.
At the same time, a message popped up.
Individual area record for Misty Forest has been broken, new record holder, Lindsay, time, 19 minutes and 36 seconds. The message was announced to the whole instance, so Chu Yu could also see it.
You actually broke the record?
She widened her eyes. At the same time, outside the dungeon in the square.
The news of the record breaking in the misty forest also appeared on the big screen. People in the square saw it and immediately erupted. Damn, the single area record has been refreshed? Who is this Lin Zhe? Sounds a bit familiar. Come on, do you know him?
No, it seems like that 10-level guy who just claimed he would break the record.
Damn, is it true?
At this moment, at the ticket booth,
a customer impatiently urged, "Hey, I want to buy a ticket, hurry up, what are you waiting for?" The ticket lady, however, was in a state of extreme daze. That kid just now really broke the record? Chapter 17 Thorny Giant Snake, I'm a professional at stealing monsters. Inside the dungeon.
Chu Yuyu circled around Lin Zhe a few times, looking here and there. Her expression was very curious, suspicious, too suspicious. How could a 10-level, no, 11-level high school student be so strong?
You aren't using some hidden identity item, and actually a perverted old man, are you? Lin Zhe looked at her like she was a fool. I think the suspicious one is you. You seem to have no interest in leveling up, why are you following me? Lin Zhe said. Hee Chu Yuyu laughed awkwardly, I was just lost and happened to want to find you to guide me. After seeing your strength, I want to ask you for a favor. What favor?
I didn't enter this dungeon to level up, I came for the final boss, the Earth Dragon.
And it's not to defeat it, but to capture it as my summoned beast. So, I want to ask you to help me catch it.
After Chu Yuyu finished speaking, she pressed her hands together and pleaded.
I refuse.
Lin Zhe said without thinking. Helping her catch the boss meant teaming up to split experience, and catching would give less experience than directly killing it.
After all, if you got a summoned beast, the system wouldn't give you that much experience again. Hey, think about it. Chu Yuyu quickly said, I will pay a reward. 500,000 copper coins, how about that? Lin Zhe stopped. Less to take? Catching a summoned beast for 500,000?
Lin Zhe eyed her with a slightly evil gaze, up and down.
This girl, although dressed quite plainly, indeed had a quality not like an ordinary person. Could she perhaps be a rich young lady?
Chu Yuyu felt uneasy under the gaze, instinctively protecting her chest with both hands.
After a while, Lin Zhe spoke up, I offer 600,000. Plus one condition, when we fight the Earth Dragon, we team up. For the rest of the time, just follow me and don't make a move. Deal.
The other party agreed without hesitation. To show my sincerity, I can pay half the money right now. With that, they immediately opened the trading window, sending 300,000 copper coins to Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe's balance shot up directly to 420,000 copper coins.
Lin Zhe added, even though I've taken your money, I want to challenge the perfect clear record, so the next area's boss is not the Earth Dragon.
Chu Yuyu was a bit surprised. You actually want to challenge that record? The last record holder was Lao.
Chu Zhongheng, 1 hour and 36 minutes, and no one has surpassed it in over 20 years. But then Chu Yuyu thought of something and immediately smiled, no problem, I support you in breaking his record.
I can help you, for free. Oh?
Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised by her reaction.
Then he said straightforwardly, let's go. The two of them retraced their path, even shorter than the time it took to come. When they returned to the starting camp, everyone looked at Lin Zhe with completely different eyes than before. Their gazes had gained a touch of awe, some who knew how to get close even wanted to come up and make friends.
However, Lin Zhe directly ignored these people and hurriedly led Chu Yuyu into the second path, heading toward the area called Heart of the Ancient Tree.
Compared to the maze-like area before, this road was much easier to navigate.
Although they were still in a forest, it was relatively more open.
Moreover, they could see quite a few professionals fighting monsters in the woods, unlike the spooky atmosphere from before.
This time, the smaller monsters had turned into snakes, all above level 15.
However, under the sharp teeth and claws of 10 hellhounds, they basically couldn't survive for more than 5 seconds.
Kill Jungle Python, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Armored Viper, experience plus 160, lifespan plus 160 days. Kill Demonized Red Chain, experience plus 170, lifespan plus 170 days.
Experience points were skyrocketing like they were free.
Chu Yuyu obediently followed behind, not gaining any experience at all. Their actions attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who quietly whispered to one another.
Look, that guy is so strong, he's killing monsters like crazy. You should learn from him. I think he's definitely trying to chase that girl, that's why he's working so hard. And look at that girl, she's just following behind doing nothing, constantly picking up free experience. This must be the classic combination of a goddess and a sycophant, that girl probably has a lot of backup. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu's face turned completely red and she quickened her pace. Lin Zhe, however, did not get angry and simply whistled. The 10 hellhounds understood and immediately dashed towards the monsters those people were fighting, stealing the experience rewards. Why are you stealing my monsters? Many shouted angrily.
If you don't want to be robbed, focus on fighting monsters and mind your own business, Lindsay coldly retorted.
After walking for a while longer, the two finally arrived at the boss area.
Before them was a spacious grassy area with a towering ancient tree standing at the center. Many professionals were already standing on the lawn, all waiting for the boss to spawn. Most of them already knew each other from their respective guilds, so they chatted and laughed while waiting, looking confident and determined.
Shu Yu explained, this boss is the thorn giant snake, spawning every 30 minutes, and many come to challenge it every day.
Once the boss spawns, everyone usually fights together. The more damage you deal, the more experience you get, and this has always been the accepted way of competition.
That makes sense. I like fair competition, Lindsay nodded.
Shu Yu continued, but in this way. Your record of clearance is probably difficult to complete, because the condition to achieve this record is that the challengers must deal at least 50% damage to each boss.
There are so many people here, we can't just ask them to stop attacking, right?
Even if we say it, they won't listen. Lindsay, however, looked calm. It's fine.
Just don't be too stubborn, Shu Yu comforted.
At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's coming, it's coming." Everyone's gaze turned towards the giant tree, where a massive snake head appeared among the canopy, blocking out the sun. Although it was a snake, it wasn't completely a snake. It looked more like a combination of wood and flesh, very strange indeed. The massive snake's body was thick as a round table, winding down around the trunk.
Boss Thorn Giant Snake. Race, none. Level, 25.
Health, 50,000.
Skills, Deadly Poison Fog, Thorn Bind, Serpent Summon.
Description: after the snake tribe came to this forest, they began a forbidden life ritual, attempting to create a new form of life. However, rituals that go against heavenly laws will ultimately suffer retribution. "Brothers, let's attack together," shouted several team leaders. Instantly, every team launched an attack on the boss, each class doing its job. Immediately, damage numbers appeared above the thorn giant snake: -125, -204, -198, -376, critical hit.
Of course, the giant snake was not to be underestimated. It opened its massive mouth and emitted a thunderous hiss. Then, thorns erupted from the ground, wrapping around everyone.
This skill is a sure hit mechanism, causing damage every second and creating a binding effect. Shu Yu explained to Lindsay while taking out a health potion, but the binding lasts only 10 seconds, hang on.
I don't want to hang on anymore, it's time to show my hand.
In the next second, everyone watched as a huge figure wrapped in flames crashed towards the giant snake like a meteor.
It was Lindsay's summoned fire demon. Damage dealt, -33,698. Everyone was stunned on the spot. What the heck? Over 30,000 damage from a normal attack? What is that thing? A wild boss? Nonsense. I've cleared this dungeon many times and have never seen this type of boss before. Many immediately used identification spells to check the huge figure engulfed in fire. The results came back displaying several question marks, indicating it was at least 30 levels above them. Everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, the 10-second binding duration from the thorns was still in effect, yet the fire demon directly grasped the giant snake's neck, smashing its flaming fist down onto the snake's head. Many timid people closed their eyes, for the scene was too violent. -38,964. With another ordinary punch, the giant snake's health bar hit 0. The 10 seconds of binding finally expired, but the boss was already defeated. Everyone stood frozen, not yet able to comprehend what had just happened. Lindsay's interface popped up with a prompt. Kill boss thorn giant snake, experience plus 4,820 lifespan plus 5,000 days. Loot acquired, 5,000 copper coins, thorn dagger, equipment enhancement stone, C grade. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 12. Beside him, Shu Yu looked only shocked. That big monster just now, couldn't it also be summoned by you? Isn't your summon a big black dog? At that moment, everyone in the dungeon received another message. The fastest clearance record for the ancient tree's heart single area has been broken. New record holder, Lindsay, time, 15 minutes 29 seconds. Everyone, underscore. Chapter 18, Third Area, Deep Nest Serpent Man. If someone were flying over the forbidden forest at this moment, they would hear shouts coming from every corner of the forest. Holy crap! Everyone was in an uproar. Again, it's that guy Lindsay? This is the second time. Next, he won't break the record for the third area, right? Where is this Lindsay god now? I really want to see what he looks like. Outside the dungeon, in the square, everyone was boisterous upon seeing the new record on the screen. Several staff members hurriedly rushed to spread the word. A huge news event is about to happen. Quickly call President Chu. Meanwhile, in front of the boss area of the thorny giant snake, Lindsay quickly left the scene before everyone recognized him as the one who cleared the level. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he would be surrounded by these people,
wasting the time to clear the next area. While running, he opened the item bar to check the equipment dropped by the two bosses just now.
Skeleton Staff. Quality, B grade, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, greater than or equal to level 20. Effect, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, shadow spell damage plus 20%. Thorn Dagger. Quality, a grade, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, greater than or equal to level 20. Effect, agility plus 100, if skills cause continuous damage, increase duration by 50%, damage per second plus 50%. Both pieces of equipment are good, and this Thorn Dagger is just perfect for hellhounds. At this moment, Chu Yu was closely following behind, gasping for breath and shouting, "Slow down, no one is chasing us anymore." Lin Zhe then slowed his pace. "Chu Yu, okay, next we need to help me capture the Earth Dragon. Remember, you must bring the boss's health down to below 10% to capture it." "Is that how it is? Then that's a big problem." Lin Zhe's face showed rare uncertainty. "What's wrong? I'm afraid I might accidentally kill it." Chu Yu looked dumbfounded. Is this a new version of Versailles? The two continued to talk while walking. Lin Zhe asked, "I've been curious since just now. You've awakened your profession for a year, don't you have your own summoned beast? You still need to come here to catch one?" Chu Yu smiled mysteriously, "Of course not." As she spoke, a gentle rainbow glow appeared beside her. Then, a small creature appeared in the glow. It was a young flying dragon, about the size of an eagle, with skin that was crystal clear blue-green. The most eye-catching feature was a pair of thin, butterfly-like, semi-transparent wings with colorful patterns, very beautiful. The whole flying dragon looked ethereal. Summoned beast, fairy dragon. Race, dragon race, a grade, elf race, B grade. Level, 5. Chu Yu introduced, "This is my summoned beast, her name is Icarus, but she is still young now and cannot participate in battles. Also, because of this, I haven't participated in battles much this past year, so I'm only level 20. Lin Zhe looked at this extraordinary creature and was stunned for a moment. "This dragon looks really expensive. Aha, it cost me a whole 300 million copper coins, and I overdrew my entire university living expenses." Chu Yu laughed shyly, "But she is still too weak to help me break through to tier 1. So, I had to come here to catch the Earth Dragon." "What?" Lin Zhe was frozen in place. "Did you hear what you just said? 300 million copper coins is just for living expenses in college. Goodness, it seems this girl is indeed a rich young lady. Did I underestimate the price when I made my offer just now?" Lin Zhe immediately regretted it, wishing he could pound his chest and stomp his feet. Poverty really does limit a person's imagination. At this moment, in Lin Zhe's eyes, Chu Yu had turned into a walking ATM. What are you looking at? Don't come near me." Chu Yu once again shielded her bulging chest with her hands. Unknowingly, the two had already walked into the third area, Deep Nest. Compared to the first two areas, the atmosphere in this area felt even more eerie and oppressive. The leaves overhead blocked the sun completely, making it almost impossible to see sunlight while walking below. "Icarus, it's your time to shine." Chu Yu called out. "Eek!" The fairy dragon let out a soft, childish cry. As soon as it did, a circle of soft light surrounded its body, turning it into a flying lamp. But just as the light illuminated the path ahead, Chu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" She saw several figures walking towards them head-on. Those people all wore black trench coats, their heads adorned with round hats, completely wrapped up, making it impossible to see their faces. "In our sacred forest, filthy humans are not allowed to desecrate." In the next moment, the hats of those people fell off, revealing not human heads, but several writhing long snakes. "Oh my god, so disgusting!" Chu Yu screamed. Although I checked the strategy in advance, seeing it with my own eyes is still so disgusting. Snake soldiers. Race, none. Level, 20. Health, 5,000. Skills, Death Embrace, Poison Bite. These are the soldiers who entered the forest to resist the snake disaster, but they were also experimented on by the snake tribe, turning into what they are now. Chu Yu explained. Seeing the appearance of these snake people, Lin Zhe felt a bit horrified and immediately summoned hellhounds to fight. Since they were all level 20 monsters, and there were quite a few enemies, in an instant, the hellhounds got entangled with the snake soldiers. It seems the strength of the black dog still needs to be improved. Lin Zhe sighed. Used to one-hit kills, he was unaccustomed to this evenly matched battle. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and his eyes lit up, almost forgot. He immediately pulled out the thorn dagger from his inventory and moved it to the hellhound's equipment bar. Suddenly, each hellhound had a beak-shaped short dagger in its mouth, the blade emitting a faint green glow. This is the effect of the copy summon talent. As long as one summoned beast equips any gear, all other summoned beasts in the same summon bar have the same gear.
Moreover, as long as one summoned beast gains experience, the other summoned beasts will also gain an equal amount of experience. 10 hellhounds holding thorn daggers had their agility increased directly to 500 points, and their offensive power became much fiercer in an instant. Furthermore, the duration and effect of continuous damage were greatly increased. In an instant, the snake soldiers began to fall one after another. Kill snake soldier, experience plus 200 lifespan plus 200 days. Kill snake soldier, experience plus 200 lifespan plus 200 days. Along the way, Lindsay continued to activate the experience farming mode, killing over 30 snake soldiers like this. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level 13. Congratulations, your summoned beast hellhound leveled up, current level 21.
Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of the boss area.
However, it seemed that something had happened ahead, as many players had gathered at the entrance, arguing about something.
This instance is for everyone, how can you monopolize it? Why can't you let us in? Two burly men in black t-shirts blocked the entrance and arrogantly said, "Humph, why? Just because we are from the Tiger's Claw Guild. Our president is inside farming the boss, and there's no way you can go in." Tiger's Claw Guild?
Hearing this, the players were taken aback. Only then did they notice the fierce tiger descending graphic printed on the black t-shirts of the two big men. The Tiger's Claw Guild is a branch of the Dragon's Descent Guild, and this instance is managed by the Dragon's Descent Guild. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it.
Sigh, who asked them to have connections? We can only admit our bad luck.
However, a tough young man shouted, even if it's the Tiger's Claw Guild, you can't be so overbearing.
Shut up.
One burly man shouted loudly, kicking directly. The young man was kicked nearly 10 meters away, lying on the ground unable to get up. Seeing this, the others didn't dare to say anything, all shaking their heads and scattering.
This is too much bullying. Chu Yu clenched her fists. Lindsay squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of a malicious smile. Let's go take a look. Chapter 19 Boss is occupied?
As soon as Lin and Chu approached, they were immediately blocked by the two burly men.
Are you blind or deaf? One of the big men directly mocked. You two kids think you can come to fight the boss?
I think you might as well go and grind some wild monsters.
Ha ha ha.
Lindsay used the skill, See Clearly, to check, and both big men were level 30 professionals, clearly exceeding the level limit of the dungeon.
They must have used a bug to get in.
The so-called bug is using special items to lower one's level and then removing the bug after entering.
Chu Yu was not afraid either and directly argued, so what if you two are from the Fuhu Guild? The dungeon rules say that any form of private booking is not allowed. I will report you.
Report? The big man completely took it lightly and laughed. Oh, I'm so scared. We booked our own place, who are you going to report to?
Ha ha ha. Another burly man walked over and said, why are you wasting time with two kids? Then he shouted directly at Lindsay and Chu Yu, get lost if you know what's good for you, don't make me take action. Why you are too much?
Chu Yu's voice trembled with anger.
Too much?
I think you, little girl, look quite pretty.
Do you want to experience something even more excessive?
The big man pressed aggressively. At that moment, Lindsay finally spoke coldly from the side, why are you wasting so many words with them?
Chu Yu was both angry and aggrieved. Lindsay,
why are you saying such cold words too? Her beautiful eyes were on the verge of tears, about to drop small pearls.
You didn't understand.
Lindsay replied leisurely, but before he finished, he suddenly exerted force. With a scream, the fierce-looking big man was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind, engulfed in flames.
Minus 75,260. The big man's health bar instantly disappeared, and he was teleported out, leaving only a human-shaped outline on the wall.
Lindsay retracted his flaming fist and continued, I mean, if you can't stand it, just hit them directly, right? Chu Yu and the other big man stared wide-eyed. That big man was level 30, and he was killed in one punch by Lindsay, who was only level 13.
Chu Yu was even more shocked. Wasn't he a summoner? I admit his summoned beast is very powerful, how could he be so strong himself? 75,000 damage is something a level 13 can deal? Everyone is S level, why is the gap so huge? At this moment, the other big man finally came back to his senses and shouted at Lindsay, you're looking for death. Name, Niu Dazhuang. Profession, heavyweight champion, C-class.
Level, 30, first stage. His clothes ripped apart, exposing exaggerated muscles. Then, he took a wrestling stance and pounced towards Lindsay.
Ding!
You have a temporary side quest, clean up those who occupy the dungeon.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
Lindsay smirked. At this time in the boss area, corpses, bones, and blood pools are the typical scenes here. A dozen men who looked like thugs stood inside, each wearing a black t-shirt printed with the Downhill Tiger logo. In the center, there were 2 reclining chairs. On one chair lay a short, stout middle-aged man, dressed in gold and silver, sporting a small mustache, with a greasy demeanor. On the other chair lay a stunning beauty with big waves, looking in her 20s, with an outstanding figure and a thigh-high dress revealing two long, fair legs. Slap. The man's big hand slapped on the fair thigh and said, "Ting ting, there are only 5 minutes left, the boss is about to respawn, hurry up and get ready." The beauty pouted, "Oh no, Mr. Wang, we have already done it 5 times today, I'm really exhausted. Can we skip it? And it's all bones and blood here, it's terrifying." The man, referred to as Mr. Wang, laughed, "Silly girl, today we specially booked the place for you, so you can quickly break through level 20. It turns out this greasy uncle is the president of the Fuhu Guild, Wang Dekai. And this long-legged beauty is one of his mistresses, Lu Tingting, who is also a popular Douyin streamer with millions of fans. Lu Tingting usually posts content on Douyin related to practicing ancient martial arts, claiming she is a master who has broken through to level 40, second stage. Of course, many people came for her videos that were a bit risque, as they often showed some sharp angles that left people in awe. Little did they know, a few days ago, someone leaked that her real level was only level 14, and that her education and qualifications were all fake, with the videos being staged and edited frame by frame. So, to cover up the scandal, today Wang Dekai brought her here for a last-minute boost, frantically grinding levels. The beauty huffed, "So annoying. It's all those irritating netizens' fault, they must have dug up dirt that I'm only level 14. I've been wearing a disguise ring all along and didn't take it off even while showering." The man leered, "Stop whining. Once you level up to 20, I'll take you to soak in a bath, and I'll check you myself." The beauty replied, "Gross. What are you going to check on me?" As the two flirted without a care, suddenly, a commotion broke out outside. Then, a robust figure flew in from the doorway and crashed heavily onto the ground. It was the burly man responsible for guarding the door. Yet, the man on the ground didn't have time to say a word before he was teleported away. At the door, a handsome young man walked in, followed by a beautiful young girl. The greasy Wang Dekai exploded in anger. What kind of garbage are these guards? They can't even stop 2 kids. Chu Yuyu stepped forward and questioned, "Are you the president Wang Dekai of Tiger Guild? Who booked this place? Was it that old man Chu Zhongheng who agreed to you?" Wang Dekai looked at her with disdain. "Who do you think you are, little girl? Do I need your permission to book a venue? And you think you can even call out Chu's name? You're just 2 foolish little brats. Get rid of them." Lu Tingting quickly covered her face, whispering in Wang Dekai's ear, "That guy and girl must be here to gather dirt on me. If we get rid of them, won't that just release them?" Wang Dekai immediately changed his tune, "Then capture both of them." "Yes." The black-clad thugs replied in unison, and in the next second, they all pulled out their respective weapons and rushed forward together. The two checked their information, and these black-clad men were all between level 30 to 40, with various professions. Each one charged fiercely at the two. Oh no, it was my impulsiveness that angered them. Chu Yuyu yelled in alarm. However, just as the black-clad men raised their weapons and approached, it was as if they saw something terrifying, and they all panically ran back, some even dropping their weapons on the ground. Demon's Gaze, a hard control skill of the demon summoner, had already applied a fear effect on them. Then, a circle of ground around Lin Zhe started to turn into lava. This was the lava domain skill, causing anyone who stepped on it to start bleeding profusely. Some who shook off the fear and tried to rush Lin Zhe were taken down by a single flame fury. Killing Professional, Data Body, Experience plus 300 Lifespan plus 300 days. Killing Professional, Data Body, Experience plus 350 Lifespan plus 350 days. Killing Professional, Data Body, Experience plus 400 Lifespan plus 400 days. In an instant, over a dozen level 30 to 40 thugs lay on the ground, some injured, some dead. Why, you're only level 13? Wang Dekai was horrified as he checked Lin Zhe's information. Though he had broken through to a second-tier master, he wouldn't dare claim he could defeat so many level 30 to 40 individuals. However, as a guild president, he knew he couldn't lose face, so he mustered his courage and yelled. "Do you know who I am? Do you think just because you're a bit strong, you can do whatever you want? Kid, I advise you not to be too arrogant, there are many hidden talents in this society. And my strength, Wang Dekai, is just my connections. Once we get outside, crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant." However, the next second, a fist like a cannonball was heading straight for his face. Chapter 20, Capture the Earth Dragon, Achievement Unlocked. Name, Wang Dekai. Occupation, Blade Dancer, a level. Level, 45, second tier. Puff. Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh at the title of his opponent's profession. Wang Dekai looked like a pig's head, completely unrelated to the word dancer. However, an A-level profession, along with a 45-level second-tier breakthrough, truly marked him as a strong warrior. Yet, this strong warrior had just lost more than half of his health from a single punch from Lin Zhe. Now he lay on the ground, his nose broken, blood gushing from his nostrils, looking extremely miserable. Since blood flowed into his mouth, he could only mumble, "You wait for me."
So what if I die in the dungeon? Once I get out, nothing will happen. You're different, you'll surely die once you go out. At this point, still making threats?
Lin Zhe walked over to Wang Dekai, coldly saying, "I can't tell if you're really tough or just a bit slow." In the next moment, a second punch followed, shaking the ground beneath Wang Dekai and cracking it into a web-like pattern. Killed a professional, data body, experience plus 450, lifespan plus 450 days. I have to say, the experience from PvP is really low, it feels like the experience from small monster modules, Lin Zhe said while wiping the blood off his fist. Ding! You have defeated the occupier of the dungeon, completing the additional task. Earned 1 system lottery draw. Not bad. Chu Yuyu, who had been watching Lin Zhe take down everyone, was quite shocked mentally. Though defeating these foes was satisfying, Lin Zhe's brutal fighting style made her heart race wildly. What are you spacing out for? Lin Zhe said from a short distance away, "The boss is about to spawn, let's team up." His face looked as if nothing had just happened. Oh, good, okay. Chu Yuyu finally came back to her senses. They had agreed earlier that to ensure Chu Yuyu didn't miss out on experience, they would only team up at the end. Team up successful. At that moment, the entire scene suddenly shook violently. In the next second, a massive creature lunged out of the white bone blood pool before them. Its head resembled that of a giant crocodile, covered in hard rock scales, with the back half of its body concealed underground. It's the Earth Dragon! Chu Yuyu shouted. Boss Earth Dragon. Race, Dragonkin, a level. Level, 25. Health, 70,000. Skills, Summon Serpents, Rain of Rocks, Grip of the Earth, etc. Click to see more. Description: the serpent tribe respects the dragon, perhaps this is their true reason for coming to this forest. The Earth Dragon opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar towards the sky. Be careful, it's going to summon serpents. Chu Yuyu shouted while covering her ears. Sure enough, the scene suddenly erupted into a violent wind, and countless serpents burst forth from the ground. Each one resembled those they encountered on the way, human bodies but with several frantically writhing snakes for necks. Ah! A woman's scream suddenly rang out. It was the internet celebrity Lu Tingting, who was roughly grabbed by several serpent men, her clothes torn and hair disheveled. She had been hiding nearby, and Lin Zhe had missed her. The snakes on the serpent men's necks coiled around her long legs and chest, before they began to bite her, a horrifying scene indeed. Soon, Lu Tingting's health bar emptied, and she was teleported away. Flame Demon, Hellhounds, time to show your worth. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Flame Demon and 10 Hellhounds appeared before him. The 10 Hellhounds held thorn daggers in their mouths and charged towards the surrounding serpent men. The Flame Demon, filled with anger, rushed straight toward the Earth Dragon, delivering a punch filled with fury. Bang! The cannonball-like fist slammed into the Earth Dragon's head, instantly creating a shower of sparks, damaging the rock armor that covered its skull. Injury caused, 30561. The Earth Dragon instantly lost half of its health. The Earth Dragon let out an angry howl, and then the part buried in the ground continued to drill out, until its entire body flew into the sky. Ah, it's entering phase 2. Chu Yuyu reminded, feeling utterly shocked inside. As the most difficult boss in the Forbidden Forest instance, it was surprising that Lin Zhe's summoned beast knocked it into phase 2 with just one punch. Lin Zhe thought to himself, fortunately, it was a normal attack. If it had been a skill, we wouldn't have seen phase 2. Be careful. Its phase 2 will mostly be flying in the air, and it will unleash various powerful skills. Your summoned beast is strong, but lacks anti-air capabilities. The Earth Dragon circled in the air, its head resembled that of a crocodile, but its entire body looked more like a snake draped in rocky scales, stretching an impressive 50 meters long. Is this the intimidation power of the Dragon Clan at the top of all races? Chu Yuyu sighed. Then, the Earth Dragon's tail swept across a nearby cliff, instantly lifting a giant rock, and its whole body began to whirl and spin. Watch out. This is its strongest skill, Earth's Grip. The damage is extremely high, and getting hit means instant death. The Earth Dragon spun in the air a few times, suddenly, its tail swung with tremendous inertia, and the giant rock shot rapidly towards the two. Flame Demon, protect us, Lin Zhe ordered calmly in the face of danger. In the next second, the Flame Demon instantly appeared in front of them, bravely intercepting the flying giant rock. Damage dealt to the Flame Demon, 4945. It must be said that this damage is indeed fatal for a level 20 and below professional. But for the already level 61 Flame Demon with 280,000 health points, this amount of damage was like just scraping the skin. However, after taking the hit, the Flame Demon was clearly even more enraged. It spat out scorching breath and disdainfully said, "Humph, just a mere dragon race, and still a lowly earth dragon species, dare to show off in front of me." After saying that, the flame demon directly lifted that giant rock with one hand, charged its arm back, and then threw it like a shot put. The earth dragon had not anticipated such an attack. It tried to evade but was still hit on the tail by the stone. Immediately, the earth dragon let out a howl and fell to the ground. When the boss receives a certain damage threshold, it will become rigid. This is also one of the combat mechanics. "Good chance, let's go," Lin Zhe shouted. The flame demon sprang out like an arrow, instantly reaching the earth dragon's side, seizing the whole dragon in its grasp while it briefly lost its ability to move. "Flame demon, control your power, don't kill it," Lin Zhe yelled. He turned and reminded Chu Yuyu beside him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture it." "Oh." Chu Yuyu only then reacted. She was so shocked by the battle scene that she almost forgot her purpose for coming. Immediately, she pulled out an item from her inventory, a master-level beast cage. Choosing the right moment, she threw it towards the earth dragon. Suddenly, the earth dragon shone with a golden light and completely disappeared from the flame demon's grasp, being transported into the beast cage. The flame demon, in the heat of battle, was stunned to see the enemy vanish. "Huh? Where did my monster go?" Then it bared its fangs and walked toward Chu Yuyu. "You, female human, did you steal my monster? Ah, help!" Chu Yuyu was so frightened that her face lost all color and instinctively hid behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe looked at this comical scene and burst into laughter. Then, the two received a message on their interface. Successfully captured the boss earth dragon, experience plus 2000. Loot obtained, 5000 copper coins, earth dragon suit box, equipment enhancement stone, D grade. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the instance, experience plus 5000, money plus 5000. Since it was a capture and not a kill, the experience gained was relatively low. Moreover, for Lin Zhe, there was no lifespan reward. If it weren't for the 600,000 reward, he would never have agreed. At that moment, everyone in the instance received another message. The speed record for single area in Deep Nest has been broken, new record holder, Lin Zhe, time, 23 minutes 18 seconds. The speed record for perfect clearance of the entire Forbidden Forest has been broken, new record holder, Lin Zhe. Chapter 21, entering the real mode again? Seeing the third record-breaking notification pop up, everyone was once again stunned. Wow, this guy named Lin Zhe really broke the all-region record. You know, he shattered the record of the Dragon Slaying Guild's president. And it had stood for over 20 years. Who exactly is Lin Zhe? In 3 minutes, I need all the information on this person. I just heard someone say that Lin Zhe is a level 10 high school student. No way, do you really believe that? You're clearly getting old and will be scammed into buying health products. Inside the boss area of the Earth Dragon. Ding! You have broken the speed record for the Forbidden Forest instance, and received a reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe nonchalantly dusted off his clothes, unaware that discussions about him outside were about to explode. Chu Yuyu looked at the Earth Dragon she had caught in her item bar, with a very happy expression. Lin Zhe, thank you so much this time. As per our agreement, I will pay you the remaining amount. She immediately initiated a trade request. It's a small matter. Lin Zhe replied. Watching the remaining 300,000 copper coins flow in, his balance had reached 730,000. This was an amount he had never seen before, even combined before and after his journey. By the way, I also want to congratulate you on breaking the record. Chu Yuyu continued. I didn't expect you to really do it, and you beat Chu Zhongheng by more than half an hour. Great, so great. Chu Yuyu was extremely excited. Thank you. Lin Zhe said calmly. Compared to breaking records, he was more concerned about what the 2 lottery draws from the system would bring. Additionally, there was the chance to select treasures from the Dragon Slaying Guild storage room. Since we've finished off 3 bosses, we will be auto-teleported out soon. Chu Yuyu said, let's take a break first. Chu Yuyu sat on the lounge chair left by the previous group, stretched, showing off the curves of her body. Lin Zhe also opened his item bar to check the loot from earlier. Earth Dragon Set Box. One-time item, open to receive any piece of Earth Dragon set equipment. The item will disappear upon use. Lin Zhe opened it directly. Earth Dragon Armor, top. Quality, B-Class, type, armor. Equipment restriction, strength greater than or equal to 80. Effect, stamina plus 50, defense plus 200, 30% damage reduction from earth magic. Better than nothing, I still don't have any equipment. Let's wear it first. After saying that, Lin Zhe dragged the armor into his equipment slot. At this moment, a countdown interface popped up. Detection shows you have perfectly completed the instance, preparing to teleport out, 60, 59, 58. Lindsay remembered that the same countdown had appeared yesterday when he was teleported into real mode. So, seeing it again felt a little strange in his heart. However, at that moment, he noticed his item bar glowing with a dull green light. He opened it up to find the cursed gemstone necklace he had obtained after defeating the undead duke was emitting the glow. It was as if it sensed something. 32, 31, 30. The countdown stopped once more. At the same time, the life system gave a prompt. Ding! You have a new task, defeat the final boss in real mode, reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed S-class reward this time. Lindsay's eyes widen, is there really a real mode? Entering real mode soon. Warning, in real mode, death is also real. Good luck. Lindsay felt confused, wait, isn't my chance of winning a bit too high? Oh my god. What is this? Chu Yuyu, beside him, was clearly not as calm and yelled out. As soon as her words fell, the world in front of them went dark, and when it lit up again, the scene had changed significantly. In front, there was still a pool of blood on the ground, but the bones lying inside had transformed into moving skeletons. The ground around was filled with the corpses of serpent people. It seemed that in a battle, these bones had killed the serpent people? At that moment, those skeletons were kneeling around the center of the blood pool, praying, singing an indistinct song. It sounds just like the songs the villagers sing to worship the Duke of the Dead. The entire area is dark and bloody, filled with a strange atmosphere, as if trapped in a hell of blood. What is this place? Chu Yuyu said with a trembling voice. Since just now, she had not understood the situation. Shouldn't we have been teleported out? Lindsay, I'll explain later, for now, find a corner to hide, just don't die. Chu Yuyu nodded, immediately running towards the distance obediently. Lindsay, system, give me a lottery. The lottery interface appeared again, and Lindsay already had 2 chances to draw. Do you want to consume lifespan for luck bonus? Consuming 10 years of lifespan guarantees A grade or above prize, consuming 100 years of lifespan guarantees S grade prize. 20 years of lifespan, take it. Then, the entries rolled and stopped. Congratulations, you have drawn the skill, Elemental Fury, A grade. Skill, Elemental Fury. After use, lose half of your life, elemental damage increases to 300%. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 300 seconds. Wow! Lindsay exclaimed. Although there is a negative effect, the gain is worth it. And since it involves elemental damage, it is very suitable for the Flame Demon. Second draw. Congratulations, you have drawn the skill, Shadow Assault, A grade. Skill, Shadow Assault. Transform into Shadow State, cannot be attacked, movement speed increases to 200%. Upon entering and leaving Shadow State, inflict once dark attribute damage, damage equals agility *1. Shadow State duration 10 seconds, skill cooldown 10 seconds. This skill seems great for the Hellhound too. Lindsay immediately equipped the 2 skills to the 2 demons. Meanwhile, the ground shook violently again, and bubbles started to rise from the blood pool with a gurgling sound. Then, the skeletons seemed possessed, marching uniformly towards the blood pool until their bodies were completely swallowed. The singing stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence. No one knew how long this silence lasted. Suddenly, the blood pool splashed, and a skeletal dragon shot out violently. From its size and appearance, it seemed to be the skeletal version of the dragon from before. Boss Undead Earth Dragon. Race, Undead, Dragon. Level, 45. Health, 180,000. Skills, Summon Undead, Ghost Breath, Death Grip, etc. View more. Description, how did a noble dragon fall to this? Perhaps we need to ask those real invaders. The undead earth dragon fully emerged from the ground, its deep-set eye sockets glowing with eerie green flames, roaring loudly at Lindsay, as if venting its endless rage. Why are you barking at me, dog? I didn't turn you into this. Lindsay mocked. Then with a smirk, he said, I'll gladly accept this experience gift pack. Outside the instance square. Just moments ago, people were excited about someone creating a new record. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, people love watching the spectacle, and everyone was discussing who this Lindsay could be. The atmosphere was lively as if it were a festival. A staff member called President Chu Zhongheng's phone. President Chu, someone broke the record you set in the Forbidden Forest instance, do you have time today to come and see? A steady and powerful middle-aged male voice came from the other end. Oh? Such a thing happened? But I have important matters to discuss today, I probably can't make it, let him come to our group another day, and you can reimburse his travel expenses. Staff member, if that's the case, then we will arrange for him to meet you another day. Alright, President Chu, you're busy. Just as he was about to hang up, another staff member leaned over and said something in his ear. The man's face instantly turned ugly. Wait, President Chu, a small situation has come up, the Forbidden Forest just entered some real mode.
It is said that those trapped in real mode. There are two young people. One is the young man who just broke the record. The other seems to be your daughter? On the other end of the phone, what did you say? Chapter 22, Real Mode Cleared, Lindsay is framed? In the square, people were reluctant to leave. Everyone wanted to see what the record-breaking person looked like, hoping to take a photo for social media. Many were members of various guilds, already prepared with their invitations for Lindsay to join. However, they did not know that Lindsay was already trapped in real mode. In such an urgent situation, the official side naturally would not casually reveal information to the public, to prevent unnecessary panic. The police station arrived at the scene as soon as possible. After all, this was already the second real mode incident in Tianyu City within just one day, which attracted high attention from above. Director Su Jianxin knew the situation was serious, so he personally arrived at the scene, asking the staff for information. I heard that this real mode's coverage is in the deep nest, boss area? Yes, but fortunately, only 2 students are inside. Watch your words. Su Jianxin slammed his hand on the table, shattering it, angrily rebuking, what do you mean fortunately? Are the lives of 2 students not lives? I'm sorry. The staff were stunned. Quickly evacuate the crowd still in the instance to prevent the danger from escalating. We must act quickly to minimize losses. Yes, I will handle it right away. Wait, first give me a copy of those 2 students' information. Yes. The staff obediently handed over the information. But at this moment, a police officer rushed over and said, Director Su, it's not needed. We just received news that the 2 students have already cleared the level, and the real mode has been lifted. Su Jianxin was stunned. What, they cleared it? Didn't you say there were only 2 students inside? That is correct, but they indeed cleared it. Su Jianxin suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly opened the information in his hand. In the next second, his eyes widened in shock. Lindsay? How is it him again? Inside the deep nest, boss area. Just 2 minutes ago, the flame demon, equipped with new skills, burned half of its health, and the fire elemental damage dealt shot up 3 times. A punch to the head of the undead earth dragon inflicted nearly 100,000 damage. With just 2 punches, he drained its health bar. At this moment, the enraged flame demon did not stop, grabbing the earth dragon's tail and crazily slamming its body around, until its skeletal body was smashed into pieces. Then, it kicked the earth dragon's skull like a ball. Not enough, not enough? My lord, can we find a more evenly matched opponent next time? Is it my fault? Lindsay shrugged. Defeated boss undead earth dragon, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 15. Loot obtained, 20,000 copper coins, undead earth dragon set box, fallen gem ring, equipment enhancement stone, B grade. Ding! You have defeated the final boss in real mode, completed the mission. Earn 1 lottery chance, this time guaranteed S grade reward. A series of notifications popped up. Wow, I leveled up directly by 2 levels. And my lifespan just added over 50 years. Lindsay was overjoyed. What real mode? It's simply a leveling mode, bring me more of this. Shu Yuyu was watching from a distance, stunned, and only dared to walk over to Lindsay after confirming she was no longer in danger, her gaze secretly evaluating this young man. He appeared nothing special, aside from being handsome, even slightly less so than some readers. She had seen Lindsay showcase his abilities too many times today, she was tired of being shocked. Born into a prestigious family, she had met many masters throughout her life, and being an S-grade prodigy herself, she had never seen someone like Lindsay before. After holding it in for a long time, she finally couldn't help but ask, Lindsay, what exactly is your summoning beast? Who is your master? It's just an ordinary summoning thing, Lindsay scratched his head and smiled, I'm just an average high school student. I knew you wouldn't say anything. Shu Yuyu pouted, her face slightly red. At that moment, the interface sent another message. Detected that you have cleared the dungeon, will soon teleport out, 60, 59, 58. This time, the 2 of them were successfully teleported out. A few seconds later, they finally returned to the front of the Chinese archway in the square. However, as soon as their figures appeared, they saw countless eyes staring at them. After 2 seconds of collective silence, the crowd exploded completely. What, this boy is Lindsay? He looks very young. Let me see, wait, he's only level 15? Could it be true that he went in at only level 10? Wow, Lindsay is so handsome. Does he have a Douyin account? I want to follow him. Lindsay, are you interested in joining our guild? We can offer you top-notch treatment. Get out of the way, Lindsay, just join our guild. We have better resources. In an instant, everyone crowded around Lindsay, leaving him no way to escape.
Lindsay had never seen such a scene before, so he could only smile awkwardly and reject all the invitations. Just then, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd.
Everyone, don't be fooled by Lindsay.
His record was obtained through cheating. The crowd immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. A long-haired beauty in a short skirt walked out from the crowd. It was none other than Lu Tingting from the dungeon earlier.
Ah, I know this beauty, isn't she the famous Douyin influencer, Tingting?
Yes.
I often watch her short videos.
Lu Tingting crossed her arms in front of her chest, making her assets even more prominent. Her long hair draped over one shoulder, with delicate brows slightly furrowed, she looked like someone you would want to protect.
I have a friend who was waiting for a boss to respawn inside, but Lindsay knocked him out and occupied the boss himself.
My friend suffered a lot mentally and had to go to the hospital. I can't just let this go, I have to expose Lindsay's true face. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into an uproar.
What? Lindsay is actually this kind of person? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu instantly got angry. What did you say? There should be a limit to making things up.
I verified this with President Wang, the truth is not something you can cover up. At this moment, a short, chubby man with a little mustache walked out of the crowd. It was Wang Dekai. He said earnestly, "That's right, what Miss Tingting said has been verified by us. Lindsay indeed broke the rules. So, we have decided to cancel his new record."
The crowd began to gossip again.
He is the president of the Dragon's Den Guild, so it seems what Tingting said really is true. After all, Tingting is a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, I choose to believe her. This Lindsay, I thought highly of him just now, but it turns out he's a morally corrupt person.
Yay, the new record is cancelled.
This just goes to show he brought it upon himself. In an instant, public opinion completely turned against Lindsay, and everyone wanted to step on him.
Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting exchanged a smile.
Just now, the two of them had been knocked out of the dungeon, and they were incredibly annoyed. Lu Tingting thought of this dirty trick, leveraging their statuses, one as an internet celebrity and the other as a president, they joined forces to spread rumors. Meanwhile, Lindsay was just a poor student with little influence, naturally he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Lindsay, you don't think that if you stay silent, this matter will just pass, do you? Wang Dekai continued with a feigned sincerity. Aren't you supposed to apologize to Ms. Tingting?
Chu Yuyu wanted to step forward to argue, but Lindsay stopped her. No need to explain, saying too much will only lead to more mistakes.
So, what now?
Apologize. Wang Dekai urged, flashing a provocative smile at Lindsay, as if to say, you think you can challenge me?
You're still too inexperienced.
In society, most of the time it's not brute force that brings someone down, but rather tactics. Lindsay, however, did not care about these rules, his eyes quickly turned icy, causing Wang Dekai to instinctively take 2 steps back.
What? Do you want to hit someone? This is outside the dungeon, hitting people is illegal.
At that moment, a booming voice came from the back of the crowd, that's enough. Upon seeing that person, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. A middle-aged man, sharply dressed in a suit, looking refined yet commanding, walked quickly forward. Wang Dekai was startled upon seeing him. President Chu. What brings you here? Instantly, buzzing conversations arose again among the crowd.
What? Is this the president of the Dragon Summit Guild?
Wow, he looks so impressive, no wonder he's the president of one of the 4 major guilds. I feel like there's even bigger news to come, I didn't waste my trip here today.
The person was indeed Chu Zhongheng.
Wang Dekai, seeing Chu Zhongheng, immediately lost all his arrogance and hurriedly bowed and replied, President Chu, what brings you here?
Do I need to report my arrival to you beforehand?
Chu Zhongheng's voice was deep and strong, filled with undeniable authority.
That's not what I meant.
President Chu, you came at the right time, there's a violation incident here that I'm dealing with seriously.
I heard everything you just said.
Chu Zhongheng's expression was emotionless, but why are only you two speaking?
Why not let those 2 students have their say?
President Chu, you don't know, these 2 are full of lies, you mustn't believe them.
Chu Zhongheng's face gradually turned dark. If I don't believe my own daughter's words, should I believe yours?
Why yes, what?
Wang Dekai almost screamed. President Chu's daughter? Wait a minute, that girl is named Chu Yuyu, a beast master, S-grade, this surname and occupation, could she really be the daughter of the Chu family?
Lu Tingting's face also instantly twisted in shock. Chu Yuyu turned her face away, refusing to look at Chu Zhongheng, as if sulking. Lindsay was not surprised, as he had already guessed quite a bit. This Chu Yuyu clearly wasn't an ordinary person when it came to spending money, and with the surname Chu, it was hard not to connect her to the Chu family. He just had no interest in gossiping about wealthy families, and since the other party didn't seem keen on mentioning it either, he hadn't asked. Chu Zhongheng continued, Wang Dekai, you have a lot of nerve. Before I came, I already found out about you and your mistress occupying the dungeon to level up. Now you want to smear these two students? Though the dungeon is contracted by my company, ultimately, it is still a national resource, and you dare to occupy it? His tone was calm, but each word carried great authority, causing a sense of pressure to envelop those around him. After all, he was a formidable force who had already broken through to the 4th tier, an A-grade profession Dragon Knight.
President Chu, please calm down, I was confused for a moment.
Wang Dekai, upon hearing this, dared not continue to pretend and immediately yielded.
He then gave Lu Tingting a resentful look. It's all this woman's idea. I was incited by her.
Wang Dekai, you scoundrel. Lu Tingting was so angry that she stomped her feet. This leveling thing was clearly your idea. I said I wouldn't do it. I only did it for your good. Who told you to pretend when you're clearly only level 14? The two completely tore apart, arguing in a chaotic uproar. The crowd around them was also entertained, watching the drama unfold.
What, so Lu Tingting is Wang Dekai's mistress? Didn't she claim to be single? And she's really only level 14?
I've been following her videos for 2 years now, and...
Are you telling me this is all fake? Oh my god, I've recorded everything. If I post it online, it's definitely going to go viral.
Chu Zhonghong snorted coldly. You two go argue at the police station. Also, I will immediately withdraw my investment. From now on, your Fuhu Guild has nothing to do with my Longjiang Guild.
President Chu, let me explain.
Wang Dekai knelt on the ground, looking like he was mourning.
Enough of the shouting.
At that moment, another authoritative voice emerged from the crowd.
I heard someone wants to go to the police station?
Take these two back for questioning.
The newcomer was Su Jianxin. No.
Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting wanted to plead desperately, but were handcuffed by 2 police officers.
Brother Su.
Chu Zhonghong nodded in acknowledgement. Others were stunned. Why did both Chu Zhonghong and Su Jianxin show up today?
Was it really just for this small matter? That didn't make sense.
They saw Chu Zhonghong and Su Jianxin approach Lin Zai, one with hands clasped, the other nodded politely.
Are you Lin Zai?
Lin Zai, little brother. They both greeted Lin Zai simultaneously.
The people around them were even more shocked. These 2 big shots were treating this student named Lin Zai with such great respect? Who exactly was this Lin Zai? Could it be that he had a powerful background?
What everyone did not know was that a real crisis had just played out in the dungeon. If it weren't for Lin Zai being inside, anyone else would have probably met with disaster. Furthermore, a spatial rift could have formed, allowing a level 45 undead dragon to enter the real world. Most of them owed their lives to Lin Zai. Chu Zhonghong said politely, "Thank you, Lin Zai, for taking care of my daughter Yu.
This girl doesn't know better and ran out to play, causing you trouble."
Play?
Chu Yu said angrily, Sure, anyway, you always think of me as a 3-year-old. I'm going back to school first.
Lin Zai, sorry, I'll contact you later.
After saying that, she left without looking back,
leaving Chu Zhonghong awkwardly frozen in place. It seems the father-daughter relationship is not very harmonious, Lin Zai thought to himself.
Ahem. Su Jianxin cleared his throat, helping ease the awkwardness. There are too many people here.
Let's find a quiet place to talk.
20 minutes later, at the top floor of the Longjiang Guild's headquarters, the president's office.
Lin Zai recounted everything that happened in the dungeon, of course, not mentioning the system.
After finishing, both big shots took a deep breath. So you just came out like that? Chu Zhonghong asked.
I wanted to level up more inside, but unfortunately, that mechanism of automatically teleporting out after defeating the boss is truly annoying.
Chu Zhonghong. Su Jianxin, you're just humiliating yourself. I asked a similar question last time. The atmosphere became a bit awkward.
After a while, Chu Zhonghong took the initiative to smooth things over. In any case, thank you again for protecting my daughter. Also, I understand now the true nature of Wang Dekai.
I am truly ashamed.
Su Jianxin added, yes, you have once again averted a disaster. On behalf of all the people in the city, I thank you.
By the way, the bonus application I mentioned yesterday hasn't been submitted yet. It seems I can add a little more today.
Additionally, a silver medal of excellent citizen should be guaranteed.
Silver medal? What is that? Lin Zai asked.
It's a medal awarded based on a citizen's contributions. It's not only a symbol of honor but also a decent equipment. The silver medal grants plus 50 to all attributes. For Lin Zai, plus 50 to all attributes was somewhat meager, so he was more looking forward to the treasure selection session for the storeroom. Su Jianxin continued, moreover, based on your description, both real modes seem to be related to the undead race.
We can basically lock down the mastermind as an illegal cult that has recently infiltrated our city.
Cult? Lin Zai and Chu Zhonghong both exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's called the Necromancer Church, and their goal is to restore the undead clan. Moreover, these cultists have already infiltrated the masses, and even some members of the elite are supporting them. Lindsay squinted his eyes, recalling the ominous sensation he felt from the cursed gem necklace before entering the real mode. And after defeating the undead earth dragon, he obtained a fallen gem ring. He immediately checked the items in his inventory quietly. Fallen gem ring, set 1/5. Quality, a grade. Type, accessory. Effect, spirit plus 1000, when worn, lowers level by 10 attribute points. This effect cannot be undone. Set effect, 5-piece set? Lindsay thought to himself, another freakish negative effect. These two accessories are quite sinister and should be very important to that church. Thinking of this, he asked, Officer Su, is there anything I can help with regarding this church? Su Jianqing smiled and shook his head, no need, your strength is well known. But our Tianyu police station is not idle, we don't need to invite ordinary citizens to catch criminals. That would be quite embarrassing. Alright, I'll head back to the police station now. Old Chu, please treat this esteemed guest well. Also, he is quite a match for your precious daughter, ha. Followed by a hearty laugh, he departed. Chu Zhongheng, Omega. Lindsay. Chapter 24, Selecting Treasures and Gaining New Summoned Beasts? Ahem. Chu Zhongheng actively eased the awkwardness and changed the topic. By the way, you broke the record I set over 20 years ago. According to our agreement, you can choose any one item from our storage room's first floor. Additionally, since you protected my daughter and curtailed further dangers of the real mode, you can choose one more later. Upon hearing this, Lindsay's eyes sparkled. Wow, 2 treasures. Chairman Chu is too kind. Lindsay thanked him, filled with wild joy. By the way. Chu Zhonghuan leaned in close to Lindsay, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, has Yo-Yo mentioned me in front of you? What did she say? His eyes sparkled with a longing for a positive answer. Lindsay awkwardly replied, she didn't say anything. Oh. Chu Zhonghong seemed deflated like a punctured balloon. To be honest, this girl is at that rebellious age and doesn't even look me in the face. Completely letting go of his earlier domineering demeanor, he appeared just like a complaining old father. So, Lin little brother, could you please speak well of me when you chat with her? I promise to reward you greatly. Lindsay secretly complained, come on, I just met you two today, and now you want me to be your golden mediator? But faced with the sincerely earnest look on Chu's old fatherly face, he could only say vaguely, I'll try. That's good. Chu Zhonghun looked a bit relieved. Alright, I have an appointment with a client to discuss, so I have to leave immediately. Someone will take you to the storage room shortly, feel free to choose, don't hold back. Okay, safe travels. Lindsay watched him leave and breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, a beautiful female worker in a professional skirt suit, black stockings, and high heels approached. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lindsay? I am Chairman Chu's secretary, Huan. I will take you to the storage room to select items. Lindsay followed the female secretary as they took the elevator down to the basement level of the building. Ding ding. As the access was granted, 2 doors slowly pushed open to the sides. An incredibly spacious area unfolded before his eyes, with various props and equipment neatly displayed on layer upon layer of shelves. It was truly a dazzling sight, making it hard to take it all in. This is not a storage room, this is simply a treasure trove. Seeing Lindsay's astonished expression, the female secretary Huan smiled and said, this is just the first floor, there are still 2 more levels below. However, according to the rules, Mr. Lin, you can only choose treasures from this level. Then, Huan began to lead Lindsay around the storage room, showing him everything little by little. In the spacious area of several hundred square meters, various tools and equipment were placed together, and most of them were of B grade or above, with some emanating a dazzling glow. This is going to be overwhelming. Lindsay directly used the skill, see through everything, to examine the items he was interested in. Dragon Blood Battle Armor, level requirement, 40, quality, A grade, effect, strength plus 500, defense plus 500, increases affinity with dragons. Starlight Bow, level requirement, 20, quality, B grade, effect, agility plus 300, critical hit rate plus 20%, attack power at night plus 100%, attack power during day dash 50%. Brick Saint's Tome, level requirement, none, quality, A grade, effect, exclusive for healing professions, healing effect minus 90%, physical attack power plus 900%. Spell Machine Gun, level requirement, 10, quality, B grade, effect, casts a fireball every 0.5 seconds, magic cost plus 50%. Infinite Mana Bottle, level requirement, none, quality, A grade, effect, instantly restores all mana, cooldown time, 1 hour. All were B grade or above items from before the second tier. In addition, there were also many strange materials, such as Evil Dragon's Horn, Pure Gold Wool, Crystal Cockroach, Mechanical Heart, and so on. Lindsay was dazzled but did not find anything suitable for himself. Lindsay simply asked,
Do you have any heavy weapons with a big power boost? Huan Huan blinked her eyes. Isn't the summoner profession usually more reliant on mental attributes?
Lin Zhe replied, I'm not using it, my summoned beast will use it. Although Huan Huan didn't understand how summoned beasts would use weapons, she thought for a moment and said, there are indeed a few, please follow me. After a while, the two reached a wall displaying various heavy weapons. Lin Zhe used, see through everything, to examine each one. Destroyer Greatsword, level requirement, 40, quality, B grade, effect, strength plus 1000, 10% chance to trigger additional damage. Storm Guardian, level requirement, 35, quality, A grade, effect, strength plus 500, critical damage plus 30%, every attack carries the power of a storm, remember, only the storm can fell a great tree. Thunder Battle Axe, level requirement, 30, quality, A grade, effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 500, mage class damage increased by 100%. Magma Heavy Hammer, level requirement, 40, quality, A grade, effect, strength plus 1500, fire damage plus 20%. Wait a minute. Lin Zhe's gaze lingered on the last weapon. It was a heavy hammer that looked immensely destructive, covered in cracks with magma-like substance flowing within. From both its attributes and effects, this is perfect for the fire demon. Lin Zhe decided on the spot, I want it. Mr. Lin, please note, this is a level 40 weapon, your summoned beast may not be able to equip it yet, Huan Huan reminded. Lin Zhe couldn't be bothered to explain and casually said, no worries, it'll be soon, just prepare it first. Under Huan Huan's surprised gaze, the hammer had its permissions unlocked and was placed into Lin Zhe's item slot. You can choose a second item. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and asked, my profession is demon summoner, are there any related items? Huan Huan thought carefully and answered, there are a few staffs that are generally suitable for summoners, but your profession is quite special, so there isn't. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, speaking of demons, there is indeed one thing related, please follow me. The two arrived at a corner of the storage room, where various materials were haphazardly piled, clearly not very precious. The female secretary rummaged through the pile for a while, then pulled out an oval object about the size of a pillow, but clearly very heavy. Quality. The see-through-everything skill can't even check this? Lin Zhe was taken aback. Huan Huan explained proactively, this is a demon dragon's egg, said to have been placed here by the second-generation president, that is, Chairman Chu's grandfather. So many years have passed, no one has needed it, so it has just been piled up here. Demon dragon? This term immediately sparked Lin Zhe's interest. According to what he knew, the demon dragon was a hybrid creature born from the combination of the demon race and the dragon race, both of which were supreme races among all beings. Just imagine how powerful a demon dragon could be. Moreover, this special creature was not included in his book of demons, which made it even more precious. Lin Zhe carefully examined the dragon egg in front of him, its surface was a dull, dark gray. It felt cold and smooth to the touch, somewhat like stone. But, after being kept for so many years, how can we be sure it's still alive? Lin Zhe asked. According to the old president, this egg is currently in a non-active state. Under specific conditions, it will regain its vitality and hatch. However, what exactly those specific conditions are remains unclear. Is that so? Lin Zhe stroked his chin, beginning to hesitate. If it could hatch, it would undoubtedly add a very powerful combat force. However, it seemed that hatching was quite difficult. Huan Huan noticed his doubts and said, Mr. Lin, I see you're quite interested in it. How about this, after you take it home, if it really cannot be hatched, you can bring it back to exchange for another item. You are a distinguished guest specially assigned by President Chu, so we still have this bit of sincerity. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, thank you so much. I'll take it. He immediately accepted this second treasure into his possession. Lin Zhe thought to himself, now my summoning slots are full, I probably need to reach level 20 and break through to a new tier to unlock a new slot. Next, I should hurry up and level up. Chapter 25, Draw an S-rank talent, Method of hatching the dragon egg. Tiers are another standard to measure a practitioner's strength, apart from rarity and level. Everyone starts at the initial 0 tier after awakening their profession. Thereafter, every time they level up by 20 levels, they receive a profession-exclusive breakthrough task. Once completed, they can advance a tier. Level 20 is first tier, level 40 is second tier, level 60 is third tier, and so on. Each tier advancement results in increases in attributes and skills. However, the higher the tier, the greater the difficulty of the breakthrough tasks, some people may never complete them in their entire lives. Currently in the Great Xia Kingdom, breakthroughs to the first tier are everywhere. Breaking through to the second tier indicates some strength. Breaking through to the third tier means one is a master of the day. Breaking through to the fourth tier is rare among thousands. Breaking through to the fifth tier is reaching a realm of transformation. As for breaking through to the sixth tier, only a few exist in the entire Great Xia, among them the most famous being the Great Xia General, Hua Yu. As for tiers 7, 8, they have long become ancient legends. In the entire history of humanity, there has never been a practitioner who surpassed the 8th tier. Lin Zhe walked on the road home, recalling the knowledge learned from textbooks. Looking at himself, even though he had far surpassed his peers, he still hadn't broken through to the first tier. The gap between him and the countless masters throughout history was still as vast as the sea. Lin Zhe looked up at the starry sky, feeling his own insignificance. I must quickly make myself stronger, he silently vowed.
By the time he got home, it was already 10 p.m.
Having been busy all day, Lin Zhe collapsed onto the sofa, realizing he was completely exhausted. Yet, he still opened his inventory to check the spoils he had collected today. Undead Earth Dragon Set Box.
One-time item.
Open to obtain any piece of the Undead Earth Dragon Set equipment.
The item disappears after use. Lin Zhe opened it directly. Undead Earth Dragon Footwear, Shoes. Quality, B rank, Type, Armor. Equipment restriction, level greater than or equal to 40. Effect, Stamina plus 300, Defense plus 1000, Speed plus 80, reduces earth-based spell damage by 30%. It actually requires level 40 to wear. I guess I'll have to sell it. Lin Zhe felt a bit disappointed. Once again, there was a lottery chance, earned after he set a new record, and this time, it was guaranteed to be an S-level reward. Lin Zhe eagerly opened the lottery page. Congratulations! You won the talent, Turn Misfortune into Blessing, S-level. Talent, Turn Misfortune into Blessing. Immune to all negative effects. Wow! Lin Zhe instantly felt wide awake. The description was simple, but as they say, the fewer the words, the bigger the matter. This effect is incredibly powerful. Lin Zhe immediately thought of the accessories obtained in real mode, the cursed gem necklace and the fallen gem ring. He equipped them right away. In an instant, he gained plus 1000 strength and plus 1000 spirit, and indeed, he was immune to those strange negative effects. Then, Lin Zhe checked his panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Occupation Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-level. Level, 15, 8%. Rank, 0. Health, 143,990. Mana, 51,690. Strength, 15,309, plus 1,000, Agility, 10169, Stamina, 14,349, plus 50, Intelligence, 4149, Spirit, 4169, plus 1,000. Talent, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Airflow. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Fury of Flames, Lava Domain, See-Through Fire. Summoning slots, 2 halves. Equipment, Earth Dragon Armor, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe was very satisfied. Finally, Lin Zhe's gaze fell on the Demon Dragon Egg in his item bar. Lin Zhe took it out and placed it on the sofa, looking at it from the left and tapping it from the right. No matter how I look at it, it looks like a piece of stone. Could it really be a bad egg? The secretary said it needs specific conditions to hatch. Who knows what the conditions are? Ding! You have a long-term mission, Demon Dragon Raising Program. Current stage task, hatch the Demon Dragon, reward, system lottery one time. Final reward? Ha! Lin Zhe was taken aback. This is my first time receiving this type of mission. And this final reward is so mysterious, it seems like it will be an unimaginable reward. Looks like raising it is a must. Speaking of dragon raising, Lin Zhe suddenly thought of someone. Dragon Breeder, Chu Yuyu. Lin Zhe immediately opened the chat window. He found that Chu Yuyu had already sent several messages. Lin Zhe, thank you for yesterday, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Sorry, I left a bit hurriedly earlier, mainly, I didn't want to see that old man. Lin Zhe replied with a polite comment, then asked about hatching the egg. A few minutes later, Chu Yuyu replied, each dragon has its specific hatching environment. For example, my fairy dragon needs leaves from the fairy forest to make a nest, along with fairy spring water to hatch. I don't know much about the demon dragon you mentioned, but it likely also needs items from its natural growth environment. Natural growth environment? Lin Zhe began to think. The growth environment for demons, isn't that hell? Am I really supposed to go to hell? Can I even go there if I want? Lin Zhe was left speechless. It wouldn't really just be able to be returned, would it? Lost in thought, sleepiness hit, and Lin Zhe directly fell asleep on the sofa, still holding the dragon egg. Early the next morning, Lin Zhe was awakened by a phone call. On the other end of the line, Wang Hao shouted in his thunderous voice, "Wow! My son Lin Zhe, what did you sneak off to do yesterday?" Half asleep, Lin Zhe was confused. Wang Hao, you don't know? Quick, look at the news. After hanging up, Lin Zhe opened the news website and saw the headline. Shock.
The 20-year record of the Dragon Slaying Guild's Chu Zhongheng has been broken. The new record holder is actually a level 15 high school student. Famous internet celebrity Tingting is revealed to only be level 14. The ancient martial secret has been thoroughly debunked.
The debunker is actually him? The daughter of the Chu Group president surprisingly has a high school boyfriend. Are they a matching pair or a forbidden love?
Opening the article, there was even a photo of Lin Zhe. Moreover, the content was a mix of facts and wild fabrications. For instance, some said he was a rich second generation, while others claimed he was the designated heir of the Dragon Slaying Guild. In short, the more he read, the more absurd it became.
Damn it, these unscrupulous media.
Lin Zhe was speechless. But he had no time to care about that, quickly getting up to wash up, preparing to go to the Forbidden Forest instance to level up. Although it was not difficult for him, after all, it was the instance that provided the most experience for levels below 20. In the next 2 days, Lin Zhe repeatedly cleared the instance several times. Kill Boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3000, lifespan plus 3000 days. Kill Boss Thorn Giant Serpent, experience plus 5000, lifespan plus 5000 days. Kill Boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 7000, lifespan plus 7000 days. Kill. By the end, the bosses almost recognized him. His level finally rose to 18. This leveling efficiency is not too good. I need to think of other ways. If the instance doesn't work. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget? I can go to the Misty Border. Chapter 26, Misty Border, Trading Post. What is the Misty Border? Lin Zhe learned from textbooks. 100 years ago, after the invasion of various races, most of the Great Xia country was eroded by the Misty Border. Cities like Tianyu City still have a dozen or so, but each city is not adjacent, rather, they are relatively isolated. Surrounding each city is the Misty Border. The Misty Border periodically refreshes some battlefield instances, each equivalent to a real mode. If you die inside, you really die. However, correspondingly, the experience points given are much greater than those in the city instances. But to go to the border battlefield, I need a pass. I must think of how to get one. After returning home, Lin Zhe called Principal Lu Hanlin.
Hello, is this Lin Zhe? What do you want? Hello, Principal Lu. I have a friend who wants to go to the Misty Border to do an instance. Can you help him get a pass?
There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before he said, You brat, just say you want to go, why the suspense?
Hee, you're wise, Principal. But I reject your request.
Huh?
Why not? Lin Zhe became a bit anxious. The Misty Border is not a place for someone at your level to go.
Although you leveled up to 10 on the day of awakening, it's only been a few days, you'd be lucky to reach level 13 or 14, right?
I just hit 18. Lin Zhe replied, laughing.
There was a brief silence again. 18 is still not enough. In principle, only those who have broken through the first stage can enter the Misty Border.
Moreover, many people even after breaking through the first stage won't go, as it is truly dangerous.
Lin Zhe, there are ready-made instance resources in the city, why not utilize them?
If the ticket is too expensive, I can sponsor you. That's not the issue. Lin Zhe explained in a serious tone, Principal, didn't you say that back in your day, everyone was playing in real mode? I actually think that our generation is too pampered. The invasion of foreign races on the border has never stopped, yet we shrink inside cities playing fake instances. If one day the foreign races break through the border, we won't have any fighting power. Additionally, from my personal strength perspective, Principal, you also know I am fully capable of dealing with the Misty Border. So, I earnestly request that you allow me to go to the border battlefield. Lin Zhe spoke passionately, his words coming from the heart. Principal Lu Hanlin was silent for a while and finally sighed, saying, You're quite something, kid, even I am swayed by your words. Since you've put it that way, as the principal, if I don't agree, it'll be a bit stubborn of me. I will send the pass to your email, check it later. But you must be careful. Lin Zhe was overjoyed, thank you, Principal. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe danced around the house. Now, I don't have to worry about experience anymore. It would be best to directly break through the first stage in the border. There is still half a day left, I might as well go to the trading post and sell the spoils of the past few days, and by the way, buy a new set of equipment. This is Lin Zhe's character, to do what he thinks of immediately. Half an hour later, he had already appeared in front of the trading post closest to his home. Welcome to Tianbao Trading Post. Seeing someone enter, a female staff member in a short skirt and black stockings immediately welcomed him with a sweet voice. Her makeup was fashionable and exquisite, with big wavy hair, and the top button of her outfit was intentionally left unbuttoned, making her appear very mature and alluring. However, just as she was about to approach and serve, she saw that the newcomer was an ordinary-looking student, even somewhat unfashionable. After checking the information, it turned out he was only at level 18.
The female staff member immediately lost her previous enthusiasm, her voice became weak as she said, "Feel free to look around."
Lindsay didn't notice her rich inner drama and looked around the trading post.
The inside was spacious and bright, with various rare treasures displayed on the walls and counters. It could be said to be quite luxurious. However, compared to the Dragon Conqueror Guild storage room he visited just 2 days ago, it was still lacking by a significant margin. Lindsay spoke, "Hello, I would like to sell a few items and buy a set of equipment."
The alluring staff member secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, what good things can a poor student like you trade? You're wasting my time.
She immediately called out impatiently, "Newcomer Xiao Li.
Come out and take care of this."
Then she walked away herself.
Coming.
A soft female voice came from inside.
After a few seconds, a somewhat inexperienced female staff member quickly walked out. Sorry to keep you waiting, I was just having my meal behind.
The staff member apologized as she approached Lindsay.
Then why don't you finish eating first? I'm not in that much of a hurry. Lindsay said. No need, no need. You are the guest, how can I let you wait? She insisted. Please have a seat, what items do you want to trade?
Lindsay sat down on a single leather sofa as she indicated. In front of him was a computer used for trading.
These are the items. Lindsay placed all the equipment he didn't need into the trading window,
including 6 good skeleton staffs, 5 thorn daggers, and a pair of level 40 undead dragon shoes. Okay, our system will automatically calculate the price. Please wait a moment. The staff member's voice was gentle and sweet.
The total value of your items is 1,030,000 copper coins?
The staff member clearly did not expect this.
Although she didn't despise Lindsay, she genuinely didn't expect the seemingly ordinary boy to have such valuable items.
Even Lindsay himself didn't expect that casually picking up some items could amount to over 1 million. The staff member checked again and said, this price is correct. Most of your items are high-level equipment from before level 20, and there is also one level 40 B-grade equipment, which alone is worth 500,000.
May I ask if you confirm the trade? No problem, let's trade.
Lindsay replied readily. In an instant, 1,030,000 copper coins were credited to his account, and his total amount of money reached 1,780,000.
Lindsay nodded with satisfaction and said, I also want to buy a set of equipment suitable for my level and profession, can you recommend one? Sure, please follow me.
The staff member smiled even more brightly, thinking she had landed a valuable customer. After all, she could earn a commission from the trade. Lindsay followed her to the clothing area, where colorful and uniquely styled sets were hanging. This set is the Dragon Star set. It has great attributes and also has a magic damage reduction effect. It's one of our best-selling pieces. The full set is priced at 600,000. This set is the Astral Master set, with a solid all-attribute bonus, and it has a sparkling star effect when worn. The entire set is priced at 800,000, and there is currently a 5% discount. This set is for the spirited young man. With a high spiritual attribute bonus, this set features a close-fitting design that highlights body curves, and its quirky appearance is very popular among young people today, costing a total of 880,000.
The female employee patiently introduced Lindsay.
At this moment, a light armor set in black caught his eye. It included a top, pants, shoes, and a hat, a complete set.
Mr. Lin, you have a good eye.
This set is the Dark Knight Ruler set, specifically designed for non-strength professions, providing a total defense boost of 1,000. Moreover, it uses our latest black technology. When you wear it at level 0, you get an all-attribute bonus of 200, and after breaking through level 1, it automatically changes to an all-attribute bonus of 500, allowing you to wear it all the way until the level 2 breakthrough. However, this set is slightly more expensive, costing 1,200,000.
I'll take this one.
Lindsay made his decision directly. He didn't want to make it complicated. After all, he earned over 1.7 million in 3 days. Spending it meant he could just earn more. Chapter 27, The Sensation in the Exchange and the Appearance of the Mastermind. After completing the payment, Lindsay immediately dragged the armor set into his equipment slot. At this time, his attributes changed to Level, 18, 18%. Rank, Level 0. Health, 145,550. Mana, 53,750. Strength, 15,315, plus 1,200, Agility, 10,175, plus 200, Stamina, 14,355, plus 200, Intelligence, 4,155, plus 200, Spirit, 4,175, plus 1,200. The numbers in parentheses are the bonuses from the gear. The female employee was also very happy, not expecting to land such a big sale just a few days into her job. As they walked out, chatting and laughing, a shop assistant and a female customer approached them. The shop assistant was the seductive woman from earlier, who said with a scornful look, "Oh, done visiting? Take care now.
implying that Lin Zhe was just there to look and wouldn't actually buy anything. At this moment, the female customer spoke up. "Humph, Lin Zhe, is that you?" It was none other than his classmate, Xia Shuer. During the trial dungeon, she wanted to invite Lin Zhe to help her get first place, but ended up letting Lin Zhe take it instead, even losing second place to Wang Hao. Later, she was also tricked by Lin Zhe into giving him 20,000 copper coins. But that day, he did save her life, so every time she thought of Lin Zhe recently, her heart was very conflicted. Unexpectedly, she ran into him here again. "What? Can't it be me?" Lin Zhe replied directly. "Humph, have you leveled up these past few days? Just so you know, I've already reached level 10, and I'm almost at level 11. Xia Shuer said proudly. "Oh, good for you, congratulations." Lin Zhe casually responded. "You." Xia Shuer's face turned red again in anger. "I know you've leveled up fast, but I have now joined the Dragon Descent Guild, and there are experts helping me level up. I'll probably surpass you soon. What do you think? When I invited you to join Dragon Descent, you didn't want to, now you must regret it. However, I can give you another chance. As long as you take me to level up, I'll talk to my aunt and get her to allow you to join." Lin Zhe looked at her with a dumbfounded expression once more. "No thanks, I'm leaving." He directly dismissed her with 3 quick words. "Lin Zhe, what kind of attitude is that?" Xia Shuer shouted angrily with her hands on her hips. At this moment, the seductive female shop assistant chimed in. "Miss Xia, this person really doesn't know how to appreciate good things. But he's just a poor kid, and you're the niece of Mrs. Chu, the guild president, why bother arguing with him? This kid just came to our exchange to sell some things and browsed some equipment, he probably can't afford anything and is already ready to leave." Hearing this, the female employee beside Lin Zhe became unhappy and immediately retorted, "How can you say that about our esteemed guest?" Although she was a newcomer with a gentle personality, she wasn't foolish and understood the importance of defending the interests of the customers. "Esteemed guest?" The seductive shop assistant was taken aback, then immediately mocked. "Literally, how long has it been since you've made a sale? You even regard this poor kid as an esteemed guest?" The Little Lee shop assistant replied, "Don't you know? Just now, Mr. Lin's transaction amount here added up to over 2 million. What?" Upon hearing this, the charming shop assistant Cherry's small mouth opened wide. "Are you really saying this?" "Of course." Little Lee seized the opportunity. "I will report your attitude towards the esteemed guest to the store manager." The charming shop assistant's face suddenly turned blue and pale. This unremarkable little guy, how could he be so powerful? And just now, he should have been her customer, she was the one who let him out. She was filled with regret. Her stomach felt twisted with remorse. This quarrel attracted many customers and staff to watch. Is that the young man who traded over 2 million? A hidden rich guy, huh? At that moment, a passerby said, "Look, isn't this the young man talked about in the news these days, the one who broke the record of Chu Zhongheng? It really seems so. And isn't it said that he is dating Chu Zhongheng's daughter, Chu Yuyu? Wow, even though he is dressed simply, he is really handsome." This time, it was Xiaoya's turn to be shocked. She had been grinding dungeons these days and hadn't watched the news. Chu Zhongheng's uncle? Sister Yuyu? Although she often talked about the Dragon Subduing Guild, to put it plainly, Chu Zhongheng is her father's sister's husband, which makes their relationship a bit distant. There usually isn't much interaction, so it wasn't as close as she bragged about. But when did this Lin Zhe get so close to them? Could it be that Sister Yuyu is really his girlfriend? And she had just proudly invited him to join the Dragon Subduing Guild? Did that mean she became a clown? She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. When Little Lee heard this, he was even more ecstatic and immediately handed Lin Zhe a business card. "Mr. Lin, if you have any business needs in the future, feel free to contact me at any time." "Mr. Lin, you can also find me." Another staff member immediately came up. "Find me, my service is more considerate." The alluring female shop assistant also rushed over. "Mr. Lin, as a generous person, if you look for me, I can also offer extra services." Suddenly, several servers were competing to hand out business cards, creating a frantic scene. Seeing this commotion, Lin Zhe took Little Lee's business card and ignored the others, running straight outside. Slipping away, he instantly vanished from sight. Left behind, a group of people in the store remained unable to calm down for a long time. After running far away, Lin Zhe discovered a new email had appeared in his inbox. Upon opening it, it was indeed a pass for the mist border sent from the principal's office. "I can go to the border battlefield to grind monsters tomorrow." Lin Zhe's face was filled with expectation. Meanwhile, in the high-end villa area on the outskirts of Tianyu City, a luxury private car stopped in front of a mansion. Stepping out of the car was a mysteriously dressed person. He wore a black cloak, the hood covering his head, and bizarrely, a white mask on his face.
He quickly crossed the courtyard, verified his identity with two security guards at the door who were also wearing white masks, then entered. The man moved through the spacious mansion, whether it was servants, butlers, gardeners, or other visitors like him, they were all wearing white masks, with diverse and quirky styles.
The man knocked on the door at the end of the second-floor corridor. "Come in."
A brief reply came from inside. The man gently pushed the door open, revealing a spacious conference room with a grand red oak office desk in the center. But there was no one in the room. Staring at the man was a white skull mask standing prominently on the desk.
"I heard the plan is not going smoothly?"
The skull mask did not move, but emitted a cold, hoarse voice.
"Yes, master."
The man lowered his head and replied, "Both attempts at the real mode deployment have failed. First, we deployed it in a key high school, intending to squash those awakeners in the cradle, but unexpectedly a student cleared it.
The second time, we deployed it in the most difficult dungeon for rank 0 awakeners. I never expected to encounter that student again. And, our 2 gems were also picked up by him. A bunch of useless fools." The skull mask let out an angry roar. "You can't even defeat a high school student. What good are you?" "Master, please don't be angry." A man quickly knelt down. "That high school student's class is an S-grade demon summoner, it seems a bit sinister." "Demons."
The skull mask pondered, "Once this race, which has been dormant for hundreds of years, appears in the world, it will pose a great threat to us. Listen carefully, we must not allow that human high school student to grow. We must crush him early." The mask issued the command. "Don't worry, master. We've received intel that he will go to the Misty Border tomorrow, and I have already sent out assassins."
You may leave."
After the mask said the last sentence, it fell silent again.
Chapter 28, Entering the Misty Border, Being Targeted.
The next day, at the eastern border of Tianyu City, at the city gate,
many soldiers in armor were standing guard and patrolling. "Please show your entry permit." A soldier at the gate checked each person leaving the city one by one. "They are the Border Legion,
a special army that has been fighting against foreign invasions at the Misty Border for many years." The line reached Lin Zhe, who took out his permit without hesitation. The soldier looked at the information on the permit, wrinkling his brow. "S-grade class.
Level 18. Young brother, even though you are S-grade and have a permit, are you sure you want to leave the city? Do you understand the dangers of the Misty Border?" "Yes, thank you for the reminder. I understand." Lin Zhe replied calmly. "All right, you may go." After Lin Zhe left, the soldier thought to himself, so young and yet so reckless?
Once outside the city gates, the scenery immediately became different. As far as the eye could see, the endless wilderness was shrouded in thick fog, with shades of gray everywhere, as if the world had lost its color here. Fortunately, there were still some adventurers coming and going on the road, otherwise it truly felt like arriving at an abandoned void. Lin Zhe followed the map, making his way along the edge of the city wall, trying to stay a bit further away from the fog. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at a campsite, where a simple sign stood at the entrance, Camp 4. Here, quite a few soldiers and adventurers had gathered, and the atmosphere became slightly lively. The small camp was surrounded by fog, with 2 Chinese-style arches at the edge of the fog, which served as teleportation portals for entering the battle instances. At that moment, a weathered officer walked up to everyone and loudly said, "I am Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Squad of the Border Legion." Everyone immediately fell silent. "First, I want to thank all of you for coming to the Misty Border, sharing the pressure of fighting against foreign races, and helping to defend Great Xia." At this, the adventurers present couldn't help but become serious. This is not an ordinary instance, but a real war. Captain Zhang Qi continued, "Our Camp 4 currently has 2 instances, both below level 40 in difficulty. Everyone can choose freely. Once the final boss is defeated, it will be considered a successful defense against foreign invasions, and this instance will close permanently." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe frowned. How is it only below level 40? It seems the principle applied for a lower difficulty instance just for safety, but it really isn't necessary. At this moment, several soldiers began to distribute 2 items to each person. "Zhang Qi, this is a monitoring device and a teleportation scroll. The monitoring device can track everyone's kills of minions and bosses, and once a successful kill is made, it will calculate honor points. Defeating the final boss will grant extra honor points. The teleportation scroll is for emergency escape, please prioritize your safety. Additionally, all loot in the instance can be claimed or traded by you, or you can choose to hand it over to the military in exchange for honor points. Now, please form your teams freely. Enter the instance in an orderly fashion." As soon as the voice fell, everyone became enthusiastic. Some were from the same guild, already formed into teams, and directly entered the instance. Others were looking for teammates on the spot. Of course, on Lin Zhe's side, there once again appeared a situation where no one was interested. Many people whispered, "Look, there's a kid who is only level 18, looks like a high school student."
Come on, did you reach level 18 in high school? He probably just looks small. Anyway, does he dare to come here at level 18?
Probably just hoping for some luck here. I just want to see which fool teams up with him.
Wait, what's that kid doing? Lindsay, all alone, boldly walked into a teleportation portal.
He didn't form a team, just went in alone, a bystander exclaimed. Impressive, he'll probably die without even knowing how. A few seconds later, Lindsay was teleported to a valley area. Welcome to the Death Bug Valley instance.
Level limit, less than or equal to 40.
Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty division.
Task description, for the survival of humanity, eliminate the invading evil spider race. The Border Legion is with you. Time limit, none.
Indeed, the border battlefield is in real mode. But for Lindsay, he was already used to it.
Lindsay looked around and found various tropical plants growing, the air humid and stuffy.
He immediately summoned his will, and 10 large black dogs appeared around him. Each one wagged its tail at him enthusiastically, as if they hadn't seen him in 800 years.
Lead the way, find the enemies. Lindsay commanded.
Woof! The 10 hellhounds answered in unison like well-trained soldiers, then began to sprint forward. Lindsay followed closely behind. About half a minute later, 2 figures appeared near the spot where Lindsay had just stayed. Both were cloaked in black and wore strange white masks. The eyes beneath the masks were filled with killing intent.
That kid is our assassination target?
Yes, but I see he's only level 18.
Do we really need to send 2 level 40s to deal with him? I think the higher-ups are becoming more cautious. Are they really afraid of an 18-level kid like this? Shoo, don't say that out loud. Let's hurry up and catch up.
Lindsay followed the hellhounds for a while, and suddenly the hellhounds stopped warily.
Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground all around.
Then, some humanoid spider monsters crawled out from inside.
Spider-Man Vanguard. Race, Evil Spider, E-Level. Level, 30. Health points, 9,000. Skill, Poisonous Weapon.
Each Spider-Man was as tall as an adult, with yellow and black striped fur on their 8 legs, and brandishing swords and knives as they charged towards Lindsay.
The hellhounds stood ready. Lindsay, level 30 monsters aren't something you can handle.
Use shadow tactics for coordination later.
Woof!
The 10 large black dogs transformed into shadows and began to move swiftly across the ground.
Where they turned into shadows, small dark attribute explosions occurred. Lindsay, Flame Demon, come out.
In the next second, a burst of flames erupted from the ground, and the Flame Demon made its appearance again.
Master, are there more bugs for me to kill? Wait, are we really talking about bugs this time?
Lindsay, Flame Demon, I have a gift for you.
As he spoke, a heavy hammer appeared in the Flame Demon's hand.
It was the molten fire hammer that Lindsay specifically picked out from the Chew Group storage. Strength plus 1,500, fire attribute attack plus 20%, and it also had a chance to destroy melee weapons. The Flame Demon held the heavy hammer, weighed it in his hand, and immediately rejoiced. This is truly a good weapon.
Thank you for the gift, Master. I will not fail my mission. Then, he swung the hammer down towards the ground. Boom!
Suddenly, a fire erupted and magma erupted within a 50-meter radius. Those spiders could not withstand such a blow and were instantly turned to ashes in the flames. Kill Spider Vanguard, experience plus 300 lifetime plus 300 days. Kill Spider Vanguard, experience plus 300 lifetime plus 300 days. The experience bar started to rise significantly for the first time in a while. The progress had reached 96% at level 18. Lindsay couldn't help but feel excited. Looks like I came to the right place. I love the feeling of the experience bar shooting up.
Flame Demon, dog, keep the attack going, charge.
Suddenly, a huge demon led 10 fierce black dogs, creating a bloody and fiery path in the valley, and all the small monsters along the way met their end. And Lindsay, with his high agility, raced behind them like the wind, never falling behind. The other players battling monsters in different places pointed at where Lindsay had run. Look, there's a fire over there. At that very moment, beside a pile of charred spider corpses, 2 black-clad figures wearing white masks wondered. Strange, with our agility and using acceleration scrolls the whole time, how come we haven't seen the target at all? He wouldn't have used the return scroll already, right? After all, he's only level 18. Or he just died outright, that would save us trouble, huh? 3 kilometers away, Lindsay had already arrived at a wide valley bottom, surrounded by towering cliffs.
Lindsay panted slightly. I'm getting a bit tired from running, let's take a break.
He then found a rock to sit on. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, 19. Congratulations, your summoned beast Hellhound leveled up, current level, 22.
Not bad, not bad. Lindsay felt very satisfied.
However, at that moment, he realized his feet were standing on a pile of white spider silk. Moreover, he noticed green mist slowly spreading from beneath him.
Chapter 29, this generation of players really isn't up to par. Outside the dungeon, Camp 4. A rookie was chatting with Captain Zhang Qi. Rookie, Captain, which of these two dungeons is harder?
Zhang Qi pondered for a moment. The difficulty is about the same, but I personally dislike Deathworm Valley more.
Why's that? This dungeon requires fighting against the spider people.
Although their health and attack aren't particularly high, this race is best at using various negative statuses. Poison, slow, paralysis, damn, they hit you with all sorts of statuses, it's just unbearable. Especially for someone like me with a mobile class, my mobility is greatly restricted, and I can't find an opportunity to deal damage.
It's frustrating.
As a dual blade hunter, Zhang Qi gritted his teeth, clearly having suffered before.
Inside the dungeon,
Lindsay had just realized he had fallen into a trap. Both he and his summoned beast were not only standing on spider silk, but the toxic gas was also starting to spread around them. The flame demon and hellhound began to lose health, and their movements became as slow as walking in mud. They were simultaneously afflicted with poison and slow statuses.
Dog, you go back for now, Lindsay said, placing the hellhound back into the summon slot. As for the flame demon, with 280,000 health, it could lose health till tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter.
And he himself, thanks to the fortune reversal talent, was immune to all negative statuses.
So he was completely fine now.
At that moment, something started to ooze down from the stone walls around him. Taking a closer look, it wasn't water, but a swarm of tiny spiders gathering towards him. Oh man, my fear of clusters is kicking in, Lindsay complained.
Flame demon, burn them. Ah, whoa.
The flame demon howled to the sky, immediately creating a magma field around itself. The tiny spiders instantly turned to wisps of smoke upon contact. It smells like burnt protein, even the neighbor's kid is drooling. Then, the experience bar started rising once again. Killed a small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Killed a small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Although the experience and lifespan from each spider weren't much, there were just so many. At least thousands upon thousands. Just as Lindsay was thoroughly enjoying the experience gain, a woman's voice echoed in the valley, "You dare treat my clan's offspring this way, you are dead today." Then, a giant creature fell from the sky, landing on the empty ground in front of Lindsay and kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive spider, but where the head of the spider should be, there was the upper body of a woman. The whole sight looked incredibly bizarre.
Boss Fire Poison Spider Queen. Race, Evil Spider Clan, E-Class. Level, 40. Health points, 120,000. Skills, Poison Flame Inferno, Web Binding, etc. Expand to see details.
Description: in the matriarchal evil spider clan, the 4 spider queens rule over billions of subjects, among which the fire poison spider queen has the fiercest temper, so please do not anger her. The spider queen took out a long and thick staff from somewhere, holding it with both hands, and began to swing it.
In an instant, the entire valley ignited with a purple flame. Skill, Poison Flame Inferno.
Causes spell damage in the area while inflicting burning and poisoning negative effects, with damage increased by intelligence attributes.
The fire demon stood arrogantly amid the flames, showing no fear. Is a fire user here?
But your low-level, crooked fire magic is only enough to scare those inferior races.
Let you feel the flames from hell.
Just as the words fell, the fire demon unleashed the skill Flames of Fury, swinging his heavy hammer straight towards the spider queen.
Hell's flames?
Upon hearing these words, Lindsay seemed to realize something suddenly.
Could the hatching condition of the demon dragon be this?
At that moment, just as the fire demon's hammer was about to smash down, the spider queen waved her long staff, turning into an illusion. Where she originally stood, a mass of spider silk exploded, trapping the fire demon. In the next second, the spider queen's real body flashed behind Lindsay.
"Oh, you're a teleporting wizard?" Lindsay said calmly. "Ah, truly foolish. From the start, my target was you, the human summoner.
Under my poison flames and web, you are already simultaneously burning, poisoned, and slowed, die." Finished speaking, the long staff came crashing down. Lindsay nimbly dodged and casually said, before boasting, "You should take a look."
"What?"
After checking Lindsay's status, the spider queen was shocked. "How come you're not affected at all?"
"Impossible." However, in the next second, Lindsay had already sent over the Flames of Fury skill inherited through Soul Link. Minus 79,634.
With just one punch, he dealt nearly 80,000 damage.
Dogs, reap. 10 large black dogs reappeared, transforming into shadows as they lunged at the Spider Queen. Ah!
The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the valley. Kill boss Fire Poison Spider Queen, experience plus 12,000 life plus 12,000 days. Loot obtained, 12,000 copper coins, Fire Poison Staff, Spider Queen's Poison Fangs, Material, Equipment Enhancement Stone, B-Class. Congratulations on successfully completing the dungeon, gaining experience plus 5,000, money plus 5,000. Congratulations on leveling up, current level, 20. Unlocking the level 1 breakthrough task, would you like to accept it immediately? Yes/no. Lindsay was overjoyed, I can break through level 1 now. Just as he was about to accept the breakthrough task, Lindsay and everyone in the dungeon received a message on the interface. A successful completion has been detected, the dungeon will close in 60 seconds, and everyone will be automatically teleported out, 60, 59, 58. Others? Outside the dungeon, at Camp 4. The rookie was still communicating with Captain Zhang Qi. Rookie, Captain, do you think these professionals can clear the deadly insect valley? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette, I think it's tough. Nowadays, the professionals are spoiled, and when they encounter those annoying negative states, they probably won't even bother to fight, after all, it's too inefficient. Plus, I just saw an 18-level player go in, it's simply childish. Zhang Qi exhaled smoke, sigh, does it mean my great Xia will have no successors? The rookie looked a bit anxious, if the professionals can't clear it, does that mean we have to go? Zhang Qi, exactly, if the border battleground dungeon exists for too long, it will invade reality, so we must defeat the boss before that. But no need to worry, my great Xia's border army is full of experts, and a level 40 dungeon can still be dealt with easily. You will go in soon to train a bit. Yes, Captain. As soon as he finished speaking, the new soldier suddenly pointed to the teleportation portal, look. Someone is coming out. Under the Chinese-style archway, a high school student slowly walked out. Zhang Qi snorted coldly, ha, isn't that the level 18 newbie? Look, he came out in less than 10 minutes. That's fine, if he doesn't suffer a bit, he probably won't know how dangerous the battlefield is for a lifetime. The new soldier said, no, Captain, there are a lot of people coming out behind him. Sure enough, behind Lindsay, groups of professionals followed him out. And each one of them had a confused look on their face, as if they had seen something amazing and hadn't recovered yet. This dungeon can't be that easy, right? Zhang Qi shook his head and sigh. This batch of professionals really can't do it. At this moment, another soldier ran excitedly to Zhang Qi's side, shouting, report, Captain. The Death Bug Valley dungeon has been successfully cleared. Clearing time 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Zhang Qi was immediately struck as if by lightning, his whole body jolted. What? Cleared. And it only took 8 minutes and 49 seconds? Which team defeated the final boss, and which guild do they belong to? Zhang Qi quickly asked. The soldier scratched his head and said, you might not believe it, but it's a guy named Lindsay, he wasn't in a team, and when he went in, he was only level 18. Zhang Qi, W. Chapter 30, Tier 1 Breakthrough Task, New Dungeon. The cigarette in Zhang Qi's mouth fell to the ground, and he was petrified in place. After several seconds, he finally recovered, grabbed the soldier's arm, and shook it violently, are you for real? The monitoring device can't be malfunctioning, right? Captain, stop shaking. I'm going to vomit. The soldier said pitifully, you know, the monitoring device uses the core technology of the Great Xia, it's impossible for such a problem to occur. This. Zhang Qi gradually calmed down and looked again at Lindsay on the other side of the camp, could it be that he really is a genius? The professionals who followed Lindsay out were also looking at each other, all with bewildered expressions. Cleared? I was just fighting a few little spiders, how did someone clear it? I'm worse off, I was lost in that bug valley and didn't touch a single monster, how did I come out? Which expert came into our dungeon? He's so amazing, can he go fight something of higher difficulty instead of stealing our kills? At that moment, Lindsay was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the Tier 1 breakthrough task, completely unaware of the discussions behind him. He immediately pulled up the task request he hadn't finished reading earlier. Start Tier 1 breakthrough task, will you accept it now? Yes/no. Then decisively chose yes. Tier 1 breakthrough task, kill an enemy boss that is more than 20 levels higher than you without forming a team. Huh? Is that it? Lindsay's mouth curled up slightly. The tier breakthrough task is tailored to the characteristics of each profession. For example, the warrior's task usually involves killing a certain number of monsters. And the healing profession's tasks mostly relate to saving lives. Unexpectedly, the demon summoner's task was to defeat a boss that was many levels higher, and it's not allowed to team up? One can only imagine how difficult this task would be for others, they might remain stuck at level 20 for life. But for Lindsay, defeating a boss of a higher level was already a routine operation. Ding! You have a new task, successfully break through Tier 1. Reward, 1 system lottery chance. Wow, what a double treat!
Lindsay was overjoyed. Then let's hurry to the second dungeon. After that, Lindsay stepped into the second teleportation portal without any hesitation.
Time and space shifted, and Lindsay soon arrived in a vast plain. He found himself in what appeared to be a campsite, and there were some other professionals around. The campsite was small, and the layout was very simple. In front of them were some weapon racks, telescope, and a few mechanical crossbows and catapults. And ahead of the camp was an endless grassland. Looking down, it was all desolate. Everywhere were the corpses of humans and alien races, as well as the lingering smoke of gunpowder.
Welcome to the Wild West instance. Level limit, less than or equal to level 40.
Difficulty, real mode, no difficulty classification.
Mission description, resist the invading Boermen tribe and defend the human camp. The Border Legion is with you. Time limit, none.
Lindsay guessed the nature of this instance was likely a defensive type based on the current situation and mission description. It was similar to the trial instance Bloodstained Village. Has a newcomer come in, a professional said excitedly.
More newcomers would be good.
We can hardly hold on, another professional followed, as he was fixing a damaged mechanical crossbow.
It seemed the situation for humans was not optimistic.
However, when everyone saw Lindsay's level, their expressions changed immediately.
What? Only level 20? Are you rushing here to die? What a waste of my excitement. Are the kids today really that ignorant?
At this moment, a girl's authoritative voice rang out behind Lindsay.
Newcomer, this is not a place for you. Please teleport back immediately.
Lindsay turned around and saw a girl carrying a giant sword. She looked only a few years older than Lindsay. Dressed in a modified Chinese-style short skirt, with twin ponytails and a luxurious pearl hairpin adorning her bun. Her features were delicate, yet filled with a strong sense of pride. The most eye-catching was the giant sword on her back, which was slightly taller than her slim figure, forming a stark contrast.
Lindsay used the detection skill to check. Name, Shi Yueying. Profession, Berserker, S-Class. Level, 36, first stage.
She seemed to possess some combat power.
However, regarding what she said, Lindsay directly replied, why shouldn't I be here? It says I can enter at level 20.
Open your eyes and look around, Shi Yueying said with some impatience, these are all professionals above level 30. After resisting 2 waves of aliens, the situation is also very critical. You, at level 20, won't have anyone to protect you later. You coming here will only create trouble for everyone. At this time, an older man stepped forward to support her. Young man, just listen to Miss Chi's words.
It's for your own good. Miss Chi? Lindsay looked confused. Goodness, another young lady? Why has he been meeting daughter after daughter these days? Is the young lady being sold by the pound? Seeing Lindsay's confused expression, the older man put his hands on his hips and began to lecture. What? You don't know Chi Yueying, the eldest daughter of the Sword Edge Guild, one of the 4 great guilds? She was the pride of our Tianyu city back in the day, and now she is a top student at the Western Warfare Academy. We were about to lose earlier, but luckily Miss Chi stepped in to command everyone, allowing us to survive the 2 waves of attacks. That's why we're all listening to her now. Humph, what an ignorant kid. A few people heard and came over to chime in. Lindsay shrugged his shoulders, so what? Am I obliged to know her? You young man. Alright, no need to care about him. Chi Yueying called to the professionals, the enemy's next wave of attack will arrive in a few minutes. Everyone, take your positions. Understood. Everyone indeed listened to her and immediately dispersed. Then, Chi Yueying glanced at Lindsay with disdain and said, I advised you out of kindness because you are an S-class professional. Since you don't listen, take care of yourself. However, no one here will take you into the team. I hope you won't create trouble for everyone. After saying that, she directly turned around and left. Lindsay dug his ear with his pinky and thought, is this girl a bit too full of herself? When did I ever say I would fight alongside you? In reality, he didn't want to stay here waiting like a sitting duck. This tower defense battle, instead of passively waiting for the enemies to come, was better off actively pulling out their boss. Thinking of this, Lindsay directly walked out of the camp's boundaries, heading towards the open plains in the distance. A class user noticed and immediately sent word, Miss Chi, look, that level 20 newbie has left the camp. Others looked over and began to discuss. What does he want to do all alone? Is he crazy? Does he want to die? Does this kid think this is like the city's dungeon? If he dies, he can just teleport out. Chi Yueying watched Lindsay's departing figure with cold eyes, shaking her head, it's really hard to advise a damned fool. Chapter 31, Lindsay battles the Boermen, Chi Yueying is shocked. After Lindsay left, many more class users entered this dungeon. They were all forced to end their tasks in another dungeon.
Originally, they planned to grind some monsters and level up today, but who knew they would clear the dungeon so quickly, leaving them with no choice but to come here. Once these people came in, they also obeyed Miss Chi's orders, preparing to deal with the approaching monsters. In the crowd, two people dressed in black robes and white masks mixed in. Although their outfits were strange, everyone in the dungeon had varied styles, so no one paid them any mind. At this moment, these two looked around, as if searching for something, and whispered. "How strange, I clearly saw that kid enter this dungeon just now, how did he disappear? Spooky, too spooky. I suspect that this kid has already discovered us and is just toying with us. Seems we underestimated him earlier, his level might also be fake, he could be a skilled player. Well, whatever, let's wait for a chance and make some big moves." At the same time, after walking about 2 kilometers on the prairie, Lindsay found that although there was still scenery ahead, it was blocked by an air wall. "Looks like I've reached the end." At that moment, dozens of spatial cracks suddenly opened up on the air wall. Immediately, countless alien monsters riding motorcycles surged out. They had bodies similar to humans but were much sturdier, with wild boar heads on their necks. They were also armed with some firearms. Boar Knight. Race, Boar Race, D rank. Level, 35. Health, 12,000. Skills, Brutal Charge, 6 Bullet Volley, etc. View details. Lindsay stared at the appearance of these boar men in surprise. So advanced? Boars riding motorcycles? This is really eye-opening. Suddenly, over a dozen enemies opened fire at Lindsay at the same time. Some had revolvers, while others had shotguns. -201, -198, -389, critical hit. Lindsay immediately lost over 2,000 health points. "Damn, I was too careless watching your looks," Lindsay said calmly. "Flame Demon, dog, come out and do your job." The next second, a ball of flame and 10 shadows simultaneously charged towards the enemies. -38,087, -2,180, -32,562, -2,642. Damage numbers far exceeding their health floated above the enemies' heads. Killboar Knight, experience plus 350 lifespan plus 350 days. Killboar Knight, experience plus 350 lifespan plus 350 days. Experience surged once again. However, since he hadn't reached level 1 breakthrough yet, all these experiences were stored away. On the other side, at the camp. Looking at the enemies charging from afar, everyone stood ready. Chi Yueying stood on a high platform, speaking authoritatively to the crowd. "Everyone pay attention, each person take your position, prepare to face the enemy. The boar race is adept in mechanics and firearms, their strength is immense, but we will try to hold on through this wave." "Yes." Everyone responded. I must say, although Chi Yueying is an arrogant young lady, she still had the demeanor of a general in such situations. Just as she finished speaking, many Boar Knights' motorcycles had already rushed forward. Professionals rushed to confront. Chi Yueying took down the giant sword from her back, yelling, "Cover me." Then, she held the giant sword horizontally in front of her, making a charging motion, with silver light beginning to glow from the sword's hilt. Two uncles understood and quickly came to her side, helping to block the attacks in front of her. About 10 seconds later, the entire giant sword was covered in silver light. "Get back," she shouted, and the two uncles immediately stepped aside. Chi Yueying swung the giant sword forward, and suddenly, a crescent-shaped light blade, about 20 meters wide, shot out ahead. The enemies in front didn't even have time to dodge before being sliced in half. The light blade flew over 100 meters before gradually dissipating, leaving no enemies alive along its path. Once this move was executed, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers. "Miss Chi is amazing. Miss Chi is powerful. This move, the Moonlight Giant Sword, truly lives up to its name." Chi Yueying leaned on the giant sword, barely standing, breathing heavily. "Don't get distracted, continue fighting." Only she knew how much energy this move consumed, and it had a cooldown time of 1 hour. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, "Did you notice, this wave of enemies is much less than the previous two?" Immediately, someone agreed, "I noticed too, it's really a lot fewer. Could it be that we're about to clean them out?" Suddenly, a person using a telescope shouted, "I see something. There's something in the distance." Others quickly looked through their telescopes. They saw a red humanoid monster fighting a few black canine beasts against the boar men. Beside them stood a person in full black armor. "It looks like that young guy from earlier," someone recognized him from his clothing. "How did he end up there?" "No, those monsters are his summoned beasts," someone finally realized. "He went there to block the monsters from the beginning. No wonder there are fewer monsters here." As soon as this was said, the camp erupted in an uproar. Many people grabbed the telescopes, eager to take a look. Chi Yueying immediately called for someone to give her a pair. Sure enough, the boy who had ignored her earlier was quietly standing there, looking rather at ease. Next to him was a huge monster and several black canine creatures, helping him kill enemies. Fire exploded everywhere, the boar men turned to ashes upon contact.
Moreover, he continuously outputted damage without showing any signs of cooldown or fatigue.
Shi Yueying was taken aback, it was rare for her proud face to show such an expression.
How is this possible? That person is clearly only level 20, how can he be this strong?
At this moment, everyone felt the ground shaking violently, followed by a continuous mechanical rumbling sound coming from afar. Everyone steadied themselves and looked towards Lin Zhe. They saw a massive spatial rift, and a gigantic object was slowly emerging from within. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's perspective became clearer. Initially, the giant object only revealed a mechanical sharp tip, and soon its rectangular body gradually came into view. Once it completely emerged, Lin Zhe could see clearly, it was a fully armed mechanical war chariot. Its height was comparable to the flame demon, but it was much wider, its entire body covered in golden flame pattern armor, with gun barrels mounted all around.
Boss Thunderfire Golden Chariot. Race, none. Level, 42. Health, 200,000. Skills, Thunderfire Armor Piercing Shell, Flame Spray, Heavy Charge, etc. Click to view details. Description: the boar men are skilled at creating machines, and this is their proud family treasure, personally crafted by the legendary craftsman Pygus from the boar men's history. Everyone in the distance looked at the boss information, instantly stunned. A level 42 boss had already surpassed each of their levels. Just looking at the indestructible shape of that war chariot was enough to make people break into a cold sweat. That young guy is doomed. No matter how strong his S-level profession is, after all, he hasn't even broken through the first level yet. Yeah, he was a very promising young man, but he was too ambitious, what a shame. But at this moment, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Level 42, 22 levels higher than me, just right for me to complete the first level breakthrough task. Flame Demon, tear it apart for me. Ow. The Flame Demon let out a long howl and charged forward with a heavy hammer. The war chariot also reacted quickly, immediately rotating and retreating. A shell was fired from the cannon at the front of the chariot. Skill, Thunderfire Piercing Shell. Causes thunder and fire attribute damage to the target, damage equals strength *3 plus spirit *1. The Flame Demon did not dodge, instead, it directly smashed the shell head-on with a single hammer. Boom! The shell exploded, making a deafening sound. The Flame Demon took damage, minus 34,322. Flame Demon, damn it! Turns out this thing can explode? Lin Zhe was speechless. You didn't know after all this? I thought you were just showing off. Seems like I need to educate you about modern technology. The Flame Demon brushed the dust off its body. No worries, this little fire dares to show off? I've soaked in magma. Before the words were out, it leaped directly onto the top of the war chariot. The war chariot spun wildly, trying to shake off the Flame Demon, but it was held tightly. Then, the Flame Demon activated Elemental Fury, half of its maximum health instantly transformed into 3 times elemental damage. Then, raising the heavy hammer, it launched a Flame's Wrath strike on the body of the war chariot. Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed, loud enough for everyone in the distant camp to hear it clearly. Damage caused, minus 784,521. Chapter 32, Breakthrough to First Level, Summon the Demon Queen. People in the distant camp who witnessed this scene had their mouths agape in an O shape, including the young lady Qi Yueying. Damn! People exclaimed as they looked at the damage number the Flame Demon had struck. The war chariot's health was 200,000. Even with their nearly level 40 professions, it would take more than a dozen of them a long time to wear it down. A single ultimate move from Qi Yueying could at most deal around 20,000 damage. And there was a super long wind-up and cooldown. But that monster just now managed to deal 780,000 damage in one instant. This was simply the most unbelievable thing they had ever witnessed in their lives. At this moment, on Lin Zhe's side, the top of the war chariot was smashed open by the Flame Demon's hammer, and it immediately went out. The Flame Demon was not satisfied, regardless of whether it was dead or alive, it continued to wield the hammer to express its desire for battle. Before long, the entire war chariot was twisted and deformed, leaving debris scattered on the ground. You have killed the boss Thunderfire Armored Chariot, experience plus 22,000 lifespan plus 22,000 days. You have received loot, 22,000 copper coins, Thunderfire Cannon, ranged weapon, Orichalcum *3, material, equipment enhancement stone, grade B. Congratulations, you have completed the first level breakthrough task. Successfully advanced. Received all attributes plus 20, new professional skill, S level, new summon slots *2. Ding. You have successfully broken through first level and receive rewards, 1 system lottery. Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 22. Looking at the series of rewards, Lin Zhe was so excited he nearly jumped up.
Not only had he broken through to the first level, but the experience points he had accumulated also directly leveled him up to level 22.
He immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Profession, Demon Summoner. Professional faction, Summoning. Rarity, S level. Level, 22, 3%. Rank, first level. Health, 150,380. Mana, 54,030. Strength, 15,343, plus 1,200, Agility, 10203, plus 200, Stamina, 14383, plus 200, Intelligence, 4183, plus 200, Spirit, 4203, plus 1,200. Talent, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Flow, turning misfortune into blessing. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Flame's Wrath, Lava Domain, See-Through Fire, Demon Hot Springs. Equipment, Night Lord Set, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring. Summon slots, 2/4, Flame Demon, Hellhound. Current remaining lifespan, 286 years 343 days. Lin Zhe noticed a new skill called Demon Hot Springs had appeared in the skill bar. It is a profession-specific skill automatically gained after the first breakthrough. Skill, Demon Hot Spring, S rank. Support type skill, the summoner can create a demon hot spring within a radius of 20 meters around themselves, restoring the health of summoned beasts, healing rate per second equals spirit value *10, and eliminating negative states. It can also revive deceased summoned beasts. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Although it's a healing skill, it feels incredibly powerful. Lin Zhe exclaimed with shining eyes. The value of this skill makes anyone in the healing profession envious and drooling. However, what excited Lin Zhe even more was that the number of summoning slots suddenly increased by 2. This meant that, in addition to the demon dragon egg, he could summon another demon. He immediately opened his exclusive item, Book of Demons, and started looking from the required lifespan of over 100 years. After all, he already had over 200 years of lifespan, he was just that extravagant. But the more lifespan I have, the more difficult choices I face. Which one should I choose? The fire demon is like a berserker, the hellhound is like an assassin. Should I choose a mage type next? At this moment, a demon in the bestiary caught Lin Zhe's strong attention. It was a long-haired female demon, with an extremely enticing figure, and very little fabric covering her body. She had a pair of small red horns on her head, bat-like wings on her back, and held a spiked whip in her hand. Succubus Queen, lifespan required for contract, 150 years. Description: Succubi are a race skilled in controlling spells, a very special existence in the underworld. The Succubus Queen, as the name implies, is the leader of the succubi. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled. It's you. Who wouldn't love a species like the succubus? Especially the Succubus Queen. If he didn't summon her, was he even a man? Please confirm, do you want to sacrifice 150 years of lifespan to contract the Succubus Queen? Yes/no. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a 6-pointed star summoning circle appeared on the ground again. Amidst the dazzling light, a sensual and enchanting figure emerged. Then, as the light faded, the enchanting figure from the bestiary appeared right in front of Lin Zhe. Only, she was 100 times more beautiful and stunning than in the image. Her flawless skin, alluring features, and impressive curves made Lin Zhe's heart race and his face flush. Triggered professional talent, Demon Affinity, the Succubus Queen's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. The Succubus Queen floated in the air, then saw Lin Zhe and immediately took his hand, kneeling on one knee. Her fiery red lips lightly brushed against Lin Zhe's hand, while an enchanting voice entered his ears. My name is Lilith, are you my master? Ah. Lin Zhe scratched his head and laughed. It's a bit embarrassing for you to kneel on our first meeting, let's discuss later. Summoned beast, Succubus Queen. Race, demon. Branch, succubus. Rarity, a rank. Level, 65. Health, 150,000. Mana, 350,000. Strength, 10,000, Agility, 20,000, Stamina, 15,000, Intelligence, 28,000, Spirit, 35,000. Skill 1, Pain Whip. Swings the whip to deal 1 dark attribute damage to enemies in the area, damage equals spirit value *5, with an 80% chance to apply mental control effect on enemies, lasting 300 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 second. Skill 2, Love Spell. Sends out a heart to charm enemies in the area, making them only able to attack friendly targets. Duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds. Talent, Mental Fortress. Plus 90% resistance to control-type spells. Equipment, Pain Whip, pitifully little fabric. Goodness, another boss-level summoned beast. Lin Zhe gazed at the attributes and exclaimed. Her intelligence and spirit are so high, and she perfectly makes up for the fire demon's shortcomings. Lin Zhe felt that his demon army was gradually taking shape. Oh right, there's one last thing, the lottery. He immediately opened the lottery page. Do you want to consume lifespan to gain luck bonus?
Consuming 10 years of life, this lottery will guarantee an A-grade prize or above. Consuming 100 years of life, this lottery will guarantee an S-grade prize.
I choose to consume 10 years.
The lottery entries begin to spin and then slowly come to a stop.
Congratulations! You have won the skill, Wheel of Destiny, A-grade. Skill, Wheel of Destiny.
Spin the wheel to inflict a negative effect on a target, including but not limited to freezing, blindness, sleep, poisoning, instant death, etc.
Click for details. Cooldown time, 10 seconds.
Lindsay rested his chin on one hand. Although it's not an attack skill, it seems like a lot of fun.
And it's perfect for the succubus queen.
He immediately handed the skill book to her.
Lilith thanks Master for the gift. The succubus queen smiled humbly, her charm fully on display.
Just then, Lindsay suddenly remembered something.
Strange, usually after defeating the final boss, we would be teleported out automatically, right? Why hasn't there been any notification after so long? It can't be that.
Thinking of this, Lindsay quickly checked his equipment bar, and saw both the cursed gem necklace and the fallen gem ring flashing at the same time.
Good gracious, is my luck really this good?
Looking up, he finally noticed that the sky was covered with dark clouds, and all the clouds were gathering towards the camp.
At this moment, the instance finally sent a message.
This instance has entered nightmare mode, and you cannot exit until you clear it.
Ding!
You have a new task, clear this instance in nightmare mode.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Chapter 33, Chi Yueying is shy, the succubus queen is naughty. Time returned to 10 minutes ago.
In the camp, everyone was shocked as they watched Lindsay's summoned beast smash the boss to death in one hit. Among the crowd, 2 people dressed in black cloaks and white masks were equally astonished, and they whispered to each other.
That kid indeed hid his strength. He can't just be level 20, no wonder they sent us to assassinate him. But now it seems that even the 2 of us might not be able to handle him. It looks like it's time for us to make a sacrifice. Really, are we going to do this?
What, are you scared?
No, not at all. After all, our death is not an end, but a rebirth.
Then, one of them took out a badge inlaid with a red gem, holding it in his palm.
By my blood, I call your name. All for the glory of the undead. The 2 shouted in unison. In the next second, they simultaneously slashed their wrists, letting blood drip onto the red gem. The gem instantly seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the 2's blood.
When the others in the camp reacted, they saw 2 bodies lying on the ground, drained of blood. And a red gem badge floating in the air. The gem was reflecting ominous red light. Suddenly, the sky changed rapidly, and a large mass of dark clouds began to gather above the camp. And around the badge, shapes began to gradually take form, eventually revealing a skeletal knight riding a skeletal warhorse. Both the warhorse and knight were clad in armor, and the knight wielded a cleaver, exuding an aura of dominance.
Boss Undead General. Race, Undead, no rank. Level, 56. Health, 250,000. Skill, Ruinous Slash.
At the same time, everyone received the prompt, this instance has entered nightmare mode, and you cannot exit until you clear it.
Undead? Level 56? Nightmare mode?
No one had expected such a surprise in this instance.
They immediately panicked and scattered.
Some people quickly used return scrolls, only to find they were indeed ineffective.
What's all the fuss? Everyone calm down. Amid the crowd, Chi Yueying's shout slightly eased everyone's emotions. However, in the next second, they saw numerous skeletal arms reaching up from the ground, grabbing at everyone's legs.
The adventurers immediately used their skills to fight back, but those skeletal arms seemed to be like indestructible wild grass, continually regenerating. And from one arm, another could sprout, branching out like roots and leaves.
In an instant, many people were firmly caught.
Chi Yueying here waved her great sword, cutting through all the surrounding bones. Yet, some arms directly grew from under her feet, grabbing her 2 little legs beneath her short skirt.
Then, those arms grew like vines, quickly binding Chi Yueying completely.
Chi Yueying let out a muffled groan, trying hard to break free, but it was futile. At the same time, almost all the professionals in the camp were captured by the bones. The skeletal knight stood proudly in the center of the crowd, emitting a cold, ancient voice, humans, you are merely sacrifices. Then, the ruby badge on his chest began to glow, causing blood to flow from many people's mouths, eyes, and noses, drifting toward that jewel and forming red lines in the air.
Ah!
People screamed in horror. Upon seeing this scene, Chi Yueying's eyes revealed rare fear. She had always been called the proud daughter of heaven, admired and envied by many, never expecting to stumble here.
Am I really going to die here?
And in such an unclear way. This was the first time in her life she tasted the flavor of despair.
Wait. She suddenly thought of someone. Right, that boy, if it's him, maybe he can save us. Just then, a voice rang in her ear. I just left for a bit, how did it turn into this? Shi Yueying turned to look, and it was indeed the boy in black light armor. Behind him followed a giant beast and 10 black dog-like monsters. And in mid-air, there was a stunningly beautiful lady she hadn't seen before. Hope glimmered in Shi Yueying's eyes. Hurry, come help! Shi Yueying immediately shouted, yet her tone still carried a habitual commanding tone. Lin Zhe said indifferently, "Oh, isn't this Miss Chi? How come you look so rough after just a few minutes? Weren't you just saying I was here to cause trouble? Why are you asking me for help now?" You! Shi Yueying was instantly choked up. After a few seconds, she squeezed out a few words. "I was wrong just now, I hope you can help me." If it weren't for knowing her life was in danger, she probably would never have said such a humble apology in her life. Lin Zhe wore a sly smile, "So tell me, where were you wrong?" I. Shi Yueying's face was instantly flushed with red. The uncle beside her heard this and shouted angrily, "You brat, don't go too far. Miss Chi has clearly given you a way out." "Oh?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Then forget it, I never force anyone to do things." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait!" Shi Yueying shouted immediately, I said. I shouldn't have looked down on you because of your level, and said you would only cause trouble for everyone. I'm sorry." In the end, her beautiful face was already as red as a ripe apple. Especially considering her whole body was tied up, it felt even more humiliating. Alright, I forgive you." Lin Zhe laughed, "But I was originally here to fight the boss, I would have done it even if you didn't say anything." You! Shi Yueying was both shy and angry, unable to say a word. If she weren't completely bound, she would rather find a rock to bash her head against. But now, Lin Zhe ignored her and headed straight for the skeletal knight. White bony arms immediately sprouted from the ground trying to grab him, but they were turned to ashes by the lava domain. Seeing this, the skeletal knight scoffed, "You humans are indeed a bit more capable than them, worthy of me personally taking action." Lin Zhe retorted directly, "No, you still don't qualify for me to do it personally." "Humph, it seems I misjudged you, you're just an arrogant little brat." The skeletal knight's eyes ignited with ghostly green flames. "Now, let me teach you a lesson." After saying this, one hand pulled the reins, and the other raised a broadsword, charging towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe thought, is that even a question? As a summoner, I obviously don't fight directly. He then asked the demon queen in midair, "Lilith, can you take the lead this time? Are you confident?" The demon queen glanced playfully at the skeleton knight and smiled, "My master is joking, with this level of opponent, if I don't kill him in under 3 minutes, feel free to do as you wish with my body." Lin Zhe paused, "Then why not take your time?" "Master, how rude." Shi Yueying, hearing their conversation, blushed and quietly said, "Shameless." Lilith made a kissing gesture towards the skeleton knight, waved her hand, and a pink heart floated over. Smack! The knight swung his broadsword, and the heart immediately exploded. "Humph, what a trivial trick, daring to embarrass me." Before he finished speaking, the knight's mind suddenly became hazy. In the next second, the knight raised his broadsword and struck his own skeletal warhorse beneath him. This was the demon magic, power of love, creating a charm effect that would automatically make him attack allies. The warhorse neighed loudly, its head rolling to the ground, and its entire body collapsed in an instant, causing the knight to fall to the ground as well. 10 seconds later, the knight finally regained his senses. "What have you done to me?" Seeing the skeleton of his beloved horse scattered on the ground, the knight became furious. However, before he could react, the thorned whip in Lilith's hand was already upon him. Smack! Minus 165,302. The skeleton knight instantly lost more than half of his health. What kind of cowardly tactic is this? "If you have the guts, come down for a proper duel," the knight shouted angrily. At the same time, the broadsword was engulfed in ghostly green flames. "I didn't expect you, a member of the undead, to stick to the rules." The demon queen looked down from mid-air. Suddenly, a bright red vertical slit appeared in her eyes, and her voice became cold as ice. "Does this queen need to discuss beating you with you?" The regal aura sent chills down everyone's spine. The next moment, the skeleton knight actually knelt on the ground with a thud and respectfully said, "Yes, my queen." Lilith rested her chin on her hand lazily and said, "That's more like it, I'll allow you to end your own life." "Yes, my queen." This was the effect of the demon queen's skill, Pain Whip, which produced a mental control effect. It could completely control the enemy at her will. Then, the knight turned the broadsword against himself and plunged it into his abdomen. "Spare my life." The one shouting this was none other than Lin Zhe. "Stop." Lilith immediately commanded the knight. The blade stopped mid-air. Lin Zhe walked in front of the skeleton knight.
Even though the knight was kneeling, he was still half a head taller than Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe was not nervous at all and asked, "Tell me, what is the purpose of your undead clan? Why do you repeatedly trouble my human clan?" Lilith ordered, "Answer my master's question honestly." "Yes," replied the skeleton knight, "I am but a soldier who knows little. I only know that the undead clan is unwilling to be excluded from the fate of all races. We want to join the ranks of all races. Many humans have promised to assist our clan's revival in exchange for the power we grant." As soon as he said this, everyone around was in an uproar. Lin Zhe continued to ask, "Who have you placed as spies among the human race? Where are your strongholds?" "I do not know about these things." Lilith whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, "Master, he doesn't know under my mental control, so he truly doesn't know." Lin Zhe nodded and ordered the skeleton knight, "All right, don't delay your suicide, continue." "As you command," the knight said without hesitation, stabbing the blade straight through his own body. Kill boss undead general, experience plus 40,000 lifespan plus 40,000 days. Loot acquired, 40,000 copper coins, broken long knife, blood gem badge. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, 23. Ding. Nightmare mode completed, rewards received, 1 system lottery draw. Seeing the skeleton knight die in this way, everyone present gasped in shock. Compared to a direct hard battle, this way of killing was truly too mysterious and unpredictable. Even Lin Zhe shivered 3 times. Fortunately, her loyalty to me is 100%. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know when she would get rid of me. Meanwhile, the white bone arms binding the people gradually turned to ash, drifting away with the wind. At this moment, the dungeon also sent a message. Nightmare mode cleared, the dungeon will close in 60 seconds, everyone will be automatically teleported out, 60, 59, 58. People finally realized they were saved. After 2 seconds of silence, everyone cheered together. It was this young man who saved us. So amazing, he's only level 20, no wait, when did he become level 23? Listening to his conversation with that skeleton, are we human beings being targeted by the undead? Then this young man is even more amazing, he's simply our hero. His profession is S-class, I knew he was special a long time ago. Put. The crowd swarmed around Lin Zhe, just like they initially embraced Miss Qi Jia. Meanwhile, Qi Yueying stood alone outside the crowd, a blush on her face that hadn't faded since earlier. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Camp 4. "Drill, hurry and drill for me," a voice urged urgently. This person was Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th squad. In front of him, a soldier was using a tool that resembled a power drill, desperately drilling into the mist-covered portal under the Chinese-style archway. This tool was called the spatial drill, specifically used to break open space gates. Just moments ago, the Border Legion received the news that the Wild West dungeon had been transformed into nightmare mode, and everyone was thrown into chaos. In the Border Battlefield's dungeon, there was a very small chance for a mutation to happen, entering nightmare mode. Not only would the difficulty greatly increase, but normal teleportation would also be disrupted, meaning those inside couldn't be teleported out, and those outside couldn't teleport in. It was as if the portal had simply closed. Therefore, throughout history, whenever nightmare mode emerged, almost all those inside the dungeon were wiped out. However, it had been over 10 years since the last occurrence. Thus, most people had long forgotten this dangerous possibility. At this moment, Zhang Qi and his team wanted to use the spatial drill to forcibly create a passage to enter the dungeon for rescue. They also learned that there were 29 people inside the dungeon, 28 of whom were powerful near the 2nd stage breakthrough. Even worse, the precious daughter of the Qi family and the so-called pride of the sky, Qi Yueying, happened to be inside today. If they could not survive, it would be a huge loss for Tianyu City and even the Great Xiao Nation. And it could also cause serious social impact. Thus, everyone felt helpless and extremely anxious. "Drill, hurry and drill." Zhang Qi repeated these words, he didn't know what else to do. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the portal, nearly colliding with the drill bit, and quickly retreated. Oh my, is this trying to kill someone? The people outside the portal were all startled, and the soldier quickly withdrew the spatial drill. The figure was reflected again on the portal and then stepped out. It was that young man who was only level 18 earlier. Zhang Qi and all the soldiers were once again shocked. Lin Zhe nonchalantly walked out, and behind him, there were more other professionals. Came out? They're all out? Everyone was stunned. Just moments ago, they were anxiously hoping that nobody inside would be hurt. However, at this moment, as people streamed out, they were unable to believe the reality before their eyes. After a moment of surprise, the soldiers reacted and hurried to help the injured. Zhang Qi was also frozen in place, finding it hard to believe. Did they clear the level? At this moment, Qi Yueying walked out from the end of the crowd, with bruises on her face and legs, her clothes torn in several places, and an expression of desolation on her face. Suddenly, Zhang Qi seemed to realize something, of course.
Why didn't I think of that? The young lady of the Chi family is known as a gifted woman, she must have extraordinary abilities, and she must have led everyone to clear the level. He immediately walked up to her, excitedly saying, "Miss Chi, are you okay? On behalf of the regiment, I thank you immensely. Can we sit down and talk a bit? How did you lead everyone to clear the level?" Upon hearing this, Chi Yueying's dazed expression turned to one of shock, followed by a furious reaction. "Are you here to humiliate me too?"
After saying that, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears, covering her face and running away.
"Hey! Miss Chi!"
Zhang Qi looked at her retreating figure, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, the crowd nearby erupted in cheers and applause. Hearing this, Zhang Qi looked over and saw people surrounding a young man, showering him with praises and thanks.
"Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished today. Awesome. You are our hero. Yeah, I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old child, should I bow to you?" "No need to be polite."
Lin Zhe's eyes turned into 2 crescent moons as he immediately took out a QR code on his phone. "Bow down is not needed, you can send a red envelope instead."
Some people instantly became less friendly.
And Zhang Qi, watching this scene unfold, made a standard confused expression.
What the heck is going on?
Please add to your bookshelf, leave a good review, or send a free little gift. Chapter 35, In times of peril, we must not forget, we must strengthen ourselves. According to military statistics, this accident resulted in 2 deaths, while all 27 others survived, only suffering minor injuries.
It took about half an hour for the military to inquire about the specifics.
In the end, Zhang Qi finally believed that Lin Zhe had saved everyone and had even defeated a level 56 big boss. Not only that, but it also seemed to have directly unraveled a conspiracy related to the safety of the human race. He had initially looked down on this kid the most. Zhang Qi slapped himself and cursed inwardly, "Told you not to judge by appearances." At this moment, Zhang Qi smiled foolishly at Lin Zhe and said, "Young brother Lin, thank you for your bravery today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Also, hand me your monitoring device, I'll exchange it for honor points for you." Lin Zhe handed over the device. Zhang Qi placed the monitoring device into a system interface, and after reading it, the computer screen displayed Lin Zhe's honor points.
1086 points. What? So many?
Zhang Qi and the surrounding soldiers were stunned. Generally, in a level 40 dungeon, one could earn around 200 points from a single run. Lin Zhe came for the first time today and completed 2 dungeons, directly reaching over 1,000.
Seeing the astonished expressions of others, Lin Zhe asked, "What is the use of these honor points?" "Oh, you don't know yet?"
Zhang Qi explained, "You can exchange items in the honor shop of the regiment, just download our app."
Okay. Lin Zhe nodded with a smile. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." "Wait."
Zhang Qi immediately called out to him. "Young brother Lin, there is one very important thing. We just received notice that Lord Lei Jianyu of Thunder City wishes to meet with you."
"Whom? The Lord of Tianyu City, known as the Thunder God, Lei Jianyu?"
This time it was Lin Zhe's turn to be surprised.
"Exactly. When?" "Right now." Zhang Qi laughed heartily and immediately pulled out something from his inventory.
In a flash of golden light, a winged fierce tiger appeared before them.
Roar! The tiger let out a long howl, attracting onlookers around.
Zhang Qi climbed directly onto the beast.
A flying mount? Lin Zhe's eyes widened in shock.
Mounts are generally quite expensive, and flying mounts are especially hard to come by.
"Don't envy me, this is not mine."
"It's issued by the Legion for every squad leader." Zhang Qi noticed Lin Zhe's thoughts.
"Hurry up and get on."
Realizing, Lin Zhe scrambled onto the tiger's back, sitting behind Zhang Qi. In the next second, the flying tiger flapped its huge wings, creating a loud whooshing sound in the air.
Amid the envious gazes of others, Lin Zhe and Zhang Qi soared into the sky.
The flying tiger glided through the clouds, and this was Lin Zhe's first time seeing the entire Tianyu city from such a perspective. The splendid city lay before him, reflecting the powerful strength of the Dixia kingdom. However, the gray mist enveloping the city's edge made his heart heavy. Remembering the undead clan plotting to invade the human race, Lin Zhe couldn't help but ponder a question.
Is the current prosperity as stable as most people think?
Lost in thought, the flying tiger landed on a lawn in front of a building.
The plaque on the building read City Lord's Mansion.
The two jumped down from their mount, with Lin Zhe following Zhang Qi through a corridor heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Zhe used the skill, Clarity of Fire, to quietly check the soldiers' information and found they were all strong at the 3rd breakthrough stage. Finally, they reached the end room of the corridor. In the simply decorated room, a broad and upright figure stood in the center. Zhang Qi respectfully reported, "Lord Lei, Lin Zhe has arrived." The man turned around, appearing to be in his 50s, with slightly disheveled hair and a thick beard, resembling a domineering lion king. He was tall and muscular, even in military attire, the muscle lines were still visible. What was even more intimidating was the powerful aura radiating from him, a presence not found in the many experts and bosses Lindsay had encountered in the past few days. Lindsay used clarity of fire to check, but the information displayed was all question marks.
Upon seeing the young man enter the room, Lei Jinyu scrutinized him. Oh? You are Lindsay?
He stepped forward with 2 strides, a large hand coming down with a slap on Lindsay's shoulder. Hello, Lord Lei, Lindsay greeted politely.
Ah.
Seeing this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
What's wrong? Lindsay asked, confused.
In the next second, Lei Jinyu let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha, I applied some strength in that slap. Had it been someone else, they would have probably knelt on the ground, but you remained unharmed.
It's said that heroes appear young, and it seems to be true.
It turned out that the simple pat on the shoulder was actually a test of strength. Fortunately, his attributes were off the charts, so he didn't notice, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Lindsay forced a smile. Lord Lei's way of greeting is truly special. Here, take this. Lord Lei tossed something to Lindsay. Lindsay caught it and saw it was a shiny silver medal, marked, Daxia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. I heard Su Jianxin was going to award you a silver medal, but this time I directly upgraded it to Platinum.
Daxia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. Quality, S rank, type, title. Equipment restriction, none. Effect, all attributes plus 1000, defense plus 2000. Description, thank you for your outstanding contribution to the city of Daxia. Lindsay's eyes lit up, this attribute is amazing. Thank you, Lord.
No need to thank me, this medal is what you deserve.
If anyone should be thanked, it should be me thanking you. Alright, sit down. Let's get to business. With that, Lei Jinyu plopped down right on his office desk.
Lindsay also found a chair to sit down. Suddenly, Lei Jinyu put away his smile. I've already heard about the Undead Clan, and Su Jianxin's investigation has made some progress. A few days ago, the incident in your trial instance happened because a high-ranking member in the Education Committee secretly joined the Undead Clan and tampered with your instance. They have already been captured. As for the Forbidden Forest instance issue, it was also caused by a traitor within the Chu group, and young Chu Zhongheng is currently looking into it.
I have one more question to ask you.
Lei Jinyu's sharp gaze locked onto Lindsay. You've defeated the Undead Clan 3 times, did they leave any key clues? Lindsay instantly thought of 3 creepy gemstone accessories that he had never mentioned to anyone before. However, given the situation, there was no need to keep it hidden anymore, so he told Lei Jinyu everything about the 3 items. Lei Jinyu pondered for a moment and said, it seems they used these creepy gemstones to summon the undead, there are still 2 left. So, these 3 items were originally your spoils, you should keep them. However, I want you to continue searching for the remaining 2. It's very likely that they will come looking for you. Are you afraid? Lindsay smiled confidently. Who's afraid? The one who's afraid is a coward. Ah, you truly have my old spirit. Lei Jinyu burst into hearty laughter once more. Don't worry, I will also send someone to protect you in secret. Lindsay thought to himself, actually, there's really no need. Of course, I can't let you just be a bait for free. I intend to have you join my Special Operations Team and give you the rank of Major. Special Operations Team? Lindsay had never heard of this name before. As the name suggests, it's an exclusive team to handle some secret affairs. Lindsay was a bit troubled. Thank you, City Lord, but I still want to continue my college studies and further my education. Stay humble and avoid rashness, your awareness is very high. I indeed didn't pick the wrong person. Lei Jinyu nodded approvingly. But no worries. This position and rank will be given to you first. I will occasionally assign you some tasks without delaying your studies. Alright. Lindsay agreed. Since it had come to this, it was better to follow the order respectfully. By the way, City Lord Lei, I also have a question to ask. Speak. Is it really as stable and peaceful as the common people think in Tianyu City and the entire Daxia? A brief look of surprise appeared on Lei Jinyu's face, and then he became serious. I didn't expect you at such a young age to be pondering such issues. He contemplated for a moment and said, since you can ask this question, I believe you already have an answer. Since the awakening of human professions, Daxia has never had a day free from the threat of invasion from various races. Moreover, other human countries like the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Country, and Gali Country are always eyeing us. The reason the people can live in peace today is precisely because the nation and military are secretly protecting everyone. Young man. Lei Jinyu looked at Lindsay with hope in his eyes. Never forget the danger, we must strive for self-improvement. Lindsay felt a surge of blood, stood up, and saluted. We will never disgrace our mission. Let's put that aside for now. Lei Jianyu's face relaxed once more as he said, lastly, there is one more thing. Next week is the new star competition in the West, and you will not only represent the 3rd middle school, but you will also be fighting as a member of Tianyu City. This time, the competition will take place in Tianqing City, so prepare in advance. In the past 2 years, we lost to Tianqing City and Nanyun City. This year, let's strive to win back. Let me see Feng Loxi and Yun Loma suffer.
Feng Loxi? Yun Loma? Lin Zhe thought, could it be the city lords of Tianqing City and Nanyun City, Feng Yuan and Yun Tianxiang? Lei Jianyu continued, by the way. This is for you.
After saying that, he threw something to Lin Zhe again.
Lin Zhe caught it and looked at it. It was a long sword. Chapter 36 The Lord's Gift and Qi Yueying's Present. Lin Zhe checked the information of the sword. Blade of the Sky. Quality, S rank, type, weapon. Equipment restrictions, none.
Effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 1000, spirit plus 1000.
Skill, Sky Flash.
Able to instantly teleport to any location within 20 meters, dealing lightning damage upon reappearance, damage value equals intelligence plus spirit, cooldown time 60 seconds.
S rank? Triple bonuses? Plus an instant flash skill? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up.
Lei Jianyu recalled, this was the reward given to me by the old lord after I won first place in the new star championship at your age. Now, I pass it to you in the same capacity as the lord. I wish you success and great fortune in martial arts. After bidding farewell to the lord, Lin Zhe returned home, and it was already nighttime.
Today was another fruitful day.
Not only did he break through to level 1 and summon the Demon Queen, but he also got a heap of loot and the Blade of the Sky gifted by the lord. Moreover, there was the 3rd gemstone accessory of the undead race.
Blood Gem Brooch, set 1/5. Quality, A rank. Type, accessory.
Effect, Constitution plus 1000, applies bleeding effect to wearer, causes a major bleed every 10 seconds, losing 10% of life points.
Set effect, 5-piece set?
Still a huge negative effect. But Lin Zhe could be immune directly, so he immediately equipped it. Looking at the equipment bar, where the set was already at March 5th, Lin Zhe was increasingly looking forward to what the effect of collecting the full 5 pieces would be. Alright, there's still one chance to draw a prize. This was one chance he got for defeating the Skeleton Knight in the morning.
Lin Zhe immediately pulled up the lottery page. Do you want to consume lifespan to gain luck?
Consume 10 years of lifespan, this draw will guarantee an A rank or above prize. Consume 100 years of lifespan, this draw will guarantee an S rank prize. Looking at his 187 years of lifespan, he really wanted to splurge 100 years at once. But thinking cautiously, he chose to consume 10 years instead. The entries started spinning and then slowly stopped. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Time Management Master, S rank.
Ha! An S rank? Lin Zhe was overjoyed.
Luckily, he didn't rashly throw in 100 years, he didn't expect to hit big with just 10 years.
But what does this talent mean? Why does it sound a bit ominous?
Talent, Time Management Master. When you encounter events that require time to complete, such as learning, forging, refining, etc., you can trigger this talent to choose whether to consume lifespan to directly complete the task. Lin Zhe read it several times to understand what this talent meant. He immediately took a calculus textbook from the shelf and shouted into the air, "System, trigger my talent."
Triggering talent, Time Management Master, do you want to consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes/no. Just as I thought. But he decisively chose no.
Of course, who wants to consume their lifespan to learn math?
Plus, studying math itself is quite a life drainer.
Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller was actually Police Chief Su Jianqin.
Chief Su? Lin Zhe answered the phone. What can I do for you? Just call me Officer Su.
The voice on the other end said, "You boy, you're impressive now.
I heard you were received by the Thunder God and became a major? Hee, just a coincidence. By the way, there's one more thing." Su Jianqin's tone suddenly became a bit unnatural. "I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter today." Your daughter? Lin Zhe was confused. Who? He hadn't encountered anyone named Su today.
"Oh, my little girl is named Qi Yueying."
Ah.
Lin Zhe was startled and even more puzzled. "Officer Su, how could your daughter have the surname?" I have a son and a daughter, both taking their mother's surname. After all, the Qi family is one of the 4 major guilds, a well-known family. Back in the day, I was considered to have married into her family." To his surprise, Officer Su was living a reverse marriage life. He heard the voice on the other end continue, "Hey. The children's mother left early, and I am usually busy with work, which led to Kai Weiing lacking guidance since childhood. For a girl to have such a strong, proud temper, if she has offended you today, please forgive her. It turns out Officer Sue's wife is no longer in this world.
She hasn't really offended me, rather. Lindsay remembered the humiliation he inflicted on Chi Yueying today.
Not only did he see her tied up in disgrace, but he also made her beg him, wagging her tail like a puppy.
Though it still makes him a bit giddy to think about it now, how embarrassing would it be if Su Jianxing found out?
But fortunately, with Chi Yueying's personality, she definitely wouldn't tell her dad about such things.
Thinking of this, Lindsay quickly stopped. Ha, it's nothing. Su Jianxing, my daughter usually has a very high spirit. Seeing a strong person like you today is also a lesson for her. I will have her come and thank you personally later.
At that moment, a girl's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Dad. Who told you to call him and say these things?
I don't want to thank that guy.
You stubborn girl, be obedient.
The sounds of the father and daughter arguing erupted on the line, and then the call was hung up.
Lindsay.
A few minutes later, just as Lindsay was about to wash up, he suddenly received an email notification.
Opening it up. Sender, Chi Yueying. Content, thank you for today.
The main body only had 4 words, feeling unwilling. Lindsay didn't take it to heart, however, he noticed that the email also included an item. Opening it up, he found a book titled Turtle Breathing Technique.
Lindsay looked confused. What's this? Is she secretly insulting me, calling me a turtle bastard with this book?
He took the book out from the interface and held it in his hands. Just from the appearance, it looked like a plain, even somewhat old book. Upon opening the first page, a card fell out. It was written in a balanced and graceful handwriting. This book is from the ancient martial arts of Daxia, which may be useful to you. Then, there was a line of small letters, however, you probably won't learn it.
Lindsay, goodness. If you're going to give a gift, at least don't mock me, right?
He had heard before that the Jianfeng Guild dominated by the Qi family has practitioners who also practice the ancient martial arts of Daxia. Ancient martial arts of Daxia is a series of martial arts that people practiced long before the emergence of professions. However, back then, it could mainly only be used to strengthen the body, and after the idea of profession awakening came about, many suggested that ancient martial arts could enhance attributes. Lindsay opened the preface of this turtle breathing technique and roughly understood that this book is mainly used for longevity. It seems that Chi Yueying, upon learning that his profession requires sacrificing lifespan, sent him a book that is just the right remedy.
I didn't expect this girl to be quite thoughtful.
However, practicing ancient martial arts is different from skill books for professionals. Skill books can be grasped instantly, releasing a skill the next second, but ancient martial arts requires slow cultivation. This is also the biggest point of controversy about ancient martial arts today. Many believe it has no real use, just superstition or psychological comfort. Moreover, the people who practice ancient martial arts are mixed, like last time, when he met Lu Tingting from the Tiger Faction Guild, who used ancient martial arts as a way to become a borderline internet celebrity.
Triggering talent, Master of Time Management. Do you wish to consume lifespan to learn this book? You can pause at any time. Yes/no.
However, for Lindsay, it was different.
With this talent, he could master ancient martial arts instantly. Lindsay immediately selected yes. Learning turtle breathing technique.
You consumed 1 year of lifespan, gaining initial understanding. You consumed 5 years of lifespan, achieving some progress. You consumed 12 years of lifespan, reaching great success. You consumed 15 years of lifespan, achieving superb mastery. You consumed 21 years of lifespan, mastering the turtle breathing technique to perfection, reaching the level of a master.
Even sleeping can promote breathing and prolong life.
The moment I exited the interface, the entire content of tortoise breathing method imprinted itself in my mind, the kind that cannot be taken away. I felt a stream of energy flowing from my lower abdomen throughout my body, and then expel through my ears. I instantly felt completely unblocked, my mind clear, each breath was full of joy and freedom. Moreover, the remaining time of the lifespan system kept rising, plus 1 day, plus 1 day, plus 1 day. Wow, I spent 54 years learning a technique, but finally, I've learned it.
Not a waste.
Not only did I learn it, but I also entered the highest realm. As long as I breathe correctly, I can increase my lifespan by 1 day per minute.
It's like passively gaining life. Chapter 37, Dragon Egg Hatching, Suddenly Having a Female Subordinate.
That night, Lindsay fell asleep using the tortoise breathing method. The next day, he woke up feeling completely relaxed, no longer feeling unable to get out of bed like before. Moreover, he added over 500 days to his lifespan in just 1 night. At this rate, he would earn back the lifespan in less than 2 months, and everything after that would be profit. Furthermore, he discovered that both his physical and mental attributes had increased by 5 points. This proves that ancient martial arts in the Great Xia indeed benefits practitioners, but most people learn too slowly, and results are minimal. There was only 1 week left to participate in the Tianqing City competition, but during the remaining time, he didn't plan to push himself as he had these past few days. It's better to take a break. Moreover, he was already level 23, more than enough to participate in the new Stars Championship. First, he found Wang Hao to go out. Wang Hao saw Lin Zhe finally willing to come out and hurriedly treated him to a seafood feast. When they met, Wang Hao proudly said he was level 10. Yet when he saw Lin Zhe had broken through the ranks and reached level 23, he was dumbfounded. You should know that the higher the level, the more experience points required. Many people may take months just to break through one rank. Additionally, Lin Zhe was also planning to visit a dungeon, but this time not to level up, rather to conduct an experiment. He searched online for a strategy and specifically chose a dungeon called Ashen Valley. This dungeon mainly features volcanic and lava terrain, with the enemies being the Stone People tribe. However, Lin Zhe was not there to fight monsters. He found a hidden spot, took out the demon dragon egg from his inventory, and summoned the Flame Demon. Flame Demon, you said your fire comes from the flames of hell? Lin Zhe asked. Absolutely, the Flame Demon said proudly, authentic hellfire, no fakes. Very good, you incinerate this egg. The Flame Demon bent down to scrutinize the dragon egg. A demon dragon's egg? Oh. Do you recognize it? The Flame Demon nodded. I indeed saw this special species when the demon tribe was still thriving. However, that was just a hybrid of demons and dragons, not worthy of our pure demon's attention. You even feel proud about that? Lin Zhe teased, did I ask for your opinion? He found the Flame Demon to be an advocate of noble lineage, sometimes rather stubborn. I was wrong. The Flame Demon admitted meekly. Less talk, breathe fire for me. Lin Zhe commanded. The Flame Demon immediately cast the skill, and a raging hellfire enveloped the dragon egg entirely. Lin Zhe waited beside it, but he was also a bit anxious. I don't know if this method will work. It won't directly turn into a roasted dragon egg, will it? Lin Zhe didn't remain idle. He summoned the Hellhound to watch the situation while he closed his eyes and meditated, practicing the tortoise breathing method. About half an hour passed, and the Hellhound started barking woof, woof. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and found that the egg slightly moved in the flames. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Looks like my guess was indeed correct. Last time, Shu Yuyu mentioned dragons need a suitable environment to hatch. Naturally, the hatching environment for a demon dragon is the realm of hell, and Lin Zhe read in the book. The hell realm is filled with flames and lava. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Triggered talent, Time Management Master, would you like to consume lifespan to directly hatch the demon dragon egg? Yes/no. Lin Zhe chose yes. Then, he saw the flames in the area of the dragon egg jumping crazily as if they were on fast forward. You have consumed 12 years of time to complete the hatching of the demon dragon egg. Wow, hatching an egg took 12 years. Luckily I have this talent, otherwise, who would have the patience to wait for it for 12 years? Suddenly, Lin Zhe noticed a crack appearing on the surface of the dragon egg, which then multiplied rapidly. Suddenly, with a pop, a hole broke open at the top of the egg. A pitch-black head emerged, similar to a lizard, blinking its eyes and sporting a piece of eggshell on its head, looking quite cute. Then, that little black lizard broke free from the egg, its tiny wings gradually unfolding from a wrinkled state, and it flew up directly. Squeak squeak, the little dragon let out a tender cry. Ding! You have hatched the demon dragon, completing step 1 of the long-term task, and received 1 chance for a system lottery. Step 2 of the long-term task, nurture the dragon to its growth phase, reward, 1 chance for a system lottery. Final reward? Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe felt quite satisfied. At the same time, the little dragon made a wee 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 sound and flew towards Lin Zhe. Then it rubbed its face against Lin Zhe's cheek wildly. A grand demon dragon is acting so cutely, what a loss of dignity. But despite the words, his body was honest, and he directly held the little dragon in his arms. Automatically recognized as the master, this contract does not require sacrificing lifespan. Triggered professional talent, Demon Affinity, the loyalty of the demon dragon automatically reaches 100%. Wow! I actually don't have to sacrifice anything? Lin Zhe looked at the little dragon in his hands. What a great son! You didn't let me down for hatching you with such difficulty. Summoned Beast, Demon Dragon, Juvenile Phase. Race, Demon, Dragon. Branch, Special Type. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 1. Health, 8,000. Magic, 10,000. Strength, 800, Agility, 800, Stamina, 800, Intelligence, 1,200, Spirit, 1,000. Skill, Lightning Ball. Deals lightning damage to a single target, damage equals Intelligence *5. Talent 1, Element Immunity. Immune to 90% damage from all elemental attacks. Talent 2, Dark Immunity. Completely immune to all dark attribute damage. Even though it's only level 1, these stats are already 10 times that of an ordinary person. And it has 2 magical immunities, that's way too invincible.
Lin Zhe was already looking forward to how powerful it would be when it grew up. Alright, it's time to go back and clean up.
I have to go to Qing City early tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed something was off, as if a pair of eyes were watching him in the dark.
Dog, go. Immediately, 10 hellhounds shot off like arrows toward a certain direction. Wait, Major Lin. In the center, surrounded by hellhounds, a woman's voice sounded cold and wooden. Then, a slender figure revealed herself from invisibility.
She wore a black one-piece bodysuit made of smooth, rubbery material. The lower half of her face was covered with a black mask with sharp teeth, revealing a pair of beautiful but lifeless eyes.
Who are you? Lin Zhe asked.
The woman removed her mask, revealing a plain but emotionless face. She took out an identity badge and slowly said, I am Han Chi, a member of the Great Xia Special Operations Team, sent by Lord Thunder City to secretly protect you. Her voice was also devoid of emotion, making her seem like an AI.
Name, Han Chi. Occupation, Shadow Assassin, A class. Level, 46, second rank.
Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Lord Thunder City did say he would send someone to protect him. He didn't expect the efficiency to be so high.
He immediately let the hellhounds retreat and said, I misunderstood you, but do I look like someone who needs protection?
Han Chi's eyes were hollow, detected.
But I must continue to carry out my tasks. Have you ever been told you are like a robot?
Lin Zhe finally expressed what he felt in his heart. Han Chi, they said this is called the expressionless attribute.
Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shook his head, forget it, I guess I can't persuade you. If you want to follow, then follow. Han Chi, yes, Major Lin. By the way, don't always call me Major. I don't want to be too flashy. Okay, Major Lin. I understand, Major Lin. Meanwhile, in a mansion villa on the outskirts of the city.
Some mysterious people, dressed in black cloaks and wearing white masks, gathered in the office at the end of the corridor. On the desk, a floating white mask was making sounds. Tomorrow is a significant day that will decide whether our undead clan can successfully rise again. You people from the human race have failed us several times before. However, once tomorrow comes, you will still be granted immortal life and endless power. And that little brat who keeps messing up our plans, if he's eliminated, there will be heavy rewards.
Yes.
My lord, a group of white masks responded in unison.
Chapter 38, Major Lin becomes Lin, Demon Queen becomes Nanny?
Early the next morning, Lin Zhe, carrying a backpack, arrived at the designated meeting place, Tianyu City Transfer Station. Due to the fog separating cities, traditional means of transportation and mounts couldn't reach them. People could only travel between cities through the designated transfer portals. In a hall, many students had already gathered here, with the transfer portal behind them. Their homeroom teacher, Li Lan, was also among the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Li Lan immediately waved, Lin Zhe, over here. It feels like you've changed after only a few days.
Am I more handsome again? It feels like you've matured, and your eyes have become more determined. You can just say I look older. As the two laughed, an unpleasant voice interrupted them. Oh, isn't this Lin Zhe? What a bad omen to run into you so early.
Lin Zhe turned to see a young man in designer clothes walking in, none other than Qin Feng.
Behind him was also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, who was Lin Zhe's grade director, Lu Jiming.
Both wore unfriendly expressions.
Lin Zhe retorted directly, Oh? Isn't this my defeated foe, Qin Feng? What are you doing here, sending me off as the top student? Hee, I'm naturally here to participate in the star competition.
Qin Feng said with a boastful expression.
Didn't expect it, did you?
What good is it that you struggled for first place?
My dad used connections to register me, it's just a matter of minutes.
Of course, people like you, who kill chickens and fish at the market, wouldn't understand.
The teacher immediately got angry. Qin Feng, how can you speak like this?
And the other teachers and students present also frowned. Lu Jiming, standing behind Qin Feng, immediately spoke, Hey, Teacher Li, the students are chatting, we teachers don't need to butt in, right? And I think Qin Feng's words are fine, letting the kids see the reality of society early is a good thing, so they won't live in a dream all day. As he spoke, he showed a greasy and irritating smile.
Lu teacher, you.
Li Lan was immediately rendered speechless, just feeling her own clumsiness.
Alright, I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste time with you idle folks. We're leaving.
Qin Feng said with a superior expression and cast a dismissive glance at Lin Zhe again. Then, he led Lu Jiming toward the transfer portal in front. However, at that moment, a cloud of black mist suddenly burst from above Qin and Lu.
A woman in a black bodysuit descended from the sky, swiftly approaching the two like a shadow. In the next second, two gleaming daggers were already pressed against their necks.
Seeing this situation, everyone in the room was startled. Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were particularly frightened and shivered.
How did this woman in black suddenly appear from the sky? Had she been hiding here all along, unseen by anyone? Who are you?
With a dagger pressed against his neck, Qin Feng instantly lost his earlier arrogance.
What do you want to do here, in public?
Lu Jiming was so scared that his voice changed. As everyone looked closer, they were stunned to see a level 46 player and an A-class occupation. The black-clad woman stared at the two of them with her soulless eyes and coldly said, "You two have spoken disrespectfully to young Master Lin, you can be erased directly." At this, everyone present was shocked again.
Young Master Lin? Are they talking about Lin Zhe? Qin Feng and Lu Jiming widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Lin Zhe raised in a slum? Could it be that he hid his true identity?
Only Lin Zhe himself knew. Han Shi wanted to say Major Lin, but halfway through remembered that he couldn't reveal his identity, so he swallowed that major. However, he was unaware that others had begun to fill in the details about his identity on their own. Among them, Lu Jiming reacted the fastest, quickly smiling and making amends. "Lin Zhe, please don't resort to violence.
Everything can be negotiated.
I didn't know your identity before, please spare us." Qin Feng also quickly changed his tone. "Yes, Lin Zhe, I misunderstood you earlier.
I didn't expect you to be so covert.
From now on, we can be brothers and enjoy life together."
Han Shi looked at Lin Zhe in a daze. "How do you want to handle this?" Lin Zhe thought, "What else can I do? I can't really kill them here in public, can I? That would only bring me a heap of trouble." So he casually ordered, "Just deal with it, but don't go too far. I need to leave first."
After saying this, he stepped into the transport portal with Li Lan, who was still in shock.
Leaving a crowd of teachers and students in the hall, stunned, this Lin Zhe is so imposing? After stepping out of the transport station, Lin Zhe officially arrived at Tianqing City.
This was his first time stepping out of the realm of Tianyu City since crossing into this world.
Tianyu City and Tianqing City are two major cities in the western region of the Great Xia Kingdom.
On the surface, they are called brother cities, but secretly there are all kinds of competitive relationships. Especially events like the New Star Championship, which both cities pay close attention to every year. There is also another city in the western region called Nanyun City, but it is relatively remote, appearing more mysterious with less attention. Every year, the New Star Championship gathers awakened practitioners from these three cities to compete and determine rankings. Sitting on the bus, Lin Zhe could see advertisements for the New Star Championship hanging on the street signs, showing the event's popularity. At this moment, Han Shi sent a message, "Major Lin, the punishment for those two has been carried out."
Lin Zhe, oh? What kind of punishment?
Han Shi, I had them run naked in the hall, but they were quickly caught by security, and I left while being invisible.
He even attached a photo.
Lin Zhe twitched his mouth. "You are a wolf in sheep's clothing."
I have to admit, I admire Han Shi's line of thought a bit.
Since the competition starts tomorrow, the organizers took the teachers and students on a tour of Tianqing City's famous scenic spots today, and they enjoyed some local snacks. In the evening, everyone happily checked into a grand hotel for free. Lin Zhe lay on the big bed in the hotel, eagerly summoning the demon dragon. As if he were a father who hadn't seen his son in a day. But as soon as it appeared, the little dragon sat on the ground and started crying loudly. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Is it hungry? It can't be wanting milk, right? The next second, the demon queen was summoned. Lin Zhe, Lilith. Can you feed the little dragon? Master, that's disgusting. Lilith's little face flushed. I haven't even had children, where would the milk come from? Then she struck a seductive pose, but I can have one with you right now. Lin Zhe, let's talk about the serious stuff first. The demon queen, what you don't know, master, is that our demon offspring don't need to drink milk, they only need to eat meat. Lin Zhe pondered, meat? Where can I get meat for him now? Suddenly, he thought of tomorrow's competition, patting the little dragon's head to comfort him. Good boy, just hold on today, you can eat a buffet tomorrow. The little dragon seemed to understand, tears welling up as it quieted down. By the way, there's still one lottery chance left, hurry up and draw it. Lin Zhe immediately opened the lottery page, sacrificing 10 years of lifespan for a guaranteed A-level reward. Congratulations! You've drawn the talent, Infinite Devour, S-level. Talent, Infinite Devour. Devouring any creature with attributes allows you to inherit 10% of its attribute value. What the hell? Lin Zhe was shocked. I drew another S-level, am I possessed by the luck god? And this talent is too shameless, right? Just eating can increase attributes. He then looked at the little dragon. Since you love to eat, this talent is yours. The little dragon looked at Lin Zhe with innocent large eyes, still unaware that by tomorrow, it would become an incredibly powerful existence. P.S. Hello everyone, I am the author who has written up to 500,000 words and traveled back here. Trust me, this book will get better and better as it progresses. This is not just me saying it, but many readers are saying it. When you read up to 200,000 words, it's a new experience, and at 500,000 words, you will have new expectations. As it goes further, the main plot, side stories, and characters will become more interesting. Moreover, the main character definitely has a smooth journey, continuously gaining rewards, with exhilarating quick kills, glorious battles, and it's really funny with lots of jokes. I hope all readers can add it to their bookshelf and follow for more updates. Chapter 39, Starting the Massacre. In the Tianjin City Gymnasium, the venue for the New Star Championship instance. Just walking outside, one can already feel a festive atmosphere. Lindsay slowly walked into the venue, only to see the entire gymnasium packed with people. Students, teachers, spectators, reporters, people from all walks of life gathered together. On both sides of the gymnasium, 2 large screens were set up to broadcast the battle situation inside the instance live. At the center of the stadium, there stood a Chinese-style archway larger than any seen before. This was the entrance to the championship instance. In front of the archway, dozens of contestants from 3 cities had already gathered. Each one of them looked spirited, some even dressed in luxurious gear, clearly talents carefully trained by various schools, families, and guilds. As Lindsay walked through the crowd, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. First were the contestants from Tianyu City. In the past few days, they had heard about Lindsay's deeds to some extent, and yesterday at the station, they witnessed his killer playing with a provocateur. So everyone looked at Lindsay with eyes full of awe. Conversely, the contestants from Tianjin City and Nanyun City had a different reaction. They were clearly less informed. Did you know? This person is the only S-class professional from Tianyu City this year, but he's a useless job. Tianyu City was already suppressed last year by Nanyun and Tianjin, and they're falling behind again this year? And this Lindsay seems to have a close relationship with the daughter of the Dragon Subduing Guild. He's a privileged individual. Thus, these people looked down on Lindsay, filled with disdain. Among the crowd, there was one person who was glaring at Lindsay. It was Qin Feng. Just yesterday, he was forced by Han Qi to run naked in public and was nearly taken by security, almost ending up in jail. Later, he sent someone to investigate carefully. What background does Lindsay have? He is just a complete poor man. Qin Feng was furious in the hotel, smashing everything in the room to pieces. Recalling the humiliating scenes from yesterday, he decided to take revenge. Humph, Lindsay, wait and see, I am coming with my trump card this time. Qin Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. At that moment, the venue's speaker announced, "Everyone, please be quiet, our competition is about to begin. First of all, let me welcome the 60 participants from 3 cities. They include 4 S-level professionals, 24 A-level, and 32 B-level professionals." Excited applause and cheers erupted both inside and outside the venue. Now, I will explain the rules of this competition. The instance of the New Star Championship is a specially designed one, shaped like a pyramid, consisting of 7 levels. A pyramid-shaped map was immediately displayed on the big screen, with the bottom layer being the largest and getting smaller as it goes up. Each level is divided into several areas, each with different terrains, alien monsters, and bosses. Once the participants enter, they will be teleported to a random area on the first level. You can fight monsters or compete against each other. As long as you win, points will be awarded. After reaching a certain number of points on each level, you can choose to go to the teleportation gate in the central area to climb to a higher level. The screen displayed the points required to enter higher levels: 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 8,000 points, 12,000 points, and 20,000 points. The higher the levels, the greater the difficulty and the higher the points. A special reminder, all self-provided consumables are banned in the instance, only potions and blue bottles distributed by the competition can be used. Finally, based on everyone's scores, we will select the top 3 contestants of the year. And we will also choose the city with the highest total points. Oh, the contestant who wins first place will also receive a prize of 1 million from the organizing committee. Upon hearing this amount of prize money, discussions erupted in the audience, and the contestants were all gearing up. Now I declare, the competition officially begins. The venue erupted once again into lasting applause and cheers. Then, the contestants began to enter the teleportation gates one by one, with Lindsay following among them. At that moment, a system task popped up in front of Lindsay. Ding! You have a selectable task waiting for you, please choose one from the following options. Option 1, place in the top 3 of this competition, reward, 1 system lottery draw, a level reward or lower. Option 2, win first place in this competition, reward, 1 system lottery draw, minimum a level reward. Option 3, win first place in this competition and reach the top of the 7th level, reward, 2 system lottery draws, designated as S-level rewards. I can choose this time? And the reward for option 3 is obviously much better than the other 2. Never mind, I will choose that. Lindsay did not hesitate at all and chose the third option. Then, he casually stepped into the teleportation gate. After a few seconds of spacetime transition, Lindsay found himself in a forest. Welcome to Area 16 of Level 1, Goblin Forest. Then, he saw countless goblins rushing in from all directions, waving their weapons. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Archer, Goblin Shaman. Race, Goblin, F level. Level, 5. Health, 1000. Skills, Cleave, Evil Arrow, Amplification Totem, etc. Facing the rushing goblins, Lindsay calmly said, "It's been a while since I have seen monsters at such a low level, I feel a bit out of practice. Little dragon, it's time for self-service." Before the words could fade, the demon dragon had already appeared in front of him. Roar! The demon dragon, which was originally so hungry its eyes turned green, saw these goblins rushing over and began to hallucinate. In front of it were all walking fresh meat delivered to its door. In the next second, a ball of lightning was spat out from its mouth, hitting one of the goblins. Damage dealt, 4,998 points. That goblin was directly scorched by the lightning. Released an enchanting fragrance. Goo goo. The demon dragon's belly roared, and it quickly pounced on the goblin, feasting heartily. Kill Goblin Warrior, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Gained competition points plus 5. Demon Dragon devoured Goblin Warrior, triggered talent, infinite eating, inheriting 10% of its attributes, all attributes plus 5. Other goblins saw the demon dragon eating their kind, and could not bear it, immediately attacking it. Damage, -2, -3, -6, critical hit, -2. Although the demon dragon was only level 1, its tough skin made these attacks feel like mosquito bites. However, being bitten by mosquitoes too often can also make one angry. Oh whoa! The demon dragon let out a childish roar, then a circle of lightning spread outwards. Demon dragon has learned a new skill, Electric Circle. Skill, Electric Circle. Releases a lightning attribute circle with itself as the center, continuously expanding, with a maximum diameter of 30 meters, dealing damage equals intelligence *5. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Wow! It actually learned a skill by itself. Lindsay was delighted. This was the first time his summoned beast learned a skill on its own. That electric circle instantly killed all the goblins it touched. At the same time, the competition points quickly rose to 536. Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, has leveled up, current level, 2. Meanwhile, the Demon Dragon began to madly eat the roasted goblin feast. Its attribute values also skyrocketed. Summoned beast, Demon Dragon, young age. Race, Demon, Dragon. Branch, special type. Rarity, S rank. Level, 2. Health, 9,500. Mana, 11,500. Strength 950, Agility 950, Stamina 950, Intelligence 1350, Spirit 1150. Skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Circle. Talent, Magic Immunity, Infinite Eating. It gains so many attributes just by leveling up once. Unfortunately, after eating more than 30 roasted goblins to reach level 3, the little dragon could not eat anymore and began to doze off in place. After all, it was still a baby, lacking that much energy. Otherwise, who knows what kind of monster it would become. Chapter 40, This Lindsay must be a publicity stunt. At the same time, outside the dungeon. The large screens on both sides of the stadium were displaying real-time situations inside the dungeon. With a total of 60 participants, the camera was continuously switching to each contestant's situation. At this moment, the screen showed a girl with a ponytail and striking red hair. She held a bow with a flame pattern, maneuvering gracefully among a group of goblins while continuously shooting arrows. Each arrow was infused with orange flames, blossoming into gorgeous fireworks upon hitting the enemy. The audience erupted in cheers, mostly from the boys. Wow, it's the popular contestant from Tianyu City, Meng Li. Her profession is A-class Spark Archer. It's said that she joined the Dragon Subjugation Guild on the first day she awakened her profession. And she has a good relationship with the guild's heiress, Chu Yuyu. No wonder she is my wife, so beautiful and cool. Get lost, when did she become your wife? She's my wife. Then, the camera switched to another contestant. In the scene was another girl, with an icy appearance and deep-set pupils, dressed in ethnic attire, adorned with numerous silver ornaments. She gave off a mysterious feeling of being both present and distant. This girl faced a tribe of hedgehog people, surrounded by a group of enemies forming a spiky ball, difficult to breach with physical attacks. The girl appeared calm, slowly pulling a silver bell from her loose sleeve, gently shaking it. Ding ding! The silver bell rang with a crisp sound. In the next second, a dense swarm of bugs crawled out from the ground beneath the hedgehog people's bodies. In an instant, her surroundings turned into a sea of poisonous insects, with dozens of hedgehog people poisoned to death. The audience gasped in shock. Many people were puzzled. Who is this contestant?
Some people excitedly introduced, this is Ah Yao from our Nanyun city. She is an S-class professional, a bug master. Wow, so beautiful, and there's a kind of sickly feeling. I love it. Dear Mengli, by the time you read this letter, I have already fallen in love with Ah Yao. I want to say sorry. Heavens, you guys are so disgusting. Come on, sisters, let's together protect the cool and beautiful Ah Yao. Then, the camera switched again. This time, the person on screen had just appeared for a second, and the entire audience erupted in unprecedented excitement. Mostly girls, each one screaming at the top of their lungs, Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu. In the picture, a graceful youth was wielding a long sword, flowing like clouds in water. At the same time, 6 long swords were flying around him, combining defense and offense. In an instant, dozens of ratmen had already been slain under his sword. Ah, is this the power of S-class profession, Sword Immortal? No wonder he is the pride of our Tianqing city. So handsome, so cute. Xingyu younger brother, mommy loves you. I heard Qi Xingyu is from the Qi family of the Sword Edge Guild? His sister is the famous Qi Yueying? Look at his strength, his background, his looks, I'm really jealous. Next, the camera continued to switch. In the picture, a boy was sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly doing nothing. In front of him, a small black creature was snoring loudly. A buzzing murmur rose from the audience. Who is this? This seems to be that Lin whatever from Tianyu City. He is the only S-class professional in Tianyu City this year, but it is said to be a garbage profession. That's right, it's him. His profession is demon summoner, and it said he has to sacrifice his lifespan, so no one dares to summon. That sleeping little thing is probably his summoned beast? Let me see, it's only level 3? Oh my goodness, that's just too weak. For a moment, even the viewers from Tianyu City who had heard rumors about Lin Zhe felt insecure. Do you think Lin Zhe has been reported so much these days? Could he actually be a scammer? I think so, he probably signed with some company to intentionally hype it up, and the next step is to become an internet celebrity? Sigh, it seems this year Tianyu City is indeed a bit weak, probably going to lose to Tianqing and Nanyun again. Because Lin Zhe's scene had little to see, the director quickly switched the camera to the next one. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Lin Zhe saw that the little dragon was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb it and sat nearby practicing the turtle breathing technique. At this moment, a girl's voice came from behind, "Are you Lin Zhe?" Her tone was aggressive, without any courtesy. Lin Zhe turned around and saw a red-haired girl with a bow stand not far away. It was Meng Li from Tianqing City. Besides having a decent face, I see nothing ordinary about you, Meng Li sharply commented. Who are you? Lin Zhe was a bit confused. Humph, you don't need to know so much. Meng Li said without giving a chance, I am here to settle a score with you. Lin Zhe was puzzled, settle a score? Do I know you? Meng Li, you don't need to know, it's just that you want to get close to our Yu Yu sister? It turned out Meng Li was a fan of Chu Yu Yu, and she joined the Dragon Slaying Guild because of Chu Yu Yu. There is a fan club for Chu Yu Yu online, and she is the leader. After seeing Lin Zhe's news a few days ago, she was immediately infuriated and determined to confront Lin Zhe. Before Lin Zhe could respond, Meng Li continued. I tell you, our Yu Yu sister is gentle, kind, sweet, and generous, not someone like you who is a toad that can match. She is just too kind and too innocent, that she would be deceived by a person like you. When Meng Li praised Chu Yu Yu, her eyes were filled with tenderness and admiration. The eyes were about to burst into flames. Lin Zhe stared at Meng Li in shock. In fact, I've only met Chu Yu Yu once. Lin Zhe explained. You. I didn't expect you to be worse than I thought. Meng Li grew even angrier, you are actually a scumbag who dares to do but not take responsibility. Go to hell. After saying that, she took a nimble step back, her body lightly leaping into the air. At the same time, she drew her bow with a taut string, the arrowhead already glowing with orange flames. At this moment, outside the dungeon, in a VIP box high up in the venue, principals from various high schools and directors from prestigious universities' admissions offices were gathered here to watch the battle. Those admissions directors had sharp eyes and were attentively observing every participant in the dungeon. After all, the rookie tournament was also their main battlefield, every university wanted to recruit the best students first. One of the directors said, this year, Tianqing City has a strong momentum. Not only has it produced 2 S-class professionals, but several A-class professionals have also performed very well. For example, Meng Li, both in combat capability and potential, is quite impressive. We have to secure her for our school, you all take a step back. Mr. Director, please show some respect. Meng Li is also on our university's reservation list, we will not back down. Everyone stay calm, fair competition. Nearby, the principal of Tianqing No. 2 High School heard the discussion and proudly stroked his beard, as Meng Li was from his school.
Standing beside him were Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen. "Old Lu, old Feng, this year your Tianyu city really is lagging behind," the principal said. "Especially you, old Lu, after finally producing an S-class, it happens to be a weak profession, I feel sorry for you." Though it sounded like sympathy, it was actually a boast. Yet Lu Hanlin did not argue, calmly saying, no rush, just watch the competition." Feng Wuchen added, no rush, before officially graduating, we still don't know which high school Lin Zhe belongs to."
Lu Hanlin responded, "You go aside."
Meng Li's principal shook his head nearby, thinking, you two are really stubborn like a duck that won't quit. At that moment, a message appeared on the big screen. "Tianqing City, Meng Li has been eliminated, total score, 102 points. Meng Li's principal, W. The directors fighting over Meng Li, W.
The entire audience, W. Chapter 41, The Girl and the Insect, the favorite episode.
The audience immediately erupted into intense discussions.
How could Goddess Meng Li be eliminated so quickly? Did she encounter some powerful boss? Impossible, how strong could the boss on the first floor be? I think she was ambushed by someone. I can't accept this. Is there anyone to avenge my wife? At this moment, the big screen humanely played back Meng Li's real-time tracking.
Just 1 minute ago, as Meng Li retreated, her Ba was about to shoot an arrow at Lin Zhe. Then, she suddenly felt something massive slam into her back. Her reaction was extremely quick, she immediately distanced herself from the giant object. When she focused, she saw that the giant was covered in skin that looked like lava, with a pair of curved horns on its head, looking evil and powerful. Strange, is there such a monster in Goblin Forest? Meng Li wondered. She immediately shot a few probing arrows. Bang! 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 The arrows exploded into splendid fireworks on the monster's body. However, as the sparks dispersed, the giant was unharmed, without a single scratch. At that moment, the monster actually spoke, another low-level thing playing with fire has come to me? Then, in the next second, the entire screen was engulfed in flames, the feed was interrupted. When the replay ended, everyone present fell into a daze. After a long silence, the discussion erupted again. What the hell was that monster just now? Is there a boss of such high difficulty in the first layer of the dungeon? Is there something wrong? The principal and directors in the VIP room also reacted in the same way. Quick! Call a technician. Did they mess up the data while designing the dungeon? Did they bring a high-level boss to the first layer? At this moment, the audience's attention turned to Lin Zhe. Wasn't Goddess Meng Li just piking with that Lin Zhe? Why isn't Lin Zhe out? I guess when Lin Zhe saw that monster, he ran away. He escaped a disaster. Damn it, this guy is too lucky, isn't he? Exactly, and why isn't he helping our Goddess Meng Li? The crowd began to voice their complaints. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon. Unaware that he had become the target of scorn, Lin Zhe complained, who is that woman? Why is she attacking me out of nowhere? Just a moment ago, he saw Meng Li suddenly getting ready to attack him and immediately summoned the flame demon. Then the dramatic scene unfolded. At this time, a prompt popped up on Lin Zhe's interface. Gained competition points plus 100, current total points, 636 points. I should keep grinding for 1000 points then quickly go to the second layer. Next, Lin Zhe directly took the flame demon to burn down the mountains, thoroughly grinding the entire goblin forest. Encountering an 8-level boss, the Goblin King, he obviously killed it in an instant. Points quickly rose to 1084 points. Meanwhile, many other contestants also quickly reached over 1000 points. After all, the difficulty of the first layer is not high. However, there were also some who were eliminated early, mostly relatively weak B-class professions. Lin Zhe arrived at the center of the first layer and stepped into the teleportation portal, time and space shifted once more. Welcome to the second layer, Area 7, Blood Wolf Canyon. The environment changed into a rocky canyon, surrounded by thick fog. From afar, an eerie wolf howl occasionally echoed in the distance. Lin Zhe walked along a path bordered by grass, the surroundings so quiet that he could clearly hear his own footsteps. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from ahead. In the next second, several ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes sprang out from the fog. Blood-hunting wolf. Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Level 10. Health, 2500. Skills, Blood Wolf Sharp Claw, Deadly Bite. Seeing several blood wolves pouncing towards Lin Zhe, he showed no fear and shouted. It's your turn now, hellhounds. In an instant, 10 imposing black hellhounds emerged from the shadows on the ground. Hellhounds versus blood wolves, it feels like a perfect match. And the monsters he encountered previously were too high level, now it was just right for the hellhounds to level up. The 10 hellhounds charged at the blood wolves with fierce attacks. The racial suppression combined with various equipment and talent bonuses made the enemies collapse instantly. The blood wolves that were once so powerful now all let out howls of despair. Kill blood hunting wolf, experience plus 100. Kill blood hunting wolf, experience plus 100. Points plus 8. Points plus 8. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay patted a hellhound on the forehead. However, at that moment, the hellhounds suddenly pricked up their ears and looked ahead with alertness. In the fog ahead, a figure slowly walked towards Lindsay, accompanied by a sound similar to jingling bells. As the figure approached, Lindsay could finally see that it was a girl dressed in ethnic-style clothing. Her appearance was beautiful, but she exuded a chilling air that kept people at a distance. It was Ayao, an S-class profession, a bug tamer from Nanyun City. The girl looked expressionless with her head slightly tilted to one side and said, "S-class, you are also? Who are you?" Lindsay curiously asked. At the same time, he silently complained, "Why am I encountering so many strange characters today? Even this one can't speak properly." But what Lindsay didn't know was, the audience outside the instance was once again in a frenzy. Look, the new wife Yao has appeared. She's going to fight someone. Wait, her opponent is that guy Lindsay. I've heard that Yao has already taken down 3 people in a row, and those 3 didn't last a minute. Lindsay is done for. Good, good. Ayao, please teach that guy a lesson for my ex-wife Mengli. Everyone was eagerly watching Lindsay's impending defeat. Ayao gently shook the bells on her body. Swish, 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 countless poisonous insects immediately emerged from under the feet of Lindsay and the hellhounds. They're coming, they're coming. The Girl and the Bugs, my favorite episode, some uniquely minded audience members cheered. As the insects crawled out, the hellhounds immediately began to lose health rapidly. Oh? Are they poisoned? Lindsay realized. No, wait, it seems like besides being poisoned, they've also been paralyzed, slowed down, and there's some kind of special curse state. Such powerful bugs. Lindsay was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so extraordinary. He then recalled the hellhounds. Look, Lindsay can't take it anymore. He recalled his summoned beasts. The audience enjoyed the show. However, in the next second, Ayao sensed something was off. Because Lindsay's health hadn't dropped at all. You, poison bugs, you're not afraid? A hint of turmoil appeared on Ayao's cold face. What she didn't know was that Lindsay had the talent of turning misfortune into blessing, so he was immune to negative states. Lindsay slowly spoke, "Why is everyone attacking me for no reason? Are people nowadays so rude?" Suddenly, his eyes changed as he said, "Since you want to fight, I won't hold back." However, at the moment their gazes locked, Ayao immediately stepped back. Then she took a battle-ready stance, as if facing an unprecedented great crisis. The baffled audience cheered again. Look! Ayao seems like she's about to unleash a big move. I've never seen a cold beauty make such a big move before, so exciting. Quick, knock that Lindsay down. In the next second, Ayao moved. Her movement was as quick as lightning. She turned and ran in the opposite direction toward Lindsay. Lindsay, Audience, What they didn't know was that Ayao grew up in a wild valley and had very precise animal instincts. At this moment, the hair all over her body was standing on end. Scary, that person, so scary. Ayao trembled slightly as she ran away. Chapter 42, The Plan of South Cloud City. Everyone was baffled by the scene before them. What happened? Did I miss something? The camera didn't catch Lindsay. What did he do to Ayao that made her run away? Trash Lindsay, unless he publicly pulled down his pants in front of Ayao, I can't imagine why she would run. I don't understand, but I'm extremely shocked. Many people began to guess randomly, and the wilder their ideas became, the more absurd they got. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the principal and the directors were equally confused. Several principals approached Lou Hanlon and asked, "Old Lou, what exactly did Lindsay do to that little girl? I'm telling you, molesting others is a crime." Lou Hanlon was speechless. Is there a possibility that Lindsay is really powerful? As soon as he said this, the other principals shook their heads immediately. Stop bragging. He's a demon summoner, how strong can he be? If he had power, he would be dead. Forget it, if you don't want to say, then I'll just see how long Lindsay can last. Inside the instance, Lindsay summoned the badly injured hellhounds and activated the new talent he gained from his first-level breakthrough, Devil's Hot Spring. He began to heal the dogs. The hellhounds were instantly back to full health. Alright, let's continue hunting monsters. He then started to run, quickly clearing the wolf packs in Blood Wolf Canyon. When he reached the end, a howl echoed through the air. A giant wolf with red fur appeared before them, much larger than the small soldiers from before. Boss Blood Moon Wolf King.
Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Level 15. Health points, 16,000. Skills, Arcane Dagger, Spell Torrent, etc. Click to view details. Description: a wolf that learned magic by stealth from the Elf Mage Academy, leading its clan to become even stronger. Surrounding the Wolf King, a circle of magical flying daggers appeared, their tips aimed at Lin Zhe. 10 hellhounds were no less impressive, all standing in front of Lin Zhe, baring their teeth and warning the Wolf King. Lin Zhe, dogs, how's it going? Do you have confidence? Need some help? Woof. The hellhounds barked decisively, seemingly showing great confidence. Very good, let's go. The 10 big black dogs instantly transformed into 10 shadows on the ground, gliding toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King was startled, and the magical flying daggers immediately stabbed at the shadows on the ground. However, in their shadow state, the hellhounds were invulnerable, taking no damage whatsoever. In the next second, the 10 shadows had already surrounded the Blood Moon Wolf King, and then, the shadows exploded simultaneously, with the 10 big black dogs leaping up from the ground. Each one aimed to bite the Wolf King's body. Although the Wolf King had higher attributes than the hellhounds, facing 10 enemies at once was no easy task. Soon, under the bleeding damage from the hellhounds, the Wolf King's health bar hit rock bottom. Defeated Boss Blood Moon Wolf King, experience plus 2,500 lifespan plus 2,500 days. Loot, 2,500 copper coins, arcane dagger, skill book, Blood Moon Wolf King teeth, material. Congratulations, your summoned hellhounds leveled up, current level 23. At this moment, Lin Zhe's points had also reached 2,836 points. Just a bit more and I'll qualify to go to the 3rd level, but it seems I've already cleared all the monsters on this map? Lin Zhe felt troubled. After thinking for a while, he decided to head toward the center of the area, looking for monsters to fight along the way. Meanwhile, at the center of the 2nd layer, a few B-level adventurers from Tianyu City passed by the teleportation portal. We're trying to quickly reach 3,000 points, then we can go to the 3rd level, one adventurer said excitedly. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What's happening? I feel nauseous? Me too, could it be that I ate something bad yesterday? Look, there are so many little people dancing on my head. I don't see any dancing little people, but there are 2 mushrooms coming over, one thick and one thin. The thick mushroom is coming towards me. Wait, what is it going to do? Help, the mushrooms are killing. The few people didn't even know what was happening and were instantly eliminated. Yet, this scene was very clear from the audience's perspective. The spectators didn't understand what those people meant by mushrooms. They saw a man and a woman appearing behind them. The woman was very tall, her long black hair cascading down her calves like a waterfall, looking both beautiful and mysterious. The man was very tall and strong, wearing a sleeveless shirt that revealed his muscular arms, which were covered in strange tattoos. It was this man who, like handling chicks, easily sent those B-level adventurers out, one in each hand. At this moment, the man said proudly, "Humph, is this the level of adventurers from Tianyu City and Tianqing City? I think they're just trash." As soon as he said this, many people in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. The woman leaned enchanting against the man and said, "Mangu, your actions just now were so handsome and fierce." The man wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist and said, "What's this? Once we take first place in Nanyun City, tonight I'll show you something even more handsome and fierce." Audience? Do you two know that there are cameras filming? Do we really have to flirt so openly? Really, it's making me feel uneasy. The man and woman continued their conversation. The woman said, "Our earlier trick worked quite well. I'll set them up first, and then you deliver the final blow. I think we can just hide here and take out all from Tianqing and Tianyu." The man replied, "You're really clever, Let's do it." So for some time, the two used this method to hunt several professionals, including some A-grade ones. Whenever they saw someone from Tianyu or Tianqing, they would kill them, but they let those from Nanyun City go to the next level. This made many in the audience completely dissatisfied. What is this? You two are ambushing here, it's totally unfair. Yeah, this is really not following the rules. And can you two not keep touching around in the bushes? It sounds strange. In the VIP room, many principals voiced similar complaints. Aren't those two from Nanyun City, Mangu and AH? Both are A-grade professionals, strong and capable. Why stoop to such underhanded tactics? A principal dressed in ethnic attire stepped forward, looking quite pleased with himself. The New Star Championship is not just about strength, it's also about strategy. Which rule says you can't ambush people? The other principals were suddenly lost for words because, in principle, he was right. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Mango and AH were lying in ambush when suddenly a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Yang, the new wife of many. AH immediately stepped forward to ask, Sister A Young, how's it going on your side? 8 killed. 2, hard to kill. A Yang replied in obscure language. Oh? Which 2 are hard to kill? Qi Xingyu, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, most dangerous. Oh? I've heard of Qi Xingyu, he's indeed very strong. But that Lin Zhe is said to be just a paper tiger of an S-grade professional, how can that be? AH said with some confusion. Never mind, Sister A Yang, you go ahead and continue hunting other professionals. We'll handle things here. Okay. A Yang replied and ran away. Upon hearing this conversation, everyone outside the dungeon understood that Nanyun City's plan this year was to work together to eliminate those from other cities. In doing so, their own chances of winning first place would greatly improve. Although it was a fairly reasonable strategy, many viewers were still furious, pounding their chests and shouting unfairness. At that moment, a young man in a black light armor walked over with a light step. Chapter 43, Is Lin Zhe really that impressive? In the bushes, Mango complained, I think A Yang is also unreliable. She can't even deal with that Lin Zhe, and even said he was the most dangerous. I couldn't help but laugh earlier. That Lin Zhe, how dangerous can he be? Explained, Sister A Yang probably grew up deep in the mountains and hasn't seen much of the world. I heard that Lin Zhe's profession is basically unmanageable. Manga said, now I'm curious. I want to meet this person. Replied, does it even require a comparison? My Mangu is definitely much stronger than him. Manga said, only you, can talk like this. Come on, give me a kiss. After saying that, the two got cozy again. At that moment, a young man dressed in black light armor walked past the bushes where the two were hiding, heading towards the teleportation portal. They immediately used their detection skill. Is this just a coincidence? I'll cast an illusion. Stood up and pulled out a red mushroom from who knows where. It was the kind that was red and looked like a small umbrella. He then started jumping and dancing a dance full of ethnic charm. Lin Zhe heard the noise and turned around to see, a long-haired woman was wildly shaking her body while holding a mushroom. Is this some kind of illusion? Lin Zhe was very confused. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, confidently smiled with a hint of mischief, he fell for it. Then, Mangu strutted toward Lin Zhe. As he walked, he mocked, so you are Lin Zhe, just as I imagined, skinny like a little chick, not even as good as a B-grade trash. Mangu's muscular arms glowed with a strange light from his unusual tattoos. Then, he clenched his right fist, preparing to strike, ready to punch Lin Zhe in the face the next second. Meanwhile, in the audience. Wow, Lin Zhe is finally done for this time. But if Mangu wins, I can't say I'm happy either. Thinking about it, Lin Zhe hasn't really done anything wrong. Sigh, let's have a moment of silence for Lin Zhe. But that punch from Mangu seemed to carry the power of a mountain, charging straight for Lin Zhe's face. The next second, Lin Zhe raised his hand and easily caught Mangu's fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Mangu? Since earlier, I've wanted to ask, you two dance when you disagree, and you hit without saying anything. What on earth do you want to do? Lin Zhe said helplessly. What? Mangu and were both taken aback. You actually weren't affected by my illusion as a Gu Master? And my warrior of battle tattoos can multiply my strength by 100, and yet you caught it with one hand? Both were shocked and suddenly remembered, could it be true what a Yao said? What a crazy pair. Lin Zhe coldly commented. But I have suitable opponents for you too. The next second, the Flame Demon and the Demon Queen appeared behind Lin Zhe simultaneously. One was massive, the other was enchantingly beautiful, each making the man and woman before them look insignificant. They wanted to check their information but found it was all question marks. What level are these summoned beasts? However, they weren't given time to find out. The next second, the two high-level demons, one swinging a fist and the other a whip, hardly used any strength and directly emptied their health bars. This scene was captured by the camera and clearly played on the big screen outside the instance. Everyone present, including the principals and admissions directors in the VIP room, had their mouths agape in shock. Everyone's minds struggled to comprehend, is Lin Zhe really that amazing? He actually summoned two beasts, and both of them killed in seconds? Did any of you notice that one of the summoned beasts is the one that fought Meng Li? So, Meng Li was actually killed by Lin Zhe in seconds? After the reminder, everyone gasped in disbelief. Who said Lin Zhe was weak? Come out, I guarantee I won't kill you. On Lin Zhe's side. After easily eliminating the crazy pair, his points reached 30-36, qualifying him for the third level. Just as he was about to step into the teleportation portal, the flame demon suddenly sensed something was off. It strode confidently to the nearby bushes and grabbed something from the grass with a big hand. Ah, help! A high-pitched little girl's voice cried out.
The next second, a short little girl was lifted by the flame demon, pulled out from the bushes. Master, found a little mouse, the flame demon reported proudly.
Ha! Is there an ambush?
Lin Zhe half squinted his eyes. Wait, I'm not a bad person, the girl shouted, on the verge of tears.
Let her down. Lin Zhe ordered.
The flame demon loosened its grip, and the little girl went ouch, as she plopped down onto the ground, a hilarious sight. The little girl rubbed her bottom and explained, I was just about to enter the teleportation portal when I saw that couple attacking someone else. I didn't dare to go forward, so I hid here. Until just now when you came over. Lin Zhe looked the little girl up and down. There she was, short and petite, with two little buns on her head, wearing a bright yellow dress, looking quite cute.
Are there elementary school students competing in our championship?
Lin Zhe asked, puzzled. Humph, who are you calling an elementary school student? The little girl frowned. I am already 18 years old and I am a senior in high school. I know you are Lin Zhe, I am Zhou Xiaoyu. Our schools are also very close, I am from number 1 high school.
Oh? So you are also from Tianyu City, and from Principal Feng Wuchen's school? Speaking of Principal Feng.
Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and said, he actually gave me a task to persuade you to transfer to number 1 high school.
Lin Zhe was speechless, giving a dry laugh. I didn't expect that old man to still not give up. You don't have to listen to him. Zhou Xiaoyu continued, can I team up with you?
Sorry. Lin Zhe directly refused.
I don't team up with anyone. Teaming up meant sharing experience and points, which was just a waste of time. Is it really not possible?
Zhou Xiaoyu said pitifully, then it seems I can only wait here until the time is up. After all, with my talent for drawing monsters, it's too scary to go to the 3rd layer. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and prepared to return to the grass where she was before, squatting down like an invisible mushroom.
Wait.
Lin Zhe suddenly brightened up.
What talent do you have?
I mean, one of my talents has the function of automatically attracting monsters, and I can't turn it off.
Team up, now, team up, immediately. Lin Zhe's face lit up with joy. Chapter 44, Were Lin Zhe's monsters stolen by someone? Outside the venue, the announcement was broadcast again. Dear audience friends, let's summarize the battle situation. Out of the 60 contestants, 29 have already been eliminated. There are still 31 remaining.
At present, many contestants have entered the 3rd layer, which means they will face even more daunting challenges and fiercer competition. How many people will be able to stay and successfully reach the 4th layer? Let's wait and see. In the VIP room, the principals were also gripping tightly. For truly excellent students, getting through the 1st and 2nd layers can only be seen as a warm-up. The 3rd layer is where it really begins. The monsters in this layer are generally level 15 and above, while many students can only reach around level 15 after awakening their professions and entering the competition. Moreover, since the entire dungeon is pyramid-shaped, the higher you go, the fewer areas there are and the fewer bosses, which means everyone may face a situation of many competitors but scarce resources. Whether to cooperate or compete is also a tactical question. As a result, this layer is also the easiest to reveal true skill, serving as a watershed between the strong and the weak. At this moment, among a group of enrollment directors, a few had bright eyes, filled with expectation. They were directors from several of the top universities in Daxia, such as Qingbei University, Nanhai University, Western War College, Eastern Biological Research Institute, and Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, etc. Everyone knew clearly that the 3rd layer is the best opportunity for them to discover top talent. On their draft papers, several names had already been written down. The most popular was still Qi Xingyu, who not only was the heir of the sword-asking guild but also showcased quite remarkable strength in the dungeon. One move, 10,000 swords from heaven, could rival a small team's power. Additionally, an A-grade contestant also caught their attention, the frost mage Qin Feng, who could control powerful ice elements and performed impressively. Furthermore, it was heard that his father was a boss of a large company. Bringing him to school might lead to mutual benefits. As for Lin Zhe, even though many directors had witnessed that his strength was not weak, they felt he was too mysterious, simply putting his name in the pending section. Inside the dungeon, Qin Feng was wearing a luxurious outfit, easily defeating a boss. His points had already reached the qualification for the 3rd layer. These days, having professional training partners help me clear dungeons, the improvement has indeed been huge. Qin Feng thought to himself, and they even gave me an A-level accessory for free because of my dad's influence. The attribute bonuses are really good. His gaze sharpened, and he murmured to himself, Lin Zhe, a poor guy like you has no chance to get these resources. What do you have to compare with me? I must teach you a good lesson later. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, Lin Zhe, after hearing that Zhou Xiaoyu's talent was to automatically attract monsters, pulled her into his team. This is simply a walking experience farming machine.
With her, do I still need to find monsters to fight myself? Lindsay looked down at Zhou Xiaoyu with an evil smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu quickly protected her chest. What are you going to do? Just thinking about some exciting things, Lindsay planned how to farm monsters later. Oh my god, how creepy. Zhou Xiaoyu trembled.
Eventually, the two of them stepped into the portal leading to the third layer.
Time and space shifted, and a few seconds later, they found themselves in a wilderness.
Welcome to Region 1 of the third layer, blood-colored wilderness. As far as the eye could see, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a strong smell of blood into the nostrils. Zhou Xiaoyu's face turned pale. I can feel that a lot of monsters are approaching us. At that moment, pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the grass around them, all glaring at Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu.
Ah!
Zhou Xiaoyu screamed in fright, trembling as she hid behind Lindsay. However, Lindsay wore an excited expression. Those pairs of eyes were closing the distance, gradually tightening the encirclement. Then, creatures with red skin, resembling gorillas, appeared before them.
Half-beast soldier. Race, half-orc, level D. Level, 15. Health, 3000.
Skills, bloodthirsty / etc.
Ha, so it's two humans, sneered one of the half-orcs. Brothers, we'll have barbecue tonight. Woohoo!
The other half-orcs immediately cheered with a series of strange sounds. Then, they charged forward.
Ah!
Help! Zhou Xiaoyu crouched down, hugging her head, hardly daring to look at the incoming enemies. Mom, I want to go home. She regretted her decision to come to the third layer.
However, while waiting for elimination, Zhou Xiaoyu noticed that the half-orcs did not rush in.
She lifted her head and looked around, only to see that once the half-orcs reached a certain distance, they turned to ashes. Looking closely, she saw that a circle around Lindsay and her had transformed into a lava pit. And Lindsay stood still in place, looking leisurely.
This is also Lindsay's skill? Isn't he a summoner?
Zhou Xiaoyu opened her eyes in surprise. However, the front row of half-orcs also realized this and shouted, "This human is problematic, fall back." But the half-orcs in the back continued to charge forward, pushing their comrades into the fire and then taking their place in the front row, cycling endlessly.
Oh? So this is your monster attraction talent?
Lindsay was also pleasantly surprised. I don't even need to chase after the monsters to fight. Didn't expect you to be quite useful, he praised Zhou Xiaoyu.
Woo woo woo, is what you said human language?
Zhou Xiaoyu lamented, I'm so scared of going out because of this talent. But at least there was one thing to be happy about, and that was the continuously rising experience points. Kill half-orc soldier, experience plus 75 points plus 8 lifespan plus 150 days. Kill half-orc soldier, experience plus 75 points plus 8 lifespan plus 150 days.
Besides lifespan, Zhou Xiaoyu also shared in the experience and points. As for Lindsay,
although it was shared equally, it was still faster than hunting the prey himself. In the blink of an eye, Lindsay had already eliminated over 100 half-orcs, gaining more than 1,000 points.
Let's go fight the boss, Lindsay said, pulling Zhou Xiaoyu and running forward.
Along the way, many small monsters were attracted and were easily dealt with by Lindsay. They encountered some other players who were stunned by the duo's skills. Before they could react, the monsters were already taken away. After a short run, the two arrived at the boss area. Next to a few stone houses, a half-orc much larger and more imposing than the earlier minions lay lazily on a throne made of beast bones.
Boss half-orc tribe leader. Race, half-orc, D grade. Level, 20. Health, 35,000. Skills, Axe King / Blood Burst Fury, etc. Click to see details.
The half-orc leader, sensing someone entering the area, lazily opened his eyes to look and slowly crawled up. Then, he leapt forward, landing not far in front of Lindsay, holding two massive battle axes in his hands.
Lindsay tightened his fists, ready to fight, but suddenly things took a turn. From behind Lindsay, countless ice spikes flew towards the leader, swishing like a rainstorm.
Even Lindsay barely avoided them and quickly pulled Zhou Xiaoyu aside, dodging just in time. The leader clearly didn't expect the sudden attack. By the time he reacted, he was already frozen in place by the cold effect of the ice spikes.
-1,000, -1,500, -1,200.
Dozens of ice spikes quickly finished off the half-orc leader.
Lindsay didn't even get a scratch. So I got my kill stolen?
It was Lindsay's first time experiencing something like this, and he was a bit surprised.
So this is what it feels like to have a monster stolen? Lindsay realized, don't say, it's quite frustrating.
Lindsay turned around to see a young man in a white robe, holding an expensive staff, standing there arrogantly.
It wasn't his old rival, Xin Feng, who else could it be? At this moment, Xin Feng smugly said, "Oh, isn't this my good classmate Lindsay? Sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier and almost hit you."
A smug smile appeared on his face.
but if I had recognized you, I would have taken you out too. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward in protest. You stole the kill and now you want to put us in danger? Oh? Where did this little student come from? Xin Feng mocked. Lin Zhe, didn't you say you don't team up? Why did you team up with a little girl? Oh, now I get it. No wonder you weren't interested in those girls at school, turns out you have a soft spot for little girls, huh? Lin Zhe, however, didn't get angry. He knew that this dog like Xin Feng just loved to bark. He calmly replied, Xin Feng, why are you everywhere? Are you not done with yesterday's embarrassment? As soon as Xin Feng heard this, the scene of being humiliated at the teleport station yesterday replayed in his mind. You're looking for death. He was instantly furious, swinging his staff. Countless ice spikes quickly coalesced in the air around them. During the trial instance, Xin Feng had used this move, Ice Explosion, but now it was probably 10 times the scale of last time. Oh? I didn't expect you to have gotten stronger? Lin Zhe feigns surprise. Hee, I've had several experts helping me with dungeons recently. Xin Feng boasted, of course, resources like this are beyond someone like you. Tisk, why am I wasting so many words with you? Suddenly, Xin Feng's eyes hardened. Lin Zhe, go die. In the next second, all the ice spikes from all directions rushed toward Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe was about to unleash the lava domain, he heard Zhou Xiaoyu shout, watch out. Then, smoke erupted around her body. Her originally petite figure suddenly expanded. Transformed into a gigantic beast, over 2 meters tall, one hand holding a knife and the other a shield, standing in front of Lin Zhe. The massive shield was raised above the head like an umbrella, creating an energy field that kept the ice spikes at bay. Xin Feng was stunned, never expecting that this little girl could transform. She turned into a beast several times larger than her original body. And she even blocked his best move. Roar! The giant beast, Zhou Xiaoyu, let out a fierce roar at Xin Feng, saliva flying onto Xin Feng's face. You bastard, do you want to die? The beast cursed in a rough voice, and by the way, I hate being called a student. The image was a far cry from the shy little girl just moments ago. Xin Feng immediately felt weak. Lin Zhe, you hired a helper, 2 against 1, what kind of man are you? Just wait for me, I won't let this go. He said the harshest words but immediately fled like the wind. Chapter 45, Lin Zhe vs Qi Xingyu, the most exciting duel. After Xin Feng fled, Zhou Xiaoyu's body was once again enveloped in smoke, and then she transformed back into her small version. Lin Zhe, who had witnessed her earlier performance, was also quite shocked. Wow. You have this side too? Woo, stop it. Zhou Xiaoyu clearly wasn't happy, covering her blushing face. I'm just a girl, and I switched to an A-grade profession of beast spirit warrior. And after transforming, I can't control my actions or words. It's so embarrassing. Lin Zhe was speechless. Lin Zhe placed a hand on Zhou Xiaoyu's head, but thanks for earlier. You did great. Even without her help, Lin Zhe wouldn't have been hurt at all. Here, this is for you. Lin Zhe tossed her a weapon. Destruction long knife. Quality, a grade, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, greater than or equal to 20 level. Effect, strength plus 800, stamina plus 8000, critical hit rate plus 20%, critical hit damage plus 30%, 50% chance to inflict bleeding damage on attack. This was precisely what Lin Zhe had obtained from fighting the skeleton knight earlier. Wow, such great attributes. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This weapon could sell for over 1 million copper coins, right? Just keep it, there's no need to be polite. This weapon was nothing much to Lin Zhe. It was mainly a warrior's weapon, perfectly suitable for Zhou Xiaoyu. Then thank you. Since the boss had been snatched away by Xin Feng, the two had to enter another area of the same level to hunt monsters. After all, they had to reach 5,000 points to enter the 4th level. They first entered Area 2, where the monsters were the wild boar people, and the boss was also a weakened version of the Diamond War Chariot, so Lin Zhe quickly resolved it before other players. Then, the two arrived at Area 3. This time, the enemies were werewolves, and Lin Zhe had Zhou Xiaoyu run in front to attract a large group of monsters while he sat back, ready to reap the benefits. Several players were previously battling the werewolves when they suddenly saw 2 people running past like the wind, causing the small monsters to be drawn towards them like metal to a magnet. The others, caught in the middle of their struggle, were all dumbfounded. Where did the monsters go? Meanwhile, the audience outside was also in an uproar. This Lin Zhe, although I admit he's somewhat impressive, what new trick is he pulling? When did he recruit a little girl to his team? How despicable, this guy's morals are at a negative score in my book. Something's hardening on my body, it's definitely my fist. At this moment, Lin Zhe also received the level up notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 24. He didn't expect to level up while fighting. And Zhou Xiaoyu also reached level 18.
Thus, the two went all the way to the door of the boss area. But unfortunately, it seems someone had gotten there first. Two men and one woman were standing at the entrance of the boss area, discussing strategies. One of the men was the Qin Feng who had just escaped. However, Qin Feng's expression while talking to the other two was completely different from his arrogance towards Lin Zhe. He was very humble and polite instead. Among the other two, the girl had a beautiful face, curvy figure, wearing a cropped t-shirt and jeans, with two revolvers tucked into her waist, exuding a goddess-like vibe. The other one was a boy with a handsome face and a dignified presence.
Zhou Xiaoyu recognized the boy at a glance and whispered, "Ah, it's Qi Xingyu." At the same time, outside the instance.
When Qi Xingyu's face appeared on the big screen, people erupted again, especially the female fans, who went into a frenzy.
Ah! Qi Xingyu is so handsome.
Xingyu flies bravely, the moon always follows. The moon was the title they gave themselves as fans.
Finally caught my brother on screen again. This director really, why don't they give us more shots of my brother? I'm going to complain. And that girl next to him, isn't she an XIN from Tianqing City? She is an A-level elemental gunner.
That's right, and it seems Qi Xingyu and an XIN have known each other since childhood. They really make a great couple.
Wait, look, Lin Zhe has come too.
At this moment, the three at the boss entrance also noticed Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's arrival and turned their heads.
Qin Feng snorted coldly and was the first to speak. "Oh, isn't this the dog again? You're not stalking me, are you?" Zhou Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "What do you mean stalking? We are here to fight the boss."
Qin Feng recalled Zhou Xiaoyu's transformation earlier and felt a little scared, but remembering he had company, he immediately gathered his courage and said, "Well, I'm sorry, but this place has already been claimed by us. And please open your eyes and see who this person next to me is. Hurry up and greet." Lin Zhe scratched his head and directly said, "I don't know, who are these people?"
He really did not know.
However, as soon as he said this, Qin Feng's eyes widened with anger. "You cursing me is one thing, but you dare to insult Qi Xiao. I think you're definitely tired of living." In fact, he had just spoken to Qi Xingyu, but now he naturally wanted to act powerful and put Lin Zhe down.
Meanwhile, in the audience seats, everyone was also very dissatisfied with Lin Zhe's words. Does he really not know, or is he pretending? He doesn't even know Qi Xingyu. Should we call him ignorant or arrogant?
He actually spoke disrespectfully to our brother. We Moon fans will online bully him together. I admit that Lin Zhe has some strength, but he is too arrogant. He probably won't even know how he died later. Ha, now there's a good show to watch. I hope Qi Xingyu will leave Lin Zhe with a whole corpse.
And inside the instance, the goddess like an XIN showed a look of dissatisfaction after hearing Lin Zhe speak. Why is this person so rude? Qin Feng, is he your acquaintance?
Qin Feng immediately changed his expression and replied respectfully, "He's definitely not an acquaintance, we are just from the same school. This guy lives in a slum and usually has very poor manners."
Oh my!
An XIN exclaimed, mockingly covering her mouth, looking very incredulous. Then, Qin Feng looked at Qi Xingyu with flattering eyes. I wonder if Qi Xiao can step in and teach this disrespectful madman named Lin Zhe a good lesson.
Oh? He is Lin Zhe?
At this moment, Qi Xingyu, who had been silent, finally spoke.
That's right. Qin Feng immediately replied with great respect, I didn't expect Qi Xiao to have heard of him too? Oh, right, after all, he awakened an S-level trash profession, notorious. Ha ha ha.
Alright, stop talking. Qi Xingyu interrupted Qin Feng, sizing Lin Zhe up a few times. Then he took a step forward, expressionless, and walked straight towards Lin Zhe. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng revealed a malicious smile, waiting for a good show to unfold. In the audience seats, almost everyone made expressions similar to Qin Feng's upon seeing this scene.
Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the principals and directors were also enjoying the drama without any concern.
Several principals gathered around the principal of Tianqing No. 1 High School, who is also the principal of Kixinjiu School, beginning to curry favor. Old Wang, it seems that your Kixinjiu is about to showcase its strength.
I support this.
Although Lin Zhe has some abilities, his quality indeed needs improvement. He should taste some hardship early. I think Lin Zhe should be grateful. After all, he lost to the top seed from our western region, which is nothing to be ashamed of.
Some even directly spoke to Lin Zhe's principal, Lu Hanlin. Old Lu, go back and educate your Lin Zhe well. If you want to be an excellent professional, you must first learn to be a good person.
However, Lu Hanlin stood alone in the corner, staring intently at the screen. Inside the dungeon, Kixinjiu walked step by step towards Lin Zhe, each step heavy and impactful.
This made Zhou Xiaoyu shrink back, whispering, we can't beat him, how about we run away?
Lin Zhe remained silent, just calmly standing in place. He wanted to see how much weight this Kixinjiu, praised so much by Qin Feng, truly carried. At that moment, Kixinjiu had already casually walked up to Lin Zhe and stopped. The two faced each other, less than 1 meter apart.
Everyone watched in awe, thinking something big was about to happen. Just then, Kixinjiu made the first move. He clasped his hands together, wearing a big smile, and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, I bow to you. Chapter 46, Lin Zhe's fan appears. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Feng, and Xian, and everyone in front of the screen were dumbfounded. Everyone's brain seemed to freeze again, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even Lin Zhe was completely taken aback by the other's actions, several question marks popping up in his mind. Qin Feng immediately said, Q. Qi Xiao, are you mistaken? He had originally wanted to see Lin Zhe embarrass himself, how come it turned into this scene instead? Next to him, and Xian also puzzled, Kixinjiu, what are you doing? Kixinjiu, however, was calm and said to the two people behind him, Qin Feng and Xian, we originally agreed to team up and fight the boss, but I have changed my mind. You both give me some face, this boss will be given to Brother Lin. Moreover, I want to disband our team and follow Brother Lin. At this statement, Qin Feng and Xian were even more shocked. And Xian stamped her foot in anger, Kixinjiu, did something go wrong in your head? Qin Feng was like an ant on a hot pan, Qi Xiao, what are you doing? This Lin Zhe just insulted you. Alright, you two don't need to say more. Quickly leave. He immediately withdrew from the three-person team, allowing an Xian to automatically become the captain. You. And Xian's face turned red with anger. Wait. At this moment, Lin Zhe slowly looked at Kixinjiu and said, although I don't know what you're plotting, my team doesn't lack people. So, wanting to join my team, no way. His attitude was also very firm. Lin Zhe thought to himself, of course, I wouldn't want another person to share my experience and points just for fun. However, Kixinjiu not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, that's fine, no need to team up, as long as I can follow Brother Lin and personally see Brother Lin's demeanor. Upon hearing this, everyone inside and outside the dungeon again looked dumbfounded. In the audience, many girls had their fan filters shattered. Their once lofty idol unexpectedly bowed and bent towards a Lin Zhe who appeared out of nowhere? At this moment, their hearts were bleeding. Many also began to speculate, who is this Lin Zhe that made a Yao run away and made Kixinjiu bow? Could he actually have some super strong background? In the VIP room, the principal of Tianqing No. 1 High School, who had just been surrounded and smug, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Those who flattered him were all incredibly awkward, if they had known, they would have spoken harshly later. Lu Hanlin breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, this kid is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen, beside Lu Hanlin, also laughed out loud and deliberately said, it seems the number 1 seed from the west is someone else. Who could it be? A few who had just boasted about Qi Xingyu and belittled Lin Zhe were now showing colors of embarrassment on their faces. Inside the dungeon. After Qi Xingyu made a bunch of sycophantic remarks, and Xian finally got angry. Qi Xingyu, I think you are crazy. Humph, I won't bother with you. After saying that, she proudly turned her head and left with a tone that said she didn't recognize anyone. Only Qin Feng was left standing there awkwardly, so he had no choice but to run out too. Now, only Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Zhou Xiaoyu were left in this place. Qi Xingyu seemed to sigh with relief and said, phew, finally left. Then, he looked at Lin Zhe with an incredibly admiring gaze, Brother Lin, please, after you, the boss is about to go cold. Lin Zhe, however, remained motionless and frowned slightly. Offering kindness without reason is either sinister or dishonest. Tell me, what is your purpose? Qi Xingyu said submissively, what purpose do I have? I just heard my father and sister talk about your deeds and admired you greatly. By the way, my father is named Su Jianxin, my sister is named Qi Yueying. This. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that Officer Su had indeed said he had a son and a daughter. Qi Xingyu showed a gossiping expression and whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, by the way, what did you do to my sister that made her not talk for 3 days after she came back? You don't know, that old woman usually is fierce to me. I'm seeing her look defeated for the first time, ha ha ha. One word, refreshing. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched as he recalled the scene of teasing Qi Yueying and quickly forced a laugh, just a little trick, let's not talk about this, the boss is going to cool down, I need to go in. After saying that, he hurried into the boss area. Boss Wolf King Hogwarth. Race, Werewolf. Level, 22. Health, 30,000. Skills, Prey Mark, Fatal Bite, etc. Description, once known as the nightmare for newcomers, now only capable of summoning 2 minions to taunt. A giant werewolf appeared before him, holding short knives in both hands, its greedy mouth extending a tongue that was dripping saliva. Hia lowly human, let me. Before it could finish, it was instantly killed by the fire demon summoned by Lin Zhe. Kill boss Wolf King Hogwarth, experience plus 2,000 life plus 4,000 days. Score plus 200, current total score 50-60. Loot, 2,000 copper coins, evil short knife, equipment enhancement stone, sea level. Brother Lin indeed has great skills. Qi Xingyu came over and praised again, I truly cannot compare. Lin Zhe suspected that he was sent by an enemy to flatter him to death.
At this time, both Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already exceeded 5,000 points, qualifying for the 4th layer.
Alright, we're going to the 4th layer, farewell.
Lin Zhe just wanted to quickly shake off this sycophant.
So be it, that's fine.
Qi Xingyu sighed lightly, but the next second he immediately made an eager expression, I will definitely reach 5,000 points soon to follow Brother Lin.
There's no need.
After saying that, he quickly ran towards the teleportation portal to the 4th layer with Zhou Xiaoyu.
Meanwhile, in the audience seats,
people began to believe that Lin Zhe definitely had some unbelievable backing.
Otherwise, how could Qi Xingyu worship him like this?
Meanwhile, among the packed crowd, 2 people dressed in black robes with white masks were seated. They were whispering to each other.
This Lin Zhe is the one who has repeatedly interfered with our plans?
That's right, if this kid is not eliminated, he will become a great threat in the future.
What about the pawn we've inserted inside? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Do you think he will remain inactive?
Don't rush, he will make his move sooner or later. After all, what we gave him is a great help. That weak little rich kid can't resist the temptation of that power. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon,
Qi Xingyu automatically withdrew from the team, and an Xin walked along the road in frustration, with Qin Feng following behind. An Xin. Qin Feng called out to her and said, why did you walk away alone?
Young Master Qi must have been deceived by that Lin Zhe. You need to persuade him again, tell him not to follow that Lin.
An Xin stopped in her tracks, looking at him with a blaming glance.
How can you say that? I don't even know where you popped up from, insisting on joining me and Qi Xingyu's team.
And then that Lin Zhe came over. And you think I didn't notice?
You just want to use me and Qi Xingyu.
Get lost. After saying this, an Xin turned and walked away.
Qin Feng stayed in place, his eyes filled with resentment.
Damn, my Qin family is one of the prominent families in Tianyu City. If it weren't for Qi Xingyu and the Qi family, do you think I would give you this filthy lady a good face?
But you and Qi Xingyu both look down on me. And Lin Zhe, you are the most despicable. At that moment, a whisper began echoing in his ears.
Do you want power? Do you want to take revenge on everyone who looks down on you?
No need to rely on others anymore, just call me out, and you can become very strong. Meanwhile, on the belt tied around his waist, a yellow gem was emitting an ominous glow. Qin Feng's eyes became hazy, nodding, Lin Zhe, I want to kill you. In the next second, a cloud of black mist wrapped around Qin Feng completely. In the audience seats, beneath 2 white masks, evil smiles appeared on their faces, it has begun.
Chapter 47, the next one is you dead, Lin Zhe.
Wrapped in black mist, Qin Feng exuded a sinister aura. His eyes were cold and filled with resentment, brimming with the scent of death.
The first one, let's take this filthy lady as the sacrificial knife, he said, addressing an Xin's back. What did you say? An Xin turned around and immediately noticed something unusual about Qin Feng, a hint of fear appearing on her face.
She decisively drew the 2 revolvers from her waist, preparing for battle.
Her profession was A-level, elemental gunslinger, and each bullet carried a different elemental property. Qin Feng waved his staff, causing countless spikes of hard ice to appear around an Xin. Moreover, these ice spikes seemed different from before, each was swirling with a black mist. Ah, foolish woman.
Black and Qin Feng spoke with a voice close to madness, you should have never been with a man, right? It might hurt a little, bear with it.
You pervert, what are you planning to do? An Xin started trembling unconsciously.
In the next second, countless ice spikes shot toward an Xin's body at the same time.
Ah! An Xin let out a piercing scream.
In the audience, many showed disgust at this scene.
This Qin Feng has gone too far, right? Yeah, an Xin is a great beauty, a little compassion wouldn't hurt.
However, there were some in the crowd with darker tastes who voiced different opinions.
I just feel like that scene earlier was particularly thrilling. No time left, just go with this.
Among the crowd, only the 2 people wearing white masks showed victorious smiles. It seems our efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Yeah, pretending to be professional coaches to help this rich kid fight monsters has not been easy, God knows how hard it was to deal with him. Good thing he ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and used the belt we sent him.
This is human nature.
Due to the violent and bloody nature of the previous scene, the director immediately switched the camera away. The audience was quickly drawn to other scenes, forgetting what had just happened. In the copy, a horrifyingly disfigured beautiful corpse lay still, surrounded by a creeping black mist.
You are next, Lin Zhe.
Qin Feng wore a twisted, wicked expression. Meanwhile, inside the monitoring room of the competition,
A monitor operator noticed something unusual. Strange, why hasn't classmate in XIN, whose health is already at 0 in the copy, been teleported out?
On the other side, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already reached the 4th level. Welcome to Area 6 of the 4th level, Treeman Forest.
Wow!
Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, I never dreamed I could climb to the 4th level. The two found themselves in an ancient, pristine forest, surrounded by towering giant trees. However, just after taking a few steps, they heard sounds of fighting ahead. They followed the sound and saw a man and woman engaged in a fierce battle ahead. The girl Lin Zhe recognized was Ayao, who he had scared away before. At this moment, Ayao was shaking a silver bell in her hand, summoning swarms of worms and flying insects to attack her opponent. As for the boy, he was unfamiliar. He wore black-framed glasses and had short hair, looking quite refined. Yet, he held a wrench in his hand. Just as the insects were about to approach him, they suddenly collided with dozens of mechanical devices the size of ping-pong balls, erupting in fiery explosions.
In the VIP room,
the principals were in heated discussion.
I never expected that Qi Xingyu, who everyone thought would do well, would be lagging behind.
Lin Zhe and his little sidekick are another story, but even S-Class Ayao and Chen Hang have already reached the 4th level.
Yeah, Chen Hang's profession is S-Class mechanic, don't underestimate him.
Chen Hang is also an outstanding student from Tianqing City, but he was overshadowed by Qi Xingyu until now, a principal from Tianqing City said leisurely.
Inside the copy,
Lin Zhe had been delayed too long by Qin Feng and Qi Xingyu and had arrived a step late. He didn't expect that both S-Class Ayao and Chen Hang had already made it to the 4th level ahead of him. As soon as the two met at the entrance, Ayao began to execute the plan of Nanyun City, taking the initiative to engage Chen Hang in battle. Their fighting was intense, and the situation was at a stalemate for a while. Until Lin Zhe appeared, making them both pause and look at him. Ayao was startled and immediately withdrew those insects, surrounding herself defensively. Dangerous target, appearing, Ayao chanted softly.
That student over there. Chen Hang shouted to Lin Zhe, you go fight monsters elsewhere.
My bombs don't have eyes, be careful not to get hurt.
He was surprisingly polite. Ayao said to Chen Hang, Lin Zhe, high danger. You and I, working together, is the best strategy. Oh? You are Lin Zhe, one of the 4 S-Class contestants in this competition?
Chen Hang adjusted his glasses.
Hello, my name is Chen Hang, I am an S-Class mechanic.
So, how about it, cooperation or combat?
Chen Hang was polite yet enthusiastic.
Lin Zhe was teary-eyed, hello, classmate Chen Hang, you are the first normal person I've met today. Along the way, he encountered Meng Li, Ayao, the couple Mangu, Qi Xingyu, and of course, Qin Feng. Every single one seemed to have some big issue. Even Zhou Xiaoyu by his side, in a sense, wasn't very normal either. He couldn't help but worry about the mental state of the new generation of Daxia. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chen Hang looked confused. But the next second, Lin Zhe retracted his joking expression, stretched out his right hand, and confidently beckoned at the two. You two come with me together, I'm in a hurry. Such big talk. Chen Hang narrowed his eyes, saying to Ayao on the other side, you hold back first, let me test his strength. After saying that, he swung the wrench in his hand, and several mechanical turrets immediately generated beside him.
However, at that moment, mutations abound.
Suddenly, behind the three, there was a loud bang. In the next second, a mass of black, unknown substance exploded into existence, spreading out like gas and liquid all at once. At the center of the black material stood a figure in a white robe, with a bright yellow gem belt around their waist. It was Qin Feng, but he looked even more wicked and colder than before. Then, Qin Feng slowly uttered, Lin Zhe, I found you. At the same time, the image on the large screen in the venue suddenly cut off. Ha! All the audience murmured in confusion. The signal from the 4th layer has been interrupted. In the monitoring room, staff members shouted in panic.
Just now, an XIN hadn't been sent out normally, which had already caught their attention.
But before they could find the reason, just a few minutes later, the signal interruption occurred.
What's going on?
A man who looked like an officer rushed in with urgency. He was Lu Pengfei, the police chief of Tianqing City. Report, Chief Lu, we detected contamination in the 4th layer of the dungeon, and all the signals inside are lost.
The 4th layer? Which competitors are inside?
3 S-level professionals, and 1 A-level professional. Additionally, 2 A-level competitors from other floors have also gone missing. The staff handed over detailed information about several individuals. Damn it, 3 S-level competitors are all inside. Lu Pengfei frowned at the information on the individuals.
If anything happened to them, it would be a huge problem. Fortunately, Qi Xingyu didn't enter.
Lu Pengfei's forehead dripped with sweat, and he said seriously, immediately cite technical failure as the reason, halt the competition, and forcibly teleport the competitors from other floors out. Also, urgently evacuate all the spectators.
Okay, we'll take care of it right away. Wait a minute, Chief Lu. There's new information. Speak.
Competitor Qi Xingyu just entered the 4th layer as well. Now all 4 S-level competitors are trapped in the 4th layer.
What? Lu Pengfei felt empty-headed and nearly fainted.
Meanwhile, in the 4th layer of the dungeon.
Brother Lin, I'm here. Qi Xingyu shouted excitedly as soon as he was teleported in.
Then the next second, he found that the entire scene of the dungeon had turned apocalyptic. The sky was blood red, and the ground was covered with countless black unknown substances. From those black substances crawled out skeleton soldiers with grim bones. Where the black material gathered, there stood a powerful-looking white-robed mage.
What is going on? Qi Xingyu was dumbfounded. Lin Zhe smiled, didn't you insist on coming? Surprised, right? Unexpected, isn't it?
Chapter 48, the most important thing for us Xia people is mutual respect and return. Everyone else, besides Lin Zhe, was shocked by the apocalyptic scene before them. At the same time, the various skeleton soldiers crawling from the ground were surrounding them, and there were different types of troops. Undead Elite Soldier.
Race, Undead. Level, 40.
Health, 20,000.
Undead Elite Mage. Race, Undead. Level, 45.
Health, 15,000.
Undead Elite Shield Guard. Race, Undead. Level, 40. Health, 30,000.
Seeing the information about these monsters, everyone gasped in shock.
Zhou Xiaoyu, scared, hurriedly hid behind Lin Zhe. Is this what the monsters in the 4th layer should be? Io, danger, danger. Qi Xingyu, sticking with Brother Lin really brings surprises.
Chen Hang, after preliminary calculations, my chance of winning is 0.26%.
Zhou Xiaoyu directly lay down, I might as well close my eyes and let them kill me. Then we'll be teleported out. Naive. Lin Zhe said, the dungeon should have already been contaminated. If we die here, it would really be death.
Lin Zhe spoke calmly, but the others were greatly shaken when they heard this. To put it bluntly, they were all still high school students and had never considered the concept of death. Lin Zhe pointed at Qin Feng and said, if you want to get out, you probably have to defeat him.
Qin Feng? How did he become like this? Qi Xingyu asked in confusion.
Everyone immediately used their detection skills, but what was displayed were all question marks. No, he is no longer Qin Feng.
Lin Zhe said.
In his vision of clarity, the other's information showed as
Boss Undead Mage TARDIS. Race, Undead. Level, 70.
Health, 400,000. Skills, Ice Exploding Canopy, Death Harvest, Summon Undead, etc.
Click to view details. A level 70 monster?
Qin Feng really got lucky, letting him experience the peak of life. At this moment, a lifespan system popped up with a reminder.
Ding.
You have a temporary additional task, resolve the crisis of this dungeon. Reward, 1 lottery draw from the system, guaranteed S-grade reward.
Great, I've been waiting for this. Lin Zhe immediately became energized.
He shouted to the other 4, if you don't want to die, listen to me. I'll take on the boss, and you guys handle the skeleton soldiers, do your best, and try to survive. The other 4 nodded in vague understanding, seeming not to have fully grasped the situation yet.
At this moment, the undead mage TARDIS, possessing Qin Feng, spoke, ha ha ha, are you Lin Zhe, the one this body has been chanting about? It seems he truly hates you, so much that he summoned me.
Thanks to his hatred, I could use this hate as my food and synchronize with his body.
Your nonsense is just as much as the original. Lin Zhe replied directly, I just want to know, if you are defeated, can the original survive?
Humph, absolutely impossible, even if he doesn't die, he will be a vegetable. TARDIS said with a grim smile.
Then I can relax.
Lin Zhe looked very comfortable. TARDIS finally realized he had misled himself and quickly changed his tune, to defeat me, maybe in the next life.
In the next second, the surrounding air rapidly froze.
Countless ice spikes entwined with black fog began to condense above the forest, a scale hundreds of times larger than Qin Feng's skill.
Ice Exploding Canopy is the upgraded version of Ice Blast.
However, Lin Zhe did not give him a chance to attack. In the next second, flames exploded, and the fire demon appeared out of thin air, wielding a heavy hammer towards TARDIS.
A level 61 summoned beast?
TARDIS was clearly caught off guard by a level 24 person being able to summon something so high level, and was suddenly shocked.
Humph, but I am level 70, what do you have to compare with me?
Immediately, he activated a spell. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the spot.
Ha!
The fire demon swung and missed, stunned in place. In the next instant, TARDIS appeared in mid-air, hovering above the floating ice spikes.
Is that teleportation?
Lin Zhe also did not expect this.
Humph. arrogant human boy.
Tardis raised the staff in his hand, a triumphant smile on his face. I hope you learn humility in your next life. Countless black ice cones began to fall toward Lindsay. Then in the next second, Lindsay's figure also vanished from the spot. Eh? This time it was Tardis's turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a burst of nebula exploded behind him, dealing damage, minus 14,569. Then, Lindsay's figure emerged from the nebula, already holding a long sword with a warm luster, flashing with a few strands of lightning. Blade of the Sky, a gift from Lei Jinyu. With an additional teleportation damage skill, Heavenly Flash. Lindsay swung the long sword, aiming it at Tardis. However, Tardis was no easy target, teleporting behind Lindsay in an instant. He saw the tip of his staff gathering black energy into a huge sickle blade, the staff becoming the handle of the sickle. Then, the sickle came straight for Lindsay's head. Death Harvest, 100% instant death effect applied to enemies, cooldown, 24 hours. Lindsay's agility in the air couldn't match Tardis's. A side-shaped black energy body instantly passed through Lindsay's neck. Lindsay fell to the ground. Several contestants felt a jolt in their hearts, thinking, now it's completely over. The death state, that is the most sinister and fatal among all negative states. Ha ha ha. Tardis laughed loudly, this is the price of arrogance. However, in the next second, Lindsay stood up, touched his neck, and said, fortunately, the death state is also a negative state. If it were a real knife, I might not have dodged it. What? Tardis exclaimed in shock, how did you not die? At the same time, in the monitoring room outside the dungeon. As everyone was in a frenzy, two extraordinary middle-aged men walked in. One was tall and strong, like a lion standing proudly among his peers. The other was taller and thinner, dressed in a white suit, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, with strong facial lines. Lord Feng, Lord Lei, you're here. Director Lu Pengfei immediately stood up and saluted. The lion-like figure was naturally Lei Jinyu, the Lord of Tianyu City. The other man was Feng Yuan, the Lord of Tianqing City. Upon hearing about the incident in the newcomer competition, they both immediately put down their work and rushed over. What's the situation? Feng Yuan asked. Report, Lord. Lu Pengfei hesitated, we have forcibly teleported the other contestants from the dungeon, and the audience is being evacuated in an orderly manner, but there has been no progress on the contaminated fourth floor. We can only monitor that the boss inside should not be lower than level 70. Level 70, Feng Yuan's face looked grim. I heard that the 4S class professions are trapped inside? Yes. Oh? Lei Jinyu suddenly brightened, so Lindsay is also inside? Yes, Lord Lei. Lu Pengfei replied. Lei Jinyu let out a sigh of relief, then I'm at least half at ease. Feng Yuan and Lu Pengfei looked at him in confusion. Feng Yuan, do you know what you're saying? I have indeed heard that Lindsay is quite good, but they are currently facing enemies above level 70. Lei Jinyu, old evil Feng, I can only say, if Lindsay weren't inside, this group of students would surely perish. Now that Lindsay is here, I see great hope. Just pray that Lindsay performs well in there, ha ha. Feng Yuan shook his head and quietly complained, this old dog Lei, even at critical moments, is still so carefree, isn't he just getting old and confused? Inside the dungeon. Seeing that his ultimate move did not work on Lindsay, Tardis was in shock. What on earth is this human? Could it be that we have to temporarily retreat today? Since we're here, let's leave a bit later. At this moment, a sweet woman's voice echoed in his ear. Who? Tardis turned to look but found his neck unresponsive. In the view of others, a seductive succubus appeared behind him. Tardis had already been controlled. What, such powerful mental control? Tardis broke into a cold sweat. He saw Lindsay slowly approach him, his eyes already filled with a cold killing intent. I don't care what your undead clan's purpose is, but invading our daxia repeatedly is just seeking death. He recalled what Lord Lei had reminded him that day, in times of danger, never forget, we must become stronger. No matter how many times you come, I will eliminate you all one by one. After saying this, Lindsay instructed the succubus beside him, Lilith, keep him entertained. Yes, master. In the next second, an energy-casting spinning wheel appeared beside Lilith. Each space on the wheel was marked with a type of negative effect. This was the skill Lindsay had drawn earlier, the Wheel of Fate. As long as the wheel is spun, a random negative effect can be applied to the enemy. Let's see what this lucky guy draws as a reward? Lilith said in a playful tone, mimicking an elegant hostess. Oh, congratulations to this gentleman, it's painful. What have you done to me? Toddy's immediately felt discomfort all over, every bone gnawed by insects, while his health began to drop little by little. 1 minute later, Lilith spun the wheel again. Oh. This time it's dizziness. Toddy's instantly felt the world spinning, collapsing to the ground. Oh. This time it's a plague.
Toddy suddenly felt his stomach churning violently, as if he would throw up and have diarrhea at any moment. I, a great undead mage, can't be publicly vomiting and having an upset stomach? No, I must hold on. Ugh. Oh. This time it's poisoning. It's freezing. It's burning. It's electric shock.
Lilith spun the wheel again and again, maintaining a radiant smile on her face.
But the few people around shivered with dread. What the hell is this torture? Toddy's was tormented to the brink of death, finally begging for mercy. Stop spinning, please, spare me. Even if it's not for me, think of the original owner of this body. Damn, that makes me want to spin it even more. Lindsay said, feeling even more enthusiastic.
After spinning for over 10 times, the last time, the wheel landed on the smallest section. Congratulations to this gentleman for drawing the grand prize, instant death.
In the next second, Toddy's fell silent, collapsing dead on the spot. Don't you like instant death?
Here you go, our great Xia values giving and exchanging. Lindsay patted off the dust on his clothes, smiling as he said.
Chapter 49, wait, my reward is going down the drain?
Seeing the fierce operations unfold, the jaws of the other contestants nearly dislocated.
Each one was thinking, is Lindsay really a student in the same batch as us?
At the same time, a prompt popped up before Lindsay's eyes. Kill the boss undead mage Toddy's, experience plus 30,000 lifetime plus 60,000 days. Loot obtained, 30,000 copper coins, chaos gem belt, death scythe, skill book, Toddy's skull, material. Score plus 3,000, current total score, 8,060. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, 25. Congratulations, your summoned beast fire demon leveled up, current level, 62. Oh no, I forgot to disband the team before the fight, and the experience was split. Lindsay realized the oversight, but it was already too late. Feeling like he lost a fortune, he almost wanted to punch the ground in frustration. After getting something for nothing, Zhou Xiaoyu quickly used an awkward laugh to hide her inner anxiety. Ahaha, thank you, big guy, for leveling me up. I'm already level 19 now. The other three were sour. I'm so jealous, why couldn't I get this wave of experience? Meanwhile, after Toddy's died, the countless skeleton soldiers seemed to be pulled back into that black substance by some force. Before long, the black substance dissipated entirely, and the dungeon returned to its original state. Only Qin Feng's original body remained at the spot, already lifeless. Lindsay coldly stared at Qin Feng's corpse, thinking, you were just a show-off and petty young master, I can't say we have any deep grievance. But you engaged in collusion with other races, regardless of whether you acted willingly or reluctantly, you deserve to die. Ding! You have successfully resolved this dungeon crisis, completed the temporary additional quest. Rewards, 1 system draw, guaranteed S-grade reward. That's more like it. Lindsay felt a bit mentally reassured. Outside the dungeon. In the monitoring room, seeing that the technician was making no progress, Feng Yuan began to pace back and forth anxiously. Waste, all of you are waste. If anything happens to the students, you all will have to apologize to the people. Of course, this city lord, probably won't have the face to continue anymore. Lei Zhenyu comforted from the side, Feng Loxi, I haven't seen you this restless in a long time. The last time was when we were in school, and you confessed to the class flower and got rejected. Lei old dog. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse, what time is it, and you still have the mood to joke. Several Class A members have also gone missing. If they die inside, the loss would be unimaginable. He spoke while excitedly waving his arms. As a result, with a slap, he accidentally hit a soldier who was approaching him in the face. Ouch! The soldier covered his face and said pitifully, report to Lord Feng, the signal on the 4th floor has been restored. Really? Feng Yuan quickly grabbed the soldier's hand and asked excitedly, how are the contestants doing? Back to the Lord, they have successfully defeated the boss and cleared the pollution. What? Feng Yuan doubted whether he had heard correctly. Although he didn't want anything to happen to those inside, it was still hard to believe that these high school students had actually defeated a level 70 boss. At this moment, Lei Zhenyu patted him on the shoulder, how's that? Didn't I tell you? With Lindsay around, there's no need to worry too much. Feng Yuan adjusted his glasses to hide his previous embarrassment, but I don't understand, isn't this Lindsay just a newbie around level 20? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu laughed out loud, since the emergence of professionals 100 years ago, Great Xia has produced countless talents, and there have indeed been some geniuses. Sorry, this time it was my Tianyu city that found one. Humph, I still don't believe this is all done by Lindsay alone. Feng Yuan said, there are several S-level members inside, especially Kixinjia from the Qi family. It might be their combined effort. At this moment, the screen in the monitoring room displayed the scene in the dungeon again. A few people walked up to Lindsay. Lindsay, thank you so much this time. Chen Hang was the first to speak.
I was about to duel with you, but really, I did not recognize a great person, I feel ashamed. After saying that, he slightly bowed. Thank you, you are a benefactor. Ah Yao said, her usually calm face showing a rare ripple of emotion. Thank you, Lin Zhe. This was Zhou Xiaoyu. Lin brother. I really didn't mistake you. Shi Xingyu was the most excited. If you don't mind, I would like to follow behind you. That's not necessary. Lin Zhe felt quite awkward and wanted to push this person away.
This scene was also captured by the cameras in the monitoring room.
Seeing this, Feng Yuan was completely silenced. Lei Zhenyu laughed loudly at Feng Yuan's embarrassed face.
After a moment, Feng Yuan suddenly remembered something and immediately said to the staff, "Hurry, get in touch with the students, I want to speak to them personally."
Inside the dungeon.
Everyone heard Feng Yuan's voice beside their ears. "Hello, can the students inside hear me? This is Feng Yuan, the city lord of Tianqing City." Hearing that they had established contact with the outside world, the few people completely relaxed. They briefly told Feng Yuan everything that had happened.
Feng Yuan sighed, "I didn't expect that Qin Feng actually. Also, we found the body of his mentor Lu Jiming in the restroom.
He should also have been murdered by those from the undead sect.
You all have worked hard.
We will open the teleportation portal in a few minutes, and we can discuss the rest once you come out." At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly felt a shock.
Wait.
The system task is to achieve first place and reach the 7th floor, but I am only at the 4th floor.
If I go out like this, won't my reward be wasted? He boldly opened the microphone. Lord Feng, can I continue to challenge further?
The surrounding people and those in the monitoring room were all stunned.
After experiencing such a disaster, you still want to continue challenging?
After a moment, Feng Yuan said earnestly, "In principle, yes, but Lin Zhe, you must be exhausted.
It's better to come out first and rest."
He thought for a moment and added, "If you're worried about your ranking, there's no need because your points are definitely in first place." Lin Zhe scratched his head, knowing he couldn't reveal his system task, so he quickly made up a reason. "My family has been in poor condition since childhood. I have long yearned to participate in such a copy. I want to see more of the world. And also, since we were young, teachers have told us, those with ambition will succeed, we children of the great Xia cannot give up halfway. Furthermore, the audience outside must have waited a long time for this competition, ending it like this will probably cause very bad social opinion." He spoke with emotion and reason, bringing up every excuse he could think of.
"Alright, stop talking," Feng Yuan interrupted, falling into a brief silence. "Lord Feng, I also want to continue up."
At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu unexpectedly spoke up. "I did nothing just now and gained a lot of experience. To repay Lin Zhe, I want to continue helping him attract monsters."
"In that case, I want to go too."
Chen Hang also said, "Although I haven't reached the score to go to the 5th level yet, as a reserve army of the Great Xia, how can I voluntarily give up?"
"I agree, I also want to go." A Yao said. "Then I naturally want to go."
Shi Xingyu said with a smile, "It would be best to join Lin brothers' team."
"No way."
Lin Zhe directly refused.
"Rejected indeed, then I want to try on my own." For a moment, all 5 of them were clamoring to continue up. "Let us reassess." Feng Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed but still cautiously said. "Reassess my foot."
At this time, a bold and rough voice came from the voice chat. Lei Zhenyu, approve."
"Old dog Lei, what are you approving for? Who decides in Tianqing City? So what?"
Suddenly, there came the sounds of 2 city lords arguing fiercely, leaving everyone stunned for a moment, and then the voice chat was disconnected. After a while, they received a text message. "The competition continues, please pay attention to safety."
Chapter 50 New S-Class Talent, Virus Transmission Studies. Meanwhile, inside the sports venue.
Just after announcing the suspension of the competition, the audience area was immediately filled with boos.
"Damn it, refund."
But for safety reasons, the officials firmly instructed them to exit in an orderly manner. At this moment, large groups of spectators were continuously flowing out.
Among them were the 2 black-clothed men wearing white masks.
Both of them were extremely joyful, contrasting sharply with the complaining crowd around them.
"It seems our plan has succeeded. The contamination will soon spread to other floors, then it will invade reality.
At that time, we can greet the arrival of the undead army. We have really endured hardships and worked hard this time. Just wait to go back and collect our rewards."
Just then, the venue's announcement rang out.
"Dear audience friends, we apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. Our malfunction has now been fixed, and you can choose to return to your seats to watch the competition. Those who have already left can also watch the competition through mobile devices."
People immediately erupted again. "Great! Great! Lucky I haven't left yet."
Everyone hurried back to their seats. Just now, after a discussion among all the high-level officials, Lord Feng decided to let this annual major event continue. However, only the 5 players who were just with Lin Zhe were allowed to continue, and military personnel were sent to inspect the first to third floors.
In addition, an Xin, who had been killed by Qin Feng, was also teleported out.
Although she had suffered a significant mental shock, it was said that she could still recover. In the jubilant crowd, only the 2 black-clothed men were dumbfounded.
What? Does it mean the contamination has been cleared?
That was a level 70 tower Lord Tardis.
At that moment, one of the black-clothed men's phone rang.
As soon as he answered, a furious voice from the other end erupted. "You 2 useless fools, the signal from Lord Tardis has already disappeared, and the signal from the Chaos Gem is also gone."
This the black-clothed man stammered and couldn't say a word.
"What good does it do to scold us?
We are just as confused." The voice on the other end eased a bit.
"Alright, you 2 rush back to Tianyu City. Now we only have 1 gem left. While Li Zhenyu is absent, quickly execute Plan B. Success or failure rests on this moment."
"Yes,"
the 2 men in black replied. Then, with a swift motion, they transformed into 2 shadows and vanished from the crowd. Inside the venue, the large screens on both sides resumed the live footage from the game, and at that moment, the camera happened to focus on Qi Xingyu's face. Everyone already had a joy of recovering what was lost, and now they were even more excited. In the footage, Qi Xingyu was executing a move called 10,000 Swords from the Sky. 6 flying swords could momentarily turn into hundreds of sword energies, descending like a torrential rain, cutting down all the monsters within a 50-meter radius. This incredibly cool move instantly drew rounds of applause from the crowd. Although Qi Xingyu's earlier loyal dog image caused many to unfollow him, it seemed he had managed to redeem himself a bit now. Then, the scene shifted. In a frozen, snowy land, a squad of gnomes was advancing in armored vehicles when suddenly the ground beneath them exploded, clearly a trap from hidden landmines. The gnome soldiers immediately pulled out their guns to fight back, but unexpectedly, dozens of mechanical turrets suddenly emerged around them, opening fire fiercely. Caught off guard, the gnome soldiers were completely wiped out. A gentlemanly boy with glasses walked out, stylishly wiping his nose.
"It's Chan Hang. Didn't expect him to be so cool." People exclaimed in surprise.
The footage changed once again. In the jungle, a foxwoman boss was searching for something. Suddenly, the ground behind her turned into a mass of poisonous insects, from which a shadow silently emerged. The shadow gently embraced the foxwoman from behind, and the next second, countless poisonous insects spread onto her body. The poisonous insects began to gnaw at the flesh and blood of the foxwoman, making her emit a heart-wrenching scream. Soon, the foxwoman was reduced to nothing but bones, while the shadow's gaze remained cold and emotionless. This bizarre way of killing monsters made everyone at the venue break out in cold sweat.
"Oh my god, it's a Yao.
Why does it feel like her creepy level has gone up a notch? But somehow, I like her even more," some boys said shyly. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the principal and university directors were also watching the live broadcast. Every player's performance drew their nods of approval.
"Don't you think these few players seem to have gotten even stronger than before?"
"Yeah, facing level 20 monsters in the 4th layer, they remain calm and composed."
"Did they experience something during those 10 minutes of failure?"
"It feels like everyone is putting in extra effort, as if they're chasing some target."
"By the way, where's that player named Lin Zhe?" As soon as Lin Zhe was mentioned, he appeared. The footage switched to Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's image.
Lin Zhe was leisurely sitting on the grass, starkly contrasting the images of the previous 3 who were fighting fiercely. The audience immediately reacted with different voices.
What's Lin Zhe planning now? Can't he learn from the other 3? He's so unenthusiastic. Completely uninteresting. Cut away, cut away.
However, this time the director did not cut away from the footage like before, because Mayor Feng specifically ordered to see what tricks Lin Zhe would pull.
Inside the instance. Achoo! Lin Zhe sneezed while sitting on the grass. "Why do I feel like someone is talking about me?"
After entering the 5th layer, he did not start fighting immediately, but instead prepared to organize his attributes and items, and most importantly, the lottery. He opened his item box and took out the newly acquired belt inlaid with yellow gems.
Chaos Gem Belt, set 1/5. Quality, A class. Type, accessory.
Effect, intelligence plus 1000. Attached a chaotic effect to the wearer, easier to enter a state of madness.
Set effect, 5 pieces? So Qin Feng summoned that monster after losing his mind by wearing this? Lin Zhe thought to himself.
However, this negative effect was ineffective for him, so he immediately equipped it, activating 4/5 of the set. Next, he opened his personal information panel for inspection.
Name, Lin Zhe. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Occupation Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class.
Level, 25, 3%.
Rank, 1. Health points, 171,390. Mana points, 77,590.
Strength, 16,349, plus 3,000, Agility, 10309, plus 1,500, Stamina, 14639, plus 2,500, Intelligence, 4239, plus 3,500, Spirit, 4259, plus 3,500. Talent, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Fiery Stream, Turning Misfortune into Good Luck, Master of Time Management. Skills, Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, Wrath of Flames, Lava Field, See Through Fire, Demon Hot Spring. Summon slots, 4/4, Fire Demon, Hellhound, Demon Queen, Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Equipment, Blade of the Sky, Dark Knight Ruler Set, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring, Blood Gem Badge, Chaos Gem Belt, Honorary Citizen of the Great Xiao Platinum Medal. After reviewing his attributes, Lindsay nodded with satisfaction.
Alright, now it's the lottery segment. And this time it's a designated S-Class reward, so it's very much worth looking forward to. Immediately, he opened the lottery interface. A variety of phrases rolled up, finally stopping. Congratulations, you have drawn the skill, Viral Transmission, S-Class. Skill, Viral Transmission. When an enemy target is affected by your negative status, it can infect another enemy target within 10 meters, and this can be repeated indefinitely. Each infection consumes 100 mana points. Holy crap! Lindsay was stunned looking at this description. This is just too much like cheating. And it looks especially suitable for Lilith. He immediately assigned the talent to the Demon Queen. Lilith's current mana points were 350,000, and each infection consumed 100 points, meaning she could infect 3,500 times without drinking blue potions. P.S. For friends reading this, please add it to your bookshelf and give a free little gift. Chapter 51, Fast Pass Method for the 5th Layer. Lindsay's eyes lit up, immediately thinking of a new idea for farming monsters. Looking beside him, Zhou Xiaoyu was already sitting in the grass, almost falling asleep. Don't sleep, monsters are coming. Lindsay deliberately scared her. Ah! Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up startled, looking around in panic. Where are the monsters? Where are the monsters? You're lying. She looked very funny. Lindsay smiled, and whispered some instructions in her ear. Zhou Xiaoyu timidly nodded, then ran towards a certain area of the dungeon. On the sidelines, everyone had been staring at Lindsay's screen for 5 minutes, but Lindsay had been sitting in the grass all this time. This is too absurd. We came all this way to watch a match, just to see him meditating? Yeah, is he trying to become an immortal? Change the channel quickly, I want to watch Qi Xingyu. Either Ah Yao or Chen Hang would work too. Just then, a loud rumble sounded from afar, like a deep thunder, while the ground seemed to shake. Then, Zhou Xiaoyu's petite figure ran towards Lindsay, yelling and making a fuss as she ran. And right behind her was a horde of monsters, dark and overwhelming like a storm cloud. As they got a little closer, everyone could see the monsters included minotaurs, elves, giants, and more. The audience was stunned. Someone quickly reacted, wait a minute, aren't the minotaurs and elves from the 5th layer? Yeah, does it mean Lindsay is already in the 5th layer? Higher than Qi Xingyu and the others? They saw Zhou Xiaoyu screaming and running, barely missing being swallowed by the monster horde. As it turned out, Lindsay had instructed her to attract monsters from various areas and brought all the different groups of monsters together. Ah, Lindsay, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and take action. What's the hurry? Lindsay smiled lightly. Lilith, come out to work. In the next moment, the graceful Demon Queen appeared in the air once again. Master, what do you command? Let's try out the new skill. Yes, Master. Lilith flicked her wrist and released a pink heart-shaped bubble. The bubble hit a Minotaur warrior, and its 2 eyes instantly became hollow and lifeless. Then with a loud ah, it began to attack its companions nearby. Moo! What the hell? Are you crazy? The nearby Minotaur shaman cursed angrily. Next, Lilith used her newly learned skill, Viral Transmission, on the bewitched Minotaur warrior. In an instant, the charm effect spread to the swearing shaman. The 2 Minotaurs then started attacking those around them. After that, it was simple, the charm effect transmitted from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100, just like the name of the skill, Viral Transmission, crazily spreading among the group of monsters. In no time, hundreds and thousands of monsters, regardless of type, began to fight each other. After a while, experience and points notifications floated furiously above Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu's heads. And Lindsay was just watching the fun from the side. This scene left the audience watching wide-eyed again. What? Level 5 completed in 16 minutes and 39 seconds? Does that include the time he was just lying there? What kind of bizarre battle method is this? Is he cheating? Lindsay did nothing throughout but watch monsters fight, he didn't exert any effort at all. Plus, as a big man, he let Zhou Xiaoyu lure the monsters. How shameless is that? I should report him for child labor. No, but Zhou Xiaoyu was already an adult. Everyone had their doubts about Lin Zai's fighting style, yet they had to admit it. Because the number of monsters was indeed decreasing. Moreover, this was the 5th level, everyone knew the difficulty was very high. Meanwhile, in the control room, Feng Yuan also gasped in amazement. It was him who told the director not to switch the screen, just to see how powerful Lin Zai really was. Now he had seen it, but it felt different from the traditional strong type, right? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu patted him on the shoulder, laughing proudly. Feng Loxi, you are too rigid. As long as you can defeat the enemy, who cares what method you use? As long as it's not cheating, it's fine. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses, non-committal. Inside the dungeon. Kill the elf hunter. Experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill the minotaur shaman. Experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill the giant warrior. Experience plus 140, lifespan plus 280 days, points plus 18. Each monster gave little experience and points, but the quantity was overwhelming. After killing over 2,000 monsters, Lin Zai and Zhou Xiaoyu's points reached 12033, qualifying them for the next level. Not only that, but Lin Zai leveled up as well. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Current level, 26. And he also received a bunch of useless drops, like over 100 elf wands and more than 200 minotaur totems. Lin Zai stored them in his item box, planning to sell them later. Alright, it's about time to go to the next level. Lin Zai stood up from the grass, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I wonder what kind of other race waits in the next level. Zhou Xiaoyu said uncertainly. Lin Zai pondered for a moment and said, you should have noticed, right? The levels of this dungeon correspond exactly to the ranking of races among the 10,000 races. The first level is F grade, like the Ratmen, the second level is E grade, like the Bloodwolves, the third level is D grade, like the Gnolls, and so on. So level 6 must be an A grade race. A grade race? Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth fell open slightly. Isn't that like the dragon race? Exactly. The A grade races we learned in our textbooks include at least the dragon race and the blood race. I never thought that only 2 weeks after awakening my profession, I'd have to fight against the dragon race. Zhou Xiaoyu was a bit scared. What are you afraid of? Lin Zai said calmly. This dungeon is a purely artificial one, and the monsters are obviously weakened. I estimate that the monsters on the next level are only around level 30. What do you mean only? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. I'm only level 20 right now, and you make it sound like level 30 is nothing. Ha ha ha. Lin Zai laughed proudly. He didn't really care what monsters were on the 6th level. What he was looking forward to was the 7th level. Not just because he had to complete a system mission. It was also because, according to his speculation, the monsters in the 7th level were S-class creatures, with known kinds like gods and demons. The corresponding scenes must be the realms of the gods and hell. Although this was an artificial dungeon, at least one of those must exist. Thinking of this, Lin Zai's eyes lit up with a gleam of anticipation. Less talking, let's hurry up. After saying that, Lin Zai stepped into the teleportation portal first, and Zhou Xiaoyu followed him anxiously. Outside the dungeon. They have entered the 6th level. Everyone was in an uproar again. It is said that the last person to reach the 6th level in the Star Newbie Championship was more than a decade ago. Chapter 52, Speedrunning the 6th level, the surprising 7th level. As soon as they entered the 6th level, Lin Zai and Zhou Xiaoyu were greeted with a tough challenge. A bolt of lightning struck down, landing right in front of Lin Zai's toes. Fortunately, Lin Zai reacted quickly and pulled Zhou Xiaoyu back to avoid it. Looking up, he saw a huge deep blue flying dragon soaring through the sky. Its entire body occasionally flickered with bolts of lightning. Boss Sky Ruler Light. Race, Dragon, A-Class. Level, 35. Health, 100,000. Skills, Thunder Breath, Thunder Wing Charge, Electrostatic Field, etc. Click to view details. Description: one of the 5 giant dragons, the master of thunder and lightning. Legend has it that he is even closely related to the divine race. Oh? We're fighting a boss right off the bat? Lin Zai murmured, looking at the dragon above his head, and it's light? Ah! It's actually light! Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed. Although the dragon race is a mysterious high-level race, the Sky Ruler Light is well known among the people of Daxia. Because it is included in the middle school textbook Introduction to Alien Species, with a dedicated illustration. Many people dreamed of becoming dragon slayers while gazing at that picture during their school days. Unexpectedly, Lin Zai actually saw it here. Legend has it that light is at least level 100, and here it is only 35? I feel like if the real light knew about this, it would be furious. Lindsay complained. The artificially weakened version of light flew over Lindsay, issuing warnings in a deep voice. Let me see who has come. Oh my god, it's two puny humans. I swear, I could crush you with just one of my toenails. Lindsay was dumbfounded. What is with this strong translation vibe? But Light was clearly not joking. Its huge wings began to weave with numerous lines of lightning. Then, a thunderbolt fell toward Lindsay and Zhou Xiaoyu with immense force. Succubus, Flame Demon, you two work together. The Flame Demon jumped out with a bang, blocking the lightning with his strong arms, using his body to absorb the strike. It feels tingly and numb, like a massage, bragged the Flame Demon. Next, the Succubus directly used Wheel of Fate on Light, and the pointer stopped at Petrify. Suddenly, the dragon froze in mid-air, unable to move. Then, its whole body fell to the ground. The Flame Demon immediately rushed up, swinging his huge hammer down. 80,000, 80,000. In just 2 swings, he smashed the inferior version of Light to pieces, leaving it in a tragic state. The live broadcast screen even automatically pixelated. The crowd in the audience was once again dumbfounded. The legendary Light, one of the 5 giant dragons, was taken down so quickly? This is the 6th level. I remember very few have been able to reach the 6th level in history. This time, it's really worth it. This Lindsay seems to have some real talent. In the VIP room, all the principals and directors finally seemed to believe in Lindsay's power. A group of people surrounded Liu Hanlin, beginning to flatter him, completely opposite to their previous attitude. Old Liu, congratulations. Your school has really produced a gem. Old Liu, I was just pushing Lindsay earlier. Directors from several famous schools officially wrote Lindsay's name at the top of their recruitment list. They also thought about what resources to offer to snag him. Inside the dungeon. Kill the boss Sky Dominator Light, experience plus 15,000 lifespan plus 15,000 days. Points plus 1,000. Loot gained, 15,000 copper coins, Azure Robe, Sky Spear, Dragon Scale, Material. Easily done. Lindsay clapped his hands. At this moment, he suddenly noticed, why did he receive all the experience and points, without dividing it? Only then did he realize that Zhou Xiaoyu had already left the team. He looked at Zhou Xiaoyu in confusion. Zhou Xiaoyu shyly smiled and said, hee, I feel like I didn't contribute much, so I won't share the experience with you. Actually, I'm already very satisfied to get to the 6th level, and the points are enough for me to get into a good university. Why don't I stop here? I won't be your little accessory anymore, thank you, Lindsay. Zhou Xiaoyu showed a bright smile, clearly having made up her mind. Lindsay no longer insisted, saying, okay, and thank you for all your help along the way. Then he summoned all 4 of his demons and lined them up. Fire Demon, Succubus Queen, Hellhound, Little Demon Dragon. Looking at his demon army now taking shape, Lindsay felt quite satisfied. He commanded, next, it's time for you to exert your strength. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. Woof. Coo. The 4 demons responded all at once, though not in sync. Go, aim for a quick victory. In this layer, aside from the giant dragon earlier, the remaining enemies were all relatively low-level dragon species such as bipedal dragons and earth dragons. Additionally, there were Dragonkin, the Dragon Man army. However, with the level 62 Fire Demon and level 65 Succubus Queen as the main forces, and the Little Dragon as the assassin, all the alien races were instantly routed. And the Little Dragon didn't forget to take a few bites, using the infinite consumption talent to grow its attributes, and had already leveled up to level 5. In the monitoring room, Lei Zhenyu saw these scruffy monsters in the dungeon and complained, Phonloxy, this 6th layer is a bit weak, why is there only 1 giant dragon, and the rest are just this leftover trash? Feng Yuan, nonsense, this is an artificial dungeon. Currently, humans have only seen the Sky Dominator giant dragon, and that was decades ago. As for other giant dragons, they only exist in legends, who can make them? And 1 giant dragon is already enough trouble for others, who knew Lindsay would beat it so easily? It makes the dungeon seem weak. Lei Zhenyu smiled proudly, then it's Lindsay's fault? But now that you say that, I'm starting to worry about what the 7th layer will turn out to be. Don't mention it. Feng Yuan rubbed his forehead, I really hope Lindsay won't go to the 7th layer, it feels a bit embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lindsay's points had already surpassed 20,000. Confidently, he walked toward the portal to the 7th layer. The audience inside the venue and everyone watching the livestream outside held their breath. This might become an unforgettable moment in their lives because they would witness someone successfully entering the 7th layer. It was simply unprecedented. And Lindsay was also eagerly anticipating what the Divine Realm or Hell Realm would look like, wondering if he would see other demons or even divine beings. After stepping into the portal, there was a few seconds of time-space transition. Welcome to the 7th layer area, Hell Realm. The next second, the true appearance of the 7th layer unveiled before Lindsay and everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. The rough art style, poor modeling, and glaring colors made it apparent that this was a land of lava. It felt like just a moment ago they were playing a well-crafted AAA game, and the next second it switched to an 8-bit pixel game. They had just been admiring a painting of Along the River during the Qingming Festival, and in the next second it turned into a kindergarten drawing. In the monitoring room. What the hell is going on? Lei Zhenyu spat out a mouthful of tea. I could think of something rough, but I never expected it to be this rough. Cough, cough. Feng Yuan tried to maintain his composure. The 7th layer was made decades ago, and at that time it was considered advanced technology. Since no one had ever entered the 7th layer, it had never been updated. Besides, which human has ever seen the underworld? The designer could only make it according to their imagination. Lei Zhenyu wanted to yell with the other viewers, damn it, refund. Of course, the one who felt the most immersed was Lin Zhe. Walking in this extremely rough world, the excitement he previously felt had finally died. At this moment, a red gorilla appeared in front of him. It looked incredibly ugly, with extremely low pixels, and even the edges showed the grid. The red gorilla charged towards Lin Zhe with heavy breaths. The monster's information popped up. Boss Flame Demon. Race, Demon Race, S-Class. Level, 35. Health, 120,000. Skills, Wrath of Flames, Lava Field, etc. Description: it is said to be a very aggressive branch of the demon race, specific information is unknown. Put. Lin Zhe almost burst out laughing upon seeing this. Ha ha, Flame Demon, this one is up to you. In the next second, the Flame Demon appeared, took a look at this monster and its description, and instantly exploded with rage. Which bastard is insulting our noble Flame Demon clan? Immediately, it smashed that red gorilla to pulp with a hammer. P.S. Although the 7th layer is rough, there are surprises buried within. Stay tuned for the next episode, request to add to your bookshelf, request 5-star reviews, and request free little gifts. Chapter 53 Mythical Level Rewards. Lin Zhe takes the first place in the breakthrough. Next, Lin Zhe encountered some strange demons. Hell goblins, eye demons, swamp demons, and so on. They all had the same rough art style, each looking like odd fruits. However, there was one succubus with a beautiful face, but Lin Zhe noticed she looked exactly like the girls in videos from the Cherry Blossom country. It seemed the person who designed this dungeon just copied and pasted. Lilith got jealous and insisted on asking who was more beautiful between the two of them. Lin Zhe explored this frustrating dungeon for quite a while, defeating many monsters. Since they were all level 35 and above, he gained quite a bit of experience. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, 27. I feel like there's not much left, Lin Zhe said disappointingly. Anyway, I've already reached the top of the 7th layer, the task given by the system should be completed. Should I just leave? Outside the dungeon, the audience had also grown tired of this glaring dungeon, with some leaving to go home. Everyone was thinking, alright, you're first anyway, just come out already. Lin Zhe was about to leave, but out of caution, he used insight to scan the surroundings one last time. Suddenly, he discovered something far away marked with golden light in the special visibility of insight. Lin Zhe immediately became interested. Good thing I looked a bit more. Could it be that this terrible dungeon still hides some good stuff? He immediately set off in that direction. However, the further he walked, the rougher the surrounding environment's modeling became. It was absolutely like a showcase of works from the studied animation for 3 years series, unbearable to look at. At this moment, he arrived at the entrance of a space, and the golden light-marked object was on a display stand about 50 meters away. And between the entrance and the display case, the ground was engulfed in flames that looked so fake it was as if made from paper cutouts. However, when Lin Zhe stepped onto those flames, he was harmed. Minus 29,801. Ha! Such high damage? Lin Zhe was a bit surprised. At that moment, a prompt appeared on his interface. The final trial of this dungeon has begun. Do you have the courage to step onto these hellish flames and obtain the legendary treasure? Perhaps turning back is the best choice. Reminder, don't think you're smart, there is only one secret to success: keep your feet on the ground. Ha! There's even a final trial hidden in a place like this? Quite the clever hiding. Meanwhile, the live broadcast screen turned into colorful mosaics, obscuring the images within. What's going on? Feng Yuan exclaimed in the monitoring room. Could it have been contaminated again? After experiencing an accident, everyone felt a bit jumpy. But thankfully, the staff found no contamination or abnormalities, it was only a malfunction with the live broadcast. Inside the dungeon, Lin Zhe read that text repeatedly. So, to obtain that item, I can only step forward honestly? Any other means, like flying, climbing walls, teleporting, or pulling things over, would definitely count as rule-breaking. However, when Lin Zhe saw the words hellish flames, he smiled.
This might be incredibly difficult for others, but for him, it was a straightforward question.
The person who set this up probably didn't expect someone to bring a demon to this dungeon, right?
In the next second, Lindsay sat directly on the shoulder of the fire demon, letting it step into the paper like hellish flames.
Sure enough, there was no damage taken at all.
"Ha, this temperature is just perfect,"
the fire demon boasted. "Stop chatting and let's go," Lindsay commanded.
In less than a minute, Lindsay easily arrived at the display case. The ground around the display case was free of flames, so Lindsay jumped down from the shoulder of the fire demon. The item on the display case appeared before Lindsay up close. It was a golden flame that, unlike the surrounding garbage models, looked incredibly real.
And it kept quietly flickering, as if it would never extinguish.
At that moment, a prompt popped up above Lindsay's head again.
"Congratulations on completing the final trial, you have received the reward, Eternal Fire Seed."
In the next second, that golden flame slowly flew toward Lindsay.
Weapon inlay, Eternal Fire Seed, mythical level.
Effect, inlay this onto equipment, all fire attribute damage will be real damage and increased to 5 times the original. The flame is controlled by the user's consciousness. If the user does not summon it back, the flame can burn everything and will never extinguish. This item can be inlaid into any weapon and can be freely removed.
What, mythical level? Lindsay was shocked. Throughout his life, his understanding was that S level was the highest.
Now, a mythical level item suddenly appeared.
How could such an item be placed in this broken dungeon? Was it intentional? And this effect is just too amazing, isn't it?
Lindsay's eyes sparkled. He immediately inlaid it onto the fire demon's magma-heavy hammer. The already powerful hammer erupted with a kind of golden flame.
"Thank you for your gift, my lord," the fire demon smiled.
"Congratulations on completing all floors of this dungeon. You will be teleported out in 60 seconds. 60, 59, 58.
Finally over. Lindsay sighed with relief. Outside the dungeon,
Qi Xingyu, Chen Hang, and Yao had already finished their matches, with Qi Xingyu successfully reaching the 5th level, but unfortunately ran out of blue energy and had to teleport out himself. Chen Hang and Yao stopped at the 4th level. The three were waiting outside for Lindsay's final results. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man in black light armor walked out of the portal. Several cameras immediately focused on his face, appearing live on the big screen. The crowd erupted in cheers. No matter how they had previously doubted and slandered Lindsay, at this moment, they couldn't help but send their blessings and respect.
"Lindsay is amazing. Lindsay is so handsome. Lindsay, I want to have your children."
Then, the final score ranking of the competition was displayed on the big screen. First place, Lindsay, 24,360 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaoyu, 12,056 points. Third place, Qi Xingyu, 9,624 points. Fourth place, Yao, 8,789 points.
Fifth place, Chen Hang, 8,438 points.
Sixth place. Seeing Lindsay's score take the top position with a massive lead, everyone went wild again.
At the same time, the system chimed in. "Ding!
You have won first place in this competition and reached the 7th level, gaining the reward, 2 lottery draws, designated as S-class rewards." Zhou Xiaoyu, Qi Xingyu, and others rushed in, surrounding Lindsay.
"Zhou Xiaoyu, Lindsay, thank you. I actually got second place, I can't believe it."
"I'm afraid to tell my grandma this news, she might have a heart attack from excitement."
"Qi Xingyu, Lin bro, you really are incredible. I've decided you're my big brother. Which school are you planning to take?" "I want to go to the same school as you." "Yao, Qi Xingyu, disgusting. You have a point."
At this moment, 2 tall figures appeared behind the group of students, and the students automatically made way.
It was the 2 city leaders, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan. Lei Zhenyu's strong hand firmly patted Lindsay's shoulder. "Kid, I knew I was right about you." Then, with a provocative look, he turned to Feng Yuan. "So, what? Dare to laugh at me that Tianyu City has no one?"
Feng Yuan adjusted his glasses, ignored Lei Zhenyu, and spoke directly to Lindsay. "Lindsay, we in Tianqing City have a talent recruitment plan, with great relocation policies.
If you join us, I promise you a garden apartment and get lost." Lei Zhenyu roared in anger. "You're trying to poach him in front of me, huh? By the way, Lindsay, which university do you want to enter?"
"You don't know, the admissions office teachers are nearly fighting, everyone wants you." Lindsay scratched his head. "I still need to think about it." However, at that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran over and whispered something into Lei Zhenyu's ear.
Lei Zhenyu's expression suddenly changed. "What? My city lord's mansion was attacked?" Chapter 54, Lei Zhenyu, Close Combat Thunder Law. Upon receiving this news, Lei Zhenyu immediately pulled Feng Yuan and Lindsay aside to discuss. Feng Yuan was also shocked. The city lord's mansion of Tianyu was attacked by the undead? Lei Zhenyu nodded. They say those ghostly beings made a waypoint in my office and have already begun to invade reality.
A waypoint is a positioning point for a dungeon. If an alien race wants to invade Blue Star, they must determine a waypoint, generate a dungeon at that waypoint, and then invade the real world through the dungeon. This is the rule of this planet. No race can disregard these rules. Lei Zhenyu continued. They must have planned this long ago, deliberately creating chaos during the competition to lure me here. Then they took advantage of my absence to invade my base.
But I don't understand one thing, Lin Zhe asked. Why did they choose the waypoint in your city lord's mansion? Even if you are not there, isn't it much more difficult to invade than choosing another location? The situation is urgent, I will answer you later.
Lei Zhenyu straightened his body and said to Lin Zhe seriously, Special Action Team Major Lin Zhe, take orders. Lin Zhe was taken aback and immediately stood up straight, at your service. Your first task now is to follow me back to Tianyu City and eliminate the enemy troops. Lin Zhe felt a surge of blood rush to his head, saluted firmly, and answered, yes. After Lei Zhenyu finished speaking, he directly used a scroll to create a temporary portal in front of him.
Go! In the next moment, Lei Zhenyu and Lin Zhe stepped into the portal. Feng Yuan watched the two leave and sighed sincerely. Lin Zhe is already a major? That's impressive.
However, as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly. Lin Zhe will probably miss the award ceremony later. After a few seconds of spatial transition, Lin Zhe and Lei Zhenyu appeared in a garden near the Lord's mansion. At a glance, they saw thick black smoke rising from the roof of the Lord's mansion, and police sirens blared from all directions as many soldiers came and went. However, a circle of visual barriers had been set up around, so the citizens outside could not see the true situation inside.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was a loud crash as a large chunk of one corner of the Lord's mansion collapsed, and sounds of various weapons clashing could be heard. Clearly, a fierce battle was taking place.
Damn it! Lei Zhenyu swore directly, these damned undead, do they want to tear down my home?
He steadied his emotions and said to Lin Zhe beside him, regarding your earlier question about why the undead are invading the Lord's mansion, let me answer now. More than 30 years ago, the undead tribe invaded our Great Xia, causing us heavy losses.
But the practitioners of Great Xia were not pushovers, they united and drove them back.
In the end, I personally killed their leader, the undead monarch. However, the undead monarch is immortal, his heart has been preserved in my Lord's mansion. I never expected that these undead would become active again in recent years. They lured many humans with the bait of granting power, creating chaos everywhere, and of course, you have solved many recent incidents. Their ultimate goal is to revive the undead monarch and restore the undead tribe. Lin Zhe listened and said, so they are here to steal that heart?
Exactly.
Lei Zhenyu replied, rolling up his sleeves, his muscular arms bulging, such a delusional dream. I actually called you to come along not because I need you to fight, but to let you witness the grand scene. After all, you are still a student, just quietly watch the battle later. Just right, I haven't fought in many years, and my fists are itching. In an instant, Lei Zhenyu's entire body was enveloped in lightning, as if he wore a suit of armor made of thunder. His already chaotic hairstyle stood up like that of a lion king. Lin Zhe was also surprised. It was indeed a fortunate event to witness Thunder God Lei Zhenyu display his power in person. His profession was Melee Thunder Mage, rumored to have surpassed level 100, entering the ranks of 5th tier experts. With a swift step, Lei Zhenyu's entire body shot toward the Lord's mansion like a bolt of lightning, lifting the ground into a trench along the way. Ding! You have a new mission, completely thwart the revival plan of the undead tribe, reward, 1 system lottery draw.
Another mission? Lin Zhe glanced at the system and immediately followed suit.
At this moment, the Lord's mansion was in complete disarray, many walls had collapsed onto the ground. From the Lord's office, countless skeleton soldiers were climbing out, each one above the 2nd rank. In the corridor, many soldiers were fighting fiercely against them. Although the soldiers were all 3rd tier elite, they could not withstand the sheer number of skeleton soldiers, so they could not afford to be distracted. Besides the skeleton warriors, several generals from the undead tribe also joined the battle. A skeleton general holding a long spear rode a skeletal warhorse and strode out from the portal. Taking advantage of the soldiers' distraction, he immediately thrust the spear. 2 young soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. What your human race did to our undead tribe back then, I will make you pay in blood, the skeleton general said arrogantly. In your dreams, accompanied by a voice like a thunderous bell. A figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared at the corner of the corridor, then charged towards the skeleton general like a cannonball. The skeleton general immediately raised his spear horizontally to block. However, the next second, there was a crack sound, and the spear broke. Then, a punch carrying immense force struck the general's skull, instantly shattering it like a watermelon into pieces. Yet, the power of this punch did not stop. The skeleton soldiers behind the general were also turned to ashes by a massive blue shockwave. Thunder Fist, one of the main skills of close combat thunder magic. Lei Zhenyu spat at the general, who was now just a skeleton frame, and said disdainfully, "If your undead clan hadn't invaded my great Xia first back in the day, our two clans could have been peaceful. Remember, no matter how many times you come, all that awaits you is this outcome." Lord Lei. All the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lei Zhenyu arrive. Lin Zhe followed behind and, after witnessing the impressive move just now, couldn't help but admire the power of the thunder god from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed through the corridor, like a glass bottle shattering on the ground. Then, blackness rapidly spread throughout the corridor, and everyone felt like they were submerged in a stream of black water. At the same time, everyone's status bar added a negative status, Abyss Curse. Abyss Curse, 90% reduction of all attributes and values for 10 minutes, this status cannot be dispelled by skills or items. What kind of effect is this? The soldiers shouted in terror. Sure enough, everyone's attributes were down to only 10% of their original, and their health and mana bars visibly shrank drastically. Not good, it's an ambush. Lei Zhenyu shouted angrily, also afflicted by the negative status. At this moment, a woman's laugh echoed in the air, "He, enjoy your time here." With the voice fading away, endless skeleton soldiers surged in from the end of the corridor once more. All the soldiers grew serious. They were originally evenly matched with these skeletons, but after being afflicted by this status, one hit might mean death. After a 90% reduction in all attributes, even their speed had slowed down significantly, making escape impossible. Damn it, these undead tribes only know how to play dirty. Lei Zhenyu's anger flared. "No worries, I'll hold them off." As he spoke, a wall of lightning formed immediately between the soldiers and the skeletons. Although Lei Zhenyu was also under the Abyss Curse, he was a 5th-tier strongman, and his values were still greater than many soldiers' normal attributes. However, Lei Zhenyu also knew he couldn't hold out for long in this state. "Damn it, I need to think of a solution immediately," he thought to himself. At that moment, a young voice sounded from behind him. "Lord Lei, it's my turn to take action." A teenager in black light armor stepped confidently onto the black cursed substance, acting as if nothing was wrong. Everyone, including Lei Zhenyu, was shocked. "How come you're unharmed?" Only Lin Zhe knew that no matter how strong the Abyss Curse was, it was still a negative status. And he was immune to all negative statuses. Lin Zhe walked to the front of the soldiers' ranks and, facing the overwhelming skeletons, launched a fiery fist. The Flame Wrath skill was activated, instantly engulfing all the skeletons in flames from hell. Chapter 55, A Drop, 2S Rank Rewards. Seeing Lin Zhe punch down the skeleton soldiers, the human soldiers were all stunned. Isn't this young man only over level 20? He hasn't even broken through to the 2nd tier. Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened slightly. He had always known Lin Zhe was a genius, but this was the first time he had witnessed his incredible power up close. But isn't his profession to summon demons for battle? How could he be so strong himself? This is not genius, it's simply monstrous. Ha, I never expected I would fall into an ambush, what a shame. Lei Zhenyu self-deprecatingly said, turning his gaze to Lin Zhe, "I was going to let you just watch, but now, it seems you'll have to join the action." Lin Zhe, "No problem, leave it to me." Then he shouted into the air, "Han Qi, are you there?" In the next second, a woman in black tight-fitting clothes appeared out of nowhere from the shadow on the ground. It was Han Qi from the Special Operations Team. "I'm here." Her tone remained completely calm. "Lord Lei, Major Lin, I'll protect this place." Han Qi said expressionlessly. "Okay, thank you." Lin Zhe said, then walked outside. After walking out alone, Lin Zhe stopped. "Let's first draw the 2 system rewards. This time, they are all designated S-level rewards." Immediately, he pulled up the lottery page with eager anticipation and activated it. "Congratulations! You drew the skill, Law of Heaven and Earth, S-level. Skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. Body expands to 100 times its original size, with all attributes increased by 100 times. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 10 hours. Congratulations! You drew the item, Summoning Beast 2nd Evolution Ticket *1, S-level. Item, Summoning Beast 2nd Evolution Ticket. A one-time consumable item that can be used on a first-level summoning beast to evolve it to the 2nd level. A skill and an item? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and both seemed very powerful. Which demon should I give this Law of Heaven and Earth to? He first thought of the fire demon, which was already highly destructive. Using this skill would definitely wreak havoc. Next, he thought of the succubus, not for any other reason, just the thought of the succubus using this would be thrilling. However, in the end, he decided to give it to the demon dragon. Not only could it make up for its current lack of combat power, but once the demon dragon grows up, the level of destruction would be something he couldn't dare imagine. Without hesitation, he let the demon dragon learn the skill book. As for this evolution ticket, because it was meant for a first-level summoning beast to evolve to the second level, currently only the Hellhound was suitable. So, without any hesitation, he used it directly on the Hellhound. Congratulations! Your summoning beast Hellhound has evolved into Hell Demon Dog. Summoning beast, Hell Demon Dog. Race, Demon Race. Branch, Beast Demon Species. Rarity, Sea Level. Level, 40, second level. Health points, 30,000. Mana points, 15,000. Strength, 2,000, Agility, 4,000, plus 100, Stamina, 3,000, Intelligence, 2,600, Spirit, 1,500. Skill evolution, Bloodthirsty Bite Deathly Bite. Deals damage to a single enemy, equals Agility *10, and causes bleeding for the next 20 seconds, dealing damage per second, equals Agility *2. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. New skill, Prey Mark. Applies a mark on the target that only the user can see, guiding the direction of the prey. When the user attacks the prey again, it deals critical damage, after which the mark disappears. Maximum duration of the mark, 10 days. Other skills, Shadow Assault. Equipment, Thorn Dagger. After the evolution, the big black dog's appearance also changed somewhat. Its body was a size larger than before. It used to be half a person tall, but now it was almost as tall as a person, and when it walked up to someone, it was truly imposing. Its 3 blood-red eyes also became fiercer. However, in the next second, 10 big black dogs foolishly bounded towards Lin Zhe, wagging their tongues in enthusiasm. Stop! Lin Zhe immediately commanded. Wow, if you all pounce on me like this, I might fall apart? Do you guys even know you're already a 200-plus pound kid? Meanwhile, in the back garden of the Lord's mansion, a group of people dressed in black robes and white masks were gathered around a place. In the darkness, a tall undead woman slowly walked out. She wore a flowing gothic dress, her frame slender, skin pale, and black hair cascading over her shoulders. In her hand, she held a floating glass bottle filled with a black, mysterious substance. When the woman appeared, the white masks immediately knelt down in reverence, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Lich Lord! Get up!" The woman spoke with a noble tone. "Servants of the human race, you all have worked hard this time. Once the plan succeeds, my king will grant you immortal bodies and great power." "Thank you, my lord." One of the white masks stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Report to the Lich Lord, the heart of our king is hidden in the underground treasury. We are breaking through the sealed barrier. However, I worry that Lei Jinyu will be back soon after hearing the news." He. The woman let out a cold laugh. "Not coming back soon, he has already returned, and he is bringing that Lin Zhe who has ruined my plans time and again." "What?" All the white masks were startled. "This is not good." The woman continued to smile. "What is there to fear? They have already fallen into my trap." She pushed a glass bottle in front of everyone and smiled. "I had to go through great effort to obtain this to subdue Lei Jinyu. No matter how powerful he is, as long as he is below level 6, he cannot escape the negative effects brought by this thing. Lich Lord is wise." All the white masks shouted in unison. But just then, a voice came from the side. "What are you all doing here, hiding around like a bunch of sneaky ghosts?" Everyone turned to see a handsome young man slowly walking out. "What, Lin Zhe?" The woman's face instantly changed. "How come you're fine when you obviously fell under the abyss curse?" The white masks all shrank back, looking like mice seeing a cat. Lin Zhe smiled but said nothing as he walked straight towards the woman. "Humph, I don't believe it." The woman swung her hand forward, and the glass bottle immediately flew at Lin Zhe. It burst open with a bang right in front of Lin Zhe, and black matter spread out, instantly dyeing everyone present black. "Ah! Lich Lord, why are we also?" the white masks cried out in despair, all falling under the abyss curse. Each person's health bar shrank to just a tiny bit, very short. "What are you afraid of?" The woman said, "The state wears off in 10 minutes, the priority now is to eliminate this Lin Zhe." However, in the next second, she was surprised to find that Lin Zhe's pace hadn't slowed down at all. What's going on?" The woman's voice trembled a bit. "I ought to thank you," Lin Zhe smiled, "you saved me quite a bit of trouble." In the next second, 10 huge hellhounds lunged out from the space, pouncing at the white masks. "Ah! Help!" Screams erupted all around. Each hellhound took one, and in just a few seconds, they had dealt with all the already weak white masks. Lin Zhe looked at their bodies and coldly said, as a human, what a joke to betray your kind for some so-called power. You deserve to die." As he spoke, his gaze turned cold as he looked at the Necromancer Queen. "You are the mastermind behind this?" At the same time, her information appeared in his eyes. Boss Lich Queen Hela. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Health, 150,000. Skills, Undead Summoning, Bone Evil, etc. Click to view details. Description: she was once a capable assistant to the Undead Lord. Since the fall of the Undead race, she has dedicated herself to resurrecting the Undead Lord and rebuilding the Undead race.
Only level 70? I thought you were stronger. Lindsay scoffed. Hella? A level 20 is looking down on me for being level 70? Chapter 56, Big is big, but can only last 2 minutes. Lindsay looked at Hella with disdain, making a tch sound. Hella felt an unusual humiliation. Thankfully, she had never experienced the human New Year, returning home to be gossiped about by neighbors, or else she would have felt quite familiar. Unable to bear the humiliation, Hella became furious. I am the great lich of the undead race, how dare you look at me like I'm trash? Your cognition is correct. Lindsay said, you are trash, and your undead race is trash. Hella was so angry that she wanted to rush forward and fight, but she quickly calmed down. She knew that this Lindsay was not just arrogant, he was the biggest threat besides Lei Jinyu. However, she couldn't lose momentum verbally, so she coldly snorted, I won't argue with you. Let him play with you for a bit. After saying that, Hella chanted a few spell lines, and suddenly the entire ground began to shake violently. At the same time, she floated into the air far away, watching the battle. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and one side of the Lord's mansion collapsed. A giant skeletal hand smashed a hole in the outer wall and reached out from within. Then, a huge skeleton monster stood up from the ruins. It stood over 20 meters tall, made entirely of massive white bones, holding a long sword in its hand. 2 hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames. Boss Undead Duke Gal, complete form. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Health, 300,000. Skills, Obliteration Cannon, Deadly Shriek, Soul Drain, etc. Click to view details. Description: once a powerful aid to the Archmage Tardis and Lich Hella, after being heavily injured by humans, it lost its intelligence and can only be controlled by Hella. Oh? This seems like an old acquaintance. Lindsay looked at the giant skeleton and said. In the first trial dungeon, when the real mode was activated, the final boss was the Undead Duke, but back then it only had a head. This time, however, it was the complete form. The Undead Duke Gal clearly recognized Lindsay as well, and the ghostly green flames in its eyes burned even brighter, likely remembering the humiliation of being knocked down by the fire demon last time. It fell into a frenzied state, letting out a roar that shook the heavens, raising its long sword and stepping towards Lindsay. Boom! Boom! Its massive body stomped on the ground, creating violent tremors. Lindsay, however, wore a calm expression and said, Little dragon, it's your turn this time. Try out your new skills. In the next second, a small dark demon dragon appeared beside him, squeaking cutely. Meanwhile, Hella in the air quickly used her detection spell, and upon seeing it was only level 5? Although she knew Lindsay had some skills, it was because he had 2 demons over level 60. Now he was bringing out a level 5 monster to take on a level 70 boss? Had he become so arrogant that he'd forgotten his own name? However, the demon dragon directly used its newly acquired S-class skill, Heavenly Law and Earthly Principle. In an instant, the small dark dragon disappeared from sight. Where's the dragon? Hella was taken aback. The next moment, the previously sunny weather suddenly turned gloomy, as if overshadowed by a giant cloud. Looking up, she discovered a gigantic creature flying overhead. Is that the dragon? Hella exclaimed, how did it get so big? At this moment, the little demon dragon had become 100 times its original size. Its attributes had also risen to Health, 1,100,000. Mana, 1,300,000. Strength, 110,000, Agility, 110,000, Stamina, 110,000, Intelligence, 150,000, Spirit, 130,000. Not to mention Hella, even Lindsay was stunned. Was this really the value of a level 5 monster? However, since the little dragon was proportionally scaled up and not fully grown, it still maintained its somewhat cute appearance. Squeak! The demon dragon emitted a childish cry that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, sending shivers through everyone. Only the Undead Duke, lacking intelligence, was not afraid of the scene before it. Its skeletal mouth opened, aiming at the dragon in the sky, as it began to gather ghostly green energy in its mouth. Fool, don't face it head-on. Hella quickly stopped it. However, it was too late. The next moment, a whoosh sounded as if Obliteration Cannon was fired at the demon dragon. Squeak! The demon dragon twisted in the air, narrowly avoiding a hit. The Annihilation Heavy Cannon was launched into the sky, smashing a cloud into pieces. Squeak! The demon dragon let out an angry screech. A huge blue lightning ball erupted from its mouth, softly landing on the body of the Undead Duke. Boom! A deafening sound accompanied by a massive shockwave instantly lifted countless sands, and some slightly thinner trees were snapped in half. The power was terrifying. Damage dealt, 745,601.
It directly exceeded twice the total life value of the undead Duke, instantly killing him. The undead Duke cried out, his entire skeletal body slowly shattering into ashes under the blue lightning energy. Kill boss undead Duke Gaul, experience plus 60,000. Lifeline plus 60,000 days. Loot acquired, 60,000 copper coins, Kingslaying Sword, Eerie Bones, Material, Skeleton Summoning Scroll, Single Use. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 28. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon leveled up, current level, level 12. The little demon dragon jumped from level 5 directly to level 7. Seeing this scene, Hela was left speechless. What on earth is this, Lindsay? Lindsay pointed at her in midair. Little dragon, there's another one over there. Hela was stunned, then saw the huge shadow charging towards her. However, the next second, with a bang, the giant shadow turned back into a small black figure. Lindsay, the demon dragon, and Hela all froze. Damn it, I forgot that Law of Heaven and Earth lasts only 2 minutes. This reminded him of a large monster fighting series he watched before crossing over. Big is big, but it just doesn't last. Lindsay complained. Hela patted her chest. You scared me to death. But we can't keep getting tangled up like this, we need to hurry to the basement and find the heart of our king, that's the priority. After saying this, she transformed into a spiral shadow and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing Hela escape, Lindsay did not immediately chase after her but asked the 10 hellhounds, did you mark her? Woof. The hellhounds affirmed. It turned out that just now, Lindsay had the hellhounds use their newly learned skill to mark Hela with a prey mark. Hela couldn't detect it herself, but Lindsay could see the mark, which lasted for 10 days. At this moment, combined with the clarity skill, Lindsay clearly saw Hela appearing on the ground. Keep up. In an instant, the 10 hellhounds dove into the shadows and burrowed underground. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the basement, many human soldiers lay on the ground, already breathless. At the end of the corridor, in the treasury, various equipment and items were scattered all over the place. Some white-masked figures were rummaging inside. Whoosh! A shadow spiraled out, transforming into a pale woman dressed in a gothic long skirt. Lord Lich. The white-masked figures all knelt down. Don't kneel, did you find it? Hela said, her tone filled with urgency. Reporting to Lady Hela, please see this. A white-masked figure presented a locked wooden box. The exterior of the wooden box was unremarkable, but inside it seemed to house a living creature, making a thump, thump, thump sound. Hela suddenly beamed with joy. This is it. But we've been searching for a long time, one white-masked figure said awkwardly, and we couldn't find the key that matches this lock. No need to look. Hela said, this box is a cursed tool, it doesn't have a key. As for how to open it. Hela said, suddenly a sinister smile appeared on her face. She uttered a short incantation, and the next second, from each white-masked figure's body, a thread-like energy form was drawn out. Then, several energy forms simultaneously entered the lock opening of the wooden box. The white masks only felt their bodies starting to weaken. Lady Hela, what are you doing to us? There's only one way to open this box, and that is to absorb souls. Hela said with a smile, this is your last contribution for reviving our king. You should feel honored. Hela, you bastard. Until the last moment of life, those wearing white masks realized they had been used. In less than a minute, everyone fell to the ground, never to move again. Crack, a crisp sound echoed as the wooden box opened. A grey-blue heart was inside, beating thump, thump. Chapter 57, I heard you are immortal? Oh. Hela's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, my great king of the undead. She directly tossed away the box and cradled the beating grey-blue heart in her hands. Then, with devotion, she knelt on both knees and raised the heart high, chanting a long string of incomprehensible spells. Before long, the blood vessels on top of the heart began to spread out. Next, flesh started to grow around the blood vessels. It seemed a person would gradually grow around this heart. Oh, great king of the undead. Your most loyal servant Hela welcomes your birth. Hela fervently recited her words. But the next second, from the ground around Hela, 10 hellhounds jumped out of the shadows, charging at her to bite. Prey mark. When the caster catches up to the prey, it triggers a critical hit. Minus 162,031. Hela, with only 150,000 health points, was instantly killed by this sudden attack. Okay, now even the dogs have made something of themselves. Lindsay slowly walked in from the treasury door. You despicable. Hela gasped for breath on the ground. You old northern bastard, still so chatty when you are about to die, Lindsay interrupted her. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Hela suddenly began to laugh maniacally on the ground. What are you going crazy about now? The Lord of the Undead has been resurrected, you humans are ultimately a step too late. Ha ha ha. Lindsay looked at the heart that was gradually generating flesh. Boss Undead Lord's heart.
Race, undead. Level, 1. Health, 100. Skill, none. Is this it?
Lindsay scoffed, destroying it shouldn't take a minute.
Destroy it? Naive.
Hela said with her last strength, the king of the undead transcends the laws of all races, he is immortal.
While you, Lindsay, are strong, you cannot stop him.
Even if the top experts of the human race came, it would be the same.
Immortal? Lindsay raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he remembered something. Flame demon, come out.
The next second, a huge flame demon appeared beside him. I'm giving you your new tool, perfect for a test run.
Lindsay commanded.
Yes, my lord. The flame demon took out a hammer. The hammer looked slightly different from before, with golden flames dancing on it. Eternal fire seed, controlled by the user's will, burns everything, never extinguishing. Then, the flame demon swung the hammer directly at the heart. The golden flames instantly engulfed the heart.
I told you our king is immortal, what's the use of attacking with fire elements?
Hela declared.
Even if it turns to ash, it can immediately regenerate flesh. So annoying, do you know that villains die from too much talking?
Lindsay coldly scoffed. But as the golden flames burned away the newly grown flesh around the heart started to shrink in the flames. Just as it was about to be burned away, the heart let out a sorrowful scream. Then it completely vanished in the air, leaving only a few orange sparks slowly drifting before Hela's eyes. Hela stared in horror as those sparks landed on the ground. This is impossible, impossible.
The faint sparks extinguished.
Finally, the terror on Hela's face froze, and her whole body turned to a puddle of bones, then shattered and turned to dust. Kill boss undead lich Hela, experience plus 60,000 lifetime plus 60,000 days.
Loot obtained, 60,000 copper coins, Grand Lich's skirt.
Kill boss undead lord's heart, experience plus 20,000 lifetime plus 20,000 days.
Loot obtained, pain gem earrings.
Congratulations, you leveled up, current level 29.
Ding.
You have completely thwarted the revival plan of the undead clan and received a reward, 1 lottery draw. Looking at the series of prompts that popped up, Lindsay felt quite satisfied. At this moment, he noticed the item called pain gem earrings. It was a dull, dark black gem earring.
This is the final piece of the 5-piece set. Lindsay was overjoyed.
Just as he wanted to check its attributes, he heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside the door. Leading the group was Lei Jinyu, followed by Han Chi and a number of soldiers. 10 minutes were up, they had already lifted the Abyss Curse.
Has that thief found the heart of the undead lord?
Lei Jinyu rushed in, speaking excitedly.
Before Lindsay could answer, Lei Jinyu noticed the open wooden box on the floor.
Lei Jinyu's heart sank, and he exclaimed urgently, "It's over."
The heart has been released? Has it been taken away by the thief? Damn it, it's all my fault for falling into the trap.
Saying this, he punched the nearby cement pillar, creating a big hole. Lord Lei, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Lindsay felt a bit speechless. I killed the undead lich, and I've destroyed the heart of the undead lord.
What? Upon hearing this, Lei Jinyu became even more agitated than before.
His excitement was mixed with disbelief.
The undead lord is indestructible, how did you manage that?
If someone else had said this, he would absolutely not believe a word. But today, he had witnessed too many miracles created by Lindsay, and clearly, this wasn't a joking matter. Thus, he had no choice but to believe.
Lindsay scratched the back of his head, feeling troubled, thinking, should I mention the eternal flame I obtained on the 7th level?
Lei Jinyu understood and told the soldiers behind him, the crisis is over, you all go and take a break.
Later, send people to check the entire building again.
Before long, only Lindsay, Lei Jinyu, and Han Chi were left in the room. Han Chi is one of us and also your subordinate, you can trust her, Lei Jinyu advised.
Lindsay nodded and explained everything that happened on the 7th level in detail. After listening, Lei Jinyu thought for a moment, there was actually such an adventure? No wonder the video suddenly cut off, we thought the instance was polluted again. It seems the designer of this instance did it on purpose. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Lei Jinyu patted Lindsay's shoulder, Major Lindsay, you've achieved another great feat this time. I really didn't misjudge you. Our Chanyu City, no, our Daxia, has produced a future star. Lei Jinyu spoke excitedly, unable to contain his smile. I'm sorry, I got a bit too excited. Lei Jinyu calmed down, now there's one more thing for you. Lindsay's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened a bit again. The award ceremony for the competition should still be going on, you should hurry back to accept your award.
Ah, is it about that?
Lei Jinyu said seriously, you just contributed greatly to Daxia, but this kind of thing is destined to be unknown to the people. The reason the people can live in peace and work happily now is thanks to countless nameless heroes who have silently given their all.
But at the very least, I cannot let you miss your award ceremony because I pulled you in for a mission. Go, step onto the podium, and let everyone see you. That is your glory, and you deserve to enjoy it. At the same time, in Tianjin City, at the new Star Competition Stadium, the award ceremony officially begins now. Accompanied by a majestic march, Zhou Xiaoyu and Qi Xingyu walked onto the stage. The host's voice echoed, "Let us congratulate the third-place winner of this competition, Qi Xingyu." The audience immediately erupted into applause and cheers. Next, let us congratulate the runner-up, Zhou Xiaoyu. Although many people did not know her, they still applauded and offered their blessings. Next up is the champion, Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe has some personal matters and cannot be present. A wave of disappointment arose from the audience. What's wrong with Lin Zhe? How can the champion not attend this annual major competition? What kind of nonsense is this? On the side, Feng Yuan watched the scene and shook his head helplessly. Just then, the announcement was not yet finished when a temporary portal suddenly appeared in the center of the award stage. Everyone was surprised, and the whole venue fell silent. A handsome young man in black light armor strolled out from the portal. "Ah, I made it just in time." Lin Zhe smiled awkwardly. The announcer responded quickly, "It seems that Lin Zhe has finished his matters, he always brings surprises. So now, let's congratulate the champion of this star contest, Lin Zhe." The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. Chapter 58, the 5-piece set of the Undead, new system features. The award ceremony ended amidst the cheers. Lin Zhe walked down the stage holding a large golden trophy and a plaque that read 1 million prize. Click, click. Flashing cameras lit up, and Lin Zhe was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. "Lin Zhe, how do you feel right now? Lin Zhe, could you share your secret to becoming stronger? Lin Zhe, which university do you plan to attend?" In the end, security personnel helped him break through the crowd. However, he was soon cornered again by enrollment directors from various universities. "Lin Zhe, we are the Eastern Biological University, the best university in the field of summoning. We can offer you a single dormitory and all expenses of dungeons covered for 4 years, along with various gear and weapons to choose from. Lin Zhe, you must have heard of Qingbei University. We are the best comprehensive university in the country. Our facilities are complete and equipped with the most advanced training equipment, closely cooperating with high-level technology from beautiful countries. Come to our South Sea University. We ensure all the same benefits. Plus, we have a lot of beautiful girls, and we can arrange for you to study with them." Is that really a benefit? Other directors frowned in disapproval. "Lin Zhe, I'm from the Western War Academy. We are the best school for cultivating combat talents in the country, and our benefits are equally excellent. Besides, the school is right in Tianyu City for your convenience. Go away, is that even an advantage?" Other directors immediately refuted. Lin Zhe remained silent, but in his heart, he had already found his answer. In fact, just before the invasion of the undead tribe at the Lord's mansion, he hadn't decided which university to attend. Maybe it would be the most famous Qingbei? However, after what happened just now, he realized that ever since he crossed over to Tianyu City at the age of 8, he had developed deep feelings for this place. Though he was an orphan, he had friends, teachers, and a lord here. If Tianyu City encountered a crisis again, he wanted to protect it at all costs. A man's aspiration is vast, but he must also guard his hometown. So, he decided to choose the Western War Academy. Lin Zhe immediately took the business card from that director and said, "Then, teacher, we will get in touch later." The director was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Zhe to agree so quickly, and hurriedly nodded, Okay, I'll wait for your message." When the other directors heard this, they panicked and urged, "Lin Zhe, don't rush to a conclusion, think it over." Lin Zhe quickly slipped away, disappearing into the crowd. By the time he returned to his home in Tianyu City, it was already very late. Lin Zhe lay down on the sofa, feeling utterly exhausted. He recalled that today he first participated in the competition. After solving the ghost crisis, this day truly felt long. He opened the news and saw the headline about the championship win, along with his photo. He was too lazy to click and read the details, so he simply ignored it. However, one news article caught his eye. Famous pharmaceutical company boss Qin Dongjun, "I want an explanation for my son's death." This Qin Dongjun was, of course, the father Qin Feng mentioned all the time. The news stated that Qin Dongjun claimed his son died in the competition, definitely because he was set up by other contestants. The organizers had already gone to negotiate with him, but they couldn't reach an agreement. Lin Zhe scoffed, thinking that with a son like that, this father probably wasn't a manageable person either. It was likely that he would be approached later on. Turning off the news, Lin Zhe began to check his rewards for today. Aside from some items that could directly be put on the exchange, the most important was the Pain Gem Earring. He opened it to check its attributes. Pain Gem Earring. Quality, A level. Type, accessory.
Effect, agility plus 1000, afflicts the wearer with a random negative status effect every hour, except for instant death. This effect cannot be dispelled.
Set effect, 5-piece set? Without hesitation, Lindsay placed it directly into his equipment slot.
Then, 5 accessories emitted different colored lights at the same time. The final line of question marks for each piece was finally revealed. Set effect, all attributes gain an additional plus 1000, negative status effects of each accessory increase by 100%, skill gained, summon undead elite.
Skill, summon undead elite.
Temporary summoning skill, can randomly summon one of the undead archmages Tardis, undead Duke Gal, or undead Lich Hela to fight for you.
The negative effects can be ignored. An additional plus 1000 to all attributes, plus the skill, will do. Next came the most anticipated lottery time.
However, just as Lindsay opened the system page and was about to draw, a message popped up.
Detected that you have completed more than 10 tasks. Would you like to consume one lottery opportunity to unlock a new system feature? Yes/no. Lindsay's eyes lit up. The system has a new feature? Consume one lottery opportunity for a new feature, it shouldn't be a loss. Lindsay thought to himself and immediately chose yes. System loading. Successfully unlocked new feature, prize upgrade.
All prizes obtained through this system's lottery can be upgraded by consuming lifespan.
Lindsay's eyes suddenly brightened. System, what is my current total lifespan?
Current remaining total lifespan, 1,374 years 123 days, congratulations on becoming a 1,000-year-old tortoise.
Why does your system insult me?
Lindsay's mouth twitched.
But in just one day, I accumulated so much lifespan?
Lindsay recalled how many high-level bosses he had fought today, which seemed reasonable.
System, show me the list of items that can be upgraded.
The next second, the system displayed a long list of names, all talents and skills he had previously drawn.
Talent.
Soul Link, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Master of Time Management, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current lifespan needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Unlimited Devouring, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Turn Misfortune into Blessing, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 1,000 years.
Skill.
Virus Transmission Study, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 1,000 years. Law of Heaven and Earth, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 1,000 years. Insight, A-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 500 years. Elemental Fury, A-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 500 years. Shadow Strike, A-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 500 years. Wheel of Destiny, A-level upgrade progress 1/3, current lifespan needed for upgrade 500 years. At a glance, all of them required hundreds to thousands of years.
The highest actually reached 5,000 years.
Talent is generally more valuable than skill, especially talents related to rules, which are outrageously expensive. Well, I suddenly feel like my lifespan is not very abundant.
Lindsay looked around, calculating carefully, and decided to first upgrade the talent, transforming disaster into blessing.
After all, this talent is quite useful, he had relied on it for victory several times recently.
Moreover, other skills seemed sufficient for now. Do you want to consume 1,000 years of lifespan to upgrade talent, transforming disaster into blessing? Yes/no. Without hesitation, he chose yes. Talent, transforming disaster into blessing.
Immune to all negative effects.
Talent, transforming disaster into blessing.
Immune to all negative effects and converts them into positive effects. Current upgrade progress 2/3, lifespan required for next upgrade 5,000 years.
Wow! Lindsay's eyes lit up, is it really that invincible?
The next second, he immediately felt a wave of refreshment, power surging within him. Opening the equipment panel, he found that all the negative effects of the 5-piece undead gem set he was wearing had turned into positives. Cursed Gem Necklace, 50% chance to make a mistake when attacking the target, increases critical hit rate by 50% when attacking. Fallen Gem Ring, reduces attribute values by 10 levels, increases attribute values by 10 levels. Blood Gem Badge, every 10 causes 1 major bleeding, bleeding amount is 10% of life, automatically heals once every 10 seconds, healing amount is 10% of life. Chaos Gem Belt, more likely to enter a state of losing rationality, keeps the mind clear. Pain Gem Earrings, randomly attaches a negative state to the wearer every hour except for instant death, randomly attaches a positive state to the wearer every hour except for after resurrection. 5-piece set effect, each piece's negative state effect increased by 100%, each piece's positive state effect increased by 100%. Lindsay looked at these effects, feeling he had lost his ability to speak aside from wow.
Is this thing too much like cheating? A leap in power.
He saw on his status bar two positive effects attached: speed increase, stamina increase. This should be the random positive state added every hour by the pain gem earrings, and under the 5-piece set effect, it was doubled, so it was 2 states. Looking at the over 300 years of lifespan he had left, Lin Zhe thought, it seems I can't stop practicing the turtle breath technique every day, and I need to farm some lifespan. At that moment, his voice communication rang, and the caller was a stranger named Hu Weidong. Lin Zhe thought for a few seconds, pulled out a business card from his pocket, and then remembered this Hu Weidong was the admissions director of the Western War Academy.
Lin Zhe answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Zhe?
Yes, Director Hu. Lin Zhe, congratulations once again for winning first place in this competition.
I am also very honored that you chose our school.
So, do you have free time recently? I want to take you to tour our school and handle your enrollment procedures.
Is it that urgent?
Lin Zhe felt a bit speechless.
He hasn't even graduated from high school yet, and they want him to handle college enrollment procedures?
A slightly awkward laughter came from the other side. It's better to handle it early, so we can arrange your dormitory and so on as soon as possible. Of course, your dormitory will definitely be the highest standard in our campus, single room. Lin Zhe could tell that because too many schools wanted to recruit him, the other party was afraid he would change his mind at the last minute, so they hurriedly wanted him to handle the enrollment procedures.
Lin Zhe smiled knowingly and didn't expose it.
Okay, how about the day after tomorrow? Anyway, he was already determined to go. He would just go along with the other party's intention.
Sure, no problem at all.
The voice on the other end was obviously very happy. I'll send you the detailed address shortly.
If you have any questions, feel free to contact me.
Then I won't disturb your rest today. Goodbye.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhe looked at his chat software again. It was indeed an explosion of information again.
Wang Hao sent a voice message. My son Lin Zhe, oh no, foster son Lin Zhe, amazing, you have all won championships.
If you become rich and powerful, do not forget me.
Chu Yu sent a message. I saw the news about you winning the championship, congratulations.
Let's plan to eat together another day. By the way, did something happen between you and Meng Li? She seems to be withdrawn now.
Even Qi Yueying left a message, congratulations. By the way, my brother, he shouldn't have said anything strange, right? Lin Zhe was scrolling through, and before he knew it, he fell asleep straight on the sofa. At the same time, in the city lord's residence of Tianyu City.
Due to widespread damage to the attic, Lei Zhenyu's office was temporarily moved to the underground emergency shelter.
It was already deep into the night, but he was still conducting an online meeting. And it was a high-level meeting of the 12 city lords of Daxia. He sat alone next to a very large round table, with the other 11 seats unoccupied, but each lit up with a light screen, displaying the names of the cities based on the 4 directions.
West, Tianyu, Tianqing, Nanyun. North, Baidu, Luodu, Heilong. East, Donghai, Dahu, Linshan. South, Nanhai, Qianhua, Longtian.
These were the 12 major cities of Daxia. At this moment, a calm voice came from the light screen of Donghai City. So, the crisis of the undead revival is completely resolved?
That's right.
Lei Zhenyu answered, but there may still be some remaining traitors, and we are in the process of eliminating them. These sons of guns used a villa in the suburbs as their base, which we have also destroyed. Old Lei is still as thunderous as ever, said Yun Tianxiong, the city lord of Nanyun City.
Ha ha ha.
Lei Zhenyu said somewhat proudly, the main credit goes to a genius who was recently born in Tianyu. By the way, he also won the championship in this Western Rising Star competition.
I've heard a little.
A solemn woman's voice rang from the light screen of Luodu City. I saw the news tonight, it seems his name is Lin Zhe?
He, exactly.
Lei Zhenyu said, this child must be the future pillar of our Daxia.
I say, little Lei.
An old voice came from the light screen of Nanhai City. If you step too far, you may end up hurting yourself, it's better to boast less. In the words of the young, this is called toxic milk.
Indeed.
The city lord of Dahu City chimed in with a thin voice, which of our cities hasn't produced a few extraordinary geniuses?
That's nothing special.
Oh? Lei Zhenyu crossed his legs confidently and said, then has your city ever produced someone who could defeat several level 70 geniuses at level 20 or so?
What?
The other city lords were stunned for a few seconds and cursed, you're just bragging. I wouldn't believe you even if you were telling the truth. Feng Yuan, although I really don't want to admit it, what old Lei said is true. At this moment, the other city lords all fell silent.
Ah, thanks, old Feng. Lei Zhenyu laughed.
But a few seconds later, he withdrew his smile. Alright, enough about that, there's another important matter. When we engaged with the undead clan today, we were affected by a negative status called Abyss Curse. Lei Zhenyu's expression became increasingly serious. That thing should not belong to the undead clan itself.
I'm worried that this abyss is that thing.
Abyss?
Feng Yuan said in surprise, "Are you saying it's the cancer of all races, the Abyss clan?" Chapter 60, Let's Duel, Summon Beasts. This statement shocked the other city lords. Abyss clan? The female city lord of Qianhua City said, "That's a special race that exists in the legends of certain races.
If we compare races to a field, the Abyss is like locusts, destroying everything it touches. So it's also called the cancer of all races." Feng Yuan, but the human race has been around for 100 years without encountering this race, and there have been no reports of other existing races encountering them either. It's always just been in myths and legends of very few races.
Exactly. The female city lord of Luodu City said. Lord Lei, are you being too sensitive? Perhaps the negative state just happens to include the words abyss? Lei Jinyu, I wish that were the case. But is there any curse that can directly reduce all attributes by 90%? I have never heard of such a thing in my life. The other lords fell silent. I think we should report this to General Huaiyue first, said Feng Yuan. Even if it's not true, it's good to have a record. It can only be this way, Lei Jinyu said heavily. 2 days later, in the morning. Lin Zhe jumped out of bed early because today was the day he would go to the Western War Academy to complete his paperwork. The university was not far from his home, it only took half an hour by bus to get there. As soon as he got off the bus, an imposing and grand school gate appeared before him, with 6 powerful characters on the plaque, Western War Academy. In front of the school gate, there were also some sculptures of professionals, all looking very heroic. The style of the whole school gate gave a solemn and magnificent impression, more like a military unit than a school. The head of the admissions office, Hu Weidong, was waiting at the entrance early. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, he immediately walked over with a big smile. Seeing Lin Zhe staring intently at the design of the school gate, Hu Weidong smiled and said, "How is it? Not bad, right?" In fact, the school was originally a military base, so it inherited this iron-blood style. These sculptures are all our outstanding graduates from previous years, including many heroes who achieved great military feats later. Let's go, let's head inside. Upon entering the school gate, they found that it was somewhat different from the solemnity of the gate. Most of the buildings inside were quite modern, and there were large green areas, with many students walking around, all looking spirited. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. Remembering that before he crossed over, he had only attended a very ordinary third-tier university, in this life, he was fulfilling his dream of attending a prestigious university. Hu Weidong helped him with some paperwork. After finishing, Hu Weidong seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and his smile became even brighter. Then he took Lin Zhe to visit the dormitory specially prepared for him. Unlike the imagined dormitory with multiple bunk beds in one room, this dorm was a one-bedroom apartment layout, with a separate kitchen and bathroom. It felt even more luxurious than Lin Zhe's own home, and he was indeed a bit moved. Hu Weidong seemed to see through his thoughts. You can move in any time, but it must be within 1 month, when the first year officially starts. After leaving the dormitory, Hu Weidong took him to visit the teaching building, cafeteria, physical training hall, dungeon battle hall, and other facilities. When they were finally about to visit the stadium, they noticed many people streaming in through the entrance. Is there something important happening today? Lin Zhe asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Hu Weidong slapped his forehead. Today is our school's academic exchange meeting with the summoning department in Eastern Biological University, held right here. Perfect, you are also a summoning profession. I will take you to have a look and introduce you to Director Ma of the summoning department. Lin Zhe thought to himself, Eastern Biological University? It is said to be the best university for summoning in the country. He nodded and said, okay, let's go take a look. At this time, many people were already seated in the stands of the stadium. In addition to all the teachers and students from the summoning department, there were also many people from other departments who specifically skipped class to come and watch. After all, this was an academic exchange meeting with another school. In this era where everyone valued martial arts, academic exchanges were almost synonymous with combat, which naturally attracted a lot of people to come and watch the excitement. As soon as Lin Zhe entered, he saw 2 giant beasts wrestling in the center of the playground. One side was an ancient bear king, huge and strong, with sharp teeth showing. A fierce aura filled the air. On the other side stood a tall male deer, with a pair of towering and winding antlers on its head, looking magnificent and noble. Both beasts were above level 40. At this moment, the male deer was ramming its antlers towards its opponent, while the ancient bear king held onto the antlers with both hands, standing still. Both sides were engaged in a battle of strength. The voice of the host came through the broadcast. On one side is Shui Yang from the Eastern Biological University, and his profession is Beast Summoner. On the other side is Lu Ming from our school, and his profession is Spirit Beast Summoner. Just now, 2 of our students have already been defeated by Shui Yang. Can Lu Ming turn the tide? Behind the 2 giant beasts, 2 boys stood there, issuing commands. Dear, hold on, don't let up. Bear King, use your finishing move. In the next second, the ancient Bear King held onto the antlers tightly, leaning his whole body backward, and executed a suplex. Heard a loud off from the giant deer as its entire head was slammed hard onto the ground, its life value instantly reducing by more than half. The giant deer lay on the ground, convulsing, unable to get up for a long time, and its status bar now showed a negative status of broken bone. The stands erupted in an uproar. What kind of power is this, to incapacitate the giant deer with just one move? No wonder its Eastern Biological University truly lives up to its reputation. I heard that Shui Yang's ancient Bear King is a beast recorded in ancient texts, truly impressive. Moreover, I heard Shui Yang is not even the strongest student they sent this time. In the broadcast, the host said, "It seems the victory has been decided. I declare Shui Yang wins weight." What is the ancient Bear King going to do? Shui Yang shouted loudly, "Bear King, pursue the victory. Don't give the opponent a chance to survive." The ancient Bear King roared and immediately swung its fists, hammering down on the already incapacitated giant deer. The giant deer let out a series of tragic cries that tightened the hearts of everyone present. Soon after, the giant deer's life value completely dropped to zero. The crowd erupted in boos. Is this necessary for an academic exchange meeting? Yeah, no unsummoned beast just comes out of thin air, and we've already lost twice. Can't you go a bit easier? What's wrong with Eastern Biological University? Are you here to exchange, or to seek revenge? You'd think someone killed his father. The broadcast clearly lost its earlier excitement. I announce, Shui Yang wins. In the center of the stands, two older middle-aged men stood side by side. One of the scruffy men let out a triumphant laugh. "Haha, it seems your Western War Summoning Department still has a lot to improve." He was Director Wang from Eastern Biological University. The other man was well-dressed. He was Director Ma from the Western War Academy's Summoning Department. At this moment, Director Ma was also very displeased, but due to his status, he could only say, "Your school's style is as ruthless as ever. We've already lost, must you be so merciless?" Director Wang proudly replied, "That is necessary. When we enter the battlefield in the future, the enemy won't show you any mercy. Sorry, our style is just like that." After speaking, several students following behind him showed smug expressions, clearly agreeing. Director Wang's reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. However, because reviving a summoned beast after its death often costs a lot, in friendly matches like academic exchanges, everyone usually stops short and doesn't go all out. At that moment, the victorious Shui Yang on the playground was even more arrogant. Facing the boos from the crowd, he raised his middle finger and provocatively said, "Haha, if you disagree, come down and compare with my ancient Bear King. Is your Western War Academy only winning by talking big? To me, it's all trash." This provocation further drew the dissatisfaction of many students. However, everyone felt powerless due to their own lack of strength or not being from the summoning department, leaving them to simmer with frustration. In the stands, Lin Zhe and Hu Weidong also witnessed the entire fight just now. Hu Weidong said angrily, "What kind of quality does this student have? Isn't this bullying?" Lin Zhe, however, didn't show much emotion, just feeling that the other's performance was indeed a bit excessive. Additionally, that Shui Yang's reaction seemed overly theatrical. With a summoned beast barely over level 40, was it really necessary to act like this? Ding! A sharp comment on a competitor has been detected. You have a new task: make the opposing school admit defeat at the academic exchange conference. Reward: 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe? Wait a moment, I can't even give an opinion? Chapter 61, could this Lin Zhe be sent here to set me up? Shui Yang continued to walk around the playground, giving the middle finger to the people in the stands, causing more and more people to be unable to tolerate it. Director Ma from the western side was also very dissatisfied. "Director Wang, your student is really too rude." Director Wang, however, was unfazed, laughing, "Hee, young people, a bit proud and arrogant, I think it's good." Director Ma realized they claimed to come for academic exchange, but were actually just showing off their strength. At that moment, Hu Weidong led Lin Zhe to the side of Director Ma. "Director Ma, let me introduce a new student to you. This is Lin Zhe, officially enrolled this September. He is also in your summoner profession." Director Ma was feeling indignant and had no intention to engage, merely glancing at Lin Zhe before casually greeting, "Oh, got it." At this moment, Lin Zhe took the initiative to speak. "Hello, can I go up to compete?" Director Ma was taken aback, looking Lin Zhe up and down. "This is an academic exchange conference, everyone is free to compete, but aren't you just starting your freshman year?" Lin Zhe thought, "Do you think I want to go? After finally wanting to rest a few days, the system just had to give me a mission. Really relentless with these rewards, sigh." Hearing what Director Ma said, Hu Weidong quickly explained, "You don't know, Lin Zhe just won the championship of the Western New Star competition a few days ago." "Really?" Director Ma said absent-mindedly, "But no matter how great the New Star competition is, it's still just high school students. Here are all excellent students who have been in college for years.
If they went to compete in the new star competition now, every one of them would be capable of winning.
At this moment, the bearded Director Wang spoke. Director Ma, that's where you're wrong. Why are you stopping him? Let us all witness the champion's strength. None of my students have yet faced the champion. Although he said this verbally, everyone understood clearly, he was mocking. The few students following him cast cold looks at Lin Zhe, as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping board. Lin Zhe could also tell that this old man Wan was both praising and belittling him, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he smiled and said to him, "Then Director Wang, if I win against all your students, won't you give me some reward?" At this statement, everyone was momentarily stunned. What nonsense! Director Ma quickly admonished, "What are you saying here? You're just a freshman who hasn't even started school yet."
He thought to himself, why is today so unlucky? Not only did my students lose, but now a clueless freshman is embarrassing me.
But Director Wang laughed heartily, "You little student is quite interesting. Do you see this ring on my hand?"
He showed a large green ring on his hand that looked quite expensive. This is a teleportation gem ring. The portal can be created freely now, and the market price is just over 50 million, huh?
If you can really beat my students, I will give it to you. But in return... Director Wang grinned at Director Ma with ill intent. If this student loses, Director Ma, you must give my student something of equal value.
Huh?
Director Ma looked confused. It's settled. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe didn't wait for Director Ma to say anything and directly accepted, then ran straight to the playground. Wait a minute, I didn't agree.
Director Ma looked at Lin Zhe's back, his face turned pale.
Damn, Lin Zhe can't be a spy sent by that Wang, trying to ruin me. I'm going to lose big this time. In the center of the playground, Shui Yang was still arrogantly declaring war at the stands. Who else?
At this moment, a handsome young man came to the stage, and there was immediate enthusiastic applause from the audience. The host in the broadcast hurriedly said, "It seems we have another student from the Western Battle ready to challenge. He is Lin Zhe, who will enter college next semester." As soon as these words were said, there was a moment of shock in the scene. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Even if our Western Battle really has no one left, we don't need to use a high school student as a substitute, right? Director Ma shook his head repeatedly. I really can't afford to lose face now. Shui Yang laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Ha ha, has your Western Battle really reached this level? Even unadmitted students are brought in to fight. But Lin Zhe remained calm and said lightly, to handle you, even an unadmitted person is enough. He waved his hand and continued, less nonsense, bring it on, I can let you take 3 moves first. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fire demon suddenly appeared on the playground. Shui Yang snorted coldly, humph, let me take 3 moves? You really don't know the height of heaven and depth of earth. My ancient bear king is level 46, wait a minute? Shui Yan looked at the information of the fire demon, level 62. A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead, but he still stood his ground. Humph, so what? My ancient bear king has the bonus of ancient fierce beasts, its attributes are not worse than those of level 60. Also, since you said to let me take 3 moves, I won't be polite. He immediately seized this opportunity. The next second, the ancient bear king appeared on stage. From its size, it was about as tall as the fire demon and even more robust. The 2 giant beasts faced each other, and everyone present felt a sense of oppression. Ancient Bear King, go! Shui Yang commanded, decide the winner within 3 moves. Aoo! The Ancient Bear King let out a roar and charged toward the fire demon, its strong limbs thudding heavily against the ground. Then, a huge bear paw slapped down toward the fire demon. However, the fire demon, just as Lin Zhe instructed, neither dodged nor counterattacked, but stood still. That paw seemed to carry the might of the mountains, and the destructive force was unimaginable, causing the audience to look away in horror. Bang! Damage dealt to the fire demon, 23. The Ancient Bear King froze, Shui Yang froze, and the entire audience froze. The Ancient Bear King's paw had clearly hit him, right? But the fire demon remained unmoved, showing a contemptuous expression, as if saying, is that it? Aoo! The Ancient Bear King suddenly became furious. Since it was trained by Shui Yang, it hadn't lost a fight in ages, how could it tolerate such a situation? In the next moment, it locked the fire demon tightly with both arms, trying to replicate the fatal technique of slamming it down. However, it froze again. Because it discovered that even using all its strength, the opponent's feet didn't budge an inch off the ground. In the eyes of everyone, the scene of the 2 mighty beasts tightly locked together was frozen on the stage, directly awkwarding the atmosphere. Lin Zhe covered his eyes, finding it unbearable to watch. The fire demon, as if annoyed, roared, Master, I can't take it anymore. In the next second, a fierce flame burst forth from him. Hold tightly onto his Ancient Bear King package. Ow! The Ancient Bear King let out cries of agony in the fire, immediately rolling around on the ground in pain, its health quickly disappearing. Lindsay, oh, sorry, my summoned beast couldn't hold on for 3 moves and went for it.
Shui Yang panicked, hurry, stop. I surrender. Stop?
Lindsay sneered, your director Wang just taught us not to give the enemy a way out, I've learned that well. The ancient bear king rolled in the fire, ultimately reaching 0 health. Lindsay received a prompt, killed the ancient bear king, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Shui Yang collapsed, kneeling on the ground as if his soul had left him. Mainly because the ancient bear king was a rare breed, to revive it would need at least 100 million copper coins.
Shui Yang probably wouldn't be able to use it as a summoned beast for many years again.
At the same time, cheers erupted from the stands. They had been suppressed for too long. This time, they finally pulled off a beautiful counterattack. Director Ma of the Western team also showed surprise on his face, this Lindsay has some skills.
Only Director Wang and a few accompanying students looked gloomy.
Director Wang glanced at the ring on his hand, a hint of worry flashing through his mind. However, he quickly regained his confident smile. He said to a boy with Korean-style bangs and a cold appearance, Luo Shang, it's your turn. Then he leaned close and whispered, use the one I gifted you directly. The boy nodded slightly, revealing a cold smile, don't worry, director, watch me take him down.
Chapter 62 Who says I want to enter the summoning system?
On the competition stage, Lindsay stood quietly in place, listening to the applause and cheers from the crowd. At this moment, a proud boy with a cold aura slowly walked up. His features were severe, his face expressionless, exuding a strong presence. The crowd gradually quieted down, turning into hushed discussions.
Ah, it's Luo Shang from Eastern Biological University. I heard he's the strongest student visiting this time.
Yeah, I heard he's only a junior and has already reached level 50.
Moreover, Luo Shang is the eldest son of the Luo family, the most powerful clan in Donghai City, not to be underestimated.
It seems we in the Western team are destined to lose, no matter how strong that high school student is, he can't compare to Luo Shang. At this moment, the host also began speaking over the broadcast.
Coming to the stage now is classmate Luo Shang. His profession is S-level Dragon Keeper. I wonder if classmate Lindsay can maintain his earlier momentum, let's wait and see.
The host said, feeling a bit uncertain himself.
Lindsay felt somewhat intrigued, Dragon Keeper? Isn't that the profession of Chu Yuyu?
Luo Shang calmly walked to the designated spot and waved his right hand. In the next second, everyone felt the air on the playground cool rapidly, despite the bright sunshine, they still got goosebumps. Then, a crack opened above Luo Shang's head, and a flying dragon covered in ice crystals slowly emerged from it.
Summoned Beast, Ice Dragon Lord. Race, Dragon, A level. Level, 69. Health, 300,000. EEE.
The ice dragon let out a long cry in the air, crisp and lingering, catching the attention of everyone present.
Everyone's mouth slightly opened, shocked by the noble and powerful appearance of this summoned beast. On the broadcast, the host spoke again, Luo Shang actually summoned a 69-level Ice Dragon Lord. Such a noble breed, there are hardly any found across Blue Star. In the stands, Director Wang snorted coldly, isn't that obvious? I had to go through over 3,000 high-level border dungeons to finally get it. Using it against that high school student, to be honest, is a bit of overkill. But to win, one must spare no effort. Indeed, at the Eastern Biological University, they carried out their ruthless ways to the fullest. The host continued, so, what kind of summoned beast will Lindsay bring out to respond? Lindsay stood calmly in place, unhurriedly using his summoning technique. In the next second, a pitch-black little dragon with a pair of small horns appeared by his side. Chirp, chirp. The little demon dragon emitted a cute, baby-like cry. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The host exclaimed, W what? Lindsay actually summoned a level 12 young dragon? Ahem, Lindsay, as the host, I kindly remind you, you don't necessarily have to use a dragon to fight a dragon, that one from earlier was pretty good. I agree, said Luo Shang coldly, that little dragon you have isn't cheap, right? You don't seem like a wealthy person, so I guess it's something you can't revive. So I advise you to swap for a regular one to just get through this, the result will be the same, you are bound to lose. Lindsay thought, you're surprisingly kind-hearted. It's okay, using him is enough, Lindsay calmly replied. Hee, don't say I didn't warn you later, Luo Shang's eyes gradually turned icy. Go, Ice Dragon Lord. Screech. The ice dragon let out a crisp cry in the air once again. Then, its crystal-laden wings began to flap fiercely. In an instant, a biting cold wind filled with countless ice spikes rushed towards the little demon dragon. The spectators felt their palms sweating, let alone that little dragon, if it were them facing such an assault, they would certainly perish without a doubt. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ice crystals fell like raindrops onto the ground before Lindsay, and it took a long while for the icy mist to gradually dissipate. Amidst the fog, the little demon dragon had vanished without a trace. Was the little dragon obliterated without a trace? Some in the stands worried, some felt regretful, and some sighed, knowing it would be like this. And just when everyone's attention was focused on the spot where the little dragon had been, the ice dragon flying in the air let out a piercing scream. The crowd was instantly stunned. They saw a little demon dragon magnified 100 times appear behind the ice dragon, as if it were playing with a toy, grabbing the ice dragon in its claw. Then, it unleashed a lightning ball directly at the ice dragon's long and elegant neck. Damage caused, 1,093,891. Because the little dragon had leveled up to level 12 and utilized the talent Infinite Devour to boost its stats significantly, its attributes were now: Strength, 1952, Agility, 1965, Stamina, 2048, Intelligence, 2191, Spirit, 2236. Coupled with the effect of Heaven and Earth Manifest that magnified its stats by 100 times. Thus, a single lightning ball directly dealt over 1,000,000 damage. The Ice Dragon Lord only had 300,000 health, how could it withstand such damage? Before it could react, it instantaneously went out of existence. It left without even a trace of pain. Kill Ice Dragon Lord, experience plus 50,000 lifespan plus 50,000 days. Congratulations! Your summoned beast demon dragon leveled up, current level, 15. This smooth series of actions left everyone dumbfounded. A level 12 dragon took out a level 69 dragon lord? What kind of monster are this little dragon and Lindsay, exactly? Luo Sheng clearly had not fully realized what had happened. What, my ice dragon? After several seconds, his cold face finally cracked, and he sank to his knees. That ice dragon lord is one of the rarest in all of Blue Star, how could, Finally, he yelled out, disregarding his dignity. Lindsay ignored him and shouted directly towards Director Wang in the stands. Director Wang, do you still have students who want to come up? Facing the unified gaze directed at him, Director Wang was instantly choked up. The several students behind him began to push backward, wanting to squeeze the people beside them to the front. Each person thought, damn it, please don't make me go up. I can't afford to revive my summoned beast. A few seconds later, Director Wang finally gritted his teeth and said a few words, we admit defeat. Immediately, the teachers and students of the Western War Academy erupted with excitement. Ding! You have forced the opponent to admit defeat completely, completing the task. Rewards, 1 system lottery draw. After a few minutes, under the admiring gazes of everyone, Lindsay walked back to the stand. He stretched out his hand towards Director Wang, grinning cheekily, Director Wang, then I won't hold back. This. Humph. Director Wang reluctantly took off the green ring and slapped it into Lindsay's hand. Teleportation stone ring. Quality, a grade. Type, accessory. Skill, can create a teleportation portal, transporting to a designated anchor point. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The value of the ring was still within an acceptable range. But those 2 battle-damaged summoned beasts were not something that could be dealt with for a few million, they were worth at least billions. Moreover, it would take a lot of effort. Humph, let's go. Director Wang led a few students, retreating in disgrace. Don't leave. Come sit down and have some tea. Director Ma said mockingly from behind. Now it was his turn to be smug, quickly shifting from ignoring Lindsay to flattering him. Student Lindsay. Welcome to join us, you are our future hope in the summoning department. Wait a minute? Lindsay immediately stopped the excited Director Ma. Who said I wanted to join your summoning department? Chapter 63, Become a Special Advisor and Enjoy Shared Benefits? Lindsay calmly said, who said I wanted to join your summoning department? Director Ma? Wait. Let me clear this up. Director Ma seemed a bit confused, aren't you enrolling in our Western War Academy next semester? Yes. Lindsay replied. Isn't your profession a demon summoner? That's right. Lindsay answered. Then if you don't join our Western War summoning department, which department will you join? At this moment, Hu Weidong, who had been silent nearby, smiled and said. Director Ma, you don't know, Lindsay has signed up for the warrior department. What? Director Ma became anxious. You, as a summoning profession, want to clash directly with those melee professions? Lindsay asked, then let me ask you, Director Ma, through today's match, what shortcomings do you think I have in summoning? Well, I can say your level is already very high, perhaps even at the level of a senior. Director Ma shook his head and sincerely praised, so, if you can join our summoning department, it would surely be like adding wings to a tiger. Lindsay shook his head, since you think so, doesn't that mean I don't need to learn any more in this area? Joining the summoning department wouldn't make much difference for me. On the contrary, I feel I still have great room for improvement in combat, so I signed up for the warrior department. This. Director Ma was left speechless.
Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes lit up. I have an idea, student Lin Zhe. I hire you to be our summoning department's special advisor.
Now it was Lin Zhe's turn to be confused. Special advisor? What does that do?
It's to assist in our teaching, do some strength demonstrations, or guide our students in practical exercises, somewhat like a teaching assistant. Hu Weidong interrupted. Director Ma, letting a student be a teaching assistant, and a freshman at that, doesn't comply with regulations.
Director Ma, what does that matter? It's about talent, why stick to regulations? At worst, Lin Zhe's salary will come from my own pocket.
Oh, and one more thing, he can also enjoy all our summoning department's teaching facilities.
It was clear that he really wanted to pull Lin Zhe into the summoning department. Well, since Director Ma has said this much.
Lin Zhe politely replied, then I suppose I have to accept it graciously.
Great, wonderful. Welcome to join our summoning department.
Director Ma said as they shook hands.
Afterward, the two exchanged contact information, and Lin Zhe took his leave.
After the academic exchange meeting ended, the teachers and students began to leave the playground one after another, with Lin Zhe walking among the crowd. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's left shoulder was tapped twice by someone behind him. Lin Zhe instinctively turned to the right to look.
He saw a girl with a gentle smile like jade appeared behind him. It was Chu Yuyu. Seeing that Lin Zhe actually saw through her little trick, Chu Yuyu's eyes widened slightly. Lin Zhe, you actually weren't fooled?
Lin Zhe thought, this trick, Wang Hao and I have played to death already, we have built muscle memory for it.
Ahem. Before Lin Zhe could answer, Chu Yuyu continued, I didn't expect, just a few days apart, you seem to have improved again? You can even defeat someone like Luo Shang.
It turned out that just now, Chu Yuyu had been watching the entire match, and she was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Zhe take the stage.
By the way, what was that dragon you just used? When we were in a dungeon together last time, I didn't see you use it. Wait. Chu Yuyu seemed to remember something. That dragon can't be the one you asked me how to hatch last time, right? You found a way so quickly?
You know, many dragon eggs can take many years to hatch. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it's a long story, I have my own methods. He thought, of course, I invested 12 years of lifespan into it, how could it not hatch so quickly? Chu Yuyu continued, by the way, congratulations on officially joining our warrior division, I didn't expect that just a few days apart, you have become my junior.
Hurry, call me senior. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes, want to take advantage? Not a chance, not even a window.
The two of them chatted as they walked through the crowd. What Lin Zhe didn't notice was that many people were casting jealous glances at them, especially the boys.
Look, isn't that my goddess Chu Yuyu? Why does that Lin Zhe seem to know her? You fool, Chu Yuyu is the daughter of the Dragon Clan, many people are after her, this Lin Zhe probably also wants to pursue her? But you're wrong, didn't you see the news a few days ago?
It said that Lin Zhe has officially announced his relationship with Chu Yuyu.
What? No way. Isn't he still in his first year of college? Is he even grown up yet? What is Lin Zhe's background? I can't accept this.
A group of boys and girls behind them all showed sour expressions. At this moment, another girl walked towards Lin and Chu, cold as the moon yet with a hint of heroism.
Yu.
The girl greeted Chu Yuyu. But she suddenly saw Lin Zhe beside her and jumped in surprise. Her small face flushed with a hint of red, but she pretended to be angry. Lin Zhe, what are you doing here?
And Yu, how do you know him? The newcomer was Qi Jiayue, the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Chu Yuyu was also a bit surprised. What, Yu Jia, you know each other?
As soon as she said this, Qi Jiayue immediately remembered the embarrassing scene from their first meeting, and her face turned even warmer.
Asking about everything will only get you in trouble. Qi Jiayue said fiercely. Ah, ha ha ha.
Lin Zhe also awkwardly laughed.
Damn, what a small world.
Who would have known that the day he teased her, Qi Jiayue was Officer Su's daughter, Qi Xingyu's sister, and also Chu Yuyu's friend.
Cough, by the way.
Qi Jiayue's blush still hadn't completely faded as she said shyly to Lin Zhe, congratulations on joining our warrior division.
Lin Zhe, oh? So you're also in the warrior division? Qi Jiayue, you don't even know this? I'm at least a star player in the warrior division. Chu Yuyu was stunned. Wait, you joined the warrior division, not our summoning division? The conversation between the three sparked even more intense discussions among the onlookers. What's going on with Lin Zhe? How can he know the senior from the warrior division, the daughter of the Sword Quest Guild, Qi Jiayue? Moreover, Qi Jiayue usually has the demeanor of a female hero. Why is he looking so shy in front of Lin Zhe? Look at him, one on the left and one on the right, what is the relationship between these three? Is Lin Zhe enjoying the legendary bliss of being surrounded by beauties? What feudal remnants? I'm so jealous. No, I need to report this. No way, my brain can't handle this, it's about to explode. All the people cast resentful glares at Lin Zhe. Chapter 64, Thunderbolt Technique, New Talent. The three were chatting away, completely unaware of the jealous gazes around them. At this moment, Lin Zhe turned to Qi Yueying. By the way, Senior Qi, the turtle breathing technique you gave me is quite effective, thanks. Do you have any other ancient martial arts I could learn? Since he had joined the warrior department, he needed to build a solid foundation. Besides, he had saved up quite a bit of lifespan that he hadn't used. Oh? Qi Yueying didn't expect him to bring this up. She immediately became interested, her beautiful eyes lighting up. So, how many levels have you reached in the turtle breathing technique? Shu Yuyu teased, Sister you really are a martial arts fanatic, you can't even sleep when it comes to practicing. And you? Shu Yuyu turned to Lin Zhe, why can you call Sister you so freely, but not me? Lin Zhe chuckled, maybe because you are a bit weak? You. Shu Yuyu, angry, stomped her little foot, I'm too lazy to deal with you. Put. Qi Yueying couldn't help but laugh. This scene made the crowd around them feel as if they had just bitten into a lemon, souring their faces. That Lin Zhe actually made Miss Chu angry? And made the usually serious Qi Yueying laugh? Heaven, please strike this kid down with lightning. Meanwhile, Qi Yueying became serious, let's talk business. So, how many levels have you reached? Lin Zhe scratched his head, I don't really understand your ancient martial arts. How many levels are there? Qi Yueying began to explain earnestly, generally speaking, ancient martial arts techniques are divided into 5 levels, beginner, small achievement, great achievement, exceptional, and master. By the way, some martial arts have a higher level above master called transcendent, but that can be ignored since it's generally not achievable within a normal human lifespan and only exists in ancient legends. So, has your turtle breathing technique reached the beginner level? It may have already reached the master level. Lin Zhe said casually. He remembered that the last time the system used the talent time management master, it indeed mentioned the word master. Humph, do you think I'm joking with you? Qi Yueying was a bit displeased, how many days have you been practicing? My grandpa has practiced for over 30 years since he got that book and has only reached the great achievement level. This turtle breathing technique, as its name suggests, requires you to be as still as a rock, quietly nurturing your energy. You can't have a single distracting thought. Are you really so impulsive that you think you can learn it? After practicing to the highest level, if you sleep in a certain way, your energy will flow out through your ears, called turtle breathing, and you will have great fortune and longevity. Qi Yueying unknowingly began to lecture. Lin Zhe was speechless. After all, he could never reveal his secret of consuming lifespan to learn things. Shu Yuyu saw Lin Zhe looking embarrassed and took delight in his misfortune. You and your big mouth got us in trouble with Sister Yu, didn't you? Sister Yu, if you can talk, please say more and give him a good talking to. This only made Qi Yueying laugh more. Alright, it seems that the slow-paced turtle breathing technique isn't suitable for you. You can take this book instead. Immediately, she sent a trade request. Lin Zhe saw a new ancient book in the window. Thunderbolt Technique? Lin Zhe read its name. That's right. Qi Yueying said, among all martial arts, only speed can't be broken. This Thunderbolt technique emphasizes speed and should suit your impulsive personality better. Qi Yueying continued casually, however, it still requires diligent practice and gradual improvement, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. Then thank you, Senior. Lin Zhe accepted the Thunderbolt technique with a smile. But in his heart, he thought, wow, so in your eyes, I'm tightly associated with impulsiveness? I can endure. Shu Yuyu interjected, I didn't expect you, Lin Zhe, to be interested in practicing ancient martial arts as well? Is ancient martial arts really useful? Qi Yueying immediately said, of course ancient martial arts are useful in Daxia. After the era of professional awakening arrived, although people can directly learn skills through skill books, the enhancement of attribute points still relies on equipment and leveling up. Practicing ancient martial arts may be slow, but it is the most cost-effective way to enhance attributes without needing to be wealthy. This is also very helpful for enhancing the combat power of the entire Daxia, which is why our Qi family's Sword Edge Guild has been dedicated to promoting ancient martial arts. By the way, I'm recently preparing a Douyin account to promote ancient martial arts. You two hurry up and follow me. Qi Yueying seemed to have opened the floodgates and started to explain excitedly. Lin Zhe and Shu Yuyu exchanged helpless glances. Lin Zhe whispered, why did you ask her this kind of question? Shu Yuyu gently touched her own face, call me talkative. Then the three had lunch at a high-end restaurant, which was treated by Chu Yuyu. During the meal, Qi Yu reminded Lin Zhe to practice Thunderbolt technique well so that he could provide material for her Douyin account. Lin Zhe could only chuckle awkwardly. After finishing the meal, the three parted ways. When Lin Zhe returned home, he immediately took out the Thunderbolt technique and placed his hand on the cover of the book. Trigger Talent, Time Management Master, do you want to consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes/no, can pause at any time. Choose yes. Learning Thunderbolt Technique.
You have consumed 3 years of lifespan, gaining a glimpse of the path. You have consumed 8 years of lifespan, achieving some progress. You have consumed 17 years of lifespan, reaching great success. You have consumed 23 years of lifespan, reaching a state of perfection. You have consumed 28 years of lifespan, attaining the master level, capable of passing on knowledge. Although you have reached the peak, there is still some confusion in your heart. Continue to consume 8 years of lifespan to cultivate, but your realm has not improved at all.
Do you want to continue to consume lifespan to learn? Yes/no. Oh. I can continue?
Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly, then decisively made his choice. Continue. You continue to consume 56 years of lifespan, finally breaking through the extraordinary realm. When the thunderbolt strikes, it can shatter mountains and split the earth, and thus you achieve completeness. When Lin Zhe opened his eyes again, with a slight mental push, it felt as if he had immense thunder ready to unleash in his hand. Wow, I have spent a total of 143 years of lifespan. Now his total lifespan remaining is 423 years and 43 days. But at least I have reached the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he found that his strength and agility had also increased by more than 500 points. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. By the way, I got a lottery chance from participating in the competition this morning. I haven't used it yet. He immediately opened the lottery page and sacrificed 10 years of lifespan for guaranteed A-level rewards. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Indestructible Body, A-level.
Talent, Indestructible Body.
Increases physical and magical defense by 50% and adds a shield equal to maximum health. When taking damage, the shield is consumed before health.
The lost shield recovers at a rate of 10 points per second. This seems pretty good? Lin Zhe said happily.
It's not really a talent that enhances combat power, but it's essential for survival, equivalent to having double health. Lin Zhe immediately learned this talent himself, giving him over 170,000 health points plus over 170,000 shield, stable and very reassuring. At this moment, Lin Zhe's phone rang.
When he saw the caller, it was actually Lei Jinyu. Hello, City Lord Lei. Lin Zhe, a mission has come. Chapter 65 Central Daxia, Misty Forbidden Zone.
Upon hearing Lei Jinyu's words, Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened. Please speak.
It's a border mission.
Lei Jinyu slowly said on the other end of the line. A new dungeon appeared in Central Daxia yesterday, and several professionals got trapped inside.
This time I want to send you to participate in the rescue and strive to conquer the dungeon. Central Daxia? Lin Zhe repeated. That's right, the Misty Forbidden Zone in the central region.
After Lin Zhe crossed into this world, he made an effort to understand the geography of Daxia. Since the era of awakening for all has arrived, the Great Xia Kingdom has been divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, and north, each with 3 large cities and several small cities. Between the cities, there is a separation of border fog. The central area of Great Xia, however, is completely covered by fog, not belonging to any of the 4 regions, thus it is also called the Fog Forbidden Zone. Because of this, the dungeons in the central area are generally at a higher level than those at the city's borders, and the danger level is even greater. Lei Jinyu continued, this dungeon was just generated yesterday, suitable for levels 50 to 60.
A few practitioners entered it yesterday and have not come out since.
Their monitoring devices show they are still alive, but for unknown reasons, they have not emerged.
When I saw this task, I thought of you, since you have a lot of similar experience. I understand, Lin Zhe asked, when do we depart? First thing tomorrow morning. I'll send you the time and location shortly. Remember to ask for reimbursement for the teleportation fees later.
No need, Lin Zhe said. I just received a new teleportation stone ring today. Just tell me the anchor point of the dungeon.
Oh? You still have that thing?
Lei Jinyu laughed in surprise. You really are full of surprises every time we meet.
Truly impressive. It's all coincidence, Lin Zhe humbly replied.
By the way, there's one more thing to remind you. Lei Jinyu returned to a serious tone. The central area, not being under city jurisdiction, is often involved with practitioners sent by different cities joining together to participate. So, some people's motives may not be pure. Everyone appears to be companions fighting monsters together, but in reality, there can be various open and covert conflicts.
This time sending you out is also a training for you. Lin Zhe, okay, I understand.
The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the phone.
The Fog Forbidden Zone, huh? Lin Zhe thought, I wonder what new things await. He couldn't help but feel excited.
The next day, Lin Zhe woke up early and used the teleportation stone ring directly at home, a jade-colored portal opening in the living room. A few seconds later, he arrived at his destination just as promised.
The old man Wang's props are really useful.
Lin Zhe found himself teleported to a small camp, with a traditional Chinese archway on one side, serving as the teleportation entrance for the dungeon. Several soldiers from the Border Legion were on guard nearby, and under the archway, a few practitioners were chatting. Lindsay checked their information, all were above level 50. As Lindsay walked over, one military-looking man immediately noticed him and began to speak. "Hello, I am Su Wei, the captain of the 17th Squad of the Border Legion. I am responsible for leading this mission. Who are you?" "I am Lindsay from Tianyu City." "Tianyu City. Lindsay. Oh, I remember," Su Wei said. "You are the youngest in age and level in this mission, right?" As soon as this was said, the other practitioners also turned to look at Lindsay. Upon checking his level, he was only level 29? This is a dungeon for levels 50 to 60, after all. Everyone started to look at him with doubtful expressions. Su Wei, however, said to them, "Don't be misled by this little brother's low level. It is said he was personally recommended by their city lord. He must have special skills." This statement made the others withdraw their doubtful gazes, and Lindsay felt a bit more respect for Su Wei. However, at that moment, Lindsay felt a heavy shove on his right shoulder. A towering figure walked past him from behind, accompanied by a coarse voice. "Heh, what good is having special skills? When it comes to border dungeons, experience is what matters most." This person walked straight toward Su Wei, clearly having bumped into Lindsay, yet he didn't even look back. Not even glancing at him, it was clearly intentional. Lindsay then saw his face clearly, close to 30 years old, hair reaching his neck tied up at the back, a rough face with a scar, and a cigarette hanging from his mouth. He looked like a seasoned veteran. Name, Shui Chong. Occupation, Chain Warrior, A class. Level, 58, Stage 2. Brother Shui. Several professionals immediately greeted him. Other professionals whispered to each other, "Isn't this Shui Chong from the Luo Association? He has been quite active lately. He seemed to be quite famous." But the man ignored everyone else, walking up to Su Wei and casually saying, "Captain Su, nice to see you again." "Oh, it's Shui Chong." Captain Su Wei replied, "Are you here to participate again? How many times has it been this month? Don't mention it." Shui Chong waved his hand, "It's just that my useless little brother lost to someone in a match a few days ago and his summoned beast got killed by someone else. What a useless thing. I came this time just to help him find a new summoned beast." Lindsay almost laughed out loud. The little brother he mentioned must be that arrogant man who got defeated by him, Shui Yang. Shui Chong continued, "In my opinion, the summoner profession is weak and expensive. In battle, you can only rely on summoned beasts. What's the use of that? If that kid loses again next time, I'll send him to the factory to screw in bolts." "Don't say that." Su Wei awkwardly laughed. "In our mission this time, there are professionals from the summoning faction." "Who?" "It's that little brother Lindsay." Su Wei answered. Shui Chong looked at Lindsay, but it was as if he saw nothing, his eyes slightly squinting as he exhaled smoke. "Is this the talented one you mentioned, Captain Su?" He sneered disdainfully, "A level 29 newbie, and just because he was recommended by the city lord? I bet he has connections. Captain Su, do we really have to let someone like this join us in the dungeon? I'm afraid that instead of saving people, he'll end up getting us all killed." His words successfully stirred the emotions of other professionals, and several faces showed signs of concern. Seeing the repeated provocation, Lindsay directly retorted, "What's the matter? Are you scared? It's still time to go home and find your mom." "What did you say?" Shui Chong didn't expect Lindsay to be so tough. His eyes widened, exuding a fierce aura. "You better know who you're talking to." After saying that, he looked ready to fight. "Okay." Su Wei stopped Shui Chong, showing the authority of a captain. "Both of you should say less. Shui Chong, although you have experience in dozens of border dungeons, you have to allow for newcomers to join. And Lindsay, don't let your temper get the better of you, the Mist Zone is no ordinary border dungeon. Everyone must stick together when we go in." "Lindsay, I have no problem as long as others don't stir things up." "Humph." Shui Chong sneered, "Since Captain Su said so, I have no objections as long as some people don't drag me down." Su Wei shook his head, thinking the team would be hard to manage this time. Next, Su Wei began counting the number of professionals present, totaling 12 including himself. Su Wei walked in front of everyone and reiterated, "In this mission, besides conquering the dungeon, there is also a rescue component, and the difficulty is quite high. Everyone must unite." Then, people started walking towards the fog gate. After a few seconds of time transition, the 8 people arrived in the dungeon. Corrupted Fairy Forest. Level limit, less than or equal to 60. Difficulty, Nightmare Mode. Mission description, please help the indigenous people here purify the polluted spring water. At the same time, Lindsay's system popped up a reminder. Ding! You have a new task, successfully clear this dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Chapter 66, Shadow Moon Leopard Queen.
As soon as he entered the dungeon, a foul smell wafted through the air. Looking around, the forest that should have been lush with green trees was instead filled with signs of decay and death. The grass on the ground was a dull gray yellow, lacking any breath of life. In the distance, even the sky appeared a foreboding gray purple. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but frown. "What is going on here?" a female adventurer said anxiously. "It seems the entire forest has been polluted by something," Su Wei said. He scanned everyone with a serious expression and said, "For now, everyone stay calm and do not leave the group." The others nodded and followed him forward. Only Xuechong walked up beside Su Wei, offering a cigarette. "Here, Lao Su." "Thanks, but no," Su Wei declined. "It's better to be careful in the instance." "Hey, it's just a minor issue," Xuechong said while putting the cigarette in his mouth and began to boast. "This is just an instance below level 60. I'm already level 58, you could say I've reached the ceiling for this instance. No need to worry, I'll guide them through quickly later, but first, let's hope some people don't hold me back." He raised his voice at the last part, making sure those behind him could hear. As a group, they walked until they reached a wetland area. Surrounding grass patches held many small ponds, and the water in those ponds was a grim green, giving off an air of lifelessness. Entered Instance Area 1, Thirsty Marsh. At that moment, someone shouted, "Look on the ground, there are monster footprints." Sure enough, they saw claw marks in the mud between the grass, likely left by some beast. Xuechong squatted down, examined closely, then dipped his finger in the muddy footprint, bringing it up to his nose to smell and said, "It resembles a shadow moon leopard or something similar." "Let's follow the footprints and see where they lead," Su Wei said. The group wandered along the footprints for a few more minutes and soon found a wide expanse of grass where a pack of black beasts roamed. Every single one had shiny black fur, but on their foreheads, there was a crescent-shaped patch of white fur. Shadow Moon Leopard. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard, D grade. Level, 50. Health, 20,000. Skill, Shadow Moon Sharp Claw. Description: a type of beast living in the fairy forest, worships the moon god like the fairies, some are tamed to be mounts for the fairies. Oh, it really is a shadow moon leopard. Su Wei's eyes lit up, and he patted Xuechong on the shoulder. "Well done, Xuechong." The other adventurers behind them looked at him with admiration. Xuechong crossed his arms proudly. "I've been through border instances at least 100 times, I have some knowledge on this. That's why I say, success in instances relies on experience, not everyone can come." He glanced over at Lin Zhe as he said this. At that moment, everyone noticed a much larger shadow moon leopard sleeping on a big rock not far away. Boss Shadow Moon Leopard Queen. Race, Shadow Moon Leopard, D grade. Level, 50. Health, 150,000. Skills, Night Shadow Raid, Shadow Moon Fury Claw, Moon God's Blessing, etc. View details. Description: although it is just the leader of a D-grade race, it is a quite noble individual. Every year countless male leopards fight to the death for mating rights. "Ah, it's actually a boss," the adventurers whispered in surprise. "Lucky us, isn't it?" Xuechong became even more pleased. "Come on, let's attack it together." "Wait," Su Wei said seriously, "let's find the missing people first." "Lao Su, it'll be fine," Xuechong said somewhat impatiently. "It won't take much time. These shadow moon leopards are only level 50, they're low defense, and even the boss only has 150,000 health. Don't worry, I've fought many times before." He turned around to rally the adventurers. "Anyone who wants to fight, come with me, the loot is yours. I just want to capture the boss alive, since my useless little brother wants a summoning beast, what a hassle." As soon as they heard the spoils would belong to everyone, several adventurers were eager to try. "No." At that moment, Lin Zhe spoke up, "This is not an ordinary shadow moon leopard." The adventurers looked at him in confusion. Just a moment ago, Lin Zhe used clarity of vision to examine the shadow moon leopards and found that each one contained a special black mist inside its body, which looked very unusual. TCH. Xuechong snorted disdainfully, "You're a level 29 newbie, visiting the dungeon for the first time, and you think you can give orders? If this isn't an ordinary shadow moon leopard, what else could it be? Don't listen to this newbie. He just can't handle these high-level monsters and wants everyone to back off." After saying that, he charged ahead. Among the remaining adventurers, 3 others followed him. One female adventurer with shoulder-length hair said, "I also think something's off here, I feel uneasy." At that, Xuechong transformed, his whole body suddenly clad in thick heavy armor, with heavy iron chains wrapped around his arms, the ends of the chains connected to blades. His profession was an A-grade, chain warrior, combining offense and defense, both ranged in melee. The other 3 adventurers quickly changed into combat mode. Instantly, several shadow moon leopards were caught off guard and fell under their blades. "Haha, this is too easy." Xuechong was even more pleased. "I told you, shadow moon leopards are simple. Why come to a dungeon if you're not going to fight monsters? Just to enjoy the scenery? Ha ha ha." However, at that moment, one adventurer looked at the corpse of a shadow moon leopard and exclaimed, "Strange, why didn't we gain any experience?" In the next second, the dead shadow moon leopard suddenly sprang back to life and sprouted many black tentacles. The adventurer didn't react in time as the tentacles instantly wrapped around all his limbs. "Ah!" the adventurer shouted. But it was too late. The shadow moon leopard jumped toward the nearby pond, dragging the adventurer in with it, completely disappearing. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Xuechong was also taken aback, stunned. At the same time, all the shadow moon leopards in the area sprouted conspicuous tentacles, all advancing towards the adventurers. And upon checking the information, they found that the description of all the shadow moon leopards had changed to corrupted? Race? Level? Health points? What the hell is this? Xuechong panicked and began to step back. "Brother Xue, save me!" At that moment, another adventurer who had followed Xuechong yelled for help. One of his legs was entangled by a tentacle, being pulled into the pond by a shadow moon leopard. Sweat dripped from Xuechang's brow. "Damn it, I can't save myself, you're on your own." After saying that, he tried to retreat. "I'll save him." Su Wei saw the danger and already held two crescent-shaped blades in his hands. "Forget it, let me do it," Lin Zhe said coldly. At the same time, 10 shadows appeared beneath him, swiftly pursuing the adventurer in distress. In the next moment, the shadows transformed into a large black dog, charging forward, its mouth holding daggers that severed the tentacles. The man felt he was at death's door and it took several seconds for him to react, scrambling back in a panic. Meanwhile, a huge fiery red demon appeared in front of everyone, leaving a broad back for all to see. Then, with a violently large hammer in hand, it slammed down onto the ground, golden flames instantly enveloping the tentacled shadow moon leopards. Screech! The pack of shadow moon leopards shrieked in the raging fire, one by one being utterly destroyed. Lin Zhe received a notification of experience. Killed corrupted, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Killed corrupted, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. What, just +1 point? Are you kidding me? Chapter 67, When You Stare into the Abyss. At the same time, everyone was stunned witnessing the ability Lin Zhe had just displayed. How could this level 29 newbie do that? Not only leveling up, but also killing in seconds, and even taking out a large group. "Lin Zhe, little brother," Su Wei asked in shock, "were those just now all your summoned beasts?" Lin Zhe slightly nodded. The professional that Lin Zhe had just saved immediately ran to his side. Since his legs were still weak, he knelt down and held onto Lin Zhe's thigh, excitedly shouting. "Brother Lin, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your help, I'd be done for. You are my savior, my reborn parents." Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, wanting to shake him off, but he was held even tighter. "Wait, don't wipe your tears and snot on my pants." Others also changed their impression of Lin Zhe, sending him grateful glances. At this moment, Xuechong and another professional returned to the team, looking dejected. Su Wei said seriously, "Xuechong, I've repeatedly emphasized not to act rashly. We've already lost a teammate, the cost is heavy. Your experience is a good thing, but you can't just rely on experience. Thanks to little brother Lin Zhe's prior warning and subsequent rescue, we managed to prevent further losses." Xuechong knew he was in the wrong and could only reluctantly nod his head. He thought, damn it, who knew those shadow moon leopards would turn into monsters? Crap, not only did we fail to catch the shadow moon leopard queen, but we made a fool of ourselves. At this moment, he saw Lin Zhe becoming the focus of everyone's attention, and a cold gray flashed in his eyes. As for Lin Zhe, he didn't care how others thought. What puzzled him the most was, why did the monsters give only 1 experience point? And even his insight couldn't check the opponent's information. Just then, a female professional with shoulder-length hair shouted, "Hey, you guys, look." In the bushes, the black tentacles that had been on the shadow moon leopard just now were now stretching out from the ground, writhing menacingly. Then, they slithered toward the crowd like snakes. Everyone, including Lin Zhe, was startled. "Run!" Lin Zhe reacted first and alerted Su Wei. Facing such unknown monsters, he believed that running was the best option. Moreover, this monster's experience points were pitifully low, there was no reason to stay here. "Yes, we run." Su Wei nodded and immediately ordered. So, everyone began to run toward the direction of the forest. They ran for about a few minutes before finding that no tentacles were chasing behind them. Now, they had arrived in a dense forest. However, the entire forest looked as if it had been polluted, with all the trees showing a dull gray color. Entered Dungeon Area 2, Fairy Forest. "Where should we go now?" a professional asked. Su Wei pondered for a moment and said, "Let me see, the description of this task is to purify the polluted spring water. The missing people likely went to look for the spring water. So, our first step is to find the spring. But this forest is so big, where can we find the spring?" Let me try.
At this time, a bespectacled professional with an honest appearance stepped forward. He briefly introduced himself. I am Manga from Linshan City, a water element mage, with the ability to sense water sources. After speaking, he closed his eyes, holding his staff, and shook it a few times. When he opened his eyes again, he already had an answer, pointing in a direction, over there.
Let's go. Su Wei ordered.
So, everyone began to head in that direction. Along the way, they did not encounter any strange monsters, only some ordinary wild beasts, which were easily dealt with. After about 5 minutes, Li Mingzhi happily said, I can sense it, we are almost there. Sure enough, after walking for a while, the group heard the sound of rushing water. Along with the sound of the water, there were some girls sobbing softly. The people looked around at each other, increasing their vigilance. Through a patch of bushes ahead, they saw a jar of grey-green stinking water beside which several women were kneeling and weeping. These women looked quite similar to humans, except that they had pointed ears, big eyes, and a pair of wings that were thin as wings of a cicada growing on their backs, and their skin was extraordinarily fair. The few professionals were somewhat dazed.
Is this stinking water the spring? One professional asked, and are those girls of the elven race?
No, they are of the fairy race, Su Wei explained. Fairies are relatives of elves but have an extra pair of wings and a more lively and free-spirited personality. Damn, let's just catch a few fairies and take them back as summoned beasts. Shuechong licked his lips and muttered to himself.
Fairy maid. Race, fairy, C grade. Level 50.
Health, 100,000.
Skills, nature's blessing, dark side of the moon, nature summoning. Who is there?
At that moment, a few fairies turned to look this way.
The professionals looked at each other awkwardly and stepped out from the bushes. We mean no harm, Su Wei said. You guys? The fairies appraised them and suddenly showed a look of surprise. You are the saviors, aren't you?
What? The professionals exchanged glances with confusion.
The high priest was right, you are here to help us purify the spring water, aren't you?
Several fairies broke into smiles, each clad in thin white gauzy long dresses, their bodies' curves vaguely visible. Each of them looked breathtakingly beautiful, like fresh water lotuses. Several male professionals stared, mesmerized. However, Linzai frowned slightly, because in his sight, there was also a dark energy within the bodies of the fairies. Su Wei clasped his hands in salute and said, Saviors is too much to say, but we are indeed here to execute the task of purifying the spring water.
That's great.
The fairies hugged each other tightly. Su Wei asked, by the way, yesterday a few of our compatriots also came in to carry out tasks.
Have any of you seen them?
The fairies shook their heads in confusion. Then one fairy covered her mouth and smiled, Saviors, the source of the polluted spring water is on the mountain.
Please follow me.
After saying that, several fairies bounced ahead.
Keep up, Su Wei said.
As they were about to move forward, they saw Linzai standing still with a serious expression. Su Wei noticed his thoughts and said, Don't worry, I see some unusual things too.
But we can follow for now, perhaps we can find some clues. Later, everyone listens to my orders, and if anything happens, act immediately.
At this moment, Shuechong glanced at Linzai with disdain. Kid, don't think you are sober while everyone else is drunk, that just now was a momentary oversight on my part. Everyone here can see that these fairies have problems.
In terms of experience in running dungeons, you don't rank among us.
After saying that, he swaggered forward. Linzai looked at the retreating figures of the crowd and muttered to himself, No, you all know nothing. Because at this moment, his system popped up a reminder.
Ding!
Warning, you have entered the observation range of the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you.
Linzai was puzzled. Abyss, what is that?
Chapter 68, The Source. This was the first time the system had ever popped up such a type of notification. What is the abyss? He had been in this world for 10 years and had never heard of it. The people ahead clearly had no idea about this and continued to follow the fairies through the forest. Linzai thought for a moment and decided not to tell them for now, as it would likely be pointless. The group continued walking.
The terrain gradually became steep, obviously heading uphill.
And the higher they climbed, the more everyone sensed that something was wrong. The surrounding trees went from dense to sparse, and each tree looked malnourished, with dry branches and fallen leaves.
Su Wei began to question the fairies. What on earth happened to your forest? How did it get polluted like this?
A fairy whispered softly, about 50 years ago, a pest came into the forest and burrowed into our spring. We fairies were helpless against it. The pest brought with it corrosive power, causing the mother spring to flow everywhere, ultimately corrupting the entire forest into what it is now. As the fairy spoke, she seemed on the verge of tears, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching.
Su Wei continued to ask, so to purify the spring, we have to defeat that pest? The fairy nodded, yes.
Our high priest said that soon a group of humans will come to help us remove the big pest and purify the spring.
I didn't expect we would finally wait for you today. Please, saviors, you must help us.
The fairy spoke as if about to cry, but the other professionals exchanged glances, not fully believing her words. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, from which came the sound of trickling water. Inside is our spring, one fairy said, gesturing toward the cave entrance invitingly. However, the professionals hesitated at the doorway. Inside the cave was dark and ominous, giving an unsettling feeling. Who knew if it was a trap? Are you all worried there might be danger inside? The fairy asked. Shuaicheng replied directly, who knows if what you say is true? The fairy remained calm, but her previously innocent expression suddenly became flirtatious. You all are quite cautious. Then, her flirtatious look gradually turned sinister. However, if you wish to leave now, it might be too late. Instantly, every fairy's body erupted with black tentacles, swiftly extending toward the group. Prepare for battle. Su Wei quickly stood at the front, his two gleaming blades of silver in hand. This is definitely a trap. Shuaicheng roared angrily, stepping forward. I'm here to deal with you. Corruption? Race? Level? Health? The information for each fairy turned back into a pile of question marks. The next second, thousands of tentacles surged out from the cave entrance, a thick mass of black. Shuaicheng was startled and immediately stepped back. The tentacles wrapped around Su Wei, who was in front, and at the same time, two others were also ensnared. Linzai immediately used lava domain, igniting the tentacles in a state of continuous burning, preventing them from advancing. However, just for that brief moment, Su Wei and the other two were already dragged into the cave, their screams echoing inside, gradually fading away. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Out of the 11 people, 3 were instantly lost, including the captain. Besides Su Wei, the ones taken were the water elemental mage Li Mingzhi and a long-haired female practitioner. What do we do now? A practitioner trembled. Damn it! Shuaicheng cursed, I'm done playing, I'm leaving. Saying that, he pulled out a teleportation scroll. However, the next second, he froze in place. Teleportation failure? What? The others were also shocked. This meant that even if they wanted to escape, they could not. Linzai thought to himself, this probably has to do with that thing called the Abyss. Damn! Shuaicheng punched the ground. This is all my useless brother's fault. If it weren't for needing to catch a summoned beast for him, I wouldn't have come here today. So do we still need to save Captain Su and the others? A professional trembled and said. Save someone? Shuaicheng scolded, right now, we can't even protect ourselves, who the hell are we saving? But Su Wei is the captain of the border regiment. If we just leave him like this, we might have a lot of trouble. A professional reminded. Shuaicheng hesitated for a moment and said, whoever wants to go in to save him, go ahead. I can stay outside to support. Linzai smiled and cursed inwardly, coward. At the same time, the system popped up a prompt. Ding! You have a temporary additional task, rescue the trapped person. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Linzai smiled and said, since some people are so cowardly, then I'll go. As soon as this was said, Shuaicheng immediately got angry. Who the hell are you talking about? Linzai smiled without speaking, but walked up to him. Let me borrow your chains. Shuaicheng was stunned. What are you going to do? Of course, to save someone. Linzai said casually, you guys aren't going, can I drag so many people alone? You think you can just borrow them? Shuaicheng put on an arrogant look. Who do you think you are? Oh? So you don't want to save anyone? Linzai waved his hand. Then forget it, let's not save anyone, I'll just tell the truth later when I go out, of course, if we can go out at all. At this moment, other professionals also started to persuade, Big Brother Shuaicheng, just lend him the chains, at this time, everyone should unite a bit, saving Captain Su will help us all. TCH. Shuaicheng retorted and directly threw the chains on the ground. Thanks. Linzai didn't get angry, bent down to pick up the chains, and said with a smile, by the way, I haven't told you, your brother is Shui Yang, right? His giant bear was killed by me. If you want to blame anyone, just blame your luck for being so bad, running into me today. After saying that, Linzai walked into the cave without looking back, only hearing Shuaicheng yell angrily outside, damn it. After entering the cave, Linzai summoned the Hellhound, put those chains on them, and then quickly moved through the cave. Entered Instance Area 3, Wriggling Cave. At this moment, he discovered that he had received a debuff. Abyss Gaze, you have been marked by the Abyss, your mental value permanently decreases by 10 points per minute. Once the mental value reaches 0, you will be completely corrupted by the Abyss. Permanent decrease? What a fierce debuff. However, due to the advanced talent of Fortune favors the bold, the decrease effect turned into an increase effect. Linzai's mouth formed a smile harder to suppress than an AK. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more his mental value increased. In a short while, it had actually reached 50 points per minute. Although this is a good thing for me, Captain Su and they probably can't hold on much longer. Lin Zhe thought, unconsciously quickening his pace. After sprinting for a while, Lin Zhe arrived at a relatively spacious cave. The first thing that caught his eye was a pool occupying half the area of the cave. The water was gray-green and emitted a foul odor. This was probably the spring that those fairies spoke of. The top and four walls of the cave were covered with black tentacles, and among the densely packed tentacles, dozens of fairies were hung, like puppets on strings. Hanging with them were Su Wei and 3 other team members. At this moment, one of the fairies was addressing the spring in a very human tone, entirely different from the gentle tone just now. "Lord Bug, we have brought you human professionals, please enjoy." As soon as the voice fell, the entire cave began to shake violently. Then, the gray-green liquid in the pool began to rise continuously, as if it wanted to drown the 3 people inside. Lin Zhe felt something was wrong and immediately used clear sight to look around. He didn't find any creatures, but a prompt appeared. Boss Abyss Giant Worm. Race? Level 100. Health, 10 million. Damn. What the hell is this? Chapter 69, a level 100 boss is also a 2-hit affair. Level 100 boss, with 10 million HP? Although Lin Zhe had already defeated many powerful bosses, he was still shocked when he saw this information. I must not be seeing things, did I add an extra 0 by mistake? Looking at the scene in front of him, he suddenly had a bad guess. This cave, along with the rising gray-green liquid, looks like a stomach and its gastric juice, doesn't it? No wonder he couldn't see any monsters here. It turns out he was inside a huge monster's body. Wow, so the bugs those fairies mentioned are actually this big? And those black tentacles are probably the feeding organs of this giant monster? This explains why the shadow moon leopards he encountered at first didn't give any experience. Because they had already become part of the huge monster's body, just like bait, meant to lure others in. It turns out the entire forest is within this giant bug's hunting range. This is the real reason the forest has been corrupted. Thinking about being in someone else's belly made Lin Zhe feel nauseous, and he immediately ordered the hellhounds, go rescue the people first. Suddenly, 10 large black dogs transformed into shadows and moved along the walls. Then they jumped out where the 3 were tied up, using thorny daggers to cut the tentacles holding them, rescuing the 3. At this moment, the 3 were already in a daze. Lin Zhe quickly tied them to the hellhounds with chains and commanded, "Take them out first." Woof! The big black dogs carried the people and ran back the way they came. Meanwhile, the entire cave was still shaking, getting worse, as if it had been angered. Dozens of fairies seemed to suddenly awaken, letting out strange screams, rushing at Lin Zhe with the countless black tentacles. The gray-green gastric juice kept gushing out. Lin Zhe slowly said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you, the experience you give is just too little. Catch the thief, first catch the king, his target is the entire giant bug." In the next second, a massive fire demon stood in front of Lin Zhe. "Destroy the cave." "Yes, my lord." The fire demon raised the hammer in his hand and struck the ground. Damage dealt, -4487612. Just one hit dealt nearly 4.5 million damage. This was the result of the skill Flame's Fury, causing 10 times the damage, while Elemental Frenzy amplified it by 3 times, and Eternal Spark further amplified it by 5 times. With one strike, those fairies controlled by the black tentacles were instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The surrounding rock walls also exploded instantly, revealing writhing flesh. Under the scorching flames, the flesh began to burn, burst, and char. Keep smashing. Lin Zhe thoroughly enjoyed this process. Since entering this dungeon, he had felt very oppressed. He hadn't had a proper fight yet, and now he could finally have a good time. The second strike caused the same 4.5 million damage. Just after the fire demon smashed the third strike, a prompt finally popped up in front of Lin Zhe. Boss Abyss Giant Bug killed, experience plus 200,000, lifespan plus 200,000 days, 547 years, 245 days. Loot gained, 200,000 copper coins, Abyss Bug Jaw, weapon, Giant Bug Armor, Giant Bug Tooth, material, Abyss Curse Gastric Juice, consumable. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, 30. Ding. You have successfully rescued the trapped person, reward, system lottery 1 time. Wait, how many days? Lin Zhe looked at the lifespan he received and was stunned. Awesome! Lin Zhe exclaimed. This time, he immediately pulled up the lottery page and began to draw. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Abyss Walker, Escrade. Talent, Abyss Walker. You and your summoned beast can walk in the abyss. What the heck is this? Lin Zhe had several question marks above his head, loudly complaining, this description is like saying nothing at all, and it doesn't help in battle at all. It feels completely like a useless title. Lin Zhe was in despair. And with him, despair also fell upon. The entire cave continuously had stones starting to fall. Only then did he realize, immediately putting away the flame demon and starting to run back.
As he was running, suddenly a large stone thudded down, blocking the way. However, the next second, a blue light flashed, and the entire large stone exploded. As the dust settled, Lindsay, with electric light surrounding him, posed with a fist ready to strike. Fortunately, I have trained the thunderbolt technique to an extraordinary level. Then, he darted forward like a streak of lightning, rushing through the narrow cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, several large black dogs had already escorted Su Wei and the others out, then transformed into shadows and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Su Wei and the others had already regained consciousness. Upon hearing that Lin Zhe had saved them, all three were immensely grateful. Then, the entire mountain began to shake violently. Has Lin Zhe not come out yet? Su Wei asked with concern. You've been out for a while, but he hasn't shown up yet, a team member said. He won't have already. Yeah, in this situation, it's hard to survive. Shui Chong quickly added, Captain Su, the mountain is about to collapse, we should hurry and evacuate. On the surface, they were very anxious, but inside, they felt a bit of schadenfreude. However, the next second, a flash of electric light appeared at the cave entrance as Lin Zhe reappeared in front of everyone. Lin Zhe! Everyone's eyes lit up and rushed towards him. Lin Zhe said, the mountain is about to collapse, escaping is the priority. Yeah. Everyone responded in unison, unknowingly having treated Lin Zhe as their backbone. Only Shui Chang's face grew increasingly gloomy, thinking to himself. I said the mountain was about to collapse, and you all didn't move an inch. But as soon as that kid says it, you all nod like fools. You don't see me in your eyes, right? The 11 team members summoned their mounts or used speed buffs, rushing down the mountain as fast as they could, narrowly avoiding being crushed by falling rocks multiple times. However, in the end, they successfully reached the foot of the mountain. Entered Instance Area 4, Rear Mountain. Meanwhile, the entire mountain behind them crumbled and collapsed. A giant, flesh-eating worm fell out from within, collapsing onto the ground, its body stretching over 100 meters, but it had already lost all signs of life. Everyone was shocked at the sight. Could it be that the insects polluting the spring water mentioned by those fairies are this one? I could think of it as big, but never this big. How disgusting. But since the worm is dead, isn't our task complete? At that moment, a voice rang out from the air. Complete the mission? How do you think it's that easy? You killed my pet, none of you will make it out alive. The next second, a woman's figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. From her appearance, she had pointed ears and big eyes, clearly belonging to the fairy race, but she was dressed in a purple clown outfit, looking both quirky and whimsical. Boss Abyss Puppeteer Luna. Race? Level? Health? Skills? Again, a bunch of question marks. At the same time, everyone heard dense footsteps coming from all directions. Looking around, a horde of fairies was surrounding them. Chapter 70, Abyss Puppeteer vs. Succubus Queen. The fairies approached one by one, seemingly losing consciousness, marching towards them with extremely orderly steps. Corrupted Fairy. Race? Level, 55. Health, 50,000. Skills, Nature Summon, Corruption, Dark Side of the Moon, Corruption, Nature's Embrace, Corruption, etc. View details. These fairies have also been corrupted? Everyone felt a great sense of danger. At that moment, someone noticed something, pointing towards the group of fairies and shouting. Look, there are humans among them. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, there were a few human figures mixed in. They are. Su Wei's eyes widened as he quickly brought up some portraits from the interface. No doubt about it. They are the few missing adventurers. Everyone was taken aback. After searching for a long time, they didn't expect to find them in the enemy's ranks. Do they look brainwashed, or worker guessed? But in Lin Zhe's special sight of seeing through fire, he saw that the corrupted fairies and those few corrupted workers had black threads connecting from their heads. These dense threads converged in the air, in the hands of the fairy called Abyss Puppeteer Luna. It looked as if everyone were her marionettes. No wonder they called her a puppeteer. Su Wei's face was serious. We must save them. It's too late, Lin Zhe poured a bucket of cold water from behind. Also, don't think about saving anyone, everyone, look at your status bars. Once everyone looked, they discovered that all of them had the negative status called Abyss Gaze attached. Abyss Gaze, you have been targeted by the Abyss, losing 100 mental points permanently per minute. Once mental points drop to 0, you will be completely corrupted by the Abyss. The reduction value had reached 100 points. Thus, Lin Zhe inferred, the originator of this status was the puppeteer Luna. The closer you were to her, the stronger the effect. At this point, everyone wore expressions of horror. What is this thing? If it drops to 0, I will be completely corrupted by the Abyss? Someone finally reacted, those fairies, and those workers, their mental points must have already dropped to 0, right? At this moment, Luna let out a playful laughter in the air. Ha ha, have you finally noticed? It seems you are not too dull after all. So, make your choice. Either slowly die, or bow down and surrender to me now. Oh, and your few compatriots. She pointed to the missing workers, have all chosen to surrender, you know. Luna covered her face with 5 fingers, peering through the gaps with her eyes, making an expression as if enjoying a show. So, what will you choose? Everyone's foreheads were dripping with sweat. If they resisted, they would have to fight against a horde of fairies, which clearly was not easy. And even if they succeeded, they would still be controlled by the opponent due to their mental points reaching 0. Could it be that they had to surrender directly? Everyone found themselves in a dilemma. If you want me to surrender, think again in your next life. At this moment, Sue's voice rang out resolutely. I am a proud member of the Great Xia human tribe, a squad leader of the Border Legion. Even if I die, I will fight to the last moment and then die by my own hand. As soon as this was said, it ignited the blood of many people. That's right, I would rather die in battle than surrender to foreign tribes. Brothers, let's go together. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was smiling at the people's reaction, as if he had received a satisfying answer. Truly ungrateful. Luna frowned slightly and said, then you will all go to die. Barely finishing her sentence, she gently tugged on the black threads in her hands, and the army she controlled began to surge forward like a wave. People were also preparing for battle. Just then, a more charming voice rang out behind Luna. This little sister knows how to have fun. Who? Luna was startled and quickly turned around. There stood the black, high-slit bikini-clad demon queen Lilith behind her. With a playful expression on her face, even more enchanting than Luna. In front of her, Luna seemed like a little child. Sue and the others were also wide-eyed. Where did this monster come from? But they saw Lilith holding a barbed whip, striking directly at Luna. Swoosh! Luna quickly teleported to a distant place, dodging the attack. Hee, quick reaction, Lilith said playfully, but can you really evade? In the next second, a lottery wheel appeared behind Lilith. The scene before them was dazzling. Let's see what reward this little sister has drawn. Lilith transformed into a charming hostess and began to spin the wheel. Luna's eyes sharpened. I don't have time to play games with you. With a wave of her hands, several black threads immediately shot toward Lilith. However, in the next instant, Luna's movements froze. Congratulations, little sister, you've drawn petrification. Lilith clapped her hands joyfully. What have you done to me? Luna stuttered, fear rare in her eyes. Now it's time for the little sister to make a choice. Lilith's face was full of anticipation. Do you want to die quickly, or die slowly? Her voice and tone were chilling, causing everyone present to shiver. Compared to Luna, she seemed more like an evil villain. Lilith, stop wasting time. Let's finish this. Lin Zhe said to her. Master hates it. Lilith showed a slightly disappointed expression. I wanted to play a little longer. However, as soon as she said this, everyone around Lin Zhe widened their mouths. They suddenly realized, so this demon is also Lin Zhe's summon? How many powerful summons does this guy have? And she's so beautiful, calling him master? Then, with a whip, Lilith struck Luna's body, and the stone immediately shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. In an instant, it was all over. So, it ended so quickly? The others felt their brains couldn't keep up. They all looked toward Lin Zhe, their respect for the young man growing a bit more. Only Xuechong stood behind Lin Zhe, his feelings growing more complicated, filled with discontent, jealousy, and even hatred. He took a deep breath, the grayness in his eyes becoming denser. However, people's emotions were soon interrupted again. Suddenly, Lilith moved like a puppet, her actions becoming extremely mechanical. Oh no, what's wrong with me? Lilith pouted. In Lin Zhe's sight, several black threads had already connected behind Lilith, and he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a mad laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha ha. When it comes to control skills, I'm better than you. In the next moment, at the other end of the black threads, Luna reappeared, fully restored in the air. Everyone's hearts sank, silently shouting, it's over now. P.S. For those who have read this far, could you please give a 5-star review? Also, please add to your bookshelf, thank you from the author. Chapter 71, An Ambush? Entering the hidden area. Seeing the situation turn again, everyone cried out in despair. Even Lin Zhe's powerful summon was controlled by the other side, they were truly hopeless. The group that had just spoken boldly now felt their resolve waver again. Damn it! Xuechong said viciously, why am I so unlucky today? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this dungeon. It's useless to say that now, Lin Zhe said coldly. Let's fight properly. Damn it, who do you think you are? Xuechong had held back for too long and finally exploded, ordering me around time and again. You still have no tricks up your sleeve. Enough, Shuaicheng, calm down. Su Wei interjected, patting his shoulder.
However, Shuaicheng immediately shook off his hand.
Don't touch me.
Shuaicheng shouted at Su Wei, if I hadn't wasted time saving you just now, I wouldn't be surrounded now. His words made Su Wei's face turn very ugly.
But in the next second, a starry long sword was already pressed against Shuaicheng's neck.
Lin Zhe held the sword, coldly uttering a few words, if you wanna die, I can grant your wish right now.
You damn. Shuaicheng was furious but didn't dare to act recklessly. Shuaicheng's neck had already been slightly cut. Blood streamed out. Enough. Su Wei patted Lin Zhe, this is not the time for infighting.
Lin Zhe, on the contrary, I think some people's existence is the root of our division, it's better to get rid of them sooner. Su Wei whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, I'm on your side, but Shuaicheng has the backing of the Roth family, if you make a move, it might be too obvious and cause you trouble.
At that moment, laughter echoed from Luna's side, ha ha, what a show. I've heard that humans are a mentally fragile race, and it's true.
She moved her fingers, and Lilith slowly floated toward a few people.
Luna, let your own summoned beasts give you an introduction.
After speaking, Lilith raised the whip in her hand.
Everyone's face turned pale, feeling disaster approaching.
However, Lin Zhe spoke easily, alright, Lilith, stop pretending.
Luna, huh?
In the next second, Lilith picked at her fingers, casually pulling off the black threads connecting her, like removing hair stuck on her body. Then she showed a disinterested expression, I dislike my master, I wanted to perform more and scare them a little, I didn't expect to be seen through so quickly. Everyone's mouths dropped open in an O shape again. All this just to scare us?
Congratulations, you did it. You're so amazing. Meanwhile, Luna's mouth was agape, why you can't be fine?
An adult secret, little sister, don't ask so much, Lilith said with a very enchanting expression. Lin Zhe just remembered that Lilith was born with a natural ability to resist mental control spells, mental fortress.
Humph, so what if you aren't under my control? Luna said arrogantly, they are still under my control.
She began to move her 10 fingers wildly, and the corrupted fairy on the ground raised its weapon and charged at the group.
Lilith chuckled mischievously, hee hee, what if I make them not under your control?
Lilith flicked her finger, and a pink heart flew onto one of the corrupted fairies. The fairy immediately stopped, stunned for 2 seconds, then bared its teeth and began attacking its companion nearby. At the same time, Lilith's virus transmission took effect, 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, and all the fairies began to fight each other, instantly falling into chaos. Su Wei and his group were initially ready to take up weapons and fight to the death, but suddenly saw the monsters passionately beating each other, all looking stunned. Meanwhile, prompts kept popping up in front of Lin Zhe. Kill corrupted fairy, experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. Kill corrupted fairy, experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. His mood was extremely joyful. As the enemies began to kill each other, the black threads connecting them overhead tangled together, twisting and knotting like a messy ball. Ah! Luna screamed frantically in the air, throwing all the black lines off her hands with a wave. I hate the feeling of threads getting tangled together the most. It's so annoying, she let out an extremely neurotic voice, going utterly mad. Then, she looked over with a very resentful gaze, you've successfully pissed me off. As she spoke, she took out a piece of black leaf. She gently shook the leaf, and a drop of black dew fell, making a pada sound as it hit the ground. The game ends here. Luna said, cradling her face, excitedly, enjoy the power of the abyss. That drop of black dew instantly spread out in all directions. The ground it flowed over immediately appeared to be eroded, turning into nothingness. In an instant, the originally flat ground transformed into a bottomless void. Moreover, clearly it was just a drop of dew. It was as if it was endlessly spreading outward, expanding the void rapidly. What is that thing? Su Wei said in terror, watching as the void was about to spread to beneath his feet. Lin Zhe also felt something was wrong upon seeing this. Run, he shouted immediately. Everyone understood and quickly summoned their mounts or activated their speed buffs to start fleeing. Lin Zhe summoned a hellhound and mounted it. The hellhound instantly opened its legs and ran swiftly. Meanwhile, the void was spreading at a terrifying speed, closely following behind the people. Ha ha ha, run. Let's see how long you can hold on. Luna's mad laughter echoed behind them. Everyone was sweating nervously, their eyes focused solely on fleeing, with no time for anything else. Only Shuaicheng rode on a rhinoceros beast, looking at Lin Zhe who was slightly ahead of him, a malicious thought suddenly arising in his heart. Lin Zhe, go die. He swung the chain in his hand, quickly ensnaring the back leg of Lin Zhe's hellhound. Ow! The big black dog yelped, losing its balance and fell to the ground. Then, the spreading void immediately swallowed Lin Zhe. What happened? The others heard the sound and all turned their heads back. Shuaicheng feigned panic, saying, Lin Zhe just fell and was sucked into that black hole.
What? Everyone shouted in alarm.
Only Shuechong lowered his head, revealing a look of satisfied glee.
In a world of darkness, Lin Zhe stood up. Once I get out, that jerk is done for. But where exactly is this place?
He looked around, everywhere surrounded by pitch blackness.
You have entered the hidden area, Heart of Darkness. Talent triggered, Abyss Walking. Ha? Lin Zhe was somewhat puzzled. There's a hidden area? And how did I trigger a talent? A second later, he realized, could this be the Abyss? I should find a way through the hidden area. He began to walk in the endless darkness. As he walked, he seemed to faintly see some things on either side. In front of the black background appeared some gray shadows. Upon closer look, they were all women with pointy ears. Is this the fairy tribe? Lin Zhe was surprised. Why are they here too?
Each fairy kept a fleeing posture, their expressions extremely panicked. It was as if they were frozen in the last moment of their lives. After walking for a while, Lin Zhe spotted a faint light ahead. Though it was extremely small, it became very noticeable in the darkness.
Lin Zhe immediately quickened his pace, running towards the light.
As he got closer, he discovered that the source of the light was a transparent substance floating above the ground. It was crystal clear, somewhere between liquid and gas, emitting a soft glow. And the faint light was illuminating the face of a sleeping girl.
P.S. Don't worry, everyone, that bastard Shuechong will not have a good ending. Chapter 72, 3 Conditions to Clear the Level.
The girl, based on her features, was also a fairy. At this moment, she was leaning against a crumbling wall, sound asleep. Though her eyes were closed, her face was very pure and beautiful. Her skin, illuminated by the dim light, looked even fairer than jade, delicate and flawless. Maybe hearing the noise, the fairy girl slightly opened her eyes. Seeing a person suddenly appear before her, she let out a loud scream.
There's a ghost.
The fairy girl kept her seated position, kicking her legs in panic. You're the ghost, your whole family is ghosts, Lin Zhe replied speechlessly.
Oh, it's actually a human?
The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and managed to see Lin Zhe clearly, appearing somewhat flustered.
I didn't expect that besides me, there would be another person not corrupted by the abyss? She asked curiously. Lin Zhe was filled with questions. Who are you? My name is Lillian.
The girl introduced herself. I am the high priestess of the fairy tribe.
High priestess? Lin Zhe repeated.
He recalled that when several fairies led them before, they did indeed mention the identity of the high priestess. They said the high priestess predicted that a savior would come to purify the spring.
However, he instinctively imagined an old person, not realizing she looked so young. Don't look at me like that.
Li Lin's face showed some displeasure. I am already 149 years old, our fairy tribe is a long-lived race. Of course, 149 years is indeed young in our tribe, it's almost equivalent to your human youth.
Lin Zhe was speechless, thinking should I call you grandmother? Alright, now it's my turn to ask. Li Lin said seriously, why is a human like you here?
Lin Zhe thought for 2 seconds and felt that sharing information was the best choice at the moment. So, he briefly told her about the events he encountered after entering the dungeon. After listening, Li Lin lowered her head in silence, her eyes filled with endless sorrow, looking very enchanting. After a while, she finally spoke. I didn't expect Luna to end up like this in the end. Lin Zhe chose not to interrupt her, quietly waiting for her to continue. After a moment, Li Lin seemed to compose herself and began to recount the whole story. Because I showed high spiritual power from a young age, I was chosen by the tribe to be the high priestess, responsible for divining our tribe's future. Thus, our tribe lived peacefully in the forest. Until more than 100 years ago, Luna was born. When this child was born, the whole forest sang in joy for her, as she was the fairy with the highest spiritual power in our tribe's history. For this reason, I took Luna into the sacrificial hall as my apprentice. In fact, I wanted to train her to become the next high priestess. This child was very studious and had incredible talent, learning many spells at an astonishing speed, soon catching up to me. She even began to explore an extremely profound space magic that could allow people to travel through different times and dimensions. Looking back now, it's entirely my fault for indulging her too much at that time. Until one day, Luna successfully opened the door to the space and told me she saw a dark future behind the door, where all our people would be destroyed in a catastrophe. However, I did not foresee this future, so I didn't believe what the child said. Thinking back now, if I had listened then, maybe we wouldn't have ended up like this today. After that day, Luna became stranger and stranger, often rambling about things, her temper also getting worse, and our people increasingly dared not approach her. From then on, Luna spent a lot of time on that space magic, often disappearing for years without a trace. Until one day, when she reappeared, she had completely changed, and brought back something extremely dark. The abyss? Lin Zhe blurted out. Exactly. Li Lin nodded. Luna said that all races would eventually be obliterated in the abyss, and that rather than that, it would be better to submit to the abyss sooner. When our whole tribe tried to resist her, we realized the power of the abyss was indeed incredibly strong, so strong that we couldn't resist at all.
Thus, the entire forest was corrupted, becoming the way you see it now. After hearing this, Lin Zhe took some time to digest this huge amount of information. After a while, he asked, "Then, why are you here? Why weren't you corrupted by the abyss along with your people?"
"That's because..." Li Lin looked at the glowing mass in front of her, which resembled both liquid and gas, and said, "It's because it protected me.
This is the spring that our fairy clan has protected since ancient times.
Legend has it, it is a blessing bestowed by the divine. When Luna attacked our last line of defense, I vowed to protect the spring, holding it tight in my arms. When I woke up again, I found myself here. All my clansmen were devoured by the abyss, and only I, clutching the spring, survived." Lin Zhe then remembered the frozen fairies he had seen along the way. They must be those unfortunate clansmen.
"I want to ask you something," Lil Lin said curiously. "Why are you completely unscathed here?" "Huh?" Lin Zhe moved his arms and legs. "Is there a problem here?" "What problem?" "This is the realm of the abyss. How could a normal person survive here?"
Lil Lin thought for a moment. To put it this way, if other races are like fish, then the abyss is an extremely dry desert.
How could they possibly survive? Is that really the case?
Lin Zhe then realized how useful his talent of walking in the abyss was.
Otherwise, the moment he was sucked here, he might already be dead.
He had even said before that this was a useless talent.
"Then one last question." Lin Zhe's expression darkened. "How can we clear this hidden instance?" At this, Lil Lin fell into a brief silence.
Then she shook her head. "It's impossible, there's no way to get out."
Lin Zhe frowned. "Logically speaking, since it's an instance, there must be a way to clear it. How could there be no way out?" "Theoretically, yes, but what if the conditions to clear it are extremely harsh?" Lil Lin said. "Could it be that we have to defeat a very difficult boss?" Lin Zhe asked. Lil Lin shook her head again. "Forget it, words can't prove anything. Just follow me."
After saying that, she stood up, carefully cradling the spring with both hands, moving forward, the light sphere driving away the darkness around her.
Lin Zhe immediately followed behind her.
They didn't know how long they walked, but they arrived at the edge of a cliff, below which seemed to be a bottomless void. Next to the cliff stood 3 strange stone statues. Each statue extended a hand, as if asking for something. "Here, this is the condition to clear, and there are 3 in total," Lil Lin said.
"You can see for yourself what they are asking for.
Once you see it, you'll know how absurd it is." Curiously, Lin Zhe walked up to the first statue. In the palm of the outstretched hand, a screen popped up automatically. "To those who wish to clear, must offer the most important treasure. First treasure, life force. Description: sacrifice an amount of life force equal to your maximum life value."
"See?
The first condition is this harsh," Lil Lin said. "Even buffs that increase life force will be counted towards the maximum life value, making it completely impossible." While Lil Lin was speaking, Lin Zhe was busy operating something. Then they heard the statue speak directly. "Successfully sacrificed the first treasure."
Lil Lin was stunned. "Wait, what happened?"
Lil Lin's eyes widened, immediately casting a probing spell on Lin Zhe. But Lin Zhe's life bar was still full.
How did you do that?" Lil Lin could hardly believe it.
Lin Zhe smiled slightly. Just now, when he saw the first item that needed to be sacrificed, he remembered that he had recently obtained a talent.
Talent: Indestructible Body.
Increases physical and magical defense by 50%, and grants a shield equal to maximum life value. When taking damage, the shield gets consumed before life value.
Lost shields recover at a rate of 10 points per second.
According to this rule, if they wanted to take life force from him, they would first take the shield. So just now, Lin Zhe only broke through a layer of shield. His life bar didn't lose a single point. Once the first statue's condition was met, he put down his outstretched hand.
Lin Zhe slowly walked towards the second statue.
On the outstretched hand, the information interface popped up again. To pass the level, one must offer the most mysterious treasure.
Second treasure: time. Description: sacrifice double the average lifespan of your race. Is that it? Lin Zhe almost laughed out loud again. He spoke to the system in his mind. "System, what's my remaining lifespan now?" Current remaining total lifespan, 1,227 years and 33 days. Goodness, I didn't realize I've surpassed 1,000 years again.
Meanwhile, Li Lin was chattering beside him. "See, if the first treasure had some ways to get through, the second one is completely impossible. Because there are no buffs that can extend lifespan. And this riddle is also really cunning. The sacrificed lifespan is directly tied to the race, so even immortal races can't escape." Li Lin shook her head and said helplessly, "We should just go back." But at that moment, the second statue also emitted a voice announcement, successfully sacrificed the second treasure. Ha! This time Li Lin did not scream but stood there dumbfounded, feeling her brain wasn't working properly. She saw Lin Zhe standing there with a big smile, completely unfazed. Li Lin stared at him with a confused expression. Wait, how come you're not dead? Lin Zhe replied speechlessly, do you really think that's how humans talk? Just now, Lin Zhe had sacrificed 204 years of lifespan. Exactly double the current average lifespan of humans. After everyone changed jobs, the lifespan of humans was indeed longer than it was in the world he had traveled from. And Li Lin was still in a state of extreme disbelief, desperately trying to convince herself with various excuses. This person, could he just happen to exceed their double lifespan? No way. Or is there a bug with this statue? No matter how much she scratched her head, she couldn't figure it out. While she paced back and forth muttering to herself, Lin Zhe had already walked to the third statue. To pass the level, one must offer the most precious treasure. Third treasure, life. Description, sacrifice 3 lives, the lives sacrificed will permanently disappear and cannot be revived by any means. Lin Zhe thought to himself, this time it's directly about life? It seems this dungeon really doesn't want anyone to pass. I told you. Li Lin returned to normal and walked over, saying, there are only 2 of us, and it directly wants 3 lives. The only situation I can think of is if a group of people came here, and just so happened that 3 of them were willing to sacrifice their lives to let the others out. As for us 2, there's definitely no hope. Li Lin said at last, also feeling angry about the harsh conditions. This time, even Lin Zhe started to ponder. Sacrificing 3 lives was not impossible for him as a summoner. However, the key point is that the sacrificed lives would permanently disappear and could not be brought back by any means, and that made it really difficult. Sacrificing the fire demon? The succubus? A little dragon? Even a pet, he felt quite reluctant. Moreover, he had given them so many excellent attributes, it was like losing meat on both sides. While Lin Zhe was feeling troubled, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I think I still have a temporary summoning skill. He opened his equipment bar and checked the effects of the 5-piece set of Necromancer gems. Skill, Summon Undead Elite. Temporary summoning skill, can randomly summon one of the Undead Archmage Tardis, Undead Duke Gal, or Undead Lich Hela to fight for you each time. Lin Zhe's frown instantly turned into a joyful smile. Isn't this exactly what I need? He immediately used this skill, and in the next second, a gust of cold wind blew through, and the Undead Archmage Tardis appeared before him. Li Lin was startled when she saw another person suddenly appear beside her, another ghost. Wait, why did I say another? Lin Zhe, this time you are not wrong, he is indeed a ghost. Tardis respectfully bowed before Lin Zhe and said, Master. Seeing him, Lin Zhe felt as if he saw Qin Feng, who was possessed by him, and disdainfully glanced at him, saying, very well, go fulfill your mission. Yes. Tardis strode unwaveringly towards the stone statue. Then, Lin Zhe continued to use his skill, and Hela and Gar also emerged one after the other. Both of them also generously sacrificed themselves without hesitation, bowing respectfully. Lin Zhe thought to himself, I didn't expect this skill could be used like this. This is the most useful episode for your undead clan. On the side, Li Lin was left dumbfounded. What's happening here? You 3 big fools just went in without saying a word? Is this human a devil? No, it is even scarier than a devil. Just after the last undead disappeared, Lin Zhe found that the skill had directly turned gray, effectively becoming permanently invalid. At the same time, the third stone statue also announced. Successfully sacrificed the third treasure. Congratulations on clearing the hidden area, experience plus 100,000. Then, as the hand of the third stone statue slowly descended, a rectangular space portal opened at the edge of the cliff. Dazzling white light flooded in instantly, making both Lin Zhe and Li Lin shield their eyes. We can get out? Li Lin couldn't believe it at all. In the next second, she unexpectedly burst into tears. Why, I don't know how long I've been inside, I thought I would never get out. Do you know how I've been living these days? Wah! Crying with snot and tears flowing freely. Lin Zhe looked at her like this, thinking she was already 149 years old, and couldn't help but laugh. After she cried for a while, Lin Zhe said, alright, after we go out, do you have any way to purify the spring water? Li Lin wiped her tears, holding the light orb in her hands. You can use it, but Luna will definitely stop us. Lin Zhe rubbed his fists. That's easy, when we get out, I will give her a good kick. After saying that, the 2 of them walked in one after another into the portal. Chapter 74, Kill Luna, Obtain S-Class Loot. Meanwhile, in the corrupted forest. Even though Lin Zhe had been sucked into the hidden dungeon for an unknown amount of time, not much time had passed in the regular dungeon. It seemed the flow of time in the 2 worlds was different. A group of professionals were still fleeing wildly, the void behind them closely following. At this time, several professionals had already been sucked into the void, instantly turning to ashes.
Others felt increasingly panicked and terrified deep down.
Among the group, Xuechong was charging on a rhinoceros beast, but its speed was limited, and it was about to be sucked into the void. Xuechong reacted quickly, swinging the chains on his body, hooking one of the riders on a warhorse, and jumping onto the horse's back, allowing the rhinoceros beast to fall into the void.
What do you want to do?
The rider on the warhorse shouted at Xuechong behind him.
Enjoy yourself down there.
Xuechong exerted strength, directly throwing that person down, then continuing forward on the warhorse.
Xuechong, what are you doing? You are killing someone.
The others shouted in alarm.
What are you shouting for? Xuechong retorted fiercely, in times like this, my survival is what matters most.
This scene was also seen by Luna, who had been following behind. She let out a mocking laugh as if watching a show. Compete, snatch, reveal your true nature. What I love to see is when you weak lives struggle in despair.
Ha ha ha. However, in the next second, a portal of light opened behind her.
A black-clad youth jumped out with a swoosh.
Surrounded by lightning, he struck Luna's backside with a swift kick as fast as lightning. Ah! Luna cried out in pain.
She shouted loudly, and her entire body was thrown far away. When she came to her senses, she saw the boy in front of her and was even more shocked.
You?
No, how is this possible? How can you resist the power of the abyss? And how did you get out of the 3 difficult problems in the hidden area? For the first time, a kind of incomprehensible fear appeared in Luna's eyes. At that moment, the fairy high priestess, Liren, slowly walked out from the time-space gate. Under the sunlight, her skin looked even whiter, and she radiated a holy aura.
Luna, Liren said slowly, how much longer do you want to make a scene? Stop it. Sister Liren? Luna was shocked again, you didn't die?
In her surprise, there seemed to be a hint of barely noticeable relief.
However, her expression quickly darkened again. Even if you all come out, what can you do? Here, my power is boundless.
After speaking, her hands released dozens of black threads that connected to the polluted land.
Ha! Lindsay sneered, then I'll make you fall down.
In the next second, the flame demon, succubus, demon dragon, and 10 hellhounds appeared around Luna, all charging at her.
What is this? Luna clearly didn't expect this situation and immediately wanted to teleport.
Humph, little sister, where are you running? The succubus had already predicted, using her control ability to bind her in place. In the next moment, the flame demon's fist, like a cannonball, struck upward. The 10 hellhounds also lunged at her to bite. Finally, a giant shadow swept across the sky, and the enlarged demon dragon dropped a massive lightning ball. In an instant, a radius of several dozen meters exploded, leaving nothing alive.
Damn it, little dragon, don't friendly fire. Lindsay scolded.
Ah, whoa. The demon dragon playfully called out in the air, but it echoed through heaven and earth for a long time.
Liren was left dumbfounded.
However, after enduring continuous attacks, Luna surprisingly still survived, with black threads continuously supplying her with energy. Although at this moment, her face and body were burned black like charcoal, and her hair was a mess, looking very disheveled.
Ha 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 ha.
Luna laughed defiantly, as long as there are polluted plants and trees here, I will not die.
Luna, that's enough.
Liren's voice came from behind. I have been too indulgent with you in the past, allowing you to make a huge mistake. Liren's voice was full of authority but also carried a hint of sadness. Now, it is time to end this farce. After saying this, she gently waved her hand, and the glowing fountain slowly flew to the ground and then merged into the soil, disappearing. Then, the land where the light disappeared, which had originally been gray and rotten, suddenly regained vitality. The restored land quickly began to spread.
What?
Luna was greatly frightened, the source I have been looking for so long, actually in your hands. Thanks to it, I could survive in that endless abyss for so long, Liren said, lowering her brows. I can only say that everything is the arrangement of fate. As more and more land regained vitality, Luna's power gradually weakened. Even the panel that had been full of question marks now revealed some real information.
Boss Abyss Puppet Master Luna. Race, Abyss. Level 60.
Health, 100,000. Skill, Dark Puppet Technique. Oh. Lindsay looked at her information and remarked, I didn't expect the main body to be this weak. In the next second, Lindsay directly activated Thunder Technique, his entire body charging at Luna like lightning, and with one punch, he struck her heart, ending her life himself. Luna let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of black liquid. How is this possible? Her eyes slowly dimmed. Kill Boss Abyss Puppet Master Luna, experience plus 40,000 lifespan plus 40,000 days, 109 years, 315 days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, puppeteer costume, equipment, gate of all realms, item, abyss core, material.
Congratulations! You leveled up, current level, level 31. Ding! You have successfully completed this dungeon, rewards, system lottery draw one time. They only give so little experience? Lindsay felt a bit speechless. Let's take a look at the loot. Equipment, puppeteer costume, A class. Requires level 40 or above. Defense plus 2400, spirit plus 2400. Resistance to mind control spells increased by plus 50%, and casting hit rate of mind control spells increases by plus 50%. Item, Gate of All Realms, S class. Can randomly open one dungeon each time, difficulty is above real mode. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Material, Abyss Core, S class. It is said to forge equipment with abyssal power, but the details are unclear for now. This costume can be worn by Lilith, Lindsay thought to himself. As for this item, it's quite interesting. Looking at the description, it means it's like a personal dungeon creator? So in the future, I can stay at home and grind dungeons every day. As for this Abyss Core, Lindsay held this rock-like item, which was emitting ominous black gas. Ding! You have a new mission, successfully use the Abyss Core to forge an equipment. Reward, system lottery draw one time. Oh? There's a mission for this? Lindsay's eyes lit up. At the same time, after Luna's death, the spreading void finally stopped and was purified by a spring. The place that had turned to nothingness grew soil and vegetation once more. At this moment, loud quarrels erupted from not far away. Lindsay looked over and saw several professionals arguing. Shui Chong. I saw everything just now, one professional shouted, you killed someone. Yeah, I saw it too, you pushed someone down to steal their mount. So what if I did it? Shui Chong said boldly, in that situation, staying alive is the most important. This is a dungeon, not a city, killing isn't illegal. Lindsay looked at Shui Chong, his gaze quickly turning cold. Almost forgot, I still have an account to settle. Saying this, he walked slowly toward him. Chapter 75, A Gentleman Retaliates, Settling Accounts in Full. In a team originally of 12 people, not counting Lindsay, only 6 remained, which is quite a heavy loss. Facing the questions from those around, Shui Chong showed no guilt at all and fought back directly. At this time, Su Wei also came over, accusing him, Shui Chong, why do you harm your own kind? Own kind? All I know is that if I didn't do that just now, I would be dead. Besides, killing someone in a border dungeon isn't a rare thing. Su Wei angrily said, what kind of talk is that? Do you even regard me, a lieutenant of this border army? Ha, Su Captain, I usually respect you, but don't use that to pressure me. Shui Chong acted indifferent. Killing in a dungeon isn't a big deal, and the Luoshi Guild back is at most going to face a little investigation. What he said wasn't false. According to the Great Xiao's regulations, killing outside dungeons is absolutely illegal. However, in dungeons, PK between professionals is allowed, and it's natural for people to die because of it. It seems Shui Chong had done this kind of thing more than once. Facing Shui Chang's face of indifference, people could only shake their heads helplessly, having no way to deal with it. At this moment, a boy's voice sounded not far away. Why waste breath with him? Just kill him. Everyone looked over, then were astonished. Lindsay. You're not dead? They saw Lindsay holding a long sword, stepping with determination, heading straight for Shui Chong, each step filled with murderous intent. His gaze was icy, with a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth. People were shocked by his momentum and instinctively parted ways, not daring to obstruct his path. Shui Chong felt uneasy when he saw the person he had personally betrayed come back to life. His expression became frantic. You, what do you want to do? Don't mess around. I am a member of the Luo clan, if anything happens to me, you will. Su Wei also wanted to step forward to dissuade, Lindsay, little brother, please listen to me. However, before he could finish, Su Wei felt something hot splatter across his face. Turning around, he saw Shui Chang's arm had fallen off, blood gushing from the wound. You bastard. Shui Chang took 2 seconds to react, then covered his wound and screamed, ah. This sword is a reward for you not watching where you're walking and bumping into me, Lindsay said quietly. Damn it. Shui Chang howled, his other hand clutching a chain as he lunged forward. In the next second, that hand, along with the chain, fell to the ground. Ah! Shui Chang shouted again. This sword is a reward for you not listening to orders and running around recklessly. With both hands gone, Shui Chang instinctively knelt down in pain. Yet the boy's gaze remained cold as ice. Lindsay. Shui Chang's tone finally softened, if you kill me, after you go out, the Luo clan will not let you off. But if you don't kill me, after you go out, I can give you any top-tier equipment you want. Before he could finish, a spherical object dropped to the ground with a thud, rolling a few times, looking shocked. The people around took a step back in horror, seeing that Shui Chang's sturdy neck was now empty.
Behind him, 5 meters away, a boy in black armor was facing away from them, wiping the blood off his starry sword and slowly sheathing it.
Everyone's eyes widened, in silence.
Then, Lin Zhe turned around, and everyone instinctively took a step back. Until Lin Zhe's icy gaze gradually softened, everyone felt a little more at ease.
Lin Zhe, you went a bit too far. Su Wei said, looking flustered, you might attract trouble.
Lieutenant Su, Lin Zhe said, in my capacity as a major of the Great Xia, I shall eliminate this disgrace of the human race, this filth of Great Xia.
If anyone comes after me, then I will just have to eliminate them one by one.
This.
Su Wei was stunned, thinking, Lin Zhe is actually a major? I had no idea.
So, does anyone have anything to say? Lin Zhe looked at the others.
Everyone dared not speak.
At this moment, Li Lin flew over, teasing, you humans are really interesting. Just now, the one who saved you from this crisis, allowing you to survive, you not only don't thank him, but worry about someone who betrayed you instead.
Saved us? Are you referring to Lin Zhe? Everyone was shocked again.
They had been busy escaping and hadn't had time to look back and see what was happening behind them, and they were also puzzled why the enemy had suddenly died. But now they thought about it, those summoned beasts earlier indeed appeared to be Lin Zhe's. Everyone finally realized that it was Lin Zhe who had saved them from the crisis. Each person's feelings of gratitude and respect for Lin Zhe arose naturally. The long-haired female professional stepped forward, saying, I am Mu Yun, from Qianhua City, this is the second time you've saved my life today. I truly don't know how to thank you. Water element mage Li Mingzhi also came over, yes, really, thank you so much. Others also surrounded him, expressing their gratitude. Su Wei wiped the blood splattered on his face and respectfully said, Lin Zhe, no, Lin Zhe Major, I apologize for not taking the right stance, please don't take it to heart. A professional suddenly said with righteous indignation, that Xuechong deserved to die. He almost got us killed. One person pretended to be confused, who saw how Xuechong died just now. It seemed like he was killed by the boss, right? Immediately, others chimed in, yes, yes. Killed by a monster, no one is allowed to speak carelessly. Lin Zhe smiled faintly and glanced at Xuechang's body lying in a pool of blood, thinking that this guy was lucky to have lived until just now. However, he also had to thank him for the trap he set, otherwise he wouldn't have entered the hidden map and met Li Lin. Otherwise, this instance might have been unsolvable forever. All right. Lin Zhe said to everyone, let the past be the past, and let's turn the page on this matter. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone's interface also popped up a message reminder. The spring has been completely purified, congratulations, you have cleared this instance, gaining experience plus 30,000, the system will shut down in 60 seconds. Countdown begins, 60, 59, 58. Are we finally going out? Everyone breathed a big sigh of relief, their faces full of joy. At this time, the entire forest had transformed into a beautiful landscape. Li Lin walked over to Lin Zhe, a hint of shyness on her face, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet, this time, it's really thanks to you, you are a great benefactor to our fairy clan. By the way, here's something for you. Li Lin handed Lin Zhe an item. Lin Zhe took a look in his hand, and it was a light orb similar in nature to the spring, just smaller in size. Item, small spring, mythical grade. Can purify all dark objects. Mythical grade? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, is it the same level as the eternal fire seed? Li Lin smiled and said, this is something I split from the spring. You are the hero who defeated the abyss, but the abyss might also target you, so you may need it more than I do in the future. Thanks. Lin Zhe accepted it gratefully. Well, it's time to say goodbye. Li Lin said somewhat reluctantly, I can foresee that one day in the future, we will meet again. Yeah, goodbye. Lin Zhe bid farewell. In the next second, as time and space shifted, people were teleported out of the instance. Chapter 76, Can I participate in the Council of 12 Lords? When they came back to their senses, everyone was already back at the campsite in the central misty forbidden zone. Seeing that everyone looked exhausted and half the team was missing, a few soldiers responsible for the station immediately rushed over. Team Su, why were you gone for so long? What happened? Only then did everyone realize that it was already dark outside. It's a long story. Su Wei sighed, prepare to return to the city immediately. Yes. After saying that, Su Wei walked over to Lin Zhe and said, Major Lin, it's time to part ways, if you need anything, contact me. Lin Zhe returned a salute. The other occupational players also rushed over, flattering him, Brother Lin, what's the plan for later? Could we treat you to a meal? Come visit us in Thousand Flower City, the scenery is beautiful. I clearly arrived first. Everyone wanted to curry favor with him. Lin Zhe waved his hand, saying lightly, thanks, but I have important matters today, so I must take my leave. After saying that, he used the teleportation stone to activate it. In the next second, a jade green framed teleportation portal appeared in front of him out of thin air. Lin Zhe walked in without looking back, disappearing into the air. The people left in the campsite were left dumbfounded. Was that a teleportation stone? Those aren't cheap, right? Usually, only higher-ups of guilds have such things, right? Everyone felt Lin Zhe was more unfathomable than ever. They shook their heads and left reluctantly. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion in Tianyu City. The house that was destroyed a few days ago was still under repair. Lei Zhenyu finished a day's work and stretched. Since I don't have too much to deal with today, I'll go have a drink later. Just as he stepped out of the office, a teleportation portal appeared directly in the corridor in front of him, and Lin Zhe walked out. Ha! Lei Zhenyu was startled for a second. Lin Zhe, why are you here? Lord Lei, I have something important to discuss. Lin Zhe said with a serious expression, have you ever heard of the Abyss? Lei Zhenyu, Just a moment ago, his relaxed face was suddenly clouded with worry. The two returned to the office, and a quarter of an hour later, Lin Zhe finished explaining the events of the day to Lei Zhenyu. Of course, he directly skipped over all the content related to the system. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, Lei Zhenyu's expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Zhe asked, what exactly is this abyss? Lei Zhenyu's face was filled with clouds of sorrow. The abyss is a race that transcends external tribes, also known as the cancer of all races. Wherever they go, destruction follows. The corrupted fairy forest you mentioned earlier is one of those places. However, matters concerning the abyss have only existed in legends among certain alien races. I never expected that such a terrifying thing would already appear in our border instance. Lei Zhenyu sighed deeply. It was my oversight. I shouldn't have sent you to participate in such a difficult task. But saying that isn't right either. If you hadn't participated today, the instance might have permeated into reality, with even worse consequences. In any case, this matter is extremely serious. I must immediately summon a meeting of the 12 city lords. If it weren't for Lei Zhenyu's words, Lin Zhe would not have realized how dangerous the abyss was. He originally thought it was just something slightly stronger than the undead race. After all, winning didn't seem particularly difficult? Seeing that Lei Zhenyu was going to hold a meeting, Lin Zhe said, then you go ahead, I'll take my leave. No, you stay. Lei Zhenyu called him back, you will stay and attend the meeting with me. Lin Zhe wore a confused expression. What? A meeting of the 12 city lords is something I can attend? Half an hour later, the two appeared next to a large round table in the meeting room. Lei Zhenyu sat at the table's edge while Lin Zhe sat to his side, slightly behind. Above the other 11 seats, 11 light screens lit up again, each displaying the name of a city. After Lei Zhenyu recounted the day's events to the other city lords, all fell into silence. After a while, the light screen of Baidu City first broke the silence. So, the legends about the abyss are actually true? The light screen of Linshan City also chimed in, Lord Lei, you only raised doubts recently, and then today you encountered them. How could this happen so coincidentally? Lei Zhenyu replied, I'm puzzled too, but the facts are as they are. The light screen of Donghai City emitted the voice of an old man. I have a question. What if the opponents these professionals encountered were just powerful enemies of another kind? How can we be sure they are truly from the legendary abyss? Lei Zhenyu turned his gaze to Lin Zhe, signaling him to speak. Lin Zhe understood and spoke up loudly. I understand that you city lords have not seen it with your own eyes, so it's natural to have doubts. But as someone who experienced this instance firsthand, I am certain the enemy is indeed the abyss. I believe that if you ask other witnesses, they will give the same answer. However, as soon as Lin Zhe's voice fell, the other city lord's first reaction was surprise. Lord Lei, why do you have someone else present? You brought outsiders to the meeting of the 12 city lords? What manner of conduct is this? Exclaimed the lord of Dahu City in a high-pitched voice. This is Lin Zhe, whom I mentioned last time. He is certainly not an outsider. Lei Zhenyu confidently replied, if it weren't for him entering the instance today, our great Xia might have been eroded by the abyss. Upon hearing this, the other city lords were even more astonished. Lin Zhe? Is he the high school student you mentioned who helped you fend off the undead? Old Lei, why do I feel your words are even less credible now? You're saying this high school student drove back the abyss? Yes, even if he's powerful, he's just a high school student. Everything must follow a certain pattern. If you tell this to 10 people, probably 11 of them won't believe it. Exactly, Old Lei, are you lifting this kid up a bit too high? Alright, everyone shut up. Mayor Lei scolded, if you don't believe me, then open your eyes wide and see for yourselves. Lin Zhe took out an object emitting black mist and placed it in front of the light screen. That was his loot from today, the Abyss Core. The light screen had a camera function, and all the lords saw this ominous-looking object and read its description. At this, all the lords finally fell silent. If they still didn't believe it, they must have some brain issues. Lei Zhenyu, is today's crisis just a coincidence? It's still uncertain, maybe that instance just happened to spawn at the border.
Or perhaps, we've already been targeted by the abyss.
If it's the latter, this could very well become the greatest crisis in the history of our great Xia and even the entire human race.
Chapter 77, The Assassin.
Lei Jinyu's loud voice echoed in the room, causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. The awakening of all professions has been 100 years, and humanity has only recently enjoyed a relatively peaceful life.
Is this tranquility about to be shattered again? Alright, let's end today's meeting here. Lei Jinyu said, what to do next still needs further discussion and feedback to the general.
After speaking, he hung up the light screen, and the whole room plunged into darkness. He appeared somewhat tired in the dark.
Damn it, I didn't even get to drink today. He joked. Lindsay asked, Mayor Lei, is there anything you need me to do next?
Lei Jinyu sighed deeply and said, to be honest, this matter is too special, I also don't know what will happen next.
But you don't have to worry too much. Just do what you need to do, you still have to continue with university.
I'll send tasks to you when needed.
Understood.
After that, Lindsay left the Lord's mansion and was directly transported to the area near his home community. He found a small fly restaurant to eat while thinking about what Lei Jinyu said about the abyss.
Looks like I need to quickly level up to break through to the second rank.
After finishing his meal, Lindsay walked on the dark road home. The old street where he lived was dark and desolate at night, the whole street was engulfed in darkness, and the road was narrow and small. The garbage bins along the way were poorly managed, overflowing with rubbish and emitting foul smells. Lindsay thought to himself, I should move to the school dormitory in a few days. As he walked through a dimly lit alley, Lindsay vaguely sensed a movement coming from behind him.
He turned around and immediately used the skill see-through.
There was no one around, except for a puddle of shadow on the ground marked by striking red.
And it directly showed the information of the opponent. Name, Chen Chuan. Profession, Shadow Strike, A class. Level, 61, 3rd rank. Is this person stalking me? Lindsay thought. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked forward for over 20 meters.
When he turned around again, he found that the shadow was getting closer. At that moment, a message came through his communicator.
Han Chi, Major Lin, I've spotted someone following you.
The opponent's level exceeds mine by 15 levels, but I will not back down, I will fight to the death.
Lindsay, that's not necessary. You don't need to intervene.
After sending the message, Lindsay boldly shouted toward the shadow, Chen Chuan, come out. The stalker named Chen Chuan was startled in his heart. How could he be discovered here in this dark place, having turned into a puddle of shadow?
Moreover, he clearly used a concealment charm. How could he still be called by name?
You see, when you ambush someone, having the other party call out your name directly.
That feeling was like being struck by lightning. As a professional assassin, this was simply a great humiliation.
Thinking of this, the shadow on the ground moved and rushed towards Lindsay at lightning speed.
Shadow binding technique.
In the next second, many tape-like black shadows emerged from the ground around Lindsay, firmly wrapping his body like a mummy.
Easy peasy.
Chen Chuan smiled confidently in the shadows.
Humph, so what if you found me?
Chen Chuan thought, according to the intel, you're just a level 27 newbie.
No, wait, now you're level 31? Alright, so what if you're level 31?
Since I became a professional assassin, all the prey I've targeted have never escaped. In the next moment, Chen Chuan's shadow approached Lindsay's feet, then he sprang out like a gust of wind from the shadow. A short dagger stabbed straight towards Lindsay's heart.
Die, you bastard. Damage caused, 193. Chen Chuan? Die, you bastard. Die, you bastard. Die, you bastard.
Chen Chuan nimbly flew around Lindsay, constantly stabbing at Lindsay's vital points with his dagger. Then the damage numbers were all 201, 194, 392, critical hit, miss, 191. After all that effort, he didn't even scratch Lindsay's health, his shield barely dropped a little bit.
And no, this can't be happening. Chen Chuan exploded, looks like I'll have to use that move. I think you've had enough.
At this point, Lindsay finally spoke, a slight smile on his face as if he were playing a game.
Your chances are used up, now it's my turn.
In the next second, he was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and with a bang, he actually broke free from the bindings of the shadow. Just when Chen Chuan was still in shock, a fist empowered by lightning struck out quickly. Then, Chen Chuan's body seemed to fly dozens of meters away, and with a thud, he landed right into a stinking garbage bin.
Wow!
Chen Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his rib cage had shattered.
Damn, what kind of strength does this summoner have?
He was in so much pain that stars danced before his eyes. I need to run fast, or I'm going to die. His body transformed back into a puddle of shadow and fled frantically into the distance.
Major Lin. Han Shi appeared next to Lin Zhe. The enemy isn't dead yet, should I chase him down and finish him off? He should have been hired by someone else.
Lin Zhe smiled indifferently. Follow him and see who's behind this.
Understood. In the next second, Han Shi directly turned invisible in midair and disappeared.
Lin Zhe relaxed his muscles and mindfully thought about whom he might have offended in these few days.
The Abyss clan? They shouldn't be coming this quickly, right? They wouldn't be weak enough to hire a human assassin to attack. Shui Chong? Shui Yang? The Luo clan? The competitors from the championship? Or is it that the undead clan hasn't been completely wiped out yet?
Well, I didn't count, but it seems I've indeed made quite a few enemies.
Lin Zhe spread his hands helplessly. Is this what they call troubles from too much power? In a corner of the city. In a traditional courtyard, several men in black were holding Chen Xuan, making him kneel in the open space.
Not knowing how long they had waited, the door to the courtyard slowly opened. A shadow floated out from inside. He was completely covered in a shadow, so his appearance and clothing couldn't be seen.
So, you failed your mission? That figure spoke in a very authoritative voice.
D-Division Chief Chen Xuan knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "Let me explain, that kid is definitely not simple."
"Humph, a kid who just broke through to level 1 not long ago managed to trouble you?"
The figure said coldly with a sneer, "Chen Xuan, you really are becoming less useful. This target's head was bought by the client for a hefty sum, how could you mess this up?" Ignoring his own injuries, Chen Xuan began to frantically bang his head on the ground. I know, I was careless this time, please give me another chance." The shadow slowly said, "You will only have this one chance left. Treasure it well. Otherwise, you know very well the consequences, the next sacrifice to the Shadow Demon Lord will be you." After saying this, the figure turned and walked into the house, the door shutting once again. Leaving Chen Xuan still on the ground, fearfully knocking his head, not stopping until blood oozed from his forehead. Chapter 78, Shadow Guild, Gate to All Realms. The next day, Lin Zhe woke up naturally and felt particularly refreshed. Also, last night, he gained quite a bit of lifespan using the turtle breathing skill. However, when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a long-haired woman sitting by his bed.
Oh my!
Lin Zhe was startled.
A boy must protect himself even at home.
Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Han Shi. At this moment, she seemed particularly sleepy, squinting, her head drooping as if she could fall asleep any second. Hearing Lin Zhe's reaction, she opened her eyes and forced herself to perk up. "Major Lin, you're awake." Her expression still remained emotionless, but the dark circles under her eyes were quite heavy, looking somewhat amusing.
Lin Zhe spoke, "What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to follow that person last night? I wanted to report to you when you woke up."
Her tone was completely flat.
"How long have you been sitting here?" "For 3 hours. Han Shi replied.
Lin Zhe felt a bit speechless. This Han Shi really was like a robot, not knowing how to be flexible in carrying out orders.
"You don't have to do this in the future, it's okay to report a little later." Lin Zhe said, "Alright, tell me, what did you find out?"
"Yes." Han Shi replied, "That person comes from a very famous yet mysterious assassin organization called the Shadow Guild."
"Shadow Guild? Is there still such a black underground organization in our Daxia?" Lin Zhe asked.
To be precise, the Shadow Guild is not a native organization of Daxia, it originated in the beautiful country and currently has branches all around the world. This guild specializes in doing things that cannot be seen in the light for the wealthy and powerful. As long as the price is right, they will carry out any dangerous tasks, including assassinations, arson, kidnapping, and theft. Our Daxia has been constantly troubled by them, but their movements are very secretive, and the case resolution rate has always been very low.
Really? Lin Zhe pondered, so where did you track them to yesterday?
I detected their gathering place was in a courtyard, but in the blink of an eye, that place turned into a ruined building.
They probably used some kind of spatial skill.
Since their mission failed this time, they will likely seek you out again soon, Major Lin. My abilities are limited, I suggest you increase your manpower.
You are quite honest.
Lin Zhe waved his hand, but no need for that, if they come, I'll be ready any time.
Okay, report finished, I take my leave.
Han Shi bowed and immediately prepared to vanish into the air.
Wait. Lin Zhe thought of something, you've come into my house quietly several times now?
Huh?
Han Shi tilted her head in confusion, I protect you at your home every day?
Lin Zhe was speechless, if it weren't for knowing Han Shi's character, he would really suspect she was doing it on purpose. Remember, from now on, you are not allowed to enter my house quietly without my permission.
Understood.
After Han Shi left, Lin Zhe finally remembered he still had a lottery chance from yesterday that he hadn't used. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the entries.
Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, 10,000 Thunder Burial, a grade. Talent, 10,000 Thunder Burial, upgrade progress, 1/3. Increases lightning element damage to 200%, and skill range expands to 200%. Lin Zhe was delighted. Looks quite good, suitable for Xiaolong. He immediately equipped the skill book onto Xiaolong.
Alright, now there's one very important thing. Lin Zhe looked at the S-grade item he obtained from defeating Luna, Gate to All Realms.
To become stronger quickly, it's best to run the dungeon once every day. He then chose to use the item.
The next second, a teleportation portal, about the same size as the door to his house, instantly appeared before him.
Props, the Gate of All Realms.
Each time, a random instance can be opened, with difficulty set above true mode.
Cooldown time, 24 hours. Please confirm, would you like to start the trial of all realms? Yes/no.
Friendly reminder, the instance difficulty is quite high, life is only once, please choose carefully. Lin Zhe thought there shouldn't be any problem. Just as he was about to choose yes, his exclusive system popped up a hint.
Detected an item that can be deeply bound to the system. Would you like to consume 100 years of lifespan to bind it? What is this? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise.
After binding, this item can add multiple new functions.
For example, each instance entered can be recorded as an anchor point, allowing for repeated entries.
Also, in the instance provided by this item, if you die, you can spend lifespan to resurrect, with the required lifespan depending on the difficulty of the instance.
There's such a function? Lin Zhe was delighted. Bind.
100 years of lifespan have been consumed, binding complete.
The Gate of All Realms vanished from the item bar and became an icon in the system interface. Would you like to start the trial of all realms? Yes/no. Lin Zhe decisively chose yes.
Then, the time and space shifted, and he found himself in a lush green grassland.
Instance, Grassland of Glass. Level restriction, none. Difficulty, true mode. Task description, the villagers here are suffering from slime attacks, please help them escape. With ease, Lin Zhe cleared this instance.
The Gate of All Realms can be used once every 24 hours, and for the next 2 days, Lin Zhe entered an instance every day, spending little time. However, the instances were all relatively simple, and he finally reached level 32 after a few days.
On the third day, Lin Zhe entered the instance again.
Time and space shifted, and he found himself in a desolate land, piled high with stark white bones. And he was crouched behind a large stone, half his height.
Brave into the realm of the undead. Level restriction, none. Difficulty, nightmare mode.
Task description, among the undead clan, the corpse clan is being oppressed by the skeleton clan, please help them escape and overthrow the skeleton clan's rule.
The undead clan? Them again? Lin Zhe was startled, haven't they been killed yet?
But then he thought, these instances are projections of real past events, they may not be the present.
Corpse clan, skeleton clan? What are they?
Lin Zhe was puzzled by the task description.
Entered instance area 1, burial ground.
Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side of the stone that was hiding him. He peeked his head over the stone and spotted a troop passing by not far away. Leading the way was a mighty skeleton soldier, holding a large machete on his shoulder and dragging several chains with the other hand, connected to a pile of captives behind him. The captives all had pale gray skin, ragged clothes, shackles around their necks, and manacles on their feet. There were men, women, young and old, all thin and appearing quite pitiful. Beside and behind the troop, several skeleton soldiers wielding large swords occasionally kicked them, urging them to move faster.
Lin Zhe casually inspected one of the captives' information. Citizen of the Corpse Clan. Race, Undead Clan. Level, 14. Health, 5800. Skill, Bite.
Description, a weak, orderly zombie belonging to the Corpse Clan of the Undead.
Lin Zhe then checked the skeleton soldiers. Skeleton Elite Soldier. Race, Undead Clan. Level, 46. Health, 40,000. Skills, Destroying Slash, Corpse Poison Technique, etc. Description, a powerful member of the Skeleton Clan in the Undead Clan. Goodness, the level difference is so huge, no wonder those zombies can only be captives, Lin Zhe muttered to himself. But according to the task description, it seems like I am supposed to side with the zombies? After pondering this thought, Lin Zhe was about to stand up from behind the stone, ready to take action. However, just then, he suddenly felt a hand pressing down on each of his shoulders. Unknowingly, 2 people appeared behind him, one on his left and one on his right. Who? Lin Zhe was startled. To approach him without him noticing, they must have considerable strength. Shoo! Don't make a sound. One person quietly warned. Little brother, what are you doing here? Another voice asked. Lin Zhe turned around and finally saw the appearance of the 2 people. Both appeared to be in their 20s, not much older than Lin Zhe. One wore glasses, with sharp facial features.
He looked like a cultured scholar, but there was a hint of ruthlessness about him. The other was completely scruffy, with a stubbly beard and messy hair, exuding a wild demeanor. Strange, why do these two look so familiar? Lin Zhe was stunned. Wait, aren't these the younger versions of Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu? P.S. Those reading this are Yen Zhu and Yifei, could you please give a 5-star rating? If you haven't added it to your bookshelf, please do so, wishing everyone great fortune. Chapter 79, The Childish City Lord. Lin Zhe stared at the two people before him, completely confused. He carefully confirmed once more, and there was no doubt it was Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu. Physically, they looked almost identical, just significantly younger, with an added touch of youthfulness and innocence in their demeanor. It seems like this instance's events happened more than 30 years ago? Lin Zhe guessed. He immediately used his skill to check on the two. Name, Lei Zhenyu. Profession, Melee Thunder Mage, a level. Level, 59, second tier. Name, Feng Yuan. Profession, Light and Dark Priest, a level. Level, 57, second tier. Both of them surprisingly hadn't broken through to the third tier yet. At that moment, the system popped up a quest reminder. Ding! You have a new mission, successfully pass through the instance with both NPCs alive. Reward, 1 system lottery chance. There's still a quest? Seeing Lin Zhe's dazed expression, Feng Yuan blamed Lei Zhenyu. Look, you scared the kid silly. I told you not to sneak up on people. Lei Zhenyu looked innocent. Hey, no, how did I sneak up? Didn't you just tap him? He turned to Lin Zhe and said, little brother, don't listen to him. I ask you, I see you're only level 31, still in college, right? How did you end up in such a high-level instance? Lin Zhe then came back to his senses and could only chuckle. Oh, I just accidentally stumbled in. It wouldn't be that you had a fight with your family and ran in out of anger, right? Lei Zhenyu asked. Feng Yuan swatted the top of his head. Why are you poking your nose into other people's matters, asking so many questions? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu showed an understanding look. I get it, young and reckless. But this place is way too dangerous for you, and in nightmare mode, there's no way to teleport out. Just stick with us. However, just then, a shout came from not far away. Who was over there, sneaking around? The voices of the three had already been heard by the other party. Lei and Feng immediately fell silent, but it was too late. With the sound of footsteps, several skeletal elite soldiers carrying large cleavers approached them. Damn it. Lei Zhenyu swore. I said, I'm not good at ambushes. If we're going to fight, let's confront them head-on. Saying this, he directly stood up, his hands now equipped with a pair of claw-like gauntlets, with a glimmer of thunder power crackling on his fists. Feng Yuan shook his head in resignation. Every time I team up with you, it's always like this. He also stood up, a thick holy scripture appearing in his hands. Hee hee, so there are two humans, the skeletal soldier sneered. Capture you both to sacrifice to our king. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he whispered to Lei Zhenyu, follow my lead, in a moment. However, before he finished speaking, Lei Zhenyu dashed out, and his fist imbued with thunder power struck directly at the skeleton soldier's face. Bang! The skeleton soldier's skull was instantly shattered amidst flashes of lightning. But at that moment, several other skeleton soldiers rushed at him with knives. Light waterfall technique. Feng Yuan's voice exclaimed from behind. In the next second, a waterfall of holy light fell from above the enemies' heads. This holy light had a natural restraining effect on the undead, causing those soldiers to instantly lose their strength, their skeletons collapsing to the ground. Thanks. Lei Zhenyu casually thanked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, frustrated, pointed at him and yelled, Lei Zhenyu. Can't you be less impulsive? Can you listen to orders? Hey, why are you so agitated? Lei Zhenyu didn't care. As long as we won, that's what matters. Lin Zhe, watching the unreliable Lei Zhenyu beside him, chuckled inwardly. I didn't expect Lord Lei back then was so reckless. At that moment, a voice interrupted their argument. He, you won? You dare to run wild in our undead territory and think you'll go back alive? Are you humans too self-righteous? Then, a crackling sound echoed from all directions. The skeletons that had fallen apart began to reassemble. Moreover, besides those skeleton soldiers, the piles of bones around the field appeared to come alive, forming human shapes. Suddenly, dozens or even hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded them. This is getting a bit tricky. Lei Zhenyu scratched the back of his head. How can you even say that? Feng Yuan scolded. Is it my fault? Lei Zhenyu grinned, but then his expression hardened. Looks like it's time to show my true skills. Hey, little brother over there, try to stay far back, you might get hurt. Instantly, lightning power covered his whole body, and he transformed into a blue humanoid energy being, with hair standing upright. Old dog Lei, are you really going to use your newly learned ultimate move? Feng Yuan cautiously asked. That's a one-time use with a cooldown of a day. What will you do after using it? First, I'll use it, then I'll talk. Lei Jinyu strained as he gathered energy, even speaking was not easy. Hearing their conversation, Lin Zhe calmly smiled, forget it, I'll take care of it. He stood up suddenly. Little brother, what do you want to do? Don't add to the chaos at this time. Feng Yuan was about to go crazy. Dealing with Lei Jinyu was already too much, now, here comes another one who wouldn't listen. However, the next second, amidst the group of skeleton soldiers, there was a loud boom, and a gigantic demonic dragon appeared out of nowhere. It landed with a thud, instantly crushing a large number of skeleton soldiers. Both Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were startled, instinctively taking a defensive stance, thinking a big boss had arrived. Then, the demonic dragon unleashed its electric circle skill, a lightning ring spreading out from its body to the surroundings. With the boost of Law of Heaven and Earth, the damage was directly multiplied by 100, combined with the newly learned 10,000 thunders returning to the graved talent, the damage and range doubled again. Enemies hit by the lightning ring had damage numbers of around 2 million pop up above their heads, instantly annihilated to nothingness. Killed Skeleton Elite Soldier, experience plus 460. Killed Skeleton Elite Soldier, experience plus 460. Experience prompts popped up above Lin Zhe's head again, repeating nearly 100 times. Congratulations! Your summoned beast, Demonic Dragon, has leveled up, current level, level 17. Then, much to the astonishment of Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan, the massive demonic dragon shrank back down to a small size, flying over to Lin Zhe. It began to make cute chirping sounds. You did well. Lin Zhe patted its head. What? Only then did Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan react, little brother, this is your summoned beast? Both of their mouths dropped open wide enough for a fist to fit in. After a while, they finally approached Lin Zhe, their attitude much more polite than before. Lei Zhenyu cupped his fists and said respectfully, thank you so much, young brother, for your timely rescue. Truly, one should not judge by looks, heroes are often young. Let me formally introduce myself, I am Lei Zhenyu, and this is Feng Loxi. Get lost. Feng Yuan pushed him away, adjusting his glasses in anger, this person never speaks seriously. Hello, I am Feng Yuan. I am Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe awkwardly introduced himself. These two used to be seen as people of his father's generation, but now they had become his peers, acting childishly in front of him, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. By the way, City Lord Lei Zhenyu, what are you two doing in this instance? Lin Zhe asked. In the next second, he realized that his way of addressing seemed a bit off, but it was too late. Wait, what did you just call me? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened. You just called me City Lord? Lei Zhenyu pressed on. I mistook it for a moment, aha. Lin Zhe could only laugh to cover his embarrassment. Lei Zhenyu laughed heartily, ha, you little brother are quite interesting. Calling everyone City Lord. Don't be silly. Feng Yuan pushed Lei Zhenyu aside, little brother Lin must know that we are working under City Lord Mu. City Lord Mu? Lin Zhe realized this was referring to Lei Zhenyu's previous City Lord, Mu Tianxing. However, little brother Lin, Feng Yuan said somewhat seriously, this title should not be casually used. Lei Zhenyu, however, remained unfazed, what's the big deal? There's no one else here. To be honest, we were also sent by that old man Mu to complete a task. It is said that there is something strange in this instance, the undead clan is secretly plotting something detrimental to us humans. Lin Zhe nodded, now certain that he had come to an instance over 30 years ago. He remembered Lei Zhenyu had mentioned before that the undead king wanted to restore power, and it was he who had personally crushed it, which was why that heart was kept in the Lord's mansion of Tianyu City. At this moment, he looked at the captured corpses of the undead civilians. After the soldiers of the skeletal clan died, they did not escape but trembled in place, like they had been scared to death. Lin Zhe recalled that his main task was to help them, so he walked straight over. Lei Zhenyu followed behind, they are also from the undead clan, I think it's better to just kill them. At this remark, the captives trembled even more violently. Lin Zhe, however, asked a group of zombies, tell me, which direction did the skeletons who captured you come from? A small zombie who still looked like a boy shakily raised his hand, pointing in a certain direction. Lin Zhe nodded, raised his starry sword, and the little zombie was greatly alarmed. In the next second, the sword fell, and the chains binding the zombies were all severed. You are free now, hurry and leave. Lin Zhe said coldly to them. This action left Lei Zhenyu, Feng Yuan, and all the zombies stunned. Lin Zhe shook his head, thinking, I can't help it, the task requires me to save them, and they should truly be harmless to humans. Lin Zhe said to the two behind him, Brother Leijin, Brother Feng, let's hurry and fight those skeletons. The two nodded and followed Lin Zhe forward. Along the way, they encountered some small skeletal tribes, which were quickly wiped out by the three. Watching Lin Zhe's agile movements, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan seemed to respect him even more. This young man, although he looks a few years younger than us, his strength is not inferior to ours.
Li Zhenyu stepped forward and asked Lin Zhe, by the way, little brother Lin, what was that dragon you summoned earlier? That lightning power really makes me envious. The tone carried immense envy. Lin Zhe felt somewhat elated, never expecting to be complimented by his own city lord and superior one day. Moreover, there's something I wanted to ask just now. Lei Zhenyu said, that starry long sword of yours looks a bit familiar. As he finished speaking, Lei Zhenyu already held an identical long sword in his hand. This sword was given to me by Old Mu, as a reward for winning first place in the new Star Championship. Lei Zhenyu introduced. However, my best weapons are fist armor and claw gloves, so I usually don't use it. How did you get yours? Lin Zhe finally realized that this blade of the firmament was the same sword Lei Zhenyu had given him 30 years later. Oh no, if I'd known I wouldn't have taken it out. To be honest, this sword was also given to me by the city lord. Lin Zhe could only explain. This was indeed true, it was truly gifted by the city lord. Good for you, Old Mu. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhenyu became furious instantly. I thought this was a unique weapon. I didn't expect it to be mass-produced. That old man is very sly, he surely gives this weapon to everyone and pretends it's some incredible legacy. Lin, my little brother, we've all been fooled by that Old Mu. He spoke with righteous indignation. Lin Zhe on the side couldn't help but twitch his lips, thank goodness he's just an NPC, or things would have been a big misunderstanding. Unconsciously, the three had arrived at the edge of a cliff. The first thing that caught their eyes was a ruined castle on the opposite cliff, looking particularly eerie under the dense black clouds. That should be the place. Feng Yuan pointed to the other side. But how are we going to get over there? Lei Zhenyu stared at the chasm between the two cliffs, which was at least 100 meters wide. Below the cliff was a deep abyss that could not be seen. Look, what's that? Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. They saw a white rope bridge automatically forming from the edge of the opposite cliff, gradually extending toward them. As it got closer, they realized each section of the rope bridge was connected by pieces of white bones. In a short while, the bone bridge was complete. Is this for us to walk on? Lei Zhenyu said as he prepared to step onto it. But he was immediately pulled back by Feng Yuan. Wait, it might not be that simple. He looked at the swaying bridge in the wind, his expression a bit heavy. At that moment, a screen popped up in front of the three of them. Welcome to Instance Area 2, Bone Bridge. Starting the level challenge. 3, 2, 1, loading completed. Rules: the rope bridge is divided into 10 sections, each section has 2 white bone planks on the left and right, and only one plank is stable. Choose the correct plank, and successfully crossing all 10 sections will count as passing the level. Special reminder, to cross the cliff, one must go over the bridge, other methods are strictly prohibited. After reading the rules, the three frowned. So we have to choose correctly 10 times in a row to avoid dying? Lei Zhenyu realized the situation was dire. Feng Yuan casually picked up a pebble and threw it violently toward the opposite side. But the pebble stopped halfway, blocked by some invisible force, and fell into the abyss below. Lin Zhe understood Feng Yuan's intention and said, this type of rule-based level probably can't have loopholes. Trying to use flying or similar methods definitely won't work. Lin Zhe released the big black dog to give it a try, but it was immediately stopped by an air wall. As expected, summoning beasts won't work either. Lin Zhe shook his head. But this is a real mode, dying here means real death. Feng Yuan said, we are in a difficult position now. Damn. Lei Zhenyu punched the ground, creating a large pit. I hate instances that aren't about fighting monsters. Lin Zhe thought, the two of them are NPCs, dying doesn't really matter, but the system has a task to ensure they don't die. He thought for a while and said, let me handle this. Lin, my little brother, what do you want to do? Feng Yuan asked nervously, wanting to stop him. No matter what, this kind of thing shouldn't put you, a junior, at risk. Lin Zhe revealed a handsome smile. It's okay, if I fall down, you must not rush in, definitely wait in place, understand? Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were stunned by his momentum, although they didn't understand what it meant, they still nodded in a somewhat confused manner. It looked as if Lin Zhe had 2 little brothers. Well then, I'm going to start. Lin Zhe arrived at the first section of the suspension bridge, hesitated for a moment, chose the left side, and boldly took a step. Crack! The bone plank directly broke. Damn! Lin Zhe almost cursed, feeling nothing below his feet. Then, he saw himself falling directly into an abyss. Lin Zhe, little brother. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were shocked and immediately ran to the edge of the cliff to look down. But where could they see any shadow? How could this happen? I told him not to be impulsive. Feng Yuan anxiously paced back and forth. Lin Zhe, little brother. Lei Zhenyu sat down on the ground and cried, your death is so tragic. P.S. Dear friends, continue to ask for 5-star reviews, add to the bookshelf, and free little gifts. Chapter 81, A Mechanism? Just tear down the castle, can't we?
Lin Zhe opened his eyes and found himself in a state of chaos. Recalling what had just happened, he cursed, "Damn, did I just die after taking the first step?
What kind of luck is this?" At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Detected that you have died in the trial of the worlds. Do you want to consume life to resurrect?
Life consumed this time, 10 years.
Yes/no.
Lin Zhe smiled at this. Just a moment ago, when the three were facing death's test, he recalled that the gate of the worlds had been bound to the life system, allowing him to consume life to resurrect. No matter how difficult the instance, as long as he had enough life, he could continue to resurrect, which is why he dared to step onto that suspension bridge. But he still didn't expect to die after taking that first step. Lin Zhe felt a bit speechless and decisively chose yes.
Of course, if I chose no, wouldn't that be the end of it?
10 years of life consumed for resurrection, you will be teleported back to the entrance of the instance. A flash of white light passed before Lin Zhe's eyes. At this moment, at the sight of the bone suspension bridge, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were both grieving and filled with regret.
Feng Yuan was relatively restrained, feeling despondent alone.
Lin Zhe, little brother, I didn't expect you to be so brave. If I can survive and return, I will definitely report to Lord Mu and declare you a martyr.
And let all the people know your great deeds.
Lei Zhenyu was different. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Lin Zhe, little brother, you are just too impulsive. If anyone were to die, it should have been us two older brothers going first. Although we have not known each other for long, as your older brothers, we will always remember you. He looked just like the old folks crying in front of the village. In this life, I missed the chance to be brothers. In the next life, I will be your little brother. At this moment, a voice came from behind them.
Brother Lei, Brother Feng, what are you two doing?
The two paused and turned to look, only to see a handsome young man in black armor appear before them.
It was none other than Lin Zhe.
Both of them stood there dumbfounded, especially Lei Zhenyu, whose tears and snot were all over his face, looking very funny.
Lin Zhe, little brother?
You, how come you didn't die? Lei Zhenyu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing.
When did I say I would die? Lin Zhe smiled casually, didn't I tell you two to wait for me in place?
After saying that, he confidently walked towards the suspension bridge again.
Remember, if I take a wrong step, wait for me.
The two nodded but showed a rather foolish expression.
Lin Zhe stepped confidently onto the second plank. With a crack, the bone plank broke again. Aminos. Lin Zhe cursed while falling.
Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan looked at each other, completely dumbfounded this time.
What's going on?
After a while, Lin Zhe reappeared before the two of them. Then the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. And Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan just stared blankly as he walked over, fell down, walked over, fell down, until they were numb by the end.
Do you think Lin Zhe can choose right this time?
I bet wrong. Then I can only bet right, although I feel like I'm going to lose.
You two are betting, aren't you? Lin Zhe just wanted to throw them down.
Just like that, in a total of 10 choices on the rope bridge, he chose wrong 6 times, costing him 60 years of life just for revival. Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. I hope the reward from the system this time can match my efforts. After a lot of trouble, he finally passed. Congratulations on successfully passing the level challenge, experience plus 50,000. Lin Zhe rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Oh my, this was completely my biggest failure since I changed jobs.
Could it be that the longer the lifespan, the more miserable the person? Otherwise, why do people say Europeans have short lives?
Lin Zhe recalled the pay-to-win mobile games he played in his last life, guessing randomly.
However, his heroic feat earned him the utmost admiration from Lei and Feng.
After successfully reaching the other side of the cliff, the two were simply in awe of him.
Wow, how did you do it?
Lei Zhenyu looked at him here and there, as if appraising a rare antique treasure. In my life, I've never admired many people, but for you, I absolutely admire. Feng Yuan also clasped his fists and said, that's right, you have really shown me what it means to have mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people.
Alright, let's focus on the next challenge. Lin Zhe said.
The three turned around simultaneously, looking up at the ancient castle they had just seen on the opposite cliff. They saw the red moon hanging low, thick clouds gathering, and a bizarre Gothic-style ancient castle standing alone before them. The outer walls of the castle were eroded by time, with vines crawling over the mottled stone walls. The outer iron gate was rusty, as if no one had visited for many years.
The entire building exuded an air of danger. Welcome to Subquest Area 3, Evil Spirit Castle. This is the enemy's lair, right?
Lei Zhenyu said seriously, I heard the undead king is inside?
Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses. This castle looks very sinister, and we don't know what strange things are inside.
Who cares what's strange?
Lei Zhenyu said boldly, let's just storm in and take care of it. Foam Yuan shook his head. Here we go again, I've said it many times, being impulsive like you is not okay. This kind of castle will probably have all sorts of mechanisms and hidden weapons, we mustn't be careless. No. At this point, Lin Zhe spoke up. This time I actually agree with Brother Lei. There are mechanisms and hidden weapons, but if we try to decipher the traps according to the enemy's thoughts, it will waste too much time. So, my choice is. Before he finished speaking, a burst of fire exploded in the air, and a huge flame demon appeared before them. Lin Zhe continued, so my choice is to directly dismantle it. In the next second, as Lei and Foam looked on in astonishment, the flame demon raised the giant hammer in its hand and smashed it against the castle's outer wall. With a loud bang, the mottled castle wall collapsed, and half the castle was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, deep in the castle, in the king's hall. On a lofty throne, a 9-foot-tall skeleton king was lounging, looking very lazy. This was the undead king back in his prime. Boss Undead King. Race, Undead. Level, 70. Skills, Death Slash, Death Roar, Undying, etc. Click to view details. I heard 3 little mice have come outside? He emitted a very powerful and imposing voice from his throat. Report to the king, it's 3 humans. The lowest is only level 31, not worth mentioning. The one speaking was the Grand Mage Tardis. Also present were Lich Hyla and Duke Gal. The 3 were all between level 50 to 60. Less mature than the level 70 from 30 years later. Garl, dressed in luxurious clothes, shook his head and said, Haha, I didn't expect that just 3 humans could come this far, it seems their strength isn't bad. Hyla also said, however, there are layers of traps I set up in the castle, if they dare to enter, all that awaits them is death. Hee, I doubt they can do anything. The Skeleton King said, 3 little mice, think they can turn the tables? However, just as he finished speaking, a loud boom echoed from outside, shaking the entire castle, and dust from the ceiling fell all over the hall. Report, my king, not good. Not good. A skeleton soldier rushed in a panic to report. The castle is being torn apart by enemies. Chapter 82, Why did I provoke him? He is the demon leader. At the castle entrance. After the fire demon swung down a hammer, golden flames began to spread throughout the castle. Along with the flames were the chaotic screams coming from all over the castle. Then various experience reminders popped up in front of Lin Zhe. Kill Elite Skeleton Soldier, experience plus 460, lifespan plus 460 days. Kill Elite Skeleton Shield Guard, experience plus 500, lifespan plus 500 days. Kill Pure Skeleton Maid, experience plus 120, lifespan plus 120 days. Kill Beautiful Skeleton Dancer, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Why does it seem like strange things have mixed in? Lin Zhe was speechless. In the next second, Lin Zhe directly used the summoning spell. The fire demon, the succubus queen, and hellhounds appeared at the same time, standing in line. You have 30 seconds to reach the battlefield, Lin Zhe ordered. All troops, charge. Yes. Then, a group of demons displayed their powers and rushed deep into the castle. Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan were once again dumbfounded. Besides the dragon earlier, what are these summoned beasts? Are they all capable of such destruction? Meanwhile, in the king's hall. What? The undead king was furious, smashing a nearby table into pieces with a slap. 3 humans dare to burn my castle? Report, my king, actually, only one of them is burning the castle, a soldier said. His summoned beasts seem to be very powerful. What a joke. Undead Duke Garl interrupted him, with my undead army of 1,000,000, I want to see how powerful he can be. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom sounded from outside the hall. The entire wall collapsed with a loud crash, scattering countless undead soldiers on the ground. Standing on the corpses of the soldiers were a massive red demon, a seductive succubus, and 10 half-human tall 3-eyed hellhounds. The undead inside were all stunned. Why are they all demons? Humph, not a single one can fight. The fire demon held several undead general bodies in his hands, scanning everyone in the hall with a proud gaze. I wonder if any of you can fight a little. Outrageous. Undead Duke Garl smashed a wine glass to the ground, furiously saying, my undead kind shall not be insulted by you. Let me show you what I can do. After saying that, he drew a long sword and charged at the fire demon. Oh? Isn't this my defeated subordinate? The fire demon dismissed him with disdain. What, have I seen you before? Garl was taken aback. The fire demon ignored him, and the next second, a heavy hammer came crashing down towards him. Garl was startled and immediately used his longsword to block, but both he and the sword were sent flying, instantly turned into a pile of bone fragments. Ice exploding sky. On the other side, the voice of the Archmage Tardis resounded. The temperature in the hall dropped rapidly, and countless ice spikes formed in the air. However, in the next moment, Tardis stood frozen, unable to move. What are you looking at?
A voice, alluring to the bone, sounded behind him. Tardis's gaze turned dazed.
Think carefully about who your real enemy is.
Understood, Tardis replied. In the next second, Tardis controlled the ice spikes to fly directly towards the undead king on the throne.
Tardis, what are you doing?
The undead king was enraged.
You've gone too far.
He dodged just in time, but the ice spear turned his throne into a sieve. The undead king was furious and pulled out a 2-meter-long giant sword from behind him, swinging it at Tardis. A wisp of emerald green sword light immediately split Tardis in half.
Ha! What a great show! The demon queen clapped her hands and laughed, then vanished into thin air.
On the other side, 10 hellhounds transformed into shadows and rushed towards the undead lich Hela, who had no choice but to flee towards the back of the hall, with the hellhounds following her out. The undead king watched as his capable subordinates either died or fled, with emerald green flames of rage flickering in his eyes.
Humph, a bunch of useless fools.
At the same time, Lin Zhe, Lei Jinyu, and Feng Yuan were on their way to the king's hall, surrounded by countless skeleton soldiers.
Lin Zhe, little brother, your summoner body is weak, let us protect you.
Lei Jinyu shouted loudly, and pillars of lightning suddenly formed around, spinning next to Lin Zhe, blasting the skeleton soldiers caught within into pieces. Feng Yuan created a bow and arrow of light in his hand, shooting it into the sky, unleashing a rain of numerous holy arrows upon the skeleton soldiers. Without realizing it, the three arrived in front of the king's hall. The undead king saw the three figures appear and immediately hardened his gaze.
Unable to defeat demons, can I not defeat a few humans?
In the next second, emerald green sword light swung out from his giant sword, swiftly chopping towards Lin Zhe, who stood at the front.
Watch out! Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan shouted, feeling something was wrong. Ha! Lin Zhe also didn't react in time and took the hit. Damage dealt, 1389.
And the loss was from the shield.
Lei Jinyu, Feng Yuan, undead king? Feng Yuan, wasn't it you who said he was weak?
Lei Jinyu turned his head aside. I don't remember.
Did this happen?
While they were talking, Lin Zhe had gripped the blade of the sky and transformed into a lightning shadow, charging directly at the undead king.
Clang!
The undead king was quick to react, immediately blocking with his giant sword.
However, in the next second, a small black dragon appeared behind him.
Before he could react, a lightning ball blasted into the back of his head. The undead king felt dizziness wash over him, and his vision went blurry. He shouted in his heart that it wasn't good, but it was too late, his opponent wouldn't give him time to react. In the next moment, Lin Zhe's blade fell, and the undead king was already decapitated. Only then did the undead king realize, so he is the leader of the demons, why did I provoke him? However, he did not die just yet, as his severed head spoke on the ground. Even if I fail this time, what does it matter? My body is immortal, one day. Enough, I knew that. No more. It looked like a black scar. Hidden level triggered, black scar. PS Winter has recently arrived. How cold is winter where you are? Stay warm. Chapter 83, actually, I'm not interested in being the city lord. Another hidden level? Lin Zhe immediately followed the direction indicated by the see through everything prompt. After exiting the back door of the hall, he walked through a winding corridor, and a wide courtyard appeared before him. 10 large black dogs were gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, barking fiercely inside, but they dared not step any further, as if there was something on the ground of the courtyard. Lin Zhe walked over to take a look, and he saw in the center of the courtyard, a space crack resembling a scar was abruptly floating in midair. The edges of the crack were slowly writhing like living beings. And Hela was kneeling on the ground, offering a sincere prayer to the crack. Great Lord of the Abyss, please bestow a thread of divine awareness to save my soul clan. Then, he saw some thick black liquid flowing out from that crack, like a scar bleeding. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea in his heart. He immediately recalled that day when the City Lord's Mansion battle took place. Hela had trapped Lei Jinyu with something called Abyssal Curse. If nothing unexpected, this was it. So the Soul Clan has been secretly worshipping the Abyss? Lin Zhe finally connected the two matters. He directly stepped into the courtyard, and his abyss walking talent lit up immediately. Sure enough, the entire courtyard was covered in abyssal matter. I've long known that your souls are not good things, but I didn't expect you to already be serving the abyss. Lin Zhe's eyes hardened, he focused his mind, and the Thunderbolt technique was activated. In the next second, a palm filled with the power of 1,000 thunder hit Hela from behind. How could you step into? Hela was also shocked, collapsing to the ground, breathing her last. Looking at the crack before him, from which black liquid was continuously flowing, Lin Zhe frowned. He took out a glowing orb from his item bar, which was the mythic level item, Mini Spring, given to him by the fairy priestess Liline. He didn't expect that Liline was right, it could really come in handy. He dropped a droplet of glowing spring water onto the ground. The light immediately spread out on the ground, gradually covering the entire courtyard, and that writhing space crack began to heal, then disappear. Hidden level cleared, Black Scar, experience plus 50,000. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level, level 33. Congratulations, your summoned beast fire demon leveled up, current level, level 63. Congratulations, your summoned beast succubus queen leveled up, current level, level 66. Congratulations, your summoned beast hellhound leveled up, current level, level 41. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon leveled up, current level, level 19. Wow, they all leveled up? Lindsay laughed, this battle was worth it. Ding. You have successfully completed the instance with 2 NPCs alive, received reward, 1 system lottery chance. Ding. You have unlocked a long-term quest, purify abyssal cracks 10 times. Current progress, 1/10. Task reward, successfully purify 3 times, receive 1 system lottery chance, guaranteed a rank reward, successfully purify 6 times, receive 1 system lottery chance, guaranteed S rank reward, after successfully purifying 10 times, receive reward? There's actually a new long-term quest? Lindsay's eyes lit up, feeling a bit excited. I wonder what the final reward will be. However, he soon realized a serious problem. So the abyssal cracks don't only exist in this one place, but in different times and spaces? This means that the corrupted fairy forest instance we fought last time was definitely not a coincidence. Let's take a look at the rewards from the loot. He opened his item bar and checked the several items he had just obtained. Weapon, King of the Undead Greatsword. Level restriction, level 60 and above. Strength plus 3,800, Spirit plus 1,000, Defense plus 2,000. Critical rate minus 20%, critical damage plus 40%. Material, Spine of the Undead King. Can be used to forge weapons. At this moment, Lindsay saw the prop bar, and the space for the spine and the abyss core he obtained last time both lit up with yellow light. Detected materials that can be used to forge equipment with the abyss core, generating equipment blueprints. He instantly recalled the task the system had assigned earlier, to use the abyss core to forge a piece of equipment. But who should I find to forge it? In this world, if one wanted to forge equipment, they usually looked for someone who had awakened to the blacksmith class as a living profession. However, equipment related to the abyss core clearly couldn't be forged by just anyone. Forget it, I'll figure it out after I go outside. Just then, the end-of-level settlement interface finally popped up. All undead have been eliminated, congratulations on clearing this dungeon, experience plus 30,000, the system will shut down in 180 seconds. Lindsay closed the interface and returned to the King's Hall. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan immediately stepped forward. Feng Yuan clasped his hands in respect and bowed. Lindsay, little brother, we owe it all to you this time. We couldn't help much, and we feel really ashamed. Lei Jinyu was less formal and said directly, stop calling him little brother. I think we can just call him Brother Lin. Then he came over and put his arm around Lindsay's shoulder. Isn't that right, Brother Lin? Hey, Lady. Lindsay also called out bluntly, feeling a rush of delight in his heart. He never expected that one day he would be called brother by the Lord of Lei City. This trip was worth it, to say the least. By the way, Brother Lin, where do you live? We should visit you some other day, Lei Jinyu asked. I'm afraid you will have trouble finding it even if I tell you. Lindsay replied tactfully. Lei Jinyu was persistent. It's okay, if you tell me, I can find it. Feng Yuan smacked the top of his head. Enough. Stop prying into his privacy. Then he turned to Lindsay. How about this, Brother Lin, to show our gratitude, please take this. After speaking, he initiated a trade window. Equipment inlay, Guardian of Holy Light. Can be embedded onto equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, can resurrect at the location after death and restore 10% health, cooldown time, 240 hours. This, resurrection armor? Isn't this a bit too precious? Lindsay felt a little embarrassed. Feng Yuan patted his shoulder. It's a small matter, giving it to a talented young man like Brother Lin is worth it. TCH, you, Feng Loxi, relying on your family's wealth, think you can play the good guy? Lei Jinyu quickly added, since that's the case, I also have something to give. He rummaged through his prop bar and then handed Lindsay an item. Accessory, Acting City Lord Badge. All attributes plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Description, a badge personally issued by the City Lord, can replace the City Lord to exercise some powers. This? Lindsay was stunned. This thing can be given to me so casually? Feng Yuan was furious. Lei Jinyu, have you gone crazy? If you don't have anything to give, don't puff yourself up. Lei Jinyu waved his hand. Alright, it's not a big deal. I don't need this thing, why not give it to Brother Lin and let him use it as a display item? Lin Zhe's mouth twitched. The former lord of Lei City really is unreliable. Then Lei Zhenyu continued, that old man Mu always yells at me, calling me to do all kinds of chores, and says it's for my own good, claiming he's grooming me to be the future city lord. I'll believe him when pigs fly. That old man is very sly. I think he just wants me to be free labor. And to be honest, I'm not really interested in being the city lord. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan shook his head in disappointment, sighing, sigh, how should I say this about you? Lin Zhe was secretly laughing, thinking, do you think I believe you? Okay, we've drifted off topic. Lei Zhenyu said, in short, we owe it to you this time, brother Lin. I've decided to be your friend. After we go out, let's form a brotherhood. After saying this, he clasped his hands together. Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe also clasped their hands, and the three of them respectfully bid farewell to each other. The countdown for the copy's transmission had reached the final few seconds. Lin brother, contact us after going out. The two young city lords waved at him simultaneously. Once I go out, I can contact you, but it won't be the same you two. Lin Zhe thought, a hint of regret rising in his heart. In the next second, the space-time shifted, and Lin Zhe was back home. Chapter 84, S-Class Talent, Demon Master. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, recalling how Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan called him brother, and couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Fortunately, that was just data projection, otherwise, it would be quite awkward after he came out. Let's draw the prize. He quickly opened the lottery page and started spinning. Congratulations! You have drawn the profession-specific talent, Demon Master, S-Class. Talent, Demon Master. Effect 1, it's decided. All attributes of the demons you send into battle increase by 20%. Effect 2, Demon, Go. Easier to sense nearby demons, current sensing range, 10 kilometers. Effect 3, Demon Reunion. Easier to gain affinity and loyalty from demons that are not under contract. Ah! Lin Zhe smiled crookedly, it seems my 60 years of lifespan spent in the copy wasn't wasted. But why do these skills have such a cheap feel to their names? Lin Zhe said helplessly, this system is complex. Lin Zhe read the descriptions carefully again, nodding with satisfaction. Just the first effect is already great, but the second and third seem temporarily useless? After all, there isn't an opportunity to interact with other demons right now. Just then, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID clearly read, Lei Zhenyu. What's going on? Does he somehow know about what just happened in the copy? Logically, the other party shouldn't know what copy I entered. Lin Zhe analyzed this in his heart, feeling a bit guilty as if he had done something wrong. However, he still answered the phone, hello, Lei D. Ah, no. The word brother almost slipped out, and Lin Zhe hurriedly corrected himself, City Lord Lei, is there something you need? Why are you so flustered? Lin Zhe, I heard from Han Qi that you are being targeted by the Shadow Demon Guild? Lei Zhenyu asked on the other end. Oh, is that it? Lin Zhe finally sighed in relief. What? Did you think I would say something else? Lei Zhenyu asked. Oh, no, I just thought there might be something more important. Lin Zhe quickly smoothed things over. Don't take it too lightly. Although I know your strength, the Shadow Demon Guild is the strongest assassination organization in the world, based in the beautiful country. They even have a few 5th-tier experts. I would still be fearful of them. Of course, 5th-tier experts are generally used to assassinate key figures in various countries, so you don't need to worry about that for now. If you need it, I can send more people to help you. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord, but that won't be necessary. Lin Zhe replied directly, I can handle it myself. Okay, I guessed you would say that, so I won't insist. Lei Zhenyu said, by the way, speaking of the Shadow Demon Guild, they actually have some connection to your profession. Oh? What is it? Lin Zhe became interested. It is said that the Shadow Demon Guild worships demons as their faith, and they pray to an ancient and powerful demon named Shadow Demon, which is also the origin of their guild's name. It is said that this Shadow Demon loves to devour human souls, so the targets they assassinate are sent to feed the Shadow Demon. Of course, this is just hearsay, it might not be true. I mainly want to remind you to be careful. Shadow Demon, huh? Lin Zhe pondered, his heart already starting to get excited. If they really have a demon, wouldn't the talent I just received come in handy? Thinking this, Lin Zhe spoke up, City Lord Lei, perhaps I can directly take down this Shadow Demon Guild. What did you say? Lei Zhenyu almost doubted his hearing. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth, Lin Zhe, I know you have strength, but there's no need to be too anxious. That Shadow Guild is spread across the globe, filled with countless experts. How could you possibly take them down all by yourself? Okay. Lin Zhe thought to himself that there was no way to explain this to you. Ha, but I'm not criticizing you. Young people being a bit arrogant is not a bad thing. When I was your age, I wasn't joking, I was also full of vigor. Being valued by the old city lord at such a young age, to be trained as the future city lord.
Lindsay looked at the acting city lord badge beside him and silently complained, "Didn't you say you weren't interested in being the city lord? And you even gave away the badge." Lei Zhenyu continued boasting, saying, "Alright, enough chit-chat, today I finally got off work early, I'm going to drink." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lindsay shook his head, feeling quite speechless. In some ways, this person hadn't changed much. Lindsay turned off the communicator, and seeing that it was not too late, he prepared to wash up and sleep. However, just before sleeping, he thought again about the Shadow Guild assassins, so he made some preparations and then turned off the lights. Next, it was time to wait for the rabbit to come. Meanwhile, in the dark night, three mysterious figures were stealthily moving between the rooftops of buildings. All three were dressed in black, like three agile black panthers. One tall and thin man said, "Chen Xuan, is your target really that amazing? You called us, both of us about to break through to the fourth stage, to help you? You won't be playing us, will you?" A woman with a curvy figure followed up, "Hee, if you dare to play us, you know the consequences." The third person, who was Chen Xuan, the one who had previously attempted to assassinate Lindsay, said, "Why would I waste my time playing tricks on you? Once it's done, I'll share the commission with you entirely, not taking a single cent. What I want is just to keep my life." In just a few words, the three had already arrived at the rooftop of an old residential building. "The target lives in a place like this," said the tall man. "Chen Xuan, why am I beginning to not trust you more and more?" "Shoo!" Chen Xuan said cautiously, "Do not let your guard down." You all wait here, let me check out the situation." The slender woman went to the edge of the rooftop railing, and with a leap, her figure disappeared into the air. When she reappeared, she was already outside a certain floor's window. Her profession was spatial sorceress, a level 79 expert on the brink of a fourth stage breakthrough. "Is it this room?" The woman looked inside the window and disdainfully said, "Looks quite ordinary." In the next second, her body vanished again, and she appeared inside the room. So easy, there's no barrier set up." The woman felt even more confident. "I really don't understand what Chen Xuan is so worried about." However, in the next moment, her expression froze. In front of her, many pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, each one ferociously approaching her, hungry for prey. "Ah!" The woman's scream pierced through the night sky. Chapter 85, Everything comes from shadows, everything's soul returns to shadows. "What are you making noise about late at night in someone else's home? Can't you let people sleep?" Lindsay rubbed his eyes and appeared in the living room, still wearing his pajamas. He saw the window wide open, 10 hellhounds crowded into the room, almost overflowing. And the thing they were surrounding was a woman lying in a pool of blood, who was already lifeless. Looking at the woman's graceful figure, Lindsay sighed, "What a pity." Then he ordered the dogs, "Handle her, and don't make my living room dirt." All were shocked. "What happened?" The tall, thin man showed a hint of fear for the first time. "I told you to be careful." Chen Xuan was sweating profusely. "This target is definitely not simple." "Damn." The tall, thin man spat on the ground. "No matter how complicated, he's still just a level 1 rookie. I'll go check it out." With that, he was about to jump downstairs. Just then, a delicate voice came from behind him. "Where are you going? Why not come play with your sister?" The tall, thin man was startled and was about to turn around when a thorny whip lashed out at him. But the man's reaction was quick. Just as the whip was about to touch his skin, his body twisted at an impossible angle, avoiding the attack. Then he rolled several times and created some distance. His profession was Snake Shadow Fighter, also a skilled expert close to breaking through level 4. Upon closer inspection, he saw a woman with small black wings and a fiery figure across from him. "Your body is quite flexible," huffed the demon queen. Lilith cupped her face with one hand and said, "I like it even more. Come on, be a good boy and let your sister play with you." Her seductive calls made the two men swallow hard. But as a seasoned warrior, the tall, thin man shouted, "Who are you?" "Lowly servant, you don't deserve to know my name." In the next second, both Chen Xuan and the tall, thin man froze in place, realizing their bodies were completely out of their control. When did you?" the man said in terror. "Who told you to be so disobedient? Now your sister can have fun with you." At that moment, a boy's voice came from the hallway. "Lilith, what are you doing? I told you to deal with them, not to seduce them." Then, a handsome young man appeared on the rooftop. Lilith immediately leaned over. "Master, you're so mean. I was just teasing those two. I've only been loyal to you my whole life." How many times must I say it? Don't say such shameful lines in public." Lindsay hesitated for 2 seconds and added, "Say it at home." Okay, master." Then she turned to the two men, her playful gaze turning cold and fierce. "So, tell me, who hired you to kill my master?"
By now, both had been thoroughly mentally controlled. The tall, thin man was the first to reply, I don't know anything, I was called here by Qinchuan to help. Oh? Lilith rested her chin in her hand, then you're no use, just kill yourself. Yes. The tall, thin man said with unwavering loyalty. In the next second, he grabbed his own head with both hands, and with a crack, he twisted his neck, then fell to the ground with a thud. The oddity of his actions left everyone speechless. Lilith then slowly looked at Chen Xuan, tilting her head slightly with a half-smile. That expression made even Lin Zhe feel a chill, thinking how fortunate he was that she was his subordinate and not an enemy. But Chen Xuan answered dully, the client is only known by our branch president, I'm just doing my job. However, I can take you to find the branch president. Humph, at least you're somewhat useful. Lilith said in a queen's tone, lead the way. Yes. Please follow me. Chen Xuan said, preparing to depart. However, just as he took a step, he suddenly clutched his head and let out a painful scream. Ah! As if he couldn't bear it, he began rolling on the ground. Lilith and Lin Zhe were both startled, not expecting such a reaction. Then in the next second, Chen Xuan suddenly exploded with a loud bang, dying instantly. The scene was shocking. Lilith pondered for a few seconds and said, it seems he had some kind of program implanted. Once it detected betrayal, it would trigger a self-destruct. I didn't expect you human beings. There are indeed such malicious and evil methods. The human race has many wicked methods. Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of something unusual, but this time, what if it is also a method of the demons? In his sight, a wisp of black evil soul began to float out from the tall, thin man's body, slowly rising into the air, then flying in a certain direction. Demon mastered the talent of perceiving demons activated. Follow me. Lin Zhe smiled calmly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city. In a courtyard, a few black-clad thugs were patrolling back and forth. Inside the house, a person covered in shadows suddenly felt a disturbance in his mind, as if he sensed something. Chen Xuan, that waste has actually already. He clenched his fists tightly, this might not be good when reporting back to headquarters. Coincidentally, his communicator rang, displaying a beautiful country's number. He did not dare to show any neglect and quickly answered the call. An extremely angry voice came from the other end. Chairman Gu from Daxia, what are you doing? You couldn't even handle a level 31st stage rookie, and lost 3 members. Not only that, but Lord Shadow Demon just issued an order saying that one of your members has suffered mental control, his soul has been tainted, and cannot return to his own soul. The Black Shadow, known as Chairman Gu, hurriedly explained, President William, it really is my subordinate's incompetence, I will immediately dispatch more personnel. That's enough. President William said, I no longer trust your Daxia's strength. I will send our capable people from the beautiful country directly. If it weren't for our client this time, the one surnamed Sheen, who added another 100 million as a reward, I wouldn't want to support your Daxia department. Yes, yes. Chairman Gu nodded repeatedly. All things come from shadows, and all souls return to shadows. All things come from shadows, and all souls return to shadows. The two of them finally chanted a strange slogan together before ending the call. Chairman Gu collapsed trembling in his chair, cursing, damn it, it's all because of those 3 wastes. Our Daxia department is not valued by the beautiful country headquarters, and now, we will surely be even more isolated. Just then, a voice rang in his ear, hee, as a Daxia person, you actually developed feelings while being a dog for the beautiful country? Who? Chairman Gu was startled. Someone come, he shouted towards the outside of the house. However, after a long time, there was still no movement outside. He immediately looked out the window and saw that the thugs outside were all lying on the ground, already lifeless. When did this happen? In the next second, he sensed someone behind him and turned around immediately. He saw that a boy had appeared in the previously empty room. Aren't you looking for me? I came here myself to save you the trouble of sending people to their deaths. You are Lin Zhe? Chairman Gu's eyes widened. He had been in the guild for over 20 years, and this was the first time someone came to challenge him. However, he was a skilled master who had broken through to the 4th tier, how could he allow a child to ride over him? In an instant, a crescent battle blade appeared in his hand, wrapped in shadow power, sent out at a speed almost undetectable to the naked eye. Lin Zhe was also quick to react, dodging immediately. But in the next second, the layer of black shadow covering the opponent suddenly split apart, as if another person had been copied from his body. A black battle blade gripped in the shadow's hand was sent out again at an equal speed. The speed of the move was beyond Lin Zhe's expectations, he immediately activated the Thunder Step technique to narrowly avoid it. Gu Feng. Occupational, Shadow Soul Warrior, A class. Level, 89, 4th tier. As expected of a 4th tier master, you are quite capable. Lin Zhe said with a smile, it seems I underestimated your guild a bit. Now facing Lin Zhe, there were no longer one enemy, but 2 enemies, Gu Feng. and his shadow clone. Humph, such big words. The other party let out a cold snort from his nose. Don't blame me, a level 4 master, for taking you on at level 1 and 2 against 1. Lindsay chuckled in silence. Are we judging by the number of people? In the next second, the succubus and the hellhound appeared in the room, surrounding the one man and one shadow tightly. Then, suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the outer wall of the mansion collapsed. The fire demon was holding a hammer, looking into the house. My lord, why didn't you call me for the fight? This time, it was Gufeng who was stunned. Why you? How do you have so many summoned beasts? Lindsay casually dropped a line. Be careful not to kill them, we still need to ask questions later. Then, he slowly walked out of the house. However, at this moment, a voice came from inside the house. Shadow Demon Lord, assist me. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the entire mansion, and dark energy burst forth from Gufeng's body. An ominous pressure descended over the entire area. In the next second, a giant shadow appeared above the mansion. Chapter 86, Are your demon clan's battles just about arguing? Lindsay looked up at the huge shadow. It was about 30 meters tall, composed entirely of a black, smoky substance. Its body took on an inverted triangle shape, with two powerful arms, but the lower part tapered into a wisp of black smoke, lacking any feet. Its head was also hidden in the black smoke, with only its eyes and mouth emitting a blood-red glow, appearing both powerful and evil. Lindsay immediately activated his skill to check its information. Shadow Demon, Phantom. Level, 80. Health, 400,000. Skills, Soul Harvest, Soul Contract, Soul Impact, Lament of Souls. Click to view details. As soon as this creature appeared, several demons instinctively took a step back, becoming alert. It's actually a shadow demon. The fire demon exclaimed in surprise. Oh? Do you know it? Lindsay asked. Lilith took over the conversation. Shadow demons are one of the older kinds among us demons, feeding on souls for nourishment and power. I thought they had gone extinct. I can't believe we could still see one today. However, Lilith showed a hint of confusion. What is it? Lindsay asked. It's just that shadow demons aren't supposed to be this big. The fire demon interjected again. This tribe could never be taller than our fire demon clan. Is that so? Lindsay observed the giant shadow before him, deep in thought. At this moment, the enormous black shadow let out a rough, deep, and authoritative voice. Who has summoned me to this place? Gufeng immediately jumped onto the rooftop, kneeling on both knees, responding devoutly, to the Shadow Demon Lord, it is I. I humbly request the Shadow Demon Lord to assist me in killing enemies, and I shall offer double the souls to the Shadow Demon Lord. The Shadow Demon glanced down at Lindsay and several demons with its blood-red eyes, then said in a tone of arrogance. Just a human and a few lowly kin, do you really need me to take action? Who are you calling lowly? The fire demon was annoyed and shouted directly, you shadow demons are nothing but a bunch hiding in the gutters, sucking souls, yet you dare to speak to me like that. Heh, you fire demons are merely a bunch of bad-tempered, uncultured gorillas. I see you as the perfect example. What did you say? The fire demon exploded in anger. My lord, don't say anything. Let me smash him. Lindsay watched in shock on the side, wondering how two demons ended up arguing? And directly resorting to personal attacks? Is this how your demon clan settles disputes? It's quite a different scene, isn't it? Wait a minute. As the fire demon was about to charge forward, Lindsay quickly stopped him. His purpose in coming here was to look for this shadow demon. If he could make this shadow demon his subordinate, not only would it boost his fighting power, but it would also make this demonic shadow guild lose its core strength. Simply two birds with one arrow. Of course, if the shadow demon disagrees, it doesn't matter if I kill him. Lindsay tilted his head and directly said to the shadow demon, I am a demon summoner of the human race. If it's not necessary, I don't want to fight you. Hearing this, Gufeng immediately let out a cold laugh from his nose. Now you are begging for mercy? Let me tell you, it's too late. Lindsay didn't bother with him and continued towards the shadow demon. If I'm not mistaken, this appearance of yours is just a disguise, right? Your true form is not this huge? Also, you can only descend in this phantom form? In an instant, the shadow demon's two blood-red eyes flickered. Lindsay smiled slightly, knowing he was right. Gufeng, however, was furious. What did you say? You dare to insult the powerful Lord Shadow Demon? Lord Shadow Demon, please crush this human quickly. Enough, shut up, the Shadow Demon said to Gufeng. That's right, you shut up. The next second, Gufeng was stunned. Wait, is that directed at me? The Shadow Demon ignored him and looked carefully at Lindsay. I didn't expect your human race to be clever. I have descended hundreds of times in their guild, and they never realized. But even if you are right, what do you want to do? Lindsay got straight to the point. It's simple, sign a contract with me and become my fighting force. In return, I can provide you with more souls, and you won't have to descend in just this form again. Oh? A mere human, you have quite an appetite.
The shadow demon said with great interest, I admit your offer is tempting, but what if I refuse?
Lindsay smiled, in fact, from the beginning, you had no other choice.
The
shadow demon still didn't understand what the other party meant when suddenly a loud ow sounded, sounding both childish yet deafening.
Looking back, a demon dragon, several times larger than it, appeared behind, drooling as if it would eat it in the next second.
The shadow demon froze.
This human has actually contracted with several demons? And each one is so strong?
It pondered for a while and then spoke again, all right, it seems I have no choice. But my true form is not in this world. To sign a contract with me, you need to find me.
The ritual tool to open the portal is on him.
The shadow demon pointed to Gufone beside him.
In the next second, the shadow demon's phantom turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared.
Wait, Lord Shadow Demon.
Gufone was stunned. How did the Lord Shadow Demon come out, say a few words, and run away? And it seemed he had reached some kind of cooperation with Lindsay? What am I doing here then? Should I leave?
Of course, even if he wanted to leave, it was already too late. Several demons were approaching him with hungry eyes. Half an hour later, a fire broke out in a courtyard somewhere in Tianyu City. The flames were too fierce. By the time the fire department arrived, everyone inside was already buried in the sea of fire, and their identities could not be distinguished. On a rooftop 200 to 300 meters away from the fire scene, Lindsay was turning a pencil in his hand.
Item, ritual pencil.
Description, at 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, sketch a demon magic circle to open a temporary portal to a specified location. This was the key to the place where the shadow demon's true body resided.
It could possibly be the Hell Realm?
But now it was already past midnight, he can only try again another day. At the same time, Lindsay learned from Gufone that the one who hired their guild to assassinate him was Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun. Lindsay thought, I have made too many enemies lately, I almost forgot about this person. But saying this clears everything up. To raise a son like Qin Feng, his father is clearly not an easy target.
Meanwhile, in a luxurious flat in a high-end residential building in Tianyu City,
a noblewoman was wearing a splendid nightgown,
holding a young person's memorial photo, crying with tears.
Fomer, my Fomer, you left so tragically.
Whoa.
The person in the memorial photo was indeed Qin Feng. A serious-looking middle-aged man walked over, sat beside the woman, and patted her back to comfort her.
All right, stop crying.
I have spent a fortune hiring someone to deal with the one who killed my son. My Fomer has always been excellent in both character and studies, it was all ruined by that Lindsay.
No matter the cost, I will make him pay for my Fomer's life. Chapter 87, Grandpa Nyo, what kind of serious person can summon a demon? The next day, Lindsay woke up just before noon.
There was no way around it, days without school were just this carefree. After getting up, he made a list of things he needed to do next. First, sign a contract with the shadow demon, but the portal could only be opened exactly at midnight.
Second, deal with Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun, but considering he was an influential person, it needed to be done discreetly. Third, he had another task, to forge equipment using the Abyss Core.
Now that all the materials were ready, he just needed a good craftsman. He thought of all the people he knew, and finally remembered that the Chijia's Sword Edge Guild dealt with swords all their lives, they should know craftsmen. Currently, Lindsay knew 3 members of the Chijia family, Su Jianxin, Qi Yueying, and Qi Xingyu.
Then let's ask that kid Qi Xingyu.
So, he sent a message to Qi Xingyu. To his surprise, a quick reply came back, along with a lot of messages. It's been so many days since we last met, I didn't expect to receive a message from Brother Lin, I am truly overjoyed.
How have you been?
By the way, after hearing that Brother Lin was accepted into the combat department of the Western War Academy, I also resolutely chose to join. I hope to follow in Brother Lin's footsteps and improve over the 4 years of college, just thinking about it makes me excited. The only downside is that my sister, that nagging woman, will probably force me to practice every day. I'm really annoyed, but thankfully, she only has 1 year left until graduation, and I.
Lindsay facepalmed, damn it, I regret asking you.
Qi Xingyu sent another message to himself, and this time he finally got to the point.
About the craftsman, Brother Lin, don't worry.
I have already found the best craftsman in our Sword Edge Guild, Grandpa Nyo. But I should mention in advance, Grandpa Nyo has a bit of a peculiar temper. He said he wants to meet you in person before deciding whether to help you forge equipment.
I wonder if Brother Lin has time this afternoon?
Lindsay replied directly, no problem. Qi Xingyu, alright, then Brother Lin, see you this afternoon. By the afternoon, Lindsay directly used a portal finger to create a portal. The place he emerged was just at the entrance of the Sword Edge Guild. Unlike the bustling urban landscape commonly seen in Tianyu City, this place lay in a tranquil and serene mountain area, shrouded in mist and filled with the sound of birds chirping, bringing peace to one's heart. Just a few steps later, he saw Qi Xingyu waiting there, followed by a butler and a maid. Shi Xingyu immediately stepped forward with cupped fists in greeting, "Brother Lin, long time no see." Then he started to inquire about Lin Zai's well-being, asking all sorts of questions, leaving Lin Zai speechless and wanting to kick this person away. Next, a butler dressed in a suit led the two into the guild's grand entrance, while a maid in black stockings followed behind, holding a sun umbrella for them.
Wow, is this the life of a young master? Lin Zai couldn't help but marvel.
After that, several people began to climb up a winding stone staircase. It was then that Lin Zai realized that the entire Sword Edge Guild was built against the mountain. Walking along the foggy mountain path, he was surrounded by lush green trees and fragrant flowers, occasionally passing by an ancient building. In the courtyard, there were members in uniform practicing martial arts. This made Lin Zai recall a scene he saw in a Xianxia novel in his previous life. The atmosphere truly made his heart flutter. On the way, whenever guild members saw Qi Xingyu, each one excitedly shouted, "Young master." Some even stepped forward to ask for a photo, as if Qi Xingyu was a star in their midst. As for Lin Zai, he wore a confused expression, while everyone speculated who this young man was to receive such personal attention from the young master. While climbing the mountain, the butler began to introduce the Jianfeng Guild to Lin Zai. The Jianfeng Guild, as the name suggests, is a guild that focuses on swordsmanship, and most of the recruited professionals are related to swords. Within the guild, there are 3 branches: the Ask Sword branch, the Tri Sword branch, and the Forge Sword branch. The Ask Sword branch leans towards intelligence and mental attributes, while the Tri Sword branch emphasizes strength attributes. Lin Zai naturally thought of the terms Qi sect and Sword sect. For example, Qi Xingyu's profession is Immortal Swordsman, which belongs to the Ask Sword branch. Qi Yueying is a Frenzied Swordsman, which belongs to the Tri Sword branch. In the Forge Sword branch, most people are lifestyle professionals who create weapons, and Lin Zai's destination today is precisely here. Qi Xingyu introduced, "The person we are going to meet today is the president of the Forge Sword branch, and also a legendary craftsman of the Great Xia, Niu Daming. Grandpa Niu has made weapons for many famous figures in the Great Xia, and my 7 flying swords also came from his hands. But I have to tell you, Grandpa Niu's temper can be a bit strange, so please bear with it a bit, Brother Lin."
Lin Zai nodded.
After walking for a while longer, everyone finally arrived next to a building, from which came the sounds of clanging and clattering.
"We have arrived," Qi Xingyu said.
Upon entering the door, a wave of heat immediately hit them, and the air was filled with the scent of metal and carbon fire. In the center of the room stood a huge furnace, with flames roaring. Beside the furnace, a group of strong craftsmen were engaged in different processes of weapon forging. Among them was a short, hunched silver-haired old man, walking around to inspect while occasionally scolding fiercely.
"Li Dashi,
how many times have I told you, when forging, you need to master the force, not just use brute strength?
Su Xiaoqiang,
when polishing, don't always chat with the girls on the communicator.
And you, Su San, you must strictly control the cooling speed during quenching. If it's too fast, the blade will crack. Are you deaf, blind, or just foolish?"
In terms of height, he was only half the size of those strong men, and in terms of weight, he was much weaker than them. But those strong men were obediently scolded by him and dared not complain even a bit. Niu Daming finally clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, "Sigh, you are truly the worst batch of students I have ever taught. It seems I, Niu Daming, am really going to be without successors."
The few visitors at the door were all taken aback. Lin Zai immediately checked the old man's information. Name, Niu Daming. Profession, craftsman, F grade. Level 102, 5th tier.
Not knowing was one thing, but knowing was shocking. He is actually a 5th tier lifestyle profession.
Lin Zai thought in astonishment.
It is known that lifestyle professions, regardless of quality, are all classified as F grade, which is a significant reason why many people look down on lifestyle professions. Moreover, lifestyle professions mean there are no combat skills, so leveling up by fighting monsters is quite difficult. Yet this old man has actually leveled a lifestyle profession to level 102.
Lin Zai couldn't help but feel a deep respect. At this moment, Qi Xingyu enthusiastically greeted, "Grandpa Niu, we're here."
"Oh, it's Xiaoyu," Niu Daming said casually upon seeing the young master enter. "Why have you come here?"
Qi Xingyu's mouth twitched. Didn't I tell you this morning?
I brought my brother to find you to forge weapons."
"Oh, it seems there was indeed such a thing." Niu Daming lazily looked over at Lin Zai. "Hello." Lin Zai greeted politely.
But Niu Daming gave him a cold glance, then turned his head away. "You can go back, I won't forge a sword for you."
Lin Zai was taken aback. "Wait a minute, Grandpa Niu."
Qi Xingyu, hearing this, became anxious. "At least have a chat, Lin Zai is my older brother."
But Niu Daming spoke to them with his back turned. "Just look at his profession, a demon summoner? Such a profession is not the same as a true gentleman."
"I, Niu Daming, uphold righteousness. I detest evil things my whole life."
Chapter 88, The Ambition of Gold and Stone.
Lin Zai was even more confused after hearing Niu Daming's words.
"Wait a minute.
Someone has said his profession is useless, someone has complained about his low level, but this is the first time someone has said he is not a true gentleman.
May I ask, why is there a moral kidnapping happening here?
Lindsay retracted the respect he had for the elder and directly shot back.
Grandpa Nyo, I regarded you as a distinguished hero of Xia, but I didn't expect that at your age, you still judge a person's character by their profession? Isn't that a bit shallow? As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was shocked. This person actually dares to speak to teacher Nyo like this? The several strong men in the house instantly became upset. You kid, what are you saying? Do you understand basic etiquette? Is Grandpa Nyo someone you, a person like you, can evaluate? You have no manners at all.
Yes, how dare you speak such nonsense about my beloved teacher? Qi Xingyu quickly stepped forward to ease the situation. Guys, it's all a misunderstanding, let's all say less. Hearing Lin Zai's words, Niu Daming slowly turned around, staring directly at Lin Zai with a gaze that was deep and inscrutable. Lin Zai was not afraid, meeting his gaze without flinching. The two of them locked eyes for several seconds, and finally, Niu Daming relaxed. "Heh, you kid do have some guts. How about this, if you want me to forge a weapon for you, you must pass my test." As soon as Qi Xingyu heard this, his face instantly turned a bit ugly. "Wait, Grandpa Niu, it won't be that test, right?" The strong men in the room showed expressions as if they were watching a show. Niu Daming tilted his head back. "Exactly." After speaking, he walked to one wall of the room, which was covered with cloth. Niu Daming lifted the cloth, revealing a portal before everyone's eyes. "This is my test," Niu Daming said slowly. Lin Zai saw the portal and was a bit surprised. "Is this a dungeon?" "Humph, not bad." Niu Daming crossed his arms proudly and said, "This is our Sword Forging Division's ace dungeon, personally created by me." The strong men behind him imitated his action, each showing a malicious smile at Lin Zai. As if saying, "Hee hee, kid, you'll have it tough soon." Qi Xingyu quickly leaned into Lin Zai's ear. "Lin, that dungeon." "Xingyu." But he was immediately interrupted by Niu Daming. "Do not tell him the content of the dungeon, or it will be considered cheating, and disqualify him from the test." Qi Xingyu retreated 2 steps, looking aggrieved. But Lin Zai's face showed no waves, and he casually said, "No problem, I accept the test." After saying that, he directly walked into the portal. Time and space shifted. When Lin Zai opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bright and clean place. The scenery here didn't look like a real scene but more like a clear and pure realm, with many floating orange translucent jade stones around, radiating an orange glow. Looking down, he found that under his feet was also an orange translucent jade stone slab, and below it was endless void. Welcome to the dungeon, the ambition of gold and stone. Level limit, none. Difficulty, nightmare level. Task description: this dungeon prohibits the use of all props and items, please explore on your own. If you provide hints, I will lose. This description. Lin Zai was a bit speechless. He shook his head and said, "What a stubborn old man." He observed the surroundings and saw not far ahead, there was also a piece of orange translucent stone slab, and every few steps there was one, each one positioned higher than the previous one. The numerous stone slabs formed a row of suspended stairs. Lin Zai jumped forward and stepped onto the nearest slab. At that moment, a piece of jade floating beside him suddenly crashed towards him. Lin Zai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately dodged. Lin Zai looked at the empty space beneath his feet and thought, if I get hit by a stone, I would probably fall. However, just then, the orange jade stones floating around seemed to come to life, charging towards him at high speed. Meanwhile, outside the instance, a room full of people stopped their tasks, sitting in front of a screen, captivated by what they saw. Niu Daming sat in the front, his eyes filled with an assessing color. For those disciples, it had been a long time since they had this sort of fun, so they were all excited, with some even bringing out a pack of seeds to snack on. Qi Xingyu sat beside Niu Daming and noticed something was off. "Grandpa Niu, why do I feel that the stones are moving much faster than when I went in?" Niu Daming tilted his head confidently. "Silly child, back then I set it to easy mode, but for him, it's nightmare level." "Huh?" Qi Xingyu was dumbfounded. "You really don't want him to clear it?" Niu Daming snorted coldly. "That brat is too arrogant. If I can dull his sharpness, it counts as helping him. I'm a craftsman, not only can I polish weapons, but I also have some insights into polishing talent." A disciple beside him immediately chimed in. "Exactly, that kid is too cocky, daring to speak to the teacher like that. Young people like him need a lesson now, or he might make big mistakes later." Qi Xingyu shook his head helplessly, knowing that saying anything now was useless. Inside the instance, Lin Zai had jumped several levels of steps and dodged several flying jade stones, and realized that this was to test his reaction in speed. He instantly activated the thunderous step he had trained to an extraordinary level, and in his vision, the speed of those jade stones immediately seemed much slower. The next maneuvers became very smooth. Lin Zai jumped up over a dozen levels of stairs, effortlessly dodging the flying stones. While standing on a certain level of stairs, 4 stones flew towards him simultaneously from all directions, and Lindsay hurriedly continued to leap to higher steps. However, at that moment, the stairs suddenly began to move on their own. Lindsay was just about to step on it when the stairs slid away to a farther position.
Damn, playing tricks?
Lindsay cursed silently, and then, his feet suddenly gave way, and he fell down. In front of the screen, Nyodaming crossed his legs, as if waiting for an answer. Alright, that's it.
Those disciples cheered with glee. Oh no.
Only Qi Xingyu shook his head. Looks like Brother Lin came here for nothing. Forget it, I'll think of another craftsman to find. Nyodaming instructed a nearby disciple, go, forcibly teleport him out. The disciple was about to get up, but at that moment, the scene on the screen changed again. A huge shadow appeared from the bottom of the screen and soared upwards. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic black dragon, and on its back sat a person. It was Lindsay. Just now, when Lindsay was falling, he summoned the little demon dragon and directly used the skill, Law of Heaven and Earth, then sat on it. At this moment, the little demon dragon was rapidly heading towards the direction guided by the stairs, and the flying jade stones continued their assault, but hitting the little dragon was like a mosquito bite. In less than 2 minutes, the little dragon reached the height of the last step, and Lindsay jumped directly to the top, putting the little dragon away. The disciples in front of the screen were all stunned. One disciple stood up and shouted, "Wait, isn't this a foul?
This doesn't count."
Qi Xingyu softly said, "Brother, this is where you are wrong. This instance doesn't disable summoning beasts, and flying is naturally one of the methods."
Xingyu is right. Nyodaming glared at the disciple. Do I not know my own designed instance? Sit down and stop embarrassing yourself. The person felt defeated and had to sit down. Nyodaming stroked his white beard. I have to admit, that kid has some skills. But my design has flaws too. Next time, I need to make the flying stones bigger. Qi Xingyu, oh man. It seems that future challengers will suffer more.
At this moment on the screen, the last step was slowly carrying Lindsay upwards. Nyodaming's eyes became sharp. The first level was just warm-up, the next level will truly test his skills. Everyone in the room sat back down, their eyes filled with extreme anticipation. Qi Xingyu felt a heaviness in his heart, and a slight painful expression crossed his face, as if recalling some bad memories.
Chapter 89, even if it's a god, it must show him.
Lindsay was seen slowly ascending on the steps, surrounded by colorful clouds. After a while, the steps reached a floating small island and finally stopped. Lindsay stepped down from the steps and found that this island was actually a circular platform, with some small orange jade stones on the ground, and auspicious clouds floating in the air. Right in front of him was a huge piece of jade, towering as high as 7 or 8 floors and glowing with a dreamlike orange light. The entire place didn't seem dangerous at all, instead, it looked like a land of auspiciousness. What is this test? Lindsay felt a bit confused. However, when the orange light shone into his eyes, he suddenly felt a little dizzy.
At the same time, outside the instance. Ha, it has begun. One disciple laughed out loud upon seeing Lindsay's woozy appearance. I wonder what that kid can see. No matter what it is, it will be enough to make him drink from it. Every disciple wore an expression of excitement and anticipation, waiting for the results.
At the door of the room, the maids and butler brought in by Qi Xingyu were also watching the screen.
The maid in black stockings asked in confusion, why are they so happy?
You asked the right person. When the young master participated in this instance before, I was the one who brought him.
The butler explained.
The difficulty of this instance lies in that the stone can create an illusion that brings forth the trickiest enemy the challenger has ever faced. And this enemy's stats are hundreds to thousands of times stronger than a real enemy, so this instance doesn't test whether one can pass through because no one can beat it. It tests whether the challenger can face their inner fears calmly. The innocent maid nodded in a daze. I see. Over there in the seats, Nyodaming curiously asked Qi Xingyu next to him.
Xingyu, do you remember what you saw back then?
Qi Xingyu instantly displayed a look as if he had eaten something bad. It was my sister.
Ha ha ha. Nyodaming laughed, and it was a giant version of your sister.
When we saw that scene, we were all stunned. At that time, you were only 11 years old, and a huge Ah-ing was chasing you around. We laughed so hard our stomachs hurt. But you still managed to whittle down 10% of your sister's health with kite-flying skills, which I considered a pass, ha.
Alright, Grandpa Nyo.
Qi Xingyu felt a bit embarrassed.
Don't laugh at me, let's see how Lin does. I wonder what that kid will face.
Nyodaming also felt a bit excited, but no matter what it is, he needs to be brave and hardworking to pass my test. All my disciples have passed this test. I, Nyodaming, will never make equipment for the weak-willed. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding disciples looked proud, as if they had received great recognition.
Inside the instance.
After a moment of dizziness, Lindsay tried hard to focus himself. He rubbed his eyes and found that everything around him seemed unchanged. No dangerous creatures appeared, nor were there any puzzling challenges. The entire space was quiet and peaceful, making him feel like taking a nap in the orange glow.
What's going on? Lindsay felt bewildered.
Then, he used the skill, clear as day, to observe. He saw nothing unusual around, but when his gaze fell on the huge, intact jade wall opposite him, information popped up.
Amber Stone Father. Race, Stone Man Clan. Level, 50. Health points, 100 million. Skills, Absolute Defense, Dangerous Illusion. Lindsay was shocked when he saw this health points. Wait, 100 million? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Could this be the content of the test?
He immediately summoned the fire demon and ordered, "Fire demon, smash it."
Yes, my lord.
The fire demon didn't hesitate and took out the magma giant hammer to smash the jade wall.
Damage number, 301908. Only 300,000 damage?
Lindsay recalled when the fire demon hit that abyssal giant worm, it was clearly 4.5 million damage per hit.
Fire demon, did you not use all your skills? Lindsay asked immediately. I did. I used them all.
The fire demon replied with some grievance.
Lindsay thought to himself, it seems the defense of this wall is extremely high. No matter, keep smashing. Hit harder. Go all out.
Yes, my lord. Outside the screen, after seeing Lindsay's actions, everyone sensed that something was off.
Something's wrong, why isn't anything appearing? And what is this kid doing, why is he smashing the stone? Chi Xingyu asked, could it be that the function of this amber stone has a problem? Impossible. Niu Daming replied calmly, do you know how much significance this amber stone holds?
In our great Xia's ancient times, there is an idiom called, when sincerity reaches its peak, even metal and stone can be opened. It tells the story of a man who practiced archery and encountered a tiger on a dark road, shot an arrow, and realized it was just a stone, with his arrow deeply embedded in it.
That kind of stone is the amber stone.
And this instance I created, the will of metal and stone, is made using this amber stone, and it is the oldest and highest quality piece among them.
So it is absolutely impossible for there to be a problem.
But Niu Daming stroked his white beard, feeling puzzled. Why isn't this amber stone creating an illusion for that kid?
Meanwhile, inside the instance.
Amid the sound of ding-dong, the fire demon was working hard to smash the stone. My lord, we've been smashing for so long, and this stone hasn't changed at all, the fire demon asked in confusion. It's okay, just keep smashing, Lindsay ordered. In his special vision, the total health of the stone wall was indeed decreasing at a rate of around 300,000 each time, just not obviously.
He guessed, it seems the content of this test is sincerity and patience.
There is an idiom that says, when sincerity reaches its peak, even metal and stone can be opened. The name of this instance happens to be, the will of metal and stone.
Exactly, it must be like this.
Suddenly, the stone wall made a cracking sound, and he saw a crack forming on it. My lord, it's working, the fire demon exclaimed happily.
Lindsay's expression brightened, feeling more confident, fire demon.
Keep smashing, I don't believe this stone wall can't be broken.
As long as it's something with life, even a god must be shown who's boss.
After more than 30 minutes of relentless effort from the flame demon, a whole stone wall finally collapsed with a loud crash. Kill the orange amber stone father, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days, 164 years 140 days. Congratulations on your first kill, extra experience plus 20,000. Loot gained, 80,000 copper coins, golden stone set, legendary level.
Ha! First clear? Lindsay was stunned, didn't many people do this trial before? Did they all fail? And this equipment, legendary level? Isn't that second only to mythical level? Equipment, golden stone set. Level restriction, level 30. Effect, all attributes plus 1000, reduces 90% of any physical or magical damage. Wow, this effect.
Lindsay was amazed, wearing this truly makes me invincible. He immediately took off his original black light armor and put this one on. The whole armor had an orange jade texture, and just looking at it felt very luxurious.
Meanwhile, outside the dungeon.
When Lindsay cleared the dungeon for the first time, an orange beam of light shot up into the sky from the workshop, then splendid orange fireworks erupted in the air. The entire mountain where the Sword Edge Guild was situated shone brightly among the fireworks. Everyone on the mountain stopped their work and practice, looking up at the sky with expressions of astonishment. In a small house at the mountain's peak, an old man who looked ethereal slowly walked out, gazing at the strange phenomenon in the sky, clearly surprised. A small child hurriedly ran over, shouting, President, the Ace Dungeon of the Sword Forging Subguild has been cleared by someone.
Chapter 90, Flame Demon Apprenticeship?
In front of the screen in the workshop, when a group of people saw that big stone shattered, their mouths all formed an O shape.
Even Nyo Daming was no exception. After a while, he finally reacted. The orange amber stone father I forged with my own hands was smashed? Wait a moment, I just remembered I activated nightmare mode, which means if it's broken, it's really broken. Nyo Daming felt his eyes darken and nearly fainted. Mr. Nyo! Mr. Nyo! What's wrong with you?
The disciples rushed to support him. At this moment, at the teleportation portal, Lindsay casually walked out from inside.
He immediately shouted, "Old man, I cleared it, am I qualified now?"
The next second, he saw Nyo Daming lying on his seat with a face full of despair, while the disciples were still asking him if he was okay.
Lindsay was completely confused. What's going on here?
Seeing him come out, a disciple immediately scolded him. "It's all your fault, Mr. Nyo is like this."
Qualified? I think you should leave quickly.
At the same time, the sound of footsteps like raindrops came from outside.
Did you hear? The president of the Sword Forging Subguild's dungeon was cleared by someone?
I heard it's the first clear in over 30 years.
No wonder there are such beautiful fireworks. Let me see who is so amazing.
It turned out that when the crowd saw that phenomenon, they all rushed over to see the fun.
Soon, the area outside the workshop was jam-packed with people.
The disciples were all in a difficult position. What should we do now?
After a while, Nyo Daming finally recovered. He stood up and sighed, "Well, if the dungeon is gone, it's gone. At worst, I can create another one in the future." Then, he looked at Lindsay. "You are the first person I've ever met that the orange amber stone couldn't create an illusion in front of." Lindsay was bewildered. Illusion? What illusion? Isn't this dungeon trial about patience? Cough cough, Nyo Daming almost fainted again. "Kid, let me ask you, have you never encountered an enemy that made you feel tricky, or an opponent you were scared of since you were young?" Lindsay frowned slightly, carefully thought for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. "No?" Everyone inside and outside the room looked at each other.
Everyone felt Lindsay was boasting, but the fact remained that no illusion appeared in the dungeon.
Only Lindsay was really thinking hard about this problem, not knowing which kind counts as a tough enemy. Does it count if it lasts more than 2 minutes?
"Looking at your eyes, it doesn't seem like you're lying," Nyo Daming said. "Before, Xiaoyu praised you in every way, I thought it was too exaggerated."
"I didn't expect, you really have something different about you. Alright, no matter what, you have passed this quest.
I, Nyo Daming, never go back on my word and will naturally create equipment for you.
But, can you agree to one small condition for me?"
Lindsay was also unambiguous. "Please tell me, senior. The summoning beast of yours with the hammer, I feel he has quite the talent for craftsmanship.
Can you let me take another look at him?" Lindsay smiled. "That's easy to do. Flame Demon, come out." In the next second, the Flame Demon appeared directly in front of everyone. He raised his hammer, glancing around at all present, and with a fierce expression asked, "Master, who are we smashing this time?" Everyone was so scared they quickly took several steps back. Lindsay scolded, "I'm gonna smash you, you big-headed ghost. Stand still, let the old man take a good look." Yes.
Everyone saw that this ferocious beast actually listened to Lindsay and stood obediently in place, all gasped in shock.
Just now, many had spoken disrespectfully and were now feeling apprehensive. Luckily they didn't anger him, otherwise. But they saw Nyo Daming was not afraid of the flame demon at all. Instead, he walked around it with a curious face, looking here and there. While observing, he also exclaimed, "Look at this arm, it's born to be a craftsman. Look at this stance, it's way steadier than my students. And this hammer, TSK, what a shame it's not used for blacksmithing." After looking, he sighed, sigh. "Much more talented than my useless students. What a pity it's a demon, not a human." At this moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. "Ha ha, old Nyo, the one you noticed is probably rare in the world. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or a human, just take him as your disciple, why stick to formalities?" Along with that voice, the people outside automatically made way, saying, "Hello, President." Then, an old man with white hair but a youthful face, exuding an aura of immortality, walked over. "Grandpa!" Qi Xingyu shouted, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was the current president of the Sword Edge Guild, Qi Yunhuan. Qi Yunhuan showed a smile like a child. Your friend made such a big commotion, everyone in our guild, those who should learn not learning, those who should work not working, all ran here to watch the fun, of course, I had to come take a look." Then he looked at Lindsay and smiled, "You must be Lindsay? Xinger and his dad have mentioned you many times in front of me, and that girl you are, even though she doesn't say it, still has great praise for you." Lindsay bowed, "Nice to meet you, President Qi." Qi Yunhuan then looked at the flame demon. "Wow, it's my first time seeing a real demon. Really broadened my horizons. Old brother Nyo, have you considered it? Opportunities won't come again." Nyo Daming looked troubled. "What are you saying, Brother Qi? Letting this demon be my disciple is a bit too outrageous, and even if I agree, the master may not agree."
Lin Zhe's mind turned, pondering. Letting the flame demon learn crafting skills from Niu means I wouldn't need to find someone to forge things in the future, which is a good thing.
But, I wonder how long it will take to learn.
With that thought, he said, Old Master Niu, letting the flame demon become your disciple is naturally fine, but we can't stay here for long.
I wonder if you have any texts, so we can study by ourselves after going back? Hearing this, Niu Daming and Shi Yunhuan exchanged glances, then laughed.
You young fellow, your scheming is right in front of my face. Niu Daming stroked his beard, but it's okay.
Who made you access my copy?
Here, take it. He pulled out a thick book from his inventory and threw it to Lin Zhe. The title on the book read, Niu Daming's Essential Guide to Forging. This is the result of my years of hard work, I hope you study it well.
Niu Daming urged. Lin Zhe was overjoyed, quickly clasped his hands in a salute and bowed. Thank you, Grandpa Niu. Yanma, don't you kneel before your master? Yanma was a little confused. Why did he become a disciple without saying a word? It felt like being sold by someone.
Nevertheless, he bowed as if he were human. I, Yanma Belows, greet my master.
What? So you have a name? Lin Zhe asked. My lord, I actually said it long ago. Yanma responded, feeling a little wronged. If you don't believe me, check the episode when I first appeared. Ha 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 ha.
Niu Daming's laughter interrupted their conversation as he stroked his beard. I never expected that after living a lifetime, I would take a demon as my disciple in my old age.
What a surprise. Alright, enough chit-chat. Niu Daming looked at Lin Zhe. What equipment do you want me to forge?
Lin Zhe immediately submitted 2 materials and an equipment blueprint through the window. The materials were the Abyss Core and the spine of the Undead King. When Niu Daming saw the black gas-emitting Abyss Core, his expression became serious.
He quickly ordered his disciples, you all go outside. And get rid of those onlookers outside. P.S. If you have made it this far, could you give this book a 5-star review? It's very important to me, please. Chapter 91, Forging S-Class Weapon, Evil Soul Entering the Bone. After clearing the room, only Lin Zhe, Shi Xingyu, Niu Daming, and Shi Yunhuan remained in the workshop.
Niu Daming carefully took out the Abyss Core, placed it on the refining table, and examined it closely before speaking. I have been a craftsman all my life and have searched for minerals all my life. I have mined rare minerals in various dungeons, like the Blue Phantom Crystal from the Siren Tribe seabed, the Toxic Crystal from the Crystal Forest, the Sunstone from the Giant's Canyon, and even the Orange Amber from the previous dungeon. However, I have never seen such an evil stone as yours. It looks ordinary but seems to have an invisible power, almost dragging me in carelessly. Shi Yunhuan also stared at the stone's information, pondering for a long time. Abyss Core, Abyss. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, his eyes widening slightly. Lin Zhe, my young friend, this abyss can't be. Lin Zhe nodded. President Shi, you guessed correctly, it is that abyss. After saying that, he roughly told them the sequence of events and specially reminded them, please, don't spread this for now. If the public finds out, it might cause panic. After hearing his experiences, the 2 experienced elders inhaled cold air in surprise. Shi Yunhuan sighed. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, have faced such a dangerous enemy and still managed to clear it. You've once again refreshed my perception of you, your future is limitless. He then reminded Shi Xingyu beside him. Xingyu, from now on, stick with Lin Zhe well, did you hear? Shi Xingyu nodded like a sieve. Grandpa, of course. I am willing to always follow behind brother Lin. Lin Zhe thought to himself, just don't be so exaggerated every time. Then, Shi Yunhuan's face showed a hint of worry. If the abyss really comes, our human race might face a great disaster. I wonder if there's any way to cope with it. Let me think. Shi Yunhuan lowered his head, muttering to himself, and surprisingly walked out of the door, leaving without saying a word. That's just how Grandpa is. Shi Xingyu said, speechless. Once he starts thinking about a problem, he enters a world of his own. Don't mind that old man. The speaker was Niu Daming. I'm not like him. I am just a blacksmith and cannot think that far ahead. He picked up his tools and waved at the 2 young men. Alright, you 2 can go outside and wait, I'll call you when I'm done. So Lin Zhe and Shi Xingyu walked out of the workshop and waited outside. Several disciples walked back into the workshop, and soon the sounds of forging filled the room, with thick black smoke billowing from the chimney on the roof. From time to time, loud curses from Niu Daming could be heard, directed at his disciples. When Grandpa Niu starts working, it's always like this, Shi Xingyu said, as if he was used to it. About 2 hours later, a disciple came out of the workshop and called to the 2, the weapons are ready, you can come in. The 2 entered the workshop immediately and saw a long sword crafted from white bones placed on the forging platform. The sword was thin and long, made of segments of bone blades, and the entire sword was emanating black mist. The surrounding disciples kept their distance, as if they had encountered some evil creature. But Lin Zhe stepped forward, grasped the long sword, and examined it closely. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon, Evil Soul into Bone, S rank. Evil Soul into Bone.
Category, Weapon. Level Restriction, above level 60. Effects, Agility plus 2000, Spirit plus 2000, Attack carries Abyss attribute damage. Skill 1, Black Moon Heart Eclipse. Every time a crescent-shaped sword energy is released, it deals damage equals Agility *5 plus Spirit *5, with a cost of 100 mana per use. Skill 2, Switch Form. Can switch between sword form and whip form, for 10 seconds after each switch, critical hit rate plus 30%, critical hit damage plus 90%, attack speed doubles. Cooldown time for switching, 60 seconds. Sword form, when facing a single enemy target, skill damage is doubled. Whip form, when facing multiple enemy targets, skill attack range is doubled. This feels really great. Lindsay's eyes lit up, and it can switch forms? With a whip form, this is perfect for Lilith, and it also enhances Lilith's direct attack capabilities, very nice. Just then, the enchanting demon queen appeared beside him, stunning the burly craftsmen who were watching. These men, who hammered away at the forge daily and had little entertainment, were completely mesmerized, their eyes wide open, nearly drooling at the sight of such a beauty. Here, take it. Lindsay tossed the long sword to Lilith. Wow! Thank you for the gift, master. Lilith took the long sword and twirled it, the slender blade matching her figure perfectly. Then, she swung the long sword horizontally, and every segment of the bone blade instantly separated, connected by a soft, flesh-like substance, transforming the entire sword into a long bone whip. The whip danced through the air, startling the rugged men, who stumbled back in fright, while Lilith giggled with delight. Alright, you can go back now. Lindsay said, retracting Lilith. At that moment, the system chimed in with a reminder of task completion. Ding! Successfully forged a weapon using the Abyssal Core, completing the task. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Perfect, Lindsay thought proudly to himself. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something, looked around, and asked, "Oh, where is Grandpa Nyo? I haven't thanked him in person yet." A craftsman immediately stepped forward and said, "Oh, Master used too much energy while forging the sword and has gone back to rest." Then, he handed Lindsay a note. "By the way, this is something Master asked me to give you." Lindsay took the note and saw powerful handwriting that pressed through the paper. "Young friend Lindsay, this Abyssal Core is indeed an evil thing, and the weapon forged from it is filled with malice. However, from you, the demon summoner, I see a truth. It is not the weapon that is good or evil, but the person who wields it. Thankfully, I have grown old enough to understand this lesson. Today was when I truly understood this principle. I hope that the weapon crafted by this old man can help you slay demons and clear a bright path for our human race. This is from the blacksmith, Nyo Daming." Lindsay read the note and stored it in his inventory, feeling a surge of emotions in his heart. He silently responded in his heart, "I will not let down your expected, senior." Chapter 92, I absolutely won't die this time. When Lindsay returned home, the sky was already darkening. Thinking about how he had to search for the shadow demon at midnight, he felt a little lazy. Sigh, handsome and hard-working like me, the only ones comparable are the readers in front of the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim. Forget it, let's just draw the prize. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the wheel. Congratulations! You have drawn the talent, Fury of the Stone, a grade. Talent, Fury of the Stone. When you have shield value, every time you take damage, it will deal a rebound damage to the enemy, damage value equals the damage value taken before reduction *2. What the hell? A reflect shield? Lindsay was overjoyed, just what I need to pair with my shield. At that moment, the system continued to pop up a prompt. Detected a combinable talent entry, Undying Body plus Fury of the Stone equals Immortal Body. After fusion, the original entry will be invalidated, and all functions of the original entry will be inherited by the new entry. Do you want to fuse? Yes/no. The system has this feature? Then let's fuse, there's no loss anyway. Moreover, after fusion, leveling up the talent means spending 1 life to upgrade 2 talents. Lindsay immediately chose the option yes. Fusing for you, completed. Congratulations! You have obtained the talent, Immortal Body, S grade. Talent, Immortal Body. Effect 1, Physical Defense and Magic Defense increased by 50%, and adds a shield equivalent to your maximum health, taking damage first from the shield before consuming health value. Lost shield restores at a rate of 10 points per second. Effect 2, when you have shield value, every time you take damage, it will deal a rebound damage to the enemy, damage value equals the damage value taken before reduction *2. Perfect. Today, he not only gained a set of defensive gear stone armor, but also obtained a new defensive talent. Now he was truly a moving wall of copper and iron. By the way, I can continue to strengthen. He remembered the gift that the young version of Feng Yuan had given him in the dungeon. Equipment gem, Sanctuary of Holy Light. Can be embedded into equipment. Dark attribute resistance plus 40%, after death can resurrect at the spot and recover 10% health, cooldown, 240 hours. It was a stone radiating a warm, milky white light, and he immediately chose to embed it into the stone armor. Now, Lindsay had a 50% defense boost, 90% damage reduction, a shield equal to his health, shield rebound, and resurrection upon death. This is freaking. Lindsay felt a little too overpowered himself. I definitely won't die this time, even trying to commit suicide would be a challenge. Alright, the second thing. Lindsay calmed his excited heart, teach the flame demon crafting techniques. To prevent the flame demon from breaking through his ceiling, he used the Gate of All Realms to enter a relatively simple dungeon, then found an empty lot to summon the flame demon. Barros, take this and study hard. He tossed the book Nyo Daming's Forging Essentials handwritten copy to the flame demon. Then, the system popped up another reminder. Triggered talent, Time Management Master, do you want to consume life to learn this book? Yes/no, can pause at any time. Choose yes. Learning Nyo Daming's Forging Essentials handwritten copy. Your summoned beast consumed 9 years' time, recognizing all the words in the book. Your summoned beast consumed another 0.01 years, 3 days, learned all the skills in the book. Your summoned beast then consumed another 0.5 years, mastering all the essentials in the book. Your summoned beast has consumed 0.5 years of time, successfully becoming a legendary level craftsman. After completing his studies, the fire demon Balros appeared very happy, lifting his hammer and starting to hop around. Ah, my lord, I feel so full of power right now. Not the ordinary kind of power, but the power of knowledge. It feels like I'm starting to think more. But Lindsay, looking at the text on the interface, fell into deep thought alone. Wait a minute, it feels like something is off. He spent 4 years to become a legendary level craftsman, but he took 9 years to learn to read. I completely overlooked the fact that demons can't understand the Great Xia characters. Lindsay rubbed his forehead, feeling the unexpected turn of events. However, it's true that they fire demons have a talent for blacksmithing. Even without using Time Management Master, they far surpass human speed. I wonder what old man Nyo would look like if he knew about this. Just thinking about it was very exciting. Alright, it's time to go back. Lindsay recalled the fire demon who was still dancing in delight to the summon bar. Tonight, there is still one very important thing to do. Master, it's time to get up. A delicate voice rang in his ear. Lindsay suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no, what time is it? He saw the proud figure of Lilith closely pressed beside him, looking at him with enchanting eyes. Hee, master, you look quite cute when you sleep. Lilith teased, but don't worry, it's only 23:50. You asked someone to provide wake-up service, of course, I wouldn't forget. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. Lindsay corrected, that was a wake-up service. Just a moment ago, after coming out from the Gate of Worlds, Lindsay felt drowsy and summoned the succubus, asking her to remember to wake him up. Lindsay jumped up from the bed. Alright, time to get ready to set off. He took out the item, ritual pencil, and skillfully drew a hexagram magic circle on the living room floor. Then, he sat quietly beside it, waiting for midnight to arrive. 3, 2, 1. The clock struck midnight, and the hexagram magic circle emitted a dark glow. Then, a portal opened in the light. Lindsay's face brightened, decisively stepping inside. After a few seconds of time and space shifting, when he regained his senses, he found himself in a very gloomy place. The light all around was dim, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, with only a glimmer of light on the distant horizon, resembling dawn yet also dusk. Amidst the dark clouds, flashes of lightning occasionally ripped through, but there was no sound of thunder. Looking around, this place seemed like an abandoned manor. The grass was overgrown, the trees were bare, and the scattered buildings had collapsed. And not far in front of Lindsay, there stood a western palace that looked out of place with the entire manor's style. It was somewhat reminiscent of the medieval palaces Lindsay had seen in movies before his travels. Hell Realm Fragment Time Space. Level restriction, none. Difficulty, real mode. Task description, none. Is this really the Hell Realm? Lindsay exclaimed. The Hell Realm he had imagined was filled with lava, fierce fires, and torture racks. However, this place was not much different from the human realm. It was just that the entire tone was gloomy, giving off a somewhat ghostly feeling. Lindsay immediately summoned all his demons. Ah, this long-lost heir, Lilith greedily breathed in a breath, her proud chest rising and falling. I didn't expect my master to really come to the Hell Realm. The fire demon casually said, this place is boring, unlike my hometown, where I can take a lava bath. 10 hellhound demons were happily running around nearby. And the little demon dragon hid behind Lindsay, curiously looking at everything. This was its first time in the Hell Realm since its birth. Lindsay had no time to roam around, he immediately used the Demon Master talent. Perceiving the fall of the Shadow Demon. In the end, he locked his gaze upon that palace. Chapter 93 The true face of the shadow demon is.
Before him stood a magnificent palace, so grand it seemed out of place among the surrounding estates.
Moreover, the palace walls looked weathered, crumbling from years of neglect.
Lindsay led a group of demons to the front of the palace, where two massive doors loomed before them.
Flame demon, open the door, Lindsay commanded.
The door was taller than the flame demon by 2 heads, adorned with intricate carvings. However, the flame demon hardly exerted any effort, and the door was pushed open. Creak creak, the door made a sound from years of disrepair, and dust fell from it. Lindsay stepped into the palace and found the interior to be very spacious. However, the whole place seemed untouched for hundreds of years, dark and filled with a musty smell. Inside the hall were some old tables and chairs, along with several statues, all covered in dust. The entire space was dim, with only a few weak beams of light filtering in through the windows on either side. My lord, is there really anything alive here? The flame demon wondered, casually knocking over a statue as he walked.
At that moment, a rough and powerful voice echoed from the front, "Who goes there?"
The tone sounded noble and arrogant. Lindsay recognized that it was the voice of the shadow demon he had seen that day. "It's me, the one you made an appointment with," Lindsay shouted into the air. "Why, you really came?" The voice seemed to turn somewhat panicked. In the next second, the giant black shadow that had appeared last time revealed itself again at the end of the palace. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared, exuding an overwhelming pressure, seemingly soul-capturing. Yet, Lindsay felt no waves in his heart. Instead, he shook his head in annoyance and said, "I say, brother, since we are here to sign a contract, let's be honest and show your true form." The giant shadow demon seemed to panic a bit. "I, a tiny human, what qualifications do you have to ask me to show my true form?" "Oh? Want to backtrack?" Lindsay's expression darkened, and he said to the demons behind him, "Hit it out for me." "Wait." The voice seemed to soften, immediately saying, "I will come out." It seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, then the giant shadow began to fade. At the same time, a figure started to materialize from the bottom of the shadow, rising from the feet up. With each bit the shadow disappeared, the figure became more visible. When the shadow completely vanished, the figure was entirely revealed before Lindsay. Lindsay's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Because appearing in sight was a little girl only about 1 meter and 45 centimeters tall. She was petite, but on her back were a pair of large wings almost as tall as herself, wearing a purple-black gothic dress. Her eyes were green, her face fresh and lovely, and on both sides of her head were a pair of distinctive curved horns, which appeared huge and heavy compared to her tiny frame. At the same time, Lindsay saw her information. Shadow Demon. Race, Demon. Level 80. The little girl looked at Lindsay, her eyes flickering shyly, and then she timidly said, I didn't expect you to come so soon. I am not ready yet." Lindsay was completely stunned. Although he had guessed early on that the huge shadow was a disguise, he never expected the true face would be a lowly. Furthermore, in stark contrast to the imposing and majestic guise of the shadow, her true self seemed a bit socially anxious. "Didn't expect, it's a cute little sister." Lilith was the fur. "I thought it was some impressive character, but I didn't expect it to be a yellow-haired little girl." The little girl listened, placed her hands on her hips, and angrily said, "Who are you calling a yellow-haired little girl? You rude, uncultured fire gorilla. What did you say?" The flame demon instantly got so angry that flames erupted all over his body. "I see you are asking for death." After saying this, he looked ready to start a fight. "All right, stop arguing." Lindsay's voice was not loud, but it was full of authority, which made the flame demon immediately shut up. Lindsay smiled and looked at the little girl and said, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am a demon summoner of the human race, your future contractor, Lindsay." The little girl regained some shy expression and began to introduce herself. "I am the princess of the shadow demon tribe. My name is Noctia, but you can call me Nora." "Oh? You're actually a princess?" Lindsay thought to himself. "Is this the palace of your shadow demon tribe?" Lindsay looked around and asked, "Where are the other members of your tribe?" A hint of loneliness appeared on Nora's face. "All my kin are dead, killed by a powerful monster. The shadow demon tribe only has me left." "A powerful monster, huh?" Lindsay was a bit curious, but seeing that the atmosphere was not suitable for digging deeper, he decided to shift the topic. "Sorry about that." He immediately changed the subject. "So how long have you been here?" About 100 years, I guess." Nora replied. Lilith said sympathetically, "Oh my, little sister, you've been here all alone for so long? How have you been passing these days? It must be very empty and lonely, right?" Lindsay was speechless. "Why does everything that comes out of your mouth make people feel so heavy-hearted?" Nora, however, seemed to not hear the extra meaning and spoke with clear eyes. "It's not like I'm always alone. I don't know when it started, but some humans felt my presence through a medium, and then they signed a soul loan contract with me. They would offer me sacrifices of souls regularly, and I would grant them power. Their higher-ups would also regularly come here to pay their respects, but I never let them enter this palace. Lindsay understood, the people she mentioned were the Shadow Demon Guild. The two sides had formed a mutually beneficial relationship where the Shadow Demon Guild provided Nora with souls as food, and Nora gave them power in return. Moreover, the people from the Shadow Demon Guild never realized that the Shadow Demon they worshipped was actually a little girl. Lindsay slowly said, as I mentioned that day, if you sign a contract with me, I can take you out. From now on, you don't have to maintain a contract with those people, and I can find a way to provide you with more souls. Upon hearing these words, Nora's big eyes visibly lit up, sparkling with excitement. Can I really go out? That expression was like a child who hadn't eaten for days suddenly catching sight of a delicious roasted chicken. Of course, Lindsay said, but you might have to wait a little longer. He shrugged, to be honest, my summoning slots are currently full, I can only officially sign a contract with you after I level up to the next stage. A hint of disappointment crossed Nora's face, but her eyes quickly brightened again. No need to wait, I have a way. She began to explain, our Shadow Demon tribe has a talent that allows us to turn into shadows and attach ourselves to any object. For example, if you have a weapon, I can become your contract spirit. So, I only need to occupy your weapon slot, which doesn't take up the summoning slot. Chapter 94, The Fifth Contract Demon, Shadow Demon? Sword Daughter? The previous chapter's author had something to say about the concept art of the true form of the Shadow Demon. Is there such an idea? Lindsay was also somewhat surprised, for the weapon. He first took out his celestial blade, but quickly shook his head, this weapon was still better used by himself. What other weapons are there? He rummaged through his inventory and suddenly his eyes lit up. In the next second, a giant sword over 2 meters tall appeared on the ground, its blade heavy and dull, with a hilt shaped like several skulls. Undead King's giant sword was the loot obtained from defeating the Undead King last time. Nora saw the shape of the sword and was quite satisfied, this is it. In the next second, she transformed into a shadow and floated toward the giant sword. Soon, the giant sword was enveloped in a layer of shadow, appearing even more sinister and powerful than before. Then, the giant sword actually stood up on its own, with the blade on the ground and the hilt pointing upwards, and let out a little girl's voice, alright, hurry up and sign a contract with me. This works too? Lindsay's eyes widened as he looked up and down at the giant sword, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Is this what they call a sword girl? He silently thought in his mind, system, how many years of life do I have left? Querying. Current remaining lifespan, 1,713 years and 315 days. Okay, let's sign the contract immediately. At the same time, the system popped up a prompt. Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 300 years of lifespan to contract with the Shadow Demon? Yes/no. Select yes. Contract signed successfully. With a flash of black light, the Shadow Giant Sword had replaced the original Undead King's giant sword and lay in the inventory. Summoned Beast, Shadow Demon. Race, Demon. Branch, Shadow Demon. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 80. Health points, 400,000. Soul power, 100,000. Strength, 35,000, Agility, 50,000, Stamina, 40,000, Intelligence, 20,000, Spirit, 20,000. Talent 1, Soul Harvest. All skills consume soul power instead of mana. By harvesting the souls of all things, you can increase the upper limit of soul power. Talent 2, Shapeshift. Can switch between shadow weapon form and human form. Shadow weapon form skill, Soul Lament. Cast black souls in a 50-meter radius around yourself, causing dark attribute damage value equals agility value *10, and applies fear and slow effects. Each black soul consumes 100 points of soul power, with no cooldown, but cannot be cast when soul power is 0. Human form skill, Soul Lending. Consumes soul power to lend to other individuals, granting the lent individual an all-attribute bonus, but that individual's soul then belongs to the Shadow Demon. Common skill, Shadow Demon Apparition. Create a huge apparition that 100% taunts enemy targets, health and defense are 10 times that of the true body. Wow, this looks pretty good. Lindsay praised as he looked at the description on the panel. The shadow weapon form is an offensive skill, while the human form is a buff skill, but the cost is indeed weird. I must say, demons know how to charge high interest. After closing the interface, Lindsay felt quite satisfied. Triggered profession talent, Demon Affinity, Shadow Demon's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. The giant sword transformed back into a little girl, then slightly bent her knee and bowed to Lindsay. Nora greets her master. Okay, get up. From now on, you will be my 5th summoned beast. Lindsay said. Lilith, however, seemed a little jealous. Ugh, master, you won't share your love with anyone else, will you? The fire demon looked displeased. Heh, a little blonde girl can also make the master contract. Oomph. The shadow demon stomped her little foot, unhappy, and transformed back into the giant black sword, flying around the palace, deliberately flaunting in front of the fire demon. Hee hee hee, big gorilla, come and catch me. The giant sword let out a mischievous laugh. Damn it, don't think I can't catch you. The fire demon also began to run around and jump in the palace. Kick. Lilith giggled behind her hand. The palace, silent for hundreds of years, seemed to echo with joyful sounds for the first time. Seeing the situation getting chaotic, Lindsay felt a headache and shouted, "Come back to me." The shadow demon and fire demon immediately quieted down and obediently returned to stand in front of him. No more quarrels from now on. Do you understand? Understood. The two demons replied in unison, pretending to be well behaved. Alright, let's go. It's time to head back. Lindsay finished speaking and walked outside. Stepping out of the palace, Lindsay returned to the abandoned manor. Lindsay asked the shadow demon Nora, "By the way, how did this place end up like this?" The shadow demon began to answer, "It was caused by the monster that wiped out our shadow demon clan. This place used to be the territory of our shadow demon tribe, until one day, that monster suddenly appeared, and I was the only one saved by my clan." As she spoke, her voice grew choked with emotion. Moreover, the power of that monster not only turned this place into a wasteland, but also caused a distortion in time and space, isolating this manor from the outside world. So for over 100 years, I have been trapped in such a small area. A power darker and stronger than demons. Lindsay pondered this sentence, sensing a hint of unease. Could it be the power of the abyss? His eyes widened slightly, and he immediately said to Nora, "Let's go, take me to the edge of the manor." Under Nora's guidance, Lindsay and the demons quickly reached the boundary of the manor. Before them was a grey mist-like energy wall, exuding an evil aura. This aura instinctively caused several demons to step back, but Lindsay stood beside it and slowly reached out his hand. "Master, don't touch." Nora immediately shouted, "That power will corrupt you." But it was too late, Lindsay's hand had already touched the energy wall. "Oh no!" Nora cried out loud. However, the next second, she froze, seeing Lindsay unharmed, with no signs of any abnormality. "Huh, the master is not afraid of this power?" The shadow demon was surprised. "Hee, haven't you seen? The master has many tricks up his sleeve, you're still young, learn well," the fire demon taunted. "Humph." Nora turned her face to the side, uninterested in him. Lindsay quietly observed the energy wall for a while. His guess was correct, it was indeed the power of the abyss. He took out the mythical item, miniature spring, from his item bar and dripped a drop onto it. As soon as the drop landed, a soft light illuminated the spot. Then the brightness quickly began to spread outwards. In no time, the energy wall formed from grey mist started to collapse in large chunks, eventually disappearing completely. The demons were left stunned, and Nora's eyes widened in disbelief. "I didn't expect the master could handle such power?" After the energy wall disappeared, the scenery around the manor was revealed. Lindsay realized that they were at a higher elevation. Looking out, there was an expansive grey plain below, surrounded by distant mountains. But just then, Lindsay noticed something unusual. Not far from where the energy wall had been, a black crack was floating above the ground at a height of more than 1 meter. From within it, a black tar-like substance was slowly flowing out. Lindsay's eyes narrowed. An abyssal space crack? The demons were startled by the terrifying space crack as well. Instinctively, they knew this was no ordinary thing and that it wielded extraordinary power. But Lindsay was filled with excitement. He remembered he had a task to purify 10 abyss cracks. He had been worried about where to find such things when suddenly, one appeared right before him. Lindsay quickened his pace towards the crack and took out the miniature spring, again, preparing to purify it. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The crack, which had been nearly closed, suddenly split open, and several pale hands emerged from within. Each hand reached out towards Lindsay. Lindsay was less than a meter away from the crack, and despite his quick reaction, one of the hand's nails scratched his face. A small wound was cut on his face. Lindsay quickly stepped back and wiped the blood off his face. He looked closely and finally noticed that the hands were all thin and bony, with skin as pale as a corpse taken out of a freezer. Each finger had sharp and long black nails. After Lindsay stepped back, the hands split into 2 groups, pulling the abyssal crack apart with all their might, as if they were tearing open a wound. When the crack was torn into an almost oval shape, something even more horrifying happened. A huge eyeball flipped up from below, stopping in the middle of the crack. Thus, the entire abyssal crack turned into a giant eye, paired with a few pale hands at the eyelash position, creating a very eerie sight. The pupil of the eye was enormous, moving skillfully, scanning everything in front of it. Lindsay and the other demons were both shocked upon seeing this scene. Abyssal? General? Race, abyssal? Level? Health? Skills? For the first time, Lindsay's interface displayed such gibberish, as if it had been interfered with. At that moment, the eye let out a deep, powerful voice, "Who dares to destroy my domain?" As soon as this voice was heard, the large sword possessed by Nora immediately retreated a few steps, as if it had encountered a natural enemy.
It's him.
Nora's voice trembled. "He's the one who killed our people."
This voice can't be wrong. The eye's pupil turned towards Nora, staring at her for 2 seconds, then said, "Oh? I didn't expect the shadow demon race hasn't been wiped out yet? Fine, today I will clean up once again."
The tone of his speech was nonchalant, as if he was about to do something effortless.
In the next second, the pupil of the eye suddenly shrank.
Then, Lindsay noticed the surrounding scenery suddenly changing colors, everything turning into an inverted color scheme, as if a negative color filter had been placed on everything. Next, the world's colors began to shift, constantly switching between red, green, and blue filters.
Skill, clamor, and turmoil. The target's mental value randomly decays, changing every second, causing the target's mental state to fluctuate. When the mental value reaches 0, the target falls completely into the abyss. "Not good, Master, we need to run."
Nora panicked. "My people were all affected by this skill, they went crazy and killed each other."
Ha 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 ha. The eye let out a wild laugh, trying to run. It's too late.
"But you lowly lives of the myriad races are always like this, knowing it's a dead end, still you run crazily and scream for help. How foolish and amusing, ha 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 ha." However, after laughing for a while, the laughter suddenly stopped. Because he realized that the human was standing calmly in the distance, completely unaffected. And the demons behind him, though looking somewhat panicked at the constantly changing hues, were all fine.
Nora snapped back to her senses, also in disbelief. "Huh, I'm actually fine?"
Lindsay's talent, Abyssal Walk, activated, making him immune to the abyss's mental corruption, and naturally, his summoned beasts were unaffected.
A hint of confusion appeared in the giant eye's pupil. What is this?"
Lindsay directly turned on his taunting mode. "You say your colorful show here is pretty grand, but are you just playing a light show? How about I just pop out your big eyeball and put it in my house during the new year, it'd be quite festive." Lilith added, "Master, it could also be put in one of your human nightclubs, everyone can dance and rave together."
Ha ha ha, that's a great idea. Impudence. The eye finally showed anger.
Then, the pale hands around the eye sockets suddenly stretched out, reaching towards Lindsay.
"Huh, is this impotent rage?" Lindsay scoffed. "Master, let me do it." Lilith flew in front of him.
In the next second, a bone-thin sword appeared in her hand. It was the newly forged weapon, Evil Soul Entering Bone. With a flick of her hand, the long sword instantly transformed into a bone-blade whip, capturing all the pale hands stretching out toward her into the attack range.
Then, countless black crescent-shaped energy blades shot out, slicing through the hands one by one. Impossible. The big-eyed creature was even more astonished. "I can feel, the attack of this weapon carries abyssal attributes? How is that possible?" "Oomph, what a fuss." Lilith said charmingly, "There are many things you don't know, let your sister teach you."
In the next moment, the bone-blade whip was about to strike at the big-eyed creature.
"Wait."
Lindsay promptly called to Lilith. Then, he turned his gaze to the black shadow giant sword that was timidly retreating at the back. "Nora, it's your turn now."
What?
The giant sword trembled twice, and "No, Master.
When I see him, I remember my dead kin. I'm afraid." "I know."
Lindsay said without any ripple in his tone, "That's why I want you to kill him with your own hands.
You must understand, the best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on.
Only by doing this can you qualify to be my qualified subordinate."
Nora still appeared somewhat hesitant, standing in place. The big-eyed creature overheard their self-absorbed conversation and grew angry. "Humph, are you talking so loudly without regard for me? You human brat, I remember you, the next time we meet, it will be your death."
After saying this, the edges of the rift were about to close, its eyeball wanting to flee directly. As the saying goes, making the harshest threats while doing the most cowardly acts, this was it.
Nowhere to run.
In the next second, two strong red arms grabbed the two rifts, preventing them from closing, and the owner of the arms was the flame demon. The flame demon seemed to be struggling greatly, shouting at Nora, "Yellow-haired girl, hurry up.
Do you still want revenge?
I hate your cowardly, indecisive behavior the most."
"I can't hold on much longer."
Nora seemed to finally make up her mind. She aligned her sword horizontally, whoosh, and shot towards the big-eyed creature.
In the next second, the big-eyed creature let out a piercing scream. Immediately, countless black tar-like substances spewed outwards. "You monster that has caused the death of my entire clan, I will kill you." Nora vented her anger, the giant sword's body starting to stir within the eyeball. You're killing me." The big-eyed creature let out a more tragic, vicious cry. The scene was quite inappropriate for children, and even Lindsay felt a twinge of pain, quickly turning his head away.
After stirring for a while, the big-eyed creature seemed to lose its vitality, and only then did Nora pull her sword out. Then, the rift began to shrink, heal, and disappear. Have repelled the Abyssal Commander, experience plus 80,000. Congratulations on leveling up, current level, 34. Ding! Your long-term quest, Purify Abyssal Rift 10 times, current progress, February 10th. Purifying once more will grant a stage reward. Is it only repelling? Looking at the text provided by the interface, Lindsay felt a bit disappointed, and no longevity reward. It seemed that the enemies from the abyss were indeed harder to deal with. But at least I've leveled up. At that moment, the interface continued to pop up messages. Ding! Detected your purification of the abyss, deemed a beneficial act for the Hell Domain. Activated a super long-term quest, Lord of Demons. Please continue to contribute to revitalize the Hell Domain, current contribution rate, 1%. What's this? Lindsay's eyes lit up, there's such a quest? After the battle ended, the giant sword Nora flew to Lindsay's front, respectfully leaning at a 45-degree angle, as if bowing. Thank you, Master, for allowing Nora to take revenge. I believe my kin can finally rest in peace. When she spoke the last part, she surprisingly had a hint of sob in her voice. Lindsay patted the hilt and said, "You did very well." Master, I hate it. At that moment, the succubus flew over and said coquettishly, Master has never touched me like this. Chapter 96, The 10 Generals of the Abyss. Lindsay was speechless and placed his hand on Lilith's head to pat it. Lilith immediately displayed a very enjoyable expression, making some sounds that were not suitable for public airing. It's just a head pat, don't be exaggerated. Lindsay's mouth twitched. At this moment, Nora flew to the fire demon Barros and whispered quickly, Hey, big guy, thanks for earlier. Barros was taken aback, a hint of an uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth, but still indignantly replied, I just couldn't stand that enemy, don't think too much. Lindsay teased, is this what people called Sundara? After the rift was closed, Lindsay could no longer sense any dangerous aura. He walked to the edge of a high ground and looked into the distance. In the distance was a gray plain, lifeless and seemingly devoid of any life. Further away were mountains surrounded by shadows, with a few volcanoes dispersing black smoke, all showcasing a scene of decay. Is this the true appearance of the Hell Realm? He recalled the knowledge learned from the high school racial studies textbook. Human records on the S-class demon and divine races were very few, simply stating, before the awakening of the entire human race, the two races of demons and gods had basically withdrawn from the competition for supremacy among the races and seldom appeared. Thinking of this, Lindsay asked, except for the shadow demon race being exterminated, where did the other demons go? What happened in the Hell Realm? Master does not know. Lilith was the first to answer. More than 100 years ago, a fierce battle broke out between the demons and the divine race, both sides suffered heavy losses, and both were badly hurt. Our succubus race actually has very few left. If it weren't for Master summoning me, I might never have had the chance to appear in the world again. Master is truly my benefactor, Lilith said, leaning against Lindsay again, pretending to wipe her tears and putting on a tragic act. We fire demons are also. Fire demon Barros followed, those damn gods disrupted my homeland, and I was sealed, but luckily I was summoned by you, my lord. A few hellhounds also started barking woof woof, seeming to vent their inner grievances. Only the little dragon opened its pair of naive big eyes, looking here and there. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lindsay thought to himself. Without a doubt, he should be the first person in the human race to learn about this matter. However, based on their descriptions, the disappearance of the demons seemed unrelated to the Abyss race. What was the purpose of the Abyss hunting the shadow demons? He felt heavy doubts rising before him. Perhaps this was also related to the super long quest Master of Demons that had just been unlocked. Forget it, it's too early to think about this now. Lindsay slapped his forehead, the most important thing right now is to find a way to make myself stronger. Strong enough to confront the Abyss head-on. He looked at the distant places, thinking, the areas ahead can be explored later. Perhaps in the future, he could continue to increase his contribution points. Alright, let's go home. Lindsay relaxed and headed toward the portal he came from. At the same time, in a certain place in the myriad realms. All around was a chaotic void. In the swirling gray mist, there was vaguely an incredibly gigantic figure, so large it resembled a mountain. It didn't know how long it had existed here. However, at this moment, the mountain began to shake and let out a painful roar that was deafening. Mountain of demons, what's wrong? A young man's voice rang out beside the mountain. The mountain then began to stand upright, revealing through the mist of gray. It was vaguely discernible that he was a gigantic humanoid creature. When he stood up, his body towered into the clouds like a skyscraper. And vaguely, one could see his upper body was bare, his skin a bluish gray, with a texture like rock. His face had a total of 3 rows of 6 eyes, and one of the eyes appeared damaged, leaking dark liquid.
The young man let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, Magma Mountain, what's happened to you?"
This person had an ordinary height, and by human standards, he was a handsome man. Standing at the feet of the giant, he seemed very small, but his aura was effortlessly commanding. "Ouroboros, shut up," the giant, called Magma Mountain, said irritably. "There was an accident in the Hell Realm, my domain was destroyed, and the culprits were actually a human and a few demons." "Oh," said the young man named Ouroboros with great interest, "that matches up."
"What matches up?"
"Not long ago, one of my subordinates, that crazy little fairy girl, was killed." Ouroboros said casually, "The person who killed her fits your description."
"Seems like it's the same person."
"Humph," the giant said angrily, "I didn't expect such a powerful being to emerge from the insignificant human race."
"Now, I have some interest in this ant-like species."
Ouroboros sighed, "I'm very curious too, but it's a pity we couldn't capture that person directly for research." "Hee, I actually did gain something," Magma Mountain said somewhat smugly. "I collected a bit of blood from that human, you can use it for your nonsensical research."
"Oh?"
Ouroboros was evidently surprised. "I didn't expect this big guy to have such cleverness."
"Humph, I am still one of the 10 generals of the abyss, Ouroboros, who are you underestimating?"
"Just joking with you," Ouroboros smiled slyly. "Now I'll accept your gift, I'm really looking forward to what this human has that's different." After speaking, his body turned into a snake-like black liquid and quickly escaped.
P.S.
As of today, this book has been published for exactly 1 month, and I thank all readers for their support. I'm a newcomer, my last book was poorly written and no one read it. After that, I worked hard to learn and write, and that led to this book, which is doing relatively well. I will continue to work hard. I'd greatly appreciate a 5-star review again, thank you so much.
Chapter 97, The Magician and Bunny Girl of the Beautiful Country.
With the switch of time and space, Lin Zhe returned home once more. However, the moment he stepped through the door, he sensed something was off. He clearly remembered that the lights were on when he left. Yet at this moment, the room was in complete darkness. A sense of dangerous premonition flashed like lightning in his mind, and he immediately sprung into action. The next second, right where he had just stood, the shadow on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, transforming into a shadowy crocodile that opened its jaws wide and swiftly swam towards Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe jumped again, quickly dodging aside.
The shadowy crocodile crashed into a cabinet, exploding with a loud bang like a bomb, instantly shattering the cabinet and everything inside into fragments.
"Damn it, my furniture!"
Lin Zhe cursed in his heart. Before he could react, another shadow on the wall behind him suddenly came alive, transforming into a shadowy tiger that lunged at him. This time, Lin Zhe didn't have time to dodge, so he turned around and activated the Thunderbolt technique, meeting the shadow tiger's charge with a punch.
Bang!
The shadow exploded once more.
Damage to Lin Zhe, 10921.
Although his health did not lose a single point, it merely broke a bit of his shield. But Lin Zhe was secretly shocked.
Despite his 90% damage reduction, the enemy was still able to deal over 10,000 damage to him?
It was clear that this enemy was definitely not an ordinary opponent. He had a faint suspicion that the one who attacked him multiple times at night was likely linked to the Shadow Magic Guild. Lin Zhe immediately activated his special vision, Clear Sight, and searched the room from top to bottom, but found that the enemy was not inside.
Could it be remote control, he thought to himself?
However, the enemy clearly did not give him time to guess. In the next second, shadows in the room became agitated again, and countless shadow doves flew out from the 4 walls.
Not good. Lin Zhe was alert and immediately summoned 10 hellhounds to block the attack.
The shadow doves exploded again, instantly blowing the big black dogs into critical health, each letting out a whimper 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 sound. Taking advantage of the gap, Lin Zhe jumped out of the window. After all, the enemy was not here, leaving this house full of hidden dangers was the best choice. In the next second, there were continuous explosions from inside the house, and the furnishings were blown to smithereens. This commotion also drew the displeasure of the residents in the building, and soon, barking and curses erupted from all the households, non-stop.
Whose house is so uncultured, setting off firecrackers late at night? Exactly. How can we sleep? I can't live in this crappy neighborhood anymore.
Lin Zhe landed on the ground with a fierce gaze. You blew up my house, hurt my dogs, and made me suffer such a big loss.
Very well, I will remember this grudge. Ding. Feeling your anger, you have a new mission, kill the assassin. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. At that moment, Lin Zhe received an email in his inbox. Not bad, but running away is useless. Your subordinate is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to this place below. Remember, you only have half an hour. The email was accompanied by a photo.
Lin Zhe opened it and saw Han Shi tightly bound to a chair, with a background resembling an empty warehouse.
At the same time, a map location was attached at the bottom of the email. Lindsay smirked. Flee? I was just about to find you. Just expose your location, and it will be easy. Meanwhile, in the warehouse area by the riverbank of Tianyu City.
Inside a vacant warehouse, a tall woman dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit was bound up.
It was Han Chi.
Beside her, there were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women.
Mr. Stephen, do you think that Lindsay won't come? One of the women asked the man.
This woman was a blonde, blue-eyed beauty dressed in a bunny outfit, looking charming yet playful, like a earthly goddess.
Yes, yes.
What if he gets scared and doesn't come? The other woman also asked. She dressed and looked exactly like the first woman, suggesting they were twin sisters. Don't worry, my dear Lucy and Lily, the man named Stephen said, placing his hands on the shoulders of the 2 bunny girls, rubbing their delicate skin. The man appeared to be in his 50s, also a blonde blue-eyed white man, tall and lean, with a mustache that curled at the ends. He wore a tall hat, a suit, and draped a red cape over his back, resembling a magician from a circus. That man from the Daxia, he will definitely come, he continued confidently. Daxia people value things like benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, these useless things. I have captured his subordinate, he will undoubtedly come. After saying that, the man released the 2 bunny girls and walked over to Han Chi, who was tied up. With one finger, he lifted her chin and said with a lustful look, I didn't expect that there could be such beauty in your great Xia country. Just wait until I kill that Lindsay, and I'll make you my 3rd assistant.
How about coming back with me to the beautiful country?
Han Chi still wore her usual expressionless face and mechanically replied, I have no interest in foreigners. But Stephen became even more excited. That's nice. Compared to the traditional delicate beauty of the East, I prefer your unique personality. As he spoke, his dirty hand was about to reach for Han Chi.
Excuse me, sir, how about me?
At that moment, a sultry voice rang from behind. Stephen was startled and turned around to see the noble and enchanting demoness Lilith sitting on the windowsill of the storeroom, resting her chin on one hand, posing seductively. Her looks and figure were even more striking than the 3 women inside. Stephen's eyes suddenly lit up, his mouth watering. But he wasn't foolish, he knew that someone coming at this moment was no ordinary woman. Still, he confidently asked, where did this beauty come from?
Want to have some fun together?
Lilith replied languidly, I don't like you old lechers, I'm already spoken for. The next moment, a handsome young man directly jumped into the room.
Lindsay looked at Stephen with sharp eyes and straightforwardly asked, Are you the one who blew up my house?
Ha ha. Stephen confidently chuckled, looks like our guest has arrived. Lindsay sized up the old white guy, gathering information in his eyes.
Name, Stephen. Occupation, Shadow Magician, S-Class. Level, 104, 5th tier. Oh.
So, a 5th tier expert from the beautiful country has come? Lindsay said, to kill me, your Shadow Guild has really spared no expense.
Stephen maintained a professional smile, if your Great Xia's branch wasn't so useless, I wouldn't have come all this way. And if it weren't for the very tempting reward, I might never have come to a place like Great Xia. Alright, enough small talk, let's have some fun. He lifted the red cloak from his back, and dozens of shadow pigeons instantly surged toward Lindsay like missiles, then bang, they exploded. Lindsay swiftly dodged, immediately summoning a little demon dragon that shot a lightning ball at Stephen. But Stephen took off the cloak from his back, scooped up the lightning ball, and in the next moment, the lightning ball appeared behind Lindsay, attacking him instead. Lindsay cleverly dodged, and with a burst of fire, the fire demon rushed out, smashing down towards Stephen. But 2 bunny girls suddenly wheeled in a large box from somewhere, and both Stephen and the bunny girls jumped into it. When the fire demon slammed down, the box shattered, but it was empty inside. Dang dang dang. Here I am.
Stephen reappeared at the other side of the storeroom.
Oh, so this is how we're playing?
Lindsay clapped his hands.
Looks like our guest is having a lot of fun. Stephen said with a smile, so how about we make it even more exciting? The next second, all the lights suddenly went out, plunging the entire warehouse into darkness.
Then, Lindsay only heard a raging wind and countless shadows surging like a tide, rushing toward him from all directions.
Ha ha ha.
Stephen's voice echoed into space, Great Lord of Shadows, please grant this guest the Feast of Shadows. Just as all the waves wrapped around Lindsay, it seemed an explosive sound was about to erupt. Yet in the next second, nothing happened, the whole room fell silent.
What's going on? Stephen's puzzled voice broke the silence. Chapter 98, 5th tier expert from the beautiful country, what is he?
The lights in the storeroom brightened again.
Not far away, Stephen and 2 bunny girls, Lucy and Lily, had slightly dazed expressions on their faces.
There stood Lindsay, safe and sound, and beside him was a little girl.
Mr. Stephen, what's going on? The bunny girl asked.
I don't know, this was the first time Stephen encountered such a situation, feeling a bit awkward. It was like being in the bathroom, trying to hold in something big, but ended up not even letting out a fart. However, Steven's face once again returned to a professional smile. It seems we had a little minor glitch just now. Please don't worry, dear guests, enjoy the upcoming performance. After saying that, he took off his tall hat, confidently reaching inside it with his hand. Then, he froze again. Huh? Why is it empty? Steven's hand was empty. And no, that's not right. He continued to dig in the hat a few more times but found nothing, showing a confused expression. Ha, this performance is quite good. Lindsay clapped and laughed. This seems to be called a no-objects performance, right? Very funny, very humorous. Steven caught his sarcasm, increasingly frustrated, said, Why you wait? This is just a small mistake. The next moment, he shook his cloak, but still, nothing happened. Oh, great Shadow Demon Lord, it seems my shadow powers have been cut off, he said in horror, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Lindsay replied nonchalantly, Is there a possibility that this Shadow Demon Lord you speak of is right beside me? After saying that, Nora, who was next to Lindsay, stepped forward, hands on her hips, looking very arrogant. Ha! Steven looked up and down at the little girl, angrily said, How could this little girl be the great Shadow Demon Lord? Truly outrageous. Do you believe I will take her to our beautiful country's island for the rich to enjoy? As soon as Nora heard this, her pretty face turned red as if she had suffered a great humiliation. You lowly slave, such a big nerve. In the next moment, a huge black shadow appeared directly behind her, exactly the same as the one seen that night in the courtyard. As Shadow Demon Lord? Steven was dumbfounded. This was indeed the common appearance of the Shadow Demon. Steven's knees went weak, and he thudded onto the ground. The bunny girl twins behind him were also startled and quickly knelt down. This little girl, could she really be the Shadow Demon Lord? Steven's eyes opened wide. Linking this to the sudden disappearance of his shadow powers, he seemed to believe a little more, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. It's known that people from their shadow association have signed soul contracts with the Shadow Demon, who grants them power but can also take it back at any time. But how can this be? Our Shadow Demon Lord would never listen to this summer person. He was completely puzzled. Humph. Nora, still angry, pointed at Steven and said, You slave, how ridiculous, I will make you pay the price you deserve. Upon hearing this, Steven panicked, immediately kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. As Shadow Demon Lord, I truly didn't know it was you. Nora looked at Lindsay. Master, what do you think we should do? The three foreigners were even more stunned. The Shadow Demon Lord actually calls that Lindsay. Master? Who exactly is this Lindsay? Steven began to slap himself hard across the face. This brother Lindsay, bro, buddy, my apologies. I was just commissioned and hired. I personally bear no grudge against you. You summer people have a saying, having eyes but not recognizing Taishan, that refers to someone like me. There's another saying, oh, ignorance is no crime. Please forgive my actions. In an instant, Steven transformed from his earlier arrogance into immense humility. The faces on both sides were slightly swollen from his own slapping. Looking at Nora with a questioning gaze, Lindsay coldly smiled. Nora, the second thing you need to learn is to be decisive and to take revenge for any grievances. I understand, Master, Nora obediently nodded. In the next second, she looked back at Steven, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. Those who offend my master do not deserve to live in this world. I will take your soul. Nora said coldly. Shadow Demon. Steven wanted to plead for his life, but the next moment, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying. Then with a thud, he fell to the ground. His heart had already stopped beating. You have killed a human profession, experience plus 42,000 lifespan plus 42,000 days, 115 years 25 days. Loot obtained, 42,000 copper coins, shadow magic hat, shadow magic cloak. Ding! You have killed an assassin and completed the mission. Reward, system lottery 1 time. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon, Juvenile, has reached level 20 and can undertake the first level breakthrough task. Do you want to accept it immediately? Yes/no. Lindsay's eyes lit up. The little dragon can actually advance? But let's put this aside for now. Lindsay looked at the two bunny girls and the bound Hanchi, thinking to himself. The two bunny girls saw that Steven was dead, and they tightly embraced each other, trembling as if they were having a stroke like the neighbor Wu Lao Air. Master, should we kill these two as well? Nora asked emotionlessly. Please, don't kill us, my lord. One of the bunny girls, whether Lucy or Lily, said, We will listen to everything and do whatever you say. Lindsay took a look. Both of them were only at level 2. Let them live for now, Lindsay said, they still have some use for the time being. Then, Lindsay walked in front of the two kneeling women and, looking down at them, asked, Tell me, who is the leader of your Shadow Magic Guild? It's Mr. William from the headquarters of Beautiful Nation. Lucy looked up at Lindsay, her eyes like a terrified little rabbit. He is also a member of Parliament in Beautiful Nation. Nora, kill her.
Lin Zhe said directly. Yes, master.
Nora focused her mind, seemingly finding a wisp of the contracted soul in the sea of consciousness, then severed it. At that moment, at a press conference in the distant Beautiful Nation Congress, a member of parliament fell to the ground, convulsing and dying. Lin Zhe continued to question the bunny girls. What about the other countries, Cherry Blossom Nation, Bang Nation, Gari Nation, Unfallen Empire, etc., who are the branch leaders of the Shadow Magic Guild around the world?
The two bunny girls recounted everything one by one. Nora, kill them all. Lin Zhe's gaze was cold. Yes, master.
Nora fell silent for a moment, then said, all have been dealt with. Lin Zhe nodded, then revealed a hint of a cruel smile, very good.
The two bunny girls were stunned. Could it be that all the branch leaders are really dead? Just like that in the blink of an eye?
What they didn't know was that the next day, the headlines of various countries' news would compete to report the bizarre deaths of certain important figures in their countries. Some were members of parliament, some were gang leaders, and some were big bosses of companies. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, then instructed Lucy and Lily, you two listen well, go back and inform members around the world, now the president of the Shadow Magic Guild is me. If anyone is unwilling to accept, I will teach them to write a big summer character, death.
Chapter 99, The Biggest Assassin Organization? It's now under my control.
Lucy and Lily nodded tremblingly, faintly predicting, after this night, the world's largest assassination organization would undergo a change.
They immediately changed their words, yes, President. We will take care of it right away.
After saying that, the two turned into shadows and disappeared into the night. After they left, Lin Zhe came to Han Chi's side and untied her bindings.
Thank you, Major Lin, for saving me.
Han Chi still had a robotic expression.
Lin Zhe, you heard what I said to them, right? Han Chi nodded. I usually don't have this much time, and the school will start soon.
Please take care of the Shadow Guild for me, Lin Zhe casually said.
Yes, Han Chi replied.
Half an hour later, Lin Zhe returned to the community entrance, holding a bag of grilled skewers. It was clearly late at night, but the area below the apartment was crowded with people and several police cars were parked there.
What happened? Lin Zhe wondered. At the same time, among the crowd, several police officers were interviewing some residents. The residents pointed to a window on an upper floor that was spewing smoke, lamenting loudly. I don't know. I was sleeping well, and suddenly heard a loud bang. I thought it was thunder. Who would know it was an explosion? Exactly. This is too scary. The family living there seems to be a student and an orphan too. What a miserable fate. Officer, you must take charge for us. The safety in this community is terrible. Who knows when it will be our turn?
The officer could only calm them down. Everyone, please rest assured.
We have investigated.
It's just a gas leak in that home that caused the explosion.
The fire is out now. Please go back and rest. However, beside a police car, another officer was reporting to a stern-looking chief.
Director Su, we have found that the victim's name is Lin Zhe, and he is a first-level practitioner. The evidence at the scene indicates that this was done by a level 5 master from the Shadow Guild of the Beautiful Country. Moreover, we can preliminarily identify the suspect as Stephen, an internationally wanted criminal known for assassinating important figures from other countries. We never expected him to slip into our great summer. And even more astonishingly, why would he target an ordinary high school student?
The chief receiving the report was Director Su Jianxin, his expression dark, continue searching for the criminal's clues. Also, was Lin Zhe's body found at the scene?
The young officer shook his head. No, so there are two possibilities. First, since it was a level 5 master, the methods are brutal, and he has likely destroyed the body.
Second, the victim may have been taken by the murderer. You can leave for now.
Su Jianxin pondered alone, muttering to himself, Lin Zhe, little brother, I'm afraid this time the situation is dire. Although he has defeated several bosses above his level, this time he is up against the world's #1 dark organization's assassin, and a level 5 master at that. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him.
Officer Su, what are you doing here? Su Jianxin looked up and was immediately stunned.
The boy before him was none other than Lin Zhe, who was casually holding a half-eaten grilled lamb kidney and acting as if nothing had happened.
Lin Zhe? Su Jianxin's eyes went wide.
In the next second, he reacted, thinking, looks like it was a false alarm. Lin Zhe must have gone out for a midnight snack and escaped the enemy's ambush.
It's good that you're safe.
Su Jianxin sighed and said slowly, but there's some bad news to tell you.
Your home has been blown up.
Oh, I know, Lin Zhe blinked his eyes, I was just going to catch the person who blew up my house.
Ha?
Su Jianxin paused.
At this moment, another familiar voice sounded in his ear, Little Su, how is Lin Zhe?
The two turned their heads to see a bearded man appear beside them. It was Lei Jinyu.
Mayor Lei, why are you here too? Lin Zhe asked. Ha? Lin Zhe, you're fine, that's good. Lei Zhenyu finally settled down, looks like little Su acted quickly this time to protect you. Su Jianxin replied, no, it's not like that. Lei Zhenyu didn't listen to Su Jianxin, directly asking, so, did you catch that beautiful country's assassin? Su Jianxin showed a troubled expression, the suspect is an internationally wanted criminal with skilled methods, and we haven't localized him yet. Wait, are you talking about that guy named Steven? Lin Zhe interrupted, I didn't expect his appearance to be that of an internationally wanted criminal. Su Jianxin said, did you see him? Oh, I've already killed him. Lin Zhe took a bite of his grilled skewer. Su Jianxin and Lei Zhenyu were shocked at the same time. Su Jianxin asked, wait a minute, you said you have already killed a 5th-level master from the beautiful country? That's right. Lin Zhe started pulling out a skewer of grilled chicken hearts to eat. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lei Zhenyu finally reacted, bursting out with a hearty laugh, Lin Zhe, you truly live up to your name. He patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder, if it were someone else, I would think they were just boasting. But you, I actually believe. He looked at Su Jianxin and said, alright, it seems both of us were worrying for nothing. However, your police mission isn't over yet. This demon shadow guild actually dares to mix into my great Xia, it's incredibly audacious. We must act swiftly and root them out. Su Jianxin responded, yes. Wait, there's no need. Lin Zhe interjected again, the leaders of the demon shadow guild around the world are already dead, and now the entire guild is under my control. What did you say? Su and Lei exclaimed in unison. Su Jianxin said seriously, Brother Lin Zhe, this is not a time for casual jokes. This time, even Lei Zhenyu instinctively found it hard to believe, he couldn't imagine how Lin Zhe could achieve this. Lin Zhe nodded, oh, you don't believe me? Then you can ask Han Qi, she is now the acting president. Su and Lei looked at each other, their expressions were beyond shock, feeling a brief blank in their minds. They knew Lin Zhe's character and integrity, so they had no choice but to believe that what he said was true. After a while, Lei Zhenyu asked, but, how did you do it? Well. Lin Zhe scratched his face, let's just say it's a long story, how about we talk about it later? It's getting late today, why don't you two head back to rest early? The two looked at each other, then nodded obediently and dispersed, as if Lin Zhe were the boss. Lin Zhe went upstairs, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw that the whole house had turned dark, furniture and items were scattered everywhere, even the bed had a big hole blown in it. Damn! Lin Zhe felt a surge of anger, the skewer fell from his hand, my game console, my computer, and my model figures. And where am I going to sleep tonight? That Steven really died too easily. Chapter 100, May I still take the college entrance examination while being recommended for admission? That night, Lin Zhe eventually found a nearby inn to spend the night. It seems I really have to move to the university dormitory now, he thought. And because he had slept too late, he didn't wake up until after 12 noon the next day. Fortunately, with the help of the turtle breath technique, he felt not tired at all after waking up and didn't experience dizziness or dark circles. Plus, his lifespan had increased by more than 400 days. After having a simple lunch, he remembered that he still had a chance for a system lottery draw. So he immediately opened the lottery page. Congratulations! You have drawn the talent, twice the result with half the effort, S grade. Talent, twice the result with half the effort. You and your summoned beast gain an additional 50% experience points. Wow, not bad. Lin Zhe was instantly delighted, I was just worried that leveling up was a bit slow. Then, he remembered that the demon dragon had an upgrade task. Congratulations! Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, has reached level 20 and can undertake a first-order breakthrough task. Would you like to accept it now? Yes/no. He immediately chose yes. Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, first-order breakthrough task has been activated. Task name, Domination. Task content, as the supreme race of all tribes, please prove your absolute strength. Please kill one dragon race boss with a level not lower than that of your summoned beast. Current progress, 0/1. Lin Zhe looked at the text and began to think. With Xiaolon's current strength, killing any boss is quite easy, but the problem is, where to find the dragon boss? You must know, as an A-class advanced race, dragons are only slightly less rare than S-class demons and gods, and cannot be found easily. Even using the World Gate item might not randomly find one. While pondering, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID showed his good friend Wang Hao. Hey, adoptive father Lin, oh no, my son Lin Zhe. What have you been up to these days? You haven't contacted your kind old father. Well, no need to say anything, your feelings have faded, right? Wang Hao started off with a barrage of words, and Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that he had encountered too much these days, and the two indeed hadn't kept in touch. Wang Hao continued, considering what you've done, our father-son agreement has been terminated, and now I'm your adoptive father. Don't mess around, I've been busy these days. Lindsay replied, so, what do you need from your adoptive father? Bro, today is the college entrance examination. Winehouse said, although I know you've been directly admitted, didn't you promise to come watch me compete? I finally broke through to level 21, and you won't come see my performance? Well, no need to say anything, you don't love me anymore. Ah. Lindsay slapped his forehead, finally realizing. To be honest, ever since being directly admitted to university, he really had not paid any attention to the college entrance examination. With so many matters happening these days, he completely forgot that today was the day of the exam. Lindsay quickly asked, is it too late if I come now? You really want to come? Winehouse laughed, it's not too late, the morning test is about personal abilities, hitting posts, short distance running, and things like that. The main event is in the afternoon, it's the dungeon fighting. Alright, then I'll come right over. Lindsay said. Alright then, Daddy is waiting for you. Get lost, I'm your dad. The two laughed and joked for a bit, then Lindsay hung up the phone. He then directly used the teleportation ring and appeared at the entrance of the third high school. At the school gate, there was a banner that read, wishing all college entrance examination students success. There were also some flower baskets and balloons, making it look very grand. Lindsay walked towards the school gate, but unexpectedly, a soldier guard blocked his way. Hello, during the exam period, you can't enter or exit casually. Lindsay looked at his badge, which had the Border Legion emblem. It is said that every year for the college entrance examination, due to the city's high regard for it, the Border Legion is called to guard the area. Oh, I'm a student of this school, Lindsay explained. The soldier said sternly, then you can't enter even more, being 15 minutes late for the exam means automatic disqualification. After saying that, he shook his head, thinking that he had seen many late students, but never someone this outrageous. The exam had been going on for the whole morning, and he just arrived now? Little student, the rules can't be changed for just you. I think you should focus on preparing for next year's exam. You misunderstood, I am. Lindsay was about to explain when a familiar figure appeared behind the soldier. Major Lindsay? The newcomer was Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Squad of the Border Legion, the same one who took Lindsay to meet the Lord of Thunder in a flying mount the first time. What breeze blew you here? Zhang Qi respectfully walked up to Lindsay. What, Major? The guarding soldier was confused, didn't he just say he is a student here? Zhang Qi glared at him, what should I say to you? This is our Xia's young hero, the capable subordinate of Lord Thunder, Major Lindsay. How could you dare to stop him? Major Lin. The soldier hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I just... Alright, it's all a misunderstanding. Lindsay smiled, I'm here to visit, not to participate. But you haven't done anything wrong, and you've been very dutiful, which is commendable. Lindsay patted his arm. Then, Lindsay, accompanied by Zhang Qi, entered the school, leaving the guard soldier at the door scratching his head in confusion. Zhang Qi led Lindsay past several checkpoints, finally arriving at the playground where the group test would take place shortly. Returning to this playground, Lindsay couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. 3 weeks ago, he was still a level 1 newbie, participating in his first dungeon here, and he hadn't expected so many things to happen after that. However, today's setup was much larger than the testing dungeon day. This year's main testing venue was chosen to be at number 3 middle school, so candidates from several nearby schools were gathered here to take the exam. A large screen was also set up on the playground to watch the situation in the dungeon in real time. Before he knew it, Lindsay had arrived next to the principal's seat. Principal Lu Hanlin, Principal Feng Wuchen, and many other school principals, teachers, and even some members of the board of directors were seated there. Seeing Lindsay's figure appear, the two old principals immediately stood up. Lindsay, why are you here? Lu Hanlin asked. Wait, you're not here to take the college entrance exam, are you? Feng Wuchen immediately showed a cautious expression, I tell you, that won't work. If you participate, what will the other schools do? The corners of Lindsay's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, so wary of me? So he quickly explained, no, I'm just here to watch the competition. Feng Wuchen then breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hanlin said, ha, look at how scared old Feng is. But it's understandable, if you participate in the dungeon, who knows what trouble might arise. Not at all? Lindsay said in confusion, why do you make it sound like I'm some disaster? Principal Lu, good words foster good relationships, while harsh words hurt feelings. Why are you targeting me too? The two old principals both laughed heartily. Alright, just a joke. Lu Hanlin explained, you can sit beside me later, the view here is the best. This time the dungeon is called Pure Dragon Nest, and I'm really looking forward to it. Exactly. Feng Wuchen chimed in, that's a dungeon with only a 1% chance of being drawn, I didn't expect us to get it this time. Wait a minute? Lindsay asked, did you just say the name of the dungeon? Pure dragon nest. Lou Hanlon repeated, the enemies that the candidates will face are dragons. Dragons? Lindsay was almost unable to suppress the corners of his mouth rising. Is the little dragon's mission finally here? Principal Lou. The next second, Lindsay put on a serious face. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to take in the clothes I hung in the dungeon. Let me in quickly. P.S. Next is the last story of the high school chapter, comical plus exhilarating, and there will be a great battle later on. Lindsay will also receive a significant upgrade, so please grab your little benches and wait for the excitement. Chapter 101, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Lindsay Prevention? As soon as Lindsay said this, Lou Hanlon and Feng Wuchen exchanged puzzled glances. What did you say? Lou Hanlon doubted his ears. What nonsense is that? He. Lindsay said a bit awkwardly, I've changed my mind, I want to participate in this dungeon. I didn't hear anything. Lou Hanlon pretended to dig in his ears, then deliberately asked Feng Wuchen, did you hear anything just now? No, I'm old and hard of hearing. Feng Wuchen immediately cooperated. Seeing the two of them play along, Lindsay felt speechless. These two old men are really mischievous. After a few seconds, Lou Hanlon said seriously, Lindsay, it's not that I don't let you participate, but this just isn't fair. As the principal, I fear I won't be able to explain this to the public. Old Lou is afraid you'll get first place again, and people will say he's manipulating things behind the scenes. Feng Wuchen said, why don't you transfer to our #1 middle school now? Anyway, I have thick skin. Lou Hanlon, get lost. Are you still thinking about this? Lindsay explained speechlessly. I'm not here to compete for first place, I could care less about rankings. I just want to casually catch a boss. Then, Lindsay honestly told the two about his summoning beast breakthrough task. I see. Lou Hanlon pondered, theoretically, you are still a student at our school, so you can indeed participate in the exam. I hope you can promise me not to steal monsters from other candidates in the instance, leaving them with nothing to fight, okay? Also, let the candidates weaken the boss a bit. Don't just go in and kill it instantly. Keep your little hands in check, okay? And Feng Wuchen added, you can't help others fight monsters. After all, if you ate someone, it's almost the same as giving them a cheating device. Moreover, don't get into conflicts with other candidates. You know how impulsive kids at this age can be. If someone provokes you, just bear with it. Adults should overlook children's mistakes, alright? And more. Hearing a long list of and more, Lindsay twitched his mouth. How wary are you of me? Do you really see me in this light? Well, maybe you do. I have to admit, these two old fellows understand him pretty well. And please don't trigger any real mode or nightmare mode as soon as you enter, okay? Wait, that's not something I can control. Lindsay complained. Seeing that the two were endlessly reminding him, Lindsay hurriedly said, Master, stop. I got it. Once I enter, I won't steal monsters, won't fight people, won't team up, and I don't need ranking. I just want to tag along with the boss. Just tag along, nothing else. Is that alright? Really? Lou Hanlon and Feng Wuchen asked in unison. Lindsay was about to faint from anger. Did I break some heavenly law? As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and Lindsay? Alright then. Lou Hanlon finally relented. You can go now. The exam will start soon. Okay. Lindsay immediately sprang up, bouncing toward the playground. The two looked at his back, still carrying a hint of worry on their faces. Meanwhile, from a seat slightly behind the principal's chair in the boardroom, another pair of eyes was fixated on Lindsay. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, with piercing eyes and a fierce expression. Mr. Chin, about that investment, I think we can talk again. At that moment, another businessman beside him tried to strike up a conversation. However, the man ignored him and stood up to leave. Lindsay. The man ground his teeth, speaking to himself, I never expected to find you here. It really is like searching for iron shoes without finding one, and now it comes effortlessly. Since this morning, I haven't been able to reach anyone from the Shadow Guild. My 150 million deposit has gone down the drain. If that's the case, I'll have to go myself. Worst comes to worst, I'll take the fish down with the net. I must avenge my son today. But, how can I enter the instance? Just then, it was as if he heard a dark voice in his mind. I see your determination for vengeance. Do you need my help? Who are you? The man murmured to himself. I am Ouroboros, and we share a common goal. The voice spoke with a smile. If you can open a rift in space for me, I'll help you take revenge. The man's eyes gradually darkened. Meanwhile, on the playground. Candidates had gathered on the playground and began entering the instance's teleportation portal one by one. Wang Hao had already formed a team with the other three. Looking around the stands, I wonder if that guy Lindsay has arrived. He didn't even say a word. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. What are you looking at? Looking at beauties? Wang Hao turned around to see Lin Zhe standing there. Lin Zhe. Why are you only arriving now? Wang Hao asked, wait, why are you even coming to the field? Aren't you supposed to be in the audience? Are you going to participate in the instance too? The other three in Wang Hao's team were also Lin Zhe's classmates. As soon as they heard this, everyone was beaming with joy. Lin Zhe, our team is just short one person, come in, come in. Wait. Wang Hao quickly said with a righteous tone, what is your attitude? Not sincere at all. After speaking, he smiled widely, clasped his hands in salute, and directly turned into a sycophant. Foster father, how about taking your foster son to soar? The other three, seeing this, followed suit and imitated him. Foster father, take the foster sons. In an instant, Lin Zhe gained 4 more godsons. Lin Zhe spread his hands helplessly. I'm sorry, I promised 2 principals, I can't join your team, otherwise you will be considered cheating. As soon as Lin Zhe said this, the 4 of them showed disappointed expressions. However, well, I can protect you at a critical moment, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhe said. Good, good, good. The 4 cheered in unison. By the way, what are the specific rules for this instance? Lin Zhe asked Wang Hao. Ha, as expected of you. Wang Hao laughed and cried, I guess you are the only one in the world who doesn't even know the rules for the college entrance examination. This instance is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a single group or individual entering an area where they will not encounter other candidates, testing individual compatibility. The second part is the team instance, where all students fight monsters and bosses together, and of course, they can also PK, testing teamwork ability. I see. Lin Zhe nodded, then see you later in the team instance. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he walked towards the teleportation portal. Chapter 102, Beautiful Snake Sisters, Who is more beautiful? Lin Zhe, kids make choices. A few seconds later, Lin Zhe found himself in a scene of a tropical rainforest, surrounded by trees similar to coconut trees. The air suddenly became quite hot. At this moment, a prompt popped up before him. Welcome to the Pure Dragon Nest instance. Level restriction, level 10 and above. Difficulty, normal. Mission description, this was originally the residence of the Green Dragon clan, but one day, a giant black dragon attacked here with his horde. Please help the Green Dragon clan drive out the invaders. Lin Zhe couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves. Examination Part 1, Single/Small Group Instance. Mission content, Cross the Jungle. Mission background, this jungle is the territory of the giant snake clan, who have revered dragons since ancient times, longing to ascend. After the black dragon occupied this place, they turned against the green dragons and enslaved them, pledging loyalty to the black dragon. Mission rules, earn 50 points for each monster killed in the jungle. After reaching 5,000 points, you qualify to enter the next area. Time limit, 60 minutes. As the interface disappeared, a rustling sound came from the bushes around. Then, several large snakes emerged. Snake venom. Race, giant snake, ear rank. Level, 20. Health, 5,000. Skill, highly toxic attack. Snake entwining. Race, giant snake, ear rank. Level, 20. Health, 6,000. Skill, fatal entwining. Before long, the giant snakes were wriggling their smooth bodies, rushing towards Lin Zhe. I have to say, this kind of momentum would be quite stressful if encountered by ordinary candidates. Level 20 small monsters? Lin Zhe only sighed lightly, it's rare to fight such weak monsters after so long. Seeing them reminds me of those runs in the sunset, that was my lost youth. Even the snakes couldn't help but roll their eyes. What are you sentimental about, drama queen? Yet the next second, a sly smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face, but even small mosquitoes are meat, so I won't be polite. Shadow demon, come out. With a swoosh, a black greatsword appeared before him, and behind it emerged a giant demon illusion. Seeing the illusion, the snakes' bodies seemed to lose control entirely, changing direction and rushing towards it. Skill, Shadow Demon Illusion. Create a giant illusion that 100% taunts enemy targets, with health and defense 10 times that of the real body. Then, the giant snakes began to attack the illusion as if it were a wooden dummy. At the same time, the shadow demon directly wielded a large sword, soaring into the sky, ready to unleash the skill Soul's Lament below. Instantly, countless black souls rushed toward the giant snakes. Minus 581,201, minus 590,123, minus 601,391. A series of damage values around 600,000 popped up above the giant snake's heads, and they died instantly. Kill Poison Snake, Experience plus 200, Trigger Talent, Half Effort, Extra plus 100, Lifespan plus 200 days, Points plus 50.
Kill Snake Tangle, experience plus 200, trigger talent, half effort, extra plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50.
The experience harvesting mode was activated again.
Meanwhile, the Shadow Demon fought the monsters while devouring their souls, thoroughly enjoying the feast, and soon the soul power increased to 120,000. Thank you for your hospitality, Master. The Shadow Demon transformed into a lowly form, wiped its mouth, and said, "This is way more than what those people from the Shadow Guild give." In less than 2 minutes, Lin Zhe had killed over 100 small monsters, and his points exceeded 5,000, successfully meeting the clearance conditions. He was eager to move on and prepared to run to the next level. However, at that moment, another prompt popped up above his head. Detected that you passed the first level within 5 minutes, a hidden boss can be unlocked.
Do you want to unlock, yes/no? There's such a thing? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly.
Then let's unlock it and see. I hope it doesn't take too much of my time.
So he quickly chose to unlock it.
The moment the interface closed, a purple mist rose around Lin Zhe.
Simultaneously, 2 enchanting female voices approached from afar.
One voice said, "Ha ha, it has been a long time since anyone could make us sisters come out."
The other voice echoed, "Yes, it really is a once-in-a-thousand-year meeting."
At the same time, 2 beautiful snakes appeared before Lin Zhe's eyes. One had the head and upper body of a beautiful woman, but below the waist was a massive white snake body. The other had the lower part of a captivating woman, but her neck was adorned with a green snake.
What kind of strange thing is this? Lin Zhe was speechless. I really wonder which unique taste the readers would pick. Then, monster information popped up. Boss snake bye-bye. Race, giant snake. Level, 30. Health, 50,000. Skills, deadly bind, petrifying ray, tail whip strike, etc. View details. Boss snake Ching Chang. Race, giant snake. Level, 28. Health, 40,000. Skills, deadly poison mist, toxic trap, snake tooth flying blade, etc. View details. Oh, still a little handsome guy? Snake Bye coiled her long snake body around Lin Zhe, circling him. Indeed very handsome. Hissed Snake Ching Ching stretched her long snake head next to Lin Zhe and openly scrutinized him. I wonder which one the little handsome guy thinks is more beautiful. Snake Bye asked seductively. Yes. Snake Ching Ching playfully chimed in, but, hiss, you better be careful when choosing, oh hiss. Because, hiss, no matter which one you choose, she said while flicking her tongue, her snake eyes glowing a terrifying red, the other one will be very angry, hiss. Facing the 2 monsters circling around him, Lin Zhe remained completely calm. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his mouth. Children make choices, adults obviously want them all. You 2 hurry up, I'm in a rush. The 2 snakes exchanged glances. You are quite arrogant. The next moment, the flame demon made a grand entrance with a bang. 2 damage numbers appeared above the beautiful snake sisters, 543-0121, 544-9832. With the newly acquired talent Demon Master, the flame demon's explosive damage had already surpassed 5 million. Before the sisters could even react, they were instantly defeated. Snake Bye used her last strength to say, "Damn, we finally came out once." Then she collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. Kill Boss Snake Bye, experience plus 6,000, trigger talent, half effort, extra plus 3,000, lifespan plus 6,000 days. Kill Boss Snake Ching Ching, experience plus 5,000, trigger talent, half effort, extra plus 2,500, lifespan plus 5,000 days. 500 points plus 500, current total points 7,000. Loot obtained, 11,000 copper coins, white snake staff, green snake sword, giant snake scales, materials. All content completed. Please proceed to Area 2 of the exam site. At the same time, at the entrance of Area 2, 2 proctors were feeling bored and started chatting. One was a young female teacher who initiated the conversation. I wonder what is the fastest time for the examinees this time. Hard to say, replied the older male teacher. I didn't expect this dungeon to be the one drawn. They might be fighting for a while. According to the records of the Great Xia, the fastest to pass the jungle area took 24 minutes. So, I estimate it will be at least half an hour before anyone comes over. Then we have to wait here for a while, right? Said the young female teacher. However, before she finished her sentence, a boy walked out from the jungle. Excuse me, is this Area 2 of the exam site? Both teachers were stunned. Student, where did you come from? I cleared Area 1 and came here, Lin Zhe replied. The 2 teachers looked at the timer in confusion. It clearly showed 5 minutes 36 seconds. No, student, you must be joking with me? P.S. Before I knew it, I've already written over 100 chapters. It's not easy. Another 5-star review would be greatly appreciated, thank you. Chapter 103, it's just breaking a record. Both teachers were shocked. Is this kid really an examinee? Could he have snuck in from somewhere?
But to enter Area 2, one must first pass Area 1, it's impossible to just drop in here. This. The older male teacher stuttered, how could it be so fast?
Quick, get in touch with the outside, verify the results.
Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the large screen on the playground captured the moment Lin Zhe cleared the level.
The entire crowd of teachers and students was in an uproar. Everyone whispered to each other, inquiring about this student's background. Who is this examinee? Why is his name not on the leaderboard? Quick, this student is a must-have for our university. Don't joke around, he is the champion of the New Star competition, he's already guaranteed admission.
Hearing various principals and teachers' exclamations around him, Lou Hanlon shook his head. This situation I least wanted to see still happened. Luckily, this is a single-player dungeon, he didn't steal any monsters from others. Sigh, this child Lin Zhe just doesn't know how to be low-key, why must he always become the center of attention? It makes me, as a principal, feel difficult. When he comes back, I must seriously criticize him. After saying that, he let out a long sigh. Humph. Feng Wuchen said sulkily, what are you pretending for? You're probably happy about it. Lou Hanlon tried to suppress his rising smile. Stop talking nonsense, what makes me happy? It doesn't benefit me that he can't be counted in the exam rankings. At this moment, several principals walked over, smiling as they flattered him. Oh, old Lou, congratulations on producing such a genius. Lou Hanlon's eyes instantly squinted into crescent shapes from smiling. Not at all, it's just luck, it's only breaking a record. That guy has done this many times. Immediately, the other principals had expressions as if they had eaten something distasteful. Why are you still showing off? Humph, still say you're not happy? Feng Wuchen turned his face away, pretending to blow his beard. Inside the dungeon, the two proctors confirmed the results and finally believed Lin Zhe had indeed passed the first stage. Not only that, but he also triggered a hidden boss that many teachers didn't even know about. And the total time was only 5 minutes and 36 seconds. 5 minutes and 36 seconds, even I couldn't do it. The older male teacher sighed. The young female teacher exclaimed, yeah, you were really fast. Why does that sound a bit strange? Lin Zhe said helplessly. The young female teacher continued, however, even though you cleared it so quickly, the second part still has to wait until the 1-hour time limit ends before it can start. Because the second part is a team battle, we must ensure that all candidates who pass the first part gather here before we can begin. Oh, no problem, Lin Zhe replied, then let's wait. After saying this, Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the tortoise breathing technique. Time passed without him noticing, and finally, other students entered this area. A 4-person team walked out from the teleportation gate. Congratulations to you all, your time is 31 minutes and 27 seconds, said an invigilator. Upon hearing this score, several candidates immediately cheered loudly. Easy, not difficult at all, one team member shouted. What are you proud of? It's thanks to our Haogu, another team member followed. Yeah. Our Haogu swung down once, turning all those snakes into roasted snakes. I'm already starving just watching. The Haogu they spoke of was surrounded by the 3 of them. This person was strong and robust, with a head of red hair, holding a large knife engulfed in flames, looking quite intimidating. If it weren't for the exam venue, no one would believe he was just a senior high school student. Clearly enjoying the praise from everyone, he arrogantly said, I thought this dungeon was something great, seems it's not that impressive. Just a little splash of water. At that moment, another team walked out from the teleportation gate. This time it's really thanks to our Kaigu. Yeah. Kaigu took me to new heights, little brother forever follows. Kaiji's fighting skills are truly superb, especially that Iron Mountain lean move, it's breathtaking. In the center of their group stood a blue-haired guy with a middle part, dressed in a black top and suspenders, exuding a boss-like demeanor. He showed a proud expression and coldly said, this level of dungeon doesn't need much praise, otherwise, it would seem cheap. At this moment, an discordant voice came from in front of him. Who did I think it was? Isn't this my defeated opponent, Dong Kai? The one mocking was the red-haired Haogu. Haogu saw the blue-haired Kai Ji's face darken quickly and retorted, oh, I thought it was some blind guy. Turns out it's my defeated rival, Zhang Zhanghao. Clearly I arrived before you. What right do you have to say I'm your defeated opponent? Haogu crossed his arms and tilted his head back. Although I did indeed arrive 2.5 minutes later, it's because I was fighting more monsters than you, which took a little time. In terms of points, I beat you by a whole 250 points. Dong Kai shot back. Really petty. Zhang Zhanghao, if it weren't for catching a cold and fever half a month ago, I would have surely secured a top 3 spot in the New Star Championship. I wouldn't have time to join you ordinary folks for the college entrance examination. That's funny. Dong Kai, if I hadn't practiced too hard and had my old injury flare up, I would have definitely clinched first place in the new Star Championship by now, and wouldn't have anything to do with any of this first place stuff.
The two shot back and forth, leaving the two invigilating teachers stunned. The young female teacher quietly asked, "Who are these two? Why do they start arguing as soon as they meet?"
The older male teacher shook his head. They are two excellent students from the second high school, nearly equal in strength, and the first place spot in the grade often switches between them, so neither is willing to back down.
Looks like there's no escape from a PK between them today. At this moment, the teammates behind the two also joined the fray. "How dare you say anything about our Haogu? You must be tired of living? Are you saying our Kaigu isn't reasonable? Brothers and sisters, let's protect the best Kaigu together." Haogu tossed his red hair dramatically.
The flaming sword in hand was held across his chest. "No way, Sai. Enough talk, I say we determine the winner with strength." Kaigu combed his neat slick back hair with his hand. Yar, it seems things just got interesting.
"Tada, start."
"Shut it, both of you."
At that moment, a voice came from beside them. "I say you two are being too loud, can you quiet down a bit?"
Everyone turned to look, and a handsome young man in orange armor was sitting with his back to them. Because he had been silent until now, no one had noticed he was there.
Without turning his head, the young man continued, "I've been wanting to say since the beginning, can you guys not be so noisy? It's buzzing in my head. This is a serious exam, can't you show a little decency?"
Chapter 104, Just a touch and you're dead, the one who dies is the opponent. As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, the two teams that had been arguing turned their attention to him.
Everyone's face showed anger. "Who are you?" One of Hao Ji's subordinates yelled at Lin Zhe, "We're fighting here, what do you have to say?" "We, Kaigu, are teaching the opponent a lesson here, what are you interrupting for?"
A follower of Kaigu spoke up.
"Fighting?" Lin Zhe laughed, "You guys are just playing house."
But thinking about his promise to Lu Hanlin not to get into conflicts, he finally said calmly, "I just wanted to kindly remind you, if you want to fight, fight quickly, don't just flap your lips." However, upon hearing this, the faces of Hao Gu and Kaigu grew even darker.
"Hao Gu, who are you? How dare you mock me? Don't you know who Zhang Zhenghao is? Kaigu, you have quite the attitude. Don't you know who I am? You can't be an invigilator too? You can't possibly be a candidate." "Ahem."
The male supervisor chimed in, "Let me add something, he really is a candidate, and he came even earlier than you two."
"What?" Both teams of students were stunned. How could this be? How could he be faster than our Hao Gu? One team member said. Another team member quickly asked, "Then he must not have as many points as our Kaigu, right?"
The male teacher shook his head. "He has over 7,000 points, more than both of you by over 2,000.
"What?" Everyone was even more shocked.
Hao Gu and Kaigu could barely hold their composure, and immediately shouted at Lin Zhe, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Zhe, however, did not take it seriously and simply replied, "Who I am is not important, and my clear time and points are of no use, you don't need to be afraid." However, this statement sounded different in their ears.
This person took advantage and now pretends to be innocent? Hao Gu, what attitude are you showing? You look down on me, don't you? Kaigu, you are rather arrogant, not telling us who you are is fine, but now you're snarking back?
Both were furious.
Hao Gu looked at Kaigu, "Before we settle our score, how about we team up to get rid of this guy?" Kaigu nodded, "Sounds good to me, once we get rid of him, we can decide the winner."
As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Ji's muscles bulged, and the flames on his big sword burned even brighter.
Zhang Zhenghao, Fiery Mad Blade, A-Class, Level 23. Kaigu also struck a cool fighting pose.
Dong Kai, Diamond Fistmaster, A-Class, Level 23.
Don't come over. Lin Zhe quickly said, "I promised someone not to fight." Both of them laughed inwardly. Is this person afraid? Want to plead for mercy? Too late. They shouted in unison.
In the next second, with one knife and one punch, they attacked Lin Zhe's back.
Crack.
Zhang Zhenghao dealt damage, 238.
Bang. Dong Kai dealt damage, 227.
At the same time, the rebound effect of Lin Zhe's indestructible golden body talent was triggered, and according to the mechanism, it directly reflected and reduced the previous damage by double. Reflected damage to Zhang Zhenghao, 20116.
Reflected damage to Dong Kai, 19893. Ha!
The two dead rivals stared blankly at the empty health bars above their heads. Before they could react, they were both teleported out of the game.
The students and the two examiners were also dumbfounded.
Meanwhile, the teachers and students outside the instance wore the same shocked expressions.
What just happened? Did I miss something? How did Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai suddenly die? The principal of the second middle school shot a resentful glance at Lu Hanlin.
Lu Hanlin shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "This has nothing to do with me." So far, Lin Zhe has not violated my instructions.
Feng Wuchan commented from the side, why did they have to provoke Lin Zhe? Can't they pick someone else?
Inside the instance, Lin Zhe sighed helplessly to himself, young people are just too impulsive. After saying this, he finally stood up from his cross-legged position and turned to face the candidates from both teams, slowly saying,
You all saw it, right? They attacked me first. I didn't do anything. If a teacher investigates later, you need to testify for me.
Lin Zhe spoke with a sincere expression, but to everyone else, it felt like a veiled threat. Everyone's faces turned pale as they nodded like frightened chickens. At that moment, more and more candidates emerged from the teleportation portal, and Wang Hao's team was among them.
Lin Zhe. Wang Hao saw him and immediately led a few teammates over. Wang Hao bragged, 42 minutes and 16 seconds. I did pretty well this time, right?
Not bad, congratulations.
Lin Zhe praised. By the way, what was your time? Wang Hao asked, it should be at least 10 minutes faster than mine, right?
Not faster, Lin Zhe replied, 5 minutes and 36 seconds.
You scared me. So it was just over 5 minutes faster. That's total time, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Wang Hao?
He instantly felt depressed, wanting to curl up in a dark corner. I got a bit too confident, trying to compare scores with you. The teammates of Brother Hao and Brother Kai, who had just heard their conversation, were even more dumbfounded.
5 minutes and 36 seconds? Why didn't he say it earlier? We spent over 30 minutes competing like fools? 5 minutes and 36 seconds, is he even human? Oh no, wait, he's simply a god. Wait a minute, his name is Lin Zhe. Could he be the champion of the new star competition? Did we just think about fighting him? I tried to challenge Lin Zhe?
Immediately, several people regretted it, pounding their chests and feeling ashamed to the core.
Then, everyone transformed into eager followers, rushing to Lin Zhe's side. Brother Lin, please forgive my earlier offense.
Yes, Brother Lin, it was all Zhang Zhanghao and Dong Kai's fault, yelling randomly and leading us astray.
Wang Hao and his team were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Go. You guys aren't worthy of being my junior brothers. Wang Hao hurriedly sent them away.
Then he grabbed Lin Zhe's arm and said, Brother, you promised to take us flying.
Don't you care about us anymore? Go.
Stop making me uncomfortable, Lin Zhe joked as he scolded. I promised Principal Lu that I wouldn't form any teams, but I can guarantee your safety later.
Okay. Wang Hao and his teammates immediately cheered up. After a while, the 60-minute exam time finally arrived. The number of students who successfully passed the first assessment was only half of what it had been originally. The two proctors walked up to the students and announced, we will now begin the second part of the assessment. Everyone, please cooperate sincerely and defeat the enemy together. In the next second, the walls in front of the students suddenly parted like a theater curtain, revealing a grand battlefield before them. As they looked around, flames danced and black clouds rolled. On the ground lay many corpses of green dragons, surrounded by dark dragon people. On the farthest volcano, a massive black dragon perched atop, eyeing everything below with a fierce glare. Finally, its gaze settled on the incoming humans. Then, it stretched its neck and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Chapter 105, Classmate, How Can You Slack Off? Exam Part 2, Team Dungeon. Mission Content, Volcano Warriors. Mission Background, now, you have arrived at the real battlefield. Please defeat the invaders and give the green dragon a beautiful, peaceful home. Mission rules, each time you kill a normal monster, you earn 50 points. Each time you kill an elite monster, you earn 200 points. Defeat the final boss to earn 2,000 points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Seeing the mission description, the candidates all assumed serious expressions, preparing to face the enemy's arrival. At the same time, after the black giant dragon roared from afar, the Dragon Man soldiers on the battlefield began to march toward the candidates as if they had received orders. Dragon Man Soldier. Race, Dragon Man, B-Class. Level, 20. Health, 8,000. Description, as a clan of the dragon race, the sole duty of the Dragon Man is to faithfully protect their master from birth to death. Each Dragon Man stood about 2 meters tall, with a dragon's head and a humanoid body, covered in black scaled armor. They had a complete setup, melee fighters, ranged attackers, mages, and support, all well equipped. Just by looking, they exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. Except for Lin Zhe, every candidate's expression involuntarily tightened, looking like they were facing a great enemy. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly shouted, Classmates, what are you afraid of? Let's all charge together. Maybe it was just that shout of encouragement, but hearing it sparked courage in the candidates, who immediately began to chant, Let's go! Charge! Then, wielding their weapons, they surged forward toward the dragonmen. Lin Zhe also mixed into the crowd,
pretending to charge alongside Wang Hao, while praising, "Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you already have the air of a leader." He. Wang Hao scratched his head foolishly, "Mainly because you're next to me, I'm completely calm and at ease." Soon, the candidates clashed with the Dragon Man army, starting hand-to-hand combat. Since this was a critical examination, everyone knew their future hinged on this battle. So they didn't care how terrifying the enemy was, they unleashed their full passion to fight against the foes. It truly felt a bit like shedding blood and risking their lives on a real battlefield. Only Lin Zhe remained completely unfazed, walking on the battlefield as if he were strolling in a community garden. He only summoned a little devil dragon, letting it occasionally bump into monsters, while also allowing it to nibble on the corpses left by others to gain attributes. So annoying. "If I hadn't promised Principal Lu not to steal kills from everyone, I would have claimed this place all for myself," he complained. Do you know how frustrating it feels to see a heap of experience right in front of you but not be able to collect it? Forget it, I'll still consider everyone, after all, they still have the exam to take, unlike me, who has already secured my spot. Lin Zhe was talking to himself, but he was overheard by Wang Hao and a few teammates nearby, making them feel lemon sour instantly. He must be doing this on purpose, right? It's absolutely intentional, right? They clenched their fists. After fighting for about 10 minutes, the dragon men on the battlefield clearly decreased, and many candidates were exhausted and sent out of the dungeon. The first wave of attacks had been weathered through by everyone together. About 40 candidates remained on the battlefield, each looking like they had just survived a great ordeal, resting and resupplying, with a hint of pride from their victory on their faces. After this battle, they all felt their own growth. However, Lin Zhe was unusually relaxed, swaying back and forth, and starting to feel a little impatient. Why haven't we started fighting the boss yet? How much longer do we have to wait? But just then, a girl's voice came from behind him. "This classmate, I have been observing you for a long time. You were just slacking off, right?" Lin Zhe turned around and saw a girl wearing glasses with a large face and a braid, dressed somewhat old-fashioned. The moment the girl spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. The girl continued, firmly and fervently, "Everyone is fighting hard against monsters, and you're just here soaking up experience. Is what you're doing fair to everyone's efforts? Is it fair to your own conscience?" Her words were clear and forceful, her tone full of passion. She looked just like a typical student leader. Lin Zhe was stunned, thinking, where did this crazy person come from? How can I encounter so many oddballs while preparing for the college entrance exam? It's just like a pig wearing accessories, one set after another. However, her words immediately resonated with some classmates nearby. Everyone began to cast disapproving glances at Lin Zhe and started whispering. Yeah, team battles require solidarity and cooperation. How can someone just slack off? How can such a person still have the face to stay here? If it were me, I would have left long ago. It can't be helped, people like us with thin skin have to suffer a bit. Hearing the girl criticize Lin Zhe, Wang Hao was unhappy and was the first to stand up, saying to her, "What are you talking about? If you don't know the situation, don't make random comments." "Humph, I only know he is indeed slacking off. I have seen it with my own eyes." The girl stood her ground. At this moment, several of her friends also stood up to support her, saying, "That's right, I saw it too. Do you still want to deny it? All of us girls are working hard, and he, a big man, is slacking off beside us. How can he have the nerve? Exactly, so disappointing. You." Wang Hao was furious, his face reddening. If the other side were boys, he would have charged in and smashed his fist in someone's face. "What about me?" The glasses girl continued relentlessly, "What? Do you want to fight?" Wang Hao was left speechless. Meanwhile, outside the instance, the principals were having a different scene. "Which school is that girl from?" one principal stood up and asked. "Does she not know who she is up against?" It's a student from our number 8 school." A bald principal weakly raised his hand. Suddenly, he became the target of criticism from the other principals. "This student is truly something. What should I say? How dare she provoke Lin Zhe? If she annoys Lin Zhe, our other students might suffer the consequences. Is she bored out of her mind? Why does she have to provoke Lin Zhe?" One after another, they criticized, almost drowning the principal from number 8 in their spittle. All right. Lu Hanlin stood up as a peacemaker. "Look at how you all are describing Lin Zhe as some kind of bully. Don't worry, he won't do anything to your students." Really, the other principals turned around, asking with half-belief. Lu Hanlin tilted his head back. "I know my own students, don't I?" Inside the instance, Wang Hao was still arguing with the glasses girl. "Okay." At that moment, Lin Zhe patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Let's check the situation ahead first." Everyone looked towards the battlefield as he suggested. They then realized that just as they were having their argument, the second wave of dragon men had already begun marching towards them. Moreover, among the enemies, there were elite soldiers clad in heavy armor. Everyone was taken aback and immediately forgot about their argument, quickly re-establishing their battle stance. The glasses girl turned her face away, somewhat displeased, and said, everyone is going to fight monsters now, so I'll let it go for now. But I hope you can be more proactive later. Don't let me see you slacking off again. That tone, if one didn't know better, they'd think she was Lindsay's head teacher. However, Lindsay merely smiled lightly. Interesting, I really gave you all a chance, yet you didn't seize it. You should be thankful this is the college entrance examination. I'm not convenient to take action. Rest assured, from now on I will be very active, just don't regret it later. Chapter 106, Why have all the candidates become Lindsay's little brothers? The next moment, shadow demons, charm demons, and flame demons were summoned at the same time. You three, let's see who is the fastest. Lindsay commanded. Yes, master. Then, the three demons swiftly charged towards the enemy's ranks under the astonished gazes of the candidates. The shadow demon wielded a giant sword, navigating through the enemy crowd, while starting to frantically absorb souls. The charm demon swung a bone whip, controlling all the enemies, then unleashed countless black sword energies, instantly resulting in death for the enemies. The flame demon charged through, leaving a trail of enemies engulfed in flames. In less than 2 minutes, the second wave of enemies, which had appeared so fierce just moments ago, was completely wiped out. Kill the dragon soldier, experience plus 200, activate the effortless success talent, extra plus 100. Lifespan plus 200 days. Points plus 50. Kill the elite dragon soldier, experience plus 300, activate the effortless success talent, extra plus 150. Lifespan plus 300 days. Points plus 200. Your current total points are 20,150. After holding back for so long without fighting monsters, Lindsay finally experienced the thrill. The sounds of gaining experience and lifespan were always so sweet to hear. Without paying any attention to the candidates behind him, who were still frozen in shock, staring as if they were dumbstruck. At this moment, the three demons had returned to Lindsay's side, eager to claim their credit. Master, wasn't I the fastest? The charm demon said, pulling Lindsay's arm gently. The fastest is clearly me. The shadow demon transformed into a little girl, hands on her hips. Alright, you two step aside. The fastest has to be me. The flame demon said without any courtesy. The candidates behind couldn't help but stare in disbelief. His three summoned beasts killed all the enemies, and it only took 2 minutes? I actually doubted him earlier, saying he was slacking off. I should be grateful he was fighting monsters, not targeting me. Each of his summoned beasts could send me straight to meet my great-grandmother. Wait a minute, this is the college entrance examination. He finished off the monsters, what will happen to our points? The candidates suddenly realized they had messed with someone they shouldn't have, and a wave of points had vanished without a trace. After all, the college entrance examination is like everyone crossing a narrow bridge. Losing even 1 point could mean falling behind hundreds or thousands of others. Each person felt their heart ache. Lindsay slowly turned around to face everyone, grinning as he said, "Were you all satisfied with what just happened?" At this, the crowd turned pale. Is he provoking us? You must be joking. One student immediately rushed forward to flatter him. I was blind before, and failed to recognize your greatness. Can you forgive me? Yes. Our attitude was wrong earlier. We won't dare to point fingers at you again. Many rushed up to butter him up. We weren't trying to target you, we were just misled by someone pointed out. In the next moment, everyone turned in unison to look at the bespectacled girl and her group of friends. What do you want? The bespectacled girl clearly panicked. Don't come near. What do you want to do? Sister, a level-headed girl stepped up to her, saying, we don't want to hurt you, we just hope you can apologize to that classmate and then withdraw from the competition. Why you guys? The bespectacled girl wanted to argue, but upon seeing the fiery looks in everyone's eyes, she had to give up. I'm sorry, it was my fault. The bespectacled girl walked up to Lindsay. While bowing in apology, she began to cry. The sisters behind her could only imitate one by one. Then, they all were sent away in disappointment. At that moment, another classmate stood up and said to Lindsay, I propose we make this classmate our leader, and we will all follow his orders moving forward. How about that? I agree. I have no problem. Everyone expressed their agreement one after another. Instantly, all 30 or more candidates at the scene became Lindsay's little brothers. Wang Hao patted Lindsay on the shoulder, a bit enviously saying, Lindsay, you are doing well now. It's a pity that I didn't get any points from the last wave either. Lindsay scratched his head, I forgot about that.
Then, he said to the crowd, for the next monsters, let my brothers fight first. Those who didn't help earlier will fight in the second wave. Those who helped can only fight last. Everyone supervise each other, did you hear? Everyone looked at each other and dared not disagree. All agreed, yes, the big brother decides. Weinhao was immediately moved to tears. Lindsay, oh no, foster father, you truly haven't forgotten about your adoptive son. Outside the instance, each principal was stunned to see this scene. Every principal glared reproachfully at Liu Hanlin. Didn't you say Lindsay wouldn't do anything to our students? Why has everyone become his little brother now? And established a distribution system? Is this the college entrance examination or a gang? It's just child's play. Liu Hanlin shrugged, not pretending anymore. He didn't directly knock the students out, which is already showing me some favor. You should be grateful. You. All the principals dared not voice their anger. Inside the instance. Under Lindsay's command, the third wave of monsters was quickly resolved. Wanhao's points skyrocketed, making him smile so widely he could barely close his mouth. And those who had previously questioned Lindsay could only get a little leftover, filled with regret. Just after the third wave of monsters was completely defeated, the black dragon perched on the distant volcano let out a deafening roar. Then, flapping its massive wings twice, it soared into the sky. As its wings spread in the air, covering the sun, the previously nice weather suddenly turned dark with clouds and storms. Then, the black dragon began flying towards the students. At the same time, at the exit of the second area of the instance, another matter was unfolding. There stood two proctors, and when they saw the weather changing due to the black dragon, their eyes revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Is it finally starting? One proctor said, I have been waiting for quite a while. The other proctor behind him kept his hat brim pulled low, not uttering a word. The first proctor continued, hey, let's guess when the students will clear the level this time. The next second, he felt his head being locked from behind by someone's arm. Then, with a crack, his neck was twisted. The second proctor slowly took off his hat, revealing the gloomy face of Qin Dongjun. He, I have also been waiting for quite a while. Lindsay, it's time to offer you as a sacrifice to the wind. He took out a black staff and inserted it into the portal leading to the instance, instantly turning the mist shrouding the portal black. Chapter 107, Level 120 Boss, Wing of Catastrophe. Inside the instance. Facing the black dragon that blocked out the sun as it charged, every candidate frowned. This size, this overwhelming pressure, far exceeded any previous boss they had fought. Boss, Wing of Catastrophe Sath. Race, Dragon, a level. Level, 32. Health, 60,000. Skills, Fiery Ray, Skyquake, Calamity Lightning, etc. Click to view details. Description, he is an anomaly among dragons, a symbol of darkness and evil, perhaps his very existence is to create disaster. Level 32? The students exclaimed in shock. This was beyond the level they could handle now. Why is the college entrance exam so difficult this year? Can anyone even fight this? The test takers complained. Yeah, I heard this dungeon only has a 1% chance of being drawn, we are really unlucky. Among the crowd, Lindsay also exclaimed in surprise, level 32, 60,000 health? What kind of boss is this? Yeah. The classmates agreed when they heard Lindsay say so. Since he said so, it seemed this dungeon was really tough. But to everyone's surprise, Lindsay continued, isn't this weaker than a small monster? To be honest, I haven't played a primitive mode dungeon in a long time, my hands are getting a bit rusty. I wonder if I can kill this kind of monster in less than a second. The surrounding classmates turned pale? Didn't anyone tell him that he talks like he wants a beating? Although he definitely can't win. However, Lindsay still held back the urge to rush up and kill it. Forget it, I should give Principal Liu a face, I can't make it too hard for him. Then he said to everyone, you all fight for a while, were it down to below 50%, then call me. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Lindsay found a rock and sat down, starting to meditate. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts, thank you, you're actually a pretty good guy. At that moment, a black giant dragon named the Wings of Catastrophe flew above their heads, letting out a huge roar. Then, a red laser beam shot out from its mouth, drawing a straight line on the ground, creating explosions in the areas it passed. Several students were hit by the beam, some were out of the game, while others were left with low health. The students looked at Lindsay, who was meditating, then at the powerful dragon, their faces filled with uncertainty. Forget it, let's just go hard. Wanhao shouted, hit as much as we can, it's not like dying is real death. However, at that moment, an interface popped up in front of everyone. This dungeon has switched to nightmare mode, please proceed with caution. Note, in nightmare mode, death is real, good luck. What the hell? The test takers were instantly in uproar. Wanhao slapped himself 3 times, look at this mouth of mine. Hey, Could this also be a part of the exam? The test takers were in despair. I don't want to go to college anymore. I want to go home and farm.
Lindsay hadn't settled for long when he saw this interface and was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Here we go again.
So does this mean every dungeon I walk into will have problems? Don't mess around. At this rate, I'll become a disaster star. Meanwhile, the black dragon seemed to sense a surge of power throughout its body. Its strength significantly increased. It let out another earth-shaking roar, and countless red lightning bolts fell from the sky. Boss, Wings of Catastrophe Saf. Race, Dragon, a level. Level, 120 level. Health, 5 million. What, level 120? The test takers screamed in madness. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Everyone started to panic and flee. Some were so frightened they fainted on the spot. The originally united team suddenly disbanded. In the midst of chaos, a sinister laugh came from behind Lindsay. Hee, Lindsay, I finally found you. Lindsay turned around and saw a middle-aged man in an exam supervisor's outfit, but with a very sinister appearance. Lindsay instantly recognized the other party. You are Qin Feng's dad, Qin Dongjun? Lindsay was a little surprised. He originally wanted to find Qin Dongjun, but unexpectedly the other party came looking for him. Lindsay instantly understood why the dungeon had suddenly changed. So this dungeon is your doing? He. Qin Dongjun's gaze was icy. This is a special gift I prepared just for you. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon. After the sudden change, all the teachers and students were greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen, old Lu, how could you be right again? Whenever Lindsay participates, something always goes wrong. Lu Hanlin, go away, go away. Is this a time for jokes? I was just saying it casually. Who knew there would really be a problem? At that moment, Zhang Qi from the border army walked to the principal's side to reassure everyone. Honorable principals, do not panic. Zhang Qi said calmly, we have prepared early and arranged for border soldiers to stand by in the dungeon. Please stay calm. That's great, the students are saved. Everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. Inside the dungeon, Qin Dongjun and Lindsay were at a standstill. Lindsay said casually, you are interesting. Your son clearly betrayed humanity and trusted the undead, which is why he died. Yet, you insist on blaming me and sending people to assassinate me. You have no right to mention my son. Qin Dongjun's eyes bulged with rage, instantly transforming into a mad dog. My son was killed because of you, you will not escape responsibility. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed maniacally, shouting, Lindsay, it's too late to deny or plead now. Enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. At the same time, Lindsay felt a massive dark cloud hovering above him. It turned out the Calamity Wing had locked him as its target. Lindsay slowly looked up at the giant above, the corner of his mouth revealing a smile. Then I will gladly accept your grand gift. In the next second, a demon dragon, bigger than the Calamity Wing by half a head, appeared in the sky, grabbing the Calamity Wing in its claws. Next, a lightning ball shot directly at the face of the Calamity Wing. Roar! The Calamity Wing, not to be outdone, spat back a red lightning strike. In an instant, the two giant dragons were rolling in a fierce battle in the air. Shadow Demon, go help! A huge black sword appeared beside Lindsay and flew towards the sky with a whoosh. Boom! A 30-meter-tall shadow demon illusion appeared in the air, successfully taunting the enemy with a 100% effect. Seeing this, the Calamity Wing became enchanted and released the demon dragon, lunging at the illusion. The demon dragon took the chance to unleash several lightning balls at the Calamity Wing, each dealing around 2.2 million damage. Before long, the Calamity Wing was overpowered. Boss Calamity Wing Satyr has been defeated. Experience plus 300,000, triggered talent half the effort, double the results, additional plus 150,000. Lifespan plus 300,000 days, 821 years and 235 days. Loot acquired, 300,000 copper coins, Calamity Staff, Mage Weapon, Calamity Tooth, Material. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 37. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon, juvenile stage, has killed a dragon boss no lower than its own level, completing the first breakthrough task. Current level, 25. Chapter 108, The Demon Dragon Evolves. The Abyssal 10 Commanders attack. With a flurry of settlement screens popping up, Lindsay could hardly contain his happiness. Not only did he level up 3 times, but the little dragon also successfully broke through to the next stage and leveled up 5 times. Meanwhile, the demon dragon, seizing the moment it had not yet reverted to its original form, began to devour the corpse of the Calamity Wing, directly inheriting 10% of its attributes. At this moment, the demon dragon's attributes were as follows. Summoned Beast, Demon Dragon, Growth Stage. Race, Demon, Dragon. Branch, Special. Rarity, S grade. Level, 25. Health, 393,140. Mana, 308,370. Strength, 30,124, Agility, 38,921, Stamina, 39,314, Intelligence, 31,388, Spirit, 30,837. Skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Circle, Law of Heaven and Earth. Talent, Elemental Immunity, Darkness Immunity, Infinite Devour, Thunder Burial. What the hell?
Lin Zhe was directly stunned.
The little dragon's level 25-5 attributes were already comparable to those of the flame demons, with some even surpassing them. He felt that he could use it as his highest fighting strength now. This little dragon has limitless potential. Lin Zhe could not help but feel he had become a bit too abnormal. However, the popping interface still hadn't stopped. Your summoned beast has acquired a new skill. Skill, Thunder Domain Detonation. Causes 3 instances of lightning damage, damage value equals intelligence value *1, within a radius of 50 meters to enemy targets. Intelligence value *5, intelligence value *10. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Oh? This new skill's 3-stage damage is quite impressive? Lin Zhe exclaimed. At this moment, the 2-minute limit of Law of Heaven and Earth had reached, and the demon dragon had returned to Lin Zhe's side. It had transformed from a small 3-headed dragon into a standard-shaped dragon, though still quite small, about half the height of an adult and more than 2 meters long. Its skin was black and shiny, with a pair of majestic demon horns on its head. Roar! The little dragon let out a somewhat heavy roar, looking very happy as it nudged its head against Lin Zhe. However, the settlement screen had not finished yet. Ding! Your long-term task Demon Dragon Cultivation Plan has made progress, and the Demon Dragon has been raised to the growth stage. You have gained 1 system lottery ticket. Long-term task step 3, raise the dragon to maturity, reward, 1 system lottery ticket. Final reward? Okay. With such a big harvest, Lin Zhe finally felt that this college entrance examination was not a waste of time. Meanwhile, everyone around saw Lin Zhe instantly kill the level 120 boss and stood frozen in place. No one could believe what they had just witnessed with their own eyes. Qin Dongjuan's sneering smile also froze on his face. Lin Zhe looked at him with a smile. This gift of yours is indeed too grand, I don't even know how to thank you. This, you. I. Qin Dongjun, stunned, had lost the ability to speak normally. At that moment, a loudspeaker voice came from behind. Students, don't panic. We are here to rescue you. Dozens of soldiers in military uniforms from the border regiment rushed over hurriedly. Several soldiers quickly surrounded and apprehended Qin Dongjun, then picked up the intercom and said, "Report, the instigator of the crisis has been arrested." The other soldiers were cautiously looking around. Where is the giant dragon? Where is the giant dragon? However, apart from the stunned examinees, no other monsters were seen at the scene. An officer-like soldier walked up to one examinee and asked, "Student, where is that giant dragon?" It has already been," the student trembled and pointed to Lin Zhe, solved by him. What? The officer was shocked as well. A level 120 boss, defeated by him, a level 30-something? About 10 minutes later, the situation at the scene was basically stabilized. Everyone was wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the ground drinking energy drinks. The injured were treated in time, and luckily, there were no fatalities. On Lin Zhe's side, the officer finally understood the whole story. Major Lin Zhe. The officer stood straight and saluted Lin Zhe. "Thank you for your timely rescue, which minimized the losses. The people of Daxia thank you again for your contribution." Lin Zhe waved his hand lightly. "It's just a small matter, no need to take it to heart." After saying this, Lin Zhe looked at the apprehended Qin Dongjun. "By the way, how will he be dealt with?" "We will take him back for questioning about some details. After all, it's impossible to enter the nightmare mode of the dungeon solely by individual strength. Then, he should not escape the death penalty." That's more like it." Lin Zhe nodded. However, not killing him with his own hands felt a bit regrettable. At this moment, Qin Dongjun let out a soul-stirring laugh. "Ha, Lin Zhe, it seems that even the heavens are blind. Well, I can go down and accompany my wind. But," he said halfway, and his voice suddenly became eerie, as if another more sinister voice was overlapping behind his original tone. That voice continued, "You human race will soon fall into our abyss, very soon." Ha. Abyss? Lin Zhe's expression changed in shock upon hearing this word. In the next second, Qin Dongjuan's body underwent a terrifying transformation. Suddenly, many strands of black unknown substances shot out from his 7 orifices, each one biting at the nearby soldiers like snakes. In the next moment, Lin Zhe moved like a flash of lightning, already by Qin Dongjuan's side, punching him away. However, the speed of the black snakes was too fast. A few soldiers had already been bitten, laying on the ground as if poisoned, breathing their last in an instant. What are those things? The other soldiers were all in a state of panic, feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. In just a few seconds, they had already lost several comrades. At the same time, after being knocked away, Shin Dongjun lay there and let out a terrible scream, ah! His entire body was torn apart by the black substance, creating a rift in space. Next, a large black snake slowly emerged from the rift. The black snake began to morph into a human form, transforming into a handsome man with a slightly effeminate look. He gazed at Lindsay and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "You must be Lindsay. Nice to meet you, my name is Ouroboros, the devouring serpent from the abyss. I sincerely invite you to join the abyss in the name of the abyss, how about it?" Chapter 109, Pasta Mixed with Concrete number 42. 12 hours ago. In a dark world outside the myriad realms. In the center of a circular mountain, there stood an unremarkable little wooden hut. But upon entering the hut, one would find that it was merely an entrance leading underground. Through a lift, all the way down to the bottom level, one arrives in a vast room. The walls of the room were not made of cement or any construction materials, but seemed more like some sort of living organism. Walking within, one could even see the walls gently pulsating, accompanied by the sound of blood flowing within. Beside the walls were stacked various transparent containers, filled with all sorts of bizarre and grotesque specimens and tissues. All around the room, various experimental facilities and instruments made of biological tissues were growing. At this moment, from the deepest part of the room, a man's voice echoed, "Strange? No, that isn't right. What is going on?" The man's voice revealed confusion, as if he were facing some great problem. This man was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 generals of the abyss. At this moment, he was bent over an experimental table, using a tentacle-like apparatus to observe a small container filled with red liquid. As he observed, he muttered, "There's no problem. This is indeed the blood of that human race. But why has the simulation failed 3 times? He was baffled, steadied his mind, and said, "Never mind, let's start the 4th simulation." "Received," replied the biological superbrain in the room. As soon as the words fell, the whole room seemed to come alive, with numerous biological tentacles stretching in from all directions, absorbing the last bit of red liquid from the small container. With a faint smile, he continued to ask, "Tell me, what is the secret to your strength that far exceeds that of the same level human race?" The simulated person Lindsay was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and began to think, my secret. Ah, I remember." He suddenly brightened, "My secret is that I have a system." "What do you have?" Ouroboros widened his eyes at the answer that was about to come out. I personally think this pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete. Because of the length of this screw, it can easily affect the torque of the excavator. When you hit it, it will instantly produce a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO. "Stop!" Ouroboros shouted angrily, "What nonsense! Every time it gets to this point, there is a logical error in the language. Forget it, just show me your ability to summon demons," he ordered. "Yes." The simulated person Lindsay replied respectfully again. Then, he took out a thick tome and shouted to himself, "Contract Flame Demon. Consume 100 years of life, you have contracted the Flame Demon." Boom! A giant fire demon appeared in the room. The Flame Demon emitted a fierce, deep voice, "My name is." However, the next second, the simulated person Lindsay fell directly to the ground, kicked a couple of times, and died. Ouroboros and the Flame Demon were both stunned. Ouroboros was enraged and knocked some vessels off the experimental table to the ground. What went wrong? "I, Ouroboros, the number 1 scientist of the abyss, have not encountered such a puzzling problem for hundreds of years. No, I must find out the truth," he said with burning eyes. 5th simulation experiment begins. However, the biological superbrain announced an error message. The blood of the simulated subject is used up, unable to perform the experiment. "Ah!" Ouroboros screamed frantically, "It drives me crazy." His eyes were fierce, and he directly vented his anger on the Flame Demon. He gently squeezed his hand in the air, and countless black snakes tightly wrapped around the Flame Demon, turning it into a puddle of blood. The summoned creature of the simulated body is much weaker than the main body. He licked the blood splattered on his face, his expression softened slightly. "This human named Lindsay really makes me more and more curious. Since your blood is exhausted, I will continue to find it from you." Then, he said to the biological superbrain, "Through the analysis of Lindsay's memories, there is a human named Shin Dongjun who wants to get close to the target, right?" "Yes." The biological superbrain replied. "Very good." His eyes gradually turned cold. "Start from this Shin Dongjun, tempt him to become a slave of the abyss. Then, directly use him as an anchor point for the Fisher invasion." "Received." A smile of expectation appeared on Ouroboros' face. "This time, I will go personally." Time returned to the present. Pure Dragon Nest Dungeon. Uroboros had successfully invaded the dungeon and said to Lindsay, "In the name of the Abyss, I sincerely invite you to join the Abyss, how about it?" As soon as this was said, everyone, including Lindsay, was taken aback. The people nearby, although not clear about what the Abyss was, each realized that something was wrong. This person who crawled out from a spatial rift, transformed from a large black snake, was definitely not a good kind. Deep? Abyss Commander? You? Bo? Race, Deep? Abyss? Level? Health? Skills? Even the character information card displayed strange garbled text again. This is... Seeing the several soldiers who were killed in seconds by the opponent, Lindsay's expression gradually darkened. Then, he spoke in a commanding tone to the commander beside him, "Listen carefully, take the students and retreat immediately. Be quick." "But Major you..." The commander was still a bit doubtful. "Retreat immediately, that's an order." Lindsay's tone was firm. "Yes." The commander responded, then instructed the soldiers beside him, "Protect the students, retreat quickly." The soldiers immediately complied, leading the students away from Lindsay and the enemy. Uroboros paid no attention to the fleeing crowd, as if these people were just tiny ants in his eyes, unworthy of concern. A cold smile appeared on his face as he asked Lindsay, "So, can you give me your answer now? Will you join the Abyss, or..." "Screw you, go eat shit." Before the other could finish, Lindsay suddenly flashed beside him. A fist containing the force of 1,000 thunders smashed into Uroboros' face. Bang! With a huge sound of bones cracking, Uroboros' body flew away. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary human below the 5th tier. However, Uroboros' fallen body simply stood up again. His neck had been twisted 180 degrees, his entire face turned to the back, but the next second, his head slowly turned back. He relaxed the muscles in his neck and said nonchalantly, "So it seems I've been rejected? So this is what rejection feels like, it seems a bit unpleasant." A look of innocent grievance appeared on his face. He looked just like a bullied child. But soon, his pupils shrank dramatically, turning into vertical slits. "Oh well, there's nothing I can do. I guess I'll just have to forcibly take you back." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and the tips of his arms instantly transformed into several giant black pythons. Each python opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Lindsay. "Demons, it's time to work," Lindsay whispered. In the next second, demons began appearing before him. The flame demon Baros was the first to step forward, smashing his molten hammer down on one of the pythons, instantly sending its head flying, black blood splattering everywhere. Damage dealt, 4,402,137. Then, more black pythons surged out from Uroboros' limbs, mouth, and stomach, looking horrifyingly bizarre. Dozens, even hundreds, of giant pythons surged forward like instantly formed a web of black pythons. Skill, Venomous Snake Domain. Each giant snake inflicts abyssal damage on the target, the damage automatically accumulates, and each instance of damage is 1% more than the last. In an instant, a few demons were bitten several times by those black pythons. Lindsay frowned slightly and directly used the skill, Demon Hot Spring, summoning a lava hot spring to supply the demons. After the fire demon regained health, it howled at the sky formed by black pythons and unleashed the indomitable eternal fire. The orange flames instantly surrounded those black pythons. The demon dragon was equally unyielding, directly using the newly learned AoE skill, Thunder Domain Explosion. Lightning struck the ground densely, dealing 3 segments of damage to each black python, 60,000, 300,000, and 600,000. Unfortunately, his Law of Heaven and Earth was still on cooldown, otherwise, the damage would have expanded by 100 times. Faced with the area skills of the two demons, the assault of Venomous Snake Domain obviously weakened a bit. The Succubus and Shadow Demon took the opportunity to harvest, flying into the air to attack dozens of Uroboros. A few demons maintained continuous output, alternating to the Demon Hot Spring for recovery after being injured. After fully recovering, they immediately charged forward to attack again. Under flawless cooperation, those Uroboros in mid-air were ultimately cleared away. Although it took a lot of effort, the few demons clearly appeared somewhat fatigued. "Is it over?" Nora gasped and said. "What are these ghostly things?" The fire demon cursed beside her. However, Lindsay did not relax, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, suddenly, the entire ground beneath them echoed with the voice of Uroboros. "I didn't expect that a mere human could drag this on with me for so long. To be honest, I'm a bit angry now. Forget it, my original purpose was not to kill you, I just need to capture you." As soon as his words fell, Lindsay and the demons felt a tremor from the earth, and the next moment, a black, cement-like substance seeped up from the soil. Lindsay felt his feet sink deeply into that black substance. Looking around, the entire ground had quickly turned into a swamp of that black substance. Then, something huge seemed to be surging in the swamp, swimming towards Lindsay.
What a troublesome situation, Lindsay frowned, feeling his feet unable to move. The gigantic creature was rapidly approaching. However, at that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before Lindsay's eyes. Looking up, he saw a large golden bird flying towards him. At the same time, a voice came from the bird's back, "Grab on." Lindsay quickly focused and saw a young scholar dressed in a robe standing on the bird's back, shouting to him. "Who is that?" Lindsay felt puzzled, but there was no time to think further. He quickly recalled the demons and reached out to grab one of the bird's feet.
Then, the big bird soared upwards, pulling Lindsay entirely out of the black substance.
At the moment Lindsay escaped, a massive black python emerged from the swamp, with a head as large as Lindsay's living room. The giant python opened its big mouth to bite down, but the golden bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The snake's mouth closed just an inch away from Lindsay's feet, nearly biting him.
After escaping, Lindsay climbed onto the bird's back.
He saw the young scholar, dressed in a grey robe, looking refined and gentle, clearly a modest gentleman. He held a brush in his hand. Lindsay stepped forward, clasped his hands, and slightly bowed. "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask for your name?" The young man replied lightly, "The 7 Heroes of the Sky, IMO."
Lindsay was taken aback. In the Great Xia.
Even if one usually turns a deaf ear to the affairs outside the window, one cannot possibly be unaware. Under the highest general of the Great Xia, General Huaiwe, there are 7 beings claimed to be the ceiling of battle power. Their strength even surpasses that of the 12 city lords, and they have been battling on the front lines against the invasion of myriad races for years. They have a resounding name, the 7 Heroes of Yunshao.
P.S. Everyone, a 5-star rating and a free little gift would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 111, The 7 Heroes of Yunshao vs.
The 10 Generals of the Abyss. 100 years ago, the myriad races invaded, and the whole nation was thrown into chaos, with most of the Great Xia shrouded in mist, leaving only 12 large city-states and some small towns. Each large city-state was governed by a city lord. The 12 city lords reported to a higher central agency. For reasons of safety and strategy, the location of this central agency is an artificial floating city, known as Panglai. Panglai City has been drifting above Great Xia for years, its whereabouts unpredictable, making it hard for enemies to pinpoint. The central agency is managed by high-ranking officials, including General Huaiwe, and the 7 highest battle powers under him have garnered a vivid name, the 7 Heroes of Yunshao. At this moment, Lindsay looked at the young man before him and immediately felt deep respect. The 7 Heroes of Yunshao, this was a name he had heard since he crossed into this world. They are extraordinarily powerful and are objects of admiration for all practitioners of Great Xia. They defend their homeland, achieving great military feats, symbolizing the highest honor of Great Xia.
And right now, the person Lindsay faced was known as the Holy Hand of Danqing, IMO.
His profession is a rare and special type within the summoning faction, able to summon everything for battle through things he paints. Moreover, IMO had already broken through to the 5th tier before reaching his prime, a level even higher than that of Lord Lei. Seeing Lindsay lost in thought, IMO smiled slightly and said, "For this college entrance exam, the entire army of Great Xia has already made various preparations, and we, the 7 Heroes of Yunshao, are always on standby, aiming to prevent situations like this."
You are the famous Lindsay, right? I've seen your name many times in the reports from your city lord.
Today, meeting you in person, you truly are exceptional. I just observed you from the side for a while, being able to fight that monster for such a long time. There are hardly a few people in the entire Great Xia who can do that.
Lindsay nodded slightly and said, "I feel ashamed, I almost fell into that monster's trap."
Ha ha, there is no need to be humble.
Bayemo laughed and said, "You take a rest for a while, I will handle the next part. I see that monster is quite sinister, it's better to eliminate it quickly."
Just then, the golden bird carrying the 2 of them let out a long and clear cry, then adjusted its direction, flying back toward the giant snake below. At the same time, Bayemo waved his long sleeves, and the brush in his hand began to dance in the air. Although there was no white paper, wherever the brush tip traveled, it immediately left ink traces in the air. Bayemo's gaze was intense as he poured himself into his brushwork, and soon, a splash ink landscape painting appeared before them. The mountains in the painting were towering and majestic, appearing as if one could step right into them. The skill was so superb that Lindsay couldn't help but hold his breath in awe. Then, Bayemo smiled slightly and softly spoke to the monster below, "This painting, Tai Mountain's Morning Glow, is a gift for you." In the next second, the ink mountains fell straight down, and as their descent sped up, the once flat painting gradually transformed into 3-dimensional reality, growing larger and larger. Before long, it had become a massive mountain range that matched the size of the real world. Boom! The mountain range crashed down onto the black swamp and the black giant snake below, producing a thunderous roar. Then, one after another, exaggerated damage numbers emerged from below.
Every single one is close to 10 million. What an amazing skill!
Lindsay exclaimed sincerely, "With this damage, I'm afraid it will take me months to reach this level."
Bayemo nearly fell off the back of the giant bird.
His mouth twitched crazily. Are the younger generation this confident now? However, at that moment, the black swamp on the ground, heavily damaged, showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, it began to swallow the huge mountains whole. Then, several giant black snakes suddenly emerged, each one sporting a triangular head this time. The black snakes opened their mouths, revealing a pair of crooked, menacing fangs, and began to spray black venom at the golden giant bird.
Hold on. By Mo reminded Lindsay. As soon as his voice fell, the giant bird shook violently to dodge the attacks. What a tough monster to kill. By Mo frowned slightly. The next second, he picked up the brush again and waved it gracefully in the air. In just a few seconds, a mighty and imposing ink dragon had already been drawn by him. By Mo gently tapped the dragon's eye socket, and the angry eyes began to slightly turn. Then, the whole dragon came to life. The ink dragon leaped out of the painting, growing larger and letting out a furious roar, heading straight for the poison snakes below. The ink dragon danced and spiraled between the poison snakes, and dark lightning suddenly appeared around it, followed by a series of explosions. Each explosion dealt about 20 million damage. However, the black snakes continued to emerge from the black swamp like weeds that couldn't be burned away by wildfires. How much health does this monster have? By Mo was somewhat surprised. I'll help. Lindsay called softly, and the next second, the flame demon was summoned once again. The flame demon leaped into the air, jumping directly off the back of the bird, holding a massive hammer wreathed in orange eternal flames. Boom! With a loud sound, the orange flames erupted in the black swamp, and the black snakes immediately began to writhe and twist in the flames. By Mo was slightly startled. Your flames are incredible. Even among the 7 stars of the cloud sky, such a mythical object is rarely seen. However, the fire still seems a bit small, By Mo said with a faint smile. Let me assist you. In less than 10 seconds, several ink-colored eagles had appeared under his brush. Each eagle flapped its massive wings, creating strong gusts of wind toward the flames. Boom! The wind blew the flames, causing them to spread rapidly. Soon, the vast black swamp was completely engulfed in orange flames, with the black snakes being swallowed up within. About 10 minutes later, the black swamp and the black snakes were finally burnt to ashes, slowly disappearing from the ground, leaving only thick smoke and charred earth behind. By Mo and Lindsay let out a long sigh of relief. Lindsay slightly bowed. Thank you so much, Senior. I'm flattered, By Mo said somewhat embarrassed. The main credit goes to you, I was just assisting. Then, a worried expression appeared on his face. But is this what the abyss is like? I dare say it's more troublesome than any enemy I've ever seen before. If they really invade the human race, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lindsay nodded. He was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a slight sting on his neck, as if something was watching him. By Mo immediately noticed the anomaly. Lindsay, what's on your neck? There, a small black snake was clinging to Lindsay's back, its fangs already buried beneath his skin. Lindsay was taken aback, quickly grasping the small snake and yanking it down. He saw 2 puncture wounds on his neck with blood flowing from them. Why hasn't this thing died yet? By Mo said angrily. The next second, Lindsay opened his mouth, but his voice and tone sounded somewhat strange. It's exactly like that Ouroboros. He sighed softly and said, Lindsay, oh Lindsay, in the end, I won. Chapter 112, was Lindsay possessed? Hearing that strange voice from Lindsay, By Mo's face changed drastically. When did you? Ha ha ha. Lindsay laughed loudly, then showed a cunning expression on his face. From the moment you rescued him, I already had a trace of my organization hidden in the sole of his shoe. His flames are indeed powerful, but I am on a completely different level than that so-called immortal undead king. As long as there is any trace of me left in the myriad realms, I will not die. Alright, now his body is mine. I need to go back and do some research. Goodbye. Lindsay finished speaking and was about to jump off the bird's back, fleeing toward the abyss. Want to run? By Mo's eyes sharpened. It's not that easy. He waved his brush wildly in the air, and several black lines immediately flew in from all directions, trapping Lindsay's body. Oh? Lindsay showed an amused expression. So it seems you don't want me to leave? Well, actually, I have been wanting to use this body for a long time, so let's play for a bit. Summon the demons. In the next second, fire demons, succubi, demon dragons, hellhounds, and shadow demons appeared on the bird's back, surrounding By Mo. Faced with so many demons all at once, By Mo felt a sense of crisis, and sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Ha ha ha. Lindsay, possessed, laughed happily. This true form is indeed much stronger than those experimental subjects. Then, he showed a sinister smile and shouted to the demons, slaves, servants. How does he usually call you? Never mind, charge at me. However, all the demons were motionless and looked at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Charge at me. I'm your master. No, you are not my master.
The succubus Lilith rested her chin on one hand and said, "My master is always slightly shy around me, and he would never be harsh with me."
That's right.
The fire demon Baros followed up, "Our lord would never call me a slave."
And the shadow demon Nora also lowered her head and said, "My master has taught me many things." Ah, whoa. Woof woof. The demon dragon and hellhounds barked in agreement. TCH. Lindsay, possessed, showed a disappointed expression and disdainfully said, "What kind of master-servant bond is this? It's disgusting." Since that's the case. In the next second, the corners of his mouth curled up again with a smile. "Let me completely occupy your master's consciousness, then you will be at my mercy." On the level of consciousness. In a vast and clear sea of consciousness, a black python slowly slithered in and then transformed into a human shape, becoming Ouroboros. This meant he had invaded Lindsay's deep consciousness. Around his body, words began to appear one by one. Demon Summoner, Tianyu City, Great Xia, Wang Hao, Blue Star, Lei Jinyu, Fire Demon, Ratman Clan, Xin Feng. Countless words jumbled together, slowly spinning around Ouroboros. It was these densely packed words that made up every person's life. Ouroboros showed an expression of anticipation. "Let me take a look." He plunged his hand into those words, rummaging through them as if searching for a piece of clothing in a wardrobe. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as several bold and dark words appeared before him. "Found it!" Ouroboros exclaimed excitedly. "Earth. Transformation." Ouroboros frowned. "What are these?" "SYSTM." A hint of unease gradually appeared on his face. "What are all these? They feel so hard to understand?" "Hiss. Why do I feel a bit of pain in my head? Ah, it's getting worse, my brain feels like it's going to crack."
Ouroboros held his head with both hands, crying out in pain. At that moment, he felt someone patting his shoulder from behind. He immediately turned around and saw a handsome young man standing behind him.
"Lindsay?"
Ouroboros stepped back a few paces. "How is this possible? Your consciousness has clearly been taken over by me." "No.
My head hurts so much."
Lindsay flashed a sunny smile, but to Ouroboros, it felt particularly unsettling.
System. Lindsay shouted into the air, "What should we do in this situation?" "You, who are you talking to?" Ouroboros' face suddenly showed a rare look of terror. In the next second, a mechanical electronic female voice echoed in this sea of consciousness. Ding! Intrusion detected in the system, initiating anti-intrusion program, launching mental attack on the intruder. Ouroboros was stunned. What is this? System, what exactly is, what? I say, little you, ah. Lindsay gazed intently into Ouroboros' eyes, a mischievous smile on his face. This matter tells us. In the next instant, he kicked Ouroboros hard, continuing, "Don't just randomly invade other people's minds when there's nothing going on." Ouroboros covered his head, which felt like it was splitting open, completely unable to defend against the sudden attack. His body lost balance and fell backwards. His whole being seemed to be falling into an endless ocean. Back in reality. Baimo and several demons looked at Lindsay, who had been possessed by Ouroboros, with a tense expression, looking somewhat bewildered. They wanted to kill the enemy but couldn't act because it was Lindsay's body. They wanted to save him but didn't know how to rescue. At that moment, Lindsay began to speak. "What exactly is a cis? I personally believe that this spaghetti should be mixed with concrete number 42. Because of the length of this screw, it can easily affect the torque of the excavator. When you slam it, it will instantly produce a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO. This would severely impact economic development. With such high-speed machinery entering China, remember the principles I give you. The Huanglong River faction all has Bluetooth. Lu Zhishan shouldn't have ridden a shared bicycle when fighting the white bone spirit because a forcibly twisted melon can easily lead to the Chikuni effect, which is very unfavorable for the fermentation of red wine." Scaring myself triple A. The several demons and Baimo looked at each other, all revealing a blank expression. What is he saying? Is our master crazy? Then they saw the two holes in Lindsay's neck expelling a black, cement-like liquid, which swiftly flew away, diving into the spatial crack. In the next second, Lindsay's eyes returned to normal. He saw the silly looks on Baimo and the demons, complaining, "What's wrong with you all? I heard when I wasn't around, you all said I was crazy?" P.S. There's a concept art of Baimo in the author's note at the end. Chapter 113, The Final Victory, 2 Lottery Chances. Hearing Lindsay's eyes and tone return to normal, even starting to joke, everyone finally eased from the shock. The several demons quickly rushed forward. "Master, are you okay?" Lilith asked with concern. Woo, that really scared me just now." Nora's eyes glistened with a few sparkling tears. The fire demon and little dragon also sighed in relief beside them. Lindsay scratched his head and said, I vaguely heard that each of you gave a touching speech just now? Why not say it face to face again?
The demons all turned their heads away, awkwardly pretending nothing happened.
Master, you are so annoying. Lilith teased with a laugh. At that moment, Baimo walked over, somewhat skeptical, asking, Young brother Lindsay, you really have recovered? He still felt a bit worried. This is the trap set by the enemy. However, at that moment, a settlement interface popped up in front of both of them. Repelled the Abyss 10 generals, Ouroboros, experience plus 80,000. Gained loot, 80,000 copper coins, Abyss core, material. Baimo saw this text and finally believed that Lindsay had truly recovered, letting out a sigh of relief. But Lindsay was rather unhappy. After fighting for so long, it only counts as repelling? This monster is way too hard to kill. Moreover, because it wasn't a kill, there were no lifespan rewards. Baimo quickly comforted him. For such a powerful opponent, being able to repel it and prevent the instance from invading reality is already impressive. But I'm curious, you seemed to be possessed earlier, how did you manage to turn the tables and repel the enemy? Ha ha. Lindsay replied dismissively, well, let's keep that a secret. Baimo had no choice but to give up. As a gentleman, he naturally wouldn't pry into others' privacy. At this moment, the two were still standing on the back of a bird, and Lindsay looked down. He saw that abyssal fissure still hanging there, black unknown substances continuously seeping out from it. Quick, let's go there. Lindsay quickly said. The golden bird let out a sharp cry again, swiftly descending with them, finally landing on the ground. Baimo waved his hand, and the big bird transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into his waist. Lindsay walked up to the abyssal fissure, took out the miniature spring source, and dropped a single drop on it, causing the fissure to disappear. Baimo witnessed the whole process and was secretly amazed again. I didn't expect this young man to already possess 2 mythic-level items. And judging by his skillful manner, it seems he's purified the abyssal fissure more than once. As the fissure vanished, Lindsay's system also popped up a notification. Ding! Detected progress in your long-term task, purifying the abyssal fissure, current completion, 3/10. Gained phase reward, 1 system lottery, this lottery guarantees an A-level reward. Hint, continue completing the task, successfully purify 6 times to gain 1 system lottery, guaranteed S-level reward, after successfully purifying 10 times, reward? Keep up the good work. Great. Lindsay smiled with satisfaction. This way, I have 2 more lottery chances. At the same time, the 2 new items he obtained, Abyss Core and Tooth of Calamity, resonated, shining in his item bar. This meant he could forge new equipment again. Not bad, all this effort didn't go to waste after all. Lindsay thought to himself. At this moment, soldiers from the border troop also ran over again. Major Baimo, the earlier officer, said respectfully, thanks to your arrival, or else the consequences this time would be unimaginable. Don't mention it. Baimo waved his hand modestly. If you want to thank someone, thank Lindsay, the main credit this time belongs to him, I couldn't help much. Hearing this, all the soldiers were astonished. You see, in the border troop, the 7 heroes of Cloud Sky are the models and idols for everyone. Today, they felt extreme honor just to see the Saint Hand painter Baimo. They could boast about it for a long time. And Baimo actually showed such humility in front of Lindsay? He even gave the credit to him? Besides, they heard this Lindsay had only awakened his profession for less than a month? What kind of amazing person is this? Alright, since the crisis is resolved, I should take my leave. Baimo instructed the soldiers, you must handle the aftermath well. Yes, Major Baimo, the soldiers replied in unison, saluting collectively. Finally, Baimo walked up to Lindsay, patted his shoulder, and said, Brother Lindsay, I heard you already got a guaranteed spot in the Western War Academy? That makes us alumni. Oh? Lindsay replied politely, then I should call you by senior. No need to be polite, Lin Jr. Baimo smiled and said, by the way, have you chosen your mentor yet? Lindsay was stunned, mentor? It seems you really haven't understood anything at all. Baimo said helplessly, after you enroll, the first thing you do is choose your mentor, and this mentor will guide you throughout your 4 years in college. Different mentors have different teaching styles, so choosing the right mentor is crucial. I see. Lindsay nodded. This was the first time he had heard of this. Sounds a bit troublesome. He asked, do you have any suggestions, by senior? Baimo smiled, actually, with your abilities, you could make it even without college. But being low-key and learning knowledge from various fields shows that you are not an impulsive person. However, ordinary university education might be a bit of a waste for you. I do have a friend, I really have a friend, not me. My friend Han Shu happens to be a teacher at the Western Warfare Academy, and he seems to be running a quite radical teaching project. Radical project? Lindsay became interested, what is it?
Unlike regular students fighting those artificially modified copies in school, his idea is to take students directly to the mist border for real combat.
Mist border? Lindsay's eyes lit up. That's great.
After all that had happened recently, he felt that ordinary college teaching could no longer satisfy him, and he was even considering whether he should just drop out. Unexpectedly, there were such practical projects in college.
Seeing Lindsay's excitement, Bayamo couldn't help but laugh. Your expression is exactly like my friend's. He gets excited at the mention of battle.
His strength back then was actually no less than mine. It's just that he wasn't interested in joining the army or getting a government position. He preferred to run his teaching projects. Otherwise, he should have a place among the 7 heroes of Yunshao. This conversation made Lindsay more and more curious. This Hanshu might just be his ideal mentor. Lindsay clasped his fists. Thank you, Bai Senior, for pointing the way. At this moment, the soldiers nearby saw Lindsay chatting and laughing with Bayamo, each feeling sour inside, as if they were eating lemons.
Alright, I really have to take my leave now. Bayamo said, about the Abyss invasion, I need to go back and report to the general.
After speaking, he quickly drew a watercolor ink door with the brush in his hand, stepped in casually, and vanished into the air. Finally, the students returned safely to reality, and the losses from the copy were minimized. However, the result was that the candidates' scores for the second part of the exam were all terrible. Fortunately, the authorities provided a proper solution. 3 days later, they could choose whether to retake the exam. Wang Hao and others cried out, "My gosh, we thought we could go on vacation after today, but it's not over yet." Lindsay showed a bitter smile, feeling somewhat sorry for them. After all, this was his fault. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Since the Abyss had focused on the human race, even if it wasn't here and now, a crisis would still occur. The culprit was the enemies wanting to invade the human race. In his heart, he couldn't help but make a resolution. Since you want to come, then come, and I will kill as many as you send. Of course, before that, he needed to accelerate his own improvement. The reason he could drive away the 10 generals of the Abyss today was because Bayamo had helped him, and coincidentally, he had been counteracted by the system. In terms of hard power, he was still far behind that Ouroboros. Thinking of this, he no longer waited and directly pulled up the lottery page. Using the accumulated 2 lottery chances, draw for me. Chapter 114 New Reward, now truly invincible. The lottery interface spun for a while, then stopped. Congratulations, you have drawn the skill, Treasure Hunter, A level. Skill, Treasure Snatching. There is a 50% chance to snatch one piece of equipment from the opponent's gear. Each target can only be snatched once by the user. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Although it's not a very strong skill, it seems to have many clever uses. Lindsay thought to himself, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. It feels like many people are going to suffer next. After some deep thinking, he decided to give this skill to the dogs. Because the dogs are the most agile and there are the most of them, with the same 50% snatching chance, 10 dogs working together would surely strip the enemy clean. Alright, second draw. Lindsay opened the interface again. This time, he directly sacrificed 100 years of lifespan for an S-rank guarantee. The wheel stopped, shining with golden light. Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Attribute Transfer, S-rank. Talent, Attribute Transfer. You can transfer any one of your attribute values to another, while the total amount of attribute values remains unchanged. However, this does not include attributes provided by equipment, items, or buffs. What the heck? What does this mean? Lindsay was stunned. He read the description several times and finally confirmed it was as he understood. For example, if the 5 attributes of strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, and spirit are all 10, then you can directly turn strength into 50 and the other 4 into 0. This is truly invincible. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep this talent for himself. Not bad, not bad. Lindsay smiled with satisfaction. Before trying the skill, he decided to change his link target from Fire Demon to Demon Dragon for the Soul Link talent. Talent, Soul Link. A summoner exclusive talent. Choose a summoned beast to link, can be switched freely, and you will gain the attributes, skills, and talents of that summoned beast, with values equal to 50% of the summoned beasts. This effect still works outside of summoning. Do you want to change the linked target? Yes/no. Yes. Successfully linked. Lindsay opened his attribute panel. Name, Lindsay. Occupation, Demon Summoner. Occupation Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S rank. Level, 37, 4%. Tier, 1. Health, 238,190. Mana, 206,000. Strength, 15194, plus 4,500, Agility, 19592, plus 4,000, Stamina, 19819, plus 4,000, Intelligence, 15856, plus 5,000, Spirit, 15,600, plus 5,000. Talents: Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summon, Scorching Airflow, Turn Misfortune into Good Fortune, Master of Time Management, Abyss Walking, Demon Master, Indestructible Body, Efficiency, Attribute Transfer. Skills: Summon Demon, Demon Gaze, See Through Fire, Demon Hot Spring. Inherited talents and skills: Thunderball, Electric Circle, Law of Heaven and Earth, Thunder Domain Explosion, Elemental Immunity, Darkness Immunity, Infinite Devour, 10,000 Thunders Returning to Burial. Summon slots: 4/4, Fire Demon, Hellhound, Succubus Queen, Demon Dragon, Growth Stage. Equipment: Shadow Demon, Weapon Form, Celestial Blade, Stone Set, Inlays, Protection of Holy Light, Undead Gem Set, Honorary Citizen of Great Summer, Platinum Medal. Cultivation Method: Turtle Breath Technique, Thunderbolt Technique. Lin Zhe was suddenly delighted. Although the strength attribute was slightly lower than the Fire Demon, the other 4 attributes had all increased. And the key point was that he could also use Law of Heaven and Earth now. Although the magnification in duration would be reduced by 50%, it still felt like he was cheating. Another point was the Infinite Devour talent. He just couldn't devour monstrous creatures like the little dragon, so its use would be limited. Alright, let's try the new talent I just drew, Attribute Transfer. He immediately transferred his agility, stamina, intelligence, and spirit down to 10 points, shifting all the rest to strength. Then his strength shot up to 86,021. When he threw a punch, he felt the air vibrate with sound. Then, he shifted all attributes to agility. Whoosh, he darted more than 500 meters away. What the hell, this is too overpowered. Will this world revoke my title? He started to worry. However, that wasn't the end. He shouted to the system, how much lifespan do I have left? Current remaining lifespan, 2,405 years and 120 days. Very good, I want to upgrade my skills. In the next second, a long list of upgrade options appeared directly in front of him. Talent. Soul Link, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Time Management Master, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Infinite Devouring, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Demon Master, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Efficient Work, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Turning Disaster into Blessing, S-level upgrade progress 2/3, current life needed for upgrade 5,000 years. Indestructible Golden Body, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current life needed for upgrade 2,000 years. Skill. Virus Transmission, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 1,000 years. Law of Heaven and Earth, S-level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 1,000 years. Seeing Clearly, a level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Elemental Fury, a level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Shadow Assault, a level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Wheel of Fate, a level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Thunder Burial, a level upgrade progress 1/3, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Treasure Hunter, a level upgrade progress 1/2, current life needed for upgrade 500 years. Lin Zhe looked at the dense text and thought for a while. Upgrade, Law of Heaven and Earth, Elemental Fury, Thunder Burial, for me. Total life consumed, 2,000 years, upgraded 3 skills. After upgrade, skill effects are as follows. Skill, Law of Heaven and Earth, 2/3. Body enlarges to 150 times its original size, all attributes enhanced by 150 times. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill, Elemental Fury, 2/3. After use, lose half of health, elemental damage increases to 500%. Duration, 120 seconds, cooldown, 200 seconds. Talent, Thunder Burial, 2/3. Enhances thunder element damage to 300%, skill range expands to 300. Very good, very good. Lin Zhe laughed so hard his mouth couldn't close. I'm tired of saying the word invincible. P.S. It has been a long time since I posted a panel, not just filling word count, after all, this is a game text. The last time I posted the protagonist's attributes was chapter 50, and the skill upgrade list was in chapter 59, that's quite far back. By the way, please give me another wave of 5-star reviews. Chapter 115 I am Qin Shi Huan, VME 50. Next, it's time to forge weapons. Lin Zhe took out 2 mutually resonant materials, Abyss Core and Tooth of Disaster, then found a hidden open space, summoned the Fire Demon, and began to craft. Ding ding dang. Accompanied by a series of blacksmithing sounds, the legendary level craftsman, the Fire Demon, quickly presented a weapon in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe focused and saw that it was a dagger made of black jade, crystal clear but radiating a uniquely ominous black aura of the abyss.
Dagger of Disaster. Level requirement, 40.
Effect, agility plus 1200, critical rate plus 50%, critical damage plus 50%, evasion rate plus 50%, action speed plus 50%, contains abyss attribute attack.
The attributes are quite good.
Lin Zhe thought to himself, and it's just right for the dog. Immediately, he replaced the thorn dagger equipped by the Hellhound. At the moment, the dog is an assassin, the fire demon is a berserker, the little dragon is a melee mage, the succubus is a control mage, and the shadow demon is a tank plus ranged. The team configuration is gradually complete.
Before the university starts, let's hurry up and reach level 40.
After completing the second breakthrough, I can increase 2 more summoning slots. At the same time, in a dark world beyond the myriad realms. Deep within the underground laboratory of the circular mountain. In a certain room, many freezing pods are neatly arranged, each containing a sleeping man. They all look the same, resembling the Abyss 10 generals, Uroboros.
Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed in the room.
Then, the door of one freezing pod automatically opened, and one Uroboros sprang out from inside. He gasped for breath, as if he had just had a very terrifying nightmare.
The voice of the supercomputer sounded in the room. Master, what happened to you?
Uroboros gasped for a while before he calmed down.
How is this possible? How could I possibly be reverse invaded? What is that boy thinking?
He said with lingering fear while stepping down from the frozen pod.
I almost got backfired.
Luckily, I escaped quickly, and my life is endless. He looked at the room full of spare bodies and regained confidence on his face.
You want to defeat me? It's not that easy. Then he heard the bio-super brain continue to ask, Master, can you tell me what happened? I can conduct a complete check for you. No need.
Uroboros stood up, stretching his stiff limbs, and said arrogantly.
Keep tracking that human boy named Lin Zhe, I refuse to believe it.
I am Qin Huang, VME 50. Suddenly, Uroboros' eyes widened, one hand covering his mouth.
Did I just say something strange?
In the next 2 days, Lin Zhe completely bid farewell to the old neighborhood where he used to live, moving into the university dormitory. After all, his old home had been bombed to an unrecognizable state by Stephen, making it unlivable. This dormitory is specially prepared for gifted students like him, so it is not a typical shared room, but an apartment for each person. The dormitory has a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, with all facilities very complete, making Lin Zhe feel that his quality of life suddenly improved a lot. In the following days, he decided to take a break, acclimate himself to the university environment, and go out for a stroll. During this time, Lei Zhenyu also called him, notifying him that to commend him for eradicating the Shadow Guild and resisting the Abyss's heroic deeds, his military rank had been promoted from major to colonel. Thus, Lin Zhe unknowingly became the youngest colonel in the history of Daxia. Additionally, since the news of the Abyss invasion had finally been confirmed, all of Daxia had entered a state of alert. Many dungeons in the market were temporarily shut down, and other dungeons required soldiers to be stationed inside to respond to anomalies at any time. With a week left before the new semester began, Lin Zhe decided to start running dungeons, aiming to raise his level to 41st. Recalling that he had not yet visited the battle hall of the school's dungeons, he decided to enjoy this free resource. However, when he arrived there, Lin Zhe instantly regretted it. It was clearly vacation time, yet the dungeon hall was packed with people, as if it were a market day. Moreover, all the dungeon rooms showed as full. I didn't expect the students from the Western War would be this keen. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a girl's voice called out to him from behind, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe turned back and saw that it was Chu Yuyu. She was wearing a youthful student uniform, with a short skirt revealing a bit of her fair thigh between the skirt and long socks, skipping towards him. Lin Zhe, it's really you. Are you here for a dungeon too? Lin Zhe nodded, you too? Chu Yuyu shook her head, I am an executive in the student council, and I'm responsible for duty here today. By the way, which dungeon do you want to run? I can recommend you. Lin Zhe pondered and said, something with higher difficulty, but mainly single player. Chu Yuyu looked a bit troubled, you can see how many people are here today, it might not be easy to find a single run. How about you try teaming up? Oh, then forget it. Lin Zhe waved his hand, preparing to go back and open a dungeon using Gate of All Worlds. Teaming up would just waste his time. You really haven't changed at all? Chu Yuyu smiled gently. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she rushed to call Lin Zhe, wait a moment. There is a dungeon that no one is using. However, the difficulty of that dungeon is a bit high. Which one? Lin Zhe instantly became interested. Follow me. Chu Yuyu led Lin Zhe through the crowd to the entrance of a certain dungeon room. On both sides of the room, many people were lined up, but this particular one was ignored by everyone.
Lindsay walked over to take a look, and the screen on the door read, Fire Ant Nest, current queue, 0 people. This is it, Chu Yu began to explain. There are several difficulties in this dungeon. First, the enemies are the Fire Ant tribe, so numerous that it's outrageous, and they're extremely fierce. To clear it, you also need to defeat their queen. But these are still secondary issues. The most troublesome part is that you have to navigate through their nest, which is pitch black, with so many paths that it's like a maze, and there are many ambushes. So, everyone would rather line up for other dungeons than come to this one.
Is that so? Lindsay said without hesitation. Then I will give it a try. After saying this, he decisively walked into the teleportation portal. As expected of him, he's really not hesitating at all. Chu Yu complained at the door. At this moment, the people waiting in line also turned their gazes over and began to discuss. Look, someone actually went into that dungeon. I saw it too. It seems that person isn't even level 40. Is he crazy? I estimate he won't be out in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I think 5 minutes is enough. The crowd, originally bored from waiting, suddenly became interested, each one wearing an expression of anticipation for the show.
Chapter 116, Breaking Records Again.
Among those mocking, a number had entered this dungeon when they were young and inexperienced, and without exception, they all came out quickly. The reason was simple: this dungeon was truly terrible and was known as the worst dungeon in the Western War Academy. It even left many people with psychological shadows. After a few seconds of time-space shifting, Lindsay found himself in a desolate plain, surrounded by dead silence. In front of him was a pit leading underground.
Welcome to the dungeon, Fire Ant Nest.
Level restriction, below level 60. Difficulty, hard. Mission description: this land has been attacked by fire ants. Please explore the fire ant nest and completely eliminate the fire ants.
Looks like this is the entrance to the nest, Lindsay said as he looked at the pit.
Lindsay took a few steps inside, and the sunlight quickly vanished, replaced by darkness as thick as pitch.
Lindsay immediately retreated back to the entrance, thinking, if I really have to navigate this maze, isn't it too much of a waste of time?
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of an idea. Just in time to try out the newly learned skill after linking with the little dragon. He walked a few steps forward, estimating that the ground beneath him was indeed the fire ant's nest, and directly used the skill, Heaven and Earth Transformation. In the next second, Lindsay's whole being dramatically enlarged, transforming into a giant standing tall between heaven and earth. The little dragon's Heaven and Earth Transformation had upgraded to the second stage, allowing him to increase in size by 150 times, and Lindsay's linking skill had a halved effect, meaning he expanded by 75 times. So now Lindsay stood over 130 meters tall, towering like a skyscraper. Lindsay instantly felt a sense of looking far and wide, his vision becoming incredibly broad, and he was filled with strength.
Great, now let's use Attribute Transformation.
He immediately focused all his attributes into strength, raising his strength to over 6.4 million.
Alright, preparation complete. A wicked smile appeared on Lindsay's face. In the next second, he jumped up and then stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire earth began to shake.
Then, cracks appeared on the ground, and the fissures grew wider, causing the entire surface to start collapsing. Instantly, winding tunnels emerged from beneath the ground, with fire red ants the size of humans exposed to the surface.
Fire Ant Soldier. Race, Fire Ant Tribe, D grade. Level, 55.
Health points, 20,000.
Skills, Fire Poison Bite, Suicide Explosion, Summon Friends.
Seeing their home suddenly collapse, the fire ants were all stunned, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Alright, this time, transfer all attributes to intelligence. Lindsay said with a smile while manipulating his panel. This time, his intelligence reached over 6 million, and he started placing lightning orbs into the ant nest. The large ants gathered densely together. It was hard to imagine how difficult it would be to tackle the dungeon by entering through the hole.
No wonder it was rated as the worst dungeon.
However, now, this difficulty turned into a weakness. In an instant, a whole nest of fire ants was engulfed by bolts of lightning, and before they realized what was happening, they were zapped into roasted ants. Kill Fire Ant Soldier, experience plus 550, trigger talent, twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 275, lifespan plus 550 days. Kill Fire Ant Commander, experience plus 580, trigger talent, twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 290, lifespan plus 580 days. Kill Boss Fire Ant Queen, experience plus 50,000, trigger talent, twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 25,000, lifespan plus 50,000 days, 136 years 440 days. Gain loot, 50,000 copper coins, fire poison boots, Ant Queen meat, material, etc.
How did I kill the boss without realizing it?
Lindsay was also a bit surprised.
The pop-up on the interface still didn't stop.
Congratulations on becoming the first person to kill all enemy targets in this dungeon, experience plus 50,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 38. Wow, I leveled up just like that? Lindsay laughed, this is way too easy. At this moment, the interface finally popped up the last tip. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, preparing to teleport back, 60, 59, 58. 1 minute later, Lindsay reappeared at the entrance. Since not much time had passed, the people lining up were still the same bunch. When they saw Lindsay come out, everyone immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you came out this quickly? Shorter than I expected, what a clown. What did I just say? He couldn't even last 5 minutes. Only Chu Yu shook her head, lamenting, it seems he was really pushing too hard. This dungeon is truly too insane, even Lindsay. However, at this moment, a message scrolled on the screen above the entrance. Fire Ant Nest Dungeon has set a new clearance record, clearance time, 3 minutes 23 seconds. New record creator, Lindsay. Look, just 3 minutes and wait a minute? Those people suddenly wore a face like they had eaten sh*t, 3 minutes cleared? Everyone was dumbfounded, our school's worst dungeon, just like that, broke the record? Chu Yu was also stunned. After a few seconds, she covered her mouth and burst into laughter, as expected of Lindsay, always able to create such surprises. However, Lindsay had a calm expression as if nothing had happened, directly asking, can I do this dungeon again? Chu Yu explained, the school rules state that each person can only play the same dungeon once a day. Alright, that's a pity. Lindsay felt somewhat disappointed. Otherwise, he could have leveled up to 40 right here today. Thanks this time, I'm heading back. Lindsay waved goodbye to Chu Yu, then slowly walked out of the dungeon hall under the gaze of a crowd who looked at him like some kind of deity. Afterward, Lindsay had dinner and returned to his dorm room. Where should I go to level up next? He thought for a moment and remembered he still had a long-term quest, Lord of Demons, which required him to make contributions to revive the Hell Realm. Last time he helped Shadow Demon repel the giant eyeball from the Abyssal Rift, he only received 1% contribution. So, he decided to go back to the Hell Realm at midnight, hoping he might discover something new and level up at the same time. He took a shallow nap on his brand new mattress and soon arrived at midnight. After waking up, he drew a 6-pointed star array on the ground again and stepped into the portal. P.S. Lindsay's 6th demon is about to arrive. Chapter 117, The Demon from the East. Hell Fragment Time and Space. Level Limit, None. Difficulty, Real Mode. Task Description, None. Lindsay stepped out of the teleportation portal, and the interface displayed map information. However, he discovered that the place he arrived at this time was not the domain of the Shadow Demon he had encountered last time. It seems that after breaking the Abyss's restraints, I can teleport to other places? Lindsay speculated. He observed his surroundings and found himself in a forest, where everything around was gray and misty, as if the world had lost its color. He immediately activated his special vision, Insight. In this grayish-white world, he saw thick black areas outlined, each not very large, resembling stains of blood or footprints left on the ground. Moreover, these marks were scattered in different positions on the ground, appearing disordered and chaotic. When his foot stepped on one of those black marks, another prompt popped up. Triggered talent, Abyss Walker. Is this place also tainted by the Abyss? Lindsay's eyes widened slightly. He carefully examined the scattered black marks on the ground, trying hard to find some patterns. Finally, he noticed that in a certain corner of this place, the black marks spread in a certain direction. It seems that following these marks could lead to some clues. After thinking this, Lindsay decided to follow the trail. However, in an instant, he felt a gust of wind rushing at his side. Driven by instinct, he almost automatically activated the Thunderbolt technique and raised his arm to block sideways. Bang! A loud metallic clanging sound echoed. At the same time, his arm, surrounded by lightning power, blocked an unprecedented massive force. In that moment, Lindsay saw a tall, thin black shadow right in front of him. His arm had just blocked a flying kick from this figure. Yet, in the next instant, the shadow had vanished without a trace. Such fast movement, and such great strength. Lindsay was secretly shocked. Instinct told him that the attacker was likely very powerful. Yet, without giving him any time to think, the shadow struck from another side again in the next second. Fire Demon. Lindsay no longer fought alone and chose to summon. Bang! The Fire Demon exploded into existence in the air. Roaring, he swung his hammer toward the shadow. The molten heavy hammer carried the power to destroy everything and was about to smash the black shadow, but in the next moment, the shadow flawlessly flipped in midair, skillfully dodging the attack. The Fire Demon swung his hammer into empty air and could not stop due to inertia. Taking the chance, the shadow kicked off the ground, already in front of the Fire Demon, and thrust his knee sharply into the Fire Demon's chin. Damage dealt, 201,923. Ow! The Fire Demon howled in pain, stumbling backward. That strike was undoubtedly the greatest damage the fire demon had suffered since Lin Zhe summoned him. He felt dizzy, as if several of his teeth had broken. Lin Zhe was also shocked, he had never seen the fire demon suffer such a setback. In the next moment, the shadow demon, the demon dragon, and the succubus appeared on his sides and behind him. "Wait, my lord," the fire demon hurriedly shouted, "I can still go." However, while saying this, his feet twisted on the ground, feeling as if he was about to fall. In that case, you should rest," Lin Zhe commented sarcastically. That enemy was not only swift but also powerful, precise, with not the slightest excess motion, forceful and clean, like a killing machine born for battle. Before he could think further, the shadow charged at him again. The shadow demon unleashed a massive illusion, applying a taunt status to the enemy target. The succubus immediately used the skill, Wheel of Destiny. The Wheel of Fortune landed on the slowness state, which would slow down the enemy's speed. At a certain moment, the shadow's movements indeed slowed down, but 2 seconds later, everything returned to swift motion again. "What?" The shadow demon and the succubus exclaimed in unison, "It's actually out of control." The shadow once again charged towards Lin Zhe, and this time, Lin Zhe clearly saw the savage rage swirling in the opponent's eyes. However, in the next second, a giant shadow appeared above the enemy. Boom! A demon dragon enlarged 150 times lifted its leg and stomped down on the shadow's head. Finally, the lower half of the shadow's body was pinned under a huge hoof, unable to move. "Well done," Lin Zhe praised as he walked up to the enemy's face. After the enemy calmed down, Lin Zhe finally got a good look at his appearance. It was a tall, thin humanoid monster with extremely long arms and legs. Its entire body was black, adorned with bright battle markings. The muscles were lean and strong, with every inch of skin like fine steel. On its head was a mop of messy white hair, and 2 typical demon horns grew from either side of its forehead. As for its face, it had sharp ears and fangs, and its eyes seemed filled with uncontrollable rage. At this moment, the succubus was appraising the enemy up and down and suddenly remembered something. "Ah, how rare, this is a demon from the east." "Demon from the east?" Lin Zhe immediately checked the enemy's information. "Rakshasa King. Race, Demon Race, S-Class. Level, 102. Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. Rakshasa King? He recalled that in the world before his crossing, Rakshasa was a type of evil spirit in Eastern religious mythology. To his astonishment, this world also had them? Moreover, the opponent seemed to be a leader among Rakshasas. Just then, the Rakshasa King, pinned to the ground, let out a voice filled with malice. "If you want to kill or mutilate me, hurry up. Don't drag your feet." "Oh? Quite straightforward," Lin Zhe said loftily, "but your life is in my hands now, how to deal with you is not up to you." Then he directly asked, "Tell me, why did you attack me without reason?" "Without reason?" The Rakshasa King spat on the ground. "You Western demons deserve to die." "What did you say?" The fire demon, now recovered, rushed forward to scold, "Just wait till I smash your dog head with one hammer." "Pah! A defeated foe still dares to shout?" The Rakshasa King retorted directly. "You're seeking death." The fire demon swung the hammer, ready to smash it down. "Stop." Lin Zhe put a hand to his forehead. "Fire demon, retreat." "But, fine." The fire demon replied pitifully, then retreated to the back. Lin Zhe slowly walked up to the Rakshasa King, squatted down, and asked, "Tell me, what grudges do you have against the Western demons?" The Rakshasa King immediately gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. "It's all because of you Western demons that killed my wife." Chapter 118, Rakshasa King, the 6th contract demon? Your wife? As soon as this was said, Lin Zhe and several demons were left dumbfounded. Little lowly Nora was the first to jump out, hands on her hips, and said, "Hey, grievances have their source. Just because a demon killed your wife doesn't mean all of us Western demons are guilty. Don't come here firing indiscriminately." Why talk so much?" I said, "Since I've lost, you can deal with me as you wish." The Rakshasa King said recklessly. "You." Nora was left speechless, quickly looking at Lin Zhe with pleading eyes. "Master, this demon isn't being reasonable. I think we should just kill him." "Don't be so quick at this moment," the succubus said softly, "let him try to talk a bit more." She leaned down, whispering in the Rakshasa King's ear, "Come on, quickly tell us your story." "Who knew?" The Rakshasa King turned his face away. Don't give me this nonsense. My wife is much more beautiful Lilith's face turned red with anger as she stamped her foot. "Master, I agree, hurry up and kill him, chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." The hellhound howled. "Ah. All right, everyone calm down." Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, "Why do you demons always argue when you meet?" He looked up at the gigantic little dragon and commanded, "Okay, let him go." The little dragon obeyed and removed its massive hoof from atop the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa king, having suffered this nearly fatal blow, lay on the ground without the power to fight back. Not only that, but Lindsay also discovered a horrifying wound on his back, clearly not caused by the few demons earlier. Using his special vision, he noticed a trace of abyssal aura still lingering on that wound.
Lindsay seemed to understand something. He looked at this powerful demon and could not help but think, if I could make him my next demon, wouldn't that be amazing?
In the next moment, he summoned the demon spring and tossed the Rakshasa king into it.
Gradually, the Rakshasa king's health began to recover. Why are you saving me?
The Rakshasa king appeared somewhat surprised. I can not only save you but also help heal the wound on your back, Lindsay said with an elusive smile, so tell me, how are you injured by the power of the abyss?
You know about the abyss?
The Rakshasa king's pupils slightly widened, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. That feeling was like a person who had wandered in darkness for many years finally seeing a glimmer of light. Lindsay knew he had bet right, and he immediately laughed, of course I know, and to be honest, I came here to destroy the abyss.
As for whether I should tell you, that completely depends on your attitude.
The Rakshasa king swallowed hard, the arrogance in his eyes already gone. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know.
Lindsay smirked mischievously, thinking, I realize that the thoughts of demons are much simpler than those of humans.
Sigh. The Rakshasa king let out a long sigh, as if recalling a sad past, and then began to tell his story. My name is Chi. I was originally the king of the Rakshasa clan. My wife, May, was a princess of the Yaksha clan, and we both lost our people in the demon god war over 100 years ago. Fortunately, after we met, we lived a peaceful life together, relying on each other for decades. Until a few years ago, a demon king from the west led a demon army to invade our hometown. With my strength, defeating him shouldn't have been a problem. But he wielded a strange dark power, the power of the abyss, which I could not withstand. That abyssal power was incredibly fierce. The wound on my back was caused at that time and has not healed for all these years.
Moreover, that demon king coveted my wife's beauty and forced her to take her own life.
Then he took away her corpse. I linger in this world only to seek revenge on him. The Rakshasa king's tone was filled with anger and helplessness.
So, you came here?
Lindsay asked. That's right, I followed him all the way to this place. However, their city is protected by the power of the abyss, and I have not found a way to deal with it for years, so I have had to wait here. It was only today that you came, and I mistook you for that bastard demon king's people. I'm truly sorry for earlier.
Forget it.
Lindsay waved his hand, thinking, staying here for years without giving up takes a lot of perseverance. Then, Lindsay slowly said, I have the ability to deal with that abyssal power and can help you with your revenge, but you need to agree to one condition, become my contracted demon.
If you can really do it, I will fight to the death. I will do anything.
The Rakshasa king quickly said. But the next second, a look of doubt appeared on his face. Just to speak frankly, I still can't believe you can fight against the abyss.
If I am not mistaken, you are just a human, right?
Although I can see you are strong, but that abyss is known as the cancer of all races.
How could you possibly oppose it alone? Humph. Nola quickly interjected, how could you question my master's power?
Exactly, I think we should just kill him. Lilith was still angry about what happened earlier.
Alright, everyone, let's keep quiet.
Lindsay looked at the Rakshasa king, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. I completely understand your doubts.
I will give you time to think.
But first, take me to where the demon king resides.
Although the Rakshasa king still looked slightly confused, he nodded, okay, follow me. With that, he led the way ahead. Ding!
You have a new task, help the Rakshasa king seek vengeance.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
About 10 minutes later, they arrived next to a cliff, where a magnificent Western-style city stood, surrounded by towering defensive walls. On top of those walls, shadows of creatures wandered about, likely patrolling soldiers. Lindsay focused his gaze. Those creatures looked a bit like goblins, short with pointy ears and noses, but their skin was red.
Each one of them exuded the aura of the abyss. Corrupted goblin. Race, demon. Level, 20. Only level 20? Lindsay shot a scornful glance at the Rakshasa king. This is what has you troubled.
At that moment, he began to doubt whether the Rakshasa king was worth signing a contract with. The Rakshasa king felt like sitting on needles and pins. Let me explain. These little goblins could only cast some simple spells before, but now they have all been corrupted by the abyss and use abyssal energy. And those walls also have abyssal enchantments. Meanwhile, in the center of the city, a massive demon sat comfortably on a throne, resting at ease.
Report Lord Manus.
Suddenly, an eye demon, floating and covered in tentacles, appeared beneath the demon's throne, speaking in a panic, that Rakshasa has come again.
The demon called Manus slightly opened one eye, impatiently saying, why are you making such a fuss? That Rakshasa is just a lost dog. How many years has it been lying in ambush outside? Has it ever succeeded? This time is different. He has brought some companions, including a human. Oh? Manus opened his other eye, he has companions? But he immediately scoffed disdainfully, so what?
My high walls have the protection of the abyss, and my soldiers have all undergone abyssal training.
What can they do to me? Also, what is a human? How dare they come to the Hell Realm? It's simply ridiculous, ha 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 ha. Manus's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the palace. Not good.
A small goblin leader rushed in, panicking, report, my lord, a human is tearing down our walls.
Manus? Chapter 119 Demon King Manus. 2 minutes earlier.
After listening to the explanation, Lindsay was ready to move toward the city walls.
Wait, don't act rashly.
The Rakshasa king immediately called out, panic written all over his face. The strength of that demon king lies in two things. First, his walls are enchanted with abyssal power.
Second, those goblins seem to be summoned infinitely and can use ranged spell attacks with abyssal attributes.
This is also the reason why I haven't been able to break their walls all these years. However, Lindsay just smiled, treating the Rakshasa king's warning as if it had been said in vain, and walked straight towards the city walls. Just after taking a few steps, the little ghosts patrolling the city wall noticed his movements, and one of them immediately blew the alert horn. Then, a pile of little ghosts gathered on top of the city wall, and in the next moment, a dense barrage of black magic projectiles surged towards Lindsay.
This is bad.
Seeing this, the Demon King shouted inwardly in alarm. However, he saw all those magic projectiles hit Lindsay, causing damage, -1, -1, -2, critical hit, -1.
The Demon King was stunned. The little ghosts also looked dumbfounded, what's going on? Why isn't the power of the abyss effective?
Before they could react, a giant taller than the city wall suddenly appeared before them, looking just like Lindsay. In the bewildered gazes of the little ghosts, a massive hand came down, gently sweeping over the top of the city wall as if brushing away dust. Instantly, groups of little ghosts were sent tumbling down from the city wall, screaming in panic. On this day, the little ghosts finally remembered the fear of being ruled.
We are the prey, he is the hunter. The heart, oh, give it to me. The little ghosts chattered some incomprehensible words, screaming wildly.
Meanwhile, above Lindsay's head, experience and lifespan numbers popped up one after another. Kill the corrupted little ghost, experience plus 200, triggered double effect talent, extra plus 100 lifespan plus 200 days. Kill the corrupted little ghost, experience plus 200, triggered double effect talent, extra plus 100 lifespan plus 200 days. Then, Lindsay directly transferred 4 attributes to strength, clenched his fist, and lightly punched the city wall. Boom! The sturdy city wall was instantly smashed open, bricks and rubble scattered everywhere. The Demon King was utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? A city I have failed to take for so many years was taken down with just one punch by this human? Am I not dreaming? Clap, clap, clap. The succubus took the chance to slap him several times, leaving the Demon King dazed. What are you doing? The Demon King shouted angrily. Weren't you asking if you were dreaming? I'm helping you. The succubus sulked, turning her face away. Being slapped by this queen is also a blessing for you. Clearly still angry over the Demon King attacking her appearance. A series of actions left the fire demons behind them stunned. Wow, is this what happens when you mess with a female demon? I guess I need to be careful with what I say in the future. At this moment, Lindsay's voice came from the other side of the city wall. You guys, why are you still dazed? Only then did the demon snap back to reality, quickly standing up and rushing over. At this time, Lindsay's divine intervention had expired, returning to his original size. Lilith was the first to run over, her face filled with admiration as she said, Wow, master, you were so big just now. The skin showed an ugly gray-black color, with a large horn growing right in the middle of the forehead. The moment he saw the demon, the eyes of the Rakshasa king instantly seemed to breathe fire, gritting his teeth and saying, Demon King, I have come today to take your head. Ha ha ha, I thought who it was. The demon immediately mocked, Rakshasa King, didn't I just crush your homeland and accidentally cause your wife to commit suicide? Why are you chasing me so persistently? Who told her to be so blind? If she had chosen me back then, who knows how well off she could have been. However, your wife did have some beauty. Even as a corpse, she was quite nice. As soon as these words were spoken, the Rakshasa King could no longer suppress his rage and was about to charge forward. Don't be impulsive, he's intentionally provoking you, Lindsay calmly reminded. At the same time, he used the skill see-through to look at the demon. Corrupted Demon Guardian Manus. Race, Demon. Level, 60. Health points, 200,000. Skills, Demon Barrier, Hell Trample, Demon Roar, Abyss Protection, etc. Click to view details. Wait. Level 60? Demon Guardian? Lindsay looked at the Rakshasa King in confusion. What kind of Demon King is this? The
The Rakshasa king looked bewildered. I can't understand, he says he is the demon king. He says he is, and you believe it? Lindsay said with some exasperation, if he told you to eat shit, would you? Are you demons so easy to fool? But his abyssal power can reduce my attributes by 90%, it's really impressive. The Rakshasa king looked aggrieved and wanted to explain more. Lindsay rolled his eyes at the countless demon cannon fodder in the sky, instantly losing patience, and weakly ordered his own few demons, you all go together, finish this quickly. If it takes more than 5 minutes, I will hold you accountable. Yes. The demons each showed a fierce smile, and then charged forward together. Chapter 120, Revenge Fulfilled. The fire demon charged like a heavy cannonball ablaze, rushing straight at the little demon army. Those little demons instantly flew into the air like a lifted carpet. In the sky, Lilith, Nora, and the demon dragon each played their parts, taunting, controlling, and unleashing lightning. Then, the bat demons fell one by one to the ground like flies hitting an electric swatter. Numbers began to erupt wildly over Lindsay's head, reaching thousands. Congratulations, you leveled up, current level 39. Very good, just one level short. Lindsay was quite satisfied. In less than 5 minutes, the densely packed demon army was in utter disarray, mostly having been killed in an instant, with some injured yet alive, lying on the ground in a sea of sorrow. However, the fire demons soon used fierce flames to finish them off. In fact, these cannon fodder were not difficult, it was just that because of the abyssal power, they had special negative effects, which was why the Rakshasa king couldn't defeat them. Unfortunately, Lindsay and the demons could directly immunize against it. Meanwhile, seeing his army completely wiped out in an instant, the demon guardian Manus, who claimed to be the demon king, was also in shock. How can they not fear my abyssal power? I have been praying devoutly to Lord Ouroboros every day. Seeing the situation was irreversible, the little demons carrying his throne all fled in panic, and the throne fell to the ground. Oh my god! Manus fell hard on his backside, letting out a cry of pain. Taking advantage of this gap, a bolt of lightning had already approached him. When he focused, a starry-colored sword was already resting against his neck. A mere demon guardian, and yet you dare to impersonate a demon king? Lindsay said coldly. This. Manus looked a bit panicked, but quickly calmed down. As long as that lord makes me a king, then I am the king. In the next second, his entire body turned into a puddle of black mud, quickly fleeing backwards. After creating a distance of several dozen meters from Lindsay, he transformed back into the form of a demon. In his hand, there was now a long sword covered in runes. He gripped the long sword with both hands, chanting, Great Devourer, Lord Ouroboros of infinite life, please respond to my prayer. Suddenly, the sky lit up with thunder and lightning, as if a giant black creature was writhing in the dark clouds. In the next second, a black snake poked its head out from the gaps in the clouds, then slowly descended, gradually transforming into a human shape. That appearance was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 commanders of the Abyss. Manus, are you tired of living? Ouroboros said with an annoyed tone, his face looking somewhat haggard. I let you capture experimental subjects well, why did you call me out for no reason? Manus hurriedly knelt on the ground, Great Lord Ouroboros, there is a human who dares to provoke your power of the Abyss, I implore you to subdue him. Whom? Human? Ouroboros replied somewhat blankly, what is that? Can it be eaten? Manus noticed something was off and thought to himself, strange, why does the Lord's expression seem a bit strange today? It completely lacks the usual overwhelming arrogance and cynicism. Oh, human, let me see, Ouroboros continued to recite, who is it? Then, Ouroboros turned his head and locked eyes with Lindsay. Oh my, it's Lindsay. Ouroboros instantly took several steps back, as if he had seen an extremely terrifying presence. Manus stared dumbfounded, what's going on? Did I see that wrong? The Lord just seemed really afraid of that human? Lindsay revealed a brilliant smile, yo, isn't this little you? It's been a few days, why does it seem like you've become more timid? Well, Ouroboros said, little ma, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first, you carry on. I personally think that using jungling in the jungle still requires the desert eagle. In the next second, Ouroboros seemed to realize he was rambling again, quickly covering his mouth, then his body decomposed into several small black snakes, vanishing in a flash. Defeated the Abyss Commander Ouroboros, experience plus 80,000, triggered the talent of greater efficiency, additional plus 40,000. Loot obtained, 80,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, material. Lindsay, huh? Manus, huh? Both were simultaneously astonished. Lindsay, is experience this easy to earn? Should we invite him to come more often next time? Manus, what the hell is going on? Lord Ouroboros, why did you leave before even warming your seat? Who is this human that even makes Lord Ouroboros so afraid? Then, their gazes intertwined, and they both snapped back to reality.
Manus's face displayed an indescribable fear, while Lin Zhe wore a wicked smile.
Don't you like to shake people? Keep shaking. Lin Zhe approached step by step. I was wrong, bro, I surrender, is that okay? Manus knelt down and began to plead for mercy. I am just an ordinary demon guard. Not some demon king. Oh? Now you're willing to admit it? Lin Zhe said with interest, keep talking.
Manus revealed the truth. The owner of this castle was originally Demon Lord Beelzebub, who perished in the Divine Demon War over 100 years ago. I used to be the guard of this city, and I survived because I hid during the war. One day, Lord Ouroboros came here, offering me power in exchange for me to seek out demon samples everywhere and bring them back for his research. That Rakshasa King's wife was also taken for research. I didn't disrespect her, I just got carried away earlier. Manus finished speaking, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Please, don't kill me.
I can swear allegiance to you from now on, and become your summoned demon.
We can sign the contract right now, an honest transaction, no middleman to make a profit.
Lin Zhe? You're quite good at this, my friend.
Lin Zhe smiled and said, sorry, you're not qualified to make a contract with me yet.
But, who said I'm here to kill you?
Upon hearing this, Manus immediately showed a joyful expression. You are right, I will leave right away.
Stop.
But Lin Zhe immediately called out to him, what I mean is, there will naturally be someone to deal with you. In the next second, a dark shadow quickly flashed in front of Manus. Before Manus could even see the person's face, a fist the size of a sandbag was already swinging toward his face. This punch from the Demon King of Rakshasa could be said to have accumulated years of anger and humiliation. Coupled with his bones, which were as tough as fine steel, the Demon Guardian, having lost the Abyss protection, was no match for it. With just one punch, his face was completely sunken into his skull. The Demon Guardian let out a muffled groan, and then there was no further sound. But the Demon King of Rakshasa, as if gone mad, continued to smash his iron-like fists into the Demon Guardian's corpse, shouting as he did. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He kept smashing, not knowing how many punches he threw, until the part above the demon's neck had turned into a pile of meat paste, yet he still didn't stop. Lin Zhe walked over and silently placed his hand on the Rakshasa King's shoulder. Only then did the Rakshasa King stop his actions. Thinking of how his long-held grudge had finally been avenged, and how his beloved wife's soul could finally rest in peace, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The Demon King of Rakshasa trembled slightly, knelt on the ground, and let out a long howl toward the sky. In the dim and silent night sky, a shooting star quietly streaked across the heavens.
Chapter 121, Second Tier Breakthrough Mission. Rewarded with Myth-level facility.
At the same time, a settlement prompt appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Killed the corrupted Demon Guardian Manus, experience plus 40,000, triggered effortless talent, extra plus 20,000. Lifespan plus 40,000 days, 109 years, 315 days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, Demon Guardian armor, Demon Guardian Great Shield.
Ding.
Successfully helped Rakshasa King take revenge, reward, 1 system lottery draw.
Not bad.
Lin Zhe smiled slightly, but the experience is a bit low, still a bit away from leveling up. Lin Zhe looked at his level 39 experience, which was stuck at more than 80%. At this time, the Rakshasa King, still kneeling, clasped his hands in front of Lin Zhe and said, Your strength, I truly cannot compare, your great kindness, I have no way to repay.
As agreed, from now on, I will follow you.
And to express my heartfelt thanks, there is no need for you to use your lifespan as a bargaining chip for the contract.
Oh?
Lin Zhe heard this and, although he remained calm on the surface, his heart surged with joy. His lifespan had been nearly depleted after the last skill upgrade, and he had been worried if he would have enough lifespan for the contract. But unexpectedly, the other party offered a free contract.
He really got a great deal. Lin Zhe acted calm, this is great.
However, my summoning slot is full right now, so I cannot sign a contract with you at the moment. You will have to wait here for a few days.
No problem.
The Rakshasa King responded, Don't say a few days, even if it's a few months or years, I will wait for your arrival.
The fire demon immediately interjected, still calling him sir?
The Rakshasa King thought for a moment, then humbly said, From now on, you are my leader.
Lin Zhe nodded.
After finishing this matter, he began to look around. The city here was magnificently built. According to the Demon Guardian, this had once been the domain of a true demon lord, and it seemed to be true. Just by looking at the solid gray-white city walls and towering buildings, one could imagine the former glory of the place. But now, the people had gone, leaving only debris on the ground. The war between the demon race and the heavenly race, why did it start? It remains a mystery. Right, since this place has been corrupted by the abyss, there must be an abyssal rift that hasn't been purified yet, right? He immediately used the special vision of clairvoyance to scan the surroundings. He saw that in the tallest castle within the entire city, a spherical object was marked in black, emitting a dark mist in all directions. Let's go, take a look.
He immediately led a group of demons toward that place. Pushing open the castle door, a strong bloody smell rushed forth. He saw that the ceiling and both walls were covered with black vines. Upon closer inspection, those vines were not plants, they had a fleshy texture, and each one was slightly wriggling, looking rather disgusting. What the hell is this? The flame demon cursed outright. At this moment, Lindsay's window popped up. Entered hidden area, Legion Mother Nest. Huh? What's this? Lindsay was puzzled. They continued to move deeper inside, and the vines became denser. Their source seemed to point directly toward that spherical object. Moreover, the further they walked, the less this place resembled a building and more like the interior of some creature. After walking for a while, Lindsay pushed open the last door. A thick bloody smell, so intense that it stung his eyes, assaulted him, almost making him vomit on the spot. He had to cover his mouth and nose, focusing his gaze. In the center of the room stood a large black meatball, quietly pulsing with rhythmic movements. All the fleshy vines were growing from its body. On the front of the meatball was a fissure, from which a black abyssal substance was oozing out. The sight was so bizarre that even the demons frowned. Nora and Lilith turned their faces away. Lindsay immediately used his skill to investigate. Corrupted Mother of Ghost's Nest. Race, Demon Clan. Level, 60. Skill, Reproduction. Description, a dark invention of Ouroboros, it is not a conscious entity, and it may not even be a living being. Its sole purpose seems to be reproduction. What a strange thing. Lindsay complained, what kind of weird stuff does Ouroboros keep inventing? Master, let me destroy it. The flame demon shouted, raising his fiery hammer to smash it. Just then, something even more bizarre happened. Several things suddenly flowed out of the fissure, each wrapped in a slimy mucus. Then, those small creatures struggled out of the mucus, and their bodies rapidly grew larger. Lindsay then realized that those small creatures were imps and bat demons. The imps and bat demons, upon seeing the group, scattered away in panic. Lindsay suddenly understood, I finally know why that demon guard has so many soldiers. They were all produced by this thing. That Ouroboros is indeed a pervert, always making some weird stuff. But... Lindsay thought for a moment, what if I could use this thing for myself? Wouldn't I be able to have a demon army? Nora's petite body trembled, Master, you're a pervert too. Realizing this, Lindsay quickly stopped the flame demon from destroying the nest. Of course, the abyss still needs to be purified. He took out a mythical item, miniature spring, and dripped a drop onto the black fissure. Instantly, the blackness began to dissipate rapidly, revealing the original color of the meatball and the vines. Hidden ending triggered, successfully purified the area, experience plus 40,000, triggered talent, twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 20,000. Obtained loot, Ghost Mother's Nest. Facility, Ghost Mother's Nest, mythical. Description, feed creatures, and it can produce demons. This might be another reflection of the demon's emphasis on contract spirit. Good guy, it's actually a mythical level facility. Congratulations on leveling up, current level, level 40. Automatically accepted the second stage breakthrough task. Finally, I can break through. Lindsay was instantly overjoyed. However, the settlement prompt had not ended yet. Ding. Detected progress on your long-term task, purifying the abyssal rift, current completion rate, 4 out of 10. With 2 more completions, you will receive a phased reward, 1 system lottery draw, this draw guarantees an S-level reward. Very good, very good. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction. Then let's see what the second stage task is all about. Chapter 122, Have I Become the Demon Castle Lord? Do you want to start the second stage task? Yes/no. Lindsay decisively clicked the yes option. Professional exclusive second stage breakthrough task opened. Task description, the Demon Summoner is a profession that commands powerful races to serve you. To do this, the summoner must also be strong enough. Please defeat 1 practitioner from each of the different professional factions without summoning any summoned beasts. The defeated practitioner's levels must not be lower than the first stage. Current completion rate, 0/7. Please prove that you have enough strength to command more demons. Lindsay stroked his chin and pondered, why does this seem a bit troublesome? Among the human practitioners, there are a total of 7 factions, warriors, mages, archers, assassins, summoners, healers, and supports. With Lindsay's strength, defeating them should be quite easy, but where can he find practitioners from all 7 factions? Does he have to randomly go to a city's dungeon to kill everyone? That seems like it would get him officially warned. Plus, being a colonel now also makes it inconvenient to act too boldly. Forget it, let's set this aside for now and draw my reward. This is the lottery chance he earned for helping the Roshok King take revenge successfully. He immediately opened the lottery page and began the draw. The words spun around and then gradually came to a stop. Congratulations! You have drawn the talent, Ice Soul Cold Heart, A level. Talent, Ice Soul Cold Heart. Can add Ice attribute attack to a weapon, additionally increasing Ice attribute damage equal to 100% of the original damage. It seems okay. Lin Zhe thought, does it increase a weapon's attribute damage? He suddenly brightened up, speaking of weapons, don't I have a big weapon already? Saying that might lead people to misunderstand. I mean, Shadow Demon Nora. Immediately, he let Nora learn the talent. Thank you for my master's gift. Nora bounced around, looking very happy. Then let's put it to use right away.
Nora immediately transformed into a giant sword form, then swung the entire sword powerfully towards the open area in front of her. In an instant, a large fan-shaped area on the ground crystallized into ice, and even the surrounding air rapidly froze. Then, those ice crystals exploded like rows of landmines.
Looks quite good.
Lin Zhe said joyfully. Now the fire demon is fire attribute, the little dragon is lightning attribute, and Nora has added ice attribute. It's really becoming more and more comprehensive.
Alright, it's about time to head back.
Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with the gains from this trip and prepared to leave the city, heading back to the original point he was teleported to. However, at this moment, the settlement interface surprisingly had not finished yet and continued to pop up.
Ding! Long-term task Lord of Demons has made progress.
Detected your actions that benefit the Hell Realm, including purifying the Abyss, expelling demon rebels, recapturing cities, gained contribution rate 4%, current total contribution 5%.
Received an additional reward, City.
You have become the Lord of this city, with permission to use all facilities of this city, and you have obtained the teleportation coordinates of this city. A solid and stable city is the start of all great undertakings. Please continue to contribute to the revival of the Hell Realm.
More rewards await unlocking. Good guy. Lin Zhe was completely overjoyed this time. They just gave me the whole city?
Moreover, in the future, it can be sent directly here, and there is no need to wait until midnight to enter. Although he still didn't know what this city could be used for, at least he could think of one function. That is the facility called the Nest of the Demon Mother.
He was worried about not having a place to store this curious item in the real world. After all, he couldn't just put it in his university dormitory, could he? Now, he could keep it here all the time, and when he needed to use the little demons, he could just open the portal for them to come out. He immediately returned to the room where the Nest of the Demon Mother was located, and in just a few minutes, several little demons, eye monsters, and bat demons had been born. A few low-ranking demons were chattering away, and when they saw Lin Zhe come in, they were all shocked and immediately knelt down on one knee respectfully, shouting in unison, "Hail, Lord of the City!" Oh? They've automatically recognized their master?
However, since the Nest of the Demon Mother was now his tool, it wasn't unexpected.
He nodded in satisfaction. Get up. The little demons then stood up. Lin Zhe thought to himself, in this way, as long as the Nest of the Demon Mother keeps breeding, won't I soon have a loyal army of little demons?
It felt like suddenly having a lot of free labor. Then, Lin Zhe climbed the stairs of the castle alone and reached the highest balcony. Overlooking the entire city, the whole territory was basically in an oval shape. The tallest castle he was in should be the residence of the Lord, located at the back in the center of the city. Further behind, there was a spacious training ground and a decaying back garden. In front of this castle, there was a circular plaza with a broken statue standing in the center, and he guessed that the demon on the statue must have been the previous owner. On both sides of the central square, there were two long stone stairs. Going down the stairs, Lin Zhe entered the area where the common people lived, where some ordinary residential houses were located, as well as some living facilities, such as a blacksmith shop, tavern, and entertainment venues. However, all of them now showed a scene of ruin, clearly having not been open for a long time. Under the thick black clouds, this city showcased its former grandeur while failing to hide its current decay. He decided to give it a name. Let's call it Black Cloud City. In his previous life, he had learned a poem, Black Clouds Press Against the City is about to collapse. This mournful line of poetry was so similar to the current state of the city. However, it also sparked in him, as the Lord, an impulse to rebuild it. Rakshasa King! He shouted into the air. A few seconds later, the Rakshasa King appeared behind him. What are your orders, leader? For the time being, this city will be temporarily under your care. Lin Zhe instructed, the primary task is to cultivate as many little demons as possible, supervise their training, and also repair the damaged city walls. As you command, the Rakshasa King replied. Very good. Lin Zhe nodded. It's almost time for me to go back. After saying that, he directly generated a portal in front of the balcony and stepped inside. His entire figure vanished into the air. P.S. Recently, the recommendations have been so few, whether this book can rise depends entirely on you, dear readers. Please give a 5-star rating, I would be very grateful.
Chapter 123, Is it really this easy to break through to level 2? When he returned to the living room of his university dormitory, it was already late at night.
Lindsay hurriedly tidied himself up and then lay down on his bed, pondering about the level 2 task.
To defeat 7 practitioners from different factions without summoning demons, where am I going to find these people?
Lindsay muttered to himself.
Ding!
A problem has been detected. You have a new task to accept. Successfully complete the level 2 breakthrough task.
Is there a task 2?
Lindsay was a bit surprised. Then he thought, and before he knew it, he entered dreamland.
The next morning at 9 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. I have no plans today, let's sleep a little longer.
Lindsay slightly opened his sleepy eyes and reached out to turn off the alarm clock.
In the next moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong.
Just now, when he was half asleep with his eyes half open, he felt that there seemed to be some shadows by the bed. He immediately woke up and opened his eyes. To his surprise, several unfamiliar faces appeared by his bedside. You must know that with his current level, even when sleeping, he wouldn't be unaware of someone approaching.
Clearly, these people were definitely not ordinary. Lindsay instinctively became alert and prepared to attack. President, you are awake?
A gentle female voice interrupted his actions. The voice belonged to a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. Upon closer inspection, Lindsay recognized her as the bunny girl beside Stephen, who had attempted to assassinate him that day. However, he couldn't tell whether she was Lucy or Lily from the twins. At that moment, the beautiful woman was looking at him with great enthusiasm. Looking at the few people beside her, there were both men and women, all of them unfamiliar faces. Besides 2 East Asian faces, the others were people of different races. There were blonde and blue-eyed whites, and even a completely black-skinned man.
4 men and 3 women, a total of 7 people.
Then, he saw the faces of the 7 people show sincere smiles, and in the next second, they all bowed deeply and said in unison, "Hello, President." For a moment, Lindsay thought he had walked into some hot pot restaurant or foot massage parlor.
What the hell is going on? Lindsay was confused. Who are all of you? President. The bunny girl blinked innocently. Didn't you ask us to come? When did I ask you to come? Lindsay looked bewildered.
At this time, a girl with bangs spoke up. Sister Han, she said, "President, you need us for work?" The girl's voice was soft, but her Dacia dialect was awful, making it clear she was from the neighboring Sakura country.
However, Lindsay somewhat understood and felt speechless. You mean Hanshi sent you here? The 7 people immediately nodded obediently.
Among them, the black man added, "Sister Hanshi specifically told us to wait by your bed, as it is in accordance with Dacia etiquette."
Lindsay's mouth twitched, and he immediately dialed Hanshi's phone. What's going on? I want an explanation in 1 minute.
On the other end of the line, Hanshi's usually motionless, somewhat wooden voice responded. "Yesterday, I heard you, Colonel, say you needed 7 professionals. So I immediately notified members of the Shadow Guild around the world to gather 7 people. They all really wanted to meet you, and many fought for the chance to be here. In the end, these 7 were chosen and rushed to Dacia overnight."
Lindsay was completely speechless. What do you want me to say? Also, how did you hear what I said to myself in front of the bed? Didn't I say no sneaking into my house? Colonel Lin, you misunderstood.
Hanshi explained, "I didn't sneak into your house. I just installed listening devices and cameras."
Lindsay? Get your ass over here and take them down. Okay. Hanshi's tone was still plain.
Lindsay felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. It must be said, there are not many people in this world he respects, and Hanshi definitely counts as one.
Hanging up the phone, Lindsay looked at the 7 foreigners with fawning smiles and asked, a bit speechless, "So, you are representatives of 7 different factions of professionals?"
The 7 nodded obediently again.
All right, get out of my bedroom first.
10 minutes later, Lindsay finished washing up, tidied his outfit, and walked into the living room. The 7 were already waiting there. Although Lindsay found it a bit speechless, he thought about how Hanshi was also helping, and now he wouldn't worry about completing the 2nd-tier breakthrough task.
Okay, come with me.
After speaking, Lindsay directly used the Gate of All Realms to generate a random dungeon, stepping in first.
The 7 were taken aback, thinking that their leader actually had such a magical item. Their reverence increased even more. As time and space shifted, they found themselves on an endless grassland. Dungeon, Slime Prairie.
And Lindsay was standing opposite them.
All right. Lindsay said confidently, "Are you coming one by one, or all at once?"
The 7 looked at each other, unsure. After a while, a blonde man spoke up first. "Sister Han, she specifically told us to show our spirit and take this duel seriously."
That's right, I am ready," said a black man.
"I will definitely do my best," the girl from Sakura country continued in awkward Great Xiao language. We came this time to make our leader remember our heroic figures.
I can feel my blood boiling.
Each of them spoke excitedly, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline.
Not bad, very spirited. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction, then let's go.
After saying that, he took a war-ready stance.
Then we are coming, the 7 replied seriously.
The next second, they all knelt down in unison on the ground, shouting, "Leader, we lost."
Lindsay's battle-ready stance froze, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. What the heck is going on here?
Task progress updated, number of defeated faction practitioners, 7/7, completed second tier breakthrough task.
Congratulations! You have successfully advanced, current rank, second tier.
Gain, all attributes plus 50, exclusive talent upgrade, summoning slots plus 2.
Ding!
Detected your successful completion of the second tier breakthrough task, reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lindsay was completely dumbfounded, looking at the emerging interface text, still struggling to comprehend.
Wait, this actually works? Theoretically, when initiating a PK, if the opponent surrenders, it counts as our victory.
But he never expected it would come so suddenly.
These people were all so passionate just now, and in the end, they were just rushing to surrender to him? What exactly did Han Chi tell them? Lindsay rubbed his forehead. Regaining his senses, he checked his interface. Name, Lindsay. Profession, Demon Summoner. Profession Faction, Summoning. Rarity, S-Class. Level, 40. Rank, second tier. Summoning slots, April 6th. Alright, no matter how ridiculous it is, at least I have successfully broken through to the second tier.
Chapter 124, Official Contract with the Rakshasa King, the school opening day. Lindsay put away his interface, a smile forming on his lips. Seeing the 7 foreigners still kneeling on the ground, Lindsay said, "Alright, get up."
The 7 finally got up from the ground. You all did very well this time, Lindsay said slowly. In the future, you must continue to earn your redemption.
He said earning redemption because the members of the Shadow Demon Guild had all done some dirty deeds, including assassination, kidnapping, and even threatening the security of Great Xia.
Yes, the 7 replied in unison.
Lindsay continued, looking down at them, however, I have always been a person who rewards and punishes clearly. Since you have made contributions this time, there will naturally be rewards.
The next moment, the Shadow Demon's phantom appeared behind Lindsay. Ah, it's Lord Shadow Demon, the 7 again thudded to the ground.
The members of the Shadow Demon Guild had all signed soul contracts with the Shadow Demon, meaning their lives were in the Shadow Demon's hands.
Shadow Demon, grant them some power, Lindsay ordered. Yes, Master.
The 7 were even more shocked, the former leader, Big Brother William. Despite being powerful, even the strongest must kneel before the Shadow Demon. Yet, this young new president has made the Shadow Demon call him Master? Who on earth is he? At the same time, the Shadow Demon uses the skill, Soul Lending, increasing the attributes of the 7 people a bit more. In reality, the soul power they sacrificed to the Shadow Demon has also increased somewhat. Rather than a reward, it is more like high-interest loan. However, seeing their attributes grow, the 7 still bow repeatedly, full of gratitude. They pledge from now on to dedicate their lives to Lindsay. Alright, you can all return now, Lindsay casually said. Call you when I need you. Yes. The 7 excitedly responded. After sending them away, Lindsay returned to his dormitory. He hadn't had a chance to check his gains from the recent second-tier breakthrough. First, his exclusive talent has been upgraded. Talent, Demon Affinity. The demons you summon have a loyalty of 100% towards you. For demons that are not contracted, your base favorability increases further, and the success rate of your persuasion, temptations, threats, etc., increases by 50%. Oh? Lindsay propped his chin up, thinking, though it isn't a powerful skill, it seems quite interesting. This reminded him of some strategy games from his past life where he could persuade enemy generals to become allies. Also, in some Western fantasy games, convincing characters involved rolling dice to decide success. Well, now comes the most important matter. Lindsay focused his gaze on a line in his attribute panel. Summon slots, 4/6. Now, I can officially sign a contract with the Rakshasa King. Lindsay exclaimed with anticipation. Contract immediately. Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 0 years of lifespan to contract the Rakshasa King? Yes/no. Lindsay chose yes without hesitation. Of course, with 0 years of lifespan, what is there to worry about? Contract successfully signed. The next second, a familiar 6-pointed star summoning array appeared on the living room floor. Then, with a flash of white light, the Rakshasa King appeared before Lindsay. Leader. The Rakshasa King knelt on one knee, hands clasped. Summoned beast, Rakshasa King. Race, demon. Branch, Rakshasa.
Rarity, S-Class. Level, 102. Health, 460,000. Mana, 120,000. Strength, 56,000, Agility, 58,000, Stamina, 46,000, Intelligence, 18,000, Spirit, 12,000. Talent 1, God of Combat. All physical damage from attacks increases by an additional 100%. Talent 2, Iron Body. Reduces physical damage taken by 80%, and reduces damage from other properties by 40%. Skill, Killing Machine. Once activated, every normal attack will definitely be a critical hit, speed and attack speed increase to 1000%, immune to negative status and mental control effects. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Equipment, none. Wow, this data looks good. Lin Zai's eyes lit up immediately. He knew from his previous encounter that the Rakshasa King was definitely not weak. Seeing the description with his own eyes confirmed his expectations. Now he finally understood why the Rakshasa King was immune to the control skills of the succubus and shadow demon. It turns out he activated a skill. It seems the Rakshasa King is an explosive melee type. Lin Zai nodded in satisfaction. The Rakshasa King, kneeling on the ground, happily said, "Congratulations, leader, on your successful advancement. I will serve you without hesitation, going through fire and water." "Alright, get up," Lin Zai said with a smile. "Finally, it's time for the lottery." He immediately pulled up the lottery page and started spinning. "Congratulations, you have drawn the talent, Childlike Heart, A-Class. Talent, Childlike Heart. When not wearing any equipment, attack power increases to 500%. Wow, this talent is quite interesting." Lin Zai immediately felt joy. And isn't this just perfect for the Rakshasa King? He looked at the empty equipment slots of the Rakshasa King and said. He immediately let the Rakshasa King learn it. The Rakshasa King knelt again, full of gratitude. In the next few days, Lin Zai did not concern himself with the matters of capital and took a good rest. During this time, he also went to the exchange and sold all the miscellaneous items he had no use for. He was shocked when he sold them, for his total funds had reached 70,121,346 copper coins. This made the young female attendant who served him directly become the monthly sales champion. 2 more days passed, and the day of school finally arrived. On this day, Lin Zai finished his morning routine early and walked towards the school's grand auditorium, where the opening ceremony would take place. Walking along the tree-lined avenue of the school, everywhere was filled with banners welcoming new students, and colorful flags were hung up, making it feel like a festival. The students on the road also looked full of energy and spirit, discussing their plans for the new semester. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to Lin Zai from behind, "Brother Lin." Turning around, he saw Qi Xingyu, the boy from the Qi family. Admiring Lin Zai, he decisively chose to attend the same school as him. "Brother Lin, have you had breakfast? I bought an extra fried dough stick, just for you." "I haven't eaten yet, so thank you." Lin Zai took the breakfast but then thought of something else. "But do young masters like you eat these kinds of street snacks?" Qi Xingyu scratched the back of his head. I'm ashamed. The steward and nutritionist wouldn't let me eat such oily food in the past, saying it's unhealthy. I had to eat whole wheat bread with caviar every morning, and I'm so tired of it. This is my first time coming to such a cheap student cafeteria. It feels like this is not a cafeteria but paradise. Lin Zai, I shouldn't have asked. Why create discomfort for no reason? At that moment, another familiar voice rang out beside him, Lin Zai. Lin Zai looked over, and a big figure was coming straight at him. It was Wang Hao. Wang Hao was holding an egg pancake in one hand and carrying 10 more in the other, running towards him, puffing along. "I bought 1 extra, do you want it?" In the next second, he spotted the fried dough stick in Lin Zai's hand. Wang Hao's pancake slapped to the ground. Why did it turn out like this? I clearly came first. Lin Zai? P.S. Dear friends, I have already written 300,000 words. It hasn't been easy. Thank you all for your continued support. I will keep writing. Please give me 5 stars, and I hope for a wave of free little gifts. Chapter 125, Team Battle PvP Instance, Freshman Welcome Match. 3 people's friendship is still too crowded, isn't it? Wang Hao began to act dramatically. Don't mess around. Lin Zai kicked him lightly. But how did you also get into Xishan? Lin Zai asked. Wang Hao picked up the pancake from the ground without care and continued to eat. I owe it all to you. After you messed up my college entrance exam, I took the re-exam 3 days later. Wait a moment, clarify what you mean by messed up. Don't mind those details. Wang Hao continued, I thought about it, both instances we participated in together were invaded. If it weren't for you, I might have died. So I decided to work hard and become stronger. Perhaps driven by this determination, I scored over 580 in the re-exam and got into Xishan. Good job. Lin Zai patted his back. By the way, Wang Hao glanced sideways at Qi Xingyu next to Lin Zhe and said somewhat sourly, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your new friend?" Before Lin Zhe could speak, Qi Xingyu took the initiative. "Hello, my name is Qi Xingyu." He even politely extended his hand. "You are Lin brother's friend, right? Then we will be friends too." Wang Hao, on hearing this, was dumbfounded. "What, Qi Xingyu? The young master of the Sword Edge Guild?" In the next second, his attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. With both hands respectfully shaking Qi Xingyu's hand, he said with a playful smile, "So it's young Master Qi, I've heard so much about you. It was just a small misunderstanding earlier." Then he quietly leaned into Lin Zhe's ear and reproached him, "Why didn't you say it earlier? You embarrassed me." Lin Zhe rolled his eyes in response, "Look at you." Thus, the three of them walked towards the grand auditorium, exchanging words. "By the way, are you ready for the freshman welcome competition later?" Wang Hao asked. "I'm a bit nervous." "We have some preparations," Qi Xingyu replied, "but it mainly depends on how we perform on the spot." Lin Zhe was confused. What competition? The freshman welcome competition. Lin, do you not know about it? Qi Xingyu looked somewhat surprised. Lin Zhe shook his head in confusion. "You really are something." Wang Hao laughed, then turned to Qi Xingyu. This is his usual routine. Wang Hao began to explain. The freshman welcome competition is a team battle PvP instance, an annual event at the Western War Academy that all freshmen must participate in. The competition involves freshmen battling against upperclassmen. How exactly do they battle? Lin Zhe inquired. Have you ever played a tower defense game? Wang Hao explained. In a map, one side soldiers are responsible for attacking, and they win by reaching the enemy's stronghold. The other side tries to intercept the attacking soldiers along the way to stop them from getting to the stronghold. In the freshman welcome competition, all the freshmen will be the attackers, while the defenders will be the upperclassmen. I see now, that makes sense, Lin Zhe nodded. Qi Xingyu added, and although it's called a welcome competition, it is actually quite important for us freshmen. Because the teachers will be watching from the outside the whole time, and it relates to whether each freshman can choose their desired mentor. Desired mentor? Lin Zhe pondered. He recalled the one recommended to him by Master Painter by M.O., named Han Shui Muji Alpha. Before he knew it, the three had walked into the grand auditorium, where many teachers and students were already seated. The three found seats close to the center and, after a short wait, the opening ceremony officially began. To warm applause, an elderly lady with silver hair and a kind look walked up to the podium. With a gentle tone, she began to speak. Welcome, dear freshmen. I am Principal Sun Xiulan, and for the next 4 years, we will be like family. Lin Zhe was a bit surprised. So the principal of Western War is an old lady? He instinctively thought it would be an old man like Lu Hanlin or Feng Wuchan. Don't underestimate Principal Sun. Qi Xingyu said with admiration. Many great heroes of Dashan were brought up by her. For example, one of the current top powers, Yunxiao Qijie, is her student. You mean by M.O.? Lin Zhe blurted out. Exactly. Qi Xingyu was somewhat surprised. You know, Lin? Oh, I just fought against the enemy together with him, Lin Zhe said casually. What? Now it was Qi Xingyu's turn to be dumbfounded. You fought alongside Master Painter by M.O.? Lin Zhe shrugged and nodded slightly. This. Qi Xingyu was so shocked he couldn't speak, his respect for Lin Zhe growing even more. Wang Hao quickly said, just to be clear, even if you want to take him as an adopted son, I'm still the big brother. Principal Sun Xiulan continued her speech in an incredibly gentle tone, making everyone feel as if a warm spring breeze had swept through their hearts, comforting and uplifting. Finally, she concluded, starting today, I hope every student entering our Western War will continually improve themselves and reap rewards. When you walk out of the school gates 4 years later, you can do so without regrets towards Dashan, without regrets towards time, and most importantly, without regrets towards yourself. The last word echoed through the auditorium, and after a few seconds, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. Then, they saw a deep red curtain behind the podium slowly parting from both sides, revealing a portal inside. Students, it's time for your first test. Sun Xiulan changed from her earlier serious tone to a light and humorous one. Your senior brothers and sisters have been waiting inside for a long time. Let me whisper something to you, don't keep them waiting too long, or it might turn out worse for you. The freshmen immediately laughed, but their hearts unconsciously tightened with a bit of nervousness. So, everyone started to line up and walk toward the portal one by one. Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Wang Hao were also in the queue, chatting and laughing, looking forward to the upcoming competition. By the way, what's the benefit of participating in this competition? Lin Zhe asked. You can earn campus currency, Qi Xingyu replied. Within the school, everything that requires money is replaced by campus currency, cash is useless. And this welcome competition is our first chance to earn campus currency. I see, Lin Zhe nodded. So, if we defeat all the enemies, we can earn the most campus currency?
Exactly, Shi Xingyu nodded, but then a worried expression appeared on his face.
Wait, Brother Lin, you aren't planning to. I wasn't really interested in this competition. Lin Zhe showed a mischievous smile. But now I seem a bit excited. Ding.
Detecting your desire to win, you have a new task: be the player who earns the most campus currency.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
The system timely popped up the task, now winning was a must.
It's decided then.
Lin Zhe said confidently, defeat all the upperclassmen and earn a huge amount of campus currency.
Isn't that a bit too much? Wang Hao said with some worry.
My noble values don't allow you to do such things.
Unless, you take me with you. Me too. Shi Xingyu chimed in. Deal. Lin Zhe laughed.
The two immediately beamed with joy, putting their arms around each other's shoulders to discuss how to win, feeling a thrill of excitement about doing something mischievous.
Let's do this, and then that. But just then, a very serious voice rang out beside the queue. Who is Lin Zhe? Come here. Chapter 126, Not Letting Me Compete? I'm gonna make a scene, I really will.
The three immediately turned to look, and they saw that the speaker was a middle-aged man with a fierce appearance.
Ah, it's the head of the warrior department, Zheng Daji.
Shi Xingyu recognized him at once. He is famously strict, nicknamed the Iron-Faced Demon, ranked as the #1 scariest teacher at Shizhan by the students.
There's even such a ranking? Lin Zhe asked curiously. Shouldn't you be curious about why he called you? Wang Hao retorted. Could it be that our discussion was discovered so soon? We were talking so quietly, it shouldn't be, right? But Zheng Daji continued to ask the crowd, who is Lin Zhe? I don't want to repeat myself.
Lin Zhe wasn't afraid either, stepping forward, it's me. Immediately, all the eyes in the queue turned towards him. Zheng Daji glanced at him and waved his hand, come here. Then the two walked out in front of the others. The behind crowd suddenly erupted into a wave of discussion.
What's going on? On the first day of school, he's called for a talk by the department head? This guy must be talented. I really want to know what he did wrong. In any case, anyone who gets noticed by the iron-faced demon Zheng Daji will surely be in trouble. Everyone's tone was filled with gossip and mockery, looking like they were enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, a voice from within the queue said, wait, the name Lin Zhe sounds a bit familiar. Wow, I remember now, isn't it the champion of the Western New Star competition? God, even the champion got caught? This news quickly spread, and the students discussed it even more intensely. However, a different voice soon emerged from the crowd. Ha! So what if it's the champion? I'm still the top scorer in the college entrance exam, said a mature long-haired beauty dismissively. Hee, champion? As long as my family throws money at it, I can win as many championships as I want, said a young man in splendid clothes, speaking arrogantly. Many other students also showed expressions of defiance. After all, those who could enter Western battle were all top students, no one wanted to be outshone by others. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe followed Zheng Daji behind, wondering what he had done. At that moment, the two entered a room. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Zhe saw about 7 or 8 people sitting there, each older than him, with serious expressions and extraordinary presence, clearly respected teachers. Lin Zhe's heart sank. What on earth is going on? Are these teachers here to judge me? What did I do? Is it because I'm too powerful and can't compete? A middle-aged man was the first to greet, Lin Zhe, you're here. Lin Zhe thought this person looked quite familiar, and after a brief recollection, he remembered it was Director Ma, the summoning department head. They had met at an academic exchange meeting, and Lin Zhe had been specially appointed as an advisor for the summoning department, but so many things had happened afterwards that he almost forgot. However, the other teachers still maintained a serious demeanor, scrutinizing Lin Zhe critically from head to toe. So, is there something going on? Lin Zhe asked directly. Ahem, here's the thing, Ma Koan appeared somewhat embarrassed. After our comprehensive consideration, you shouldn't represent the new students in the welcoming competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe thought, so it really is like this? But that won't do, campus currency is secondary, the main point is he has a system task, not doing it would be too much of a loss. So he immediately said, why can't I participate? I'm about to make a scene, I really will. The atmosphere seemed like he would collapse on the ground and throw a fit at any moment. Wait. Please let me finish, Ma Koan hurriedly said, we want you to join the competition as an advisor, to stop those newcomers. Ha? Is it possible to do that? Lin Zhe instantly retracted his previously rebellious expression. To be honest. Ma Koan awkwardly explained, this welcoming competition is a tradition in our Western battle. Although it's called a welcoming competition, the real purpose is to give newcomers a tough lesson, so historically, no newcomer has ever defeated an upperclassman. However, after learning about your strength, we are very worried that newcomers might win, so you absolutely cannot appear in the newcomer camp. Although this method is somewhat dishonorable, it's for the growth of these newcomers. I hope you can understand.
At this point, the other teachers also looked a little awkward. Zheng Daji added, and about the campus currency, defeating newcomers will also earn you some, so you don't need to worry about that. Is that so? Lin Zhe began to ponder. Since that's the case, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, beating newcomers or upperclassmen is the same. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him like lightning. He turned his eyes and asked, just to confirm, my only task this time is to not let those newcomers win the competition, right?
That's correct, the teachers nodded. Alright, I agree.
Lin Zhe decisively said, teachers, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, the teachers finally revealed relieved smiles. But Lin Zhe lowered his head, trying hard to control the upturn of his lips, as he walked toward the door. At the same time, inside the new student welcome competition instance, the senior students had already prepared in their positions, waiting for a long time. Many of them were especially excited, particularly the second-year students. Having been bullied by the seniors last year, they were determined to have their revenge this time. Next to a cliff, 3 senior students were hiding behind a large rock. Below the cliff was a narrow path, the very place the new students would pass by. When the new students arrive, push the rock down, remember, said a student in charge. Got it, don't push too early or too late, aim to take out as many students as possible at once, another student rubbed his hands.
Ha, I can't wait, little newcomers, let me play with you.
The third student showed a twisted smile.
But just then, a flash of lightning appeared behind them.
Before they could react, their health points dropped to 0, and they were teleported away. A handsome young man appeared in their place, wearing a badge on his chest that read, Student Advisor. He smiled widely, as long as we eliminate all the new and old students, we can earn a lot of golden coins.
Chapter 127, Morality?
Such a thing does not exist. After Lin Zhe instantly took down the 3 senior students, a prompt appeared in front of him. Kill profession, data body, experience plus 360, trigger double reward talent, extra plus 180 lifespan plus 360 days.
300 campus coins have been credited.
So killing one person gives 100 campus coins, not bad. Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction.
Meanwhile, next to the monitor outside the instance, several teachers, including Ma Koan and Zhang Daji, uttered gasps of surprise. What is going on? This is not what we agreed upon. How did he eliminate several senior students right away? Is he tricking us? How could this student do this? Isn't this deceiving the teachers? I was just polite to him.
Some teachers were confused while others were angry, questioning Lin Zhe's moral standards.
Inside the instance,
Lin Zhe glanced at the large rock beside the cliff, vaguely guessing the intentions of the students, and smiled, but then shook his head.
Are these 3 a bit foolish? This ambush is too obvious.
Just then, there was finally some commotion below the cliff. Lin Zhe leaned out to look down, and a group of new students was approaching from a distance, soon to pass by the narrow path. He carefully observed and found that Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu were not among them.
Perfect, I can act without hesitation.
Meanwhile, the group of new students noticed that the path in front of them suddenly narrowed, making them doubt. Something is off with the road ahead, one student pointed out first.
Not just off, but very off, another student said, everyone, look up.
The new students all looked up and saw a big round stone half visible on top of the tall cliff.
It must be an ambush. When we walk by, the stone will roll down. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks.
I have to say, as top students, their intelligence and battle experience were commendable.
But what should we do? We can't just wait here forever? I have a plan.
A mature-looking long-haired beauty stepped out, introducing herself. My profession is spatial mage, I can open 2 portals over short distances.
Everyone can enter my portal.
After speaking, she took out a gem staff and drew a circle in front of her.
Then a portal appeared in the air.
The girl walked in casually, and in the next second, her proud figure had already appeared at the other end of the path, completely skipping over the portion where stones would fall. Other students saw this and their faces lit up with joy. Wow, I didn't expect such a skill.
Don't you recognize her?
She's the top student of this year's college entrance examination in Tianyu City. Wow, truly beautiful and kind-hearted, and also an academic powerhouse.
Top student, thank you. Let us share some glory too. So everyone began to walk towards the portal one by one.
At that moment, a loud rumble came from the cliff above, instantly attracting everyone's attention. They saw a large rock starting to roll down the cliff at high speed, but there wasn't a single person on the path below.
The students below immediately burst into laughter. Ha, the people above can't sit still, right? Isn't this just a fit of incompetence?
Ha, there's not a single person below,
How many idiots can you crush, you fool? Looks like the upperclassmen aren't that great after all.
However, while laughing, everyone noticed that their bodies started to unconsciously walk towards that path.
What's going on? Why isn't my body listening to me? Upon closer inspection, they found a huge shadow in the middle of the path. The illusion created by the shadow demon was casting a 100% taunting effect on them.
I don't know why, but I really want to attack that shadow.
Damn, me too.
Why won't my legs listen? Stop already, I'm about to get crushed. Then they saw a group of students rushing madly towards the path, including the top student girl. In the next second, the huge rock fell directly on them, turning a group of people into a meat pie. 3,200 campus coins have been credited. Lindsay's interface echoed with the delightful sound of money entering his pocket again. Alright, time to head to the next stronghold. 5 minutes later, Lindsay appeared at one end of a suspension bridge, beneath which lay a bottomless cliff. Several upperclassmen had been lying in ambush there, planning to cut the suspension bridge when freshmen walked onto it.
Lindsay effortlessly took them out and then squatted by the bridge.
Before long, a team of freshmen slowly approached. Everyone, look, that bridge over there must have a problem. When we walk over, someone will definitely cut it. At that moment, a boy in lavish clothes summoned a giant flying mount.
Wow, it's a chicken Koen beast. The students looked at the mount, revealing envious expressions. This mount must be worth several million, right? The boy smiled arrogantly. Do you want to ride my mount?
You can, but you have to be my subordinate. Instantly, many people knelt at the boy's feet, shouting, Big brother, from now on, you are my brother. Among the rest, some were initially reluctant, but thinking of only this way to cross the bridge, they also let go of their noble pride. Seeing that he had instantly gained a crowd of followers, the boy felt quite pleased and murmured to himself, having money really means being a big brother. Then, the chicken Koen beast carried more than 30 students and was about to fly to the other side. But just then, a seductive voice softly floated into everyone's ears.
Do you want to be his subordinate, or do you want to be my slave? Following the sound, they saw a voluptuous and enchanting woman appear on the opposite bank. It was Lilith.
Everyone, including the rich boy, instantly looked enchanted, eyes filled with hearts, drooling, My queen, I am your dog. Then, one by one, they directly stepped down from the chicken Koen beast, falling into the chasm below.
3,500 campus coins have been credited. Lindsay smiled again at the corners of his mouth.
Meanwhile, the teachers outside the monitoring room were all feeling their scalps tingle.
I think I finally know what he wants to do. A teacher said.
Our task for him is to not let the freshmen win, but he not only doesn't want the freshmen to win, he also doesn't want the upperclassmen to win.
He wants to take over the whole instance, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers suddenly realized, and then began to sweat coldly.
Can it really be like this? Isn't it a bit against the rules? A teacher asked.
No, there are indeed no regulations saying it's a violation to attack both sides at once, Director Makuen said.
But this is a bit disruptive to order, isn't it?
Although it's not a violation, it feels somewhat unethical. I think we should quickly contact the teachers in the instance and let them manage it. Inside the instance, at the endpoint of the freshmen's attack route, a man was lying beside a rock, chewing on a grass blade, lazily soaking up the sun. He looked to be in his early 30s, quite handsome, but with a messy hairstyle and some stubble on his face, giving off a carefree vibe. At this moment, he complained, such a good holiday, and I have to be pulled here to be a security guard. They say there's a new rule in Dacia, that all student instances must have a teacher present to prevent abyss invasions. I want to study such things as the abyss very much, but how can I just stumble upon it? Just then, his communicator rang, and he lazily pressed the answer button. He heard an anxious voice on the other end say, Han Shuangxian, a student is making trouble, hurry up and stop him. Chapter 128, Wang Hao vs. Chu Yuyu, Qi Xingyu vs. Qi Yueying, funny chapter. At this moment, Lin Zhe had arrived at the next area. This was a flat and open jungle area, and as soon as he arrived, he heard a noisy sound of fighting coming from nearby. Lin Zhe crouched in the grass and saw that the freshmen and upperclassmen had gathered into two opposing camps, engaging in fierce clashes, with a total of over 100 people. Finally, it feels a bit like a battlefield, Lin Zhe said with a smile. However, in his eyes, whether it was freshmen or upperclassmen, they all turned into moving campus coins, stirring his heart. At that moment, he noticed Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu were also in the crowd, and the two were fiercely fighting against others. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ones confronting them were indeed Chu Yuyu and Qi Yueying.
They are also here to intercept the freshmen? Lin Zhe immediately wore a look of watching a show.
Seeing people he knew fighting, he decided to enjoy the spectacle for a while before making his move later. On the other side, Wang Hao held a large shield in one hand and a big sword in the other, setting up a stance of both offense and defense.
Even though you're a bit pretty.
Wang Hao challenged, I won't show mercy just because you're a delicate flower.
This junior has quite the big mouth, Chu Yu calmly responded, standing opposite him.
By her side was a dragon about the same size as Lin Zai's demon dragon. However, unlike the demon dragon, which was pitch black, this dragon was a pale pink base, adorned with light blue, light green, and light yellow spots, and its tail and wingtips had some fluttering membranes, looking ethereal. Lin Zai instantly recalled the first time he met Chu Yu when she summoned a fairy dragon named Icarus.
It seems this dragon has also advanced, huh? Lin Zai speculated.
Facing Wang Hao's powerful offense and defense, the fairy dragon spread its wings and slowly flew into the sky. Then it began to spiral gracefully above Wang Hao, emitting a series of clear chirps. Next, colorful shards began to fall from the dragon like scattered flowers from a heavenly maiden. The entire set of actions was very graceful and magnificent. If it weren't for being on the battlefield, Lin Zai would have thought that this fairy dragon was dancing elegantly. He saw those sequins fall on Wang Hao's head and body, and the next second, something unexpected happened. Wang Hao's eyes became hazy, and he dropped the shield and weapon in his hands, then surprisingly began to dance with his broad, strong body, resembling ballet. He straightened his legs for a big leap and then went up on his toes to start spinning. His movements were incredibly graceful, transforming him into a nimble fat man, which was completely inconsistent with his rugged nature. And Chu Yu was nearby, covering her mouth and giggling. Lin Zai, hidden in the grass, was stunned. Chu Yu, this is a bit too much. He scolded, how can you tease my good brother like this? The next second, he quickly activated the camera function in the interface and started recording. Wang Hao's Black History +1. On the other side, Qi Xingyu was facing his own sister and lifelong rival, Qi Yueying. At this moment, Qi Xingyu held a long sword in his hand, with 6 flying swords surrounding his body, maintaining a poised posture. Not far away, Qi Yueying held a great sword that was about her height in both hands, positioned in front of her slender yet powerful body, remaining motionless. The two were locked in a stalemate. After a while, Qi Xingyu, with a rather tragic expression, said, Sister, do you think that as siblings, we have really come to this point? However, Qi Yueying remained calm and coldly replied, if I tell you to attack, then just attack. Why so much nonsense? I just want to see the results of your recent training. Qi Xingyu ran his hand through his hair in frustration, shook his head, and said helplessly, fine, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Watch closely, this sword will be very cool. The next second, Qi Xingyu moved swiftly, dropping to one knee like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang, he knelt on the ground. Sister, please let me go this time. Whom? Lin Zai was utterly confused next to them. No, where is your pride? Where is your future? Is it really worthless like this? Lin Zai wished he could stand up and criticize fiercely. What kind of friends am I making? At the same time, Qi Yueying also sighed and shook her head, saying helplessly, I really overestimated you. However, just as she got slightly distracted and had yet to finish her sentence, the kneeling Qi Xingyu suddenly regained focus, and the 6 flying swords shot out swish from 6 different directions, attacking Qi Yueying. Qi Yueying's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback by this sudden attack. Yet, her expression remained calm as she twirled the great sword in her hands. Cling, 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 cling. The crisp sounds rang out as the 6 flying swords were all deflected. Lin Zai was also taken aback. What he thought would be boring unexpectedly turned into such an exciting scene. This guy, Qi Xingyu, is quite interesting. Lin Zai didn't feel he was shameful but rather admired him. After all, on a true battlefield, morality is hardly worth mentioning. For victory, any means can be justified. Over there, Qi Xingyu slowly stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and said casually, I didn't expect you to block it, sister, what a hassle. Qi Yueying's face remained unfazed, but the corners of her mouth hinted at a slight smile. It wasn't without effect, she said, extending one of her hands. On the back of her hand, which was as white as jade, there was a bloody wound. Not bad, you've made progress. Qi Yueying said lightly. However, upon hearing this, Qi Xingyu displayed an expression of disbelief. What? Did I just get praised by you, sister? Is there something wrong with my ears? Poof. Qi Yueying let out a cold snort. It's too early to be proud now, I need to get serious. Ah. Qi Xingyu's smile froze on his face, turning into fear. This kind of thing is not allowed. Seeing Qi Yueying raise her large sword, in the next moment, she smashed it directly into the ground, and a sharp sword aura shot out toward Qi Xingyu, creating a huge crack in the ground. Qi Xingyu instinctively used 6 flying swords to defend, but the flying swords were easily deflected like tiny twigs against a car. Moreover, the speed of the sword aura was so fast that Qi Xingyu had no time to dodge. Just when he thought he was doomed, with a calm expression on his face, a flash of lightning appeared in front of him. A handsome young man in amber armor appeared before him, his starry long sword blocking all the fierce sword aura. Qi Xingyu and Qi Yueying were both stunned at the same time. Lin, brother. Qi Xingyu was overjoyed, you finally came. I thought you couldn't compete. Qi Yueying was no longer the calm big sister, her face showed a hint of panic. Lindsay, why are you here?
And that move you used earlier was the thunderbolt technique I gave you?
Lindsay lowered his guard and smiled. Exactly, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet.
No need to thank me. Qi Yueying stammered, I didn't expect you to learn so fast. It looks like you're close to mastery, right? About that. Lindsay thought to himself, if I say I've reached the peak of extraordinary, you might question your life, right? But Lindsay quickly returned to the point and asked Qi Yueying, so, ready for a friendly match between us? Qi Yueying trembled in surprise.
Thinking of Lindsay's skills reminded her of their first meeting. Then, a red blush gradually flew to her cheeks. Humph, no need to compete, you're far better. After throwing out a sentence filled with shyness and anger, she directly teleported away. Leaving Lindsay standing there, still a bit stunned. Why so sudden? Why is your sister's mood so unstable? Qi Xingyu also scratched his head in confusion. I don't know, she's not usually like this.
Lin, what exactly happened between you and my sister? Chapter 129, Little Dragon, why are you being a scoundrel? Hey, Lindsay, why are you being one too?
Facing Qi Xingyu's curious question, Lindsay hurriedly laughed. It's nothing, just some misunderstandings with your sister in the past. However, this sentence in Qi Xingyu's mind automatically constructed a scene. Lindsay with two fingers holding a cigarette, exhaling smoke, saying sadly, it was just a mistake made out of youthful recklessness with your sister.
Oh my, even a woman like my sister has been.
Qi Xingyu was stunned by his own imagination, instantly filled with admiration for Lindsay. Lin, brother, don't say anything else, I won't call it in vain. Lindsay's mouth twitched, feeling like he had misunderstood something. However, I really have never seen my sister admit defeat to anyone. Qi Xingyu said seriously, I truly admire you. Lindsay quickly changed the subject. Stop talking about your sister, Wang Hao is still dancing, let's hurry over to help. After that, he swiftly dashed over.
Dancing? Qi Xingyu was taken aback, then immediately followed.
At the same time, the fairy dragon was still fluttering above Wang Hao's head, showering him with colorful sequins. At that moment, Wang Hao had changed his dance from ballet to a lively folk dance, his face lit up with a big smile as his hands and feet moved in sync. Chu Yuyu was beside him, clapping her hands and laughing until her stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha.
What a flexible fat man.
At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in her ear, play is play, and joke is joke, but don't make fun of my brother. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw two handsome young men appearing beside her, one in front and the other behind.
Chu Yuyu was instantly startled, oh my, is it Lindsay? And you Jie's brother, Xingyu?
She looked again at Wang Hao, who was under her control, stuck out her tongue, and said apologetically, so he is your friend? Sorry, I was just doing my job to stop the new students. The next second, she immediately shouted to the fairy dragon in the sky, Icarus, come back. The fairy dragon let out a cry, flapping its ethereal wings a couple of times, and reluctantly returned to Chu Yuyu's side.
Wang Hao, in the middle of his dance, suddenly stopped, blinking in confusion. What's happening to me?
I just dreamed that I was performing, and there were many people applauding me.
Oh no, I feel a bit dizzy.
Wang Hao plopped down on the ground with a thud.
He.
Chu Yuyu let out an awkward laugh and then quickly said, alright, I have nothing to do, goodbye. After saying that, she prepared to slip away.
Wait.
Lindsay called her with a neutral expression.
Is there anything else?
Chu Yuyu faked a laugh, feeling a shiver in her heart. What do you still want to do to me? The next second, a black monster appeared out of thin air beside Lindsay. Upon closer look, it turned out to be the summoned demon dragon. Chu Yuyu and Icarus were both startled to see this majestic demon dragon. Chu Yuyu thought to herself, not long ago, he asked me about the dragon egg hatching method, I didn't expect it to grow so big so soon. Icarus, on the other hand, stared blankly at the other dragon, not knowing what to think. Lindsay slowly said, I see your dragon has also advanced, why not let them spar a bit?
Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Chu Yuyu quickly rejected, thinking, oh my, who can compete with you? What's wrong with that? It's academic exchange. Lindsay smiled wickedly and commanded the demon dragon, little dragon, go. The demon dragon let out an excited roar and immediately charged towards the fairy dragon. Then, one black and one pink dragon began to gaze at each other, seemingly full of curiosity about one another. However, the next second, both dragons simultaneously let out excited howls and entwined their long necks together intimately, beginning to engage in some indescribable behavior.
Lindsay was dumbfounded.
Chu Yuyu covered her eyes and screamed, They are being naughty. The next second, Chu Yuyu quickly recalled the fairy dragon, her face flushed, and then she voluntarily teleported away. The demon dragon let out a mournful cry upon the sudden disappearance of the fairy dragon. Lindsay facepalmed, damn it, I was careless, the little dragon is already in its teenage years, the age of blossoming hormones.
Cooling time 60 seconds. In the next second, the big black dogs turned into shadows and burrowed into the ground, wandering off in different directions. Then, cries came from all corners of the forest. Where's my sword? My staff? I just made it yesterday. My ring. The students, who had been focused on fighting just a moment ago, now looked around in terror. One by one, they were suddenly pounced on by shadows, not only losing their equipment but also seeing their health bars drop to zero. What the hell is this? The students panicked. Aren't there supposed to be no monsters in this dungeon? And in front of Lindsay, prompts began to pop up continuously. Ding. Acquired thorn armor. Ding. Acquired justice great sword. Ding. Acquired women's underwear. Ding. Acquired small round shield. Ha! It seems some strange thing slipped in? Lindsay felt speechless. Then, from around, some female classmates screamed, "Ah! Pervert!" Looking around, everyone was disheveled. Wang Hao sternly pointed out, "Lindsay, this is wrong. How can you bully female classmates like this?" "I'm not. I didn't. Let me explain." Lindsay was also a bit flustered. "This is my first time using this skill, I really didn't mean it." But in the next second, he saw Wang Hao's face and immediately fell silent. "Is there a possibility you could wipe your nosebleed before saying this? It would be more convincing." Meanwhile, Shi Xingyu covered his eyes. "I'm a gentleman raised under strict education, I shouldn't look." But as he said this, his fingers that covered his eyes couldn't help but peek through a gap. Soon after, the surrounding screams became fewer, clearly already sent out by Lindsay. Lindsay also collected a bunch of equipment and earned 6,300 campus coins. At the same time, outside the dungeon, next to the monitor. When all the teachers saw Lindsay's series of actions, their faces turned as purple as eggplants. "What kind of situation is this?" One teacher smashed his cup on the ground. "We've never had anything like this happen in the West Combat." One teacher directly blamed Ma Kuan. "Teacher Ma, is this the consultant you invited? We trusted you so much." Ma Kuan was at a loss for words. I didn't know this would happen." Everyone pointed fingers. This Lindsay, although his strength is good, his moral level is really too low. Has he forgotten that the freshman welcome competition directly relates to finding a mentor? Does anyone still want to be Lindsay's mentor? Each teacher shook their heads repeatedly. "We can't afford a student like this. By the way, has Han Chuan gone to maintain order? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Quickly call him again." Inside the dungeon, Lindsay clapped his hands, thinking, "Now that everyone has been taken care of, I can head to the finish line, and it will be a victory." However, at that moment, a ding-ding-ding phone ringing suddenly sounded from the bushes beside him. "Hello?" A man's voice came from the bushes. Not only that, but the communicator was on speakerphone, and the voice could be clearly heard. "Hello, didn't we tell you to catch that student named Lindsay? Why aren't you here yet?" Don't worry. The man in the bushes sounded clearly impatient. "I'm currently laying in ambush for him." Lindsay, Shi Xingyu, and Wang Hao were all dumbfounded, staring at each other. "Lindsay, wait, is this what you call an ambush?" Chapter 130, when encountering a question you can't answer, of course, choose C. Beep beep beep. The man in the bushes hung up the phone. Then, amidst the three people's strange gazes, a figure slowly stood up. He was a man in his early 30s, with some stubble on his face and a few leaves stuck in his messy hair, wearing a somewhat old shirt. His demeanor was dejected and a bit slovenly, even more unremarkable than the students just now. "Who is this person?" The three of them exchanged glances, all feeling puzzled. Wang Hao didn't think much, directly asking, "Uncle, who are you?" "Uncle?" The man looked left, then right, revealing a face full of confusion. "Who are you calling uncle?" Wang Hao thought, "Is this guy a fool? Of course it's you." However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a noise under his feet, and then everything went dark. In the next moment, he found himself wrapped in a net. Then he saw the net quickly tighten and shrink. Before he could react, it had become the size of a small pendant, hooked onto the man's finger. "What?" Lindsay and Shi Xingyu both showed expressions of surprise upon witnessing this series of actions. They quickly realized their earlier misjudgment. This man before them, with his swift actions and strange methods, was clearly not an ordinary person. Moreover, he might be very dangerous. Lindsay immediately used "see through it clearly" to detect, but the other's information showed a series of question marks. Lindsay thought, "No way, could it be that the instance has been invaded by some enemy?" At the same time, Wang Hao, now the size of a pendant, was struggling in the net, shouting, "Let me out! Let me out!" The man held up the net with one hand and with the other, he flicked his finger hard on Wang Hao's body. He scolded while flicking, "I told you to stop talking nonsense." "What, uncle? I'm only 31 years old, not even a girlfriend. Do I really look that old?"
Wang was flicked until he cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, stop flicking."
I was wrong, big brother. Seeing this scene, Qi Xingyu was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, "You can't bully my friend."
The next second, 6 flying swords darted toward the man like dancing dragons. However, just as it was said, the man now held a piece of black stone in his hand. In an instant, there were several clang sounds, and all the flying swords were absorbed by that stone.
What is this, a magnet?
Qi Xingyu's eyes widened slightly as he immediately tried to use his mental power to make the swords break free. However, the 6 flying swords trembled slightly like mice stuck to a glue trap but could not escape.
How is this possible?
This was the first time Qi Xingyu encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, a mere magnet shouldn't be able to hold his swords unless that tool was incredibly special, or the man's mental power vastly surpassed his own. But before he had time to think, a large net suddenly emerged beneath Qi Xingyu's feet, wrapping him up completely. Then, Qi Xingyu also became a pendant in the man's hand.
What is this? It's so unfair. Qi Xingyu struggled while shouting, "Why do you only use such despicable tricks?" Pop. The man flicked a finger on him, "How dare you say that? You just tricked your sister, isn't that despicable?" Ouch.
Qi Xingyu felt pain and was at a loss for words, immediately shutting his mouth. Seeing that both Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu had quieted down, the man finally stopped moving, saying leisurely, "That's better.
Today's students really have no manners at all. By age, you should call me brother.
By status, you should respectfully call me teacher.
Don't be disrespectful in front of your teacher, got it?" However, when these words came out, all three were stunned, and they exclaimed in unison, "Teacher? You?"
This seemingly reckless man looked nothing like a teacher at all.
"No, what do you mean by that?" The man looked a bit exasperated. "Do you want me to take out my teacher's certificate for you to see? Wow, I seem to have forgotten it today."
The three were speechless, feeling even less convinced.
"Forget it, I'm magnanimous, you two can go stand quietly outside,"
the man said, opening a portal and tossing the 2 small pendants in, immediately sending them out of the instance.
Then, the man looked at Lin Zhe and slowly spoke, "Are you Lin Zhe?" Lin Zhe did not show any fear and replied, "Yes, may I ask what your name is, teacher?"
"Did I ask you to inquire?" the man said casually. "I saw everything you did just now. I was planning to turn a blind eye, but those old men were worried about the bad influence and insisted I take care of you."
There's nothing I can do. Who told me my teaching qualifications are still insufficient? I can only be stepped on by them?
The man's honest words left Lin Zhe speechless on how to respond. The teachers outside the instance listened and all puffed out their cheeks, their faces turning blue and white.
"All right." The man pointed at the portal beside him, his expression gradually darkening. "Now, here's a multiple choice question. A. You go out by yourself. B. I ask you to leave. Which one do you choose?" "Oh." A playful smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face. "When encountering a question I can't answer, of course, I choose C."
As soon as the words fell, 10 shadows hidden on the ground surged towards the man's feet. Then, 10 hellhounds pounced around the man, each with its bloody mouth aimed to bite him. The man showed a surprised look, then was knocked to the ground by the big black dogs. The hellhounds eagerly began to gnaw at the man, the scene becoming somewhat inappropriate for children, even though in this instance, there would be no real death.
It was resolved so easily? Lin Zhe felt a bit puzzled, then instinctively sensed something was off.
He hurriedly jumped aside, and in an instant, a large net wrapped around the spot where he had stood.
"Your reaction is quite acceptable."
The man's voice appeared near him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Lin Zhe looked towards the place where the hellhounds were frantically fighting for food, and the man's body had already turned into a dead goat.
"Come back, dogs!" Lin Zhe shouted.
But the hellhounds continued to frantically grab the food and even became somewhat frenzied.
Lin Zhe was a bit surprised.
At the same time, a few black energy barriers appeared above the hellhounds, and with a clang, they fell to the ground, forming a cage that imprisoned the dogs inside.
"Hunter's treasure, black cage."
With the man's voice ringing again, his figure appeared beside the cage. He wore a confident smile, as if he had caught his prey, and said, "Hunting successful."
Chapter 131, Han Shuo, the first hunter of the Daxia. The 10 hellhounds in the cage barked wildly, showing exceptional agitation.
Some slammed their bodies against the cage bars, some bit at it, while others turned into shadows trying to escape, but it was all in vain.
"No need to waste your efforts," the man said cheerfully. "This black cage is my unique tool. Once trapped, it cannot be broken.
Your pets will be temporarily under my care."
With that, the man directly stored the black cage along with the dogs into his item bar. Lin Zhe looked on, also a bit shocked. "My own summoned beast, just like that taken away by the other party?"
Normally, a summoner's summoned creatures should be exclusive and could not be possessed by others.
Unless, he has some special talent.
Lin Zhe thought to himself, I didn't expect there were such powerful teachers in the Western warfare.
However, instead of feeling afraid, Lindsay became somewhat excited. In the next second, flames exploded, and the flame demon appeared before him. Oh. Seems a bit strong. The man praised in a calm tone. Oof. The flame demon snorted, spewing out hot breath from its nostrils. Just a mere bug, how arrogant. Let me tell you, I'm not on the same level as those hellhounds. Ha ha ha. The man laughed. A talking summon beast, I am seeing it for the first time. Speaking of which, I have not seen this kind of creature called a demon before. Just catching a few to take back and study. You're so full of yourself. The fire demon heard this and immediately got angry, raising his heavy hammer and smashing it towards the man. Bang! The man's body was instantly struck, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Humph, you talk big, but in reality, you're just a pathetic loser, the fire demon sneered. The blood mist enveloped the fire demon's body, and his gaze grew somewhat dazed. At the same time, a black cage made of energy material appeared above his head, ready to fall down upon him. Just as it seemed it would be too late, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, swiftly rushing over and kicking his body away. Damn! The fire demon was bounced away by the tremendous force, immediately losing over 100,000 health, and pain shot through his arm. Arg! He let out an angry howl towards the shadow, thinking it was an enemy, but upon closer inspection, it was the Rakshasa King. You bastard! The fire demon was even angrier. I knew you were a traitor with bad intentions. Saying this, he raised his heavy hammer, ready to clash with the Rakshasa King in a fight to the death. However, in the next second, the black cage directly descended upon the Rakshasa King, trapping him inside. The fire demon was momentarily stunned. What's going on? He is helping you, Lindsay's voice rang out from behind, then he began to explain. Just now, when the dogs were captured, I sensed something was off, their mental state was clearly a bit strange. So I deduced that the reason they could be caught wasn't that black cage's invincibility, but rather the bait that attracted them, which is that goat. And this time, the blood mist once again confirmed my guess. It actually wasn't that the black cage was so powerful but rather that the blood mist weakened the opponents first. After all, how could something like once trapped, cannot break free, just casually appear? After Lindsay finished speaking, he shouted into the air, am I right, teacher? Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by a round of applause, the man reappeared in form. Great deduction, you have a good brain. The man said with a smile. The various props of the teacher also leave me in awe, Lindsay sneered, and indeed, I'd never seen such a sly and cunning teacher. He deliberately emphasized the words sly and cunning. Hey, doesn't this student know how to respect his teacher? The man retorted, if it weren't for my injuries, back in the day, the 7 heroes of Yunya wouldn't be my match. Now, I can only rely on tinkering with research and inventions to boost my strength. Lindsay rolled his eyes at him, is it true that everyone who gets old loves to boast? Humph, what do I have to argue with a little brat like you for? The man shrugged, looking at the trapped Rakshasa King and smiling. Lindsay, I admit your strength is indeed impressive, but ultimately, you're still a step behind, letting me take the advantage. He sized up the Rakshasa King and exclaimed, oh what a nice high-level creature, it looks even stronger than that red-haired monster over there, I'm totally in luck. Wait a minute? Who are you calling a red-haired monster? The fire demon was furious, almost jumping up. The man ignored him and confidently smiled at Lindsay, so, this summoned beast of yours, I'm taking it too. Recovery of the prey. After saying this, he was about to stash it into his item pouch. However, in the next second, his action froze in mid-air. The nearby black cage remained motionless. What went wrong? He showed a hint of confusion for the first time. At that moment, the Rakshasa King uttered in a low voice, Killing Machine, activate. Skill, Killing Machine. Once activated, every normal attack will definitely deal a critical strike, speed and attack speed increased to 1000%, immune to negative status effects and mental control. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. In the next second, a powerful aura exploded around the Rakshasa King. The black cage's fence was instantly broken. Then, the Rakshasa King charged at the man like a bolt of black lightning, with the power to smash mountains and split the earth. What the hell? The man clearly did not expect this scenario and quickly dodged backwards, while several glass test tubes filled with colorful liquids appeared in his hands. In the next second, the man directly gulped down the potions from the test tubes. At the same time, the Rakshasa King's punch was already upon him, so powerful that even the air let out a roar. With a crack, the man surprisingly caught the Rakshasa King's fist with one hand. Lindsay was slightly stunned, then reacted, did those potions give you a buff? You guessed it, the man explained while battling the Rakshasa King, and my buff lasts for 3 minutes, longer than his skill duration, so I just need to wait for his time to run out. Lindsay replied with annoyance, calling you crafty is really not an understatement. If you keep complimenting me, I might get embarrassed, the man replied shamelessly. In this moment, the man and the Rakshasa King had exchanged dozens of blows. Despite having less duration, the Rakshasa King's fighting spirit was unwavering, and he swept out with a kick.
The man immediately bent backwards to evade. However, at that moment, a sudden crack came from the man's waist. Ouch! The man then let out a painful yell before falling flat on his back.
Ha! Lindsay also didn't expect this to happen, did he mess up?
The Rakshasa King immediately stomped the man down on the ground.
I admit defeat, ouch my poor back, the man cried out, you win. Let your summoned beast lift its foot.
Lindsay was a bit speechless, then signaled to the Rakshasa King, alright, let him go. The man awkwardly climbed up from the ground, mumbling, ouch, I guess I was too reckless, I overstepped and now I'm paying for it. He dusted himself off and said to Lindsay, pretty impressive, at such a young age, you've tamed such a high-level summoned beast. No wonder that guy by MO hasn't contacted me in 800 years, he suddenly messaged me the other day to speak highly of you.
Ha? By MO?
Lindsay was a bit surprised upon hearing this.
This means that this person's identity is... I haven't introduced myself yet. The man said, Dasha's #1 hunter, Han Chu. Chapter 132, Tradition is meant to be broken. The man in front of him was indeed the mentor candidate by MO recommended, the one who took students to explore the Misty Border, Han Chu.
But Lindsay had never thought that Han Chu would be such a scruffy and careless man. And to injure his waist at a critical moment like this, it was truly unheard of and quite bizarre. However, he still respectfully gave a bow, so you are Han Chu, my apologies. Alright, no need for so many formalities, I don't like that, Han Chu said casually. I'm just an ordinary university teacher, constantly being summoned by those old men above me, dealing with endless errands.
Aren't you the #1 hunter of Dasha? With such an honor, it shouldn't be like that? Lindsay asked curiously.
That was a title I gave myself.
My profession is called Wilderness Hunter.
Although it's not a world-destroying profession, I think I still deserve this title, Han Chu said modestly.
That's not wrong. Lindsay nodded.
The profession of Wilderness Hunter emphasizes high agility, high explosion, and is good at using tools and terrain, as well as capturing and utilizing creatures. It can be said that it possesses characteristics of melee, ranged, support, and summoning, making it a very comprehensive special profession. Looking at how Han Chu fully displayed the characteristics of this profession, even when facing monsters like the Flame Demon and the Rakshasa King, he could carry it all with ease. These were things Lindsay felt he couldn't surpass at the moment. He remembered that Bai Mo once said, Han Song-yoon was just a researcher who didn't like being an official, which is why he became a teacher at the university. Looking at the carefree face of the other person, Lindsay couldn't help but feel a bit of respect. The choice of his mentor was gradually becoming clear in his heart. Thinking of this, he spoke directly, Teacher Han, I hope you can be my mentor. But he didn't know whether intentionally or unintentionally, Han Song-yoon said, this time you won, I won't stop you anymore. He pointed in a direction ahead, over there is the finish line, once you go there, it counts as your victory. Immediately, he seemed a bit gloating, the traditions those old guys wanted to preserve will be broken by you today, I wonder how their expressions will be, I need to go see now. After saying that, he opened a teleportation portal and ran off in a flash.
Wait. Lindsay was left standing there in a daze.
5 minutes later, Lindsay reached the endpoint of the dungeon, took down a flag standing there, and the interface popped up a prompt. Congratulations, you have achieved the ultimate victory in this new student welcome match, earning 5,000 campus coins, and your current total is 18,300 campus coins. The final victorious faction this time is none. Then his exclusive system began to settle accounts. Ding! You have won this match and successfully completed the task. Gained 1 system lottery draw. Then, Lindsay was teleported out of the dungeon. However, as soon as he returned to reality, he saw a group of teachers scolding Han Song-yoon. Han! Didn't we ask you to stop that kid? How come you ended up coming out first? Yeah, Teacher Han, how can you just mess around like this? You need to think about your own future. At this rate, you'll only be able to be a lecturer for life, and will never be promoted. I see, he must be deliberately covering for that kid. While Han Song-yoon wore an indifferent expression, listening to everyone's accusations with his left ear and letting them out of his right ear, he wandered off in his own world. Enough, this is not his fault. A voice came from behind. The teachers turned to see Lindsay speaking. In the next second, the spearhead immediately shifted to Lindsay. Well done, Lindsay. We entrusted you to stop the new students, and you ended up driving out both the new and old students. You're just messing things up, how can you do this? You've let down the trust the teachers had in you. Exactly, you're a freshman, and right at the start of the school year, you created such a fiasco. What kind of behavior is that? Lindsay immediately spread his hands, his expression indifferent like Han Song-yoon, you entrusted me with the task to stop new students, but didn't say I couldn't take out older students too.
Just tell me, did I accomplish the task or not? You're exploiting loopholes.
Lindsay, I know you're strong, but this is a school, and moral character is just as important.
Exactly, with you always playing tricks, let's see which teacher would want to be your mentor. Lindsay smiled, it doesn't matter, I never intended to look for you as a mentor. My mentor choice is. He smiled and looked at Han Song-yoon, wanting to acknowledge him as a mentor on the spot. However, the spot where Han Song-yoon had stood was now completely empty. This guy actually slipped away during the teacher's attack on Lindsay. What the hell?
Lindsay's defenses crumbled instantly, and I even helped you out, this person is too ungrateful.
In an instant, the towering image he had painstakingly built in his heart shattered once again. Seeing Lindsay's spirit weaken, the teachers once again launched a round of sharp verbal attacks on Lindsay.
At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative female voice came from behind the group of teachers.
Alright, everyone, let's tone it down.
They saw an elderly lady with silver hair and dignified demeanor slowly walk into the room. The one who came was Principal Sun Xiulan.
Hello, Principal. The teachers immediately greeted Sun Xiulan respectfully.
But Sun Xiulan only slightly nodded and did not respond to them. Instead, she slowly walked in front of Lindsay, smiling as she spoke. Lindsay, I have heard your name from many different people. I didn't expect that you truly are a spirited and charismatic young man.
Principal, you don't know him, a teacher immediately wanted to report him. Enough, I have already heard about it.
Sun Xiulan directly interrupted the teacher, looking straight at him. Her gaze was gentle, yet it made the teacher take a step back.
After a moment, Sun Xiulan slowly spoke, do you know that in our daxia, and even for the entire human race, there may be only a few days of peace left?
Her words left the teachers present in stunned silence. Not long ago, the so-called cancer of all races, the abyssal otherworld, has already launched a substantial invasion against us, and at that time, it was this student Lindsay who drove the abyss away, spare the human race from disaster. The teachers were all wide-eyed, looking at each other. They had only seen vague reports in the news, yet did not know Lindsay's contributions.
Dear teachers.
Sun Xiulan sighed, speaking earnestly, I know you want to maintain traditions, but our teaching philosophy must progress with the times. Our Western War Academy can no longer be bound by past thinking. I think Lindsay does very well, having the strength to defeat all enemies.
Why should we shrink back and adhere to so-called traditions? Tradition, isn't it meant to be broken?
Her words enlightened the teachers, and also increased Lindsay's admiration for her. No wonder she trained the 7 talents of Yunxiao, this old lady is not simple. Sun Xiulan continued, in summary, I agree that Lindsay's achievements are real and effective. He is the first student in our school's history to defeat both newcomers and veterans at the same time. I believe we should also add similar rules to future freshman welcome competitions, encouraging capable individuals to do so. Then, Sun Xiulan turned her kind gaze back to Lindsay, smiling as she said, therefore, to show my appreciation, I want to give you a gift. As she spoke, a beautiful treasure chest appeared in her hands, which she handed to Lindsay.
Thank you, Principal.
This is what you deserve.
Principal Sun replied, just a small gift, open it when you get back.
After the principal personally expressed her stance, those teachers all had a 180-degree change in attitude towards Lindsay. One by one, they surrounded him with respect and a hint of flattery. Lindsay, just now the teacher was wrong, I sincerely apologize. Yes, we teachers are mere mortals and can make mistakes, please forgive us.
I'm really sorry, I wonder if Lindsay would be interested in having me as a mentor. I will definitely do my best.
As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the others became displeased. Why do you love to take advantage of others so much? I also want to recommend myself, I have been an excellent mentor for 2 consecutive years.
Everyone, step aside.
Lindsay is in the warrior department, it must be me who mentors him.
Temporary department transfer is not impossible.
In just 2 minutes, Lindsay went from being the target of criticism to a highly sought-after prize. However, Lindsay only smiled faintly and said, sorry, teachers. I have already chosen my mentor, I want to select Han Chunxian. Who would have known? Upon hearing this, all the teachers present, including Principal Sun, showed a very complex expression.
What? You say you want to choose Han Shujun Bihuan? That's right. What's the problem? This, but, Teacher Han.
The teacher stumbled, looking somewhat hard to say.
This immediately made Lindsay sense something was wrong.
At this moment, Sun Xiulan waved at Lindsay, somewhat helplessly said, you come with me.
Lindsay immediately followed her out.
1 minute later, the two arrived at a separate conference room.
Once seated, Sun Xiulan got straight to the point, finding Han Chebei for this matter, was it by Mo who recommended you? Lindsay nodded.
Ah, that kid by Mo only knows one thing, but not the other, Sun Xiulan sighed lightly. He doesn't know, Han Songjong has stopped being a mentor.
What?
Lindsay felt a bit dazed for a moment.
Ah.
Sun Xiaolan continued, Han Shui is a star at school, just like you, spirited and is known with by MO as the twin stars of the West. After staying at the school as a teacher, Han's guidance is very helpful to improving the students' strengths.
I think you've heard, his teaching method directly takes students to fight in border instances, right?
This method is highly innovative, practical, and can help students grow quickly. Although many teachers opposed it back then saying it was too dangerous, I always stood on the side of support. But a year ago, when Han took 2 students to the border, something happened. One student was lost on the spot, and the other was severely injured. Han. This injury directly led to a huge drop in all his attributes, and it also left him with a permanent back injury. Hearing this, Lin Zhe instantly remembered what happened to Han just now. He had thought it was funny, but did not expect it was because of this matter. Sun Xiaolan continued, after this incident, Han's teaching projects were halted, and he became quite dispirited.
Don't be fooled by his careless appearance, he is actually very gentle and delicate inside.
The one who feels the most guilt and sadness about the accident with those 2 students is him.
Is that so? Lin Zhe thought to himself. No wonder that when he said he wanted to find him as a mentor, he either changed the subject or avoided it.
Sun Xiaolan seemed to see through his thoughts. However, with your abilities, let Han.
Me? Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. Why would the principal say this? I can see, Han.
You are very talented.
It's very clear to see your capabilities. Otherwise, when those teachers surrounded you just now, do you think who informed me? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly, suddenly understanding.
Perhaps Han is someone who is very depressed right now, but his value to our Xia is much higher than everyone thinks, even if I am asking you. Sun Xiaolan's tone was earnest as she placed a hand on Lin Zhe's shoulder, which made him feel a weight.
Of course, this matter shouldn't be forced on you. Think it over and then decide.
Sun Xiaolan patted his shoulder. Han is at the old dormitory behind the school, but he should be sleeping heavily today and should be free tomorrow. After saying this, Sun Xiaolan left the room with graceful steps.
Ding!
You have a new mission, help Han resume his teaching project.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Ha! There's actually a new mission?
Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. To be honest, previous missions were mostly about fighting monsters, those were easy for him.
But helping someone regain confidence? He wasn't sure about that.
Then I'll go take a look tomorrow. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly felt something was off.
I just feel like I've missed something important. What could it be? I can't remember, it feels like I need to think harder.
After thinking for a while, he suddenly jolted. Oh my gosh, the dogs are still in Han's trap.
At this very moment, somewhere in the school, 10 hellhounds were barking. Woof woof woof.
Lin Zhe felt a bit speechless. Looks like I really need to go tomorrow. After that, Lin Zhe went to the cafeteria for a meal and then prepared to head back to the dormitory. Since he was still reminiscing about what had just happened, he walked a bit absent-mindedly. Just as he entered the dorm building, a boy about the same height as him bumped into him. The guy was over 1.8 meters tall, had black short hair, wore a black coat, and even had on sunglasses, looking quite cool. Lin Zhe felt his shoulder bump into the other person's arm, and he could feel that the arm was particularly hard, making him feel some pain.
Sorry about that.
However, Lin Zhe still took the initiative to apologize. After all, he was the one distracted. But the other person ignored him, walking out with a cold expression.
Another show-off. Lin Zhe sneered, not giving it much thought.
Back in the dorm, Lin Zhe sat at his desk and began the next important task.
System, I want to draw a lottery.
This was a chance he earned from winning the match today. In the next second, the lottery interface began to spin and then slowly stopped. Congratulations, you have drawn the skill, Eye of Slaughter, S level.
Skill, Eye of Slaughter. When activated, you can see the enemy's weaknesses. Attacking this weakness causes double damage. It consumes 1% mana per second after activation. Wow, another divine skill. Lin Zhe was instantly elated. This seems to be a very suitable skill for fighting.
It feels perfect for the Demon King. Immediately, he bestowed it upon the Demon King.
Next, Lin Zhe pulled out the treasure chest that Principal Sun had given him from his inventory. Then, he opened it directly. Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Permanent Mount *1. Lin Zhe was taken aback. It's actually a mount? He continued to check the item description.
After using this item, you can obtain a random Mount *1, permanently effective, not tradable.
This is a great gift. Lin Zhe remarked with delight.
It is known that mounts on the market are quite expensive, even the most basic F-level and D-level mounts cost tens of thousands.
Without thinking twice, he directly chose to use the item.
Congratulations, you have drawn a flying mount, Star Spirit Griffin, S-level.
Wow, I directly drew an S-level, and it's a flying mount?
Lin Zhe was also shocked. At the same time, a large bird almost as tall as a person stood in front of him. This bird was not a living creature but a spirit-like entity, appearing half-transparent blue, somewhat resembling the texture of a jellyfish. Furthermore, within that spirit, there were twinkling points of light like stars, flashing in and out. What a beautiful mount! Lindsay praised. The large bird seemed to understand human speech and made a crisp and pleasant chirp. Alright, let's head back. In the next second, Lindsay called the griffin back. He saw that a dedicated mount slot had already appeared in his panel. I should thank Principal Sun properly another day. Lindsay thought to himself. That night quickly passed by. The next morning, after Lindsay got up, he went straight to look for Han. According to Principal Sun, Han was buried in the old dormitory located behind the school. As soon as he walked into that area, the environment immediately changed. Compared to the other bright and shiny places in the school, this was like a wasteland. The garden in front of the dormitory was empty, and the building was old and run down, with some ivy climbing on the walls, and some wall surfaces had already started peeling. Moreover, as he walked inside, he could occasionally hear a few caws of crows. A feeling of unease settled in. Lindsay walked around the garden path and arrived at the front door of the old dormitory. The door was tightly shut, and Lindsay tried to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After a long wait, the door let out a creaking sound, clearly in disrepair for many years. However, what came into view was not Han Chu, but a tall male student. With short black hair, a black coat, and a pair of dark sunglasses, Lindsay recognized him at a glance as the person he accidentally bumped into yesterday, who completely ignored him. Name, Duan Feng. Occupation, gunfighter, A-class. Level, 42, second stage. Through his sunglasses, the other party seemed to size up Lindsay for a moment, then spoke in an undeniable tone. Who are you? You must be on the wrong path. This is the old dormitory, it is no longer open. Right from the start, he didn't ask what Lindsay was here for and directly refused him. Lindsay felt a wave of displeasure but thought it was not the time to cause trouble, so he replied, I'm here to find Han Chuanxian. Teacher Han is not seeing anyone, good day. Unexpectedly, Duan Feng flatly refused again, his tone very firm. And after saying this, he tried to close the door. Smack! Lindsay pressed his hand against the door, anger flaring in his eyes. Remembering how he was ignored yesterday, Lindsay retorted with a smile, You are quite the character, I'm here looking for Teacher Han, and even if he's not around, shouldn't you be a bit more polite? Acting like I've offended you. I don't want to chat with you. Duan Feng said coldly and tried to slam the door shut. But despite his bigger build compared to Lindsay, the door remained unmoving, held fast by Lindsay's single hand. The next moment, the wooden door was actually split in half under their opposing forces. Ah, this is not my fault. Lindsay quickly said mischievously. You're asking for a beating. Duan Feng was furious, scolding him. In the next instant, a bright red steel gun appeared in his hand, thrusting towards Lindsay. I say, brother, did you eat too much dynamite to be this angry? Lindsay teased, gracefully dodging. Duan Feng swung the steel gun, his black attire coupled with the gun striking red made him look quite formidable. The steel gun created a whirling wind as it moved, pulling the surrounding leaves and flower petals into the mix. However, Lindsay had shifted all his attribute points into agility and transformed into a light shadow, slipping past Duan Feng. The next second, Lindsay appeared 5 meters behind Duan Feng, holding a starlit long sword, standing still. Duan Feng only heard a crack on his face, and after a second, his sunglasses snapped in two, falling to the ground. This meant that if Lindsay had used just a bit more force, he would have likely taken Duan Feng's life. Lindsay withdrew his long sword and joked, I've disliked your sunglasses for a long time, we're all students, why are you putting on airs? But Lindsay trailed off halfway through the last word. Duan Feng's eyes were unnaturally closed, only showing a bit of the white of his eyes. He was actually blind? Oh no! Lindsay immediately regretted his words. Wasn't he bullying a disabled person? However, Duan Feng was evidently enraged by Lindsay's previous actions, shouting in anger and lifting the steel gun towards him again. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the dormitory, Alright, everyone calm down. In the next second, a crossbow bolt zipped past Lindsay's arm and struck Duan Feng. Duan Feng suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground with a thud, unmoving. Then, Han came out with a relaxed attitude. Lindsay glanced at Han and then at Duan Feng, stunned, what is going on? Just a tranquilizer, homemade, no side effects, Han said casually. He then turned and walked inside, leaving behind a sentence, help him inside. Lindsay felt a bit speechless, thinking, is this person even tougher than me? Doesn't this really count as abusing a disabled person? Lindsay carried Duan Feng, who was a size larger than him, yet walked quite easily into the dormitory building. Once inside, he found the reception hall on the first floor had been transformed into a laboratory, with various sizes and types of tools messily laid out on the tables and floor. The space also had many cages, large and small, containing all sorts of otherworldly creatures like rock slimes, fiery toxic spiders, spiritual cats, and so on. The variety was abundant. As Lindsay walked by, those creatures hurried to the edges of their cages, excitedly begging for food. It was clear that Han's pets were well taken care of. Turning a corner near a room, Lindsay discovered it was an office converted from a dormitory. Han was sitting there, pointing to a nearby single bed. "All right, put him down." Lindsay obeyed, and as he placed Duan Feng on the bed, he once again felt the unusual hardness of the arm under the coat, clearly not the kind of texture one would expect from human muscle. "It's a mechanical arm," Han said directly. "He was severely injured during a mission with me. He lost his eyes and hands back then." Lindsay was taken aback, suddenly recalling what Principal Sun had told him. During a teaching session, they had encountered danger, one student died, and another student was injured. He didn't expect Duan Feng to be that injured student, and so severely at that. "All right, you're here to get your dog back, right?" Han continued. "So stingy, I only borrowed it for research, not like I'm not giving it back to you. Here, take it." In the next second, 10 large black dogs appeared in the room, each immediately wagging their tails and rushing towards Lindsay. As Lindsay saw this, he was taken aback. He clearly remembered that the hellhounds were at level 41 before, but now they had reached level 50. In just one day, they had gained 9 levels? P.S. Below, in the author's notes, there is a concept illustration of Qi Yuing. Since I'm not a LV4 author yet, I can't include it directly in the text but can only place it here. Chapter 135, The Mythical Evolution Direction of the Dogs? Lindsay looked at the dogs that had risen to level 50, also feeling a bit surprised. How did Han manage to train them to level up by 9 so quickly? "I just simply trained them a bit, gave them a bath, groomed their fur, went hunting in a dungeon, and fed them some homemade pet biscuits," Han said lightly. "Mainly, I found your dogs a bit odd. After one evolved, the other 9 also followed suit and increased their attributes. I was too curious, so I couldn't stop." Han yawned slightly. Lindsay then noticed that his eyes had some bloodshot veins, and there were significant dark circles under his eyes. Could it be that he didn't sleep at all last night while leveling up the dogs? He heard Han rest his chin on his hand and say thoughtfully, "Could it be that you actually have a passive talent that allows you to summon beasts by copying them?" Lindsay, caught in that guess, hurriedly laughed awkwardly. "Ahaha, how could I have such a talent? Wouldn't that be cheating?" However, Han's slightly droopy eyes seemed to be able to see through Lindsay's thoughts, making Lindsay sweat a little. "All right." Han waved his hand casually. "I never really care about other people's secrets." He pet one of the hellhounds on the head, and that dog surprisingly showed no fear, closing its eyes and enjoying it. "You need to pay more attention to the feelings of your summoned beasts in the future," Han said. "I know you're strong, but the summoner profession ultimately relies on the summoned beasts. For example, I've noticed that your dogs have been a bit anxious lately. They all worry that they are too weak and fear being abandoned by you." "Huh? The dogs actually think like this?" Lindsay was a bit surprised. He had never realized that the dogs had such concerns. "So this is your fault. Fortunately, I have already told them that they can become very strong in the future, so they don't have to worry." Han said gently to the black dog in his hands, "Don't you think so, Xiaolu?" "Woof." The black dog obediently barked once. "Xiaolu?" Lindsay was stunned. "You even gave them names? And you can actually tell them apart? What nonsense! What are you talking about?" Han retorted, "Can you not even tell your own summoned beasts apart?" He stood up and pointed at each dog, calling out a name for each. "This is Xiaoyi, Xiaoer, Xiaosan, Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, Xiaozhou, Xiaoshi." Lindsay silently complained, "Are you really not just wasting words? And those names are way too casual, right? Who would have thought that all 10 hellhounds would cooperate perfectly and bark happily?" Lindsay was instantly slapped in the face, humbly saying, "Okay, teacher, I will pay attention to this point in the future." This was truly an eye-opener for him. That's more like it," Han said. "Also, when I said they would get stronger in the future, it wasn't just empty talk. In fact, I also examined their genes and found that they might have a mythical level evolution direction, so you must train them well." Hearing this, Lindsay's mouth slightly dropped open. Mythical level? These dogs currently were indeed the lowest in value among his demons, only capable of providing some functions like scouting, tracking, and grabbing equipment, unable to be a main fighting force. But he didn't expect they could evolve to mythical level? All right. At this moment, Han's thoughts drifted. "The dogs have been returned to you, you can go back now, I won't see you off." After saying that, Han walked towards a nearby cooler and started rummaging for something by himself. "Please wait a moment," Lindsay quickly said. "Actually, I came this time mainly to ask you to come out of retirement and restart the teaching project from back then. Also, personally, I want to ask you to be my mentor." Han's hands paused for a moment, but he did not stop his work. He took out a glass test tube filled with potion from the cooler and said, "Was it Principal Sun who told you?"
The old lady is getting older and is really getting more chatty. Are you being polite? Lin Zhe complained.
Han then placed a needle into the test tube, pulled back, and drew the potion into a syringe. Next, he slowly walked over to Duan Feng, who was peacefully asleep on the bed, rolled up his pant leg, found a spot on his leg, and injected him. As he did this, Han continued speaking, "The old lady must have told you about what happened a year ago, right? After Duan Feng and I were injured by the enemy, not only did our bodies suffer damage, but we also fell victim to a special poison that severely weakened our attributes. Moreover, we suffered daily mental torment. If it weren't for my endless research into a countermeasure, ultimately creating this potion, Duan Feng and I might have been dead long ago." After finishing the injection for Duan Feng, he changed to a new needle and continued, "It's only with this medication that Duan Feng and I managed to just barely stay alive. Duan Feng is even worse off than I. Han Xuantuan took out the cup, his tone still relaxed and calm, but there was an unmistakable hint of sadness hidden within, which made Lin Zhe feel somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, Lin Zhe pondered that Han Shutian must have sensed something unusual. It was as if he thought of something, and immediately used his special ability, seeing through the fire, to look at Han Chun. He saw that Han Shutian and the nearby muscles were displaying a massive black color, and this blackness spread throughout his body along with the blood vessels. Duan Feng was the same, the breaks in his two arms and around his eyes also had that same blackness, also circulating with the blood. Lin Zhe took 2 steps closer to Han Chun and grabbed his arm, taking advantage of the fact that the other hadn't reacted yet, and made a cut on his hand. "What are you doing?" Han Shutian said, somewhat surprised. Lin Zhe wiped the blood flowing from the wound with his finger, and immediately, the system popped up a prompt. Talent triggered, abyssal walking. Indeed. Lin Zhe's eyes widened, and then a joy followed. Isn't this finding the way to heal? You brat, what are you trying to do? Han Shutian said reproachfully. Congratulations, Han Shutian. You are infected by the abyss. Han Shutian's expression darkened. Chapter 136, Healing. With just one sentence from Lin Zhe, Han Shutian was left between anger and fear, but definitely not joy. What did you say, abyss? He confirmed. Exactly, Lin Zhe nodded. As someone who has come into contact with the abyss multiple times, I am very sure about this. And what you said about attribute growth stopping, as well as mental erosion, all align with the characteristics of the abyss. Could it really be the abyss? Han Shutian's expression turned serious, no longer doubting. After a while, he started to self-deprecate. Just a few days ago, I said I wanted to study some abyssal creations, but I never expected the toxin I've been researching for so long on myself to be the abyss. Ha, what a twist of fate, he laughed bitterly. Lin Zhe was also somewhat confused. I only encountered the abyss not long ago, and before that, our human race had never heard of the abyss. But Han Lasher and Duan Feng were attacked a year ago. Was the abyss already reappearing in the world at that time? He immediately asked, Please, Han Lasher, tell me how you encountered the abyss back then. Han Shutian began to narrate. A year ago, I took 2 students to explore a secret realm instance. That instance was located at the border between our Great Xia's southern region and the Gali Kingdom, on top of the highest mountain. It was originally an average level 80 secret realm, which was more than sufficient for my abilities, and Duan Feng and another student named Xiu Lin were both top students in their senior year at that time. Also, the locals in that instance were elves, which are considered a relatively friendly race. We entered not to fight them, but just to explore. So, this secret realm wasn't supposed to pose much difficulty for us. However, when we entered, something changed. The instance seemed to have been overtaken by many bugs, and the entire forest was being devoured by them. We realized something was wrong and immediately planned to exit, but a strange praying mantis monster emerged. Xiu Lin was killed on the spot, and both Duan Feng and I were injured. Is that so? Then what happened to that instance now? Lin Zhe asked. He was more concerned that if the instance was left unattended for a long time, it might cause pollution in reality. I understand your concern, but fortunately that was a secret realm instance, different from the mist border instances, Han Shutian explained. Border instances are essentially pathways for all races to invade. But secret realm instances are spontaneously generated entrances to other worlds and are relatively stable. After I brought Duan Feng out, he immediately imposed a sealing barrier at the entrance. With its relatively hidden location, it shouldn't be that easy to find. You are talking about the usual situation, but if there is an abyss inside. Lin Zhe frowned slightly. It might not be that simple. In that case, it looks like you're right. Han Shui replied, a hint of anxiety in his tone. In the next moment, he turned to head outside. No, we need to inform the higher-ups quickly and tell them to check that secret realm again. Lin Zhe smiled slightly, thinking, the system has given us a breakthrough, right? He quickly restrained Han from leaving, saying, rather than letting others check, why don't we go ourselves? If we have the chance, we can also avenge the great grievances of the past. What do you think?
For an instant, Han's hesitance flickered, but it quickly disappeared. He shook his head. Lindsay, how can you still not understand? In my current state, I definitely can't reach the level of the past. Of course, I understand that, which is why I just congratulated you.
Lindsay said as he took out a mythical level tool, the miniature spring.
Isn't this just right for the occasion? What is this?
Han felt that it was not an ordinary object.
Please expose your waist injury. Lindsay said. Han hesitated but eventually untied his clothes to reveal his lower back.
Before Lindsay's eyes was a shocking scar. Although the wound had healed, a large scar remained, and the skin of the scar was uneven, as if it was still gently wriggling. Lindsay frowned slightly and dripped a drop of spring water onto the scar. Hiss. Han gasped as he saw the scar emit what seemed like burning smoke, and the wriggling speed of the skin intensified, as if it was struggling. Fortunately, after a short while, the intense reaction stopped, and the originally uneven scar became noticeably flatter and faded considerably. At the same time, Han took a comfortable breath. Phew. I suddenly feel particularly light and relaxed? A rare look of shock appeared on his face. In the next moment, a golden light suddenly emanated from him, enveloping the entire dormitory building. Though the golden light disappeared in an instant, it still attracted the attention of many teachers and students in the school, who curiously looked towards the old dormitory building.
Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Sun Xiulan revealed a hint of a gentle smile. At the same time, Han's lost attributes were continually on the rise. Could it be that I'm dreaming? He slapped himself, took a moment to react, and then broke into a joyful smile. My injury really healed? Just with a drop from you, it got healed?
Not only that, Han found that he had gained an additional permanent talent in his skill bar, Abyss Immunity.
Talent, Abyss Immunity.
Immune to abyssal attribute attacks and negative statuses.
Wow! Now even Lindsay was a bit surprised.
But after thinking about it, he understood that with this talent, it made sense.
Han excitedly patted Lindsay on the back. What kind of divine person are you? This is just too amazing.
He was a little incoherent, and then suddenly remembered Duanfeng beside them.
Quick, let Duanfeng use it too.
Lindsay dripped a drop of spring water on Duanfeng's broken arms and eyes, and those areas immediately showed a similar biological reaction.
When the reaction passed, Han slapped Duanfeng's face. Time to wake up, sleeping for so long, are you a pig? Lindsay, ah.
Duanfeng grunted a few times, then opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lindsay.
Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? He immediately jumped up alertly, shouting as if facing a great enemy. Smack! Han hit him on the back. Haven't you noticed yet? Teacher Han, why did you hit me? Duanfeng covered his face with one hand, feeling a bit wronged, but then he sensed something unusual. Wait a moment. I can see. How are my eyes better? He was shocked beyond measure.
And although his hand could never grow back, the point where it connected to the mechanical arm no longer felt painful.
Teacher Han, could it be that your research finally succeeded? Have our injuries truly healed completely? Duanfeng said.
Where do I have such power? Han Chong replied, your injury was healed by this classmate Lindsay. If he had been held outside by you today, we might have been disabled for life.
What? Duanfeng looked at Lindsay, speechless. In the next second, with a loud thud, Duanfeng knelt down on the ground. Brother Duan, please get up.
Lindsay helped him up and smiled. No need to be polite, I also didn't know you had a hidden ailment before I acted. Then, Lindsay turned his gaze to Teacher Han. The problem has been solved, can you agree to come out now?
Quick, take me to that secret realm instance.
P.S. At the end of the chapter, the author has something to say. I've placed a concept illustration of Chu Yuyu. Since I'm not yet a LV4 author, I can't place it in the text, so I can only leave it here temporarily.
Chapter 137, Supernova Team, randomly acquired new skills. As soon as Lindsay said this, Han Chong asked, are we going now?
That's right, there's no time to waste.
Lindsay said firmly.
Han Chong adjusted his muscles and twisted his waist, confirming that there were no problems.
Okay then. Han Chong loudly declared, I announce that the Supernova Team is re-established. Supernova Team? Lindsay was a bit surprised to hear this name. Duanfeng explained beside him, this is the name of the adventure team that Teacher Han established before.
Only students with exceptional abilities are qualified to join, and back then, we all felt honored to be part of this team. It's a pity that after that incident happened, the team disbanded, and many of the original members have already graduated.
Alright, let's not bring up the past.
Han Chong then looked at Lindsay. So, Lindsay, I officially welcome you to be a part of the Supernova Team.
At that moment, Lindsay's system finally popped up a notification. Ding!
You have helped Han Chong restart the team, completing the task.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lindsay smiled, responding to Han Chong with, "No need to mention it, it was just the right thing to do." "No, I am not your mentor." "Huh?" Lindsay was a bit baffled, still not okay? What I mean is. Han Chong added, "You and I are equal from now on, you are the vice-captain of the Supernova team. Of course, the school rules require each student to have a mentor, it's fine for you to fill me in as one." "I have no objections." Lindsay smiled. "Alright, then let's get ready to set off," Han Chong said. "Okay." Lindsay and Duan Feng replied in unison. "Wait a moment," Han Chong said, "why are you rushing in? Your injury has just healed, you still need to rest a bit." "But," Duan Feng said, feeling a bit aggrieved, "I also want to go kill enemies and take revenge." "Alright, I understand your feelings. I have an important task for you. Our team is being re-established, and it's not just my word that matters according to the school's regulations. During the time we're gone, you will go submit the relevant application materials." He then added, "The fate of our Supernova team is in your hands." "Alright." Duan Feng immediately fired up, "I will not disgrace my mission." Lindsay quietly complained beside him, "Are you really that easy to trick? You're getting played by him." 10 minutes later, Han Chong hurriedly arrived at the courtyard in front of the dormitory building, where Lindsay was already waiting. Han Chong was preparing to go to the highest peak on the borderline of the country. "There are no direct coordinates to send, we need to ride a flying mount to get there." He gave a sh sound and whistled, summoning a majestic pure white warhorse. Hiss! The horse neighed and spread its pure white wings, looking very noble and elegant. "This celestial horse can carry 2 people, come on up," Han said with a smile. "No need," Lindsay laughed in response. The next second, a dazzling spirit bird appeared beside him, a flying mount called the Star Spirit Griffin, given to him by Principal Sunday. "Wow, I see that nothing can truly challenge you," Han chuckled. Meanwhile, Duan Feng nearby was drooling with envy. "Alright, let's get going." With Han's hurried command, both the horse and the griffin spread their wings simultaneously and soared into the sky. Elsewhere in the school, teachers and students, who were just discussing the golden light, were again attracted by the sight of the 2 flying mounts. Everyone was thinking, what kind of master has come to that dormitory building today? The 2 riders weaved through the clouds. At this moment, Lindsay spoke up, "By the way, I have a question I've been curious about since earlier." "Go ahead." "The abyss is known as the cancer of all races. I have seen its power. Creatures corrupted by it almost have only 2 outcomes, either death or complete mental breakdown. But you and Duan Feng have been able to maintain normality with medicine, why is that?" Han replied, "To be honest, after discovering that the toxin in our bodies is from the abyss, I have also been thinking about this. I have 2 guesses. First, the abyss power attached to the mantis that injured us was not strong enough. The second is that I happened to find a remedy. It's a plant called pure heart lotus, found in a dungeon, rumored to grow in the spring of the gods. I used its petals and leaves as the main ingredients, combined with some traditional medicines for healing and detoxifying, and created this type of medicine. To my surprise, it really works." Lindsay nodded and thought, "I didn't expect that there is a medicine effective against the abyss in this world. If this medicine can be promoted, wouldn't humanity have the power to resist the abyss? And the one who might save humanity is right beside me?" He turned to look at Han, who was still unaware, and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. No wonder the system wanted me to help Han, it turns out there is this layer of reason. By the way, speaking of the system, I still have 1 lottery chance left. Lindsay suddenly remembered. Immediately, he quietly pulled up the lottery page, ready to draw. The prize pool rolled, then slowly came to a stop. "Congratulations! You have drawn the skill, Money Bomb, a grade. Skill, Money Bomb. Discarding copper coins will turn them into a bomb. 1 copper coin causes 10 points of real damage. This skill consumes no mana and cannot be upgraded." What the heck? What kind of silly skill is this? Lindsay looked at the text, feeling a bit dazed. I can play like this too? It feels like I can stir up some fun again. 1 copper coin causes 10 points of damage, so with his current total of over 77 million copper coins, he could potentially cause close to 800 million damage? Of course, that's just theoretical, he couldn't actually throw away all his money, then it would really be wasteful. On the other side, seeing Lindsay grinning stupidly at the air, Han asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Lindsay quickly snapped back to reality. Meanwhile, he noticed that the temperature around them was dropping increasingly, clearly indicating that their flying altitude was rising. After a while, the view below the clouds had transformed entirely into towering and majestic snow-capped mountains. We are almost there, Han said. At the same time, at a certain spot within this endless expanse of snow mountains, a group of people was gathered there, singing and dancing joyfully. How cold the harsh winter, how cold the harsh winter, d.
The music sounded very exotic, rich with the flavor of curry. These people had dark brown skin, high cheekbones, big eyes, and dark circles under their eyes, wearing ethnic clothing with distinctive features. In front of them, there was a portal leading to a secret world, from which an unknown black substance was continuously flowing out.
Chapter 138, Be careful, you're about to explode.
There were about 70 or 80 people in total, only a few were sitting in chairs, enjoying wine and meat while watching the dance performers' show.
More people stood behind them, appearing to be henchmen and servants.
Looking closely, every person wore clothes embroidered with a kind of emblem, totaling 4 types of emblems. The 4 emblems were a snake, an elephant, a black lotus, and a winding river, seemingly representing 4 forces. At that moment, an elderly man with dark brown skin and a face full of wrinkles slowly walked to the center of the crowd and waved his hand impatiently toward the dance troupe.
The performers quickly understood and retreated.
The old man cleared his throat and then began to speak. Today, the 4 great families of the highest caste of Gary country gather here to welcome the arrival of that noble guest from the abyss. In the long years past, our Gary country has often had conflicts with our neighboring country, Dacia, but we have always been in a relatively weak position, which is truly a shame.
As he said this, everyone present showed expressions of resentment or anger.
The old man continued, a month ago, we accidentally discovered the entrance to the secret realm and met that abyss noble. He promised that as long as we sacrificed the lives of the human race to him, he would grant us powerful strength.
Today is that grand day. Brothers, clansmen, we are about to ascend and become even more powerful beings. The Dacia country will be nothing in our eyes.
Of course, regarding the plan to occupy the 3 cities in western Dacia, we will discuss it later.
For now, let us enjoy this great sacrificial ceremony.
Once the old man finished speaking, enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted all around. Next, a group of unarmed people was brought onto the stage by a group of strong men. Among these people were young men, women, the elderly, and children, each bound and carrying numerous scars on their bodies. The strong men pushed this lineup of sacrificial offerings toward the portal, while also cursing, "You lowly, despicable caste slaves, go ahead and become the sacrifices for the adults. This way, your lives can still hold some value."
Then, under the eager gaze of all the onlookers, those people were thrown into the portal one by one like coal tossed into a furnace. "Praise the abyss," everyone chanted.
After a while, one of the seated individuals, wearing clothing with a snake emblem, looked somewhat impatient.
He was the head of the spirit snake family, and he questioned the elder, why hasn't the beautiful country ambassador we invited arrived yet?
If they are late, the dark noble might be displeased.
The leader of the divine elephant family immediately echoed, yes, and why do we have to invite someone from beautiful country? The treasures discovered by our 4 families shouldn't have to be shared with them. The head of the Night Lotus family sighed, there's nothing we can do.
After all, so far, we in Gary country still rely on the technological support of beautiful country in many areas.
If they find out we are keeping everything to ourselves, it might not go well.
But the leader of the Holy River family quickly picked up the conversation, but once we gain more power from the Dark Noble, then. No matter if it's the beautiful country or the great summer country, from now on they are only fit to be our dogs. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present burst into excited laughter.
At that moment, 2 shadows of flying mounts gradually approached from the horizon.
Ah, it seems the ambassador from the beautiful country has arrived. Everyone, who had just been chatting boastfully, immediately quieted down and became respectful. Then they saw a horse and a bird slowly land nearby, from which a young man and a teenager walked down.
Ha! An observant person from the Garly country quickly noticed something unusual. Wait, they don't seem to be from the beautiful country?
More people also recognized the appearance of the 2, black eyes, black hair, yellow skin.
They seem to be from the great summer country?
On the other side, not long ago, many people gathered on the mountain where Lindsay and Han Shunshan were, looking quite surprised. They then saw some men, women, young, and old being roughly shoved into a teleportation portal. Lindsay and Han Shunshan both felt something was amiss, and immediately increased their flying speed. As the 2 approached, they discovered that those people seemed to be from the Garly country. Han Shunshan said nervously, "Not good, the entrance to that secret realm has actually been discovered.
And if it's the people from the Garly country who discovered it, things have become a bit complicated. We should still be careful."
Lindsay smiled, casually saying, "Let's go over and have a look first." The 2 landed not far from a group of people and walked over. However, before they got close, a few strong men immediately surrounded them, each wearing sleeveless shirts that showcased their muscular arms.
The leading big man arrogantly shouted, "Who are you? Don't you see the esteemed 4 great families are having a meeting? Get lost." "The 4 great families?"
Han Shunshan replied, "So it's the 4 highest noble families of Garly country, the Spirit Snake, Divine Elephant, Night Lotus, and Holy River families."
"Humph, that's right." The big man disdainfully snorted at them, "Now that you know, why aren't you getting lost?
Han Chun whispered, these people are all at least third-tier professionals, we should take a step back first. However, Lin Zhe immediately stopped him and, with a sudden smile as bright as peach blossoms, spoke to those men in a low and respectful tone.
Gentlemen, please show some mercy and let us witness the grandeur.
As he spoke, he began to stuff copper coins into the strong men's hands. He gave handfuls, as if money were of no concern, being extraordinarily generous, which made Han Chun gasp. Seeing the money, the strong men immediately accepted it, each receiving at least several thousand.
However, the leading big man then coldly snorted, do you think by bribing us we would let you in? We've accepted the money, but it doesn't mean we will let you in, hee hee.
After saying this, several strong men began to laugh mockingly.
Lin Zhe immediately pretended to be anxious, how can you do this? Ha 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 ha. The strong men laughed even harder, those who are sensible should leave quickly. If you don't return the money to me, you will explode. What did you say?
In the next moment, Lin Zhe snapped his fingers and immediately heard a series of explosions as several strong men simply exploded on the spot. Kill Garley Country Professional, experience plus 6,400, trigger talent efficient, extra plus 3,200. Kill Garley Country Professional, experience plus 7,200, trigger talent efficient, extra plus 3,600.
Han Chun exclaimed, what was that? I've never seen it before.
Lin Zhe smiled, thinking, this move is newly learned.
I'm trying.
Soon, Lin Zhe and Han Chun found themselves surrounded by a large group of people. The leader of the spirit snake family, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and curly hair, stepped forward first and questioned, who are you?
Dare to act so impudently here?
The head of the divine elephant family, a strong man with a red bandana on his head, followed, saying, humph.
People from the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed so rude.
This is the forbidden area of our four great families of the Jie Li Kingdom.
How dare you two just barge in?
In my opinion, these two people from the Great Xia have come to steal our secrets, said the leader of the Night Lotus family, a tall and skinny young man. Seeing the heads of the families speak, others also glared at the two with hostile eyes.
Hee hee. Lin Zhe sneered, your forbidden area?
If I remember correctly, although this mountain range is the border between our two countries, this place should be within the territory of our Great Xia Kingdom, right? On the territory of the Great Xia, we Great Xia people can move freely.
Is there a problem? Even if I shit here, can you stop me?
You Jie Li people, rather than staying in your own home, sneak onto our Great Xia territory, isn't that already violating the peace agreement between our two countries?
You!
The leaders were all furious, but Lin Zhe hit the nail on the head, and they realized they were in the wrong, leaving them speechless for a moment. At this moment, the elder who had been hosting the meeting slowly stepped forward and spoke in a leisurely tone.
Even if what you say is true, so what?
Leaving facts aside, you came here and killed our bodyguards right away.
Don't you have any fault?
Don't forget, there are dozens of us here, and we have gathered the top experts from the four great families.
And you have only 2 people, and one of them is only level 40.
It's simply ridiculous.
As long as we kill you two and silence you, who would know what has happened here?
As soon as this was said, several other heads of families nodded in agreement, with sly smiles, the elder is right. The eyes of the crowd looked at Lin Zhe and Han Chun like hungry wolves spotting 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
Elder, heads of families.
At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. I, Warrior Haka, request to slay the 2 thieves.
The speaker was a dark-skinned, slender man covered in many strange totems.
His gaze held a calmness that seemed to disdain everything, and he held a curved knife in each hand. He hovered 3 inches above the ground, his feet not touching it.
Lin Zhe used a skill to check the opponent's information. Name, Haka. Profession, Yoga Warrior, A class. Level, 102, 5th rank.
As soon as Haka stepped out, the head of the spirit snake family immediately smiled with pride. Haka is the strongest warrior in our family, who has practiced yoga for decades, reaching the peak of power and speed at the same level, turning his body into a fighting machine. I think letting Haka fight may be overkill, but considering today is an important day, let Haka's yoga skills entertain everyone.
As soon as this was said, most people clapped eagerly. Great, we are going to see a good show.
Haka, hold back your strength for a bit. If the battle ends too quickly, it wouldn't be interesting.
However, a few other family members showed displeasure. They are showing off again.
Haka, with a blank expression, kept his feet suspended and slowly moved in front of Lin and Han. Then, he provocatively pointed at Han and said,
The one at level 90, come fight me. In the next second, Han Chun took a step forward.
However, Lin Zhe stopped him, saying calmly, let me do it, after all, we are doing a training exercise. Let me, as the student, have more opportunities to practice. Han Chun was about to speak, but then he hesitated. But the opponent is a 5th-tier warrior, so I can't be too reckless. Lin Zhe smiled, there's no helping it, I just want to progress too badly. After saying that, Lin Zhe stepped forward.
Is it you?
Haka sneered when he saw the challenger was that level 40 kid, and in a calm voice, he said, honestly, I'm a bit angry.
You little brat, do you think so little of me? Alright, since you want to challenge me, I'll grant you this wish. I hope you won't regret today's decision. To die by my knife, Haka the warrior, is your. Can you stop with the nonsense?
Lindsay interrupted directly, I have no time to waste on your chatter. The next second, Haka suddenly felt a powerful killing intent coming from behind him, and a swift black shadow slashed down at him. His eyes widened, and he reacted quickly. He didn't even look back, but instinctively raised his curved dagger above his head. Clang, he blocked the attack. Then, he kept his feet hovering and moved like a fish swimming in water, quickly distancing himself from the enemy behind him. However, even though he blocked the attack, Haka felt his hand go numb, and he heard a crack as his curved dagger developed a crack. What incredible strength! Looking at the enemy attacking him, it was a tall 2-meter-tall being, as dark as steel, with a pair of evil and proud horns on its head. This is a Rakshasa?
Haka immediately recognized the opponent.
Not only him, but the people around also recognized the Rakshasa king at once. This was because Rakshasas were evil spirits from the mythology of the Gali kingdom, and many of them had heard the stories since childhood. Even many adults would tell stories of Rakshasas eating people to scare disobedient children. However, everyone was seeing a living Rakshasa for the first time, so they were all dumbfounded. How could a Rakshasa really come out like this? Some people even started trembling all over. But the Rakshasa king ignored the whispers around him, his gaze fixated on Haka. On Haka's face, which was once full of pride, sweat the size of beads began to drip down. In the next instant, the Rakshasa king moved instantaneously, attacking Haka with a speed hard to catch with the naked eye.
Just upon seeing the legendary evil spirit, Haka was already terrified, and he dared not strike back.
His body twisted in the air like a fish trying to escape. But in an instant, he felt his feet firmly grabbed by the opponent, and I just felt my legs grow weak, stepping back several large steps. Those family heads and relatives had even retreated behind the crowd. At this moment, Lindsay stood in the center of the crowd and slowly spoke, Is this the level of the warriors from your Gali country? You can't even defeat my summoned beast. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly shocked. What? That Rakshasa is this Dasha person's summoned beast? Who exactly is this Dasha person? How could a level 40 summon our legendary evil Rakshasa? Everyone exchanged glances, completely thrown off balance. Just then, a sudden thud echoed through the crowd, the sound of a cane striking the ground. Everyone, be quiet. It was the elder who was hosting the meeting speaking. You are a group of cowards in front of a child. What kind of behavior is that? He scolded. Do we dare say Gali country cannot send out experts? Where is your pride? Where is your glory? His words made everyone lower their heads in shame. The elder is right. We are not lacking in personnel, said the head of the divine elephant family. The one who lost just now was from the spirit snake family, that was his own poor skill, not ours. That's right. We other families are not raising idlers, the heads of 2 other families echoed. The head of the spirit snake family turned pale with anger, yet had no strength to refute. Humph, and we never said this was a one-on-one duel, we can join forces, the head of the Holy River family added. This remark immediately received approval, and the warriors suddenly gained a lot of confidence, each raising their arms in cheers, ready to fight. So, that's how you want to play? Lindsay couldn't help but clap his hands. Humph, and so what? The head of the Holy River family shamelessly replied, in war, deceit is common. Do you really need to follow any rules when trying to defeat you? In the next second, 4 professional fighters stepped forward together. Leading them was a strong man, with a whistle, a massive white war elephant immediately appeared beneath him. Lindsay opened his scouting skill and saw that his profession was war elephant cavalry. A woman dressed in light fabric, showing her navel and veiled, raised her hands in front of her, striking a pose as if about to sing and dance. Her profession was singing Brahman. An elderly man, carrying a burden on his shoulder, with a spherical incense burner tied to each end, was emanating a strange aroma. His profession was spice sorcerer. Lastly, a scrawny man dressed like a beggar sat cross-legged, and his body hovered in mid-air. He played a long flute, and several venomous snakes immediately emerged from the ground, swaying to the rhythm of the music. His profession was snake dancer. The 4 professionals gradually surrounded Lindsay and the Rakshasa king. Wait a moment. At this time, a woman's voice emerged from the crowd. A plump lady stepped forward, handing each of the 4 professionals a plastic cup filled with a muddy brown liquid that looked thick and murky. Who are you? Lindsay watched the unfolding scene without interrupting their unclear preparations. However, the surrounding people became restless upon seeing the lady appear. Ah! It's Lady Ramida. Her profession is a culinary one, chef, but she is a national treasure of our country. It's said that her food can give buffs to professionals and has detoxifying, skin beautifying, and longevity effects. Yes, too bad she usually only cooks for a few clan leaders, us ordinary folks never get a chance to taste her creations. The lady looked quite proud, explaining to the 4 professionals. The drink in the cups is my special concoction, made from the water of our mother river. The special brew was crafted with various precious ingredients, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Wishing you victorious battles. The 4 professionals nodded with immense gratitude. When would they ever get to taste such exquisite food? They immediately downed the brown, mysterious liquid, even licking the cup walls, and exclaimed, "It's simply delicious." Lindsay watched, frowning deeply. Have these people never tasted good food in their lives? The pig feed from our village looks more appetizing than this. Little did he know, after the 4 professionals drank the liquid, they felt a surge of energy, and several beneficial buffs appeared on their status bar. So, can we finally start? The Rakshasa king twisted his neck, clearly a bit impatient. Alright, let's all attack together, shouted the war elephant rider. You, evil spirit, today I will act for justice and slay you, the snake dancer boldly challenged. At the same time, a strange scent-filled smoke enveloped the Rakshasa king, surrounding him completely. The spice sorcerer triumphantly declared, "Humph, after inhaling my aroma, all attributes will weaken. We are certain to win this battle." However, in the next second, the Rakshasa demon murmured from deep within his throat, "Killing machine, activate." Skill, killing machine. Once activated, every normal attack will definitely deal a critical hit, speed and attack speed increase to 1000%, immunity to negative states and mental control effects, lasts for 1 minute. In an instant, the spice sorcerer realized the Rakshasa king had vanished from the smoke, and his heart sank. Before he could react, a powerful elbow strike crashed into his forehead. Bang! The spice sorcerer's head burst open like a watermelon. You're seeking death. The war elephant rider charged forward on his white elephant like a moving fortress. However, in the next second, the Rakshasa king appeared on the back of the war elephant, and with a powerful kick of his leg, he sent the rider flying dozens of meters away. The war elephant lost control, barreling forward towards a cliff. It's mine. Han Shunfeng swiftly cast a net that captured the war elephant, pulling it into his pocket. Can you really not resist stealing when you see a summoned beast? Lin Zhe silently complained. Cough, what do you mean by steal? Is it stealing if it's about summoned beasts? This is called picking up. Han Shun argued. Meanwhile, the Rakshasa king had closed in on the snake dancer. The opponent played her flute, and immediately many poisonous snakes emerged from the ground, binding the Rakshasa king's body. At the same time, the enchanting female professional, a Brahma singer, began to sing and dance around the Rakshasa king, launching waves of exotic sonic attacks at him. But in the next second, the Rakshasa king easily broke free from the snake's grasp, twisting the heads of the 2 professionals off their shoulders. Truly, the title of evil spirit was well deserved. Brothers, tribe members, everyone attack together, the elder shouted. Just hold on a little longer, the abyss guest is almost here. As soon as the words abyss were spoken, Lin Zhe and Han exchanged a glance. Han realized, they really are plotting something regarding the abyss. Lin Zhe's expression turned serious. As humans, they actually want to ally with the abyss? Then, he ordered the Rakshasa king, go on a killing spree, leave no one behind. The Rakshasa king smiled, don't worry, even if you hadn't said it, I already intended to do so. Saying that, he rushed into the crowd, starting a massacre. Those people stood no chance against his assault, instantly suffering heavy casualties. This won't do. At this rate, we're doomed. The elder's gaze sharpened as he shouted to the 4 clan leaders in the crowd, all 4 families, heed my command, form a formation immediately. Upon hearing the elder's words, the 4 patriarchs widened their eyes. At this moment, the elder had closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, his body floating in midair, chanting incantations. After a brief hesitation, the 4 patriarchs also mimicked the elder's actions, soaring into the air and reciting the spells. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed dramatically, and the previously clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. Accompanied by several loud rumbles of thunder, 8 red lightning bolts descended vertically from the dark clouds, forming a neat octagonal formation on the ground. Lin Zhe, Han Chu, Shikan, and all the people of Gali except for the patriarchs and the elder, found themselves trapped within that formation. Oh no, we're done for. Han Chun exclaimed, his face turning pale. This Shiva's destruction array is no joke. What's that? Lin Zhe asked. Han Chun began to explain, Shiva is one of the 3 main gods in Gali's mythology, representing destruction. And the Shiva's destruction array is formed by their patriarch and elder together, summoning the power of destruction to indiscriminately strike all beings within the formation. If they successfully set up the array, everyone inside will turn to ashes. At this moment, those from Gali, seeing themselves trapped within the barrier formed by red lightning, showed expressions of terror. Patriarchs, elders. Why have you trapped us too? A warrior banged on the barrier, shouting loudly. Yeah, let us out quickly. I am your most loyal warrior. You can't do this.
But the elder merely chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "Humph, am I not giving you the chance to be loyal right now? To catch a big fish, one always needs to sacrifice some bait. Don't worry, I will remember your names in the roster, and your family will receive a substantial compensation." However, those warriors and servants clearly appreciated it not, and in that moment, they realized they had been betrayed, desperately pounding on the barrier and cursing their abandoning masters. Seeing this scene, Lindsay felt a deep sigh. The low-caste people in the eyes of the high-caste are probably worse than pigs and dogs. Let's think about what we should do next. Hansi said, "This formation is not a joke. I hope I won't die right after healing from my injuries." But noticing Lindsay's calm expression, he quickly thought of something. "Do you mean, you have a way out?" Meanwhile, in the thick black clouds above, a pair of eyes made of red lightning had already emerged, looking down from above like a god, scornfully gazing at the beings below. This indicated that the formation was about to take shape, and the power of destruction was about to descend. The elder laughed wildly. "Ha, don't be afraid, the power of destruction will turn you to ashes in an instant, and you won't feel any pain. Only this kind of death might be a bit too merciful for those two Dasha people." At this moment, Lindsay stepped forward, commanding the 5 people in midair. "Where is Amir, the patriarch of the Night Lotus clan? Stop the formation immediately and kneel before me." As soon as this was said, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes locking onto him. The 5 people floating in the air were also taken aback, glancing at Lindsay, then at Amir, their faces filled with curiosity. "Amir, do you know that kid?" one patriarch asked. "I don't know him." Amir quickly replied, "How could I know such an obscure Dasha person?" "Ha ha," another patriarch immediately laughed. "I think that kid is either crazy or trying to buy time." "Amir, he told you to kneel, will you kneel?" "Ha ha ha ha." Amir and the others erupted in laughter. "Does he think we are 3-year-old children? Using such clumsy tricks?" Han Songkai and Huan Shilu were embarrassed by their own faults. "Lindsay, I'm not saying this, but isn't your move a bit childish? Why don't we think of some other way?" However, Lindsay secretly smiled. Not long ago, his bodyguard Han Chi had sent him a list of the global guild leaders of the Shadow Demon Association. And in Gali country, the current branch leader was Amir, the chief of the Night Lotus tribe. He had glanced at that list before and didn't pay it much attention, until just now when he remembered that it was indeed true. In the next moment, a huge shadow demon appeared in front of Lindsay. "Amir, aren't you going to kneel?" The little lowly Nora pretended to have a rough, deep voice. Amir had been laughing uncontrollably, but upon seeing the shadow demon, his expression froze instantly. Their Night Lotus tribe was originally ranked a bit lower than the other 3 tribes, and it was only after offering part of their souls to the shadow demon and borrowing power that they climbed to an equal position today. Wait. Amir suddenly realized, could that young man from Dasha be? Yes, his name is Lindsay. How could I not remember? Our new global president's name is indeed this. He hit his own head, leaving the other tribal leaders dumbfounded. And this also meant that if he killed Lindsay today, he would die the next second. In the next moment, Amir directly stopped forming formations, and whoosh, he flew to the ground, kneeling on both knees. "President Lindsay, I did not know you were here. I've committed a grave mistake, please punish me, but I beg you to spare my life." Everyone was stunned to see his action. "Amir, are you crazy?" The tribal leaders and elders all shouted. "You actually knelt before a Dasha person? When did you start doing this behind our backs?" And in this moment, the nearly formed Shiva extermination array gradually began to dissipate, the color of the red lightning fading, and the red eyes in the sky also slowly disappeared into the clouds. "Amir, hurry up and come back!" An elder shouted in anger. However, in the next instant, a swift black shadow had already approached him from behind. "Old man, I heard you wanted to kill my leader?" The Rakshasa king spoke in a cold voice. After the formation's barrier disappeared, he rushed up immediately. "Ah, no." The elder stammered in fear. Before he could finish his sentence, the Rakshasa king delivered a flying kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. The other 3 tribal leaders were also panicking. "Why, you better not come closer." However, within 3 seconds, they were all kicked to the ground. Ouch! The elders and tribal leaders tumbled down in a mess, numerous fractures, crying out in pain. They had probably never felt so humiliated in their entire lives. "Leave the cleanup work to me, I'll go wipe them out," Han Shi said. "No rush." Lindsay remained calm, a look of enjoyment on his face. "Someone will take care of them for us." As several elders and tribal leaders tried to get up, the warriors and servants immediately surrounded them. "What are you waiting for? Help me up." A few of them, embarrassed and angry, vented their frustration on the servants. However, in the next second, they sensed something was off. The faces of the people surrounding them all carried hatred and resentment. "Why you? What do you want to do?" The tribal leaders and elders started to panic. "Let me tell you, don't mess around, recognize your identity. You lowly servants. In the next second, every so-called servant pulled out a weapon and began to strike at the tribal leaders and elders. With a sword from one, an axe from another, a hammer from yet another, each person expressed decades of unfairness and humiliation in the simplest and most brutal ways. Ah! The screams in the center of the crowd rose and fell, then gradually weakened, before settling into permanent silence. Han Songshan couldn't help but exclaim, as the saying goes, water can carry a boat, and it can also capsize it. The ancient words of the Great Xia Kingdom do not lie. Chapter 142, Abyss Boss, Void Manted. Before long, several clan leaders and elders had been executed by the enraged crowd. Only the leader of the Night Lotus clan, Amir, took advantage of the chaos to crawl to Lin Zhe's feet and began to plead for mercy. President Lin Zhe, I have realized my mistakes, shouldn't this count as a small merit? Please be lenient with me. Lin Zhe showed no obvious expression, coldly stating. Did I not give orders that all members of the guild must no longer engage in acts harmful to Great Xia? What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Amir's face turned pale with panic, and he quickly kowtowed to the ground. It was a moment of confusion for me. The elders and the other three major families urged us to join this action. I was forced to participate for the status and honor of the Night Lotus clan. Lin Zhe asked with interest, explain your actions to me. Amir began to recount. Just a month ago, several of our family's mountain climbing enthusiasts accidentally passed by here, and heard a voice calling their names. They followed the voice and found a secret realm's teleportation portal sealed by a barrier. The voice claimed to be a visitor from the abyss and said that if they helped him open the barrier, he would grant them power. The elders and the other three families were very interested, knowing full well this is the territory of Great Xia, yet still sneaked here. Of course, I had no choice but to follow. After sacrificing a few living people, that teleportation portal instantly spat out a stone called the Abyss Core. We swallowed it, and sure enough, our powers increased significantly, and our minds suddenly became exceptionally clear, as if we could see through everything in the world. As Amir spoke, a hint of obsession flickered in his eyes, while Lin Zhe slightly frowned. He thought to himself, they have clearly succumbed to the temptations of the abyss, and they actually ate the Abyss Core? Amir continued, however, that feeling was fleeting, and everyone felt unsatisfied. The voice from the portal said that as long as we continued to offer living people to him, he could provide us with even greater power. And today just happens to be the day he manifests. He can bestow the blessings of the abyss upon us, making us the top beings among humankind. Thus, what happened just now? So, for the past month, you have been in contact with the things from the abyss, offering him living people? Lin Zhe asked. Why yes. Amir replied, feeling guilty, but immediately defended himself. I swear, I have always been against it, I was just forced. Enough, no need to say more. Lin Zhe coldly interrupted him, then gestured to Nora. Nora understood, and directly extracted Amir's soul from his sea of consciousness. In the next second, Amir's heart suddenly stopped beating, and he collapsed to the ground. Han Songshan was stunned. He is dead? How did you do that? Also, I wanted to ask earlier, why did he call you president? It's nothing special. Lin Zhe shrugged, casually stating, I just accidentally became the global president of the Shadow Demon Guild. Shadow Demon Guild? Han Songshan exclaimed, you mean, that largest assassin organization in the world? Don't worry, I have already reformed them. Lin Zhe waved his hand, then pointed at Amir's corpse. Those who violate the rules meet such an end. Han Songshan thought to himself, Lin Zhe, oh Lin Zhe. How many more hidden cards do you still have up your sleeve? At the same time, those warriors and servants, after killing their clan leader, marched neatly towards Lin Zhe and then all knelt down on the ground, bowing their heads and said, Guests from the Great Xia, we were all forced by the clan heads and elders to act disrespectfully towards you. Please, spare us. This is really troublesome. Han Shuang chuckled and said, I think we should contact the border soldiers to come and handle this. Lin Zhe was about to make a decision when, at that moment, a very gloomy voice suddenly echoed from ahead. The human race is truly a fragile and laughable species, always so quick to divide internally, leading to various conflicts. The voice wasn't loud, it was more like a low mumble, but it reached everyone's ears. And mixed within the language was an eerie clicking sound, like the sound made by the mandibles of some insect. Everyone curiously looked in the direction of the voice. The sound clearly came from the portal to the secret realm. Meanwhile, viscous black unknown substances started pouring out from the portal. Lin Zhe's heart immediately skipped a beat. This is bad, the abyss is invading reality. And Han Shuang, upon seeing the scene, also felt as though they were facing a great enemy. This ominous feeling is exactly the same as what we encountered a year ago in the secret realm. As the black liquid gradually flowed out like a flood breaking its banks, a creature also crawled out of the portal, as though it was being birthed. Click click. The creature continued to make that chilling sound. Then, everyone clearly saw its appearance.
It was a creature resembling a praying mantis, but it was taller than an adult, its whole body covered in black exoskeletons, and it had a metallic hardness to it. A pair of huge serrated sides appeared extraordinarily sharp. Unlike a mantis, its body didn't have just 3 pairs of legs, but like a centipede or millipede, it was covered with long segmented legs on both sides of its body, looking quite terrifying. The most horrifying part was its triangular head, above the mandibles, where a mass of dense eyes covered the entire area. The many eyes blinked irregularly, each of them sizing up the people in front of it. Seeing this strange mantis, the people of Gari Kingdom all retreated in terror. This is the abyssal guest that the elders and clan leaders mentioned? This is clearly a monster. What have we done? Have we been raising such a monster for half a year? Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, with sharp senses, noticed Han Shuang's gaze fixed tightly on the mantis. This clearly wasn't his usual demeanor. Shu A. Shu A. He tapped the other person. Han Shui suddenly regained his senses and said, his voice trembling, "It's him. He is the monster that killed my student and caused both Duan Feng and me to be injured. Boss Victor of the Void. Race, Abyss. Level, 100. Health, 1 million. Skills, Void Jump, Blade Burial. Expand to see details." When the monster's information appeared, Han Shui exclaimed, "Wait, its level is higher than a year ago." Click click. At that moment, the mantis made its chilling sound again. In the next second, its many eyes spun wildly, and the pair of membrane wings on its back spread open. A loud shriek echoed from its mandibles. Then, the people of Gari Kingdom all suddenly covered their heads with their hands, each of them looking extremely painful. Some staggered and couldn't stand, some started rolling on the ground, and others even crazily slammed their heads on the floor. But soon after, almost all of them went quiet at the same time. They each had vacant eyes, then turned around. Like zombies, those beings from the Gali nation lunged towards Lin Zhe and Han Shui. P.S. Tomorrow will be 2025, wishing all friends who read this can be happy and successful in the new year. Chapter 143, Don't You Like to Blink? Seeing those Gali people instantly turn into zombie-like creatures, both Lin Zhe and Han Shui's eyes sank. At the same time, the description of those people changed to corrupted humans, showing a unified template of little monster information. This meant they had all turned into enemies of humanity. What the hell is going on? Han Shui asked. They have been corrupted by the abyssal power of that void mantis, Lin Zhe said calmly. Meanwhile, the void mantis was spreading its membranous wings in the distance, emitting high-frequency screeches, as if it was sending a signal. To be able to corrupt beings of other races into their subordinates, this is the fundamental reason why the abyss is called the cancer of all races, Lin Zhe continued to explain. After facing abyssal enemies several times, he already understood the characteristics of the abyss well. However, upon hearing this, Han Shui showed some panic, which was quite uncharacteristic of his usual carefree demeanor. Lin Zhe knew that since he had lost to that mantis and had witnessed one of his students being killed by it, the shadow in his heart still lingered. Ding! You have a new mission, resolve this abyssal crisis. Reward, 1 lottery draw, designated as S-Class this time. At that moment, Lin Zhe's system popped up a notification. Ha! A mission? His eyes lit up, and this time, the reward is designated as S-Class, pretty good. Meanwhile, those corrupted Gali people were all gnashing their teeth, pouncing toward the two. But in the next second, the Rakshasa King's figure flashed by like a swift black lightning, weaving through the horde of zombies. 3 seconds later, the Rakshasa King stood before the two, striking a rather cool pose. All the zombies froze, falling into a dead silence. In the next instant, the heads of all the zombies nearly dropped simultaneously, rolling on the ground. Then, their bodies also swayed and fell down. Kill corrupted humans, experience plus 8,600, trigger double effect trait, additional plus 4,300, lifespan plus 8,600 days. Kill corrupted humans, experience plus 7,200, trigger double effect trait, additional plus 3,600, lifespan plus 7,200 days. Dozens of experience prompts began to pop up before him, but Lin Zhe disdainfully said, "TSK, the experience given is too little." Seeing all the little monsters cleared in an instant, the oddly shaped void mantis tilted its triangular head, seeming to feel some surprise. Clack, clack, you human is indeed somewhat powerful, clack, clack, it emitted that strange sound again. Then, in a sudden moment, the mantis's whole figure disappeared from sight. Be careful. Lin Zhe's expression changed sharply, instinctively sensing danger approaching. In the next instant, a sharp black shadow appeared behind him, a giant serrated scythe slashing toward him. Clang! Lin Zhe quickly reacted, blocking with the blade of the firmament. However, just as the metallic clash sounded, the mantis's figure vanished again and instantly appeared at Lin Zhe's side. Don't even think about hurting the leader. The Rakshasa King quickly rushed over, blocking the scythe with a kick. But in that moment of blocking, the mantis vanished once more. Such fast speed.
Lin Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. However, the enemy did not give him time to marvel. In an instant, the strange figure appeared before Han Shui. Be careful. Lin Zhe's face turned grim. Based on Han Shui's usual performance, he didn't have to worry too much. However, given his current mental state, I'm afraid. At the same time, the enemy sickle had already been swung at Han Xuanai's body, but Han Xuanai remained motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. Lin Zhe silently cursed, this is bad. Smack! Han Xuanai's body was sliced in half by the sickle, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Hurry up! Keep going, don't stop. He and the Demon King both charged towards the mantis. But the mantis quickly blinked out of existence and retreated behind. Click, click, that's it. Huff! The many eyes on the mantis's head spun wildly, blinking, emitting a smug sound. So fast, one down already, hee, click, click. Lin Zhe looked beside him again, and saw Han Xuanai's body had fallen to the ground, a tragic sight. The blood mist was still floating in the air, lingering and not dissipating. Wait a minute, this blood mist. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something. During the newcomers' welcome tournament, Han Xuanai's body also turned into a blood mist. Lin Zhe's eyes glinted, and his lips curled into a smile, so that's how it is. He immediately walked into the blood mist, knelt before Han Xuanai's body, and cried out, Whoa, Xuanai, you died so horribly. Then, he turned his head and said to the mantis fiercely, You damn insect, you killed my companion. I will never forgive you. Hee, interesting. Click, click. Your appearance reminds me of another human. The mantis, now in a favorable position, began to speak slowly. A year ago, I encountered another human. Click, click. At that time, his strength was on par with mine, but after I killed one of his companions, he immediately broke down, eventually falling under my sickle. Click, click. When facing the death of your kind, humans always become extremely sensitive and fragile. Truly, what an inferior race. Click, click. Then, the mantis slowly raised its large sickles and said to Lin Zhe, Alright, accept reality, and peacefully become a soul under my blade. As soon as its voice fell, its body flickered and reappeared within the blood mist where Lin Zhe stood. Die! The mantis raised its sickle high. However, the next moment, it felt a sudden dizziness, as its countless eyes blinked at once. What's going on? It spoke in confusion. Lin Zhe immediately grinned, thinking to himself, as expected. The body was Han Xuanai's, and the blood mist could weaken the enemy. And the mantis's true body, right now, still had no idea where it was hiding, so it seems my previous worry was unnecessary. Taking advantage of the mantis's unawareness, Lin Zhe's sword was about to strike. But just then, a familiar voice rang in his ear, Alright, the student activity ends here. In the next instant, Lin Zhe felt a shift in space, and when he regained his senses, he found himself 20 meters away from the mantis. The place he had just been, Han Xuanai's body was gone. He heard Han Xuanai's voice with a smile, then continued, Now, it's the teacher's turn to teach. The next second, a cage made of black energy descended from the sky, trapping both the mantis and Han Xuanai. What is this? The mantis's voice revealed the first trace of fear. A gift for you. Han Xuanai's voice sounded as if he had revived, full of vitality. At the same time, both of his hands now held long, straight knives. The mantis, still in a dazed state, unable to maintain its combat power, immediately tried to blink out of existence to escape. But to its surprise, it banged into the black energy barrier. Hee, don't you like blinking around? Keep going. Han Xuanai's voice was filled with strange excitement. Yes, that is indeed the supreme faith object of the elf clan, the World Tree. Han Xuanji said. Lin Zhe had learned from high school books that the elf clan ranks B among the myriad races, second only to S, deities, demons, and A, dragons, blood clans, making them a high-level race. The elves excel in nature magic, and the World Tree is the source of their magic in life. By the way, Lin Zhe had previously encountered fairies, who are a branch of the elf clan. Before them, the great tree stood between heaven and earth, and one can imagine its grandeur and splendor before it was polluted. But now, under the blood-red sky, its crown and trunk were eroded by the abyss, appearing as dark as ink. From a distance, it looked like a black giant tower. As the eyes wandered over the surrounding land, every inch of soil was stained by that blackness, presenting a scene of withered desolation. This was a forest a year ago, Han said in shock. I didn't expect it to have decayed to this state now. There were no plants in the fields, replaced instead by thick purple-black tendrils, which had a texture between plants and flesh. At the tips of the tendrils, some had grown leaf-like membranes, while others had funnel-shaped structures resembling flowers, looking very strange. And some giant bees, half a person's height, were wandering among those flowers, collecting the juice inside. The sight made one unable to help but frown. It seems that the level of erosion here has deepened a lot. At that moment, those giant bees also noticed the two's arrival, all raising their tendrils to observe for 2 seconds. Then, like beasts discovering fresh prey, they pounced towards them. Abyss Soldier Bee. Race, Abyss. Level, 60. Health, 30,000. Skills, Bee Poison Sting, Summon Friends. Dozens of giant soldier bees buzzed their wings, roaring like small fighter jets charging towards the two. However, Lindsay and Han immediately took action. Nora, it's your turn this time. Lindsay ordered. Yes, master.
In the next moment, a large sword covered in shadows flew towards the dense hive of bees. Then, she began to weave effortlessly through the swarm, sometimes drawing straight lines, sometimes making circles, instantly slicing the bodies of a dozen bees into several pieces. Next, Nora swung the large sword forward, activating her talent, Icy Heart, causing her attack to attach ice attributes.
Suddenly, all the soldier bees in a fan-shaped area turned into ice sculptures.
Then, the large sword struck again, shattering into a pile of ice shards. Meanwhile, Han had, he didn't know when, already taken out 2 crossbows in each hand, beginning to shoot bolts in all directions like a machine gun, with each bolt carrying a random attribute. Kill Abyss Soldier Bee, experience plus 600, trigger talent twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 300. Kill Abyss Soldier Bee, experience plus 600, trigger talent twice the result with half the effort, extra plus 300. Experience notifications kept popping up above their heads. Soon, under their combined attack, the ground was already piled high with the remains of soldier bees. And the few soldier bees left in the sky also stopped attacking, each hovering in midair. Hiss hiss hiss. They seemed to be discussing something, and in the next second, they all retreated at once. Don't go yet, I haven't earned enough experience. Lindsay looked at the retreating backs of the bees and immediately ordered Nora to chase after them. However, just then, both of them suddenly felt something flying towards them, and they quickly stepped back. In the next second, several arrows landed at the spot they had just paused, with blue magical energy still swirling around the arrowheads. Upon seeing this, the two felt a sense of foreboding. All eyes narrowed. Then, a dense sound of footsteps surrounded them, and they saw dozens of agile figures quickly encircle the two. Upon closer inspection, they were all tall and slender, regardless of gender, with fair skin, light-colored hair, and prominent faces with long, pointed ears on each side. Oh, are they elves? Han Shuai exclaimed in surprise. Lindsay quickly realized that these people were indeed elves, and judging by their appearance, they seemed unaffected by the abyss's corruption. At that moment, each elf held a bow, drawing it back and aiming their arrows at the two. What do you want? The giant sword controlled by Nora immediately blocked in front of Lindsay. I want to ask you the same thing. A female voice among the elves sounded unapologetic. Then, an elven woman stepped forward, her expression proud, questioning Lindsay and the others. What are you two humans doing here? Her delicate features were highlighted by a pair of beautiful lake blue eyes. Her shoulder-length, light golden hair looked more noble than that of the other elves. She wore a fitted leather armor skirt, which could barely conceal her striking curves. Her lower body revealed jade-like white legs, and on her right leg, she had a leather ring to store daggers and other weapons. For a moment, Lindsay and Han Shuai were a bit mesmerized. This elven girl, let me explain, Han Shuai started. But halfway through, he was immediately scolded by the other elves. Show some respect. You are facing our Princess Mia. A princess? Han Shuai and Lindsay both looked quite surprised. Hadn't the elven race all been corrupted by the abyss? How could there still be a princess? Seeing the surprise and doubt on their faces, the elves displayed displeasure and tightened their bows even further. Such disrespectful humans. Princess Mia, I think we should execute them right here. Enough, don't create unnecessary trouble. The elf called Princess Mia waved her hand, signaling them not to act rashly. Then, she looked at the two with icy eyes. Now, tell me who you truly are and why you are here. Well, this elven girl. Oh no, princess, let's talk reason. Han Shuai continued speaking. Then, he roughly explained the reason and background of their arrival. After listening to their story, the group of elves felt that the two had no hostility and slightly lowered their guard. However, soon Mia's face revealed a hint of disdain. So, you plan to defeat the abyss with just the two of you? That's right. Lindsay answered directly. Mia looked at him as if he were a fool, examining him from head to toe. Being just a human, don't you think you are overly naive? Don't talk about just the two of you, even with dozens of our elite elves. After all these years, we have not been able to deal with those endless bugs. Not to mention defeating the abyss, we can't even get close to the world tree. As she spoke, her face showed clear anger and frustration, but when her gaze turned to Lindsay, she found that he had a pitying expression on his face towards the weak. What kind of look is that? Mia immediately felt both shy and angry, and her cheeks blushed, making her look even more beautiful. I didn't say anything? Lindsay was a bit confused. Clearly, his expression was unintentionally revealing. Why am I wasting so many words with you two? Mia stomped her foot in anger and turned her back. In any case, my advice to you is to immediately turn back. Of course, if you insist on continuing, I won't stop you, just don't blame me when you don't know how you die.
After saying the final words, Mia. She waved to her clansmen. Then, all the elves turned into shadows in an instant and quickly disappeared.
On the desolate land, only Lin Zhe and Han Shuang remained.
Chapter 146, A Million Armies, What Can They Do to Me?
The two saw a group of elves hurriedly come and then hurriedly leave. Both were somewhat confused.
What's going on? Lin Zhe asked, why is there suddenly an elf princess?
It seems they are the remnants of the elf tribe, Han Shuang replied. They must have escaped the abyss calamity and have been hiding nearby.
And from what the princess said, they should have been looking for a chance for revenge, but they couldn't get close to the World Tree, Lin Zhe speculated, which means, there must be something guarding the area around the World Tree? It should be so, Han Shuang said. Then let's hurry to the World Tree, Lin Zhe said anxiously. After purifying the World Tree, we should be able to complete the mission for this world. Of course, there were tasks assigned by the system too.
After saying that, he started moving towards the direction of the World Tree.
Wait a minute. Han Shuang called out.
Han Shuang continued, what that elf girl said does make some sense. Relying on just the two of us to purify the World Tree might be a bit far-fetched, don't you think? So, my suggestion is to immediately report back and let the border troops send more forces to solve the issue here.
That's not acceptable.
Lin Zhe was suddenly anxious and blurted out.
What's not acceptable? Han Shuang asked.
Lin Zhe quickly put on a smile. What I mean is, if we waste any more time, the abyss is about to invade Blue Star.
Yet, what he was really thinking was, of course, if someone else comes, won't my S-rank reward go down the drain? Anyway, since we are here, let's continue to explore for a bit.
Lin Zhe said, and immediately summoned his Sky Eagle mount, riding it up.
Here we go, Han Shuang had no choice but to follow. The two rode for about 10 minutes, and they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The black, giant tower-like world tree seemed to be getting closer to them.
At that moment, a loud horn suddenly sounded from the direction of the world tree, sounding like a charge for battle. Lin Zhe and Han Shuang paused, both feeling a sense of unease.
In the next second, they heard a sound like "oh-oh-at-it" coming from the ground all around them. Then, countless white insects emerged from the black soil.
These white insects quickly crawled onto the ground. They were about the size of ants but stood as tall as a person. Moreover, each ant was wielding a different weapon, with options ranging from melee, ranged, light arms, to heavy arms.
Abyss Ant. Race, Abyss. Level, 60.
Health, 50,000. In an instant, the two were surrounded by a heavy army of ants. But that wasn't all. They felt a huge black shadow swiftly pass overhead. Looking up, they saw a giant wasp floating in the sky, at least 100 meters long, appearing out of nowhere.
In the next second, from the end of the wasp's abdomen, countless warrior wasps flew out.
Suddenly, the army of wasps and ants occupied the sky and ground, rushing toward the two like a dark wave.
What the heck, is this a wasp mothership?
Lin Zhe shouted, then said, curious, looks like the obstacles that the elf princess mentioned are these guys, right?
Hey, don't take it lightly. Han Shuang warned as the enemy surged like a tidal wave. Do you think their numbers are a bit excessive? Isn't that a good thing?
Lin Zhe smiled casually, I was just worried I had nowhere to level up.
In the next second, the demon queen Lilith appeared in front of the two. Master, you haven't summoned me in so long. Lilith immediately began to act cute. You count yourself, how many chapters are there? Annoying.
Han Chunchun suddenly saw a hot and sexy demon, and was shocked. Then, tears of envy ran down the corners of his mouth without control.
Lin Zhe, this is your fault. Why didn't you say, you still have such a summoned beast? Should let the teacher study it well.
Lin Zhe's mouth twitched, you old pervert who has been single for years, your abacus beads flew right at my face.
Yo, who is this handsome old man? Lilith said to Han Chun with a smile, did Master take in a new adopted son again? What kind of nonsense is that?
Han Chun frowned, and if he is handsome, just say handsome, why add the word old?
Alright, you two stop joking.
Lin Zhe looked at the endless army rushing like tide and said, Lilith, show them some color. Okay, Master, Lilith answered softly and sweetly. Next second, she flew lightly into the sky, swung her whip and lashed toward those bugs. You lowly slaves, hurry and pledge loyalty to your queen.
Lilith's eyes showed a cold light. Charm effect activated.
One by one, the bugs suddenly turned direction and started attacking their own kind. And under the influence of the skill, virology, the charm effect began to spread fast from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Lilith looked playfully at the chaotic enemy army, and flew back to Lin Zhe's side, Master, how did I do? But just then, black energy particles began to wrap around those out-of-control bug soldiers. The bug soldiers who were killing each other suddenly seemed to wake up, and stopped their actions. After pausing for a second, they rushed toward Lin Zhe and others again.
The charm effect is gone? Lin Zhe was a bit surprised. Those particles, what are they? Lilith stomped her foot angrily and cursed, "Who on earth broke my queen's control?" Han Chun looked at the situation and said nervously, "Lin Zhe, are you messing this up? Should we retreat first?" "No need to rush."
Lin Zhe gave a crooked smile, "This is just the beginning." Next second, Flame Demon, Hellhound, Demon Dragon, Shadow Demon, Rakshasa King were all summoned.
Ah, it's been so long since we had a real team fight. Flame Demon Barrows stretched his body. Roar. The Demon Dragon also let out an excited roar. "Shall we compete again to see who kills more?" Shadow Demon Nora said without mercy. "Just what I wanted."
Rakshasa King cracked his fingers with loud pops.
Woof woof.
Then, the 6 demon soldiers split into 6 paths and rushed into the enemy army without hesitation. In an instant, fire, thunder, ice, shadow, physical, all kinds of colorful attacks exploded everywhere on the battlefield. And with Hellhound's Treasure Snatcher skill, Lin Zhe started receiving constant loot pickup alerts. Though all were low-level gear not worth a look, they could still be exchanged for many copper coins. The bug soldiers had no way to resist such fierce attacks, and were immediately killed in large numbers.
Han Chun couldn't help shouting, "Hey, this is a bit too much, Lin Zhe, are you sure this isn't cheating?" Lin Zhe thought, honestly, it's almost like cheating. But soon, he noticed a problem. Even though the battlefield was covered with corpses, not a single experience point notice popped up. That's not right, something's fishy. He frowned slightly. Next second, the same black energy particles rose again from the dead soldiers, quickly healing their wounds. Before long, the bugs lying on the ground all stood up again, even those that had turned into broken limbs were back to normal. PS also put a concept image of Mia in, author's note. Chapter 147, I Alone Am the Demon Legion. At the same time as Lin Zhe fought against the Abyssal Insect Army, dozens of elves were stationed in an inconspicuous underground cave nearby. Though the facilities here were simple, they were still adequately supplied, seemingly a refuge. At the end of the cave, a crude throne was set up, and a remarkably graceful elven woman sat upon it. It was Princess Mia. Just then, an elven soldier stepped forward to report, "Your Highness, we have detected that the 2 human adventurers have not retreated, they are now surrounded by the Abyssal Insect Army." Poof. Princess Mia's expression was somewhat displeased. "It's truly hard to advise the cursed ones. I warned them, yet they still did not listen, they deserve this." The thought of Lin Zhe's defiant demeanor made her grind her teeth in anger, she had never seen such arrogance and pride in her life. "Well, they must be dead by now, right?" she hurriedly asked. The soldier awkwardly replied, "They are actually at an advantage right now." "What did you say?" Mia was immediately shocked and stood up. "Are you sure you aren't mistaken? They can hold an advantage with just 2 people? And no mistake." The soldier stammered, "In fact, to be precise, it's that younger one among them who's battling the entire Abyssal army alone." What? How is that possible?" Mia felt a bit dizzy, unable to believe what was being said. After a while, she calmed down and said, "But even so, so what? If it's just those insects, they are completely manageable by our elven race. The difficulty lies in the fact that those insects can revive." At the same time, watching the enemy they killed come back to life, Lin Zhe and the demons also wore confused expressions. Upon seeing those black energy particles again, Lin Zhe finally realized, those black particles must be cast by enemy units similar to priests, capable of reviving, healing, and removing negative states. These priests are likely hidden among the enemy troops, we must find a way to take them out first. However, if we distract the demons to search for them, they won't have the capacity to deal with the numerous enemy troops. After all, the number of demons is limited. Ding! You have a temporary additional task. Please completely eliminate the insect army, reward, 1 system lottery chance. Another task? Lin Zhe instantly became interested. But, how can I restrain these insects? He furrowed his brow in thought. Suddenly, Lin Zhe remembered something, "Oh right, I almost forgot." After he reclaimed the city of Black Clouds in the Hell Realm last time, he obtained the Mother of Spirits Nest, a facility capable of breeding small demons. He had yet to summon even once. System, how many demons have been generated so far? Current number of demons generated by the Mother of Spirits Nest, 32,089. Wow, so many? Lin Zhe immediately felt energized. Now, there's going to be a good show. He quickly drew a circle in the air with the portal device in his hand, and in the next moment, an emerald-framed oval portal formed before him. Then, a few small demons with pointed ears, sharp noses, and red skin poked their heads out from inside. Master. They bowed fearfully upon seeing Lin Zhe. "Notify all demons, we have a battle to fight," Lin Zhe commanded. A few small demons leaped up excitedly upon receiving the order. "Great! We feel like we're about to rust. We were born to fight."
Then, the leading small demon raised an iron sword and shouted, "Brothers, the entire army charges." Immediately, a flurry of chattering sounds followed, as various small demons rushed out from the portal endlessly. Including imps, bat demons, and eye demons, they instantly engaged in battle with the insect soldiers.
Among the imps, some wielded melee weapons, responsible for close combat with the enemy's ground troops.
Others were mages, responsible for casting fireballs from the back. They formed two neat lines, releasing fireballs in waves. When the first line finished casting, the second line would start, and so on, working in perfect harmony. The bat demons fought against the corrupted flying soldiers in the sky. Meanwhile, the eye demons floated at a lower altitude, targeting both ground and aerial forces, each shooting out searing beams of light from their large eyes, cutting down enemies in their path. There were also fewer specialized imps that were much larger and stronger than the regular imps, equivalent to strongmen, each holding heavy weapons and charging into battle. In an instant, the scene transformed from a few demons against an army into a true battlefield, the tide of battle shifting once again.
At the same time, 10 hellhounds had already located a few corrupt millipede priests hidden in the enemy's rear.
Each of them chanted strange whispers, twisting their elongated bodies, waving their staffs, as black energy particles emitted forth, reviving the fallen insect soldiers. The hellhounds immediately launched an attack, but the enemy was also well prepared, with several elite monsters, the corrupted beetle guards, appearing suddenly. Each held massive hammers and wore heavy shells, standing like iron fortresses before the hounds. However, the next second, the fire demon and the Rakshasa king appeared simultaneously. "Humph, you won't take my kills," the fire demon declared assertively. "Hee, we'll see who's stealing from whom," replied the Rakshasa king without backing down. The two demons clashed with each other, beginning their assault on the beetle guards. The fire demon swung the molten heavy hammer, empowered by the everlasting flame, dealing around 5 million damage with each swing, shredding through the guards' defenses as if they were made of paper. The Rakshasa king unleashed the slaughter machine skill, simultaneously stacking his newly acquired hearts of innocence and eyes of slaughter. Talent, Heart of Innocence. When not wearing any equipment, attack power is increased by 500%. Skill, Eye of Slaughter. When activated, it reveals the enemy's weaknesses, doubling damage when attacking those weaknesses. He disregarded the guard's heavy armor, landing a direct kick to the heart which instantly dealt over 5 million damage. As several beetle guards fell in response, the fire demon and the Rakshasa king charged toward the millipede priests. Little did they know, during this moment of distraction, Nora and Lilith had already dashed in ahead, swiftly slaying the priests. The fire demon and the Rakshasa king were puzzled as they shouted together, "Why are you stealing our kills?" It was their most united moment ever. "The monsters don't have your names written on their faces, how can it be stealing?" Lilith said lightly. "Exactly. If you call out to it, will it respond to you?" Nora added, also feeling proud. The two demons were left speechless by their words. With the priests eliminated, the frontline soldiers finally stopped reviving, causing a significant drop in enemy numbers. However, the giant hornet in the sky was still continuously sending in reinforcements below. But the next moment, a shadow like a dark cloud loomed over it, as a demon dragon using the skill Sky and Earth Law clamped down on it with its jaws, followed by a thunderball that dealt over 20 million damage. In almost an instant, the hornet was killed, its massive corpse crashing down, shaking the ground below. Han Sicheng watched as Lin Zhe stood idle but managed to wipe out all the enemy forces by himself. His mouth had turned into a big O shape, completely forgetting how to close. "What? You alone are an army?" Chapter 148, The Shock of the Elf Princess. In an instant, Han Suowan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Zhe, experience points finally began to pop up, continuously rolling in like a geyser. Kill Abyssal Soldier B, experience plus 400, triggered talent, effortless achievement, extra plus 200 lifespan plus 400 days. Kill Abyssal Soldier Ant, experience plus 400, triggered talent, effortless achievement, extra plus 200 lifespan plus 400 days. Kill Corrupted Beetle Guard, experience plus 10,000, triggered talent, effortless achievement, extra plus 5,000 lifespan plus 10,000 days. Kill Corrupted Centipede Priest, experience plus 4,000, triggered talent, effortless achievement, extra plus 2,000 lifespan plus 4,000 days. Kill Wasp Mothership, experience plus 30,000, triggered talent, effortless achievement, extra plus 15,000 lifespan plus 30,000 days. Congratulations, you leveled up. Current level, level 41. Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon leveled up. Current level, level 28. Congratulations, your summoned beast hellhound leveled up. Current level, level 51. Congratulations, your summoned beast shadow demon leveled up. Current level, level 81. Current remaining total lifespan, 1,524 years and 185 days. Wow, finally leveled up. Lin Zhe exclaimed with joy, and I didn't even notice I gained so much lifespan? Ding. Insect army completely annihilated, reward, 1 lottery draw.
Great, let me draw immediately.
Lin Zhe quickly opened the lottery interface and spun the wheel.
Congratulations, you drew the talent, charged strike, a grade.
Talent, charged strike. Attacks can be charged, increasing damage by 5% for every second of charging, with no limit on charging time.
Wow, this skill is interesting?
After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe decided this powerful skill only suited the fire demon, so he gave it to him. At this moment, 6 demons and a mighty army of little ghosts surrounded Lin Zhe. Then, they unexpectedly knelt on one knee in perfect unison before Lin Zhe. This scene made Han's heart race with fear. This was indeed a real demon army.
Who could have thought that these fierce, evil, or enchanting demons would be so obediently controlled by a student nearby?
Lin Zhe, oh Lin Zhe, what kind of monster are you? Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As Lin Zhe looked at the thousands of demons surrounding him, he felt a genuine sense of being a king for the first time, his heart swelling with excitement. At that moment, the fire demon Baros suddenly spoke, "My lord, just now Lilith and Nora stole my monsters." "That's right," the demon king quickly added, "this is simply unjust, the leader must uphold justice for us."
Humph.
Lilith rolled her eyes at the two big ghost boys, how stingy.
Exactly.
Nora pulled down her eyelid with one hand, stuck out her tongue, and made a face at them, bloop bloop bloop. The little dragon and the dogs also took the chance to cheer excitedly.
Damn, Lin Zhe's expression broke. Can't you let me pretend for a moment?
Meanwhile, in a nearby elf refuge,
Princess Mia was restless on her throne, muttering to herself, I wonder how those 2 humans are doing now? Especially that younger boy. Ah.
She then realized her thoughts were a bit off. Why do I care about that human?
How ridiculous.
He didn't listen to my advice and dared to look at me as if I was weak, truly outrageous. In my opinion, it would be better if he were killed by the abyssal bug. I don't know what he's so full of himself about,
Mia's strange behavior made the soldiers in the cave unable to whisper to each other. What's wrong with the princess today?
Yeah, ever since she saw those 2 humans, the princess has been mumbling non-stop.
Could it be that she's been mentally affected by the abyss?
Shoo, don't say that. At that moment, a long voice came from outside, report. A fairy spy rushed in and knelt before the throne.
How is it?
Mia's eyes sparkled as she quickly asked, what happened to those 2 humans?
Cough, cough.
She immediately realized her impoliteness, quickly leaning one hand on her seat, trying to appear indifferent, and said, did those 2 humans die? Report, princess, the spy said, even more excited, not only are they alive,
but they defeated the enemy's army.
What? This time, Mia was truly shocked, and she stood up with a whoosh. The soldiers next to her were as if struck by lightning, each one staring in disbelief.
A soldier stepped forward, incredulously asking, you better not be joking. You say those 2 humans have already broken through the Abyss army?
You have to know, that Abyss army can resurrect infinitely.
But the spy stated confidently, absolutely true.
I saw with my own eyes that the younger human summoned a mighty demon army, defeating the Abyss troops completely. And I also learned for the first time that those bugs could resurrect infinitely because there were some priests meddling behind the scenes.
And those demons easily took out the priests.
What?
Everyone present found it hard to believe a mere human can summon S-class demons?
And we have been fighting those abyss bugs for many years, and didn't even know that the resurrection mechanism had priests behind it.
That human managed to discover it on the first try. This is impossible, absolutely impossible.
The soldiers in the cave were immersed in a shockwave of disbelief. Mia felt as if her head had been struck hard, making her dizzy, unsure whether to be surprised or happy. After a long while, she finally steadied herself, her gaze returning to its usual confidence. No matter what, those 2 humans have solved our most troublesome problem. Although it's a bit hard to accept, we should really thank them. As she said this, a subtle blush appeared on her face. But she quickly cast aside distracting thoughts and said seriously, however, before that, our elf race still has more important matters to attend to.
My comrades.
Mia's small body unleashed a powerful voice, immediately gather all the soldiers, today is the day we rescue the world tree.
Yes. All the elves replied in unison, their voices booming.
At the same time, a mighty demon army was marching towards the world tree. Lin Zhe and Han Cie rode ahead, followed closely by 6 demons.
Behind them were thousands of little demons.
Han Kuo kept looking back on his white horse, excitement barely contained on his face.
As he walked, he kept murmuring, wow, so this is what it feels like to lead an army in battle? It's so cool.
Alright, you've repeated that 12 times already, Lin Zhe replied coldly. Though his mood was somewhat elevated. Unbeknownst to them, the army had arrived beside a cliff, and looking down, an expansive valley unfolded before their eyes. In the distance, the valley was shrouded in mist, faintly revealing ruins of structures, remnants of the elf race's past dwellings. And in the center of the valley, a towering giant tree surged skyward, piercing the clouds. Its trunk was as thick as several skyscrapers combined, and its huge crown was barely visible, hidden among the clouds, requiring them to look up completely to see it.
One could imagine its former glory.
But now, it displayed signs of decay and wilting. On the thick tree trunk, it seemed that a black, tar-like substance was flowing down, with huge, dense insects clinging to it, frantically sucking. Its branches were bare, having long lost their leaves, and now and then, some black substance dripped down from above. The whole scene was truly shocking. At this moment, somewhere at the base of the big tree, several thorny branches twisted together, rising from the ground, weaving into a throne about 10 meters above the ground, where a queen-like figure sat high above. At a lower position beside the throne, there sat a figure of a man. At this time, the queen emitted a voice full of authority. I never expected that the human race could break through my insect army. The man, a bit hesitant, said, I've already told you to be careful, that one called Lindsay. He is not an ordinary human. Ouroboros, this really isn't like you. The queen looked at the man with contempt. What is it that makes you so afraid? P.S. Dear readers, please continue to give a 5-star review. Love you all.
Chapter 149, The Fallen Elf Queen, Aerial Battle. The queen on the throne looked down at the man on the side seat.
Her appearance was like that of the elf race, with a pair of long, pointed ears, pale skin, and stunning features. In fact, she resembled the elven Princess Mia to some extent. However, compared to Mia's youthful vibe, she looked more mature, her figure even more remarkable. Yet, slightly different from the elf race, her hair color was black, with 2 long and short pairs of black, hard bug-like horns growing from her head, and a pair of insect-like black wings on her back. Moreover, her entire outfit was black, giving her a more terrifying aura than that of Princess Mia. At this moment, she looked at the man on the side and expressed her dissatisfaction. Ouroboros, ever since I joined the Abyss 10, you have been an unruly man in my eyes. To be honest, I once had a bit of goodwill towards you. Take a look at you now. She frowned. A humble human has scared you to this point. What is this? The man on the side seat was none other than Ouroboros, one of the Abyss 10, known as the snake that devours its own body.
At this moment, he looked terrified, his gaze unfocused, completely different from the way he had appeared before. He stammered, No. You don't know how powerful that human boy is. Ever since I fought him, a voice often appears in my brain, as if it wants to possess my personality. If not for my strong vitality, I might have been dead by now. Humph. Truly shameful. The queen glanced at him with disdain, turning her face away. At this rate, you might soon be disqualified from the Abyss 10. You should know, those esteemed lords above will not allow such things to happen within the Abyss 10. Yes, I certainly know. Ouroboros said painfully, that's why I came to find you, Melina, hoping you could kill that human boy. Perhaps that's the only way to cure me. Humph, so you want to use me? The queen said bluntly, why should I help you? Melina, if you can kill that human boy. Ouroboros' gaze turned cold, as if he had made a great decision. I am willing to trade my ranking among the Abyss 10 with you. At these words, the queen named Melina first froze, then immediately burst into a mocking laugh. Aha, Ouroboros, I have really never seen such a spineless version of you. It makes me so angry that I laugh. Though I am currently ranked 9th among the Abyss 10. You rank 7th, but that's only because I joined later. Do you think I care about your position? This Eulopolos felt a bit embarrassed and had nothing to say. However, Mariana stretched her hand toward a plate beside the throne, delicately picked up a fruit that looked like an eyeball, and slowly put it in her mouth. Sizzle, the bloody juice burst in her mouth. Mariana continued, however, that human tribe invaded my territory and caused serious losses to my insect army, so naturally, I must settle this with him. It's somewhat lucky for you. Upon hearing this, Eulopolos showed a relieved expression but immediately reminded, you must be careful not to let that Lindsay. Enough. Mariana seemed to be greatly insulted as she scolded, don't measure me by your little strength. If you say such things again, I will throw you out and ban you from entering my elf realm forever. Unknowingly, her eyes had turned blood red. Soon, the entire valley trembled violently. Then, above the world tree, the huge insects that were originally clinging to the trunk began to flap their wings as if receiving an order. On the other side, Lindsay had already recalled his vast army in order to conveniently enter the valley. At that moment, he and Han Chuiren were riding flying mounts, soaring above the valley. Lindsay activated the skill See-Through Fire, surveying the ground. He noticed a thick black mist gathering at a spot near the roots of the world tree. Right there. He pointed, and the two immediately steered their mounts toward that direction. However, halfway there, they saw the huge insects on the trunk of the world tree that were sucking black tar-like substances start to flap their wings one by one. Then, hundreds of huge insects flew toward the two. Damn, here they come again? Han Chuiren complained, these insects really can't be wiped out. While speaking, he had already readied 2 crossbows in preparation for battle.
Lindsay frowned slightly. He had never fought in the air before, so he instinctively tightened his grip on the reins of the mount. While he was pondering, the swarm of flying insects was getting closer. Upon closer inspection, their appearance was even more bizarre than the soldier bees and soldier ants they fought earlier. Every one of them looked more like a humanoid creature, with insect shells, wings, and mouthparts attached to their bodies. Upon further examination, they all had pointed ears on their faces, seemingly all members of the elf race. Corrupted elf soldier. Race, Abyss. Level, 70. It looks like these insects are the indigenous people here. Han Shuiren said angrily, this damned abyss brings destruction wherever it goes. It's also possible that they voluntarily sided with the abyss. Lindsay said coldly, many people choose to kneel in the face of absolute power, just like those from Gully Country. At the same time, hundreds of mutated elf soldiers in insect form stopped not far from the two and formed a neat square formation. Then, each soldier had a black bow and arrow in their hands. Be careful. Han Shuiren warned, they are going to use ranged attacks. In the next second, black arrows rained down toward the two. The two immediately maneuvered their mounts and executed several 360-degree aerial flips to dodge the arrows. Aha! It's been a while since I felt this way. Han Shuiren exclaimed, woohoo, take off. Lindsay also instantly felt the thrill akin to the fighter jet performances he watched during parades. It was surprisingly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the enemies clearly didn't want the two to get closer and immediately pulled their bows again, preparing for a second wave of attack. Don't think you're the only ones who can shoot arrows. Han Shuiren gritted his teeth, his two crossbows already aimed at the enemy. This weapon was improved by his own hands. The moment he pulled the trigger, the crossbow bolts began to fire like a machine gun, kata, kata, instantly hitting a group of enemies and causing them to lose a lot of health. At the same time, Lindsay's demon dragon also appeared behind the enemy troops, suddenly soaring in and crashing into one corner of the enemy formation. However, those enemies were not at all flustered. They quickly regrouped and launched the next wave of attack towards the two, black arrows raining down like a storm once again. This is a bit tricky. Han Zhuang gritted his teeth and maneuvered in the air. Facing hundreds of enemies, the two of them seemed rather alone in the sky. But at that moment, Lindsay suddenly felt dozens of shadows flying towards him from behind, their speed surpassing even his and Han Zhuang's. Upon closer inspection, dozens of fairy dragons were spreading their magnificent wings, flying alongside the two. Each fairy dragon carried a sprite on its back, not a corrupted sprite, but a true sprite. On the back of one dragon, a beautiful sprite girl issued a mighty command. Fellow compatriots, let us use courage as our sword and faith as our shield, declare war against the abyss, and reclaim what belongs to us. Attack! Chapter 150, Abyssal Bug Race, the Four Heroes Under the King. Lindsay turned his head to see that the sprite girl was none other than Princess Mia, who had just surrounded them on the land. At this moment, she led the sprite army into battle, looking far more valiant than her earlier arrogant self. As soon as her command was given, all the sprite soldiers immediately raised their arms and cheered, while the fairy dragons beneath them let out bright calls. Then, the soldiers in the front row held up large shields, blocking many of the black arrows that were shot at them. The soldiers in the rear drew their bows, launching arrows infused with blue magical energy towards the corrupted soldiers. Meanwhile, Mia was flying in the center of the team. She stood upright on the dragon's back, her hands unarmed but posed as if drawing a bow. In the next second, a pale golden bow of light formed in her hands. Her gaze was firmly fixed on a point ahead, and then a golden energy shot forth like a rushing river, instantly creating a gap in the enemy formation. Skill, Moonlight Torrent. Gather moon energy to deal arcane and light damage in a small area within 500 meters ahead. Not bad. Lindsay saw this move and slightly nodded in approval. Then, he said to Han Zhuang, one summoning beast is enough, let's hurry and find the boss to fight. After that, the two changed their flight direction, diving towards the area where the black energy was gathering. Seeing that Princess Mia had completed this move, she was rather pleased, intentionally raising her voice and looking in Lindsay's direction with an arrogant tone. Human practitioners, although this princess recognizes your strength, in aerial combat, this princess is still. Wait a second, where are they? The next second, she realized that the place was already empty. Reporting to the princess, those two humans just left. A soldier beside her replied clumsily. How outrageous. Mia was so furious that she stomped her feet on the fairy dragon's back. How dare they treat this princess with such disrespect? It makes me so angry. Meanwhile, on the throne at the roots of the world tree, the bug queen Melina and Ouroboros had just witnessed the battle that occurred in the sky. At this moment, two flying figures were diving down towards them. Upon seeing this, Ouroboros immediately showed a panicked expression. Melina, they are coming. Lindsay is coming. Did you not say your defense line was strong? I see it's not much to brag about either. Shut up. Mariana snapped at him angrily, a dignified Abyss 10 general like you, reduced to such cowardice, what kind of image is that? In the next moment, she looked at the two shadows rapidly approaching from the sky. Her face showed not the slightest hint of panic, but instead flashed a cruel glint.
Did I ever say my defense line was that little? The good show is just beginning.
On the other side, Lin Zhe and Han Qi were desperately dodging and evading. Little did they know that just as they were nearing the ground, the entire valley once again emitted a loud tremor. Even the world tree began to shake, dropping a lot of black substances. At that very moment, suddenly, from the corner of their eyes, it seemed there was a massive creature rushing towards them at high speed. Both of them stiffened, barely seeing that it was a gigantic black figure covered in armor.
Instinctively, they both dodged out of the way.
The armored giant swept over their heads, crashing down onto a nearby building, instantly crushing the already ruined structure into rubble. However, in the next instant, just as they were celebrating their narrow escape, another serpent-like massive creature shot up from beneath them. A large round mouth filled with sharp teeth was about to swallow them whole.
Lilith, Rakshasa King, it's up to you. In the next second, Lin Zhe directly summoned two demons. Lilith swung the bone whip in her hand, sending crescent energy waves towards the giant monster.
Meanwhile, the Rakshasa King delivered a flying kick, diverting its charge off course. At the same time, the first armored monster charged again.
Baros, Nora, you two take care of this.
Yes. The Flame Demon and Shadow Demon called out in unison, rushing ahead.
It was only then that Lin Zhe and Han looked up to clearly see the appearance of the two giants.
The first armored monster looked like a giant golden beetle, its body as big as a basketball court, entirely covered in thick armor that reflected a faint green light. A pair of enormous mandibles were particularly terrifying.
Boss Giant Strength Goko. Race, Abyss. Level, 100. Health, 3 million. Skills, Death Charge, Giant Strength Boost. View details.
The other one, filled with sharp teeth, looked like a giant worm. Its body was thick and round, with no eyes, just a huge circular mouth at the front filled with rows and rows of sharp teeth.
Boss Devourer Toby. Race, Abyss. Level, 100. Health, 2 million. Skill, Eat, Eat, Eat. Wow, 2 level 100 giant bosses.
After the information popped up, Lin Zhe and Han were stunned. But Lin Zhe quickly showed a calm smile. Each boss was assigned 2 demons to fight. The odds were still quite favorable.
I'm not going to waste time with you, let the demons handle it. I'm going after the final boss.
Lin Zhe rubbed his hands together and was about to head towards the deepest part of the black gas gathering.
Big brother, where are you going?
Just then, a voice of a naive and innocent little girl suddenly sounded behind him.
Come play with me, Neka.
Lin Zhe turned around and looked, only to find that at some point, the surroundings had suddenly become unreal. The area around him was no longer the real scene, but had transformed into a colorful neon world, with many brightly colored big eyes hanging around, blinking at him. And Han, who was just behind him, had also vanished without a trace.
Is this entering a barrier?
Lin Zhe felt a bit curious.
He.
The little girl's voice rang out again, Big brother, come play with me. Following the sound, Lin Zhe saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old sitting on a broken wall, swinging her small feet. From her appearance, it was not hard to tell she also belonged to the fairy race, but she had a pair of large yellow moth wings on her back, even larger than those of others. 2 curled antennae resembling moths grew from the top of her head.
Boss Dream of the Moth Girl. Race, Abyss. Level, 100.
Health, 1 million.
Skills, Dreamtime, Life Drain, Poison Dust. Click to view details. Another boss? Lin Zhe was taken aback. The show is about to begin.
On the throne beneath the world tree, Queen Marilena laughed with satisfaction. The highest combat power under my command, the 4 heroes, have already made their move.
Let me see how long Lin Zhe can hold on. If I may ask.
Uroboros raised his hand beside her. Isn't it 4 heroes?
Why are there only 3? Don't digress, you're ruining my mood.
Marilena replied irritably, the 4th one, Victor from the Void, is on patrol.
I haven't heard from him yet. Maybe he's already dead.
Uroboros mumbled softly.
What are you chirping about? Speak up if you have the guts.
Marilena shot him an annoyed glance.
Ahem. She said seriously, even if Victor is absent, so what?
Now my 3 heroes are teaming up, and with the Illusion Master Mothgirl trapping Lin Zhe, I want to see what tricks he still has.
Wait. Uroboros suddenly jumped up from his seat. You sent the wrong person.
That guy is not afraid of illusions at all.
What did you say?
At that moment, a notice popped up in both of their eyes.
Human profession Lin Zhe has killed Boss Dream of the Moth Girl. P.S. There is a conceptual character design for the fallen elf queen in the author's note. In chapter discussion, I will share another one. Chapter 151, Can my demon team work?
At the same time, a settlement reminder popped up in front of Lin Zhe. Killed boss Dream of the Moth Girl, experience plus 150,000, triggered talent multiplication, additional plus 75,000. Lifespan plus 150,000 days, 410 years and 350 days. Loot obtained, 150,000 copper coins, Core of the Abyss, Dream Staff, Poisonous Antennae, Material, etc.
Lindsay lightly clapped his hands, done.
The Moth Girl clearly hadn't grasped what had just happened, her eyes still showing shock, yet she remained motionless. Then, her antennae, wings, and all insect-like parts started to decompose and disappear, like burning white paper turning into ashes, softly drifting away in the wind. Finally, only a true elven girl's corpse lay on the ground.
Is this what she really looked like?
Lindsay murmured, walking over to close her eyes. At the same time, as the surrounding neon illusions also began to vanish, Lindsay returned to the ruins at the foot of the valley once again. He glanced to his side and found Hanku sitting against a rock, sound asleep, evidently also caught in an illusion.
Let him sleep well, the final boss is left to me.
Lindsay stretched his wrist bones and walked towards the place where dark fog was gathering. Meanwhile, 2 level 100 giant bosses were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 demons. The one named Mighty Gonic, a golden beetle, charged like a moving iron fortress, smashing everything in its path into pieces.
Facing it was the flame demon Baros and the shadow demon Nora. The flame demon raised his giant hammer, leaped into the air, and smashed down onto Gonic. Bang! A huge dull sound echoed.
Yet the molten hammer striking the thick shell only caused around 3,000 damage.
What a high damage reduction rate!
The flame demon was shocked.
The next second, Gonic's massive body swung, directly tossing the flame demon into the nearby ruins. Damn it, the flame demon cursed.
Just as he was about to get up, he felt a black giant sword smashing down on him.
Ouch!
The flame demon fell to the ground again, and right in his arms was the giant sword transformed by Nora. You little blonde girl, do you want to crush me to death? The flame demon yelled angrily.
Red-haired gorilla, why are you so unreasonable? It's not like I wanted to drop you. Nora shot back immediately.
But the enemy wouldn't give them time to argue. Seizing the opportunity, the massive figure charged towards the two of them.
We can't just go head-to-head with him, we need to think of a plan, said the fire demon. What a miracle, you're actually thinking. Nola teased with a smile, but this time I agree.
On the other side, Lilith was facing off against the giant worm, the gluttonous Toby, alongside the Roxasa King. Lilith swung her white bone whip, sending black crescent blades slicing towards the worm. The worm, already soft all over, was instantly sliced into several pieces, scattering on the ground.
Mission accomplished.
Lilith proudly clapped her hands.
Is this it? The Roxasa King, who hadn't done anything yet, gaped in disbelief.
This queen does the monster slaying, not you, Lilith shot him a glare and said irritably. But just then, the severed parts of the worm began to move again, and the torn ends quickly healed, with each segment regrowing a gaping mouth with sharp teeth. In just a moment, it transformed into several large worms.
Lilith's previously proud expression froze. What is going on? However, instead of mocking her, the Roxasa King calmly analyzed, it seems this boss has regeneration ability, we can't just attack blindly, we need to find its weakness. He immediately activated the Killing Eye talent to observe the enemy's weak points. Sure enough, somewhere inside the original worm, a spot was marked in red.
Cover me, the Roxasa King charged forward.
You! Lilith was slightly caught off guard, watching him rush towards the enemy.
On the other side, a massive shadow demon stood firm, while the beetle Knot was desperately attacking it.
Big guy, how much longer? I'm about to give out.
The now little lowly version of Nola barely maintained the shadow demon's form, shouting to the side.
Don't rush, hold on a little longer,
the fire demon replied, his voice strained. He gripped the molten hammer, taking a stance to charge his attack. He was using his new talent, Power Strike. The attack can charge, increasing damage by 5% for each second of charging, with no limit on the charging time. At that moment, the fire demon aimed to use the shadow demon's absolute taunting effect to attract the enemy's attention, so he could unleash a powerful attack.
2 minutes 52 seconds, 2 minutes 53 seconds.
The fire demon counted while sweat trickled down his forehead.
Hurry up, please.
Nola shouted anxiously. The shadow demon's health bar was nearly empty, and the enemy was charging fiercely. Get back, it's coming, the fire demon shouted angrily. The next second, Knot's massive figure slammed into the shadow demon, instantly reducing its health bar to 0. But at the same time, a blinding orange inferno surged towards Knot's shell. Even though the shell had an astonishing damage reduction rate, it still took damage, 2,701,766. With a sharp crack, the shell shattered into pieces in the blaze. And the once proudly boasting Knot, with a total health of 3 million, not only lost its protective shield but was severely weakened by the attack. Charge! The two demons clearly wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. They immediately pounced on him, effortlessly reducing his remaining health of 300,000 to 0 in an instant. On the other side, the Rakshasa king transformed into a gust of wind, charging straight for the giant worm's weak point, as the newly sprouted worms snapped their gaping mouths at him. At that moment, Lilith's voice rang from behind, "Disgusting big worms, behave yourselves." In the next second, all the worms were forced to obey her, tangling together. "Thanks," the Rakshasa king said coolly, launching himself directly at the farthest main body of the worm. "Humph, daring to order this queen around, I'll tell the master." Lilith was a bit unhappy. But the Rakshasa king, while launching himself, his whole body spun like an electric drill. Then, he aimed at the weak spot of the worm and drilled straight in. Instantly, the skin and flesh tore apart, black blood gushed out, and the worm let out a tragic howl. Until the Rakshasa king drilled out from the other side, covered in blood, like a god of slaughter descending. Then, the giant worm finally collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, in the throne area at the root of the World Tree, the abyssal 10 generals Mariina and Eulabaros received two messages almost simultaneously.
Human practitioner Lindsay has killed the boss Gigas Gonic. Human practitioner Lindsay has killed the boss Gluttons Toby.
What? How is this possible?
Mariina was instantly both surprised and angry.
At that very moment, from the black mist entrance at the end of the open space in front of the throne, a young figure slowly walked in.
"Hello, may I ask if this is where we fight the final boss?" The boy asked politely, with a hint of a mischievous smile. Chapter 152, World Boss, Myriad Insect Armory.
Just a moment ago, Lindsay also received a settlement reminder before him. Killed boss Gigas Gonic, experience plus 180,000, triggered the doubling talent, additional plus 90,000. Lifespan plus 180,000 days, 493 years 55 days. Loot obtained, 180,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Gigas Hammer, Gigas Armor. Killed boss Gluttons Toby, experience plus 160,000, triggered the doubling talent, additional plus 80,000. Lifespan plus 160,000 days, 438 years 130 days. Loot obtained, 160,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Glutton's Phone. Quite efficient, huh? Lindsay smiled with satisfaction, like a teacher seeing all of his students score high.
And I just harvested 3 Abyss Cores at once, I wonder what equipment I can forge.
The settlement information continued to pop up.
Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level, 43.
Congratulations, your summon creature Fire Demon leveled up, current level, 64. Congratulations, your summon creature Succubus Queen leveled up, current level, 67. Congratulations, your summon creature Rakshasa King leveled up, current level, 103.
Wow, impressive.
Lindsay exclaimed joyfully, and he had also leveled up twice. At the same time, he had reached a black mist door close to the roots of the tree. Without a second thought, he walked straight in. Inside was an open flatland, surrounded by various twisted thorns and branches. At the end of the flat ground, a throne 3 meters above the ground stood high, where a beautiful female elf sat, exuding the aura of a queen. However, she had also grown insect-like horns and wings, clearly corrupted by the abyss. World Boss, Abyssal 10 Generals Mariina.
Race, Abyss. Level? Health? Skills?
Although the detailed information was hidden, seeing the words Abyssal 10 Generals still surprised Lindsay slightly.
In the next second, he didn't care about anything else and directly greeted boldly, "Hello, may I ask if this is where we fight the final boss?"
After all, he felt uncomfortable if he didn't tease a bit. Queen Mariina was already furious because all her 4 top generals had been killed. When Lindsay spoke, she became extremely enraged. Swish, swish, swish. In the next second, several air blades were sent out from her hand, each one swift and sharp. Lindsay did not dodge or evade, directly swinging the blade of the sky and using the thunder technique to block the attacks.
"So rude? You start attacking right away?" Lindsay joked with a smile.
"Humph, crafty little brat, I don't have time to play word games with you." The queen rose from her throne, and beneath her black noble cloak, her tall figure exuded a royal aura. She slightly turned her head to look at Eulabaros sitting below. "How about it, do you want to join the battle?"
This. The already terrified Eulabaros hesitated. As he spoke, Lindsay finally noticed there was another person sitting there.
And it was the Eulabaros that was repelled by him twice.
"Oh? Isn't this little you?"
Lindsay looked coldly at him, his expression half smiling. "You really are everywhere." As soon as these words were spoken, Eulabaros instantly trembled all over and said to the queen, "I'll hide for now, I'll come out to help you at a critical moment." Then, his whole body transformed into a small black snake and burrowed into the ground.
"Humph, useless waste." Queen Mariina looked at his cowardly behavior and scolded him with disdain.
Then, she slowly turned her gaze to Lindsay and said coldly, "Good, now no one is disturbing us."
"Human kid, I admit your strength indeed exceeds my expectations.
However, I suggest you don't get too proud too soon. Well then, let this king meet you personally." After saying that, she removed the noble cloak draped over her back, and a layer of black membranous substance sprouted automatically from her body, wrapping her like a tight-fitting suit, accentuating her figure even more proudly. At the same time, a strangely styled double-headed spear appeared in her hand, the spearheads asymmetrical, resembling the horns of some kind of insect. That weapon looked very heavy, yet was held effortlessly in her single hand. In the next second, the queen's figure vanished from the throne and, in an instant, she appeared right in front of Lin Zhe. Clang! The double-headed spear clashed with the blade of the skies, producing a clear metallic sound. Not bad reflexes, the queen said lightly. Next, her figure spun and vanished again. In the next moment, she reappeared behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had secretly used the attribute conversion skill, adding most of his abilities to agility, so he was no weaker than her in speed. Swiftly, he turned around, ready to use his sword to block, but saw that the weapon in his opponent's hand had turned into a large hammer, its head resembling the creation of some beetle. At that moment, the queen was swinging the hammer down with all her strength. Flame Demon! Boom! The orange and black war hammers collided, sending flames and abyssal energy flying everywhere. The queen left behind a phantom and vanished again. When she reappeared, the weapon in her hand was a pair of male and female twin swords, as if made from the horns of a sword-horned locust. She lifted the twin swords, leaped into the air, and struck a brief charging pose, then her hands danced rapidly, swinging the swords gracefully. Instantly, countless arcs of sword energy formed around her. Rakshasa King! Clang, clang, clang! The demon, solid as black steel, emerged, moving with incredible speed, neutralizing dozens of attacks with its arms and legs, finally retaliating with a flying kick. The queen spun several times, gracefully floating to a distant spot, while a pair of arthropod wings extended from her back, lifting her into the air. The weapon in her hand transformed into a bow and arrow resembling spider legs. Swoosh, swoosh! A barrage of arrows shot out densely. Lilith! In the next second, a succubus, whose figure matched that of the fairy queen, appeared, lazily swinging a bone whip called Soul of the Wicked, instantly pulling down those arrows. However, the queen did not stop her actions at all. In a breath, she appeared above Lin Zhe, and a mantis guillotine fell from her hand. Nora! Clang! The shadow demon wielded a great sword upwards, blocking the guillotine's attack. You have some skills. The queen reappeared a short distance away, but her eyes were filled with more anger. Wait, aren't you a weapon master? After dealing with a series of relentless weapon attacks, Lin Zhe was also somewhat surprised. However, a smile quickly appeared on his face. Now it's my turn to fight. Then he shouted into the air, Dog! In the next second, 10 hellhounds burst forth from the ground where the queen had stepped, rushing towards her. Humph, you don't think such a soft attack is useful against me, do you? Mariana scoffed, even too lazy to defend herself. But in the next second, her eyes widened. Ha, where is my weapon? Successfully activated the scavenger skill, stealing the enemy's weapon, Infinite Insect Arsenal, legendary level. Weapon, Infinite Insect Arsenal. Description, a bizarre weapon forged from the corpses of billions of abyss insects. Effect, when equipped, the weapon's form can change based on the wielder's thoughts. All attributes plus 5,000, attacks bear abyss attributes. Lin Zhe's mouth curled into a smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. Chapter 153, The Fate of Ouroboros. The Hellhound's scavenger skill has a 50% chance to steal one piece of equipment from the opponent with each attack. Although Mariana, as a world boss, possesses a high immunity rate, the combined efforts of 10 dogs still stack the odds. This is the most useful episode of Dogs. Lin Zhe instantly beamed with joy. Every summoned beast has its own role. Next time someone says dogs are weak, I'll be the first to take them down. At that moment, Lin Zhe's right wrist had already gained a unique black bracelet, resembling a thin insect claw gripping his wrist. Lin Zhe smiled and recalled the demons beside him. Everyone go back, let me try this out. He quickly envisioned a weapon in his mind. The next second, countless tiny black particles extended from the black bracelet, swiftly forming a massive double-sided black axe, still in the style of insect limbs. Pretty cool. Lin Zhe chuckled. Meanwhile, the elf queen on the opposite side saw her weapon had been stolen, and her eyes widened in shock. You cunning little human, don't force me to use my serious moves. With a flap of her wings, she shook off some strangely colored scale dust. That scale dust flew rapidly toward Lin Zhe, exploding violently. However, Lin Zhe blinked and appeared directly above the queen. He raised the double-sided axe high and soared down toward her. The queen twisted and turned continuously, dodging the attack. Lin Zhe landed on the ground, his eyes darting as he envisioned another weapon. The next second, the massive axe transformed like an armored change, quickly turning into a Gatling gun shaped like insect armor. Wow, it can actually turn into a firearm. Having played some shooting games in his past life, Lin Zhe quickly became proficient, firing away, bang 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 bang. You shameless little human. The queen scolded as she kept dodging, seeing her weapon being toyed with by Lindsay.
What should I transform into next?
Lindsay casually thought while maneuvering around the queen, seemingly playing with her.
How about a fighter jet, missile, or tank?
But the black bracelet remained completely still.
Okay, that might be a bit too much.
Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, the elegantly dressed queen in a black tight suit had already approached, with a black energy ball ready in her hand. But in the next second, Lindsay's weapon suddenly transformed into several black, soft tentacles, shooting out towards the queen. The queen's eyes narrowed, and she quickly evaded.
You! What were you trying to do just now?
The queen, feeling deeply insulted, burst out in anger. Lindsay scratched his head. Sorry, I couldn't control my thoughts for a moment.
You're outrageous. The queen's gaze turned cold, revealing endless frost, followed by the entire area beginning to shake.
Then, Mariana slowly soared into the air, her pair of segmented wings rapidly enlarging, gradually becoming fleshed out like a skeleton growing flesh. Before long, they transformed into a pair of enormous butterfly wings, spreading out to over 100 meters wide.
The bright red and black patterns are depicted above, radiating an eerie yet splendid glow. Goodness, has it entered the second phase? Lindsay gazed at the magnificent butterfly wings, astonished.
I, Mariana, transformed into the butterfly queen, have remembered you, the little human named Lindsay. She said from high above, but now, it is time to say goodbye. Then, she gently flapped a pair of enormous wings, causing them to ripple like waves on water. At the same time, countless scales began to fall from them, each shining with a strange light. Soon, an overwhelming flood of scales surged towards Lindsay like a massive wave. Skill, Butterfly Dance Star Explosion. Shed the scales, causing tens of thousands of explosive attacks to the enemy within 5 minutes. Each attack carries abyssal attribute damage. Lindsay's heart tightened, knowing that once those scales exploded, their power would be extraordinary. But seeing the scales pouring in from all directions, almost filling the entire space, he had no way to dodge.
However, in the next second, the black tentacle in his hand transformed again, weaving into a black spiderweb-like shield around him.
The scales hit the shield like dense raindrops, creating a loud pattering noise and splattering sparks. At the same time, Lindsay quickly used the attribute conversion skill, stacking all his attributes onto his physique, ensuring his survival ability reached its peak. Seeing Lindsay using his own weapons to block her attack, the queen was even more furious. However, her anger quickly turned into a hint of a smile, as she shouted into the air. Ouroboros, now is your time to shine, prove that you still deserve to be among the 10 generals of the abyss. In the next moment, a serpent-like shadow quickly gathered within Lindsay's spiderweb protection, and a handsome yet effeminate man appeared behind him. Lindsay suddenly felt a grip on his neck from behind, claws piercing his skin by several millimeters. The situation was truly dire from all sides.
Ouroboros sneered behind him. Lindsay, do you know how much you've made me suffer? Do you know how I've gotten through this time?
Fortunately, I have finally waited for this day. After speaking, his claws dug in deeper.
Ha ha ha. However, in the next second, Lindsay unexpectedly laughed. What are you laughing at?
Ouroboros immediately became enraged.
Little Auro, oh little Auro.
Lindsay's neck bled, but his expression was completely calm as he spoke. You could have avoided this, yet you repeatedly came to me.
Ding.
Target of previous unfinished mental invasion detected. Continuing mental invasion. Current progress, 76%.
77%, 78%, 79%. In Lindsay's interface view, a progress bar kept advancing.
Meanwhile, Ouroboros suddenly shouted, it hurts.
What's happening?
My head, it hurts. This feeling is back. No, please don't. You love me, I love you, sweetness in Thunder Ice City. Crazy Thursday, VME 50, let's see the skills. I care exercises, start, section 9, jumping movements. Why is your head so pointy? Then let me ask you, are you a boy or a girl? As the progress bar filled up, Ouroboros began to babble a series of nonsensical words. Oh my, the kid learned too much and mixed up the knowledge points.
Lindsay couldn't help but complain. Ding. Target has been restarted, will no longer pose a threat to the system host.
Ouroboros blinked his clear and foolish eyes, looking like a 6-year-old child. Lindsay looked and found that his level had actually turned to level 1.
Uncle, where is this? Ouroboros asked while nibbling on his fingers. Wait a minute?
Lindsay turned his hand and slapped. Who are you calling uncle?
Do I look that old?
PS explanation, this kind of system intrusion method will only be aimed at enemies like Ouroboros, who have invaded Lindsay's deep consciousness, not just anyone can use it.
Chapter 154 Tons of Harvest.
Meanwhile, in midair, Mariana had been waiting there for a while. Her ultimate move, Butterfly Dance Star Explosion, was about to end.
Ouroboros, have you dealt with him? Mariana shouted impatiently down below, it's just a mere human, does it really take this long? What a waste.
As the last few scales hit Lin Zai's shield, the vision finally became clear.
Wow, wow, a child's wailing echoed through the air.
Lin Zai stood there unscathed, while Ouroboros was tugging at his clothes, crying, "Uncle, why did you hit me?
So fierce, so unfair." Since his body was still an adult, saying this only made it particularly comical. Smack.
Lin Zai directly slapped his hand again, criticizing, "Don't pull my clothes, and I've said not to call me uncle."
Wow, Ouroboros' cries suddenly grew louder. Oh dear, what an annoying brat.
Lin Zai said with disdain.
Meanwhile, Mariana was dumbfounded. What is happening? Ouroboros, what are you pretending to be crazy for?
She scolded loudly, "You've missed the best opportunity."
Seeing this, Ouroboros wiped his tears, looked towards Mariana, and blankly said, "Wow, there's a fierce big ant over there. And, the big ant's clothes are so embarrassing."
Upon hearing this, Mariana's face froze like ice, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Big ant.
Ouroboros, I want to kill you."
She was furious, her eyebrows almost standing on end.
But the next second, she calmed down, thinking, no, this is too abnormal, it must be that human's trick. I admit I underestimated this human called Lin Zai.
It seems that this time, I better retreat.
What a pity for the abyss insect empire I built up.
She looked around the entire valley with some regret, then glanced at the world tree above. "Lin Zai, I swear, I will personally kill you in the future," she muttered fiercely to herself. Then, her body spun lightly in the air, about to turn into a remnant shadow and escape.
Want to escape? Did you ask for my opinion? Lin Zai immediately reacted. The next second, Nora was summoned again, and a large sword whoosh flew out and pierced through Mariana's body.
However, Mariana's body fell apart like an empty shell.
Haha, don't you know what leaving the golden cicada's shell means?
Mariana's voice echoed from another part of the sky, "Farewell, Lin Zai." But at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from above the sky, striking Mariana's true body.
What?
She shouted, clearly caught off guard by this sudden attack, and then fell to the ground.
Then, a clear dragon roar sounded from the sky.
Lin Zai looked up and saw the demon dragon leading a group of fairy dragons flying down, and each fairy dragon had an elven soldier riding on its back.
It looked as if the fairy dragons recognized the demon dragon as their leader.
Princess Mia was also among the elves, and she drew the bow of light again, aimed at Mariana on the ground, saying, "Stop it, sister."
Mia. Mariana stood up from the ground, defiance in her eyes. Are you here to stop me too?
Mia revealed a hint of sorrow. "That's enough, sister, the wrongs you have done to our elven race should come to an end."
Hee, everything I do is for our elven race.
Melina said indifferently, "Only by relying on the abyss can our elf clan have long-lasting peace."
Why don't you understand this?
If it weren't for you and this human causing trouble, our elf clan would be living well under the protection of the abyss.
Are you referring to those who have turned into bugs? What about Victor, Gonik, Toby, and Nico, who have become monsters? Is this what you call living well?
Mia shook her head, her gaze resolute as she spoke. "You are already beyond saving, sister." After saying that, she was about to let go of the bowstring.
Wait. In the next moment, Lin Zai suddenly appeared by Melina's side. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Lin Zai shouted hysterically like in a drama.
Both sisters were startled. You human, don't be fooled by my sister,"
Mia shouted anxiously. But Melina's eyes shifted as she immediately thought to escape. In the next second, Lin Zai looked at Melina as if he were looking at a fat sheep.
"No, I mean, I can't share my experience with others."
What did you say? Melina was taken aback. However, in an instant, 6 demons surrounded her and launched an attack.
A stream of massive damage numbers appeared, and Melina could no longer defend herself, ultimately getting killed. World boss defeated, Melina, the Abyssal 10 General. Experience plus 320,000, triggering the talent for twice the results with half the effort, additional plus 160,000.
Congratulations on leveling up, current level 45. Wow, I leveled up 2 times in a row.
Congratulations, your summoned beast demon dragon has leveled up, current level 31. Congratulations, your summoned beast hellhound has leveled up, current level 52.
Lifespan plus 320,000 days, 876 years 660 days. Current remaining total lifespan, 3,743 years 70 days. Damn.
Lin Zai's mouth formed a big O shape. This lifespan is almost comparable to the history of the Dasha Kingdom.
The 7th demon, I can summon a big one now.
Lin Zai had already started rubbing his hands in anticipation. At this moment, the settlement was still not over. Congratulations, you have obtained loot, 400,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Fallen Elf Crown, Wings of the Elf Queen, material.
Equipment, Fallen Elf Crown, S rank. Spirit plus 5,000, Defense plus 2,000.
Automatically restores health while attacking, restoring 1 health point for every 10 points of damage dealt. This spirit-focused equipment is perfect for Lilith. He immediately placed it in Lilith's equipment slot. Not only that, the wings of the Elf Queen and the Abyss Core resonated, indicating that more equipment could be crafted. Ding! Detected that you have resolved this Abyss crisis, successfully completed the mission. Rewards, 1 system lottery draw, this time designated for S-rank rewards. Lindsay looked at the long list of reward notifications, smiling widely. At this time, the demon dragon led a team of fairy dragons and elves to stop near him. Well done. Lindsay patted the little dragon's head, and the little dragon immediately squinted its eyes, looking satisfied. The elves dismounted from their mounts, and everyone's gaze towards Lindsay had lost the arrogance from their first meeting, replaced instead with awe. At this point, Princess Mia stepped forward shyly from the crowd, slightly bowed as she addressed Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you for your contributions to our elf race. No need to mention it.
Lindsay replied lightly, I was just doing it for the benefit of the human race. Mia wanted to say something more when suddenly a gust of wind rose, with an ancient and prolonged wail coming from behind. Everyone turned to look, only to see the black world tree gently swaying, as if mourning for the desecrated sacredness.
Chapter 155, Did I set the world tree on fire?
At this moment, the world tree looked like a wounded old man, struggling painfully in the dark. Hearing that wail, Mia and all the elves instantly showed sorrow on their faces.
Great and holy world tree.
Mia clasped her fingers tightly against her chest.